The rain came down suddenly. It splashed through the midnight valley, reducing the oppressive heat of summer. A gust of wind swept by, stirring up the bamboo forest with a rustling sound, its dark greenery swaying in the dim night. Suddenly, footsteps shattered the silence. A disheveled man stumbled into the bamboo grove, constantly looking back over his shoulder. Behind him was nothing but pitch-black darkness, yet he felt an overwhelming fear that would not let him slow down. The bamboo forest grew at the foot of the mountain. Beyond the dense bamboo, a cave could be faintly seen. The man rejoiced inwardly but dared not make a sound. He rushed past the slanting shadows of the bamboo and quickly entered the cave. Pressing against the wall of the cave, he cautiously peered outside before letting out heavy breaths while clutching his chest. This bamboo grove was secluded, far from human paths, and the hidden cave should not be easily discovered. As his alertness loosened, an intense wave of fatigue surged through his body along with aching limbs, forcing him to lean against the cave wall and take a step back. There was a clunk as his foot hit something hard. He hurriedly looked down and saw a broken branch. Just as he was about to sigh in relief, he noticed a pile of ashes near his feet, surrounded by more dry branches obviously prepared for firewood use. Someone had been here. At this realization, his whole body tensed again. Carefully, he crept towards the entrance of the cave. Outside, it remained eerily quiet. Slowly exhaling, he closed his eyes out of sheer exhaustion. The endless night stretched on, the sound of rain gurgling continuously. Looking for me? His eyes shot open, and his body almost leapt back. Alas, lacking coordination, he fell flat into the rainwater, sending splashes everywhere. The person who spoke stood inside the cave, bent down, and gently kicked the broken branch back into the ashes before stepping out. Eyes adjusted to the dark, through the blurred curtain of rain, the man finally made out his figure. It was a boy, drenched to the skin, his pale complexion framed by wet black hair plastered against his cheeks. His form appeared somewhat frail, eliciting pity, but his eyes were clear and sharp, matching the lethal edge of the sword in his hand. No one knows these valleys better than I do, the youth stopped in front of him. The man stared up at the youth, his chest heaving violently. You. The word barely escaped his throat before it got stuck. A blade hovered just before his neck, bringing a chilling reminder of the cold night rain seeping into his skin. This is my first kill tonight, and you are the last. The boy's voice was soft, nearly drowned out by the rain. Yet the man could not help but focus intently on the movement of his lips. In contrast to the terror that had gripped him all night, this delicate face left him utterly stunned. If it weren't for the slight sting of the blade pressed against his throat, he might have thought it all a ridiculous nightmare, a terrible nightmare. In the evening when they realized their companion was missing, no one had even suspected foul play. After all, this valley was long explored. Besides the dozen or so of them left behind awaiting orders, only wild animals roamed free. The group had opened a few fine wine jars, planning a celebration upon finding the lost companion and drinking until fully satisfied. They scattered in search. Uncertain how much time had passed, the man was startled awake by a blood-curdling scream. Rushing toward it, he only found a wide-eyed head staring blankly at him, its crimson blood soaking the bark and pooling amidst the lush green grass below. Following this, occasional cries for help echoed sporadically throughout the vast expanse of the valley, sometimes distant, sometimes perilously close. Under the bloody sunset, countless birds took flight in fright. Then, night fell, enveloping the valley in silence. Such silence that the man could hear only the frantic beats of his own heart. He started fleeing wildly, directionless but undeterred, only to end up here. Could such a horrifying enemy truly be like this? The man's widened eyes expressed disbelief. The boy showed no care for his reaction, simply casting a downward glance. I had questions, they refused to be forthcoming. Now it's your turn. Who sent you? The man swallowed audibly. We've been here at Yun, Gue, Mountain Villa for many years now. The old patriarch's tomb lies within this valley. Me? I'm just the guardian of it. All this genuine swordplay. Seeing the boy furrowing his brows suddenly, he hastened to add, No, I know what you're after. I do. He tried to gauge the youth's expressions, thoughts racing frantically. Given your age, young hero, you're obviously skilled in martial arts. It must be true, you've heard the tales from the jianghu, you're seeking the Changxingju longevity decree. Upon uttering the 3 words, Changxingju, the man keenly observed the sword tip retract slightly. Though the boy's expression didn't change, clearly he awaited further explanation. The rain grew heavier, stinging slightly as it hit his face. Boldly wiping the rainwater off his face, the man grinned flatteringly and said, I know this, it's not hard to find. You just have to. Suddenly, he flung a handful of water from the ground, the droplets propelled with force like projectiles toward the other person. As he turned, the man bolted, using all his regained strength in his legs. In the blink of an eye, he had fled several paces away. Yet suddenly, he felt an unexpected lightness in his body, and a gleam seemed to flash before his chest. Instinctively glancing down, he saw that the line of brightness had already been withdrawn from his torso. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, the man collapsed and twitched a few times before lying still. The youth stood behind him, watching as the rain washed away the bloodstains on the sword, which then soaked into the grass, turning it a faint red. Motionless, he seemed to be staring at the corpse, yet perhaps was lost in thought. After a long while, the boy loosened his grip, letting the sword fall onto the grass. Slowly, he sat down, remained dazed for some moments, and then fell backward, lying flat on his back. Closing his eyes, the fine rain trickled over his face like a stream washing over white porcelain. The valley resounded with the gurgling of rain, the emerald bamboo swaying gently, as if there were no sign of life left. Chapter 2. Behind the 3 red doors of the Pashuo sect emerged a tall figure. The man was entirely shrouded in a black robe, his hood hanging low, almost blending into the deep night. The black-robed man moved through the blood-red archway without hindrance, proceeding straight ahead. Occasionally, he was spotted by patrolling sect members, who all avoided him from afar. The black-robed man stopped before an imposing hall where a group of beautiful servant girls waited outside. When they saw him, they bowed respectfully. "Welcome back, Left Guardian. What's going on?" Candlelight flowed out from the tightly closed doors of the hall. The person inside was obviously awake but had strangely driven all the serving beauties out. "Left Guardian, please wait. Hong Nu will go in and announce your presence," said the leading red-clad woman, winking at the black-robed man. She quietly added, "You came at an inconvenient time. The young master just left, and our sect leader is furious." She carefully entered the hall, leaving the black-robed man waiting outside. Nearby servant girls exchanged glances, nudging each other. The youngest among them let out a soft cry as she was pushed nearest to him. Quickly covering her mouth, she lowered her head. In this martial world, the Pashuo sect was a mysterious and sinister place, and within it, the man standing next to her was its most inscrutable figure. For years, no one had seen what lay beneath his black robe, not even his name was known. Everyone simply called him Left Guardian. In truth, he rarely intervened in sect affairs, often disappearing for long periods, making him hard to find. He must be hiding his face because it's unsightly. Although his voice now seemed clear and male, who could say if it was genuine or not? The servant girl pondered, glancing sideways. By chance, she met the gaze that swept over her, causing her heart to race with fright. Only later did she realize her surprise. Because the eyes beneath the hood were not dark or fierce as expected, instead, they were leisurely and peaceful, like sunlight falling in late autumn. Resisting the urge to look again, the girl noticed the door opening. The black-robed man followed Hong Nu inside, his figure vanishing behind the doors. Inside, the hall was brightly lit. A gaunt, skinny elder sat on the main seat, while Hong Nu knelt beside him massaging his leg. After coughing twice, he looked toward the standing black-robed man. "You've been gone for a long time this time." "The journey was far, sect leader, please forgive me." The old sect leader slowly caressed a brocade box and suddenly said, "My Inger is dead, did you know?" The black-robed man nodded. "I received the news upon my return. Please accept my condolences. However, I heard that the young master has already skinned and broken the bones of that wild wolf, offering some solace for Master Ying's soul." "Solace?" The old sect leader snorted heavily. "That wolf died wrongfully. That little brat Pei Zhao, he should have killed himself instead. He's the wolf whose skin and bones ought to be torn off." He gritted his teeth. "Isn't it precisely he who got Inger drunk and abandoned him on the mountain slope to be devoured alive by wolves? Inger was only 13. How could he fight against such a wolf?" The old sect leader violently threw the brocade box aside, a ginseng root wrapped in red thread rolling out, stopping near the black-robed man's foot. "Wonderful, truly wonderful. All my brothers are dead now, leaving the young master's position secure. And he still had the audacity to ask me to take care of my health. Isn't he wishing I'd soon vacate my position for him?" The black-robed man remained silent. Unable to suppress another fit of coughing, the old sect leader was immediately comforted by Hong Nu patting his back. After calming down, he raised his head. Though his face was old, his eyes gleamed with sharpness as he stared at the black-robed man. "Pei Zhao thought to hide things from me, how laughable. Does he truly think he has gained control and can cover the sky with one hand in the Pashuo sect?" Though inwardly understanding, the black-robed man faintly replied, "I am often away. I have seldom interacted with the young master, so indeed, I know nothing about what you speak." The old sect leader continued to stare at him intently, as if trying to rip apart his black robes and chest to examine the sincerity of his words. The black-robed man stood still without further explanation. A crackling sound broke the silence as the candle flickered, and the old sect leader slowly leaned back in his chair, pushing away Hong Nu who had come to serve. "Go out." When only the two of them remained, the old sect leader spoke deeply, "Chi Keo Yuxi." At last, the black-robed man moved. He lifted his hand, removed his hood, and let his black hair cascade down his back. Then he pulled down the black cloth covering his face, revealing his true appearance. Surprisingly, this much guest at Left Guardian was not grotesque or terrifying but a youth matching his voice. A candlelit glow highlighted his handsome features. "This time, there's still no news of the eternal life decree?" asked the old sect leader. "I've waited too long." "There is, and big news this time." "Speak quickly." "Though we don't know where the former leader of Guiyun Manor, Jiang Luming, was buried, recently there has been news. His tomb was attacked some time ago, all the guards were killed, and his sword, Bai, has also disappeared without a trace. This sword might possibly contain clues to the eternal life decree, Chi Kaoyuxi explained. The old sect leader sat up straighter and asked, if not even the tomb can be found, then where does this news come from? Guiyun Manor has rarely made moves in over 20 years, but suddenly dozens of people were secretly sent out overnight. It must have been an incident. I captured one of them for questioning and he confessed. Chi Kaoyuxi paused briefly before continuing, however, it's peculiar indeed. Someone leaked the information, and Guiyun Manor recalled their operatives that same night and flatly denied any attack had occurred. But before I returned to our sect, almost everyone in the jianghu already knew about it. Be it true or false, the rumor spread too fast, yet with Guiyun Manor's status and power in the jianghu, how could they fail to suppress even this? Concerning the eternal life decree, who wouldn't act on a whim? Even if it turns out to be fruitless, none can afford to let it slip by. Chi Kaoyuxi gave a slight chuckle but said no more. The old sect leader fell silent for a moment, lost in thought. If this news was genuine, it would indeed be a monumental piece of intelligence. Jiang Luming, known to the world as the last person possessing the Eternal Life Decree manual, had been the master of Guiyun Manor, the first among the three major sections. He founded the Mountain River Alliance 36 years ago, which united all righteous forces in the martial world, and served as its first Grand Master. Renowned for unparalleled martial prowess, naturally no one dared scheme against him directly. When he finally passed away, Guiyun Manor merely erected a memorial tablet in his honor. The real place of his burial remained a mystery. No longer did anyone see practitioners of the Eternal Life Decree at Guiyun Manor, as though this martial scripture vanished along with his death. Only faint rumors remained like clouds of smoke. How could such a treasure containing the pinnacle of martial arts knowledge, a secret technique capable of preserving youth indefinitely, be so easily forgotten? This recent news pointing directly towards the long-sought grave of Jiang Luming lent considerable credibility to the claims, setting off ripples bound to stir colossal waves within the jianghu. The old sect leader asked, is there any news about the Bai sword? There is. Surprised, the old sect leader looked at him intently. Chi Kaoyuxi smiled faintly, not only me, but the entire jianghu now has news of it. Next month, a prestigious sword assembly will be held at Dongting Lake, organized by a local wealthy merchant named Wei Min. He claims to have acquired a precious sword under extraordinary circumstances and has invited all the great heroes to witness it together. Delegates from the major sects are probably already on their way to Dongting. It was unheard of for a mere merchant to host a martial world gathering, yet the proud figures from the jianghu who often disregarded material wealth had, without exception, acknowledged his event. Does Wei Min own the Bai sword? Chi Kaoyuxi shook his head and chuckled softly. He didn't specify what kind of sword it was. In times like these, other than the Bai sword, no other answer came to mind. Yet Wei Min deliberately refrained from clarifying it, perhaps out of certain considerations, but this deliberate ambiguity only fueled further interest. The old sect leader tightened his fingers, better to mistakenly kill than overlook the chance. Don't miss it. I understand. Chi Kaoyuxi nodded. The Right Guardian returned to the sect not long ago, along with the 4 Hall Masters. You may use their assistance if you need it. Just go ahead and do whatever necessary, the old sect leader said, fixing his gaze on Chi Kaoyuxi's face. It's unnecessary, Chi Kaoyuxi replied. I'm accustomed to acting alone, having them around would only hinder my efforts. The old sect leader slowly nodded in approval, very well. As Chi Kaoyuxi was about to step outside, the deep voice of the old sect leader rang out behind him once more. For years, my patience has been thinning. Don't disappoint me again. He did not respond, nor did he turn back. Instead, he lifted his eyes toward a crescent moon embedded in the dark sky. The pale light dimmed, and after much thought, he penned down a letter in silence. Half a month later, the letter appeared at a small tavern 100 miles away from Dongting. This tavern was located alongside a road, frequented by travelers stopping to rest. That day, it was still early morning, barely opening, with the shopkeeper busy tallying yesterday's accounts and the servant diligently wiping the tables and chairs while occasionally stealing glances at the solitary guest in the establishment. A young man sitting by the window, who arrived unusually early, seemed to be waiting for someone. He glanced outside repeatedly, untouched wine resting on the table. From the sword resting beside him, it was clear he was a martial artist. These days, many martial artists passed through here, improving the tavern's business significantly. They were all heading to Dongting Lake, some even inquiring the servant about details regarding Wei Min, the wealthy merchant holding the assembly at Dongting Lake. Xuelu met the servant's inquisitive gaze, causing the latter to quickly focus back on cleaning. Xuelu sighed silently to himself, pondering that arriving too early certainly brought him unnecessary suffering. Considering the person's temperament, it would be considered lucky to catch a glimpse of them before sunset. Xuelu took out the letter and read it carefully again. Suddenly, he noticed someone sitting opposite him. As he was about to ask the person to change seats, he looked up and saw Chi Kaoyuxi picking up a cup of wine and sniffing it. You just sat down like that? Xuelu was surprised. Chi Kaoyuxi also seemed surprised for a moment, looking around before asking curiously, didn't you choose this seat? I mean, Shuelu glanced at the other two people in the tavern, this isn't a good place to talk. Where there's wine, there's a good place. Saying this, Chi Kaoyuxi splashed the wine out of the window. Without waiting for a reply, he called the waiter over for another pot of wine, then turned to Shuelu, we haven't seen each other for years. Are you inviting me to drink this plain water? So early in the morning drinking strong liquor. Shuelu shook his head helplessly, but it's rare for you to be on time. Chi Kaoyuxi smiled lightly, since I'm asking for your help, my attitude should be decent enough. We haven't seen each other for years, receiving your letter suddenly startled me. I didn't want to bother you either, Chi Kaoyuxi sighed, but in this world, you're my only friend. Apart from you, I really can't think of anyone else who would help me. Don't say that, Shuelu smiled, years ago, Chi Kaoyuxi's name resonated throughout the jianghu. Even today, there are plenty who'd like to befriend you. There are indeed many willing to associate with Chi Kaoyuxi, but how many would accept the left guardian of the devil sect? Shueli's expression changed immediately as he quickly stopped Chi Kaoyuxi's words, glancing cautiously around. The shopkeeper was still focused on his accounts, seemingly oblivious to their conversation. Chi Kaoyuxi laughed aloud, look at how nervous you are. That shopkeeper is hard of hearing. You could speak louder and he wouldn't hear a word. At this moment, the waiter came out holding the wine, set it down, and offered 2 small dishes of appetizers. Bowing to Chi Kaoyuxi, he said respectfully, guests, please enjoy. Chi Kaoyuxi fished out some silver coins, handing them to the waiter who insisted repeatedly, no, these are complimentary from our establishment. No charge. Just take it, it's for you. Chi Kaoyuxi shoved the money into his hand. The waiter glanced surreptitiously at the shopkeeper, hiding the coins inside his sleeve and grinning, all right, have a pleasant meal. He then cleverly moved far away. Only then did Shuelu have the chance to speak, do you frequently come here to drink? A few times in the past. Chi Kaoyuxi poured himself a full cup, traveling far and wide on behalf of the old sect leader, from Heshi to Nanzhong, nearly covered the entire land. How was the scenery? See too much, and even the best view becomes dull. Silence fell between them momentarily. Shuelu caressed his wine cup thoughtfully before finally speaking directly, you didn't mention what you need my help with in the letter. Is it related to the famous sword assembly at Dongting? You guessed correctly. Chi Kaoyuxi nodded. Shueli's expression became slightly solemn, finally setting down the wine cup decisively and looking at him earnestly, we are close friends, I don't want to beat around the bush. To be straightforward, I trust you and appreciate you sharing your identity with me. Regarding the sword assembly, I've heard some news. Heroes will compete on the stage, the winner gets the sword. If you ask for my help, I naturally shouldn't refuse. But if it involves aiding you to seize the sword, I'm afraid I cannot agree. Chi Kaoyuxi casually handed him a piece of pickled vegetable, clearly appreciative, do you always decline so sincerely? Sorry. Chi Kaoyuxi shook his head with a light laugh, Pei Qin does indeed desire that sword, but it's not my intention. Shuelu was startled. Seeing Chi Kaoyuxi empty his cup of wine, he said faintly, I plan to leave the Bana sect. Really? Shuelu was both shocked and delighted but soon worried, but the devil sect is like a dragon's lair or tiger's den. How could one just leave? Besides, having grown up in the Bana sect, holding the important position of the left guardian, they surely won't let you go easily. Staying behind won't make them spare me either, Chi Kaoyuxi said, Pei Qin is nearly on his deathbed, desperately searching for the eternal life decree to prolong his life, ideally making him immortal and restoring his former glory. Meanwhile, Pei Zhao has killed all his brothers, eagerly awaiting his father's demise so he can become the new sect leader and dominate the world. Right now, tensions within the sect are rising, the right guardian and the 4 hall masters may have already aligned with different factions. Should I stay and serve as mere cannon fodder? It's because you've been tirelessly searching for heart methods for the old sect leader that the younger heir cannot tolerate you. So what if he tolerates me? Chi Kaoyuxi swayed his cup slightly, ripples rippling through the wine, its aroma escaping. From being under the old sect leader to the young master, isn't it the same, to end up as someone's dog? He said it lightly, but Shuelu felt it cutting to the ear, hurriedly changing the subject, then, do you have any plans on how to break free? Chi Kaoyuxi looked at him and gave a wry smile, if living offers no way out, then I might as well die. Shuelu was perplexed. The famous sword assembly is a great opportunity. You don't need to get involved in anything else. When the time comes, you just need to make others believe that the corpse is me. This was too simple, and Shuelu couldn't help but ask for more details, that's all. To facilitate my movement around Jianghu, very few in the sect know my identity, Chi Kaoyuxi said, as long as everyone in Jianghu believes that Chi Kaoyuxi is dead, once this news reaches the sect, those who should know will find out. Even if Pei Qin doubts it later and sends someone to investigate, the body would have rotted by then. Shuelu nodded, don't worry, I'll do my best. There's no need to be so solemn. Chi Kaoyuxi filled their wine glasses and raised a toast to him, thanks in advance. Shuelu also lifted his cup, hesitated for a moment, and finally asked, will we meet again after that? Even though he was escaping death, if he wanted to break away from the Bana sect completely, he might have to live anonymously. Who knows, let's leave it to fate, Chi Kaoyuxi laughed lightly. Their cups clashed with a gentle sound, and outside the window, the dew on the grass leaves had dried, the sun grew stronger, and the road leading to Dongting gradually became crowded with passers-by. Two fast horses joined them, galloping into the distance. Chapter 3. Everyone in Dongting knows that Wei Min is not only a wealthy merchant but also a man who loves the martial world. It's rumored that his ancestors once produced a famous swordsman, but later generations didn't live up to expectations. Wei Min himself cannot even stand firmly in horse stance and is clearly unsuited for martial arts. Yet, he does not give up hope. Aside from relying on his son, he supports destitute knights-errant and renamed his estate, Ji Manor, with great ambition. Ji Manor is located in the northwest of the city, covering a vast area. Now its gates are wide open, welcoming heroes and chivalrous figures from all over. As the famous sword conference approaches, the place becomes even more bustling. Inside a pavilion, Wei Min leans on the railing, looking toward the main gate where visitors keep arriving, his gaze sweeping over each person entering. The three major sects, Green Mountain Sect and Guangqin Sect have sent representatives, only Guiyun Manor hasn't arrived yet. Wei Min suddenly spoke, and the youth standing behind him responded, there are still a few days left before the famous sword conference, they might come soon. Foolish, Wei Min sneered, Guiyun Manor certainly won't show up. They deny being involved in the stolen sword incident. If they send someone, it would be slapping their own faces. The youth nodded repeatedly, fearing his father's authority, and stayed silent. Wei Min turned to him, asking, I told you to record the names and sects of all guests. Have you memorized them well? I have. Look carefully. These people are influential in the martial world. Wei Min stared straight at the young man, saying, Wei Ku, listen carefully. They're not here for my sake, nor are they here for you. If you can't impress them this time, you will never get such an opportunity again. He emphasized, moreover, it would be a waste of all my efforts. Do you understand? I understand, Wei Ku whispered, gritting his teeth and lowering his head. Suddenly, a commotion came from the main gate. Wei Ku looked up and saw two young men walking side by side, drawing murmurs from those around. Wei Min's expression changed slightly as he exclaimed, blue robes and silver swords, if that Xue Lu isn't the one beside him. He quickly turned and rushed down the stairs, with Wei Ku hastily following, curiously asking, Father, who are those two people? Other than the few prestigious sects, few could make Wei Min personally welcome them. The one in blue is called Xue Lu, known as the Blue Cloak Guest. You might have heard of him, both his martial skills and temper are good. Wei Min's eyes locked onto the other figure beside him, the other one, 10 years ago became famous worldwide after which his whereabouts were unknown. I've only heard of his name and didn't expect him to actually appear this time. Is he really that powerful? After saying this, Wei Ku wished he could take back his naive question. Perhaps too busy, Wei Min did not scold him. He was already in the courtyard, adjusted his robes, slowed his steps to maintain composure, and approached the two young men. Greetings for your long journey, I am Wei Min. Wei Min bowed smilingly. Thank you for your hospitality, Mr. Wei, I am Xue Lu. Xue Lu gestured toward the person beside him, this is Chi Chowi. Wei Min smiled even broader, it seems my judgment was correct. Recognizing you two wasn't wrong. Hearing about you 200 times is not enough compared to seeing your distinguished demeanor. Your presence will surely add brilliance to the famous sword conference. Chi Chowi waved his hand, Mr. Wei, you misunderstand us. We're just here for the spectacle. We won't step onto the platform. Xue Lu also smiled in agreement. A trace of surprise flashed across Wei Min's face. Then he glanced at his son behind him. Wei Ku immediately understood, stepping forward to greet respectfully. Wei Min patted his shoulder and sighed, what a pity. I often talk about the admirable qualities of Qi and Xue Daxia. This child yearns deeply, hoping to see you in person to expand his horizons. But since the two of you have said so, I won't press any further. Being able to witness your true appearances, he should be satisfied. Yes, Wei Ku obediently agreed. Wei Min no longer lingered in idle chat, calling over servants to lead them to their accommodations. His gaze remained fixed on their retreating backs. Chi Chowi, one sword breaks through Heaven's Gate, haven't you heard of him? Wei Ku hesitated for a moment, realizing his father was answering his previous question. He muttered, break through Heaven's Gate. Heaven's Gate Mountain earned its name due to its dangerous terrain, easy to defend and hard to attack, like an unscalable celestial gateway. Furthermore, the Heaven's Gate sect set up an array based on the terrain, confident it couldn't be broken for many years, indeed it has been invincible. However, 10 years ago, Xue Lu was mistakenly accused of killing a disciple of the Heaven's Gate sect and imprisoned on the mountain. Chi Chowi single-handedly broke through the mountains and the array, rescuing him. Just imagine how formidable his swordsmanship must be. So. Wei Min withdrew his gaze and interrupted his son's words, if you want to find a master, it is true that the famous sects are good choices. However, each of them has countless disciples, how can they compare with a peerless martial artist, who teaches exclusive skills? In the future, one will step into the martial world uniquely. Do you know how many people have been unable to find him in these 10 years? Wei Min's eyes weighed heavily upon Wei Ku as if physically pressing down on him, making him lower his head until he could barely catch his breath. He muttered softly. I won't disappoint you, father. Wei Ku followed his father back, but couldn't help but take another look at the direction where Qi Chaoyi had departed. He remembered the people from Tianmen sect arrived a few days ago and were staying in the eastern courtyard of the manor. Since Qi Chaoyi was known for breaking through the Tianmen barrier with one sword strike, wasn't this implying he had a grudge with Tianmen sect? Ahead, the servants leading them paused for a moment, and Qi Chaoyi held back slightly with Shuelu behind him, before opening his mouth to say, I see why there is an additional preliminary contest before the famous sword conference. It seems Wei Min used it as a chance to showcase his son's potential to the martial community, paving a way for the future. Shuelu smiled lightly. I just saw a group of young knights-errant waiting outside the side gate. Although Wei Manor owner has some personal bias, especially setting up an arena for rising talents to display their prowess isn't necessarily bad. Qi Chaoyi chuckled faintly without continuing. In my opinion, Master Wei also plans to select a fine teacher for his son. Shuelu looked towards him. It seems like he has set his sights on you. Aren't you considering this at all? I'm not crazy enough to be idle and think about raising apprentices, Qi Chaoyi said nonchalantly. Shuelu was about to respond when suddenly he noticed the servant leading them stopped ahead. A group of individuals blocked the path. Judging by their attire they were obviously fellow disciples of the same school. They were currently standing on a stone-carved arched bridge connecting the east and west courtyards. The flowing stream beneath curved gently. The bridge was narrow and the two groups facing each other squarely blocked the way. The servant tried explaining respectfully but the blocking group seemingly didn't hear. One of them roughly shoved the servant aside and stepped forward aggressively. Troublesome, Shuelu heard Qi Chaoyi sigh lowly as the youth leading the opposing side arrived. Respectfully clasping his hands, the youth introduced himself, Meng Si Fan from Tianmen sect. We haven't seen each other in quite some time. Can you still remember me? No particular impression, Qi Chaoyi gave a fleeting glance towards Shuelu and replied vaguely. Actually, he prided himself on having a photographic memory. He had instantly recognized this individual as the current elder brother of Tianmen sect, but he certainly wasn't going to mention that. It was precisely this person whom he once defeated with a single stroke of his sword. His response naturally did not satisfy them, and immediately someone huffed sharply. These disciples were brash and full of youthful pride. Tianmen sect was also a prestigious faction in the martial world. They were naturally proud, except they harbored only dissatisfaction with being overshadowed by the reputation, one sword breaks through heaven's gate. None of them would be comfortable under such pressure. Fine, we don't need to dwell on past matters. But the time has changed now. 3 days later, during the famous sword conference, let's duel again. This time, I will ensure your encounter leaves an indelible mark. Meng Si Fan spoke politely, yet his tone was audacious, and his younger disciples agreed vocally behind him. Qi Chaoyi smirked slightly, no need for anything unforgettable. I am merely here for casual observation, whether it's the stage or even the famous swords themselves, they're irrelevant to me. Shuelu added, the gathering at this year's famous sword conference will bring together great heroes, surely there will be better opponents awaiting you. That's just nice talk. Aren't you afraid of losing too badly and ruining your face? A younger disciple stepped forth. Dine. Meng Si Fan shook his head indicating for his junior disciple to calm down. Dine retreated but continued looking defiantly at them both. Meng Si Fan faced Qi Chaoyi directly, but even so, defeating anyone else on the stage wouldn't hold any meaning without facing you. Shuelu silently sighed. It seemed Tianmen sect, after encountering Qi Chaoyi by chance, became overly emotional. Moreover, with their large number, things might turn difficult to handle. Their standing position on the bridge itself drew attention, and in this short standoff, numerous gazes around them gathered curiously. Some experienced martial artists could discern the situation easily and observed with interest. Meng Si Fan spoke arrogantly, but Qi Chaoyi showed no signs of irritation, instead adopting a more laid-back tone. You can imagine what you wish, there's nothing I can do to stop you. Still, at my age, I've simply lost interest in arena matches. The entire Tianmen sect party gasped in disbelief. Meng Si Fan's complexion darkened somewhat as he managed a forced smile. What nonsense, expert Qi is far from reaching 30 years old, and even if declining the match, such dismissiveness towards us is hardly appropriate. Qi Chaoyi sighed, do you plan on standing here until the end of time? My fellow brothers and I also have things to attend to. It's not clear who would block here for no reason. Deng interjected, his group showing no sign of yielding at all. Instead, they tightly gripped their sword hilts, eyeing the two with an air of readiness. People in the martial world value fame and face, unwilling to lose even a fraction. Enemies encountering each other by chance can't afford to step back. A nearby servant was drenched in sweat, fearful of getting entangled, retreating a few steps until huddled in the corner. Onlookers were waiting just for this moment when swords would cross, their hearts tightened, eyes wide open for fear of missing anything. The atmosphere grew tenser by the second as Meng Si Fan also laid his hand on the sword handle. Since it couldn't come to blows on the stage, a public showdown might just be feasible before all these eyes. Shuelu and Qi Chaoyi exchanged a glance, and then surprisingly both stepped aside simultaneously, clearing the way. This turn left the onlookers stunned, while members of the Tianmen sect looked at each other in bewilderment. Shuelo smiled lightly, if you all have something to do, please go ahead. You. Meng Sifan cast a sharp look towards Qi Chaoyi, but saw only calmness there. He tilted his head slightly and made a gesture inviting them to proceed, as if conceding effortlessly. It was like throwing a punch into cotton, nowhere to vent that feeling clogged his chest. Furthermore, according to the hierarchy of the martial community, Qi Chaoyi and Shuelo could count as their half-seniors. Even if there wouldn't be much trouble starting a fight, letting the opponents make way didn't seem very appropriate. But at this point, any further disputes would only degrade them to quarrelsome women in the marketplace. Meng Sifan gave a signal to the junior disciples behind him, suppressing his anger, bowing respectfully to thank the two before leading the group away. Onlookers left highly disappointed, gradually dispersing. It wasn't for my fault back then that you got into this trouble, Shuelo walked beside Qi Chaoyi, looking apologetic. Qi Chaoyi looked at him and said, back then, since you neither defeated them nor escaped the Tianmen sect, how is this your fault? Shuelo. Chapter 4. As the sun gradually set, a magnificent glow of evening light burned across the horizon. The slanting afterglow fell on the hanging signboard at the main gate, illuminating the gold-embossed characters, Ji Manor, against their black background, making them shine brilliantly. A charming young girl stood in the sunset, silently gazing at the sign for a while before turning to walk toward the side gate. By this time, the area in front of the gate was deserted, with almost no more guests left. A few servants who were responsible for welcoming guests had gathered together chatting idly. Outside the side gate, all those who had been waiting in line had gone, except for an old man sitting behind a small table, registering visitors. With his pen laid aside, he closed the register book, clearly also preparing to head inside. Wait. With a melodious voice ringing out, the girl approached the desk and hastily said, there's still me. I need to enter the manor too. The old man shook his head, pointing to the setting sun, young lady, it's already this late. Where could there be any arrangements left? I've just arrived, I didn't mean to come late, the girl said, slightly aggrieved. I've traveled so far already, please let me in. The old man felt troubled and looked back into the manor for quite some time, offering no response. All the inns in the city are full. Please, have mercy on me, otherwise I'll end up homeless on the streets. The old man thought for a moment, then said, all right, I'll let you in. You check if there's still room, or else go plead with the steward. The girl smiled with relief, expressing thanks repeatedly. The old man spread out the registry, picked up his brush, dipped it in ink, name. Zhao Yue. The old man nodded, Zhao. Interrupting him, Zhao Yue clarified, not Zhao, her eyes flickered slightly as she spoke each word carefully, as in, cold moonlight, Zhao Yue. Startled, the old man looked her up and down, noticing that the young girl was no more than 15 or 16 years old. Aside from her sharp features, her clothing and accessories weren't particularly special. In the end, the old man's gaze rested on her pair of eyes, giving her a meaningful nod before saying nothing further. After registering, holding a slip of paper with her name written on it, following the elder's directions, Zhao Yue entered a small hall within the manor. It was nearly filled with people, most of whom were young newcomers to the martial world without much renown yet, brimming with ambition to show their skills at the famous sword assembly. As soon as they saw each other, they enthusiastically began discussing. Glancing over roughly, Zhao Yue was delighted to discover that there was still an empty seat in the corner. More accurately, a youth sat alone there, his head bent over a book. His side was vacant, with no one attempting conversation with him. All the chatter and laughter in the room seemed to separate from him, quietly creating silence in the corner. Walking over cautiously, Zhao Yue asked, may I sit here? The youth raised his eyes to look at her, then nodded. He looks pretty handsome, Zhao Yue thought to herself. Looking sideways, she noticed a paper bookmark in the pages of the book, revealing the youth's name, and continued speaking, are you called Jiang Li? She extended her hand, introducing herself, Zhao Yue. Jiang Li nodded again, expressionless. Surprised, seeing that he truly showed no reaction and made no attempt to speak, after thinking for a moment, Zhao Yue tentatively asked, you, wouldn't happen to be mute, would you? This remark proved effective as Jiang Li turned to look at her, shaking his head seriously. Zhao Yue finally understood why no one paid him any attention. At this point, suddenly the room grew quiet. The steward pushed the door open, stepped forward, gave a signal, and subsequently, several servants handed out copper locks to everyone present. The steward said they'd lead them to their accommodations shortly where they could choose a room and lock the door to settle down. Then he lectured extensively about the rules of the manor, what areas they were free to visit and which ones they should avoid. While talking, with hands folded, his glance swept over everyone with unmistakable disdain, behaving as if he were housing a group of beggars. Among the guests, humiliation quickly spread, and someone was almost ready to rise in anger but was held back by another. Ji Manor provided lodging for martial artists, but inevitably there were distinctions of class among them. Those well-known individuals or disciples of famous sects had been directly welcomed through the main gate. They, however, who had entered through the side gate, couldn't help but feel somewhat inferior. The servant judges people by their appearance, Zhao Yue snorted coldly under her breath. Wei Min, no matter how you spin it, is nothing more than a greedy businessman seeking profit. Do you know how much money he's siphoned off through this famous sword assembly? Jiang Li listened attentively as she continued. All the profitable businesses in this city, the inns, pawn shops, taverns, and silk stores, are his. Haven't the people coming for the famous sword assembly all ended up handing him their money? And think about it, if Wei Min truly wanted to provide lodging for people, why create these limited slots? Isn't it just so everyone feels lucky to have a spot and shows gratitude to him? Those with wealth and influence have long reserved the entire inns for themselves, leaving us penniless folk without family status or funds to come live here, and thus deserve this contempt. Look over there, across the bridge, it's the East Courtyard. That's where renowned martial artists from the great sects stay. Zhao Yue said bitterly, how can we possibly compare? Jiang Li followed the direction she pointed, looking out through the window. With the dimming twilight, he could only vaguely see a looming dark silhouette. Do you know this place well? Jiang Li asked. I don't. Surprised by his question, Zhao Yue was momentarily tongue-tied, but quickly shifted gears and said, hey, so you really can talk. You were just pretending to ignore me before, weren't you? Before Jiang Li could answer, the others in the hall stood up all at once. The steward who had previously laid down the rules departed without even glancing up, leaving several servants to lead everyone to their accommodations. After following a winding path deep into the west courtyard, they arrived at rows of houses standing uniformly, with white walls and black tiles, no difference between them whatsoever, offering no real choice. Inside the rooms, the beds and tables were fairly clean, though it was clear that the layout was predictable and wouldn't change much. Jiang Li took a quick look around then pushed open the window by the desk, letting the gentle evening breeze flow in. Hey, Jiang Li. Across a narrow lane, Zhao Yue also stood by her window waving at him. Their two rooms were directly opposite each other. She grinned, what a coincidence. Jiang Li waved back in response. Zhao Yue lit her lamp, filling her room with warm light. In the darkness of night, one could almost clearly see the movements of the people below the window. Jiang Li turned his gaze away, quietly sitting in a chair. His belongings were simple, just a few sets of clothes and some books, nothing too tidy. A plain longsword lay casually on the table, easily purchasable at any blacksmith shop. When Jiang Li registered earlier, others had overheard his surname and glanced sideways at him. But seeing his modest appearance, they soon shook their heads and lost interest. Why are you making such a fuss? Not every person named Jiang comes from the Guiyun manor. Just take a good look at him. Someone whispered nearby. When Jiang Li turned his head towards them, they instantly became quiet, averting their eyes as if they had never noticed him at all. Leaning back against the chair, Jiang Li thought silently. There were still 2 days until the famous sword assembly began. The day after tomorrow would feature a special new talent competition arranged by Wei Min, which most young people here were attending for. The main event of the famous sword assembly involved older masters challenging each other and claiming swords. These youngsters were aware of their own limitations, they probably wouldn't even get close to the actual arena, just spectating. However, the new talent competition was very different. It was specifically tailored for those newly entering the martial world, offering opportunities for unknown youths to showcase their skills in front of famous experts. Getting advice or being recognized would be exciting enough, with luck, some might even be recruited by a prestigious sect. But these things were not what Jiang Li sought. As the night grew deeper, moonlight poured through the windows, and shadows flickered against them. He let out a soft sigh. With a loud clang, the blade clash echoed sharply. The knife wielder and the sword wielder both retreated, warily eyeing each other, moving cautiously on the arena. After a brief standstill, the swordsman suddenly advanced, delivering swift strikes. The knife man didn't dodge, relying on the thick blade in his hand sliding along the edge and swiping horizontally, forcing the swordsman to retreat several steps. The spectators below immediately erupted in applause and cheers. The sun was still half hidden behind the clouds, yet the training ground of Ji Manor was already bustling with energy. Tomorrow would be the new talent competition, and a temporary stage had been erected at the center of the grounds. Early in the morning, many of the young attendees gathered there to practice sparring. 2 young men in their early 20s fought fiercely on the platform, drawing excited reactions from those gathered below, eager to try their own hands soon. Standing off to the side, Jiang Li watched intently when someone patted him on the shoulder from behind. You got up pretty early, Zhao Yue said, appearing next to him, stretching lazily. Want to go up there for a few rounds? Jiang Li simply grunted and returned his gaze to the stage. In the blink of an eye, the 2 fighters decided their winner as the sword flew out of its owner's grip, causing the swordsman to tumble and sit on the ground. He laughed and gestured in concession, you're the better man, I'm done. You were distracted just now, otherwise you would have continued the fight, the grey-robed knife wielder replied smiling, extending a hand to help him up. Just as the swordsman grasped the offered hand and attempted to rise, a sharp whistle approached their ears. Reflexively, he released the hand and fell back again. A feathered arrow pierced through the air, narrowly missing both of them before embedding itself in the wall beside the stage. Who dares? The grey-robed youth pulled the swordsman to his feet, turning around loudly questioning. Everyone else on the grounds was equally startled, all looking towards the source of the arrow. Is this place a vegetable market? What kind of people are gathered here making such noise? A young man tossed his recurve bow to someone behind him and strode into the yard. His face was sullen, yet he was dressed in expensive clothing, accompanied by over 10 manservants armed to the teeth and a fawning steward. Zhao Yue rolled her eyes and introduced Jiangli briefly. That's Wei Min's son, not much good stuff about him. How could the young master dare to release an arrow so casually? Doesn't he fear injuring anyone? The grey-robed youth frowned deeply. Didn't I miss? Wei Ku showed no hint of shame and retorted, who gave you permission to practice sparring here? Unsatisfied voices rose from the crowd. What now? Wasn't it the butler who said yesterday that we can use the arena? Yesterday the steward said it was allowed, now you go back on your word. Wei Ku shot the steward a fierce glance, prompting him to hastily explain, it was originally Lord Wei's instruction. I don't care who instructed what, Wei Ku interrupted impatiently, I need the ground now, clear it out immediately. Spotting the steward sweating profusely with conflict, he added coldly, my father sent me here. Upon hearing these words, the steward visibly relaxed, straightening up with authority and commanded the guards. Each guard, carrying a long stick, proceeded half politely half forcefully to escort everyone out. The clashing sound of weapons erupted as all attendees pulled their arms, ready for defense. The grey-robed youth remained on the stage and called out sharply, young master, chasing us away like this is utterly unreasonable. That's right. Why should we leave just because you say so? Everyone joined in passionately. Why indeed? Wei Ku smirked, the platform is for sparring, but it doesn't mean just any random person can come up and cause trouble. Are you saying that we're causing trouble? The grey-robed youth clenched the hilt of his knife tighter. And isn't that what you're doing? Don't think your street performer level skills would last a moment if people were laughing at them. A man angrily countered, and what if we don't budge? Clashing weapons resonated again, signaling they were prepared to fight against the guards. How about this? Wei Ku sneered, you've enjoyed our food and lodging, now you want to monopolize the training grounds and deny its usage to me. Is this villa yours, then? No one will stop those unwilling. Though logically flawed, these words hit hard on everyone's sore spot. Shelterless under the eaves, heads had to bow. And without high status or exceptional abilities, none dared to confront directly. Most had come expecting little fame from the sword assembly, despite indignation, what else could they do? With gritted teeth, the grey-robed youth silently descended from the platform. Seeing this, others reluctantly swallowed their anger, suppressing it despite the discomfort gnawing at their throats. Those too proud to submit were quietly tugged by friends nearby, muttering resignedly, let it be. The spacious training grounds suddenly fell silent, heavy and oppressive as all watched them walk by in gloom. Lost in thought, Jiangli failed to move. One guard noticed this and reached out to seize his shoulder, only for his hand to grab air as though Jiangli vanished without effort. Noticing the guard's sudden fierceness, Zhao Yue quickly pulled Jiangli along with the dispersing crowd. Jiangli glanced at her, letting her hold without resistance. Ascending the stage, Wei Ku looked down at those retreating figures and suddenly spoke, hey, you with the blade, wait a moment. Calling twice, the grey-robed youth finally stopped, albeit hesitating, replying coldly, young master, is there anything else? Wei Ku inspected him from head to toe, stay. I saw earlier that your kung fu isn't bad, stay and test my hands. The grey-robed youth laughed sarcastically, why should I obey you? You wanted a match, let me give it to you. Won't it be better than fighting with them? With my street performer level skills, how dare I challenge the young master, replied the grey-robed youth. Wei Ku grinned, what benefit do you seek? Wealth? Renowned swords? They are mine to offer. The grey-robed youth slowly turned around, knitting his brows tightly, what trickery? Wei Ku paused leisurely, you currently reside in that shabby house in the west courtyard, right? If you agree, I'll have you moved to the east courtyard, well attended. The east courtyard housed prestigious martial experts. Whether being attended mattered less compared to the potential encounters with renowned heroes. Those still lingering fixated their gaze on him, eager for his response. The grey-robed youth relaxed his frown and burst into loud laughter, good, good. Repeating several goods, the previous sword-wielding companion was startled, big brother, you. Suddenly, he swung his knife upwards in a flash of silver light. Just as the guards were rushing in, there came a ding sound as a copper key landed on the stone floor, cleanly snapped into two pieces. Each person had been given a copper lock the previous day for choosing and securing their house, and this was the corresponding key. Yes, I may be penniless and mediocre, unknown to fame, but I am not one to be humiliated at will. The grey-robed youth exclaimed fiercely. Is it just because of some so-called prestigious sword gathering that there's no other place in this world for me to rise? With that, he turned without a second glance, gripping his knife as he walked away. Beside him, others brimming with suppressed anger saw his actions and could hold back no longer. Pulling out their keys, they broke them cleanly and threw them away, following him with large strides. Sunlight fell behind them as they left an excellent opportunity on the ground, yet their backs remained unusually straight. Full of youthful pride, how could they endure such humiliation? In such a vast martial world, where could they not wield their swords? Wei Ku watched coldly from afar, neither speaking nor stopping them. Good riddance, should have thrown the key right at his face. Zhao Yu gritted her teeth, glancing at Jiang Li who walked thoughtfully beside her. Where do you plan to go next? The library. Zhao Yu paused, somewhat puzzled. Presumably Wei Min intended to maintain appearances, many areas of the villa were supposedly open to them, like the arena and the library. Wei Ko probably wouldn't chase people out of the library after winning the arena, though this wasn't the main point. Shocked, Zhao Yu asked, "You're not leaving?" Jiang Li shook his head. "Aren't you angry?" Jiang Li fell silent for a moment before quietly replying, "I have a reason I must stay." Later, Zhao Yu met his searching gaze and hurriedly looked away. "What are you looking at me for?" Her voice trailed off. "I also have my own reasons for staying." Chapter 5. Qi Chaoshi passed through the moon gate and, with a glance, noticed two people arguing not far away. He silently sighed in his heart. In the past 10 years, he had been searching for the whereabouts of the elixir of immortality, on behalf of the old master, and his movements were unpredictable. It was clear that Tianmen's sect indeed worried about missing this opportunity to erase their previous humiliation, making it even harder to catch him. The two people over there immediately saw him as well. Du Heng broke free from Meng Xishuan's hand, advanced with his sword drawn, and loudly said, "Du Heng from the Tianmen sect, I specially came here to ask for your guidance." Though the wording was polite, the tone clearly indicated a desire for revenge. Qi Chaoshi showed little interest and replied, "It seems I won't get any peace while I'm here. Master Qi has been hiding like a turtle for 10 years, do you still lack some momentary tranquility?" Du Heng blurted out. Although one couldn't expect this younger brother in martial arts to remain courteous for long, no one expected him to reveal his true intentions after just 2 sentences. Meng Xishuan shook his head slightly. As his gaze swept across the empty surroundings, his expression changed momentarily before resuming his stance at a slight distance, without stepping forward to obstruct. Upon hearing this, Qi Chaoshi lightly chuckled, "I do lack peace." Du Heng coldly snorted, "Don't worry, you're about to enjoy plenty of peace." Before his words faded, he unsheathed his sword and swung it towards Qi Chaoshi. This person had an irritable temper and fierce combat techniques. The sword Qi roared like a violent wind rushing towards him. Qi Chaoshi easily sidestepped, but Du Heng reacted quickly, changing his technique to pursue and unleash several dozen strokes within moments. The fierce winds created by the sword Qi swept across the courtyard, stirring all grasses and trees. Unlike master brother Meng Xishuan, this was the first time Du Heng had seen Qi Chaoshi. He only felt that this man exuded a casual and laid-back attitude, which was far removed from the image of someone who breaks through battlefields and charges up mountains. Faced with this relentless pursuit, whether due to contempt or simply being accustomed to idleness, the other party merely kept dodging and did not even draw their sword. Du Heng became increasingly infuriated and attacked even faster, his moves like a hurricane and torrential rain, striking directly at vital points. Though Qi Chaoshi avoided being injured, he could not resist the continuous and aggressive attacks, almost being wrapped up entirely by the shadow of the sword. Finally, Qi Chaoshi took action. Spinning around, he deflected Du Heng's elbow and swiftly seized a gap, pressing a hand onto Du Heng's forehead. Meng Xishuan observing nearby began to panic. "Don't be so persistent," Qi Chaoshi sighed and gently pushed. Du Heng involuntarily retreated 2 steps, feeling a buzzing sensation in his head, somewhat dizzy. He violently shook his head, and instead of fear, a surge of ferocity drove him to thrust his sword again. Finally, Qi Chaoshi picked up his sword, yet did not draw it out, using the scabbard to block the strike. Subsequently, he twisted his wrist, causing Du Heng's sword momentum to deviate. The sword slid along the edge of Qi Chaoshi's robe, prompting Du Heng to instantly grab the sword hilt upside down, raising it to slash horizontally. However, before the blade could approach Qi Chaoshi's neck, his wrist was firmly pinched. Du Heng was at a disadvantage, too close to Qi Chaoshi, unable to turn his sword around. Nevertheless, he smiled as if satisfied, revealing eyes filled with fierce resolve. At this moment, a young boy turned around from the courtyard veranda. Meng Xishuan caught sight of him from the corner of his eye and immediately shouted, "Du Heng." Hearing the call, Du Heng slowed his movement briefly. However, Qi Chaoshi didn't hesitate, reversing the lift of the scabbard, pressing it against Du Heng's wrist at a bizarre angle. This long sword seemingly transformed into a large snake coiling around his arm, and Du Heng was greatly shocked but unable to escape. With a gentle tap, Qi Chaoshi delivered a tingling sensation rapidly through his body, as if bitten harshly by a venomous snake. Shaken, Du Heng watched helplessly as his sword flew sideways, piercing through the corridor wall with a sharp whistle, splitting the beautifully painted wall and gradually widening its crack. The youth, fortunately, stepped back in time, protecting the few worn-out books he held tightly in his arms, whose yellowing and brittle pages nearly succumbed to the forceful sword Qi. Meng Xishuan quickly stepped forward, pulled the sword stuck in the wall, and apologized to the youth. Having been disarmed, Du Heng endured waves of numbness and pain in his arm but remained silent, glaring fiercely at Qi Chaoshi. Then, he turned around and walked back beside his senior brother Meng Xishuan. After checking that Du Heng was uninjured, Meng Xishuan courteously bowed to Qi Chaoshi and respectfully called out, "Thank you, honorable elder, for your guidance." Though unwilling, Du Heng had no choice but to let Meng Xishuan drag him away. Qi Chaoshi helplessly shook his head, then proceeded towards the veranda. The youth remained where he was, turning to look at the retreating figures of the two from Tianmen sect. Sensing someone approaching, he looked up. Their eyes met, and Qi Chaoshi's foot paused mid-step on the stone staircase. Indeed, the youth wasn't dazzling in appearance, but his gaze, upon turning, radiated a clarity akin to fresh spring water. His voice naturally softened. "Were you frightened?" Instead of replying, the youth bent down, sweeping something off the ground. Upon rising, between his fingers appeared 3 silver needles finer than cattle hair, which he handed over. Qi Chaoshi unknowingly stretched out his hand to receive it and then heard the youth speak. "The person you just fought had these 3 needles concealed in his hand. You couldn't see them from your side, and that other person was worried I'd come across it, so he called out to stop." After finishing, the youth nodded briefly as if signaling his intent to leave. At the distance from Du Heng just now, had these silver needles been shot out, even if Qi Chaoshi wouldn't have ended up disabled, he would certainly have suffered quite a bit. Qi Chaoshi curled his fingers together slightly and called out suddenly, "Hey, wait." The youth turned back at the sound, awaiting further words. Qi Chaoshi smiled and asked, "Young man, what's your name?" This question seemed unexpected, as the youth hesitated for a moment, lingering without answering. Although unclear why there was hesitation, Qi Chaoshi patiently waited for the youth to deliberate, when suddenly Xue Li's voice came from behind him. Turning around briefly to respond, he saw Xue Lu step through the moon gate, walking while saying, "Mr. Wei has invited us over. I thought I might have misheard your voice. Strange, why are you standing here alone?" Qi Chaoshi turned abruptly, only to find himself alone with nothingness beside him, as though the youth had been merely an illusion. "What's wrong?" Xue Lu followed his gaze. "Nothing," Qi Chaoshi shifted his focus. "Does Wei Min need our help with something?" Xue Lu smiled in return. Wei Min waited atop the platform of the training ground. In the arena below, the clash of metal echoed as Wei Ku was sparring with someone. Under the bright sun, Wei Ku was drenched in sweat but dared not let his attention waver, swinging his sword with all his strength to force the opponent back toward the edge of the stage. Just as Qi Chaoshi and Xue Lu stepped up, Wei Min immediately stood to greet them, asking solicitously if they were satisfied with their accommodation and meals. Then they sat down, and shortly after, a cry erupted from the arena. There was Wei Ku standing alone on the platform, gasping for breath, while the opponent had already fallen off the stage, scrambling to stand up clumsily. Wei Min's eyes lit up with admiration, and he turned to them smilingly. "My son may be of limited talent, but fortunately this time he didn't bring shame upon me." He gestured towards the platform, calling Wei Ku over, continuing, "People in the martial world value directness. I'll say frankly. The two of you shouldn't think too much of it. As a father, I have my own selfish reasons for requesting a little guidance from you for him. It doesn't need to be anything too demanding, just enough so that he doesn't embarrass me tomorrow during the match." Before long, Wei Ku stood with his sword before them, bowing respectfully and greeting one by one. The past couple of days' attentions from Master Wei were clearly visible. Xue Lu felt a little awkward, but since Wei Min had spoken, he accepted readily and rose promptly to take Wei Ku's sword, meticulously explaining while demonstrating some techniques. Qi Chaoshi watched lazily from the side. Suddenly, Wei Min began a conversation with him, casually discussing about tomorrow's novice competition, all the while subtly requesting his presence for watching. Thus Wei Min kept talking enthusiastically, and although Qi Chaoshi could almost hear Wei Min's calculating mind ticking away, his words were seamless, leaving no room for rejection. Against the clear blue sky where no clouds lingered and occasionally a lone bird flew by, Qi Chaoshi's gaze dropped. He noticed Wei Ku focusing intently on Xue Li's demonstration, nodding frequently. His heart stirred slightly as he remembered the youth under the veranda who disappeared in the blink of an eye without disturbing neither him nor Xue Lu. Judging by appearances, the boy looked to be 17 or 18 yet possessed such extraordinary light body skills. When Xue Lu finished his explanation, Wei Min once again invited both of them to join him for a meal. On the way out, Wei Ku suddenly edged closer. "Father. What is it?" Wei Ku said softly, "I want to visit mother." Wei Min didn't look at him and replied, "Once you win tomorrow's competition and pay respects to your future master, you can also go visit your mother. The dead can wait, but the living cannot. Remember what Xue Lu taught you, and come back to practice swordplay afterward." Wei Ku fell silent, wiping the sweat off his face. Chapter 6. In the end, Qi Chaoyi still accompanied Xue Lu to the rookie competition. After repeated refusals, she could not very well decline her host's face. However, Xue Lu was always accustomed to arriving early. When their seats were arranged with great care on a high platform by the servants, Qi Chaoyi cast her eyes around, only to find that the main seat and several adjacent spots were still empty. Around the arena, there were only a few small clusters of people gathered sparsely, like scattered ants in a sandy field. The morning light was hazy, and Qi Chaoyi leaned her head on her hand, so drowsy that she was contemplating cutting ties with Xue Lu for good. Xue Lu smiled apologetically and said, "I won't wake you up so early next time. It is still early, why don't you take a nap?" "Forget it," Qi Chaoyi shook her hands, exhausted both mentally and physically. She reluctantly roused herself, then turned her attention to those empty seats. These prime seats must be reserved for Green Mountain sect and Wai Qin sect. Strange, who does the vacant seat beside the main one belong to? Has Guiyun Mountain sent anyone? It should be the seat of great Qing Juxian, said Shuelu. Wei Zhuangzhu invited him to ensure fairness, and after the competition, the sword will be handed over to Qing Great for temporary custody until the winner of the famous sword assembly claims it. Qi Chaoyi nodded, recalling it now. Wei Min, a mere merchant, managed to gain the participation of so many martial artists mainly thanks to the fame of the concealed treasure sword and Qing Juxian's reputation. This great Qing had roamed the jianghu for over 20 years, not famed for his martial prowess but for his unyielding adherence to righteousness and honor, his promises as weighty as gold. His most celebrated act was the vengeance he sought for a dear friend who fell prey to an evil man. Accepting his dying friend's plea, Qing traveled far into the western regions, concealing his identity and tracking down the culprit. With such vast expanses in the 36 kingdoms of the West, it took him 15 long years before he finally avenged his friend, returning the wife and children to the mainland where they were safely settled. Promising someone is easy, yet how many would willingly dedicate 15 years of their life to fulfilling such a promise? Hence, despite lingering doubts about this gathering among some, the presence of Qing Juxian quickly dispelled any suspicions. As people trickled in one by one, without mentioning other sects, all 3 sons of Shen, the headmaster of Green Mountain sect, were present. Lin, the master of Guangqin sect, also dispatched her daughter. The turnout might not have been huge, but the event showed enough importance to draw them all to the assembly. As Shuelu predicted, Qing Juxian indeed arrived together with Wei Min, taking his place beside the main seat. Though middle-aged, Qing looked undiminished in vitality, his features gentle as he exchanged low pleasantries with those seated near him. Now fully bright, Wei Min delivered a short address followed by the gong sound from the servant standing near the platform, marking the start of the competition. 2 young men were the first to step onto the stage, inexperienced and glancing frequently at the high platforms, exchanging names before commencing battle. Jiang Li withdrew his gaze and glanced around. Below the arena, people swarmed, the clash of weapons on stage stirring a lively atmosphere. Yet Jiang Li noticed, compared to yesterday when he came, the number of youngsters preparing to fight was nearly halved. Wei Ke stood idly beside the platform, absent-mindedly watching the combatants. Jiang Li remembered how Wei Min deliberately scanned this way upon entering, his expression calm as if everything was foreseen. He suddenly frowned, realizing the brawl from yesterday wasn't sudden but rather a carefully designed provocation. Those angered and left thought they had restored their dignity, but they had merely fallen into the trap. Fewer opponents meant greater chances of victory. Shifting his glance, he saw the 2 individuals on the stage have decided their winner. The victor, wielding a long spear, eyed his next opponent with growing excitement. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Jiang Li felt unusually quiet. He turned to look at Zhao Yue by his side. She stared ahead silently, her gaze seemingly passing through the moving figures on the stage and landing somewhere on the high platform in the distance. As if looking for someone or just lost in thought. She had chatted non-stop while waiting, pointing out interesting people and stories about different schools and heroes around her, familiar with every detail. But as soon as Wei Min entered the ground, Zhao Yue suddenly became quiet. The sound of metal striking echoed as the challenger was thrown to the ground again. The spear-wielding youth called confidently from the stage, "Who else will come up?" Before Jiang Li realized, Zhao Yue was already leaping onto the stage, pulling out her sword, declaring, "Me." Seeing that her rival was a girl, her delicate appearance contrasted sharply with the red outfit, the spear-wielding youth chuckled and asked politely, "May I inquire about your fair name, miss?" "Zhao Yue." She answered loudly, sounding less like a reply and more like an effort to attract someone's attention. At this, the audience below burst into a cacophony of discussion, louder and more fervent than the previous martial exchanges. The spear-wielding youth looked up at the high platform with an odd expression. On it, Qing Juxian, who had been seated beside the main position, abruptly stood. He stared in disbelief at the water-red figure on the stage. With one swift movement, he leaped onto the stage as murmurs of shock spread through the crowd. All eyes were immediately on Qing Juxian, all but Zhao Yu's. She still faced away from him, seemingly oblivious to the commotion she'd caused. "You, turn around." Qing Juxian stammered, his voice trembling. Zhao Yu paused for a moment before slowly turning to face him, raising her head proudly as their gazes met. Qing Juxian examined her anxiously, scrutinizing every inch from her hem to her hair, eventually lingering on her face. He was speechless for a long while. Though Jiang Li did not understand why others were so surprised by Zhao Yu's name, when she stood opposite Qing Juxian, the resemblance between them became clear, especially in those peach blossom-shaped eyes, as though painted by a world-class artist using the same brushstroke. However, these matching eyes carried vastly different emotions, one serene and tranquil, the other filled with restrained compassion. Qing Juxian couldn't help but tremble as he extended his hand toward her sleeve, as if afraid that she might be merely a reflection like flowers in a mirror or moonlight on water. Zhao Yu suddenly stepped back, dodging his reach, leaving his arms suspended mid-air. Embarrassed, Qing Juxian quickly retracted his hand, finally finding his voice. "What is your mother's name?" "She comes from the Meng family, and her given name is Yun." "Do you know me?" Qing Juxian asked cautiously, his eyes flickering nervously. A pin-drop silence descended over the training grounds, as no one could have anticipated the great martial hero addressing a young girl with such deference. I have no father." Zhao Yu cut him off sharply. The light in Qing Juxian's eyes dimmed, and he nodded painfully, unable to find words to ease the discomfort. The gazes from onlookers pierced through the brief exchange, trying to unravel its hidden secrets. Realizing belatedly how forward he had been, Qing Juxian glanced around apologetically. He then turned respectfully toward the young spear wielder and apologized with a bow. Startled, the youth returned the gesture hastily. To the spectators, Qing Juxian bowed once again. I've delayed the competition inadvertently. Please forgive my rashness. As he moved to step down from the stage, he could not help himself from turning back and giving another piece of advice: be careful and don't overexert yourself. Zhao Yu glared at him silently, prompting a heavy sigh from Qing Juxian before he descended back to his seat step by agonizing step. While the audience's gaze still lingered on Qing Juxian's departing figure, Zhao Yu had already whirled back around, raised her sword, and called out loudly, startling everyone, next. The valor of Miss Zhao Yu inspires awe. I shall not hold back, the youth said as his hand swept along his spear shaft, gripping it tightly. In a flash, he darted forward with a piercing strike, his spear tip cutting through the air in a bright arc, targeting vital spots without any leniency due to her being female. Instinctively, Zhao Yu raised her sword to block, resulting in a shrill clang as metal clashed. The young man skillfully adjusted his strategy. He flipped his wrist, causing the spearhead to slide across the blade, thrusting it further ahead. Zhao Yu quickly bent low to evade. In the split second as she rose, she swung her sword forcefully, deflecting the spear and swiftly retaliating with a slash. The spear's technique emphasized grandeur and forcefulness, creating a spectacular show akin to a rainbow dominating the arena in the youth's hands, leaving Zhao Yu little breathing room. Yet, despite her smaller frame, her agility was extraordinary, making her seem like a red fish deftly weaving through aquatic plants created by the spear's shadow. Gradually, however, the gap between their skills became apparent. Though Zhao Yu remained unscathed, she was firmly pinned down by the spear, placing her on the defensive. Qing Juxian watched with unwavering intensity, clenching his fists subconsciously. At that moment, Zhao Yu's eyes lit up. She spotted a fleeting opening. In the blink of an eye, she evaded the spear and delivered a lightning-fast strike. There was a crisp snap, as her sword slashed against the youth's waist, slicing only the outer fabric. Both Zhao Yu's expression and the youth changed momentarily, but he soon grinned and said, "Thank you for your mercy, but I'm afraid I cannot reciprocate." As he spoke, his spear spun continuously, stirring gusts of wind with every rotation, forcing Zhao Yu to retreat several steps until she was beyond the sword's effective range. Seizing the momentum, the youth wielded both hands to swing the spear with full force, generating an awe-inspiring storm like autumn winds scattering fallen leaves. Zhao Yu leaned backward instinctively to dodge, yet a sharp wind grazed her cheek. Suddenly losing her balance, she fell backward, eyes wide in shock as she realized she had retreated to the very edge of the platform. Falling now would land her in the sandy ground of the training area, a humiliation even if not injurious. Frustrated, she closed her eyes resignedly. At the very moment Qing Juxian stood up, he saw Zhao Yu suddenly stop her retreat and stabilize herself back on the stage. A youth had now stepped to her side. Jiangli retracted his hand from where it had rested on Zhao Yu's back. Thanks a ton, Zhao Yu, still slightly startled, patted Jiang Li's shoulder. If you hadn't been here, I would have been utterly humiliated. Are you alright? Jiang Li asked. Seeing Zhao Yu shake her head, he turned toward the spear-wielding youth, nodded briefly, then drew his sword from its sheath. The duel resumed on the stage. Qi Chaoshi recognized the fleeting figure from under the corridor and perked up a bit, turning to ask Shuelo, what did he say his name was? If I didn't hear wrong, it's Jiang Li. Which Jiang? Qi Chaoshi asked, Jiang of Guiyun Manor. He doesn't seem like someone from Guiyun Manor, Shuelo remarked, keeping an eye on the situation on the stage. But that young man has already won 3 consecutive battles, his spear technique is pure. His potential is limitless. I wonder how this match will turn out. A sharp crack split the air, cutting off his sentence mid-sentence. Even the vast training ground fell eerily silent for a brief moment. Somewhere in the distance, cicadas chirped. The sun grew fiercer, casting deep green shadows from the parasol trees lining the edge of the practice field as the wind rustled through the leaves with soft whispers. On the stage, the youth's face was filled with disbelief. His spear was gone, having clattered uselessly to the sand below. Slowly, he turned his head. Several feet away, a long spear stood planted firmly into the ground, sending dust flying and shaking incessantly. The victor was decided in 5 moves or less. The youth laughed heartily and gave Jiang Li a respectful bow. That was invigorating. I admit defeat wholeheartedly. He jumped down from the stage, grabbed the spear back without looking back, and strode off with confidence. Zhao Yu stared blankly at Jiang Li standing there, sword hanging low, his silhouette betraying some indescribable unease in her voice. She muttered softly, "You're actually this good." Chapter 7. Then 7 more contestants took the stage one after another, only to be defeated in succession. The crowd gradually recovered from their shock and, having observed for a long while, slowly began to discern some patterns. This cold and taciturn youth was not wielding any extraordinary martial arts, quite the contrary. His sword techniques were mundane and lacked variation, almost all being the most common and direct moves. Thrust, slash, cut, and slice, all these basic skills practiced by beginner swordsmen were fully displayed through his hands. However, he reacted with incredible speed, moved lightly and swiftly, and could always predict his opponent's changes, seize the openings, and then defeat them instantly. The opponents didn't even know how they ended up without the ability to defend themselves, their weapons flying out of their hands. Whispers spread incessantly among the spectators below. After confirming that no one knew who this young man was, a consensus had formed in their minds. It was evident that this youth possessed exceptional talent, perhaps even a once-in-a-generation martial arts prodigy. Unfortunately, he had not yet found a competent teacher and only knew some rudimentary sword techniques, barely entering the path of true swordsmanship. But given his natural intelligence and innate qualities, if an accomplished master were to take him under their wing and provide careful instruction, this youth would undoubtedly become a person renowned throughout the land in the future. After several matches, not only did Chi Chaoying watch with great interest, but members of other sects also showed considerable interest, asking about the youth's name. These faint whispers reached Wei Min's ears, annoying him more than the cicada's shrill calls. Although he sat silently without speaking, his expression darkened. His eyes carried profound meaning as he cast his gaze toward the side of the arena. Wei Ku averted his face, unwilling to meet his father's eyes. Wasn't he burning inside as well? Born as a son of a concubine, his own mother had passed away long ago, and his elder brothers were scattered across various regions doing business. It was only because of his inherent martial roots that he managed to gain his father's attention. Day by day, he studied diligently and practiced hard, exhausting every ounce of energy in himself just to win a slight approval from his father. If he lost this trial and couldn't become a disciple, his martial arts would be rendered useless, everything he owned might vanish into thin air, or it could get even worse. He shook his head forcefully, refusing to dwell on the details further. When the eighth opponent on stage admitted defeat, hesitation spread among the spectators as no one immediately stepped forward. Jiangli maintained a calm demeanor, stretching his fingers before gripping the sword tightly again, showing no signs of exhaustion. Unable to endure the wait any longer, Wei Ku pushed through the crowded crowd and stopped beside a thin black-clad young man. Without looking at him, his eyes fixed on the direction of the arena, Wei Ku urged, "Are you going to step on stage or what? Is it my turn already?" The black-clad youth looked ahead, ignoring Wei Ku entirely. "How else? If I were you, could you still wait? Is there anyone here who needs this trial more than me?" Suppressing his emotions desperately, Wei Ku spoke in a low, urgent voice. "If they lose, at worst they'll miss an opportunity, but what about me? Why do I have to compete with them for this? Young master doesn't need to say so much. I'm merely here to do the job." "Well, don't waste time anymore," Wei Ku said, "no matter how you do it, I want him to fall." The black-clad youth finally glanced at his anxious expression before darting onto the arena. He was a hidden pawn arranged by Wei Min beforehand, intended to ensure Wei Ku's ultimate victory by eliminating difficult opponents beforehand. Years ago, when this youth was struggling and destitute, he received assistance from Wei Min, and now it was time to repay that favor. Cui Yan, the black-clad youth announced his name, sliding a pair of executioner pens from his sleeves. They resembled writing brushes but were made of iron entirely, and their tips glinted coldly and dangerously sharp. Jiangli nodded, "Please proceed." Cui Yan gripped the executioner pens firmly in both hands and retreated 2 steps, widening the distance between them. Jiangli stared straight ahead, the tip of his sword gently touching the ground, motionless for the moment. A ripple of unease spread among the spectators below. These 2 individuals were indeed peculiar, especially the black-clad youth. With his short executioner pens, around a foot long, it was said, an inch shorter, an inch more perilous, which implied that the art of using short weapons lay in close-range grappling. Yet, instead of closing the distance, he retreated, placing himself at a disadvantage right from the start. The atmosphere froze silently, growing tense as the standoff intensified. The wind ceased, strings tightened, waiting only for the first move. Cui Yan's sleeves fluttered slightly, and the next moment he shot forward like a fleeting shadow. Jiangli swung his sword sideways to dodge, the executioner pens grazing against it with a piercing screech. Before its momentum ended, Cui Yan twisted his body and lunged again. Both of them moved with astonishing speed. Within a blink of an eye, they exchanged dozens of moves. For those whose skills were inferior, it was dizzying to follow. The dual executioner pens seemed to form points of light expanding into a curtain of silver rain descending from the sky, while the long sword flashed like lightning cutting through stormy rain, wind whipping, rain cascading, thunder rumbling and lightning cracking. "The younger generation truly is something to be feared," sighed Xue Lu involuntarily. As Jiangli parried the thrust aimed at his vital points, he abruptly reversed his hand and swung horizontally, creating a circle of cold silver light around him. It was like a sudden gust of wind that shattered the rain curtain into pieces, forcing Cui Yan to step back a few paces to catch his breath. Perhaps it was in his nature. From the very start of the match, Jiang Li's face had been pale. As Cui Yan scrutinized this, he could not determine how much strength Jiang Li truly retained. Prolonging the fight might lead to an unfavorable situation. The executioner pens whistled sharply as they attacked, meeting the sword edge. In the blink of an eye, Cui Yan flipped both wrists, resembling flowers blossoming rapidly as the pen slid along the longsword. Jiang Li tilted his head to dodge, missing by a fraction, but it gave Cui Yan the opportunity to close the distance. He assaulted again, this time putting all his power into those 2 points of icy brilliance, wielding overwhelming force akin to crushing bamboo. Jiang Li's sword hand trembled as a clang rang out. One executioner pen rolled away, spinning through the air, while the other remained locked against the longsword, with their bodies now barely inches apart. In the next moment, Cui Yan made his move, the pen suddenly elongated by 1.5 feet, piercing straight through Jiang Li's right shoulder. The tip jutted out from behind his shoulder blade, red and wet as if dipped in crimson ink. "Stop!" Cheng Zhi shouted loudly from the elevated platform. "Jiang Li!" Zhao Yue cried out in shock, and murmurs erupted among the spectators below as servants frantically beat the gongs. Cold sweat poured down Jiang Li's forehead, soaking his eyelashes. He took a deep breath and lifted his gaze. Before Cui Yan could discern the look in Jiang Li's eyes, he felt a massive wave of force surge from the sword, like a thunderous tide rushing forth. Cui Yan stumbled backward, nearly falling over in his astonishment. As the executioner pen was withdrawn, blood spattered across the wooden planks of the arena, scattering like plum blossoms opening on a barren tree. Jiang Li's figure wavered slightly, yet he did not collapse. Gripping his injured shoulder tightly, he winced as the crimson liquid soaked his clothes. His right hand trembled, but his grip on the sword tightened even further. "This is a place of honorable combat. How dare you resort to deceitful attacks? Step down immediately." Cheng Zhi scolded sternly, his voice like a crack of thunder. Cui Yan smirked, responding to Jiang Li, "An impulsive mistake, my apologies." He picked up his weapon and descended from the stage. The righteous martial world has always despised cunning tricks and hidden weapons. While one might question what happens in private, it is unacceptable to use such methods openly. The disdainful looks from various sects were evident, and an elder seated on the main seat of the Tianmen sect glanced toward Du Heng, whispering, "Did you see that? Less with silver needles and hidden darts in the future, it doesn't just ruin your reputation, but tarnishes the name of our sect." "Uncle Qin makes sense," Du Heng nodded fervently, but muttered privately to Meng Sifan beside him, "If only I'd won last time, no one would have said anything. Remember, Master Jiang suddenly showed up then, I would have defeated Qi Chaoying already. If I had won, would Uncle Qin still have called me useless?" Meng Sifan shook his head disapprovingly. "Last time, Qi Chaoying deliberately held back. That sword stroke alone could have severed your arm. Be more careful going forward." Du Heng reluctantly agreed, glancing sideways where Meng Sifan sat. Scholar Xuelu sighed regrettably, "His bleeding hasn't stopped, the wound seems quite severe. He must be bandaged immediately. It's unfortunate, I thought he'd triumph." Qi Chaoying didn't avert his gaze from Jiang Li for a single moment, saying slowly, "It's not over yet." Indeed, as if confirming his words, Jiang Li turned to face the crowd below the platform. Upon seeing the blood splatter, Wei Ku inexplicably felt a sense of strange relief rise within him. He exhaled, awaiting Jiang Li's retreat. But when he looked up, he met a pair of piercing eyes, startling him. "Is it your turn?" Jiang Li slowly raised his sword, pointing distantly at Wei Ku, beckoning him to come forward. "Come." His voice carried a sharpness reminiscent of breaking jade. Wei Ku felt unexpectedly stung, unsure whether it was due to the tone or the sunlight shimmering on the sword tip. Initially instinctively retreating, Wei Ku's anger surged. "What do I fear from him? Wei Ku grumbled inwardly, he insists on vying with me, trying to harm me. Now he's nothing more than a cripple with a wounded arm. What should I fear?" He unsheathed his sword, leaped high, and jumped onto the platform. "Come then." After landing momentarily on the stage, he immediately rushed toward Jiang Li, intent on taking the initiative. With a roaring wind accompanying his movement, Wei Ku's blade struck directly toward Jiang Li's right shoulder. Jiang Li also brandished his sword but instead of blocking, chose offense over defense. Their swords clashed, sparking a shower of fireflies. Jiang Li's grip on his sword was so tight that his knuckles turned white. Both retreated simultaneously. From the impact, Wei Ku's palm went numb, yet he kept focused on the opponent. Despite not showing explicitly, he believed Jiang Li's pain was far greater. It was indeed true. Although not obvious yet, Jiang Li's speed did slow down slightly. Swords collided continuously, metal cries reverberating in the air like plaintive shrieks. Wei Ku seized the opportunity, poured all his strength into his sword, and swung down violently. Jiang Li's arm trembled as he turned his body to diffuse the force, however, for a fleeting moment, the strain on his wound slowed his movements. Wei Ku had anticipated this, switched to a reverse grip, and slashed horizontally from behind, pressing directly onto Jiang Li's right shoulder, bringing the blade dangerously close to his neck. Jiang Li's fingers tightened involuntarily, yet he found it momentarily impossible to muster the strength. The blood on his shoulder deepened in layers, turning a dark red. "Jiang Li." Zhao Yue called out clearly towards him, "That's enough. Concede, stop fighting." Wei Ku was just waiting for this sentence. Clenching his teeth, he continued pressing the sword downwards, not intending to sever Jiang Li's throat but rather to force him to lower his head. Yet, Jiang Li refused to bow his head. A sharp curve formed along his neck as cold sweat trickled down from the tip of his nose. The last bit of color drained from his lips, but he remained silent. Do you not want your arm? Zhao Yue was so distressed she wanted to rush onto the stage, but several servants stopped her. You dumb one. Speak up. Young man, it's just a single match, it's not worth it. There will be many more chances in the future. Heal that injury quickly. Others couldn't help but shout alongside amidst the chaotic clamor, like water boiling in a pot. Amidst this tumultuous confusion, Qi Chaoying caught sight of his eyes, clear and serene, akin to admiring the gleam flowing over a renowned ancestral sword. Jiang Li suddenly noticed him too, their gazes meeting from afar. In that instant, Qi Chaoying heard the sound of wind rushing past the blade's edge. Jiang Li abruptly spun around, splashing droplets of blood. Wei Ku, taken off guard at such close range, turned his wrist, and the longsword ascended against the momentum, reaching an extremely bizarre angle that pressed against Wei Ku's sword-holding hand. A streak of crimson shot up his arm like a red snake. With a start, Wei Ku fell back and tumbled on the stage, trembling as he lifted his hand, only then realizing there was no snake. His arm bore a winding blood trail, though it hadn't harmed any tendons, it still stung painfully. Everyone was shocked. Du Heng widened his eyes, sharply turning his head, yet saw Qi Chaoying equally stunned. This attack had nearly drained all of Jiang Li's remaining strength. He was compelled to lean on his sword for support, stabilizing his stance while breathing heavily. As Wei Ku regained his senses, he lunged forward, seizing his sword with fury and indignation. For a brief moment, an unprecedented power erupted within him, thundering down toward Jiang Li like splitting the heavens apart. Jiang Li was powerless to evade. Someone screamed shrilly, akin to a taut string snapping abruptly, leaving an eerie silence that echoed through the air mingling with the rustling leaves. The strike never came down. Qi Chaoying grabbed Jiang Li in one arm, holding Wei Ku's wrist with the other, separating them. The long sword hovered above his hair, unable to descend even another inch. Chapter 8. No one could clearly see what had happened. In the blink of an eye, Qi Zhaoxi actually appeared from his high seat right in the center of the arena, the dozen-zhang distance seeming to vanish beneath his dustless feet, as if he had been standing there all along. Qi Zhaoxi let go, the long sword fell, Wei Ku's legs gave way and he sat on the ground, staring up at the sudden figure in astonishment. You. A friendly exchange, why all the murderous intent? Qi Zhaoxi chuckled, then looked over at Jiang Li who was still standing steady, pulling back his hand. Wei Min was the first to regain her senses, quickly stepping off the stage and walking over, just as Qi Zhaoxi slowly turned toward Jiang Li asking, are you done causing trouble yet? Her steps hesitated for a moment. Jiang Li also looked at Qi Zhaoxi curiously. Earlier I asked if you wanted to come with me, but you refused, only to end up sneaking here on your own. Participating in matches is one thing, but look how you've made yourself appear, are you intentionally shaming your teacher? After seriously reprimanding him, Qi Zhaoxi then turned to Wei Min saying, my disciple doesn't know his own strength, I apologize on his behalf for hurting Master Wei's son. Wei Ku's face changed instantly. Wei Min quickly glanced at Jiang Li who stood silently, and hurriedly laughed, nonsense, my son has also behaved improperly, nearly ruining the harmony. I thought this young man so outstanding, it turns out he's Master Qi's disciple. Qi Zhaoxi replied, what, great disciple? He just causes trouble every day. Back then, I swore never to take more than one disciple in my life. Who would have thought that one disciple like him would give me enough to worry about? After this comment, Wei Min's smile froze on her face. Wei Ku seemed struck by lightning, looking anxiously at his father while not daring to say anything rash. Pausing for a moment, Wei Min maintained her laugh and said, young people being spirited and bold, isn't it a wonderful thing? How can it be considered trouble? She looked at Jiang Li, in my view, the match ended without a clear winner. Should we consider it invalid? Jiang Yang, considering your injuries, would you like to continue? Jiang Li shook his head. And you? Are your injuries hindering? Wei Min's eyes swept towards her son standing nearby. Despite her gentle tone, when Wei Ku caught her gaze, he involuntarily trembled and hastily picked up his sword to stand straighter, replying, it's just a scrape. It's a rare opportunity, and I wish to stay on the stage for further practice. Wei Min nodded satisfactorily, gestured respectfully to Qi Zhaoxi, and stepped down from the arena first. Jiang Li exchanged a glance with Zhao Yu down below, took a deep breath, and stumbled a few steps before Qi Zhaoxi reached out to support him, helping prop him up. As Jiang Li looked up at his side profile, he grabbed hold of his arm as well. With Qi Zhaoxi supporting Jiang Li, they slowly descended from the arena. Inside his heart began forming plans. Although no longer feeling drowsy, thoughts churned in his mind about leaving the event quietly, especially with his newly adopted apprentice injured, making it opportune to slip away under the pretense of treating wounds. However, just as his foot started to move outward, he suddenly felt his sleeve lightly tugged. Jiang Li, breathing weakly, opened his mouth, that sword. He was referring to the famed sword from the Sword Conference. If he hadn't mentioned it, Qi Zhaoxi might have almost forgotten. With such a crowd of renowned masters willing to bear the blazing sun to watch novices duel, it was all for witnessing Wei Min handing over the legendary Bushi sword to Qing Juxian after the match. Despite Wei Min's overt suggestions through words and actions, unless they saw the Bushi sword with their own eyes, no one could truly settle their hearts and put their minds at ease. Yet Qi Zhaoxi couldn't help but find humor in this, eyeing him smeared with blood stains on his shoulder. A broken sword, is it more important than your right hand? Jiang Li remained silent, stubbornly staring at him, refusing to move any further. Holding his ground for a brief moment, Qi Zhaoxi stopped struggling against Jiang Li's insistence, and instead wrapping an arm around his waist, lightly leapt carrying him onto the high platform. Xue Lu had already called for servants to place an extra chair beside Qi Zhaoxi. Xue Lu didn't ask many questions either, roughly examining Jiang Li's wounds and sealing several major acupoints to barely stop the bleeding. His concerned demeanor made him seem more like Jiang Li's real mentor than anything else. Lying semi-reclined in the circle chair, weakened from blood loss, his entire body felt limp, as if filled not with flesh and blood but soft cotton wadding. Only his gaze managed to drift aimlessly over the arena. In this fleeting period, Wei Ku had already defeated 2 opponents. Not bad in martial skill, the previous fierce combats made the subsequent ones appear less impressive. Finally, only he was left standing alone on the stage, the gongs beaten by the servants ringing loudly into the sky, as Qing Juxian announced his victory. Breathing heavily, Wei Ku was drenched in sweat, blankly staring at his father, awaiting instructions. But Wei Min was slow to speak, and so Wei Ku was left standing lonely in the middle of the field. Originally, the plan was to use the heated atmosphere of the victory for everyone to witness Wei Ku's official acceptance as Qi Chaoi's disciple. However, Qi Chaoi had clearly stated that he would only take on one disciple, who now sat injured on the stage, and no matter how well-spoken Wei Min was, it wouldn't be appropriate to bring up the subject again. The surrounding discussions were carried over by the wind in fragmented phrases, but they weren't talking about him, they were speaking of Jiang Li and his valiant fight despite being injured. Wei Ku knew his victory wasn't glorious, yet the feeling of being ignored and neglected became unbearable, causing pain to flare up in his wounded arm. He couldn't help but grow resentful, gritting his teeth in anger. Suddenly, a deep voice cut through the awkward atmosphere. Wei Ku abruptly looked up. It was Elder Qin of the Tianmen sect speaking directly to Wei Min. Your son shows remarkable martial arts skills and even more impressive spirit, a truly rare talent. If Madame Wei doesn't think our humble Tianmen sect beneath her notice, I would like to take him as my disciple and teach him personally back at our mountain. What do you say? While the Tianmen sect was considered one of the major sects in the martial world, compared to Qi Chaoi, known as One Sword Shatters Tianmen, they were inevitably overshadowed. This wasn't Wei Min's ideal choice, but with no better options, Wei Min immediately plastered on a pleased and sincere smile. Excellent. What an honor. My son joining Tianmen will surely set him on a great path ahead, I needn't worry anymore. Turning toward the stage, he called out, what are you waiting for? Go up there and pay your respects to your new master. Wei Ku quickly ascended the high platform, casting a quick glance at his father before kneeling deeply in front of Elder Qin, bumping his head against the ground and calling him master. Others nearby shouted congratulatory remarks to Wei Min about his double success today. Amid the clamor, someone supported Wei Ku's arm and helped him stand up. Wei Ku, looking up at the young man extending his hand, instinctively dropped his gaze, murmuring quietly, you. Meng Xishuan couldn't help but chuckle, patting him lightly on the shoulder blades. No need to be nervous. Now we're fellow disciples, you can just call me big brother. For the first time in his life, Wei Ku felt so warmly addressed, stunned momentarily as he raised his eyes to look around. All the other seated disciples had stood up, grinning encouragingly at him. As the sun neared its zenith, the temperature began rising unbearably hot, almost melting the yellow sand across the arena. Fortunately, the match involving promising novices finally concluded successfully. Wei Min and Qing Juxian stood up and moved onto the center of the stage, taking their positions. A servant walked briskly up with an old narrow wooden chest, held high above both hands, presenting it respectfully. The crowd below craned their necks eagerly awaiting what was about to unfold. Although many famous martial experts maintained some decorum due to their status, faint whispers and stirrings betrayed their excitement. No one blinked while watching. Jiang Li struggled to maintain his posture, straightening up. Indeed, the higher vantage point offered much better visibility than being mixed within the masses, he could see everything clearly. But next to him, another person kept leaning forward impatiently to get a better view, intermittently blocking his sight. Drawing upon his remaining strength, Jiang Li attempted shifting his body away to avoid this obstruction, his right hand gripping the armrest tightly as he made the effort. Suddenly, someone squeezed his shoulder, startling him. He turned his head to see Qi Chaoi. Qi Chaoi asked kindly, does it hurt? Uncertain of his meaning, Jiang Li cautiously nodded. You're still hurting and yet you won't sit still? Qi Chaoi questioned lightly. Jiang Li could barely muster the energy to respond. At last, the neighbor found a good angle, removing the blockage, revealing Wei Min opening the chest and carefully lifting out a long sword. The sword measured over 3 feet in length, elegantly crafted with a pure black scabbard etched with ancient and mysterious patterns, faintly glowing with brilliance even though the blade remained sheathed. Any observer could tell this wasn't an ordinary item. Though not yet drawn, the cold aura emanating from the sword already chilled those close by. Many tried desperately to contain their joy, their voices quieter, but the tone betrayed their elation. It's definitely the sword. 30 years ago, I had the fortune to watch the late Grandmaster Jiang wield his blade, it's unmistakable. After all these years, this legendary sword has finally resurfaced. Qing Juxian also received the sword with both hands. After a solemn bow between them, the ceremony ended. Qi Chaoyi turned away his focus, noticing Jiang Li leaning heavily against the circle chair, his eyes shut tightly. Apparently he had lost consciousness sometime during. He looked completely drained of color, his delicate eyebrows and lashes contrasting sharply against the white of his face, while blood stains smeared his shoulder, a stark beauty that seemed otherworldly and detached from humanity. The crowd eventually dispersed satisfied with the day's events. Qi Chaoyi nonchalantly carried off this unconscious, fake disciple, to his private quarters. Jiang Li had been unconscious for quite a while, through the arrival and departure of doctors treating his wounds, until 3 doses of medicine simmered in a small pot and filled the room with a bitter medicinal aroma before he gradually came to. Upon waking, his gaze fell on intricate cloud patterns embroidered with golden threads on the canopy above. For a moment, disoriented, he pushed himself upright immediately. The dried blood stains on his clothes felt crusty under his touch, but his pain had lessened somewhat when he pressed on them. Finally woke up. If you waited any longer, I'd have fallen asleep myself. Qi Chaoshi placed a bowl of pitch-black medicinal juice on the bedside, steam swirling gently. I don't have clothes for you to change into here, so I didn't replace them. The doctor examined you, your shoulder needs rest, but there's no big issue with it. Mainly, it's your qi and blood deficiency, taking this medicine will replenish you. Jiang Li nodded slightly, I haven't thanked you yet. He paused momentarily, then added, Master, my current condition makes it difficult for me to move freely, but in the future, I will certainly apologize properly and let you punish me as you see fit. What punishment? Jiang Li replied, stealing your sword techniques. Recalling that shocking move from the arena, Qi Chaoshi laughed lightly. That's nothing. If you can learn from a single glance, then it's your talent. But as you've seen on the stage recently, I'll likely take some advantage of you and call you disciple. Does that sound fine to you? It does not, and I thank the Ma. Jiang Li locked eyes with him and altered his words mid-sentence, I thank Master for stepping in to help. Qi Chaoshi grabbed a small sugary sweet casually, then set the entire dish next to the medicine bowl. Come, there is something puzzling me that I need your clarification on. If you were willing to fight Wei Ku despite your injuries, surely you wanted to win. Why did you not hesitate when Wei Min asked, but gave up instantly? You've misunderstood. When Cui Yan left the stage, I realized I would never stand a chance against victory, Jiang Li said, even if I defeated Wei Ku, there would still be several challengers afterward, and I wouldn't last long enough. And yet, Qi Chaoshi suddenly caught on and couldn't help but chuckle, you just wanted to beat him up. Jiang Li pressed his lips together without saying a word. Qi Chaoshi nodded, recognizing this as a smart strategy. Not only was it about punishing Wei Ku, it also pointed out indirectly that Cui Yan had used underhanded methods to injure him. By targeting Wei Ku immediately after, an observant audience could understand the implicit message. Well then, rest well, Qi Chaoshi started heading towards the door but stopped halfway, turning back again, oh, by the way. Jiang Li looked at him expectantly. Qi Chaoshi, he gestured to himself, and what is your name? Jiang Li felt somewhat perplexed, how could the man not already know his name? Yet, Qi Chaoshi added further explanation, the last time we met in the corridor, I asked, but you walked away without answering. Hearing this, Jiang Li remained calm. With the half-open door allowing sunlight to slant in, illuminating Qi Chaoshi's sharp profile in the light with traces of concealed humor in his eyes, Jiang Li inspected him silently for a moment, as though seeking an answer. Then finally responded, Jiang Li. How wary this man truly was. Qi Chaoshi turned around to leave while remarking offhandedly, don't forget the medicine. In the corridor outside, Xue Lu was gazing at the courtyard where the afternoon sun wasn't too harsh anymore, filtering through dense parasol tree leaves to cast streaks of golden lace-like light. Nearby, the creaking close of a door caught Xue Li's mischievous smile as he retorted sarcastically, only bored out of their minds would take in a disciple like this? Qi Chaoshi stood beside him under the corridor, chuckling once, do you think the one inside is just an ordinary person? How so? My snake wraps technique requires close distance, if learned correctly, the average person won't feel much impact. To unleash its true power relies heavily on internal strength, Qi Chaoshi explained, a man of profound internal force, how could his skills be confined merely to slashing and chopping such basic moves? Xue Lu expressed astonishment, are you implying he intentionally concealed his abilities? But if so, why participate in the match if getting injured risks impairing his right hand, perhaps making it impossible for him to hold a sword ever again, and still refuses to reveal his true potential? I speculate it's all about that sword. Think about it, if today's winner hadn't been Wei Ku but someone else, there wouldn't have been a place for him on the high platform. It's impossible to send him back down. But when Wei Min exchanged swords with Qing Juxian, the winner could accompany closely and thus observe more clearly than anyone. Qi Chaoshi glanced back, his vision piercing through the window to look inside, however, he cannot perform actual moves lest he exposes his identity. He surnames Jiang, Xue Lu followed his gaze, could it be you deduced he's from Guiyun Manor and decided to intervene to save him? Inside, Jiang Li lifted the medicine bowl and swallowed it down in one go without flinching. Remembering the bitter smell that could make bones feel numb, Qi Chaoshi couldn't help but furrow his brows, but noticed Jiang Li observing the tray of small delicate candy, looking hesitant. He chuckled aloud before replying, "Not exactly, I can't confirm his identity since he hasn't revealed any significant moves." His voice paused briefly, as he reflected thoughtfully, nor do I quite remember what went through my mind at that moment. Maybe I felt it'd be a pity if someone so young ended up with a useless right hand. Chapter 9. As twilight approached, Jiang Li had already gotten up from bed and tidied it as if no one had ever lain on it. Qi Chaoshi was not in the yard, so after a brief conversation with the servants sweeping the area, he returned to his small house in the west courtyard. He didn't lie down to rest but instead pulled out a book and sat at the table to flip through it. Before he had turned more than 2 pages, an uproar suddenly came closer, and Zhao Yu burst into the room, pausing in surprise. "Jiang Li? I thought you weren't coming back here." "Zhao Yu. Just let me say one thing." Jiang Li only caught sight of Cheng Juxian's fleeting figure before Zhao Yu abruptly turned around and slammed the door shut, leaning against it and speaking in an irate voice. "What is there to say? Didn't I already tell you that my mother has died? What more is there to discuss?" The silhouette of the man pressed against the door, his once erect spine now bent, lowering his voice. "I know you blame and resent me, but your father has always been concerned about you and your mother." "Concerned? Great, so are you willing to come back immediately from the western regions?" Cheng Juxian was momentarily speechless. "What else do you have to say?" asked Zhao Yu. "Who doesn't know how to speak smooth words? What good does it do? I don't want to hear it." After a while, the person outside the door finally said, "The jianghu values gratitude and righteousness, let alone when someone entrusts their life upon another. How could I betray that trust? It was something that simply had to be done." Coldly, Zhao Yu retorted, "Since you've made your choice, go ahead and be your so-called hero. What difference does it make concerning the life or death of wife and daughter?" Cheng Juxian slowly raised his hand and gently placed it on her head through the door, as if trying to caress Zhao Yu's shadow, sighing, "Whether you believe me or not, after I returned, I have been looking for both of you tirelessly, yet all my efforts came to nothing. I understand why you won't open the door or refuse to see me. Though I wasn't by your side during those days, I longed every moment to hear you call me father." "How strange." Zhao Yu chuckled sarcastically. "If every unfamiliar man showed up before me saying these kinds of things, am I supposed to address them all as father?" Silence followed unexpectedly. Jiang Li saw the black silhouette gradually shrink, move away, and eventually disappear. The setting sun shone unhindered on Zhao Yu's head, enveloping her in warm light as she looked somewhat disheveled, staring motionlessly at the empty ceiling as if flowers had bloomed there. Finally, Jiang Li spoke. "You." "I'm fine," she cut him off. "Won't you sit down?" This seemed to wake her up. She hastily nodded and sat across the table from him. Jiang Li picked up the teapot and poured her a cup. Zhao Yu lowered her eyes, staring silently at the reflection in the tea, determined not to respond. However, she waited and waited for the next sentence, only to look up and find that Jiang Li had gone back to reading his book. "Hey!" Jiang Li glanced at her, lifting his eyelids slightly. Yet she hesitated, unsure of what to say, muttering awkwardly, "How are your injuries?" "They're fine." Zhao Yu nodded and then asked, "What are you reading?" Jiang Li closed the book and handed it to her. It was a travelogue documenting the customs and local culture of Dongting. "What's so interesting about this?" "Nothing compares to seeing it in person," Zhao Yu grumbled, glancing at the stack of books beside him, which were all similar. None contained scriptures or poetry, only various travel journals covering a wide range of places. Suddenly realizing something, she stared at Jiang Li. "Do you never leave home?" Jiang Li's expression remained calm, but his actions paused momentarily before closing the book and placing it aside, looking at Zhao Yu. "What are you looking at me for?" Zhao Yu became a bit uneasy. "I think you have something to say." Zhao Yu fell silent for a moment, then slumped onto the table like her bones had been taken away, asking after a long pause, "Jiang Li, was your father kind to you?" Jiang Li's gaze dimmed slightly, nodding. "Father was gentle, treated me very well, and personally taught me to read and write. He also often reminded me how to behave properly in society." "That's really nice," Zhao Yu softly smiled. "You and your master have come to the famous sword assembly, so is he waiting at home for you to return with glory?" "I couldn't find my father's body, but I imagine he probably wouldn't have survived anyway," Jiang Li said lightly. Zhao Yu was startled, hastily apologizing. "I'm sorry, I didn't expect." "It's fine." Silence dropped like a stone into water, rippling outward. Zhao Yu took a sip of tea, wrestling internally for quite some time before reluctantly speaking up. "Do you know that when people hear my name, they're always astonished except for you, who shows absolutely no reaction?" "My name? Well, it's not exactly mine," Zhao Yu admitted. "Didn't you see Cheng Juxian's sword?" At this reminder, Jiang Li indeed remembered. During the new talent competition, Cheng Juxian had a long sword hanging at his waist, clearly a famous weapon of high quality. His sword is called Zhao Yu, meaning the cold light reflecting on the moon. Jiang Li was slightly surprised. Zhao Yu smiled. It was unclear if she was mocking someone, then continued. "Cheng Juxian is renowned across the world, and who in the jianghu doesn't know that he stayed in the western regions for 15 years upon a dying friend's request? I'm 16 this year." When I was just born, he received a message and left in a rush, without even naming me. My mother named me Zhao Yu in his absence. From that day onward, my mother waited for him to return. The west-facing window of our house was always kept open so we could immediately see outside, and later, she insisted all the furnishings inside the house also face west. She told me to keep them dust-free because when he missed home, he might be able to see them from afar. When he returned, he'd know we were waiting for him and would hurry up. Zhao Yu's voice gradually softened. Afterward, my mother fell ill and her spirit deteriorated. She leaned against the bedpost daily, only staring at the west window. As I grew older, she sold her jewelry to hire me masters, teaching me swordsmanship. How could Qing Juxian's child not understand sword techniques? Sometimes, she'd come watch me practicing the sword. I'd hear her sigh quietly, saying why wasn't I born as a son? At least, my eyes resemble my father's. Later, my mother's condition worsened, but there was still no news of Qing Juxian. Afraid she wouldn't wait long enough, I pleaded with the master to think of a way to send a letter through someone, so that he could at least return to meet my mother before she passed away. The letter was sent out, yet life carried on without any change. I kept wiping the furnishings, practicing sword skills, while my mother gazed toward the west. Suddenly, Zhao Yu stopped, seemingly unable to continue. Jiang Li watched her silently, not interrupting. Yet one could see how intently he listened, without any pretense. Zhao Yu gave him a strained smile before continuing. I remember it was early spring. My mother suddenly called me to her bedside, asking me to hold her. That was the first and only time I held her. It turned out mother felt this way, fragrant and soft, but not warm. Her icy hand touched my eyes, muttering, how have you not returned yet? The geese are flying back, so why haven't you come back yet? I sat on the bed hugging my mother, accompanying her gazing out the west window. Then the moon set, dawn came slowly, the wind blew all night, scattering the snow on the windowsill across the floor. My mother was cooled through and through by the wind. No matter how tightly I hugged her, I couldn't warm her again. Jiang Li couldn't help but want to say something, but she stopped him. Let me finish first, Zhao Yu reflected. At that moment, I was incredibly frightened. With mother gone, what should I do? Though Qing Juxian is technically my father, I don't even know if he is round or square, human or ghost. With such a vast world, where else could I call home? Lost in thought, I couldn't stop myself from crying, though I dared not cry beside my mother's bed. So I sat on the threshold instead. In the end, everything went blank in my mind, and I didn't even know why I cried anymore until the master came over, wiped away my tears, and helped me bury my mother. The sunset took away the last ray of rosy clouds, suddenly dimming the earth and sky. Jiang Li got up to light the lamp, while Zhao Yu picked up the cup and gulped it down, bold as if drinking liquor rather than tea. How refreshing. She wiped her mouth, quietly using her sleeve to wipe away the tear stains at the corner of her eyes. Jiang Li refilled her cup with tea and said, on the martial arts arena, you were constantly looking up at the stage. You truly don't want to see him? I wasn't looking at him, I wanted to see what Wei Min, the sly merchant, looks like. Jiang Li shook his head. When we first met, you mentioned the 3-story building south of the bridge. On my way back from Masters, I saw it. It's Qing Juxian's residence. Zhao Yu paused briefly, still trying to remain obstinate. I've never even seen his face. Mother said my eyes look like his, so I just wanted to take a glance. Wasn't that right? Such rare reunions, and anyone can see he cares about you. Jiang Li whispered low, Zhao Yu, what are you afraid of? Her voice caught, hurriedly turning her face away, deeply inhaling once more. By the time she spoke again, her tone had steadied. In fact, I've already thought it through. Qing Juxian is a heroic figure of the jianghu. What is more important than the debts of gratitude and righteousness? Yes, he seems to care now, but if another choice comes along, wouldn't he pick that over me? All my mother thought about was him. She willingly chose death because of him, but what am I to him? I've never even seen him. What if Qing Juxian finds me different from what he imagined? What if he doesn't even respect me? Jiang Li was somewhat astonished, replying, that won't happen. Yet for some reason, Zhao Yu chuckled, looking at him, you don't understand what I feel inside, and yet you try to console me. She stood up, let's not talk about this anymore. I'll go back to my room. See you tomorrow. With that, she started to walk out, pulling the door open, but suddenly turned around again. Jiang Li, her fingers nervously gripping the doorframe, she tentatively asked, do you think we can be considered friends? Jiang Li thought for a moment and replied with a question, what else would we be? Zhao Yu smiled, nodding her head emphatically, then turned and left. The night descended behind her. The starry river grew brighter, insect chirps faintly audible. Qi Zhaoxi was lounging sloppily on the roof ridge, holding a wine flask, just about to enjoy it under the hazy moonlight when he suddenly heard a series of hurried footsteps. He cast an indifferent glance and saw several young people scurrying past outside the courtyard wall. Their hands were filled with something unclear, but none of them had lanterns. In the dimness, he vaguely recognized the leader as Wei Ku. Qi Zhaoxi disinterestedly looked away. The famous swords gathering was approaching, and there was no doubt about the authenticity of the Bui Jian. Although the night was calm, few could truly sleep in peace. How simple could it be for the winner to just take the sword? Tomorrow, without a doubt, would bring chaos and bloodshed. Qi Zhaoxi tilted his head in thought for a moment, then poured some wine onto the ground as an offering. Chapter 10. May 14th, the famous sword conference. The blazing sun was like a torch, and the summer flowers seemed ready to ignite in the brilliant, fervent heat. Qi Chaohao had barely stepped into the martial arts arena when several people immediately turned to look at him. Their anxious faces dropped upon recognizing him, followed by incessant muttering among them. This morning, Xuelu had indeed not called out Qi Chaohao again. Not knowing when he himself arrived, Qi Chaohao found that Xuelu had secured an excellent vantage point for watching the event. Xuelu waved him over while standing nearby with Jiang Li and Zhao Yu. The martial arts arena today was significantly livelier than yesterday's new talent competition. After all, it was related to the Bui Jian, no doubt sword, so no one dared to stay out of it. As such, there were no longer seats on the high platform, the crowd gathered closely around the arena, heads packed together, yet upon closer inspection, the various sects remained distinctively divided. "What's going on?" asked Qi Chaohao. He had barely arrived just before the start time. It was surprising enough to hear no clashing blades outside the wall, but who would have guessed the stage to be completely empty save for Wei Min, standing solemnly to the side. Xuelu glanced at Zhao Yu, whose eyes seemed lost in contemplation, then lowered his voice. "Baron Cheng has not yet arrived. And the no doubt sword? It wasn't there either." Qi Chaohao chuckled softly, as if this was exactly what he expected. Others, however, had exhausted their patience, with complaints interwoven with suspicions, growing louder and louder. "Director Wei, are you not giving us any clear answers? What a grand attitude. With such heat, do you expect us to wait until nightfall? Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm, remain calm." Wei Min continuously apologized. Suddenly noticing an agitated family servant rushing in, he shouted, "Where is he?" "Master," the servant yelled from afar, "we've searched everywhere within the compound, but we can't find him." This shout echoed loudly through the gathering, simultaneously setting off 100 cries among the people, mercilessly drowning Wei Min's voice. Chaos erupted across the martial arts field. "To hell with it. I've said he couldn't be trusted, Baron Cheng, bah. Still ran away with the treasure during the night." A close-by cold voice mocked, "So much talk about righteous men. What righteousness, honesty, and loyalty? It seems the previous bait simply wasn't enticing enough." Someone rushed to the exit as if they could personally drag Qing Juixian out by leaving the gate right now. The noble houses still held some composure, sending only a few disciples to check, while others continued waiting for updates. Handing the no doubt sword over to Qing Juixian under everyone's watchful eyes, "Well, whatever happens today, I am not at all surprised." Qi Chaohao watched amusingly without minding the trouble, laughing just as he was pulled forcefully by the sleeve by Xuelu, signaling him aside. Jiang Li also looked toward Zhao Yu, who kept her unblinking gaze fixed firmly on the ground. Her shoe crushed the yellow sand as her face appeared carved from wood, devoid of all expression. Just then, another servant rushed inside the gate but got pushed amid the crowded flow of people. Unable to stand steadily, he shouted out, "We found him. Master, found him, in the woods outside the estate." Everyone paused instantly. Struggling to stabilize himself amidst the chaotic crowd, sweat pouring down his head, he panted breathlessly, unable to continue. Wei Min's complexion darkened. He raised his voice to ask, "Did you find the person? Why didn't you bring him here?" The servant squeezed out of the throng, almost collapsing, managing after some effort to gasp out, "He's dead." Zhao Yu suddenly snapped her head up. Wei Min, anxiously moving forward a few steps and leaning near the edge of the stage, urgently questioned, "What about the sword?" The servant shook his head, "Didn't see it. I'm afraid it's gone." Wei Min swayed visibly, taking a step back before exhaling deeply, "Let's go check outside the city first." Now even the various sects couldn't wait anymore and followed along hurriedly. Just as Qi Chaohao and Xuelu were about to tag along, a loud voice suddenly burst beside them. "I'm not going over." Zhao Yu took a step backward, glaring at Jiang Li, looking fiercely but internally weak like a startled small animal. Jiang Li extended his hand toward her, preparing to speak, but Zhao Yu immediately covered her ears with both hands, turning away stubbornly without a glance. Only Jiang Li remained helplessly staring at her back. Xuelu felt sorry inside, lowering his voice to Jiang Li, "You follow your master. It might be good to report back when you return. I will stay behind, guarding against accidents." Jiang Li glanced at Xuelu, finally nodding his agreement, catching up with Qi Chaohao. The Zhuizong occupied a secluded area all by itself, its surroundings sparsely populated. A short walk further back, passing no more than a few miles, revealed a dense emerald forest where jade-like branches intertwined overhead, adding 3 parts of coolness. Qing Juixian lay beneath a patch of deep shade, his clothes no longer discernible in their original color, completely soaked in blood and darkened to a deep brown. The grass and soil beneath him were also saturated with the heavy scent of blood. His corpse bore a gruesome sight, marked by 12 precise wounds across his body, each one seemingly aimed to maximize damage, as though whoever did this held an enormous grudge against him. Strangely, his expression upon closing his eyes lacked any sign of pain, it was eerily calm, creating an unsettling contrast with the gore and torn flesh covering his form. Jiang Li stood beside Qi Chaohao while watching Shen Er, the second young master of Qing Shan sect, pull out a small dagger and carefully, methodically slice away the clothing adhered to the corpse. Everyone present watched intently, holding their breaths, while even those barred from entering the forest strained their necks to try catching a glimpse of what was happening. The crowd that had gathered earlier was filled with all sorts of people, some loudly laughing or shouting crude insults about wanting to see the end of such a famed hero. Shen Sensi, the elder disciple and eldest son of the Qing Shan sect's leader, abruptly turned around, unsheathing his sword. A flash of cold light shot through the air, forcing the onlookers hurriedly to retreat as they heard a loud crash. A tree as thick as a man's arms was cleanly cut in half and fell blocking the path. Leaning on the fallen log, Shen Sensi raised his sword furiously. While someone is murdered, you animals think it's a time for jests. A human life reduced to mere flesh, yet he lived honorably. Why do you laugh? Do you treat this like a show at a theater? His gaze swept over them, biting and cold as winter wind, making everyone shrink back and fall silent. In the martial world, matters were decided by the Rivers and Mountains Alliance, where decisions required resolutions among the three dominant factions, Guiyun Manor, Qing Shan sect, and Guangqin sect. Even the alliance leader could not make unilateral judgments. This was a rule set by the first-generation leader Jiang looming long ago. Since its establishment 36 years prior, the martial community had gradually become accustomed to and placed great trust in the reputations and actions of these three sections. Whenever there were disputes without clear leadership, representatives from these major factions would naturally step forward to handle them. The third son under Master Shen of Qing Shan sect, Shen Sensi, already managed the majority of the sect's affairs and carried a respected name in the jianghu. This time, however, the representative from Guangqin sect, Lin Kuanga, was a young woman in her early 20s who seldom ventured down from the mountain to hone her skills, leaving her ill-prepared to manage a situation so bloody and grim. Since Shen Sensi had taken charge, no one dared oppose him, and Wei Min, sensing this, wisely stepped aside. Younger brother Shen Jiyan nodded to his older brother before stepping forward, taking it upon himself to examine the remains. With orders given, Shen Sensi dispersed the uninvolved crowd, ensuring guards secured the area and began searching the woods for clues. Having finished giving instructions, he noticed his youngest brother waiting behind him. "Brother," Shen Duanxing eagerly asked, "can I?" With visible annoyance, Shen Sensi waved him off, "Get lost. Don't get in your second brother's way." With a quick eye, Shen Duanxing trotted off toward Miss Lin of Guangqin sect. Suddenly, the quiet sound of the blade cutting into fabric stopped. Shen Jiyan lifted the corner of the victim's garment, gently pulling out something thin and crimson. It looked like a folded letter stained with blood. He held it up against the dappled sunlight filtering through the leaves and murmured, "It seems to be a letter. Unfortunately, it's soiled heavily with blood. Even if we can manage to unfold it, we probably won't be able to read it. If it is indeed a letter, it must have something to do with why Qing Juixian was here." Shen Sensi approached closer, examining the object. "Didn't you keep that item that could remove bloodstains?" Shen Jiyan hesitated slightly but then agreed, "I'll give it a try." With that, Shen Jiyan continued his work. Retrieving a jade pendant covered in blood from Qing Juixian's inner robe revealed no other objects. Beside the corpse, Chang's Zhaoyue's sword lay peacefully, its sheath still intact. When drawn, the blade gleamed brightly enough to reflect one's face. Shen Jiyan stood up, shaking his head. Meanwhile, the disciples assigned to search the forest returned empty-handed. Doubtless, the Bu Yi Jian, no doubt sword, had indeed been lost. Killing for the sake of the sword was, after all, predictable. After discussing briefly with Wei Min, Shen Sensi decided to dispatch someone to transport Qing Juixian's body back to Ju Yizong for further investigation. As the group dispersed, Qi Chaohao finally turned to the silently reflective Jiang Li. "What do you make of it? From the level of rigor mortis, he died last night. The sword was clean, there are no signs of struggle on his body except for those 12 fatal cuts." Jiang Li furrowed his brow slightly. He never even got the chance to draw his weapon. Could the assailant be that formidable? Perhaps killed in a single strike before Qing Juixian could react wouldn't be strange. But given his martial skill, how could he endure 12 severe strikes without once attempting retaliation? And furthermore, death appeared to result from excessive blood loss, yet his countenance showed no trace of agony or distortion, as if merely slipping into a sleep from which he'd never awaken. Qi Chaohao stroked his chin thoughtfully. Maybe it wasn't that he couldn't fight back, perhaps he chose not to. Jiang Li glanced at him sideways but said nothing, simply asking, "What do you mean?" Qi Chaohao was slightly surprised, then smiled. "You're really smart, you understood right away." "What do you mean?" "I have nothing to say." Qi Chaohao cut him off and took a step towards the forest exit. "I just mentioned it casually. Since you get along well with that young girl, don't take it to heart." Jiang Li stared at his retreating figure for a while before catching up. Zhao Yue was waiting in Qi Chaohao's courtyard, accompanied by Xue Lu under the porch. It was unclear what they had talked about, but Zhao Yue's face lit up brightly. Upon seeing them return, she even smiled. "You two are so slow. If you hadn't come back, we wouldn't have waited for you two to eat." It was as though Qi Chaohao and Jiang Li had not been examining her father's body, but had gone out for a spring outing instead. Qi Chaohao didn't seem to mind, also sitting down on the porch. "Now that you mention it, I am indeed a little hungry." Jiang Li was still standing in the yard. After exchanging a glance with Shui Lu, he hesitated whether to speak, casting a slow look at Zhao Yue. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from outside the door. Just as they turned their eyes toward the sound, someone rushed into the courtyard. Disciples with swords formed a circle, leaving an opening through which Shen Shenxi led a group inside. What does Master Shen intend? Shui Lu stood up in surprise. Please forgive us. We are merely borrowing this place to look for someone. Shen Zhiyan walked out from behind his brother, bowed apologetically, and then looked at the young girl beside Shui Lu, Miss Zhao Yue. Already cautious, Zhao Yue stood up and replied vaguely, yes, it's me. May I ask what your relationship is with Qing Juixian, Master Qing? Zhao Yue answered bluntly, I have no relation to him whatsoever. The people present exchanged bewildered looks with subtle complex expressions. Shen Shenxi choked on his words, sighed, and said, then let me be straightforward, was it you who invited Master Qing to meet in the forest outside the estate last night? Startled, Zhao Yue slowly furrowed her brows, what do you mean? Are you suggesting that I killed him? She sneered coldly, why would I kill him? To seize his sword or out of revenge, aren't those reasons enough? Shen Shenxi stated. Zhao Yue's eyes suddenly widened in shock. Shen Zhiyan hurriedly shook his head at his elder brother and reached into his chest pocket, retrieving a crumpled piece of paper. He unfolded it and showed it to everyone. It was the letter found on the corpse, whose bloodstains he somehow washed off, leaving only a faint red tint on the paper. Although the ink was slightly blurred, the content was still clear enough to read. The letter states that you asked him to meet at midnight in the woods for something important, Shen Zhiyan declared. Zhao Yue's complexion paled, and all eyes awaited her explanation. Even Shui Lu couldn't help being shocked and glanced at her. Jiang Li, observing from the corner of his eye, noticed Qi Chaohao still sitting leisurely on the porch, watching the scene unfold with interest. His earlier implication in the forest referred precisely to Zhao Yue. To say someone had such extraordinary martial prowess to inflict 12 severe injuries on Qing Juixian without giving him time to draw his weapon was truly astonishing. It seemed more plausible that Qing chose not to resist and allowed himself to be slaughtered rather than being incapable of fighting back. Besides, why bother torturing him if simply severing his throat would have sufficed? Whoever did this must have harbored deep hatred. Suddenly recalling Qing Juixian's peaceful expression, Jiang Li felt a pang of sorrow rise within him. Unknowingly, some time had passed before Zhao Yue drew a deep breath and admitted, yes, I did write the letter. Biting her teeth firmly, she insisted, but I didn't kill him. Last night, I never went to the forest and didn't see him at all. Shen Zhiyan questioned, if you wrote him the letter inviting him to meet, why didn't you go? Lowering her voice involuntarily, Zhao Yue explained, I remembered my mother left some final words for him, and I originally intended to pass them on. But after sending the letter, I realized I still didn't want to see him. She suddenly remembered something and turned to Jiang Li, last night, I was too upset to sleep. I just sat by the window in despair. Jiang Li, weren't you reading last night? You could have seen my shadow if you looked up. Didn't I stay indoors the entire time? Jiang Li hesitated slightly without replying. In her urgency, Zhao Yue urged him again, speak up quickly. Before he could answer, another voice resounded from behind Shen Zhiyan. I know. Everyone turned to look. Wei Min also surprisingly glanced at her son, what do you know? Seeing his father showing no sign of reproach, Wei Ku first bowed respectfully to everyone before stepping forward, whether Miss Zhao Yue was in her room last night, I'm unsure. But there is one thing I do know, he pointed directly at Jiang Li, he wasn't. Chapter 11. This single voice was as shocking as a thunderclap, turning the full bellies of doubts of everyone present into a downpour of confusion. Jiang Li raised his eyes to meet Wei Ku's piercing gaze, his expression unwavering. Wei Ku stared back at him without flinching and asked, may I ask, Miss Zhao Yue, did you happen to see him in the house last night? Zhao Yue glanced at Jiang Li, then at Wei Ku, finally lowering her eyes, I was too upset at that time, I didn't notice. Wei Ku continued, after stepping down from yesterday's arena, I felt great shame and guilt, realizing how inappropriate my behavior was. I intended to apologize in person. When I finally had the time at night, I was told by a servant that he had already returned to the West Wing quarters, so I brought some medicine for his injuries. He paused momentarily before hinting, unexpectedly, the light in junior brother Zhang's room was on, but he wasn't there. Unwilling to intrude, I waited outside for several hours but still couldn't see him, leaving with regret. Recalling what she saw under the eaves last night, Qi Chaoxi suppressed a laugh, though the sound was drowned out by others' chatter, escaping no one's notice. The young man mimicked his father's manner perfectly, every word dripping smoothness, yet recalling last night when Wei Ku's group approached angrily armed, it wasn't for an apology, it was indeed to drag Jiang Li into an alley and beat him senseless. Upon finishing, Wei Ku obediently stepped back to stand beside his father, causing a slight commotion in the crowd. The two Shen brothers from Qin Mountain sect exchanged glances, and Shen Zhiyan spoke first, directing toward Jiang Li, junior brother Jiang, would you be kind enough to tell us where you were last night? Jiang Li replied, it's inconvenient. Shen Zhiyan was left speechless. Qi Chaoxi could no longer suppress his laughter, fortunately masked by the murmurs around, unnoticed by all. Shen Xinshi couldn't bear it any longer and pushed aside his second brother, what inconvenience is this? You can't speak. Jiang Li hesitated for a moment, personal matters. Ha, personal matters. Someone died last night, swords were stolen, in this villa, who has personal affairs left? Unfortunately, Shen Xinshi's sparks drowned in a sea of silence, Jiang Li remaining quiet. At this moment, someone muttered, he gets so close to that girl, even if he spoke, how reliable are his words? If they conspired, one killing Qing Juxian while the other stole the sword, wouldn't that make sense? Zhao Yue fiercely glared, seeing that despite differing expressions among everyone, all faces remained upright and honest, unable to identify the one uttering such venomous remarks. If the apprentice finds it hard to explain clearly, why not consult the master? Meng Sifan suddenly suggested, shifting his gaze meaningfully. Given the context following the prior sentence, people couldn't help but ponder further. If Jiang Li is now tainted with suspicion, how clean can Qi Chaoshi remain? At this point, Qi Chaoshi remained seated, the veranda previously lacking even a ray of sunlight now gathering numerous glaring stares instantly. Nonetheless, he smiled unperturbedly. Why, based on mere groundless words, are we doubting me? Oh, everyone, don't take it too seriously, it's just a joke. Seeing the situation growing increasingly tense, Wei Min hurriedly stepped forward to mediate. While these people questioning Zhao Yue or Jiang Li might let him sit idly by, truly offending Qi Chaoshi on his own premises could lead to unpleasant situations. Prominent sects might simply turn tail and leave after causing trouble, but the host would find it quite awkward. Conjecturing aimlessly isn't reasonable. Observing Jiang Li's stubbornness earlier on the arena, breaking his lip seemed unlikely anytime soon. Shen Jiyan sent a glance, noticing his older brother reluctantly nodding with displeasure, softly speaking, for now, with the truth unclear, emotions are understandably heightened, some impatience unavoidable, please extend more understanding towards each other. Turning to Shuelu with a smile, Jiyan met Zaidaoist a few times before, trusting his discernment in choosing friends, willing to believe Master Qi isn't of ill repute. Junior brother Jiang unwilling to answer, no one should force him. But I hope over this period, Grandmaster Qi can accompany us step by step. This serves both as proof of innocence and reassurance to others, acceptable. Qi Chaoshi nodded, no problem at all. Shen Jiyan then turned towards Zhao Yue, sighing, Miss Zhao Yue, our intention isn't to make things difficult for you. However, aside from you, there's no one else aware of senior brother Cheng's visit to the forest last night. Thus, for the moment, we will have to inconvenience you somewhat. With a hand gesture, nearby Qing Shan sect disciples lowered their swords, coming forward to lead her away. Shen Jiyan bowed respectfully to the remaining three before leaving along with others. This group came quickly and dispersed just as swiftly, leaving the courtyard abruptly empty. Cicadas covering the trees began chirping loud and incessantly. Zhao Yue was taken to a secluded location for soft confinement. Meals were delivered to her room, disciples rotating guard duties at the door, deterring even birds from approaching, let alone humans. After much inquiry, it was learned that when Shinsensi led people to confiscate Zhao Yue's sword simultaneously, Guangqin sect's Miss Lin had taken a few female disciples to the west quarters and searched Zhao Yue's room, but found nothing. Still, within the villa and beyond, Zhao Yue remained under the heaviest suspicion. Until the truth came out, she could not gain her freedom. Additionally, Guiyun Villa would soon arrive on scene. Following Senior Cheng's death and loss of the sword, by martial world protocol, the three factions should jointly decide. Once the incident occurred, Shinsensi immediately sent messengers to notify them. Guiyun Villa was located in Luoyang, so they expected at least a fortnight wait, yet unexpectedly received a reply that evening. The message indicated their young master happened to be nearby and was already heading over. Before leaving the courtyard, Shuelu leaned down to Qi Chaoshi and whispered, I heard that the young master of Guiyun Villa is still a teenager, about 17 or 18 years old. Not long ago, Grandmaster Jiang had permitted him to undergo experience in the martial world. He glanced at the distant Jiang Li, doesn't this sound familiar? How about we make a bet? Qi Chaoshi suggested. All right. A fine wine cask. Qi Chaoshi patted his shoulder, seeing him off then turned back into the courtyard. As twilight settled, Jiang Li stood lost in deep thought beneath a shadow-dappled tree. As he approached intending to take leave, Qi Chaoshi asked first. So where do we sleep tonight? My place or yours? Jiang Li blinked with momentary bewilderment. Qi Chaoshi chuckled finding his apprentice amusing and pretending confusion said, What? Mr. Shen told me to stay close and keep an eye on you. Did you misunderstand him, or, regret it? Jiang Li silently stared at him. Relax. There are things you might not want to answer, your master understands. However, if you do regret, chasing after Mr. Shen right now to confess won't be too late. Qi Chaoshi grinned and considerately pointed toward the direction of Qing Mountain sect. After a pause, Jiang Li quietly mumbled through his teeth, your place. Pleased, Qi Chaoshi returned inside cheerfully. Not knowing how Jiang Li felt upon seeing this luxurious embroidered bed frame again, Wei Min's favor towards Qi Chaoshi was evident, ample soft bedding, adding another person wouldn't even be cramped, let alone having enough room for Jiang Li to roll around. Yet this little disciple showed no interest in rolling, nor approaching the bed. Deep into the night, he sat rigidly like a statue behind the desk, unmoved by flickering candlelight. Lazily seated cross-legged on the bed, Qi Chaoshi called out, young hero, it's getting late, time for rest. In response, Jiangli softly murmured, as he closed his book but showed no intention of rising from the chair. Just as Qi Chaoshi intended to urge further, he saw Jiangli quietly lean over the desk and pillow his arms, falling asleep. Qi Chaoshi. By heavens, did he seem that unwelcoming? His throat churned a few times before finally letting out a sigh with a mix of amusement and resignation, then stretched out his legs and lay down. The instant he closed his eyes, the candle on the desk extinguished. How considerate, he privately mused. With voices stilled, the world gradually grew distinct. Even the sound of the breeze seemed unusually drawn out, like a silver thread slipping through the door cracks and swirling around his fingers. In the darkness, Qi Chaoshi opened his eyes. Behind the desk, there was no one. Leaping off the bed, he quietly pushed open the door and spied a shadow disappearing over the courtyard wall. Chuckling faintly, he leaped in pursuit. Under the dark night sky, stars twinkled dimly. That silhouette moved light as clouds veiling the moon, flitting away. Needing both stealth and alertness to pursue, even Qi Chaoshi couldn't help spending some effort. Watching the figure pass over bridges and courtyards, turning abruptly at a corner, he held his breath against the wall and peeked cautiously, surprised. Around the corner, loomed a wide-open vacant ground. 2 courtyards left such an open stretch of blue stones, leading ahead to the tall enclosing walls of Ji Mansion, a place impossible to hide yet connecting everywhere. Blinking once, the person was lost from sight. Unbothered, as he'd only followed out on impulse, Qi Chaoshi decided to return to bed. Yet, stepping back into the yard, he halted momentarily and displayed an interesting expression. Inside the room, the light burned brightly, radiating warm illumination throughout the yard. Jiangli appeared as though freshly rising from the desk, adjusting the candle brighter. Spotting him enter, rarely spoke up first, "Did master step out in the dead of night for some matter? I woke up and didn't find you, and intended to search for you." Before replying, Qi Chaoshi's laughter had escaped early. Under the candlelight, Jiangli met his gaze without retreating. "Ah," Qi Chaoshi said casually, "I just got up for a moment." "What's wrong?" Jiangli promptly turned his gaze away. No matter what he had prepared to say, it was now blocked by that single sentence. Qi Chaoshi laid back in bed as Jiangli once again extinguished the lamp. However, with most of his sleepiness gone and unable to find rest despite tossing and turning, Qi Chaoshi turned his head to look at the blurred outline of the slumped over the desk in the dark, so thin it seemed somewhat frail, yet he felt it resembled a silent and sharp sword. Chapter 12. At the break of dawn, both unspokenly avoided mentioning last night, pretending it was just a good dream with nothing happening. In Jianghu Manor, Wei Min generously converted a waterside pavilion with open views into a morning hall, filling it with white mourning clothes and candles. Qing Juxian's body lay still in there. There weren't many people coming to mourn him. Some had left in great disappointment when they heard that the famous sword gathering had changed, others were more concerned about the loss of Bai sword, secretly blaming Qing Juxian for his incompetence. The only living relative of Qing Juxian in this world was being softly confined in a nearby room. It could be imagined that even if Zhao Yu could move freely, he probably wouldn't want to see him either. Qing Shan's sect was still investigating without any relaxation, but unfortunately there were no further developments. After almost a day of waiting quietly facing each other, finally Jiangli broke the deadlock, proposing to go back to the forest to see again, thinking that there might be some overlooked clues, troubling master to accompany. Qi Zhaoxi smiled and responded that it wasn't a bother at all. "What's the point of being polite between you and me?" To outsiders, they really looked like a harmonious master-disciple pair. The dark brown bloodstains were still present in the forest, the lingering smell of blood mixing with the earthy scent creating a heaven for insects. Jiangli remained calm as he drove away the buzzing flies, walking around the bloodstains several times, then eventually squatted down and carefully examined something by parting the grass roots. Qi Zhaoxi was originally sitting under the shade not far away, but seeing Jiangli walking further along following something, finally got up and followed. "Did you find anything?" Almost simultaneously, Jiangli stopped and pointed out a deep trace of blood on the grass beside his foot. The bloodstains suddenly cut off here. The blood streaks along the original route formed a broken line. This place was quite far from where Qing Juxian met his death, and blood wouldn't have splattered over such a distance. Therefore, it could only be a clue left behind by the murderer. A person cannot vanish into thin air. It is likely that the perpetrator put away their weapon at this point. Qi Zhaoxi looked around. Even though this is the opposite direction of Jianghu Manor, what does it prove? If someone within the manor did it, couldn't they have faked leaving from here and then returned via a detour? Jiangli didn't respond, bending down once more for observation. It was unclear when the daylight became dim. They arrived rather late, and now it seemed close to evening. Qi Zhaoxi was considering whether to prompt him or not when suddenly a cool wind swept through the forest, followed by a distant thunder roll. Sure enough, summer storms are known for their rapid and merciless arrival, giving no time for response. The thunder seemed like a signal, after which raindrops came pouring down like waterfalls. Thus, without asking, Qi Zhaoxi pulled Jiangli to start running back. Water splashed everywhere, but Jianghu Manor was still some distance away. He glimpsed the vague outline of a roof eave peeking through the rain-drenched leaves, and decisively charged towards it. It was a dilapidated hut. The door had collapsed, the remaining 3 walls letting the wind howl through, yet fortunately, the ceiling was still holding, keeping the rain out. Both were nearly drenched, but the rain fell heavier, pattering furiously beneath the eaves. The sky was covered with black clouds, swirling violently like a dragon spewing lightning and thunder across the heavens. Jiangli gazed into the distance at the storm, suddenly saying, "The bloodstains will be washed away." "Are you still worrying about the bloodstains?" Qi Zhaoxi wrung out his sleeves, saying, "This rain will last at least a night. We'll have to make do here tonight." Jiangli glanced at him, walking around the broken house. It had been abandoned by its owner for a long time, but it appeared that some passing woodcutters had used it as a resting spot. In the corner lay a pile of dry firewood, and surprisingly, there were a few pieces of flint stones discarded too. Whether they too were unlucky or lucky, this situation was hard to define. There came a sound from behind. Qi Zhaoxi squeezed out the water from his shirt, turning to see Jiangli had already arranged a bundle of twigs and was squatting down ready to start a fire. He quickly said, "You put it aside, I'll handle it." A sharp crack, flames flickered, greedily licking the kindling. The fire gradually stabilized, illuminating Jiangli's profile. Qi Zhaoxi slightly lifted his eyebrows. This young man was indeed peculiar. He could tell that he was new to the martial world, not very experienced in dealing with people, like a young lord raised in an extravagant mansion. But how many young lords could light a fire so skillfully? As he adjusted his shirt cuffs, Qi Zhaoxi casually said, "By the way, didn't Guiyun Manor hide Lord Zhang's tomb in Luoxia Valley?" What he told the old abbot about not knowing the whereabouts of the grave was false. Every winter and summer, Guiyun Manor would secretly dispatch a team to transport supplies. Their routes varied throughout the south and north of the country, but always circled eastwards again. Once near Luoxia Valley within 100 miles radius, they would vanish like fish diving into the ocean. He personally investigated twice and discovered that a complicated and sophisticated formation had been set up, too dangerous to venture into rashly. Now that the news of an attack on Jiang Lumei's tomb and the massacre of its guardians has spread, it confirmed his suspicion. That team was indeed delivering supplies to the tomb keepers in the valley. As Qi Zhaoxi's words trailed off, for a moment, the sounds of wind and rain as well as the crackling of firewood weakened by 3 parts. A sudden sharp whistle cut through the air. His figure flickered, evading a swift strike aimed at his back. Jiangli reacted extremely fast, twisting his hand into a claw to seize his arm. Instead of retreating, Qi Zhaoxi advanced, also gripping his wrist and pulling him toward himself. The instant Jiangli's body lost control and lunged forward, he took the opportunity to pivot sideways, ramming his elbow hard into Qi Zhaoxi's chest first. At this, Qi Zhaoxi had no choice but to release his grip and retreat, neutralizing the force in his arms, while Jiangli pressed the advantage, lifting his palm to slash, revealing no more pretense in his moves. Unprepared for a real fight, Qi Zhaoxi was momentarily forced to step back all the way to the edge of the fire. Then Jiangli lifted his leg for a sweeping kick, seemingly intending to subdue Qi Zhaoxi first. But Qi Zhaoxi's silhouette suddenly became ghostly, though it appeared he didn't evade, the move missed entirely, only kicking up a spray of glowing embers from the fire. A flash of orange-red light vanished instantly, scattering ashes. Taking this interval, Qi Zhaoxi moved around to Jiangli's side, simultaneously drawing his sword away. Reacting swiftly, Jiangli spun around just in time for the long sword to rest horizontally across his neck, stopping all his motions. "Behave yourself," Qi Zhaoxi said nonchalantly, "your master is old and unsteady with his hands, don't make unnecessary movements." Jiangli didn't even look at him, fixing his eyes on the fire. "What do you intend to do?" "I intend nothing. Neither the Yibu sword nor the eternal life art interests me," Qi Zhaoxi said. "We'll have some time ahead to coexist morning and night, constantly wary of each other is tiresome. How about having an open chat?" Only then did Jiangli turn his gaze to him, alert. Qi Zhaoxi chuckled, narrowing his eyes slightly. "Shall we agree to 3 rules?" "First tell me what they are," Jiangli responded. 1. We don't inquire about each other's identities or backgrounds. "Agreed," Jiangli answered without hesitation. 2. Speak openly. "Especially you, if you could say a few more words instead of always acting like I'm the only one talking," Qi Zhaoxi sighed. Jiangli was unsympathetic. "It's because you talk too much." Qi Zhaoxi squinted his eyes. "I'll try." 3. He sheathed the sword, raising his palm. "No sudden attacks." Jiangli seemed slightly uncomfortable, lowering his eyes to lightly tap his palm against Qi Zhaoxi's. "Sorry." "Oh my," Qi Zhaoxi feigned surprise. "What did you say?" "Didn't catch that clearly." Jiangli ignored him thereafter, walking over to sit cross-legged against the wall. After all this commotion, although their clothes were still damp, they weren't dripping water anymore. Reasonably, they should take them off to dry. However, after a glance at each other, both looked down at the fire again, neither making a move to remove their clothes. Subconsciously, Qi Zhaoxi touched his left collarbone, tolerating the discomfort caused by wet clothing clinging to his body, leaning back against the wall. "The night is still long. Want to chat a bit?" "No." Previously, when he mocked Shenjian for being stumped, he hadn't anticipated that soon he would experience such a ruthless rejection himself. Dismissing it as if unheard, Qi Zhaoxi continued, "You came here investigating clues, intending to prove that young girl innocent?" Jiangli paused silently for a second before answering, "I want to know what really happened that night." "And then?" Qi Zhaoxi turned towards Jiang Li, suddenly pondering an interesting question. Suppose it was indeed that girl who killed Qing Juxian. With your close relationship with her, what will you plan to do? For justice, will you stand aside, or intervene regardless of right or wrong? I don't speculate. Qi Zhaoxi laughed. Alright, then let's talk something practical. Second young master Shen mentioned only she knew where Qing Juxian would be that night. Although it's true, it's also partly out of concern for the young lady's feelings, and avoidance of heavier truths. Haven't you realized yet? Apart from his daughter, who else could make Qing Juxian die willingly? Before Jiang Li could respond, he added, sorry. I forgot. She initially could have cleared herself, but unfortunately, that night, the only possible witness wasn't home. Quite a fascinating coincidence, isn't it? Jiang Li gave him a faint glance. Provoking me is futile. An obstinate little thing. Contrarily, Qi Zhaoxi found himself increasingly interested. He leaned closer, propping one hand against the wall, focusing intently on Jiang Li's eyes. Just tell me quietly, it's okay. Don't you doubt her even a bit? The moment Qi Zhaoxi drew near, Jiang Li instinctively tried to step back, but his spine was already pressed against the earthen wall, leaving him nowhere to retreat. And in Qi Zhaoxi's eyes, which seemed like bottomless abysses, he could not look away. A strange pull captured his heart and soul, dragging him into a sense of sinking and falling. The sounds of wind and rain vanished from the world. All that remained was a faint trace of fragrance under his nose, and Qi Zhaoxi's low-pitched voice in his ears. Do you believe her? Or, Qi Zhaoxi leaned closer, do you, like her? Jiang Li involuntarily opened his mouth as if startled. So you do like her? Qi Zhaoxi continued provocatively, more than your master. Jiang Li bit his tongue hard, pushing Qi Zhaoxi abruptly back, as the sounds of wind and rain crashed back into his ears, and the scent suddenly dissipated. Qi Zhaoxi laughed loudly, leaning against the wall once more. He praised with an unbothered tone, not bad, my disciple has commendable self-control. A slight metallic taste lingered on Jiang Li's tongue. Rubbing his forehead hard, he shot back, are you tired of being boring? And isn't it exactly boredom? Qi Zhaoxi sighed wistfully, so unless you have any suggestions, what should we do? Alright, Jiang Li responded, let's compete. The loser goes outside and stands in the rain. Qi Zhaoxi readily agreed, only for Jiang Li to continue, before dawn, whoever speaks first loses. Are you trying to suffocate me? Jiang Li simply looked at him and pointed towards the torrential downpour outside the house. Qi Zhaoxi finally said, forget it, why should I even care about competing with a mere child? Let's sleep. Saying so, he lazily leaned back against the wall, closing his eyes. Sleeping amidst the pitter-patter of rain seemed romantic, but for the fact that they were in this rundown hut deep in the wild forest, with an annoying fake disciple right beside him, it would have been perfect. Half asleep and half awake, the quiet sobbing suddenly arose, hidden in the rain yet distinct like a frightened kitten trying to escape notice. Qi Zhaoxi opened his eyes curiously and looked at the person lying next to him. Jiang Li had buried his face in his arms, expression unseen. It wasn't clear whether he was asleep or awake. Uncertainly, Qi Zhaoxi extended his hand, hesitating mid-air before gently patting Jiang Li on his back. Sorry, I shouldn't have made such a joke. But why are you crying as a man? Jiang Li slowly raised his head, giving him a confused stare. Under the glow of the firelight, Jiang Li's face was spotlessly clean, devoid of any tear marks, and his eyes revealed clearly that he'd just been woken up rudely by Qi Zhaoxi. Qi Zhaoxi's hand paused on Jiang Li's back, both their eyes meeting awkwardly, but no discomfort had fully spread when another whimper broke through. That cry grew clearer now, sniffles filled with a raspy quality, echoing in the endless rainy night, resounding by their sides. Chapter 13. They became alert in an instant, standing up almost simultaneously. They looked around and held their breaths as they waited. Not long after, the crying sound indeed rang out again. Following the sound, it turned out to be faintly emitted from a pile of firewood in the corner. The light circled by the bonfire couldn't reach that area, leaving only a large patch of deep black shadow. That place is insufficient to hide a person, I didn't notice any signs either just now. Jiang Li said. Let's take a look first. Qi Zhaoxi walked forward, stabbing both sword and scabbard into the pile of firewood, feeling no obstruction. He flipped his wrist, causing the wood to burst apart violently, still finding no one. That was strange. A flicker of light approached. It was Jiang Li who had ignited a thick piece of firewood to use as a torch for lighting. The field of vision brightened slightly, causing Qi Zhaoxi to involuntarily a sound as he kicked away the scattered firewood. Lying in the sandy soil was a wooden board. He lifted it off, revealing what appeared to be like tearing open a pitch-black wound on the ground. The cave entrance stared back at him. Is it a cellar? Qi Zhaoxi pondered. Jiang Li remained silent, and the answer came as low cries resounded again from the bottom of the hole, this time without obstruction, clearly discernible as a girl's voice. The inside of the cave was pitch black, making it hard to see anything. Jiang Li threw down the torch. This cave wasn't too deep, the firelight rolled twice but revealed no figure while startling the individual within. The crying suddenly grew louder, unintelligible but with a hoarse voice that startled the heart. There were also faint sounds of iron chains clanking wildly. Jiang Li finally said, let's go down and check. Upon descending into the cave and picking up the torch, they realized this was not a cellar but a tunnel. Its walls were reinforced with stone bricks, though the ground beneath them was sand. They stood at one end, and the other lead somewhere unknown. Not far away, a young woman sat slumped, appearing younger than Jiangli. Her hair was disheveled, her hands and feet bound to the wall with iron chains. As soon as she saw someone, she struggled to rush over, tears streaming down her face as she made incoherent noises, unable to utter a complete sentence. Jiangli hesitated for a moment. She's mentally disabled, She concluded after studying her agitated expression. Jiangli slowly approached, causing the young girl to grow increasingly frantic, widening her eyes. She didn't know whether to defend herself or try to grab hold of Jiangli. Her hands pulled wildly at the chains, forcing him to keep his distance. With a loud bang, a fragment of broken stone struck the little girl accurately on her pressure point. Her eyes closed instantly, and she slumped lifelessly to the side. She dusted off his hand as if there was nothing there and came forward. Apparently, her family could not support her or did not want to, yet lacked the resolve to kill her themselves, so they simply locked her away where she wouldn't be seen, allowing their consciences to feel better. How do you know? Jiangli looked at him. It's quite obvious, she smiled, pointing to two pairs of footprints on the ground. One pair was big and deep, resembling men's footprints, and the other small and shallow, surely left by this little girl. He squatted down and pulled up the girl's sleeve for Jiangli to see. Look, there are indeed no bruises. She explained patiently, the footprints indicate that she was not brought here while unconscious. Since she could walk, she still has consciousness, yet there are no marks of injury on her body. Even chaining up a cat or dog would require some effort. Doesn't a person struggle? Sometimes, animals know how to struggle, but people don't. He paused momentarily, then added meaningfully, do you think Qing Juxian should have resisted? Jiangli disagreed, you're merely speculating. This is a reasonable inference based on evidence. Jiangli did not argue with him, trying to pull the chains nailed into the cave wall, creating a ringing sound. Seeing his actions, Shi couldn't help but say, are you going to save her? Jiangli glanced strangely at him, why not? I dislike meddling in other people's affairs. After saying this, Shi recalled something and added another sentence, you're an exception. He sighed with much emotion, people in martial circles love to uphold justice without asking about the cause and consequences. They may enjoy their own sense of righteousness, but do they care if the person they rescue feels worse alive than dead? Jiangli, will you listen to your teacher's advice? What do you have to say? Shi leaned against the wall, copying his stance while looking at the girl, and said, what about this mentally disabled child? What do you plan to do after saving her? Let her fend for herself, or will you stay close by day and night to look after her? Or, what if you found her family, but since they abandoned her, will they take her back? Jiangli didn't reply for a moment. All he heard was Shi continue, on the bright side, perhaps her family felt compassionate and left this girl behind. But seeing her attire, she doesn't seem from a wealthy family, raising a mentally challenged person requires enormous effort. In doing so, you wouldn't be helping her, instead, you'd be harming her and her entire family. Besides, she's disoriented and mentally disabled, only serving as a burden to others. What's the point of living like that? As he spoke, Shi suddenly gave a faint, self-mocking smile, I shouldn't say that either. Living itself doesn't really have much meaning. Jiangli remained silent, waiting for him to finish before responding, so should we just stand by? Shi tilted his head slightly, his smile deepening, if you really want to help her, there is a way. He tapped Jiangli's sword, instead of letting her die slowly, it might be better to give her a quick end. Death resolves all matters, this statement wasn't without its logic. Jiangli moved the torch closer to the chains, illuminating the blood-streaked finger marks clawed into the cave wall, speaking softly, but she wants to live. Having said that, he no longer waited for Shi to speak. In one swift motion, his sword fell, severing the chains. At the same time, half of the iron chain nailed into the cave wall broke off, and an ear-splitting rumble above shook the ground. The field of vision suddenly turned pitch black except for the glow of the torch. Jiangli looked up in alarm, realizing that the earth wall had collapsed, sealing the entrance they descended from. Worse yet, the man beside him actually laughed. Shi gloated sarcastically, you see, you interfered when you shouldn't have. Jiangli couldn't comprehend such behavior, are you not upset about being stuck here because of me? You're still laughing. I'm not afraid, Shi grinned, if I truly can't get out, I'll just kill and eat both of you first. His smile was both gentle and kind, but his tone was deadly serious, making it unclear whether he was joking or serious. As if wanting to try Jiangli's taste first, he reached out to pinch his face, which Jiangli slapped away. Unbothered, Shi continued to smile and asked, since you didn't listen to me, now what? You make the decision. Jiangli handed him the torch, then unfastened the girl's chains and carried her onto his back before turning towards the dark tunnel. There's no other choice. Let's go. Initially, they proceeded with great caution. Although they hadn't heard any mechanisms triggered, it was apparent that the girl's chains were connected to a trap system. However, after walking for some time, everything seemed fine, nothing unusual. It was just an ordinary-looking underground passage. The sole discovery came halfway through when they found a jade earring lying amidst the sand. Qi Zhaoxi almost stepped on it. Picking it up and inspecting it for a while, he noticed only that the silver inlay was worn, indicating it was an old piece. As they ventured further, the tunnel gradually narrowed, becoming cramped. Just as the torch was about to burn out, they finally saw a flight of steps ascending ahead, unfortunately blocked off tightly by a massive boulder at the top. Jiangli gently set the girl down against the wall and tried channeling his internal energy to push the rock. However, this stone must have weighed several hundred pounds, refusing to budge even slightly. Gasping for breath, Jiangli glanced toward Qi Zhaoxi under the faint light of the torch. "Master. Calling me master now, huh?" Qi Zhaoxi responded without hesitation, "Forget it. Your master can't move it either." Jiangli suggested, "What if we combine our strength and split it apart?" Qi Zhaoxi raised an eyebrow, gesturing for him to continue. Jiangli marked the rock with his sword and said, "The staircase is too narrow to allow us to stand side by side. A moment later, we will attack this weak spot consecutively from front and back, ensuring no pause between moves, in order to break it. One before the other." Qi Zhaoxi was somewhat surprised. Given the tightness of the tunnel, particularly the steps, if the person in front retreated too slowly after delivering their strike, the next blade from behind would probably cut them both along with the boulder. "Yes," Jiang Li's eyes showed no hesitation nor room for negotiation. "I slowed you down, so I'll go first. We're fake master and apprentice, having met for merely a few days with far less coordination. What if my strike accidentally slices your head off? That would mean I withdrew too slowly. It wouldn't be your fault." Jiang Li looked over at the girl nearby. "Then you take her out." For the first time, Qi Zhaoxi was slightly touched. Smiling faintly, he said, "All right." The firelight dimmed near extinction, reflecting off their swords as the two took position front and back, maintaining distance. Suddenly, a fierce whistle of swords erupted like dragons rising from the sea. Though dark and shadowy, Qi Zhaoxi could barely make out the vibrations. Following the thunderous shake of the boulder, amidst roaring sounds, Qi Zhaoxi dashed forward, unleashing a plain but devastating sword thrust, infused with thunderous force. A warm breath brushed past his ears as someone swiftly passed him. The long sword violently collided with the massive rock. It was as if this single stroke tore the heavens apart, shaking the underground passageway, causing countless pebbles to fall. The torch extinguished completely. A beam of daylight pierced through. Qi Zhaoxi brushed off the dust and turned around. Just as he looked up, Jiang Li stood right in the light, raising an eyebrow with a smug look that didn't need to be vocalized. They quickly cleared the broken stones, greatly relieved to find that though the gap wasn't spacious, it was sufficient for one person to pass through. Jiang Li crawled out first. The girl was frail and slight. Qi Zhaoxi could lift her easily with one hand and handed her over outside effortlessly. Just as he prepared to go himself, suddenly, a hand appeared in front of him. Qi Zhaoxi glanced up and met Jiang Li's eyes. This distance felt neither too close nor too far, their gazes locking momentarily until Jiang Li shifted uncomfortably and looked down at the broken rocks. Qi Zhaoxi paused, resisting the urge to tease him. "What are you looking at? Is that stone your master?" Apparently, no help was needed from the other side. Jiang Li was about to withdraw his hand when suddenly Qi Zhaoxi grabbed it and used the leverage to climb out. Unprepared, Jiang Li stumbled back, almost falling on top of Qi Zhaoxi. Jiang Li frowned severely. "Let go." Laughing heartily, Qi Zhaoxi finally released him, still sitting lazily on the ground as he glanced around. The place seemed oddly familiar. It was the east courtyard of Ji Manor. They were by the streamside rockery. What had sealed the exit was just a piece of fallen artificial hillside. By now, daylight illuminated everything, and the sound must have alerted the guards. They rushed over, shouting loudly, "Who's there?" Upon seeing two distinguished guests covered in dirt, the head guard's surprise was evident. When his gaze fell on the unconscious girl nearby, he exclaimed even more loudly, "Isn't this Master Li's youngest daughter? How did she end up here?" Jiang Li's eyes flickered. "You recognize her?" "Of course. Her mother suffered complications giving birth to her and left her with mental issues, but our master is truly benevolent and never minded her condition. He insisted that since she belongs to the manor, she would be cared for. A few days ago, she mysteriously went missing, causing her mother great worry. Oh, so it was the two great warriors who saved her. Good, now bring her back. That's all." Qi Zhaoxi remarked casually. The guards quickly agreed, wisely not asking how they ended up there. Carrying the girl away, they departed without further delay. As they watched them leave, Jiang Li's brow relaxed as he turned to Qi Zhaoxi and commented, "You guessed wrong." "Wrong guess, so what?" Qi Zhaoxi shrugged carelessly while brushing off the dust from his robe. Suddenly, he noticed something small among the grass. Picking it up for closer inspection, it was an earring, matching perfectly with the one he had found earlier in the tunnel, silver thread wound delicately into green jade earrings, clearly a pair. Although the matter seemed strange, both decided against wasting time and headed straight for the compound, needing to change into clean clothes regardless. However, before they could step inside, Shuelu hurried toward them anxiously. "Where have you two gone so early in the morning, and in such a mess?" Qi Zhaoxi tried pushing past him to go in. "Long story, let me wash my face first." Zhao Yue has been taken for questioning, Shui Lu announced. Jiang Li stopped mid-step, as did Qi Zhaoxi, who asked curiously, what's going on? The Green Mountain sect may have new leads. Moreover, Shui Lu hesitated slightly before looking at Jiang Li. This morning, young master of Guiyun Manor, Jiang Lanes, arrived. Right now, he's part of the joint interrogation among the three factions. Chapter 14. The hall was crowded with onlookers, leaving an open space in the middle. Zhao Yue knelt there with a cold expression, flanked by two disciples of Green Mountain sect. Opposite them were three rosewood chairs. On the left sat Shen Shenxi of Green Mountain sect, with second master Shen Jiyan standing behind him. On the right was Miss Lin Quanggu of Guangqin sect, and naturally at the center was Return Cloud Villa. The young master of the villa did indeed look around Jiang Li's age, with a clean and delicate appearance, dressed in fine clothes and adorned with jade. He looked less like the young master of a famous martial arts family, and more like a young master from a wealthy household. However, the young man in blue standing behind his chair, with his upright posture and refined demeanor honed by storms, stood out distinctly. That is the young master of Return Cloud, Jian Lan Zhe, Shui Lu said. The one standing behind him, I recognize, is the adopted son of Master Jiang, Ji Xiaoming. Qi Chaoxi and Jiang Li hastily changed into clean clothes before rushing over with Shui Lu. Due to the chaotic crowd, they didn't draw attention upon entering. Everyone continued to listen as Shen Jiyan briefly recounted the situation he had been investigating these past few days. Initially, besides the blood-stained letter, no other reliable evidence was found. There were no signs of struggle or conflict at Qingju Xian's residence. At a loss, Shen Jiyan decided to inquire about every single servant in the villa, and indeed discovered something useful. A night patrol claimed that on that fateful night, he had glimpsed a young girl darting through the east courtyard, her figure vanishing in an instant. Since the villa was filled with unfamiliar martial artists recently, he didn't think much of it and paid no attention to the fact that she was a woman. Shen Jiyan personally took the night patrol to the window where Zhao Yue was under house arrest and let him identify her. The night patrol squinted for a while and firmly nodded, yes, this is the girl. Her eyes look exactly like our Qing heroes, once you see them, you can't forget. Upon hearing this, the gathered crowd erupted in murmurs, and Zhao Yue's face finally changed. Shen Jiyan paused for a moment before asking gently, Zhao Yue, since he identified you as being in the east courtyard that night, and you claim to have stayed in the west courtyard all along, can you prove it? Zhao Yue raised her head and stared straight at him, how else am I supposed to prove it? Since all three sects are here today and everyone on the platform is listening, if you have something to say, please feel free to speak up, Shen Jiyan said. We will ensure a fair judgment and won't wrongfully blame you. To speak freely. Very well then. Zhao Yue suddenly laughed coldly. Why don't you ask Wei Jian, the unquestioning sword? The crowd was taken aback. Zhao Yue abruptly stood up. The two disciples hurried to subdue her but failed to do so due to some unknown newfound strength. After freeing herself, Zhao Yue made no other move, instead standing tall, sweeping her gaze across the room as she spoke icily, you're all investigating the cause of death, seeking justice for Qingju Xian. How righteous you all are. How important is it really to know how Qingju Xian died? Do you truly care this much about someone who is already dead? Zhao Yue laughed again harshly. Why not ask Wei Jian directly? Clearly, it's something you're concerned about deep down but are afraid to voice. Shen Jiyan attempted to pacify her, Miss Zhao Yue. Zhao Yue stepped back slightly, continuing on her own accord, enough pretense. You clearly suspect me because I hate him. But shouldn't I hate him? His death is pitiful, and you want to uphold justice for him, but what about me? Does anyone care how I've lived through all these years? Did my mother ever have any thoughts for me? She didn't even leave me a single word when she passed away. I cried for an entire day and night, tears dried up. I was 12 years old then, lonely and hopeless, thinking it would be better to die with her. But when I actually put the blade to my neck, I became scared. Where were you then? Why didn't anyone come to help me? Her voice rose higher and sharper, almost piercing towards the end, accompanied by uncontrollable tremors in her body, whether from anger or grief no one could tell. On what basis does the River Alliance get to judge me? Zhao Yue's voice broke, shouting hoarsely, even stepping back 10,000 steps, suppose Qingju Xian really was killed by me, so what? So what? He owed me this. Zhao Yue. Jiang Li finally couldn't hold back and shouted. The whole hall was shocked, and a deathly silence followed as the wind swept through. Unexpectedly, Zhao Yue stopped trembling. She stiffened like a stone statue, seemingly mustering all her strength to slowly turn her head and look at him. Somewhere along the way, her eyes had reddened, yet she forced a smile at Jiang Li. With this smile, tears began rolling down her cheeks in droves. She said, Jiang Li, they want to kill me. Would you save me? It reminded her of that twilight when Qingju Xian left, and she leaned against the door frame, unmoving, staring blankly at nothing, feeling just as wretched and sad. Thus, Jiang Li deeply glanced at Zhao Yue for a moment, as if he had made a decision. He stepped forward from the crowd and faced the higher seat, saying, please give me some time, I will prove her innocence. All eyes were suddenly on him. Shen Shenxi stopped Shen Jiyan from speaking, solemnly asking, how are you going to prove it? I believe in her, so. Do you mean you have no evidence in hand? Just with a vague belief from you, should we all follow your lead? Shen Shenxi interrupted his words. Zhao Yue dumbly stared at Jiang Li beside her, who remained calm and said, give me a chance. Then produce evidence that can convince everyone. Shen Shenxi said, isn't it too easy for you to play for time even when there's nothing substantial? Should we just grant your wish without question? You'll ask for more days after a few days pass, then endlessly waste our time. A day's limit. Jiang Li said. Someone in the crowd quietly shook their head. Hearing this, Shen Shenxi paused momentarily. Seeing Shen Jiyan wanting to speak up to dissuade, he immediately glared at him into silence. Yet while stopping his second brother, he couldn't prevent the young man in blue standing beside from speaking up. Ji Xiaoming suggested, since such is the case, let's still make a resolution according to the rules. Lin Quangu of Guangqin sect raised her hand first, her face bearing a look of reluctance. I agree to allow one more day. Miss Lin. Mr. Shen, Lin Quangu sighed, I am also unwilling to believe it was her. How could there be a daughter who kills her own father under heaven? But the evidence is right here in front of us, how can you not believe? Shen Shenxi furrowed his brows, extremely upset, I disagree. Everyone's gaze turned to the young master of Guiyun Villa, seeing only Jiang Lanzhe hesitating for quite a long time before softly saying, it's just waiting for one more day, nothing else. As soon as his words faded, Shen Shenxi stood up abruptly, only relying on sentimental reasons, are you not even looking at solid evidence? With nothing to base it on, you want to delay for a day. Do you know how many things can happen within a day? Don't you fear someone knowing they cannot escape death and using devious schemes? Jiang Lanzhe avoided his gaze, exchanging a glance with Ji Xiaoming behind him. In the end, he still raised his hand and said, I agree. With 2 against 1, the decision was made. Foolish. Shen Shenxi left in a huff. Shen Jiyan nodded in apology to everyone and quickly followed his elder brother, flashing a smile at Jiang Li as they passed. The disciples of Green Mountain sect were about to take Zhao Yue away. She was still lost in thought, opening her mouth to say something to Jiang Li before leaving, but ultimately biting her lower lip tightly and saying nothing. As the onlookers dispersed, Qi Chaoxi unhurriedly strolled over to Jiang Li's side and chuckled, a fine deadline of a single day. Are you so confident? Jiang Li looked down and shook his head. He was just about to speak again when suddenly Jiang Li took 2 steps back toward him, hiding behind him. Qi Chaoxi was startled, looking in the opposite direction to see Ji Xiaoming's eyes directly locking onto them. The other person seemed to have been scrutinizing Jiang Li for quite a while. Caught off guard by Qi Chaoxi intercepting his line of sight, Ji Xiaoming came to his senses and instead walked over casually, politely introducing himself, Ji Xiaoming from Return Cloud Villa. Long heard of the great reputation of Hero Qi. Seeing Skylar nearby, Ji Xiaoming naturally deduced Qi Chaoxi's identity and then looked at Jiang Li, tentatively asking, this person is? You don't recognize him? Qi Chaoxi countered. Ji Xiaoming smiled sheepishly, forgive me for being rude. At first glance, this young sir reminded me of an old friend, so I inadvertently stared for a bit. Truly, my apologies. An old friend? This was Jiang Li's query. Already deceased. Ji Xiaoming stated, you, bear some resemblance to his younger self. Jiang Li raised his eyes to look at him, resemblance in appearance. Ji Xiaoming's expression dimmed somewhat as he laughed bitterly, to be honest, I haven't seen him for too long. I've almost forgotten what he looks like. Then is it our personalities that are similar? After pondering for a moment, Ji Xiaoming shook his head again, not really, he was more cheerful than you and spoke more. If not in appearance or character, how could they resemble each other? Saying this, Ji Xiaoming himself felt absurd and couldn't help laughing, then sincerely apologized to them again. At this moment, after bidding farewell to Lin Quangu, Jiang Lanzhe also curiously walked over, Brother Ji, are these your friends? Ji Xiaoming introduced them accordingly, faltering when reaching Jiang Li as he realized he did not yet know his name. Preparing to inquire, Jiang Li opened his mouth first. Jiang Li. You also share the surname Jiang. What a coincidence. Jiang Lanzhe chuckled, after a day, I expect good news from you, please don't let me get scolded by Mr. Shen in vain. It was only at this moment that Shui Lu, who had been standing aside, realized that he had overlooked an important matter. The 3 families of the Mountain and River Alliance were close acquaintances. If Jiang Li truly was the young master of Guiyun Villa, it was fine that others might not recognize him, but how could the Green Mountain sect and Guangqin sect fail to identify him? Watching the 2 from Guiyun Villa walk away side by side, Shui Lu sighed lowly, a slip-up, it seems I lost the bet. Qi Chaoxi glanced at him with a smile, yet his words were directed at Jiang Li, have you decided? How about sneaking in tonight to rescue Zhao Yu? Jiang Li pondered for a moment and said, I want to go back and check the forest again. After such a heavy downpour, he still wouldn't give up. Qi Chaoxi let out a long sigh, then suddenly asked, what do you call me? Jiang Li, confused, Master. Then Master will help you investigate in the Green Mountain sect. Saying this, Qi Chaoxi casually patted his head. Jiang Li wasn't prepared for this gesture and instinctively tried to slap the hand away. However, realizing they were not alone and there were others nearby, he managed to suppress his reaction and gave a low warning, "Take your hand off." Qi Chaoshi, seizing on his advantage, smiled as he pinched Jiang Li's face again, enjoying the excellent texture, so obedient. Finally unable to bear it any longer, Jiang Li turned his head away and quickly strode out of the door. Having had his fun, Qi Chaoshi's mood greatly improved as he finally turned to Xuelu. "Hey, don't forget to deliver the wine you owe me." Xuelu, okay. Chapter 15. If one is going to gather information, it's important to choose the right person to target. Qi Chaoshi leaned idly against the wall outside the courtyard of the Green Mountain sect, hearing clearly the sound of Shenxenzi angrily rebuking and slamming the door. After waiting a moment, he finally revealed himself, greeting Shen Erlang who was still standing in the courtyard. Shen Jiyan turned around, helplessly gesturing at the tightly shut door. "I hope Qidashia doesn't take offense." "What are you saying?" "My disciple has caused discord between you two brothers. I've come specially to apologize." Qi Chaoshi stepped into the yard. Shen Jiyan smiled and shook his head. "My elder brother has always been like this. Once the anger passes, there's no grudge left. Qidashia need not put it to heart." This Shen's second son was considerate and courteous, not giving Qi Chaoshi much chance to find any reason to delay before inviting him for a cup of tea. As soon as they entered the hall, Qi Chaoshi's gaze was immediately drawn to a low table. On the blackwood low table stood a bowl of clear water, beside which lay a blood-stained jade pendant wrapped on a white cloth, precisely the one retrieved from the body of Qing Juxian. "This is..." Shen Jiyan smiled faintly, preparing to clean Master Cheng's jade pendant as well. "Like removing the bloodstains from that letter?" Qi Chaoshi understood. "Then perhaps I won't have that tea after all, so as not to delay your important matters." "No trouble at all, this can be done simultaneously." Shen Jiyan took out a small round-belly porcelain bottle from his bosom without any pretense, dropping 2 drops into the bowl of water. One didn't know what kind of potent medicine it was, but the pale blue liquid dissolved seamlessly into the clear water. He then placed the jade pendant inside, a wisp of blood water slowly rising and dispersing until it had dyed the entire bowl red. In just the time it took to pour tea for Qi Chaoshi, he fished out the jade, gently wiping it on the white cloth revealing its smooth and glossy texture, truly leaving not a trace of blood behind. "I wouldn't have thought that Erlang has such skills. It's truly admirable." This simple and quick process left Qi Chaoshi genuinely praising. "You flatter me, this medicine was not concocted by my hands." Shen Jiyan's fingers rubbed over the porcelain bottle. "It was coincidentally made by Qingyao. She gave it to me saying it could be used for cleaning clothes and blood." Hearing this tone in his words, Qi Chaoshi asked, "Is Qingyao your respected wife?" Shen Jiyan's eyes shimmered slightly, but he did not answer, only shaking his head lightly. This moment would break the ice to draw closer and make conversation easier. Qi Chaoshi thought for a bit then said, "Then may I ask where this person is now? If she is also at Ge Manor, I really would like to get acquainted." Shen Jiyan hesitated for a long time before speaking. "She. Already dead." Both startled momentarily, turning back to see Shenxenzi at the threshold. Stepping into the hall, Shenxenzi stared intently at Shen Jiyan and spoke deeply. "Didn't you see her killed by the Pashuo cult?" Shen Jiyan did not respond, smiling awkwardly as he deflected the topic, first explaining why Qi Chaoshi was there and persuading his elder brother to calm down. However, he failed to relax his furrowed brows, making this smile appear rather forced. A heavy rainstorm indeed washed away every single trace in the woods outside the manor. The leaves were still wet. Jiang Li followed his memory to where the trail of blood ended last time. As he was about to squat down for an inspection, a sudden gleam of silver flickered not far off in the grass. Pushing aside lush wild grass, tangled roots seemed to bind a tiny object that would likely go unnoticed without close scrutiny. When he pulled it out, he saw it was a finely braided hemp cord about wrist length, with a small circular iron piece strung onto it, glistening brightly with rainwater. Jiang Li wiped off the raindrops and examined closely, noticing 3 petal marks engraved on the iron plate. Other than that, there was nothing else of interest. He paced around the forest while a slow-moving red sun climbed high above, forcing him to return to the manor. In the blink of an eye, half the day passed. Though it wasn't completely fruitless, Jiang Li knew deep inside that this tiny iron plate probably couldn't serve as any solid evidence. The reason Zhao Yu was so suspicious mainly stemmed from Qing Juxian's peculiar death circumstances, yet they were unable to prove her whereabouts on that night. If they remained helpless by tomorrow, wouldn't it turn out exactly as Qi Chaoshi suggested, secretly abducting her under cover of darkness? But if that happened, wouldn't it confirm her as the culprit in patricide? Lost in thought, Jiang Li absent-mindedly walked down the street and almost bumped into someone even before reaching the main gates of Ge Manor. He quickly apologized while backing up, upon which the other side stopped and softly laughed. "It's fine, could you just tell me, where am I?" The crowded streets explained their collision. Facing them was a young woman dressed in pale purple embroidery with a gentle demeanor, yet her eyes remained closed, and when speaking, she tilted her ears slightly toward the voice. Jiang Li hesitated. "You. I'm blind." Jiang Li nodded, stating the location of the place, noticing that the girl's expression grew even more perplexed. He asked, "Did you get separated from someone?" "Yes. There was a commotion earlier on the street, and many people gathered to watch. I got separated from them then. I figured moving toward quieter areas would help." She wasn't in a hurry, but she smiled again. It seems I might have wandered a bit too far. I'll see you back. All right, thank you. She gave the name of an inn, smiling sweetly as she added, I'm Ruru. Jiangli. Reaching out to guide her, he hesitated, unsure where it would be proper to touch. Understanding his predicament immediately, Ruru extended her hand, blindly reaching until it caught hold of Jiangli's sleeve. Let's go. Truth was, he hadn't ventured out much since arriving at Dongting, and the inn's name sounded unfamiliar to him. Yet, he couldn't simply leave the young woman alone. As they walked along, he kept paying attention to the shop signs around. He was usually silent, but Ruru had something on her mind, so she said aloud, once we reach the vicinity of the inn, please stop. You can return then. I'll wait for the maids to arrive before going in. If my brother finds out they lost sight of me, he'd surely scold them. Understood, Jiangli replied, but I will accompany you while waiting. Don't think less of me because I'm blind. Ruru understood his concern and laughed, I can hear clearly. Even if 1,000 people come together, I could recognize my brother's footsteps right away. Do you know sometimes eyes can deceive you, but ears cannot? Sometimes eyes do deceive. As if a flash of enlightenment broke through chaos, Jiangli froze momentarily. Just then, two maid-like figures rushed over, frantically checking whether Ruru was injured or not, relief mingled with joy bringing tears close to their eyes. Thank goodness you're unharmed. Otherwise, we wouldn't survive. Ruru felt around and held on to their hands. Doesn't my brother know yet? Without finding you, how could we dare to return? The maid glanced at Jiangli and profusely thanked him, almost kneeling down right there in the street. It wasn't clear who this brother figure of hers was, but evidently he was a formidable character. Naturally, the maids led her back next. Jiangli turned quickly towards Ji Manor, intending to grab the glimmer of inspiration in his mind, wanting to clarify matters thoroughly with Qi Chaoshi first. Unbeknownst to him, the tall figure of his opportunistic master strolled back leisurely only later in the evening. TSK, you wouldn't believe how generous Shen Erlang can be. All I did was vaguely hinting once, and he directly handed over all the intelligence he had collected these few days. Now I realize I wasted my effort. Qi Chaoshi tossed a letter onto the table, and isn't it detailed enough, even noting the day a little serving girl on duty fell asleep in the west courtyard. Then he took out a pair of emerald earrings, placing them on the table. This also came out. They belonged to Qing Juxian's wife. Originally, they were pawned at a shop. However, no one knows how Wei Min identified them. She bought them back for Qing Juxian. Naturally, Qing Juxian was deeply grateful. Wei Min promised to help him search for his missing wife and daughter, thus establishing their connection. I guessed it was due to this favor Qing Juxian didn't hesitate agreeing to attend the prestigious sword gathering. Zhao Yue mentioned selling jewelry to pay for learning martial arts from her master. So it appeared Qing Juxian hadn't been lying that day when he said he was continuously looking for traces of her mother and herself. Jiangli shifted his gaze from the earrings and met Qi Chaoyi's steady eyes, assuming he was about to say something else. Is there more? Qi Chaoyi put on an earnest look. Isn't there something else you should express? Jiangli bowed slightly, thanks to the master's hard work. Is that all? Shouldn't you massage your old teacher's legs? No. Chuckling, shaking his head, Qi Chaoyi noticed Jiangli pull out a fine rope with an iron piece strung through it, extending it to his view. His features darkened instantly. Where? Did you find this thing in the forest? Do you recognize it? He accepted it and scrutinized it for some time, feigning indifference. Yes, I do. The Banruo sect categorizes its members into 13 ranks distinguished by floral marks. The higher the rank, the more complex and vivid the flower patterns. Different materials are used as well, ranging from gold and silver to copper and iron. This one appears to belong to a newly promoted member. Although it's iron, the pattern is just 3 petals. And judging by the wear, it's quite old. With that, Qi Chaoyi flung the iron piece back to him, saying, fantastic. Completely useless. You present this to Green Mountain sect and now have to prove Zhao Yue has nothing to do with the Banruo sect. Jiangli said, I have a question. Is there any disguise technique in the world that can completely fool others? Qi Chaoyi pondered a moment before replying seriously, indeed there is. Do you think someone disguised as Zhao Yue killed Qing Juxian? Qi Chaoyi tilted his head in thought for a moment, then smiled deeper. The Green Mountain sect might not be unaware of the art of disguise, but do you know why no one thought in that direction? Jiangli shook his head. In this world, how could anyone truly transform into another person? Qi Chaoyi said, what's so difficult about changing appearances? It's just a matter of some skin. The difficulty lies in being lifelike. People are all different, walking postures, tones of speech, let alone a glance or a smile. If you're not thoroughly familiar with the other person, how can you mimic them? Even so, some people can spot the difference at a glance, like family members. Therefore, even the most skilled master of disguise wouldn't dare to fool the close relatives of the impersonated person. Qi Chaoyi sighed, but if you think carefully, Qing Juxian and Zhao Yue, who are supposed to be father and daughter by blood, when they faced each other, it was no different than 2 strangers. He couldn't tell the difference. For the deceased Qing Juxian, Zhao Yue might have killed him out of hatred. Jiangli fell silent for a moment. Qi Chaoyi continued, you'd better hope you're wrong. If it really was someone disguised as Zhao Yue, then in everyone's eyes, it would look like her doing. How would you clear her name? There was a long pause without an answer, and Jiangli frowned deeply, sorting through the beginning and end of the clues over and over again but still couldn't reach a satisfying solution. The sunlight slipping into the room silently urged, inch by inch moving from west to east, finally becoming a weary dusk. Qi Chaoyi leaned against the table and suddenly said, by the way, beckoning to Jiangli, come here. Confused, Jiangli stood before him. Qi Chaoyi pulled out a flat round porcelain jar. As soon as he opened it, the smell of medicine filled the air. He dipped his fingers into some light green ointment, but just as he raised his hand, Jiangli dodged backward. Without hesitation, Qi Chaoyi caught his shoulder with his free hand, making a tisk sound. You little thing, react pretty fast. What are you dodging for? Am I going to bite you? Jiangli stiffened and stopped moving, allowing him to apply the ointment on his forehead. There was a pale scar on his forehead, not very noticeable, but only visible up close. How did you get this scar? When the ointment touched his forehead, it felt refreshingly cool, then Qi Chaoyi's finger smoothed it evenly, warming gradually. After hesitating for a moment, Jiangli answered, I wasn't paying attention and bumped into the wall. Qi Chaoyi said, impressive. Jiangli. They were standing rather close. While Qi Chaoyi was intently examining his forehead, it made Jiangli feel uneasy all over, especially as his eyes had nowhere to rest, circling aimlessly like a bird until finally landing on the other man's face. Jiangli hadn't examined Qi Chaoyi closely before, and now he realized how strikingly handsome he looked. Perhaps due to the perfect twilight moment, his focused expression seemed to bring out a faint tenderness in his eyes. Am I good-looking? Qi Chaoyi asked casually. Before Jiangli could find the right words to respond, Qi Chaoyi spoke first, of course, I'm handsome. My face hasn't collided with any walls. Jiangli stared at him expressionlessly. Qi Chaoyi withdrew his hand, seeing his reaction made him laugh more openly, handing over the medicine jar, here, twice a day. No. Qi Chaoyi interrupted, Scholar Shui gave it to me for you. If you don't want it, go return it yourself. Holding the cool porcelain jar, Jiangli could only say, then thank him. Standing there for a long time tired him, so Qi Chaoyi was about to sit down to take a good rest. Jiangli watched his movement, a flash of insight struck him, and he quickly reached out to hold him back, wait. Jiangli stood in front of him, making a motion as if holding an invisible sword, raising his hand to press against his chest. Qi Chaoyi was slightly stunned and heard him say, if this sword pierced through, it should come straight in and out, corresponding front to back, right? Qi Chaoyi replied mystified, yeah. The wound in Qing Juxian's body was also a direct thrust straight in and out, front and back aligning. Jiangli gazed into his eyes and lightly tapped his chest twice with his fingers. If it was really Zhao Yue who killed him, then the thrust that pierced his chest should have been tilted upward. Don't tap randomly. Feeling his heart inexplicably jump once, Qi Chaoyi grasped his hand and moved it aside, then said, can you convince others based on just this one strike? One strike may not determine much, but what if there are 12 sword wounds? Jiangli said slowly. Is there anything more convincing than a body? Qi Chaoyi looked at him as Jiangli continued, as early as tomorrow morning, I will request the Green Mountain sect to allow me to exhume the body and conduct an examination. Qing Juxian is going to be buried tomorrow. Qi Chaoyi chuckled, nodding his chin toward the endless night behind him, what are we waiting for? Are you afraid of running into a ghost at night? Let's go. Chapter 16. Even though the water pavilion where Qing Juxian's body was placed was spacious and well ventilated, this was, after all, the scorching summer. Fate is fair, whether one was a universally admired righteous hero or a detested insidious villain during their lifetime, after death, the flesh of all would inevitably decay. Because of this, the Qing Shan sect felt they could delay no longer. After discussing with Wei Min, they decided to bury him the next day. The moment the heavy coffin lid was pushed open, the stench of rotting flesh came out like an avenging spirit with fangs bared and claws extended, forcing Qi Chaoshi to take a step back. However, it seemed that Jiangli was completely unfazed, holding up the candlestick high to illuminate the scene inside the coffin. Because of the upcoming burial, Qing Juxian's bloody clothes had been changed. His posthumous visage was clean and composed, his expression calm and silent. If not for his truly ashen and ghastly complexion, he would have looked like he was merely in deep sleep. After struggling to adapt for a moment, Qi Chaoshi approached, apologized humbly, and proceeded to remove Qing Juxian's robes, exposing numerous alarming blood-filled wounds. Jiangli spread the paper and ink he brought on the coffin lid and began sketching the outline of a human figure along with the injuries, 2 drawings, one for the front and one for the back. After completing the sketches, he overlapped the 2 sheets of paper and scrutinized them closely. Meanwhile, Qi Chaoshi closed the coffin lid and was about to ask a question when Jiangli nodded at him. The next morning, just as dawn broke, Jiangli was already waiting outside the Qing Shan sect's courtyard. Surprisingly, even Qi Chaoshi had risen early. At the first sight of each other, Shen Shenxi couldn't help but be surprised. It wasn't until they reached the water pavilion and listened to the recounting that he said, using wound patterns to estimate the stature of the murderer is something I've never heard of before. Is it truly reliable? In regard to this matter, I can assure you, Jiangli replied. The position of the wounds can indeed be influenced by the struggle. Martial artist strikes aren't limited by their height, shorter individuals can still attack from above. Normally, this method wouldn't be trustworthy. However, in the present case, it's clear that Qingdaxia didn't fight back. There was no real exchange of blows, and he might have not even attempted to dodge. As such, each strike left a truthful record on the body. One sword wound may not tell much, but 12 are very telling. Jiang Li presented the two human-shaped diagrams to everyone, then glanced at Shen Shenxi. Zhao Yue is innocent. Shen Shenxi also stared straight back. Go on, who could have done it? I found this in the forest. Jiang Li took out the fine rope strung with iron pieces. The moment the three-petal marks were shown, someone whispered in alarm, Branro sect. Shen Shenxi raised his hand to quell the disturbance and nodded. All right, you've convinced me. That young girl definitely couldn't leave such wounds. Suddenly his tone became sharp, but what about you? Your stature fits perfectly, doesn't it? Where were you that night? Jiang Li's expression hardened as he fell silent. That thing belongs to the Branro sect, I recognize it. But you claim you found it in the forest, who can prove that? Shen Shenxi raised his hand, and several Qing Shan sect disciples immediately drew their swords and surrounded Jiang Li warily. Caught off guard, Qi Chaoxi couldn't help but frown, yet he refrained from acting hastily. Brother. Shen Gongzi wanted to step forward but was held back by Shen Shenxi, who continued asking, it has come to this, and you still refuse to confess openly? Jiang Li remained silent. Good. Shen Shenxi nodded again and abruptly raised his hand. Jiang Li was fully prepared, but watched as the surrounding Qing Shan sect disciples quickly dispersed, leaving him momentarily puzzled. Just because you stepped forward without hesitation for that young girl, I'll trust you once. Finally, Shen Shenxi softened slightly and consulted with Guiyun Villa and Guangqin sect, finding that they agreed. He then turned to his second brother and said, you should lift the house arrest too. It's time to give Qingdaxia a proper burial. We cannot delay any further. But after the house arrest was lifted, Zhao Yue refused to come. A returning Qing Shan sect disciple reported hesitantly, Miss Zhao Yue says if you want to bury him, go ahead. She does not wish to see. Everyone looked at each other, uncertain. Yet, how could they intervene in someone else's personal affairs? Besides, the memory of Zhao Yue's heart-rending cries from that day was still fresh in their ears. Finally, Shen Jiyan sighed deeply and respectfully picked up Qing Juxian's memorial tablet. The coffin lid was nailed shut, white banners fluttered mournfully, and joss papers scattered like flying ashes, a vast expanse of bleak whiteness stretched before them. This procession of mourners slowly wound its way out of Ji Manor. By the side of the road, a window opened noiselessly, like the mournful wind splitting through a stone. When they returned to the manor, Shen Jiyan asked Jiang Li and Qi Chaoxi to pass the late master's items to Zhao Yue. No matter what, she was, after all, Qing Juxian's only surviving family member. What were called relics amounted to little more than the Zhao Yue sword and a jade pendant. After Qi Chaoxi saw Shen Gongzi off, just as he sat down, he heard Jiang Li say, perhaps it would be better not to give them to her yet. What's wrong? Jiang Li hesitated as if wanting to say something, ultimately handing over the jade pendant. After the jade pendant was cleaned, it appeared warm and lustrous. Upon touching it, one immediately knew it to be a rare and fine piece. Qi Chaoxi glanced at it once and laughed lightly, shaking his head, why shouldn't we give it? We must send it right away. But what? Do you think Zhao Yu truly hates Qing Juxian? Qi Chaoxi cut him off mid-sentence, Jiang Li, you are so clever, how can you fail to see through people's hearts? Jiang Li looked at him with confusion. Qi Chaoxi shook his head slightly, Zhao Yu, her cold light illuminates the moon, both her surname and name derive from swords. This girl has probably never experienced being loved in 15 or 16 years of her life. Having said that, he stood up and walked outwards. Inside the house, Zhao Yu sat blankly, as if lost in thought. Hearing some movement, she turned her head and smiled at them, for your kindness, how would you like me to repay you? The repayment can wait. Qi Chaoxi took out the jade pendant, this was found on Qing Juxian's body. He likely intended to give it to you that night, though unexpectedly delayed for several days. The smile froze on Zhao Yu's face instantly. It seemed that the jade pendant had become a flood or ferocious beast, something too terrible to even glance at. She turned her head away, saying, take it and throw it away, I don't want anything from him. Jiang Li looked helplessly towards Qi Chaoxi, but the latter only gave a quiet laugh before tossing the jade pendant directly at her, catch it well. There was no sound of the jade falling heavily onto the ground. Zhao Yu stared incredulously at the item in her hand, unable to believe that she subconsciously caught it. Just when she was about to throw it away again, her eyes were involuntarily drawn to the jade pendant. Her expression fluctuated wildly, revealing neither joy nor sorrow. As they say, jade nourishes its owner. When Qing Juxian encountered an extraordinary piece of jade in the western regions, he had it polished into this pendant. Always kept close to his heart, it was meant as a gift for the child he hadn't met in a long time. On the jade pendant, two tiny yet elegant Chinese characters were carved, Qing Nian. These were the names Qing Juxian planned to give his child. Nian means yearning, remembering, longing. An unrelenting yearning. He loved you. She was finally awoken by these words. Her whole body trembled as her gaze tore away from the jade. Suddenly, Zhao Yu attempted to dash out without any warning. Just as she passed by him, Qi Chaoshi swiftly grabbed her arm. The person is already buried. Where are you going? Qi Chaoshi felt her arm stiffen like stone, then slowly crack apart until she shivered uncontrollably, allowing her arm to slip from his grasp. Zhao Yu crouched down slowly, hugging herself tightly. The jade pendant was clenched so firmly that it hurt her palm. Or perhaps the pain wasn't in her palm. She gazed vacantly at the door, wanting to say something but finding herself speechless. Unable to articulate her emotions, she buried her face deeply in her arms, trying to suppress the sobs that eventually burst into muffled cries. No words needed, they left quietly without another sentence. Walking side by side along the way back to the courtyard, shadows fell irregularly on the green stones beneath their feet. By the way, since you care so much about Bui Jian, the doubtless sword, now that it's lost, what do you plan to do? Qi Chaoshi asked suddenly. Jiangli dropped his eyes. When Qi Chaoshi thought he wouldn't answer, he softly replied, that sword is a fake. Qi Chaoshi paused, surprised, what do you mean? The design mimics the original closely. Unless one examines it carefully at close range, it is nearly impossible to distinguish. Qi Chaoshi shot him a sidelong glance, then how did you know it was fake from such a distance? The true doubtless sword broke once, leaving traces of recasting on the blade. Jiangli spoke slowly, I'm not sure if Wei Min did it intentionally or accidentally, but I investigated one night. Qi Chaoshi didn't expect him to share so openly, and couldn't help but respond with mild surprise, then. Jiangli furrowed his brows slightly, replying, that night, Wei Min happened to be conversing with someone. His words were vague, and the content unclear, but I heard him mention Zhao Yu as a variable. Variable? Qi Chaoshi pondered briefly before chuckling, I have a guess. Would you like to hear it? Wei Min knows the sword is fake, but such an opportunity concerning Guiyun Villa is hard to come by. How could he not take advantage and rope Qing Juxian into hosting this famous swords assembly to promote his precious son? Qi Chaoshi's voice carried mockery, but since the sword is fake, how could he hold a proper assembly without risking ridicule from the entire martial world? So, what's the plan? To turn the false into truth. When its whereabouts are unknown, it can transition from fake to real, Jiangli said, looking at him. Qi Chaoshi smirked leisurely, but Qing Juxian is famously trustworthy, how could he possibly comply? Hence, his missing wife and daughter were used as bait for blackmail and threats. However, who could have predicted that his daughter would suddenly appear and disrupt all their plans entirely? He paused momentarily, do you remember the foolish girl and the earring in the tunnel? That trap was set for Qing Juxian, Jiangli quickly understood. The guess that someone didn't want to support the foolish girl wasn't wrong either. By this point, Qi Chaoshi couldn't help but feel a little melancholic, recall how on that night so many people wanted Qing Juxian dead, it's strange he even lived through it. As they talked, they had already returned to the courtyard. These matters were just passing reflections for Qi Chaoshi, who soon turned back into the hall to inspect the wine delivered by Xuelu. Jiangli remained standing in the yard, his brows still furrowed. This sensation was very peculiar. Logically, all doubts had been unraveled, like the tide retreating to reveal pebbles below, but he always felt as if something was being overlooked. It was like when stepping over, a small stone would remain hidden in a puddle and suddenly make a sound underfoot. Chapter 17. After crossing the stone bridge and walking south for dozens of steps, a small building stood quietly. Jiangli slowly pushed open the door. He couldn't help but come personally to confirm it again. On the day after the incident, he and Qi Chaoshi were wary of each other. He had only heard that someone from the Qing Mountain sect came to investigate once but already had Zhao Yue's letter in hand. It was easy to imagine Qing Juxian leaving on his own accord. Shen Jiyan was serious about handling affairs and wouldn't easily skip this place over, naturally there were no signs of struggle and no clues discovered. Originally, disciples of the Qing Mountain sect were guarding outside the building, but now they had all been withdrawn, leaving an empty house. The furnishings inside remained as they were because not many days had passed since then, and the dust hadn't accumulated yet, making it seem as if the owner had received a message and rushed out hurriedly, soon to return. Only the flowers slanted in the celadon vase were withered, revealing desolation. Jiangli glanced around. The curio cabinet was filled with treasures, the bed neatly folded, and on the rosewood writing desk lay an unfinished calligraphy piece, the brush resting nearby, and the ink in the inkstone had long dried. Whose poem was Qing Juxian writing? Jiangli didn't recognize it. Just as he was about to pick it up for a closer look, his finger paused upon contact. He separated the paper and placed it aside, lightly tapping his fingers on the desk surface. There was a hollow sound. This writing desk was actually hollow. Jiangli fumbled and pressed down, another slight sound of inkstones colliding followed. After removing it, he could see that a corner of the wooden panel was slightly raised. He simply cleared everything off the desk and finally lifted the thin covering board. A pitch-black wooden box lay quietly within. Jiangli remembered that at the new talent competition, the sword was precisely retrieved from it. It appeared that Qing Juxian himself had hidden the sword inside. When he opened the wooden box, it was empty. The sword was indeed missing. Jiangli frowned more tightly, feeling as though he was standing before a puddle, needing just one step to find the small pebble. But where exactly was it wrong? Suppressing his thoughts, he returned the cover and, relying on his memory, restored the objects on the desk to their original state. Suddenly, Jiangli stiffened his whole body. The small pebble rolled to his feet. Why, besides pens, ink, paper, and inkstones, were even trivial items like paperweights all placed together on the east side, or, put towards the west. He abruptly looked up, re-examining the room. The jade trinkets on the curio cabinet, the thin quilt on the bed, the dead flower branches in the celadon vase, even all the furnishings in the entire room were oriented towards the west. It was like a sorrowful woman looking westward in yearning. Breathing slightly caught for a moment, then Jiangli rushed out of the door and returned to the dwelling he had just left. Zhao Yue wasn't there. He anxiously looked around, grabbing a nearby servant and asked, "Where is Zhao Yue?" That servant was startled by his demeanor and stuttered, She went to the back gate, probably left already." Jiangli released the servant and directly ran out the door. Outside the Jiyi Manor, a wide street stretched ahead. The further forward he went, the denser the crowd became, and the shops on both sides grew increasingly bustling. Crossroads also gradually increased. Jiangli strained his eyes, eventually catching a water-red figure turning into a shop at the street corner. It was a fabric shop. The shopkeeper was counting beads on the abacus and was surprised by his sudden intrusion, but Jiangli had no time to attend to it. Passing through the hall, he climbed the stairs. However, his steps suddenly slowed down. With every step upward, his breathing stabilized. By the time he finally met Zhao Yue upstairs, who was greatly astonished, his expression was already calm. On the upper floor, crossbeams hung with rich silk fabrics acted like layer upon layer of curtains. The shimmering light, rippled by the wind, illuminated their faces. Zhao Yue's eyes were still a little red and swollen. She looked blankly at him and smiled, "Why have you come?" Jiangli neither replied nor questioned why she was here, saying only, "I have something to tell you." There was a table and chairs by the window, and the two sat opposite each other. "What do you want to say?" Jiangli looked straight into her eyes and said, "A person's habits formed over years are hard to change, especially under pressing circumstances." Zhao Yue was more perplexed, "I don't understand what you mean." "Let me start from the beginning." Jiangli's voice grew lighter and lighter as he stated, "There was a girl who wanted to get that sword, the guard of which was her father. Thus, she probed his whereabouts beforehand and found someone to prove her innocence. That night, she used a letter to send her father away and knocked out a maid of similar build and left her in the house. Anyone seeing the shadow beneath the window would naturally assume it was her." Zhao Yue's smile faded, her face expressionless. But she didn't expect that the person across from her wasn't there that night and therefore couldn't testify for her. She also didn't anticipate that the bowler sect had taken a step ahead and gone to her father's house. Fortunately, the other side mistook her for her father who had returned and fled in panic. Although the room was rummaged through, the sword was still there. She took the sword away and to avoid immediate discovery, she tidied up the chaotic room as well. Jiangli paused for a moment before continuing, but she overlooked one thing, only in the rooms she went into were all the furnishings facing west. In Shen Jian's investigation, a little maid who was supposed to be on night duty fell asleep unintentionally that night. When you and I first met, you already knew Cheng Juxian's residence. Zhao Yu remained silent. Jiangli said softly, "During the joint review by the three families of the Rivers and Mountains Alliance, the person seen patrolling, was it you or someone from the bowler sect?" After a long silence, Zhao Yu finally spoke, "It was me." "Did you send the sword away that night?" "Yes." Jiangli nodded, "From beginning to end, everything was within your plan?" "It wasn't." Her voice trembled slightly, "It was just that it happened to be you." Jiangli stopped looking at her. "I originally thought the cruel method used by the bowler sect to kill Cheng Juxian was to frame you, but it should have been because they encountered Cheng Juxian waiting in the forest while fleeing and realized they were deceived, hence those 12 sword strokes were out of anger." "Enough." Zhao Yu interrupted him, shaking her head, "Jiangli, stop talking." As if he hadn't heard, he said word by word, "Even though he wasn't killed by your own hands, he still has a connection with you." "Yes, I know." Zhao Yu's voice quivered badly as tears silently slid down, gritting her teeth, repeating fiercely, "Of course, I know." Jiangli suddenly felt exhausted and fell silent. There was no need to say anything more as a dagger quietly touched his back. A soft, enchanting laughter sounded simultaneously. "Why are we crying in the middle of a good conversation?" A hand smooth as condensed fat pushed aside the silk fabric, and someone walked out elegantly. This was an extremely beautiful woman whose appearance was clear and enchanting to the extreme, adding an air of charm flowing around the corners of her eyes. "Qisha sect, Shaolingyu." She bowed her head and smiled, revealing a long, white neck. Mentioning the devil cult in the martial arts world usually refers to the bowler sect. In fact, apart from the bowler sect, there were many evil sects, the Qisha sect being one of them. Zhao Yu hurriedly stood up, wiping her tears haphazardly, "Master." Shaolingyu lovingly patted Zhao Yu's head, smiling, "You're really made of water. Haven't I told you early that crying too much makes you less beautiful?" Turning to Jiangli, her smile deepened, "Are you called Jiangli?" Alas, this bleak character doesn't have a good implication. Departure is near. She sighed regretfully and lifted her hand lightly, "Then let me see you off." "Master, no." Zhao Yu gripped her arm in terror. No, master, don't kill him. Xiao Lingyu held her hand. How can he not die? No. Zhao Yu pleaded desperately. Master, please spare him, don't kill him. Xiao Lingyu turned her gaze. Jiang Li sat there silently without a word, expression calm as if it wasn't about his own life or death. She chuckled softly, addressing Zhao Yu. Look, he isn't afraid himself, so why are you afraid? Zhao Yu stared tightly at the side of Xiao Lingyu's face. Whether unable or unwilling to look at Jiang Li, she shook her head violently as tears streamed down non-stop. I don't want him to die. During the joint trial by the three families, he stood beside her and said, I believe in her. Xiao Lingyu sighed. Silly girl, he won't thank you for this. This time you deceived him. Even if you spare him, next time he will try to take your life. Don't kill him anymore. Zhao Yu paid no attention to what she was saying, tightly gripping Xiao Lingyu's arm, slowly kneeling down, her face pressed against her sleeve, dampening a large patch of moisture. Please, master, let's go. I hate this place, let's go, I don't want to stay any longer, not even for a moment. She clung onto the floating wood like a drowning person, burying her face in Xiao Lingyu's sleeve, pulling her so she had to slightly bend down. Her sobbing eventually turned into repeated words, let's go. Xiao Lingyu couldn't help herself, lifting both hands to hold Zhao Yu's tear-streaked face and gently wiped her tears with her sleeve. Alright, anyway, we've already obtained the no-doubt sword. Let's go now. She gave a look, and immediately someone behind Jiang Li called out, Master, under no circumstances can we let this person live. Xiao Lingyu said softly, my disciple has done a great deed this time, we must cater to her heart's desire. You do not need to say more. After speaking, she supported Zhao Yu, indeed turning around without any attachment and leaving. Zhao Yu followed step by step behind, only gathering a bit of courage when she reached the stairs. She looked up, trying to give a smile but failing, her expression rather unsightly. Jiang Li, are we still friends? Jiang Li just looked at her, not uttering a single word. Silence could indeed kill. Zhao Yu's voice was hoarse as she said, mute. She turned around and hurriedly went down the stairs, eager to escape here, to escape Dongting, and to escape all the places that brought sorrow. The dagger quietly slipped away, leaving only his breathing sound. Jiang Li remained motionless in his original position, as a breeze came, casting shadows of satin onto his body, swirling and dancing. Chapter 18. When Jiang Li went downstairs, he deliberately glanced at the abacus on the cabinet. As expected, the so-called shopkeeper was nowhere to be found. Outside, the street market was bustling with people. The cloth shop was eerily empty, and the members of the Seven Kills sect had left swiftly. It was unclear whether the real owner of this place was alive or dead. He walked back through the crowd when a rushing wind came from behind him. Jiang Li blocked it with his hand, revealing a delicate red silk flower. He hesitated momentarily and turned around. Not far away, by the silk flower stall, Qi Chaoshi smiled and said something to the female vendor, then sauntered over leisurely. Did you know what she just said? Asked Qi Chaoshi. Seeing his serious expression, Jiang Li couldn't help but ask, what? The young master in front looks so handsome, why does he look like a coffin face? He should smile once in a while, replied Qi Chaoshi. Qi Chaoshi said, then she gave me this flower as a reward, asking me to cheer you up. Jiang Li glanced at him and turned to return the silk flower to the stall, but Qi Chaoshi grabbed his arm. Hey, it's truly from her, don't return it, lest we hurt the girl's good intentions. The silk flower rested gently in his palm, soft and delicate. Jiang Li squeezed it slightly and said softly, Zhao Yue. I know, Qi Chaoshi interrupted casually, I saw Xiao Lingyu. Jiang Li nodded without mentioning the cause or asking how long he'd been outside, only handing the silk flower to him. Qi Chaoshi looked at it dismissively, what use do I have for it? You keep it. Then placing both hands on Jiang Li's shoulders, he turned him around, leading him forward. Come, it's rare to come out once, let your master broaden your horizons. When they arrived at their destination and saw the sign hanging high, Jiang Li paused involuntarily. A tea house? Anything wrong? Isn't it a tavern? Jiang Li wondered aloud. Over these days, he'd seen Qi Chaoshi always choose wine over tea unless absolutely necessary, though not showing any drunkenness. Qi Chaoshi gave him a half-amused glance but didn't rush to reply, stepping inside first. A sudden rush of noise filled the air. This tea house was bustling with activity. There was only one small corner still available. Qi Chaoshi settled down gracefully, pushing the teacup towards Jiang Li while pulling out a wineskin for himself. Jiang Li. Truly, it broadened his horizons, coming to a tea house to drink wine. Just then, cheers erupted from the crowd. Jiang Li looked up and realized that the tea house was already packed with people standing or sitting. Through the dense mass of figures, he could see an old man with a long beard walking onto the stage and standing behind a table, whereupon he struck it with a wake-up stick, silencing everyone instantly. At times of stormy meetings, great heroes emerge, sweeping waves in the world of swords covering traces of chivalry. Heroes grow old overnight, yet youthful swords are unsheathed anew. Today, this decrepit elder will try his best to narrate some stories from the past. Guests, please bear with the tales, they may sound archaic, but those were indeed eras of legend and intrigue. For decades ago, there was no rivers and lakes alliance yet, nor talk of the three great sects, among the righteous factions, Taihua sect stood out most prominently, while the evil path wasn't dominated by Pashuo sect but instead by the Seven Kills sect. And more than 20 years ago, our former alliance leader Jiang Lumei was merely a young man newly appointed as the head of Guiyun Manor after recently having 2 sons. His voice carried the raspy depth of many years of storytelling, reverberating through the hall as he spun his narrative, drawing everyone into the distant past, across tumultuous events, back to that initial era. Though it was his first time visiting such a place, Jiang Li recognized this as the storyteller of the tea house. This elder was extremely well-versed and had encountered various characters during the gatherings in the Dongting, jianghu. He took the opportunity to recount the foundation of the Rivers and Lakes Alliance vividly, as if he had experienced it firsthand. Was this about cheering him up? Jiang Li couldn't help but glance toward Qi Chaoshi. The latter leaned his hand nonchalantly against the chair back, holding the wineskin, his gaze also fixed on the storyteller. His expression was inscrutable. For some reason, Jiang Li felt an urge to say something, but he didn't know what, finally lowering his eyes to sip the slightly bitter tea. The old man's voice flowed slowly. Now few know where Luoxia Valley is, but originally its name was Taifeng Valley, precisely where the Taihua sect was located. Back then, Taihua sect held great fame under heaven. Its sect leader and his junior disciple excelled in swordsmanship, lauded as the 2 great pillars of Taihua. Speaking of the junior disciple Gu Shaoling, he was truly someone akin to snow-capped peaks. To the modern-day jianghu figures, the name Gu Shaoling might sound somewhat unfamiliar, but the name of his discarded apprentice Gu Si was known throughout the land. Because the secret manual, Changxingju, which had driven many to covetous madness, was created by none other than Gu Si. Gu Si entered the Taihua sect in his youth, forsaking his original name and identity to adopt the surname of his master Gu Shaoling. With extraordinary talent and the guidance of a great teacher, he naturally became the best among the younger generation. However, soon after, Gu Si became obsessed with seeking immortality and neglected martial arts, leading to conflicts with the sect leader. In the end, at the age just reaching adulthood, Gu Si left the Taihua sect as a rebel. The elder recounted events 5 years later when the Taihua sect was annihilated. 40 years ago, righteous sects operated independently, and the 7 Kill sect's power surpassed today's Pashuo sect, aiming to overturn the jianghu by targeting the top-ranked Taihua sect. Under the cover of night, the 7 Kill sect launched their assault. The sect leader fought alongside disciples at the valley entrance, battling until dawn but ultimately falling victim to their insidious tactics, leaving no remains. The 7 Kill sect did not rush to conquer, instead surrounding the valley, arrogantly proclaiming that surrender would spare lives. After the death of the sect leader, his junior brother Gu Shaoling took over, refusing to answer their demands. 3 days later, the 7 Kill sect broke into the valley where all Taihua disciples were clad in mourning robes. Leading them, Gu Shaoling drew his sword in resistance. Blood-stained white garments as fierce combat ensued, Gu Shaoling ignited a fierce blaze, awakening the sleeping giant that was the Taihua sect, causing fiery explosions throughout the area. The entire Taihua sect burned, engulfing centuries of efforts, the disciples, and even the enemies into the inferno. Better to be shattered like jade than preserved as tile. The destruction of the number 1 sect happened swiftly, resembling a nightmare, but the fire burned long, more than a month without extinguishing. From afar, it seemed as if the valley was filled with crimson twilight. It was from that moment on that Taihua Valley became known as Luoxia Valley. Yet, the master of the 7 Kill sect relied on formidable dark powers to save himself, albeit with some depletion of vitality. At the time, though the righteous path harbored anger, they lived in fear, scattered like sand. Not until Jiang Lumei fully controlled the Guiyun Manor and called for an alliance against the evil sect did the situation change. It wasn't until 3 years after the Taihua sect's destruction, when the 7 Kill sect began stirring again, that Jiang Lumei finally managed to persuade the entire martial world to strike first and collectively exterminate the 7 Kill sect. It was during this extermination campaign that Gu Si reappeared after many years. That day marked everyone's first glimpse of the devastating power of the Changxingju manual. Able to split clouds and mountains, one sword strike drove back thousands of foes. Before him, the master of the 7 Kill sect seemed powerless, despairingly turning into a pool of flesh and blood. Amidst the sprinkling of blood, Gu Si turned around, still appearing as he did when he left the Taihua sect, youthful. Those present realized in shock that none in the world could match him. In 8 short years, he had become even more terrifying than the 7 Kill sect. Fortunately, after the extermination, Gu Si disappeared again from human sight. Rumors spread that he went to the mythical Penglei Island, seeking immortality successfully and becoming eternally young. That day, he had only returned to avenge his master, and the incredible internal skill he wielded became famously referred to as the Changxingju. Meanwhile, Jiang Lumei proposed the establishment of the Rivers and Lakes Alliance, vowing henceforth that all sects would stand together and provide assistance when needed, ensuring no further massacres occurred. Logically, the position of the alliance leader should have fallen upon Jiang Lumei, yet time eroded the original faces. No one could clarify who exactly poisoned him or attempted to assassinate him, whether from the evil path or his own allies. In an instant, Jiang Lumei lost all his skills, becoming a cripple, and thus departed quietly. With the leader position vacant, a final decision was made through a martial arts competition. That day saw the best efforts from numerous sects, undoubtedly an impressive display, but none could match the climactic appearance of Jiang Lumei months later. He confidently walked forth, surpassing all competitors with even greater strength than before. Experts discerned that the internal energy within Jiang Lumei mirrored Gu Xi's perfectly, indicating he must have obtained the secrets of Chongqing to achieve such a miraculous recovery. Combined with how Jiang Lumei never aged, despite never explicitly admitting, the entire jianghu solidified this speculation, intensifying the desire for Chongqing. In any case, the Rivers and Lakes Alliance was established. The Guiyun Manor, which contributed the most to the extermination campaign, along with the Qingshan sect and the Guanqin order, were hailed as the three major sections. Moreover, Jiang Lumei, despite his power, declined absolute authority and established a ruling council with these three sects, a system that continued to this day. Thus, even as the Pashuo sect emerged as the head of the evil sects, unable to counterbalance the righteous forces, they could not ignite another catastrophic wave in the jianghu. Another resounding slap of the wake-up stick interrupted the old man mid-story as he paused to drink tea and rest his voice briefly. Silent for a long while, the crowd stirred once more, discussing animatedly the tale they'd just heard. Someone near that table asked in confusion, wasn't the Seven Kills sect eradicated in the end? Why do I remember it still existing now? Heretical remnants, do you think they could be completely wiped out? But I heard that the current leader of the Seven Kills sect is a woman. How significant could she be? They're no longer a threat. Qi Chaoshi shook his head upon hearing this and softly sighed, never underestimate women. His gaze fell on Zhongli, and he suddenly added, have you ever thought about why there are countless people who want to eliminate the Seven Kills sect, but it was precisely Jiang Lumei who founded the Rivers and Lakes Alliance? Zhongli pondered for a while and still responded, tell me. It's because of selfishness, they feared sticking their necks out might bring disaster to their sections. So, they could bear watching the Taihua sect perish, putting their own sect's safety above all else. It's understandable, it's always righteous for the righteous path, isn't it? Qi Chaoshi paused briefly, only Jiang Lumei dared wager the entire Guiyun Manor. But prudence back then meant not rushing into action, as Jiang Lumei faced endless questioning and criticism, accused of abandoning his sect without a care. That's how the world works, there are no absolutes. Qing Juxian sacrificed his family for his friend's last wish. Was his ending right or wrong? It's just different choices. And that young girl, she didn't truly harm you either. Jiangli reflected on these twisted words and finally grasped Qi Chaoshi's meaning. Zhao Yu had deceived him, but her intention wasn't solely to use him. I understand, Jiangli said, you don't need to deliberately console me. Qi Chaoshi paused, took a big gulp of wine, and said, don't flatter yourself, I have no time to console you. Jiangli didn't take it personally, hesitating only slightly before opening up, I have a question. That night in the rain, you claimed you had no interest in the Chongqing. Why? Why? Qi Chaoshi found it amusing, that's an odd question. Does everyone need to fight over the Chongqing? Sure, having it would make one invincible in martial arts, but then what? Jiangli momentarily froze at the question. It's meaningless, Qi Chaoshi shrugged indifferently, but indeed, people in this jianghu do equate martial prowess with everything. Take me, for example, I've never done good deeds or acted as a chivalrous hero. Just by fighting against the Tianmen sect once, I'm called a great hero. Doesn't that sound absurd when you think about it? There was a brief silence, and Jiangli quietly said, there's nothing particularly wrong with you. Qi Chaoshi didn't expect him to reply like that, and smiled without acknowledging it, shifting the subject instead, what about you? At such a young age, do you already aspire to take the shortcut of Chongqing in martial arts? Shortcut. Jiang Li's brows twitched faintly, and though his tone remained consistently calm, it now carried a subtle hint of mockery, a shortcut that costs your life. Chapter 19. Once the book discussion ended and the crowd dispersed, twilight had already enveloped the sky. The shop assistants beside the street were busy hanging up lanterns as the two of them walked back together. Qi Zhaoxi seemed unintentionally to look up, just as a young man in yellow silk robes on the upper floor of the inn pushed open the window and their gazes suddenly met. The young man firmly gripped the window frame and leaned out for a closer look. Before he could discern the other person's features, a wave of alertness rose in his heart first. But by then, that figure on the street had already blended into the crowd and disappeared from sight. Ningyu, is something wrong? Nothing. Ningyu slowly turned his gaze away, turned around, and smiled gently, I think it's about time. The right guardian should be arriving soon. There were three others in the room besides him, two men, one standing, one sitting, and a beautiful woman lounging by the window, lost in thought over her wrist absent-mindedly. Likely, no one would have guessed that the four hall masters of the Banya sect would gather here. It was precisely the young man who had been standing who spoke up, gripping a cold teacup without taking a sip. Once again, we let the unquestioning sword slip away right before our eyes. How are we going to explain this to the right guardian when they arrive? The beautiful woman had been absent-mindedly stroking her wrist until now, and only then did she respond, glaring with feline-like eyes, Yin Huayu, you'd better spit it out straight. Yin Huayu said without mercy, if it wasn't for your independent actions in killing Qing Juxian, we wouldn't be in this situation now. Helan, it's your own impatience and hastiness that cause trouble. Don't drag others down with you when the right guardian questions you. What do you mean, independent action? We're equals, must I report everything to you? Helan countered, you're so eager to distance yourself because you're afraid of punishment, aren't you? You deserve whatever comes your way. Helan laughed scornfully, that really sounds convincing coming from someone who accomplishes nothing, a useless waste, yet still has the audacity to criticize those who do. So-called doing, huh? That means you went to the Unity Inn but didn't find any clues about the unquestioning sword. You killed Qing Juxian needlessly, exposing us in the process. Now, thanks to your interference, others have taken advantage of the opportunity, leaving us completely without a trace of the unquestioning sword. Yin Huayu remarked, no matter how poor I may perform, at least I'm better than you who ruins more than achieves. Infuriated, Helan stood up, and Ningyu hurriedly stopped her, advising, Master Yin, it's understandable for you to be anxious, but I see Master Helan being depressed these days, clearly distressed in her heart. Let's not argue. Ningyu, move aside. Helan shoved the hand in front of her, I've had my disagreements with him for quite some time now. It's rare for Yin Huayu to seize an opportunity to belittle me. It's natural due to his anxiety, more likely he's gleefully rejoicing in secret. Before Ningyu could reply, Yin Huayu interjected, yes, I am extremely happy. If you stop scheming foolish plans from now on, I'll be even happier. Helan snorted, I know what you hold against me, it's just because the Right Guardian asked me to bring your sister along, isn't it? But given that you're so unpredictable, even capable of turning your back on former lovers, if there weren't any weak points to control you, who would dare trust you? Upon hearing this, Yin Huayu became utterly expressionless, gripping his teacup tightly. Helan pressed on further, defiantly meeting his cruel stare. Ningyu stepped forward to mediate again, only for the man sitting nearby to finally speak, Ningyu, let them fight. One death would certainly bring tranquility. Director Yen. Yen Han cast a glance of great irritation at the pair, arguing incessantly, quarreling like women. Fine, let the Right Guardian properly evaluate the situation, I said long ago that anyone being too easily appointed as Hall Master causes nothing but trouble. With a single statement, both were thoroughly insulted. Yet, since everyone in the Banya sect knew Director Yen for his remarkable abilities and harsh demeanor, neither Yin Huayu nor Helan dared react despite looking increasingly grim. After a momentary standoff, Helan lost all interest in fighting and returned to the window, muttering indignantly, I'm a woman anyway. She laughed, isn't it better for both sides to step back a little? As the 4 Hall Masters helping the sect leader and the Right Guardian, shouldn't we all be like brothers and sisters, avoiding resentment? Be like brothers and sisters with Master Yin. Helan sneered derisively, never. I'd get dirty just thinking about it. A loud crash rang out as Yin Huayu, unable to bear it anymore, smashed his teacup and stormed forward, as if trying to rip Helan apart into pieces like the shattered porcelain fragments on the ground. At that very moment, however, the door suddenly opened and a deep male voice resounded, you sure are lively. All 4 immediately looked up and hastily paid their respects, Right Guardian. Different from the mysterious black-robed left guardian whose whereabouts were unknown, Ibu presided over the practical affairs of the Banya sect. Though advanced in age, his face remained youthful due to his unparalleled expertise in poison and insects, except for the faint traces of silver at his temples. Stand up. He stopped Wai Huayu, who was about to speak, with a wave of his hand. I've already learned the situation on the way here, no need for further explanation. Regarding the unquestioning sword, we'll address it once there's news. Until then, no one should say anything inappropriate before the young master. Understand? The 4 bowed their heads in agreement. Ibu added, speaking of which, it's quite rare to see all 3 factions of the Rivers and Mountains Alliance gather together. Before he finished speaking, Wai Huayu shifted slightly as if he wanted to raise his head but restrained himself. Ibu noticed this immediately, what's wrong? Afraid to see Qin Shan sect? No. Good. This plan cannot succeed without you. Ibu gave him a cold glance. Wai Huayu still kept his head down, hiding his expression. Meanwhile, Helan, seeing that the Right Guardian had changed the subject and wasn't going to pursue her faults, felt little joy. She listened absent-mindedly, involuntarily rubbing the empty wrist bone again. There used to be a fine string of iron plaques around her wrist, not something precious, but rather low-ranking in the sect. Everyone hoped to discard it soon and ascend to a higher status with better marks. Only Helan kept this bracelet for years, unwilling to take it off day and night, even during her infiltration into Ji Mansion. That night, despite disguising herself as Zhao Yue, she cherished her life deeply and didn't want to take too big a risk. Avoiding Qing Juxian would be best, thus, when searching inside the room, upon hearing any movement, she hastily left. Who knew she would encounter Qing Juxian face-to-face in the woods? When he saw her, he came close quickly. Before he realized the situation was wrong, Helan stabbed him first, piercing through his chest. Seeing him instantly reminded Helan that someone else had taken advantage of the opportunity to claim the unquestioning sword, but it was too late by the time she turned back. Moreover, as Qing Juxian offered no resistance, she vented her frustration fully. Initially, Qing Juxian was shocked beyond measure, but as he lost blood, he gradually calmed down. In the end, when Helan met his eyes, she expected him to say something to his daughter. However, Qing Juxian merely managed to lift his hand, placed it over hers holding the sword, squeezed it with his last strength, said nothing, and closed his eyes falling limp. It was likely at that moment that the string broke unintentionally. When she snapped out of her reverie, she suddenly realized everyone had left the room, only the right guardian still stood there frowning at her. Helan automatically stepped closer, hugged his waist, and softly pleaded, "Forgive me, right guardian. I know I've erred." Ibu let her hold on to him, disapprovingly stating, "You made every effort to become the Hall Master, and I gave you this position, only for you to create trouble for me. I was thinking for the young master, for your sake, hoping to get the sword as early as possible. Is seeking merit so easy? Don't you understand your own capabilities?" "Yes." Helan replied, rubbing her cheek against his chest, a little aggrieved. "I originally had an opportunity, but unexpected accidents occurred. Even the chain you personally bestowed upon me during my initiation has been lost. That piece of broken iron should have been discarded long ago. Don't forget who you are now." Ibu, growing impatient, said, "I detest fools, Helan. Remember well, I won't save you twice." She stiffened for a moment, then went soft in his arms again, answering softly with a nod. The next day, Qing Mountain Sect sent someone over to invite them. After Qi Chaoyang and Xue Lu entered the hall, the surrounding disciples immediately shut the door. They exchanged glances, not knowing why they were invited, but seeing all three factions of the Rivers and Mountains Alliance gathered similarly to when they judged Xiao Yu, clearly significant matters needed discussion. This time Shen Er Gongzi remained silent, allowing Ji Xiuming from Guiyun Manor to speak up first, handing over a note directly. "We received a challenge letter from Banya Sect this morning." Upon hearing Banya Sect, Xue Lu looked at Qi Chaoyang beside him with faint anxiety, but Qi Chaoyang took the letter calmly, scanned it briefly, and even guessed who wrote it. All four hall masters of Banya Sect were peculiar characters, Ningyu in particular standing out as an anomaly. Clearly belonging to the evil path like demons, he maintained the decorum of a gentleman daily, and even the challenge letter was courteous. It roughly stated that the famed sword conference being cancelled was indeed regrettable, but since the three major sects were present, might they grace them with a sparring session? However, the letter was delivered by an arrow whistling into the manor, nearly piercing the throat of a disciple behind if Shen Jian hadn't reacted swiftly. Thus, the more polite its content, the more arrogant and presumptuous it appeared. "The death of Senior Cheng is related to Banya Sect, yet now they dare to challenge us outright. This is truly unbearable." Shen Shenxi exclaimed indignantly. Qi Chaoyi handed over the invitation to Xue Lu and nodded in agreement. "So arrogant, Rivers and Mountains Alliance naturally must respond. But why call me here? It's because Guanggu has a request that might be considered impolite, but we hope Master Qi won't take offense." He hadn't paid much attention to this young Lin girl from Guangqin Sect before, but now he noticed her age wasn't much older than Zhao Yu's. Yet her mannerisms were completely different. She walked up as if to bow deeply. Qi Chaoyi quickly stepped aside with a smile. "This I cannot accept. Miss Lin, just speak your mind." Lin Guanggu smiled frankly, saying, "This battle is our first showdown against Banya Sect of our generation. The Rivers and Mountains Alliance not only should respond, but also must win. Brothers from Guiyun and Qingshan have honed their sharpness in the jianghu for long, while Guanggu still lacks proficiency and fears ruining major plans. Hence, I humbly request Master Qi to spare some time and replace me in this fight." This took him by surprise. He instinctively wanted to say that since he was neither part of Guangqin Sect nor directly involved in the Rivers and Mountains Alliance, they shouldn't come to him, but meeting Lin Guangji's smiling eyes made him abruptly stop, leaving him temporarily speechless. Perhaps sensing the slight awkwardness, Jiang Lanes, the young manor master from Guiyun, interjected, "I've heard 10 years ago Master Qi's 'One sword pierces the heavenly gate' became famous across the world. Back then, I had no chance to witness it, but wouldn't it be an honor to see its brilliance now?" Qi Chaoyi chuckled faintly under everyone's gaze but eventually shook his head. "Miss Lin's regard is greatly appreciated, yet I feel compelled to decline your kindness." Lin Guanggu expected he wouldn't agree easily, but hadn't foreseen such a straightforward refusal. She couldn't help blurting out, "Why?" Then hastily added softly, "Master Qi's martial arts are evident. Dealing with Banya Sect would surely not be difficult, and after this battle, not only could we diminish their evil arrogance, but also silence idle talkers, preventing further provocations." This was said sincerely, making Qi Chaoyi ponder momentarily, realizing it was likely due to the day he let Tianmen Sect go ahead at the gates, which later sparked rumors doubting his fame. It seemed this young woman not only knew about it but also resented those unfair comments toward him deeply. Upholding righteousness and establishing prestige is indeed commendable. Qi Chaoyi replied with a smile, "Miss Lin's kindness I sincerely acknowledge, but I truly have no interest." No interest? This reason startled everyone slightly, surprising Lin Guanggu most of all, who, deeming her argument incomplete, looked helplessly at Xue Lu for support. Xue Lu returned with an apologetic grin, "Since he's spoken thus, there's nothing more I can say. But you two are close friends. Because we're close friends, I shouldn't impose my favor to make him act against his will." Xue Lu apologized. Speechless, Lin Guanggu could only gaze perplexedly at Qi Chaoyi, frowning suddenly with confusion. Then Shen Shenxi lightly tapped the table, breaking the stalemate. "If one isn't interested, how can we force?" Miss Lin, let's deliberate on this matter later. Qi Chaoyi sent a subtly grateful nod to him, exchanged a look with Xue Lu, and turned to leave. Just as he was about to push the door open, a voice called out from behind, Qi Chaoyi. He paused, looking sidelong. Calling someone by both surname and given name was rather disrespectful, but Lin Kuang-gu seemed entirely unaware of this, or perhaps she wasn't really calling him back. More like murmuring to herself, she asked, "Are you really Qi Chaoyi?" Despite her attempt to suppress it, a note of disappointment leaked through her voice. How can you be so utterly devoid of vigor? She'd visited Tianmen sect with her father in her youth. Its perilous terrain and complex formations left a lasting impression, an insurmountable barrier impossible to cross. Thus, hearing of a lone individual capable of breaching it inspired great admiration within her. For years, Qi Chaoyi's obscure movements hadn't erased her curiosity but deepened her longing to personally meet and observe him. But upon real meeting, Lin Kuang-gu realized he was far from what she imagined, like a fading soul leaving behind merely a weary shell, uninterested in the entire world. Even with sword in hand, his eyes held only emptiness and dimness. Could such a person truly perform the feat of "one sword pierces the heavenly gate"? To this, Qi Chaoyi showed no annoyance. He offered her a casual smile before pushing the door fully and departing. It seemed Xue Lu helped ease the situation afterward, pausing a bit before following out. Before speaking, they encountered Meng Sifan, the chief disciple of Tianmen sect, leading several juniors walking along their path. Glancing briefly at Qi Chaoyi as they passed by. "This is probably because Guangqin sect intended to invite me for the battle," Qi Chaoyi suddenly remarked, judging from his gaze. "It seems he wonders why I haven't perished yet." "Don't dwell on it." Xue Lu lowered his tone. "Regarding Banya sect, it'd be best for you to avoid involvement if possible. They're unaware of your true circumstances, misunderstandings are inevitable. I'm not deliberately trying to avoid it." Qi Chaoyi paused for a moment before continuing, "You must also feel that I'm not what I used to be, right?" Xue Lu hesitated for a while, looking at his emotionless side face, and simply said, "There are indeed some differences." Not just some differences. 10 years ago, he was probably around Jiang Li's age now, just stepping into the jianghu from Bana sect, overconfident in his martial arts, brash and impulsive. Time has since worn him down, his heart feels aged and hollow now. Looking back, it truly feels like another lifetime. Qi Chaoyi softly chuckled to himself, no longer speaking. In fact, sometimes he couldn't help but ask himself too, how was it that he hadn't died yet? Chapter 20. The news of the Mountain River Alliance accepting the challenge from the Baline sect seemed to grow legs and spread rapidly throughout the jianghu. People who had intended to leave Dongting stayed behind to witness the battle, while others who were on their journey hastily returned if they hadn't gone far. Those who had traveled too far could only slap the table in regret. Both sides agreed on the rules. Best 2 out of 3 rounds would determine the winner, and the location was set within the gathered loyalty manor. This location was proposed by the Baline sect, and although the 3 great sects initially hesitated, Wei Min was worried that the Mountain River Alliance might leave and immediately assured that he had no objections. He also mentioned that the arena built for the prestigious sword conference was anyway left unused and could now finally serve a purpose. To accept the challenge within the manor means we've secured geographical advantage first. Thus, we must be cautious about any tricks the demon sect might try. We can't afford to be complacent. Following Shen Shenxi's instructions, disciples were stationed along the entrance route to guard against any sudden move by the Baline sect that might turn the competition into an inside attack. However, when they really faced off on the martial arts arena and saw the members of the Baline sect approaching across the stage, even Shen Shenxi paused momentarily, glancing unconsciously beside him. Shen Jiyan made eye contact with him but remained silent as usual. The delegation from the Baline sect comprised no more than dozens of people, standing among the overwhelming righteous factions, appearing rather isolated and outnumbered. Some people angrily cursed under their breath, saying the demonic sect showed extreme arrogance and disrespect. However, Xue Lu noticed Qi Chaoyi mutter, "Tisk," next to him. Few though they may be, their weight is certainly not light. Xue Lu asked, "What do you mean?" "The right guardian Yi Buji, 4 hall masters Yan Han, Ning Yu, He Lan, and Yin Huaishu, all are here." As Qi Chaoyi pointed out, the towering figure in the grey robe stood proudly at the front, with 4 people following closely behind. The rest were dressed in black, scattered around on guard. Though their numbers were few, an overwhelming pressure gradually spread, silencing the doubts that had arisen moments before. The vast martial arts arena instantly became quiet. The weather was clear and pleasant this day, a rare gentle sunlight after summer's arrival that wasn't harsh or unbearable. Yet the atmosphere in the field was tense like hidden currents under frozen ice. Jianghu individuals did not dwell on formalities, so Shen Shenxi loudly reiterated the rules once more, declaring that upon the sound of the gong, the battle would commence. Throughout the whole process, the right guardian Yi Buji only added one phrase: "Swords know no mercy, injuries and deaths should not hold us accountable." Naturally, the first round would involve Gue Yun Manor, as young master Jiang Lanzhe nodded in affirmation and then consoled Lin Kuang-gu, visibly nervous on the side, "Don't worry, your match will be the last. Both me and the second Lord Shen will do our utmost to secure victories in the first 2 rounds for you." With his sword in hand, Ji Xiaoming leaped onto the stage, his posture tall and straight like a green pine tree. He bowed politely, Ji Xiaoming of the Gue Yun manor comes forward to challenge. Huolan, you go. Yi Buji commanded. The woman responded, her figure not yet moving, but the sweet fragrance had already reached the stage. Carrying no visible weapon, her eyes fixed intently on Ji Xiaoming, she raised her hand slowly, drawing out what appeared to be a sash. Her robe slid down unexpectedly, revealing a hint of snowy shoulder. Beneath the clingy red gauze, her soft curve shimmered in and out of view. She introduced herself gracefully, Huolan, chief of the Baline sect, I am truly honored to cross swords with Lord Ji. An unusual commotion erupted below the stage. Lin Kuang-gu quickly covered Jiang Lanzai's eyes, children must not look. Ji Xiaoming remained unfazed, his gaze focused solely on her hands, miss, please. Only then did everyone notice that Huolan's sash was actually a silver flexible sword. With a flick of her wrist, it emitted a cold, sharp glow that swiftly struck towards the throat's vital points. Ji Xiaoming stood still, waiting until she neared before suddenly thrusting his sword sideways in defense. A loud metallic ring echoed, the flexible sword rebounding and momentarily halting Huolan's advancing figure. Taking the opportunity, Ji Xiaoming sent a quick palm strike, forcing Huolan to raise her hand and clash with him. Their inner powers clashed explosively, causing both to step back several paces. Huolan giggled, changing her footwork and making her silver sword shine brilliantly between her red gauze-like shadows. It momentarily became difficult to distinguish between reality and illusion, seeming as if dangerous swords lurked all around, or merely as if she amused herself by covering others' eyes with red gauze, playing a small joke. Ji Xiaoming kept vigilant, observing the surroundings, waiting for the right moment. She's mastered seductive arts far better than actual kung fu, wasting nothing but a little time, Chi Chao, she said disinterestedly, looking around briefly before suddenly asking, that little one didn't come? Xue Lu was fully engrossed in the battle scene. Just as Ji Xiaoming finally moved, his powerful sword slashed through the illusions, the forceful wind tearing apart a fragment of the red gauze. Upon hearing the question, he paused for a moment, realizing whom Chi Chao she referred to. You mean Zhang Li? He should still be in his room. Ever since Miss Xiao Yu left without saying goodbye, I haven't seen him these few days. Chi Chao, she nodded thoughtfully, pondered for a moment, and then quietly left the arena to head toward his quarters. After the suspicion surrounding Qing Juixin's case was cleared, Jiang Li had originally planned to move back to his residence in the west courtyard. However, considering he and Chi Chaoxi bore the title of master and apprentice, it would be suspicious if they were to deliberately separate after initially living apart. Hence, he settled in a wing room within the courtyard and kept a low profile. Jiang Li flipped through the worn pages, gazing at the faintly visible 3 words, Taihua sect, lost in thought. Wei Min's concern for Jianghu affairs could already be seen from the library of secret scrolls at Jiuyi Manor. He had found this old book recording the Taihua sect in a corner. Unfortunately, aside from more biographical introductions about successive patriarchs and disciples, the rest of its recorded events were not much different from common Jianghu rumors. In a way, there were even fewer clues, because this book seemed to have been recorded by some Taihua disciple as a memoir. As orthodox history, Gu Si, who left the sect, wasn't documented. The empty seat under Gu Shaoling's name was yellowed, damp, and wrinkled, like a patch of haze at dusk. The door creaked open, a line of warm sunlight falling onto the tattered pages. Chi Chaoxi leaned against the doorframe, knocking lightly, my obedient apprentice, would you accompany your master to watch something exciting? Jiang Li looked up at him, then lowered his head again, no. The contest between the Mountain River Alliance and the Baline sect is a rare occasion. No. Chi Chaoxi strolled into the room, glancing over the books on the desk, saying, isn't it the same to watch later? Jiang Li remained silent, carefully putting away the old book and drawing out another travelogue, showing no intention of getting up. Chi Chaoxi finally placed his hand on the book, making Jiang Li look at him with a hint of confusion, why do you want to interfere with me? Before Chi Chaoxi could reply, Jiang Li continued, I won't cause trouble behind your back, and there's no need for you to always monitor my movements. Chi Chaoxi paused for a moment, then shook his head and chuckled, do you think you can understand my thoughts? Jiang Li furrowed his brows slightly but saw Chi Chaoxi suddenly bend down. In the next moment, he was lifted into the air, tightened around his waist, and completely hoisted onto a shoulder. Chi Chaoxi casually held Jiang Li's waist with one hand, walking leisurely as if carrying nothing heavy, scolding, at your young age, spending all day cooped up inside, aren't you worried about not growing taller? Chi Chaoxi. This sudden event caught Jiang Li completely off guard, unable to believe what was happening. By the time he reacted, they had already stepped outside the door. Solving this current predicament was simple enough, a palm strike to his back would suffice, yet he still refrained. Ha! Chi Chaoxi responded indifferently, you have no sense of hierarchy, don't call me master. Jiang Li struggled fiercely, losing his temper and said, are you annoying or not? Chi Chaoxi tightened his arm to prevent him from escaping, smacking his but lightly, behave yourself, or how will you avoid falling? Jiang Li's ears turned red instantly, angrily shouting, put me down. Chi Chaoxi dragged out his tone, quiet down, it wouldn't look good if others see. Thankfully, everyone was gathered at the martial arts arena, and they didn't encounter anyone along the way. Jiang Li controlled his voice and emotions, put me down. Chi Chaoxi continued walking forward without listening. Jiang Li said, I'll kick you. He smiled unconcernedly, then I'll take off your shoes. Jiang Li. Fortunately, Qi Chaoxi still valued his reputation somewhat, setting him down just before reaching the martial arts arena. The moment his feet touched the ground, Jiang Li threw off his hand and glared harshly. Qi Chaoxi reflexively took a step back, reminding, 3 rules. Rule 3, no sudden attacks. Jiang Li stared at him for a while, took a deep breath, restored his usual calm demeanor, and walked toward the martial arts arena. Qi Chaoxi followed slowly behind, squinting in the sunlight and unexpectedly noticing a trace of red lingering at the tip of the youth's ears. Even amidst the bustling crowd below the stage, Xue Lu in his green robes was not hard to spot. Just as Jiang Li was heading there, an intense clash of swords abruptly ceased, followed by a dull thud as someone heavily fell. He instinctively turned his head. The result of this round had been decided. Helan lay disheveled on the stage, her soft sword lying tantalizingly close but out of reach, while the point of a cold blade pressed against her brow. Ji Xiuming, though bearing several bloody scratches, did not advance further with his sword, simply stating, "Lady, you've lost." Young Master Ji truly shows respect for ladies. Helan flicked her unruly hair behind her ear, glanced toward the right guardian, and then sighed deeply, "All right, I admit defeat." Jiang Li heard someone beside him marvel, "Young Master Ji is indeed remarkable. None of the devilish techniques of the demon sect could confuse him, and his swordsmanship is also exceptionally skillful." Someone muttered sarcastically, "In recent years, Guiyun Manor has gradually declined, and there's only this adopted son left to show off. How couldn't he be skilled? But no matter how great he is, he doesn't share the same surname of Jiang." Ji Xiuming sheathed his sword and was about to step down from the stage when he inexplicably glanced over here. The surrounding crowd immediately fell silent. As their eyes met, Jiang Li gave a casual nod as a greeting. Ji Xiuming felt a bit puzzled but still politely inclined his head before descending from the arena. Chapter 21. After the first battle's defeat, Ibu Ji not only remained calm, but his gaze towards Qing Mountain sect even carried a touch of laughter as he waited for them to send someone up to challenge in the second round. Shen Jiyan silently placed his hand on the sword hilt, just about to move when he was abruptly stopped by his older brother. Change of fighter. Shen Shenxi did not give him any chance to speak, turning towards Lin Kuanga, "Miss Lin, unforeseen circumstances require me to apologize another day, but Jiyan cannot participate in this match." Lin Kuanga looked surprised, "Apology? What apology? If you need to change fighters, do so without worrying about me. But what is wrong with Second Master?" Shen Shenxi's expression tightened slightly. If he were to step up and fight this time, it might ruin him completely. Older brother. Shen Jiyan could not help but speak out finally, only to be sharply cut off by Shen Shenxi, "Silence. You are staying right here today and doing absolutely nothing." Du Xing. A perplexed Shen Du Xing was looking at the two of them, startled to be suddenly called upon, promptly responding, "Yes, big brother, what do you need? You go up on stage for your second brother." Shen Du Xing was more stunned than ever, almost speechless, "But, don't you know that my sword skills are inadequate? Among the 3 Shen brothers, the second son Shen Jiyan has the most extraordinary martial arts skills, followed by Shen Shenxi, whereas the third son Shen Du Xing idles away his time, having less foundation than the average disciple of Qing Mountain sect. He had been missing in action these past few days in the city until being rounded up for today's contest. Would you truly let your second brother fight?" Shen Shenxi glanced at Banjiao sect far off and patted Shen Du Xing's shoulder, "I must stay here to keep an eye on him. Do your best and head up there." Shen Du Xing glanced again at his taciturn second brother and nodded, "Understood." He drew his sword and stepped onto the arena, whereupon instinctively he straightened his back, Shen Du Xing from Qing Mountain sect, challenging now. From Banjiao sect's side, Ibu Ji's eyes smiled wider, "Yan Han, it's your turn for this round." The man behind responded, casting off his leather sheath and drawing his blade, stepping onto the stage without saying an extra word, "Yan Han." No sooner had Yan Han spoken than he immediately slashed his heavy blade down, quick and unrelenting, its howling wind like a thunderous strike. Though Shen Du Xing was surprised, his reaction was swift, dodging by spinning around. Simultaneously, he retaliated, their blades clashed violently with each other, but alas, Yan Han's blade was weighty and forceful, making it hard to budge. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Du Xing stepped forward, guiding his long sword along the knife edge downward to slash Yan Han's hand holding the weapon. Yet Yan Han simply flipped his wrist, using the back of his knife to block the incoming sword. Instantly, a surge of power gushed forth like tidal waves engulfing his entire arm. Subsequently, Shen Du Xing was forcefully thrown away. He barely steadied himself amidst staggering, almost losing hold of his sword. Not giving him a moment's reprieve, Yan Han pressed onwards relentlessly, the flurry of his shadowed blade as oppressive as a collapsing mountain range, covering every angle. With brute strength and pressing attacks, Yan Han kept forcing Shen Du Xing into defensive postures, continuous clashing echoing around while the reverberations shook his tiger mouth numb. Yan Han's vigor seemed inexhaustible, unaffected over time. Becoming impatient with this deadlock, he roared loudly, channeling internal force into the blade for a powerful thrust that forced the long sword out of Shen Du Xing's grasp. The momentum still unremitting, it swept directly toward Shen Du Xing's neck. Amidst the chorus of alarmed gasps, Shen Duxing decisively chose to roll backward to evade the blade. As Yan Han continued to slash, the blade barely missed his body, chopping heavily onto the stage with wooden splinters flying everywhere, shaking as if in pain from the wounds inflicted upon it. Shen Duxing supported himself on the stage with his hand and, while raising his leg, fiercely kicked Yan Han's forearm. Twisting further, he suspended his whole body, striking Yan Han's shoulder harshly with his other leg. This blow, carrying all his force, caused Yan Han to step back several steps. Simultaneously, Shen Duxing quickly grabbed the fallen sword nearby and leaped upwards, seizing this rare opportunity to pierce towards the gap in Yan Han's guard. The streak of light from the sword darted forth like an arrow. Yan Han neither dodged nor deflected, instead charging towards Shen Duxing, sparking a brilliant shower of sparks as the blade and sword scraped against each other. In the end, the length of the sword gave it an inch's advantage, cutting open Yan Han's side garment. A line of fresh red splashed outward. At such close range, Yan Han revealed a dangerous look in his eyes, wielding his heavy blade once more while simultaneously striking Shen Duxing's chest with a palm. It felt like being struck by a massive rock directly to the chest, causing Shen Duxing's vision to blur momentarily as he landed back on the stage yet again. His breathing grew labored as blood spewed out of his mouth. Even so, Yan Han refused to let go, ready to land another fatal strike on Shen Duxing's head. Just before the decisive moment, an abrupt clang resonated, his weapon jolted violently and inadvertently injuring his own arm. Suddenly, a sword appeared between Yan Han and Shen Duxing. Yan Han turned his head to see Shen Jian, who was steadily lowering his hand after staring him down. Now that the result is decided, there's no need to press for total annihilation, is there? Shen Shenxi said sternly. Yi Buji chuckled slowly and then gave orders, that's enough. The next one will be the most exciting round. One victory, one defeat, everything hinged on the final match. Everyone among the righteous factions present had a serious expression. If they truly lost to these dozens of people from the Banjiao sect, they didn't know how long their shame would last, and the Mountain River Alliance would surely lose all its prestige. Lin Kuanga gripped her sword until her knuckles turned white, taking several deep breaths. Words of comfort from others slipped through her ears without meaning as her heart remained uneasy and anxious, cold sweat appearing on her forehead. She couldn't help but turn around and glance back. Among the crowd, Qi Chaoshi stood with his arms crossed observing everything. Compared to the worried faces surrounding him, he appeared far too calm and indifferent, as if it made no difference who won or lost in the end, a complete dispassionate observer. Disappointed, Lin Kuanga retracted her gaze, loosening and gripping the hilt of her sword again, but then she suddenly heard someone say, "Let me take your place on stage." Startled, she looked up only to find Meng Sifan, the top disciple of Tianmen's sect, standing right in front of her. He continued, "I've already expressed my willingness that day, since Master Qi refused to step forward, I was willing to act. Should Miss Lin have any needs, I would risk my life without hesitation." Shaking her head, Lin Kuanga replied, "Your goodwill is appreciated, but this challenge comes specifically for our group. It wouldn't be proper to involve Tianmen's sect in this." "If not involving the sect, then it's just me helping you out," Meng Sifan smiled lightly, "can you let me lend a hand?" Lin Kuanga hesitated for a moment, still silent. This bout relates to the Mountain River Alliance, even the entire martial world. This heavy burden shouldn't fall solely on you. Besides, Tianmen's sect is also a member of the Mountain River Alliance, publicly or privately, I can't stand by idly. Jiang Lanes couldn't hold back either and said, "Sister Kuanga, this isn't a bad plan after all." After much deliberation, Lin Kuanga finally decided, expressing her gratitude, "All right, Guangqin sect owes you a favor." "I'll remember that." Meng Sifan threw down this statement and immediately leaped onto the arena. While the audience below was indeed surprised, most quickly understood, compared to Lin Kuanga who was still relatively young, his participation brought much greater reassurance. Disciple Meng Sifan of Guangqin sect is specially here to request a duel. Yi Buji turned around halfway with a full smile, staring at Yin Huayu as he said, "It's your turn now, remember my instructions." The corners of his lips curled into an overly satisfied grin, yet his eyes were completely cold, resembling the bloodied mouth of the venomous snake he kept, sending chills down everyone's spines. Yin Huayu avoided eye contact and responded, "Understood." He stood firmly on the arena, his sword-holding hand dangling loosely at his side. "Yin Huayu, Banjiao sect." "Yin Huayu." Shen Jian softly repeated from below. With such a crucial match coming up, is he the strongest among the 4 hall masters of Banjiao sect? Shuelu couldn't help but quietly ask, "In your opinion, what are Master Meng's chances of winning?" "Actually, quite the opposite. Yin Huayu has poor bone foundations, his martial arts might not even surpass Helan," Qi Chaoshi said. "However, I'm uncertain about his chances because he was originally Yi Buji's human puppet. What makes him hard to deal with isn't his martial arts." "Human puppet?" This time, it was Jiang Li who asked. Qi Chaoshi nodded slightly, "It's similar to how we use insects to create poisons, though he could be considered a failed product." Just while they were speaking, the two on the arena had already started fighting. The sword techniques of Tianmen's sect were inspired by mountain formations, emphasizing sharp twists and dangerous transformations. As the top disciple, Meng Sifan wielded the moves skillfully, almost magically. Yin Huaiyu barely defended himself left and right, constantly retreating, appearing more awkward than when Shen Duxing faced off earlier. Even though no one knew why Banzhao sect sent this person, the audience couldn't help but reveal expressions of joy, believing victory to be secure. Meng Sifan became highly invigorated, seizing the opportunity, changing his sword maneuvers sharply, breaking through the other's defenses, the blade gleaming like snow as it slashed into the chest. The pain made Yin Huaiyu's face go pale, but instead of retreating, he advanced, spraying blood all over half of Meng Sifan's face. Meng Sifan shuddered, followed by a loud clanging sound as his sword fell to the ground. Covering his face, he screamed in agony. In despair, he wiped furiously with his sleeve. The bloodstains were cleared, revealing a dark red viscous substance slowly dripping down his cheek, resembling bloody tears. His right eye became a hollow pool of red. Lin Kuanga stared with widened eyes. Duheng called out involuntarily, "Elder brother. The blood is highly toxic." Jiang Li immediately realized. At this moment, Yin Huaiyu seized the chance, curling his finger into a claw and grabbing Meng Sifan's throat. Meng Sifan tried opening his mouth, his face turning bright red, contrasting horribly with his disfigured face. Right as someone in the crowd was about to rush up, Meng Sifan lifted his hand and clenched the wrist of Yin Huaiyu, making a powerful twist, crack. The grip loosened instantly. Yin Huaiyu hastily retreated, gritting his teeth, forcing his dislocated hand back into place. The intense pain seemed to have ignited Meng Sifan's fighting spirit. With his remaining eye, he locked onto Yin Huaiyu without picking up his fallen sword. Instead, he slashed his palm like a blade through the wind, striking with a strength that could rival metal and stone. Yin Huaiyu raised his sword to block, only for Meng Sifan to press down on it so deftly and with such rapid motions that before Yin Huaiyu could react, his wrist was caught and his weapon disarmed. Fighting bare-handed now, both fought fiercely, almost resembling beasts locked in deadly combat. After 2 or 3 rounds, Yin Huaiyu was driven to the edge of the stage. Desperate and willing to fight back, Yin Huaiyu struck again at Meng Sifan's vital points with an elbow thrust, unlocking some untapped potential as they were in their last stand. Seizing the opportunity, Yin Huaiyu delivered a blow, but before he could step back, Meng Sifan endured the pain and quickly wrapped his arm around Yin Huaiyu's neck, throwing him forcefully off the arena. Yin Huaiyu landed hard on the sandy ground, trying to push himself up using his hands, but exhausted, he collapsed again, coughing out a large amount of blood. The crowd was stunned and hadn't started cheering yet when a figure shot out. Shen Shenxi just managed to mutter a curse under his breath. Shen Jian knelt beside Yin Huaiyu, attempting to help him up. But before his hand touched Yin Huaiyu's bloody shoulder, Yin Huaiyu violently pushed him away. "Get away, don't touch me." Shen Jian was momentarily dazed. The sharp glint of a knife already flowed toward him. Shen Shenxi held his blade at Yin Huaiyu's neck while pulling Shen Jian back roughly, glaring angrily, "Don't move," though it wasn't clear which side he was warning. But Meng Sifan on the platform had no time for these distractions. His body trembled slightly, either from excessive pain or leftover battle frenzy. His blood-stained empty eye stared toward the Banzhao sect people, his voice hoarse, "You've lost." The righteous factions all looked over to the Banzhao sect contingent. Some prepared their swords, ready to act in case there was retaliation due to embarrassment. Unexpectedly, Yi Buji applauded and smiled, "Impressive. Then we shall admit defeat." He turned toward the Qin Shan sect, "But what exactly are the 2 Master Chens intending by pressing your blade against my sect leader?" Qin Shan sect has unresolved grievances with him, it's high time for settling accounts. "Does righteous guardian Yi plan to intervene?" asked Shen Shenxi, irritated. Coughing another mouthful of blood before recovering, Yin Huaiyu said coldly, "I'm kindly advising you, if you don't want to regret this later, release me now." "Your kindness." Shen Shenxi pressed the blade further, nearly carving a thin line of blood along Yin Huaiyu's neck. "Master Yin sure holds quite a distinguished position." "To your secret manual's credit," Yin Huaiyu replied tersely. Hearing this, Shuelo suddenly remembered something. More than 2 years ago, the Qin Shan sect had been attacked once, reportedly by the Banzhao sect, during which they seemingly lost something. At this, Shen Shenxi nearly swung his sword to finish him right there but restrained himself, still wary of possible retaliation from across the arena. Yin Huaiyu glanced in that direction too. What an unsettled grudge indeed, Yi Buji laughed vaguely, saying nothing more, then turned and walked away, others following closely behind. To everyone's surprise, the Banzhao sect departed easily, leaving the righteous factions to exchange puzzled glances. But there was no time to deeply ponder this because Meng Sifan couldn't hold on anymore, collapsing on the platform unconscious. A group rushed over hastily. The scene was rather chaotic, but Shuelo finally sighed in relief. Noticing Jiang Li deep in thought, looking outside the martial field, he asked, "What's wrong?" Jiang Li came back to her senses and shook her head. "Hey, the scar on your forehead is fading." Shuelo noticed now, "I actually planned to bring you some medicine, but I haven't seen you these past few days." Jiang Li was startled momentarily, then understood something and couldn't help but glance at Qi Chaoyi beside her. Qi Chaoyi, however, paid no attention to their conversation. Her gaze swept past Shen Shenxi who was leading the captives including Yin Huaiyu away and settled ultimately on Shen Jian standing silently, her eyebrows arching slightly. In that fleeting moment, she clearly heard Shen Jian muttering 2 words as he reached to help Yin Huaiyu. Qingyao. Chapter 22. Qin Yao. He instinctively turned his head to look, but the arm around his neck suddenly tightened, almost suffocating him. Someone leaned close to his ear. He strained his eyes open wide, but their face was still blurry while their voice came through clearly. I thought you had the ability to infiltrate the Qin Shan sect, but it turns out you lost your memory. This I must examine carefully. Tell me, have you really forgotten who you are? He couldn't make a sound, struggling to grasp the arm strangling his throat. Suddenly, there was an emptiness around his neck. He found himself clutching only ashes that fluttered down onto his clothes like bloodstains. His heart raced wildly, his mind blank with confusion as he felt about in panic and discovered a trickle of blood flowing down the side of his neck. Something inside burst forth uncontrollably, flooding his eyes before finally finding its way out as tears that fell hot down his cheeks. The heat made him almost tremble. Qin Yao. A young man embraced him tightly, a familiar yet strange hug tinged with lingering fear. It's over, don't cry, I won't let anyone take you away. He rested his head on the youth's shoulder, staring at the pile of dead insect remains on the ground. Just moments ago, these parasites had been wriggling inside his neck. Suddenly, he remembered, finally recollecting who he was. Whoever obtains the Qin Shan sect's sword technique manual will be the next leader of the hall. He slowly raised his hand and forcefully pushed away the young man. Yin Huaishu suddenly opened his eyes, and a sharp chest pain immediately hit him. He tried to bear it but instead triggered a series of coughs. Someone immediately helped him sit up, pressing a cup to his lips. However, despite being dizzy from coughing, he managed to push the person's hand away. The warm water in the cup swirled anxiously, though luckily the person's kung fu was good enough to prevent spilling any. When Yin Huaishu's breathing calmed somewhat, the other handed the teacup to him and stepped back. With difficulty, he drank a few sips of the lukewarm water and finally began feeling better. Raising his eyes, he saw Shen Jiyan quietly standing by the bedside looking at him. Yin Huaishu looked away, briefly examining the room's furnishings. He didn't need to ask whose bedroom it was. He'd originally thought he would at least be locked up in the woodshed, but unexpectedly Shen Kunsi allowed Shen Jiyan to act this way. Recalling the chaotic dream from earlier, he couldn't help but find it amusing. Qin Yao, come to think of it, Shen Jiyan was the one who named him. Among those vying for the position of chief in the Banya sect were over 10 candidates. One unknown madman brought firebombs, sneaking into the processions of various sects gathered to celebrate Master Shen's birthday at Qin Shan sect, causing an explosion when their stealth attack failed. Originally, Yin Huaishu intended to take advantage of the chaos, but ended up being caught in the blast and falling off a cliff. The bug planted in his neck went into a frenzy, so he decided on a desperate attempt to forcibly enhance his internal energy, which led to this backlash. When he woke at the bottom of the cliff, all previous memories vanished. By a nearby stream lay several people, but after checking, he dragged the one who still breathed into a cave. After wiping the dirt off, he realized how handsome this man appeared. This small act of kindness was deeply appreciated by Lord Shen, second son. Finding out he had lost his memory, Shen promised to help him find his original sect, thus leading to his rather aimless stay within the Qin Shan sect. It wasn't until the Banya sect returned and someone cut his neck, killing the parasite, that his sealed memories resurfaced. Yin Huaishu had long forgotten most of the days they spent together, the only vivid detail was the night he stole the manual. In the dense darkness, amidst chaos, he was unsure if the dagger had actually struck Shen Jiyan. The flickering flames illuminated Shen's shocked and pained expression, searing it deep into Yin's mind. The silence in the room did not last too long, before Shen Jiyan spoke up. Your real name is Yin Huaishu, isn't it? He softly laughed, but I still prefer calling you Qin Yao. Qin Yao is dead, Yin Huaishu replied without raising his eyes. Lord Shen, though the shell might be the same, I am certainly not your beloved. With his disheveled hair hanging loosely around his shoulders, a faint bluish scar was visible on his neck. Shen Jiyan stared at him for a while before saying, my elder brother's words shouldn't weigh on your heart. Yin Huaishu couldn't help laughing, leaning against the bedpost and eyeing him. That was meant for your ears, whether or not it weighs on my heart makes no difference. Moreover, your elder brother wasn't wrong, I am indeed not the same as Qin Yao. How could we not be the same? I share his body, I carry his memories, but does that mean I am necessarily him? There was a trace of mockery in Yin Huaishu's smile, sharp as needles. Second lord, would your Qin Yao treat you this way? He was satisfied to see Shen Jiyan pale slightly and continued, but if it were me, Yin Huaishu, even if I were to kill you, my eyes wouldn't blink. Shen Jiyan remained silent. Yin Huaishu waited a moment, suppressing his impatience, then said, well, why not let me go now? Go. Shen Jiyan seemed confused, where to? Of course, back to the Banya sect. Shen Jiyan did not respond but gently shook his head. You still won't let me go? He raised his hand to smooth Yin Huaishu's tangled hair, but Yin turned his head away in irritation. Shen paused for a moment and let his hand drop. After your injuries heal, we can talk about these things again. Shen Jiyan's tone was still gentle, but his stance was stubbornly fixed. Yin Huaishu stared at him for a while and suddenly laughed. He tore off the bandages covering his chest wound, freshly healed flesh tearing apart, and blood gushed out, staining a large red patch. Shen Jiyan jumped up in alarm, reaching out only to have his hand seized by Yin Huaishu. A quick jerk caused both of them to fall onto the bed. Yin stretched out his long legs, hooking around Shen Jian's narrow waist above him, as he circled his arms around Shen's neck and lowered his voice in laughter. So let's try negotiating in a different way, shall we? Startled, Shen Jian tried to break free, but Yin wouldn't let go. Instead, he lightly rubbed against him, kissing his Adam's apple. Lord Shen, there are many tricks those from the demon sect know. Want to try? Seeing Shen tense like a block of iron beneath him, Yin smirked, licking down Shen's neck with a teasing glance before continuing. You're not without feeling, are you? Or do you miss this body? While whispering, Yin's hands slipped under Shen's robes, moving lower. Just as they were about to cross the line, Shen finally grabbed his wrist, pulling it out and pressing it hard into Yin's messy hair. Out of breath, Yin lay back flat, letting Shen do what he wished. Then, Shen silently buried his face in Yin's neck and after a long pause whispered weakly, Qin Yao, don't do this, please, don't. His voice was strained, almost sorrowful. Yin Huaishu looked at the ceiling, remembering something. Lord Shen, always so restrained, had even when indulging his forbidden passion for a man, done nothing more than brush a kiss on Qin Yao's temple. It was fortunate that Shen had this temperament, otherwise, Yin's poisonous blood would have already claimed Shen's life long ago. Yin Huaishu used his free hand to touch Shen's face, turning his head to meet Shen's gaze. Look at me, look closely, who am I really? Shen Jian stared into his eyes and said, I love you. Surprised, Yin Huaishu pushed him away abruptly, accidentally using too much force or perhaps due to Shen's shock. Shen stumbled and nearly fell, grabbing the bedside railing to steady himself. All the fuss had caused the bleeding to stop, though most of the blood smeared over Shen Jian's light green robes, blotching it here and there. Yin carelessly rewrapped the bandage around his wound and said coldly, You're no fun. You say you love me? Then keep this bloodstain on your clothes. Shen didn't reply. After some time, seeing Yin lying down and sleeping, he quietly left the room. The night had descended quietly. Lanterns lit up one after another across the compound. After escorting Shuelu out of the gate, Qi Chaoyi waved his hand in front of Jiang Li's eyes and teased, Hey, still mad? Do you want me to hit you back? Jiang Li glanced at him and looked away, not mad. Qi Chaoyi shook his head and smiled, then heard him ask, Why did you call Yin Huaishu a failure? Human parasites must fully obey their master's control to be considered successful. Look at him, clearly rational, what else could he be but a failure? Qi Chaoyi replied strangely, Why suddenly interested in him? This contest in the Banya sect is strange. Qi Chaoyi nodded thoughtfully but remained silent. The cool wind rustled through the leaves, standing shoulder to shoulder under the tree shadows, moonlight spilling down silver spots, rare leisure time. He asked, Where will you go after leaving the gathering? Jiang Li didn't answer immediately. Can't say. Not decided yet, Jiang Li replied, What about you? As for me, I'm waiting for my moment. Qi Chaoyi took out a wine flask, offering it over. Jiang Li lightly shook his head. So Qi drank a mouthful himself and said, Let's part ways tomorrow then. Jiang Li made no sound, just nodding. For no clear reason, something felt blocked inside, a vague discomfort gnawing at the edges of contentment. Qi Chaoyi felt he should say something, or maybe hear something from the other side, but all he heard was the wind whistling past and insect calls. He waited a bit and pretended to glance sidelong, noticing Jiang Li also looking over. For a moment, there was an eerie silence under the silver moonlight. However, the quiet did not last long. Suddenly, a few blood-curdling screams echoed from outside the courtyard, jolting them back to their senses. As they stepped out of the gate, Jiang Li felt as though he had crushed something beneath his foot, a faint sound akin to breaking dry leaves. He bent down and dimly made out what seemed to be the shell of some insect. Qi Chaoyi suddenly tugged at him. In the blink of an eye, the place where he had been standing was crawling with hard-shelled insects, seemingly emerging endlessly from the soil like boiling water surging in all directions. The screams continued unabated. Glancing around, Jiang Li saw countless people rushing out in panic. A group of martial artists had formed a circle around several individuals who were rolling on the ground in agony, tearing at their clothes. Their exposed skin was covered in red veins, resembling spider webs, while those bugs had burrowed underneath, turning into horrifying black dots. Although those around them were distressed, none dared to touch the victims easily. Above the cacophony of voices, the sound of rustling leaves grew louder, emanating from all directions. Qi Chaoyi clicked his tongue and sneered, Ibu Ji would only resort to such despicable tricks. Tightening his grip on Jiang Li's hand, he added, Be careful, don't let any poisonous insects near you. Jiang Li had no time to respond. The insects swarmed even more, filling the stone ground in a thick mass. From afar, it looked as if a bluish-gray tide had risen in the compound. Chapter 23. This night the moonlight was extremely bright, like a silver-white tide flowing, and the poisonous insects on the ground surged like waves. Their gray-green carapaces rubbed against each other, producing a sound similar to dry leaves breaking. Listening closely, it sounded more like an assembly of ghosts exhaling harshly, longing for the flesh and blood of all living creatures in the compound. Shen Jian hurried towards the courtyard of the Green Mountain sect, fierce sword energy sweeping out an empty space before him. Yet as he moved forward, the insects grew denser, impossible to clear completely, and his path became covered with sticky insect corpses. At this moment, Qingyao might still be sleeping deeply without any knowledge of what was happening. Even if she woke up, her heavily wounded body wouldn't know how to deal with the situation. What do you plan to do with him? Not long ago, the three families of the Shanhe alliance had bidden farewell to Wei Min in the main hall. Shen Jian waited outside when Shen Xinshi pulled him aside to a secluded area and asked him seriously. I want to take him back. Back to the sect? Shen Xinshi frowned in disagreement. He stole secret texts. In the Green Mountain sect, there is only one road for him, death. Even if you can pretend nothing has happened, you must first ask others if they would agree. And besides, would he be willing to go back with you? Are you planning to tie him up with ropes and lock him up for life? Big brother, why don't you just accept that Qingyao is dead? Shen Xinshi said, feeling frustrated with his younger brother's naivety. You have such wishful thinking, yet now you mean nothing to him. Isn't this absurd? Shen Jian's face lost all color, and his lips tightened into a line as he didn't answer. After waiting for some time, Shen Xinshi began to feel remorse and turned away, no longer looking at him. Suddenly, he said, that young man Shen Duanheng, wasn't he captured by you from the red light district before the competition? Shen Jian hesitated slightly, not understanding why he mentioned this. He couldn't answer either, but clearly, his elder brother wasn't questioning with suspicion. You useless thing, you don't know how to teach him lessons, yet you help him hide things from me. After cursing, Shen Xinshi softened his tone. While you were in your room, Duanheng told me, knowing this match will happen, we should have sent elder brother away. He'd rather the blade fell directly upon him on the arena than for you to meet that person. Jian, you are the son of the leader of the Green Mountain sect, a brilliant figure in the world of martial arts. Who among the masters and disciples doesn't love you? Not to mention Duanheng, sometimes he doesn't listen to my or father's words, but he listens to yours. Shen Xinshi continued, a mere Yin Haishu from the demon sect, what virtue does he possess to make you humiliate yourself so much? Shen Jian's fingertips trembled as cries of agony suddenly rang out. Before they realized it, many insects crawled around their feet. Shen Xinshi quickly assessed the situation and rushed toward the source of the sound without any further instructions. Shen Jian almost didn't hesitate and went in the opposite direction. Who cared about humiliation or not? Actually he hadn't thought that much, he merely wanted to watch over and protect Qingyao. Turning the corner, he was close to the courtyard. A group of men dressed as guards ran toward him, struggling with sticks to drive away the poisonous insects. Two of them dragged a sobbing woman behind them. As soon as they saw Shen Jian, the woman gathered strength, broke free from the men, and stumbled forward. Shen Jian couldn't help but stop as the woman grabbed onto his robe sleeves, crying out, mighty hero, save my daughter, I beg you. The head guard recognized him and quickly tried to pull the woman away. Second Master Shen, run fast. It's not because we're heartless, her daughter is mentally challenged and got herself stuck in that pile of bugs. Even gods cannot save her. In the chaos, cries and shouts echoed everywhere in the estate. It wasn't until then that Shen Jian noticed a little girl collapse among the mass of insects nearby. She flailed her arms and legs wildly as surrounding poisonous insects eagerly climbed onto her body, swallowing her in a tide of gray-green. The emaciated hands of the woman gripped even tighter, tears streaming down her face. I beg you, my husband left early, leaving me with only this girl. She is my life. Please, save her. Heart pounding with urgency, Shen Jian glanced toward the direction of the courtyard, pulled the woman upright, and nodded, I'll save her, you all go first, trust me. He leapt into the swarm of insects, originally wanting to complete the rescue swiftly. However, only at this moment did he realize why the guards emphasized that the girl was mentally disabled. The little girl's eyes were dazed, unable to recognize people due to immense fright, refusing to cooperate. Shen Jian reached for her but the next second she violently struggled free. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. He softly consoled, half kneeling despite the risk of being swarmed by insects. Half dragging, half embracing, he tried to lift the little girl. She only fought more uncontrollably, making Shen Jian nearly unable to hold her. Her crying became increasingly frantic, and Shen Jian slowly understood something. Following her gaze, he turned his head in disbelief, his eyes wide open. Behind him, the poisonous insects surged like waves, but it seemed as though someone had split the sea with a single sword strike, opening up a path. From afar, Yin Huaishu walked slowly towards them, barefoot and disheveled, seemingly having just gotten out of bed. These toxic creatures possessed intelligence, capable of acutely identifying more dangerous and fatal poisons. Even before Yin Huaishu approached, they scattered to the sides. Shen Jian suddenly realized that no poisonous insect had climbed onto him, and even those that had crawled into the little girl's clothing were frantically fleeing. He looked down at the blotchy bloodstains on his clothes, realizing they were from when Yin Huaishu hugged him. Though dried, the blood still repelled the poisonous insects. Qingyao. Yin Huaishu didn't spare him a glance, directly leaping onto the tall wall of Ju Yi Manor. The night wind blew her long hair. Shen Jian couldn't leave the little girl in his arms and chase after her, but his hands involuntarily tightened their grip. The girl felt pain but struggled in vain, biting down hard on his wrist. Blood dripped down, yet he seemed unaware of the pain, simply staring blankly at the figure on the wall. Yin Huaishu, sensing something, turned her head. Her eyebrows furrowed, and in the end, she said nothing, mockingly curling her lips before leaping down. Outside the manor, the black-robed followers of the Boer religion stood guard, welcoming their leader with reverent calls and guiding her into the woods behind the manor. Right envoy, Yin Huaishu bowed respectfully, everything went according to your plan. What mattered was not winning or losing the match, but wiping out the Shanha alliance entirely. You've done well. Ibu Ji stood under a tree with lush branches, his gaze fixed on the manor. To avoid the poisonous insects, many martial artists had sought refuge on the eaves. He waved his hand, and the black-robed people around the walls simultaneously fitted arrows to their bows. Fire! Jiang Li suddenly turned around as arrow rain obscured the sky. With one hand, he pulled up the maid clinging to the corner of the eave, and with the other, he drew his sword and deflected the arrows rushing towards him. Still, some managed to pierce through, striking the roof tiles beneath, causing the structure to shake and scaring the maid into trembling paralysis. The ground was completely covered by the poisonous insects, turning the people on the eaves into live targets. Martial artists with better skills fared slightly better, but the servants and maids dragged onto the roofs had lost all strength in their legs from fear. Jiang Li scanned the chaos and could barely make out how many had been injured by arrows. Regardless, remaining stationary on the eaves was a death sentence. Qi Chaoyue suddenly felt a tug on his sleeve. Turning back, he saw Jiang Li say something, but unfortunately, the surrounding noise drowned out the words, "What?" Time was critical, and the next round of arrow fire could arrive at any moment. Jiang Li stepped closer, grabbing Qi Chaoyue's collar and leaning close to his ear, the tunnel under the stone bridge. The message was brief but clear. Qi Chaoyue understood, rather than staying exposed as targets, it would be better to hide in the tunnels where they could strategize further. Nodding quickly without delay, Qi Chaoyue lightly leapt across, landing on the eaves occupied by members of the Green Mountain sect. Chen Shenxi, burdened with the responsibility of leading the group, was visibly distressed. Seeing Qi Chaoyue, he exclaimed in surprise, "Master Qi." Qi Chaoyue casually nodded, then spotting Wei Min, deliberately raised his voice, asking, "Director Wei, doesn't this estate have underground tunnels for emergencies?" Wei Min sat limply on the eave, clutching tightly onto the tiles beneath him, fearing a fall while maintaining appearances. Now, as everyone turned their attention to his question, his facade crumbled. Sweat pouring down his face, he stammered, "There is indeed a tunnel. But who expected this situation?" Having designed a trap for Qing Juxian, he had already sealed off the tunnel, making it a dead end. "It's been abandoned for too long, there's no way we can use it now," Wei Min admitted reluctantly. Hope flickering in the eyes of the crowd dimmed instantly. However, Chen Shenxi paused to consider something. "How many can the tunnel accommodate?" "This is not a problem. It's enough," Wei Min hurriedly assured them. Chen Shenxi made up his mind, but another shadow appeared beside him at that moment. It was Shen Jian, carrying an unconscious little girl, his wrist bearing a fresh streak of red. Chen Shenxi frowned. "What happened?" "It's fine." Shen Jian forced a bitter smile, handing over the girl to a nearby disciple. Even without mentioning it, Chen Shenxi guessed roughly what occurred. Rather than dwelling on it, he immediately outlined the next plan. To cross the field of poisonous insects and reach the tunnel. Shen Jian fingered the bloodstain on his garment and looked up, "I'll lead the way." As Shen Jian leaped off the roof, a second barrage of arrows descended. Under the guidance of the Green Mountain sect, the injured and weaker individuals were helped up by those around them, closely following Shen Jian. Swords clashed against arrows constantly, the sound of metal and cries intermingling into a cacophony. In the murky air floated threads of scent. Jiang Li slowly exhaled, suppressing the increasingly restless heartbeat within him. Just as he was about to pursue the group, the tile beneath his feet, riddled with arrows, groaned under pressure and shattered with a crackling sound as soon as he moved. Jiang Li's body plummeted momentarily, but before he could react, someone grabbed him firmly, pulling them both forward. He was slightly surprised. "How did you turn back to see your fall?" Qi Chaoyue glanced down at the poison insects while sparing him a sideways glance. "Looks like you're pretty slim, but still managed to collapse a roof." "You would have done the same," Jiang Li replied. Qi Chaoyue chuckled, quickly reaching the grass beside the stone bridge. The artificial rockery that had concealed the entrance had already been moved aside by a few strong-armed martial artists. To everyone's surprise, after Shen Jian guarded the entrance, not a single poisonous insect dared to come near. Grateful admiration filled their hearts, calming them somewhat as they hastily hid in the tunnel. Only after ensuring no one else remained outside did Shen Jian lift off his blood-soaked outer robe. He gazed at it silently for a long moment, and finally, under the urging of Shen Shenxi, also entered the tunnel, using the robe to cover the entrance. The toxic insects continued to crawl wildly outside. However, the stone bricks embedded into the walls of the tunnel were seamless and solid, impossible for the insects to penetrate. They also dared not approach the stained robe. The rustling sound of falling leaves reverberated everywhere, startling and fearsome, akin to the frustration of losing prey or the fear of extreme toxicity. Listening closely, Shen Jian realized the sound never approached. Chapter 24. Even though Wei Min had confidently assured everyone that there was enough room, a tunnel could never be very wide. The whole village crowded together, huddling closely. Above their heads just a few feet away came the rustling sounds of venomous insects crawling by, while beside them lay wounded people groaning in pain. The faint light from several fire torches cast solemn expressions on the faces of those present. Though they were temporarily safe, this safety only made everyone sink deeper into fear and worry. Lang Zhe, why don't you sit down and rest? Ji Xiuming asked in puzzlement. Because no one knew if more sudden changes would happen, all the villagers were sitting on the ground, making use of the moment to regain strength, except for Jiang Langs, who still stood, like an isolated tree in an open plain, both strikingly prominent and strange. This teenager bowed his head upon hearing the question and nudged some pebbles and sand on the ground with the tip of his silk boots, showing difficulty on his face. How can I sit? Ji Xiuming paused for a second, then took off his outer robe, folded it neatly and placed it on an empty spot nearby before beckoning him, sit here. Jiang Lang softly thanked him and sat down on the robe near Ji Xiuming. Though their movement wasn't loud, it caught many people's eyes nonetheless. Jiang Li heard a low sigh from not far away, a voice belonging to an elder lamenting, young lord has become so spoiled. Lord Jiang of the Old Alliance, with Bu Yi missing and Jing Lan declining, is your Guiyun manor truly destined to have no successors and fade away? Over these years, even as the #1 force in the world, Guiyun Manor's name was always associated with words implying decline. 24 years ago, at a time when martial artists across the land were eagerly anticipating whether the Chongqing treatise could indeed maintain youth indefinitely, old Master Jiang Luming suddenly passed away. It was rumored that after 7 Kills sect was annihilated in that year, remnants of one faction inherited the sect leader's evil techniques, hiding and practicing for years before finally taking revenge, sneaking into the manor during the critical period when Jiang Luming was in seclusion. Everything happened and ended too fast, all within one day and night. By the end of it, these remnants of the 7 Kills sect were wiped out completely, but Guiyun Manor paid an incredibly heavy price. Jiang Luming's forced interruption of his meditation resulted in internal power imbalance, causing him to perish alongside the enemy. Disciples were slaughtered en masse, even his eldest son lost his life in this chaos. Guiyun Manor hung countless funeral scrolls, appearing as if snow covered already in early autumn. By the time other major sects received news, all they could do was sigh mournfully. Not long after, another sound began to circulate. Since Jiang Luming was dead, who should inherit the title of Chief of the Rivers and Lakes Alliance? Does Guiyun Manor still deserve to hold the position of #1? As a result, the second son Jiang Xingzhou, dressed in mourning attire of hemp clothes, set up a fighting arena with red-rimmed eyes. He fought to the best of his ability, defeating all challengers, firmly securing Guiyun Manor's status as #1, becoming the second and current Chief of the Rivers and Lakes Alliance. Yet what caught most attention in the martial arts world was something else entirely. The skills demonstrated by Jiang Xingzhou in battle bore the traces of the Guiyun swordsmanship passed down for 100 years but left no trace of the energy of the Chongqing treatise. This caused various speculations. Some guessed that Jiang Luming's passing was too abrupt, not allowing time to pass down heart methods or swordsmanship. It was even possible that 7 Kills sect's true goal was the Chongqing treatise, leading to the treatise being lost in the melee conflict. Regardless, Guiyun Manor did indeed shed its mysterious and glorious aura related to the Chongqing treatise, losing some luster as the #1 manor, yet still maintaining its stable position. Unexpectedly, Guiyun didn't immediately collapse under such pressure, but slowly fell into decline over the years. No remarkable figures in martial arts emerged from the manor for a long time. Only adoptive son Ji Xiuming was commendable, and now with illness affecting Jiang Xingzhou, it was clear that their only heir, Jiang Langs, was not up to the task. Jiang Li let out an almost imperceptible sigh. Qi Chaoyi, with her sharp ears, picked up on it, assuming he was worried about their current situation. When she saw the youth lower his head, lacking the usual coldness, he seemed rather pitiable. Unable to resist, Qi Chaoyi reached out her hand and gently patted his head. Jiang Li frowned sharply, turning around wanting to warn her to take her hand off, but he met Qi Chaoyi's eyes directly. To his surprise, she actually gave him a smile filled with some soothing meaning. His warning died on the tip of his tongue. Well, Jiang Li thought self-deprecatingly, touching once or twice wouldn't cause him to lose any flesh anyway. On the other side, the representatives of 3 major sects started discussing solutions soon after sitting down. They debated back and forth, repeatedly hitting roadblocks due to the swarm of poisonous insects covering the ground. If it was merely the Ji village surrounded by Borna sect's forces, a concerted effort might have broken through the encirclement. But right now, with poisonous insects spreading everywhere without even a foothold, how could they even consider counterattacking? Very few had such incredible lightness skills that their feet would never touch the ground, and there were also injured individuals and servants who didn't know martial arts. Is there really no way to deal with these insects? Shen Duanqing said. Elder brother, perhaps we could tear up your insect repellent robe and distribute pieces among everyone for a try. Shen Jiyan shook his head. Even if you tear me apart, there wouldn't be enough for all these people. The martial artist whose body had been penetrated by the insects no longer struggled. He lay limp on the ground, his face turning a deathly blue-black. Lin Kuanga felt his pulse and said anxiously, he won't last much longer. We can't afford to delay, we need to figure out a way to leave quickly. But how can we leave? I have an idea. The tunnel suddenly went quiet, almost as if everyone thought they had misheard. Jiang Li looked at several pairs of eyes filled with surprise and joy and repeated, I have an idea. Shen Shen's eye was the most composed, let's hear it. If we can't deal with the poisonous insects, then we avoid them. As long as we have somewhere to stand, leaving will be much easier. Jiangli explained, we can tie cloth strips to arrows, making sure they are long enough. One end should be tied to pillars while the other is shot into the courtyard walls, creating a web-like structure within the estate. Anybody who knows some lightness skills can use it to move around. Moreover, when leaving, we can ignite one end of this web, setting the entire compound ablaze and clearing the insects from the ground. That sounds impressive, Shen Duanqing couldn't help but say, but the key issue remains, where do we find so much in such long cloth? Jiangli didn't answer directly but instead focused his gaze on Wei Min. He remembered Zhao Yue once mentioning that Wei Min owned silk businesses. At the mention of burning down the estate, Wei Min's expression became uneasy. But having years of business acumen, he clearly understood the principle of preserving something for future gain. Life was more important than anything else, so he gritted his teeth, enduring the pain with a forced smile. That's not a problem. My warehouse has plenty of silk, and arrows are sufficient. However, my legs aren't very agile, and I'm afraid I might slow you all down, he continued, patting Wei Ku, so let my son take you to get them. Wei Ku trembled at the gesture. At this age, he'd never encountered such a situation before. In the earlier escape, he'd acted quite clumsily, and now despite being terrified, he didn't dare refuse, thus reluctantly answered with a stiff yes. Seeing this father avoiding danger and pushing his son forward, Qi Chaoyi's lips curved slightly in mockery. Qingshan sect still felt guilty for causing Wei Min financial loss, yet Qi Chaoyi believed Wei Min deserved it, as it was ultimately his elaborate scheming about hosting the famed sword gathering that led to this calamity. Alright, it's settled then, Shen Si scanned the group, who's skilled in archery and willing to go with me. Others were hesitating, but Xuelu spoke up first, I'm ready to do my part. Qi Chaoyi glanced at the bloodstains on his shoulders and arms and asked quietly, are you sure you're fine? Xuelu smiled lightly, it's just a minor injury. At this moment, a slightly hoarse voice rang out, please take me along. Everyone was shocked, even Shen Si was momentarily surprised. Disciples of Tianmen sect hurriedly tried to dissuade him. Du Heng even held on to Meng Sifan firmly, big brother, given your condition now, it would be better if you stay back and rest. After stepping off the arena stage, the doctor could do nothing but shake his head in despair at Meng Sifan's bleeding right eye. Now Meng Sifan had his right eye wrapped in white bandages but remained spirited as he pushed away Du Heng's hand, don't worry, I'm not incapacitated yet. Besides, with one less eye, I might aim arrows more accurately. Moved by his determination, 4 or 5 more people stepped forward to join. Shen Si nodded, what's our next step for leaving? In my view, splitting forces into 2 groups would be best, Ji Shuming pondered aloud, Boroo sect can only bring limited numbers. If those highly skilled in martial arts break through the main gate first, luring the enemy there, the rest can escape through the side gates where the encirclement is weaker. This approach increases our chances of success. There's another problem, Shen Jian suddenly said, where do we go after leaving Jui village? Boroo sect won't let us go easily. If we retreat into Dongting city, we risk hurting innocent civilians. Everyone fell silent for a moment. Wei Min hesitated a bit but still suggested, beyond the woods outside the village, there's another residence of mine located 15 miles away on the mountain. It isn't as spacious as this place, but if none of you mind, please follow me there. With the key issues resolved, the plan was swiftly confirmed. However, when detailing the final arrangements, it became apparent that someone needed to draw Boroo sect's attention right from the beginning at the main gate, even before the cloth web structure was complete, requiring exceptional prowess in lightness skills. Unconsciously, everyone recalled Qi Chaoyi's swift move during the competition when she stopped a strike in an instant. Yet considering the previous rejection, none from the 3 powers dared to broach the subject again. In this subtle atmosphere, Qi Chaoyi seemed to sense something and proposed, if we're short a person, why don't I give it a try? Before anyone could react, Jiangli suddenly spoke up, I'll go with you. Qi Chaoyi was slightly surprised but laughed nonchalantly, never would have guessed you're so attached to me. Jiangli stared straight at him without offering any explanation, merely repeating obstinately, I'll go with you. Though his expression remained unchanged, a faint ripple stirred within Qi Chaoyi's chest, silencing the jest. He gazed at Jiangli silently for a moment before turning his head and lowering his voice, then stay close to me. Seeing everyone prepared, Shen Jian also stood up, ready to tear the outer robe covering the tunnel entrance into pieces to be given to those responsible for shooting arrows as protection. Just as he stepped onto the stone steps, Shen Si suddenly grabbed his arm and asked in a voice only the 2 of them could hear, are you really willing to let it go? It was an incomplete sentence, yet he understood perfectly. Shen Jian even gave a faint smile, at a time when life is at stake, big brother, rest assured, I know what's important. Shen Si didn't respond, merely releasing his grip. Wei Ku was anxiously wedged among the group, repeatedly reviewing the route to the warehouse in his mind when someone lightly patted his shoulder, relax. Looking back apprehensively, Wei Ku stammered, Meng, young master, What did you call me? Meng Sifan interrupted. Startled, Wei Ku recalled that he was soon to join Tianmen sect, uncertainly addressing him, big brother. Since you recognize me as your big brother, there's no need to be nervous, Meng Sifan's gaze shifted toward the stone steps. Finally, Shen Jian glanced deeply at the bloodstains on his clothes one last time before unsheathing his sword, tearing apart the fabric with a sharp sound. Chapter 25. Two figures darted swiftly across the rooftops, one high and the other low. The youth followed closely behind, silent and nimble, like the shadow cast by the man under the moonlight. Jiang Li's agility was better than expected. Qi Chaoxi realized he didn't need to slow down at all to accommodate him. It made sense, someone with his character wouldn't be trouble once he volunteered to come along. They landed gracefully on the eaves opposite the main gate, separated by an expansive courtyard. Below them lay a vast expanse of restless, gray-green insect waves. Shen Xinshi had already led the group towards the warehouse, but their task was to draw as many people from the Banya sect to the main gate as possible before the silk nets were fully formed. This is going to be a little tricky, Qi Chaoxi said after a moment's thought, placing his hand on Jiang Li's shoulder. You stay here. He flicked a shard of broken tile at his feet with an injection of inner strength, sending it flying through the air. At the same time, his figure swept forward, stepping lightly upon the tile mid-air in the courtyard for added momentum. The tile fell into the swarm of bugs while he spun around and drew his sword. A streak of cold light shot like an arrow toward the tightly shut vermilion gates. The long sword pierced through the 3-inch thick wooden doors without any resistance. Qi Chaoxi hung himself by one hand on the blade, feeling the distinct sensation of cutting bone and flesh transmitted through it. Blood began seeping through the cracks that the sword created. The toxic insects below caught the scent and surged even more violently. He tightened his grip on the hilt and flung himself onto the wall of the compound. His view widened immediately. As he suspected, someone outside the gate had been nailed by his strike. The black-clad figures surrounding the estate simultaneously raised their bows and aimed directly at him. Just as the arrows were about to leave the strings, Qi Chaoxi suddenly grinned and tilted his body backward in a swift motion. The sky-covering shower of arrows lost its target and blindly plummeted to the ground. Unbeknownst to them, he was still hanging onto his sword, waiting for the arrows to stop before leaping back up again. Without giving the black-clad archers time to reload their arrows, Qi Chaoxi reached into his robe and pulled out a wine flask. He bit off the lid and poured all the alcohol over the blade, which was cold and lethal, releasing an overwhelming fragrance into the air. Jiang Li was baffled, but in the next moment, Qi Chaoxi jumped down from the wall. The quick-acting archers tried to pull their bows taut, but just as they were about to release their arrows, he stepped lightly on them in mid-air, deflecting their shots. Taking further advantage, he used the shoulder of one black-clothed figure as leverage, then thrust his sword forward, knocking the flaming torch held by another into flames. Instantly, fire spread along his blade. As Qi Chaoxi swung his flaming sword, fiery rain cascaded down from above like divine retribution, causing chaos among the archers who screamed and frantically beat out the flames on their bodies. This fiery spectacle drew immediate attention from more black-clad men rushing over. Qi Chaoxi was about to leap back onto the wall when he suddenly heard Jiang Li shout, "Watch out!" Instinctively turning his head, a dark shadow lunged toward him fiercely. Though Qi Chaoxi's sword moved fast, the attacker managed to collide forcefully with him even after being stabbed, pushing him back. With blurred vision and the sword stuck, he could only narrowly dodge by tilting his head aside. Yet a shallow gash appeared on the side of his face. Qi Chaoxi kicked away the decoy corpse clinging to him, using the opportunity to retrieve his sword and retreat to the high wall. Their eyes met briefly with the attacker beneath him, who nodded politely to him. Qi Chaoxi wiped his face absently, finding his palm stained with light red blood. "Mister, don't hit the face." "I do apologize," Ningyu smiled faintly, "I'll pay more attention." It was unlucky to run into one of the hardest opponents among the 4 hall masters. As soon as the words left his mouth, Ningyu jabbed upward with his sword tip, aiming straight for his face as if trying to split his head open. The flames on Qi Chaoxi's sword had died completely. Clearly, this was an unparalleled weapon, not only undamaged but now glowing with a cool azure hue after the burning. The two swords clashed ferociously, sparks flying. Ningyu also ascended to the wall, and both maneuvered deftly atop the narrow wall, exchanging blows so fast they dazzled the eye. The sound of their weapons clashing echoed like a torrential downpour. A few black-clothed men hid within this false rainfall, climbing stealthily onto the wall from behind Qi Chaoxi. Ningyu noticed clearly, changing his sword technique instantly into a powerful chopping blow filled with momentum and vigor. It seemed like knife techniques. Although it wasn't as forceful as Yan Han's massive sword, it still resembled a ferocious beast breaking through countless sword shadows. Qi Chaoxi had no choice but to step back. At that precise moment, 3 black-clad men jumped out simultaneously, each wielding knives targeting Qi Chaoxi's neck, waist, and knees respectively, a pincer attack. In this hair-raising situation, Qi Chaoxi spun his body around, barely dodging backward into the courtyard again. However, this didn't mean he was safe. The distance to the nearest roof was too far, and the insects below were starving, ready to feast on him. In mid-air, the enemies relentlessly hurled their knives towards him, slicing through the wind and heading straight for vital points. Just then, a figure dashed ahead of him, meeting the blades like a startled swan dancing gracefully. Qi Chaoxi had no time to spare a glance at Jiang Li. As his body was about to descend, he estimated how many poisonous insects would seize the chance to entangle him upon landing. At this moment, an arrow trailing a silk ribbon shot past beneath his feet, deeply embedding itself several inches into the wall. Qi Chaoxi landed steadily on the silk ribbon, finally having the chance to look around. He discovered that several colorful ribbons had already been stretched across the yard in all directions, which were what Jiang Li had used earlier to gain momentum. Shuelo stood by a red pillar on the veranda, bow in hand, smiling as he gestured to Chi-Chi. The signal meant that the people from the underground passage had started evacuating through the side gate, and he needed to cover their retreat. Chi-Chi nodded, then someone landed behind him, back pressed firmly against his for mutual defense. In the thin summer clothes, he could distinctly feel the warmth of the other person's body, even their heartbeat, far more vivid and warm than their usual words. Ningyu had also jumped down from the wall at some point, standing properly on one of the silk ribbons in the distance, not yet eager to take action. There were many among the Banya sect who excelled in lightness skills, who now leaped into the courtyard, scattering across the crisscrossed silk ribbons. They stared straight at them, subtly forming an encircling posture. Chi-Chi exhaled lightly, still finding time to comment to the person behind him, "If you grew just a little taller, we'd make an even better pair right now." Jiangli delivered a swift elbow strike to his waist. Chi-Chi, completely unguarded, was forced forward by the force, inwardly surprised whether it had hit a sore spot. The next moment, an arrow whistled dangerously past his neck. A woman crouched on the wall with an iron bow in hand, her black clothes outlining her curvaceous figure. She wore a fine chain around her wrist, with a silver pendant etched with 9-petal flower marks, clearly indicating her status within the sect. Without haste, she placed another fletched arrow, drawing the bowstring to its limit and aiming loosely, waiting for the opportune moment. She had to control the situation, making each shot crucial. "I'll deal with her," Jiangli quickly judged, ready to move but stopped by Chi-Chi pulling him back. In life and death situations, gender doesn't matter. If she lives, you die. No need for mercy. Chi-Chi glanced at him slightly. Jiangli gently broke free from his grasp, muttering lowly, "I know." Chi-Chi said no more. The silk ribbon suddenly quivered as he darted toward Ningyu while Jiangli leapt onto the high wall. The woman anticipated the attack. Her arrowhead tracked with her gaze, locking onto his chest even as he maneuvered unpredictably, swiftly closing the distance until it was almost impossible to dodge, releasing the arrow at that very instant. The fletched arrow screeched towards his heart. Jiangli nearly fell backwards, the arrow tearing through his clothing, but he avoided it in the end. As he straightened up, he swung his sword. The woman lifted her bow to block, the collision sending vibrations through her arms. With deft movements resembling plucking flowers, her iron bow spun, using the bowstring to ensnare his sword. Jiangli wielded only an ordinary iron sword, incapable of slicing through metal like butter, whereas the woman's bowstring seemed to be made of an unknown material, highly resilient, making it difficult to sever. If they fought alone, both their weapons intertwined like this, it would be mutual destruction, leaving them both restricted. However, nearby black-clad figures began gradually surrounding them, seizing the opportunity when both were locked in combat, numerous slashes forming a wild tide, attempting to engulf Jiangli entirely. Without needing to turn back, the sounds behind him told the story clear enough. Jiangli decisively released his grip, kicking the sword hilt with all his strength, propelling the intertwined weapons away, letting them fall to the ground, where they were instantly swallowed by the dark gray insect waves. Simultaneously, he leapt into the air, the blade strikes following closely behind, impacting the wall and sending stone chips flying everywhere. Perhaps out of sentimentality for her bow, now weaponless, the woman was even more intent on capturing him, rushing forward to block Jiangli's path, grabbing hold of his shoulders with fierce determination. Just then, a slash of a blade closed in behind him. Another arrow whistle sounded, deflecting the blade so it barely grazed his neck before the wielder toppled off the wall. Turning his head, Jiangli saw Shinshinshi had already taken aim at another target. He and his group had arrived, engaging fiercely with the black-clad members of the sect in the courtyard. Instantly, the sound of battle erupted. Slightly relieved, Jiangli focused fully on dealing with the woman in front of him. Reversing his hand, he grabbed her pulse point, forcing her grip loose with slight effort. Immediately, the woman struck back with her palm, exchanging several quick blows in the blink of an eye. Their internal power collided and surged. The woman was astonished to discover that though the young man appeared youthful, his inner strength in no way fell short of top-tier experts. Continuing this way, she knew she wouldn't have any advantage. She realized the fight couldn't go on like this, she had to change tactics. As they battled, her hands darted to his pressure points. In that moment of distraction, his right hand was tightly locked. The woman didn't seem to care and instead chuckled, "Young swordsman, you're quite talented, but it's a pity you're so cold-hearted and don't know how to care for others." She tilted her head, casually wiping at her hair, leaning against Jiangli as if inviting him closer, whispering by his ear with warm breath, "Sigh, I wonder who has the skill to seduce you into bed and taste your charm. How about this, let big sister teach you some pleasure first." Her words were cut short when Jiangli struck out like lightning, grabbing her throat and pulling away, revealing that she had bitten down on a blackened floral hairpin, its edge razor-sharp, narrowly missing slicing her neck open. Jiangli gradually tightened his grip, distorting the woman's charming smile. The hairpin fell from her hand, her crimson lips trembling slightly. This sensation was incredibly strange. Her body quivered due to suffocation, her beautiful face flushed pale, veins protruding from her temple, mingling with the hatred in her eyes, transforming her appearance into something akin to an evil spirit. Yet, the skin beneath his palm remained smooth and soft, allowing him to feel her pulse throbbing, even hearing the cracking sound of her throat bone nearing its breaking point. Jiangli couldn't help but loosen his grip a little. The woman suddenly exerted all her remaining strength, ramming into his shoulder. Stumbling back 2 steps, he caught a glimpse of a blade gleaming from behind. Barely shifting his figure, he deftly trapped the blade under his arm, chopping down with a vertical palm strike to knock out the black-clothed person behind him. With the long sword now in hand, the woman lunged again, and without hesitation, Jianghu thrust the sword straight through her chest. Blood spattered over his hands, and a wave of pungent smell engulfed him. A few gasps rose in the courtyard as flames along the silk ribbons burned brightly toward them. The ribbons lost their tension and fell, causing those on them to fall into the tide of insects. However, the poison insects became excellent fuel, spreading the fire quickly, transforming the whole yard into raging infernos. It was the prearranged signal, indicating that the underground passage escapees had successfully left through the side gate. Shen Xinshi loudly urged everyone to leave swiftly, leading the charge himself as he burst through the courtyard walls to pave the way. The others also struggled free of the Banya sect's entanglement, moving to follow suit. The fire burned fiercely, and the silk ribbon beneath Wei Ku's feet loosened abruptly. Losing balance, he cried out, "Big brother master." Meng Sifan hurried to help him, but someone else reached first, grabbing Wei Ku by the collar and dragging him aside. Thank. Realizing it was Jianghu who aided him, gratitude stuck in Wei Ku's throat as he didn't know what expression to make. Jianghu had no time for these matters. Furrowing his brows, he saw far off on the rooftops, Qi Chaishi still embroiled in fierce combat with Ningyu. Meng Sifan anxiously called out, "Stop spacing out, or we won't get away in time." Tongues of flame licked the pillars and structures, burning the venomous insects with loud crackles. A stifling stench permeated the air as the fire grew stronger, turning the sky blood red. Most righteous warriors escaped already, even the sect's black-clad men showing no intention to fight further as they scrambled to climb over the walls one after another. "This silk ribbon under our feet is about to burn through too, hurry up." Wei Ku shouted, scared and worried, gripping onto Jiang Li's arm regardless of his pride. "You don't even have a weapon, staying here will only hold your master back. Master Qi is powerful enough, he'll catch up in no time." A strong fiery wind blew Jiang Li's robes. As if sensing something, he briefly glanced back, giving a slight nod indicating for Jiang Li to leave. With one hand guiding the anxious Wei Ku, before leaving the justice hall, it seemed Jiang Li shouted something back to him. His voice was swallowed by the scorching flames. Qi Chaishi did not hear clearly nor had the luxury to focus further. After another clash of blades with Ningyu, each ended up on opposite ends of the eaves, watching each other guardedly. The entire justice hall turned into a sea of fire, heat waves rolling violently. Even standing on the roof edge, Qi Chaishi felt the heat scorching every part of his body painfully. Ningyu looked composed, carefully observing him from below upward, suddenly remarking, "I've seen you somewhere." It wasn't a question. Qi Chaishi loosened his collar to breathe easier, thinking inside how you prostrate yourself if you knew, but smiled outwardly, "Oh. If I were that good-looking, wouldn't I remember seeing you?" Ningyu watched him, grinning meaningfully, "That makes sense." Shadowy sword strikes accompanied her laugh, bringing a searing gust of wind. Qi Chaishi's robes flapped wildly as they exchanged several rapid slashes. The flames seemingly dyed the sword light crimson. He poured internal energy into his blade, drawing a radiant azure streak amidst the fiery glow. Sword chi surged, overwhelming like a great river falling upon Ningyu who stepped backward continuously. Qi Chaishi simultaneously leaped back, realizing the situation mirrored what Jiang Li faced earlier. The haphazard roof tiles could not bear any extra pressure and collapsed immediately. Falling alongside broken pieces of tile, his first thought was how ironically correct that young one's jinx proved. He should have been far away by now. Chapter 26. The moment he landed, Qi Zhaoxi took the opportunity to roll away, dodging the falling beam. The burning beam crashed down beside him, sparks flying everywhere as he looked up and saw the roof also fiercely ablaze. Not only was the roof on fire, but everything in the hall was burning. Thick tables and chairs exploded with a crackling sound, and the hot wind ignited the xian paper, causing it to float and spin in the air like butterflies made of flames, leaving behind scorched black ashes, revealing an eerie beauty. The walls were engulfed in flames, blocking all exits. But even if there were a way out, it would only lead to another vast ocean of fire. Since escape was impossible, he stopped trying. A sea of red lotus fire wasn't necessarily a bad end. This thought brought relaxation to Qi Zhaoxi's previously tense body. He sat down leaning against the wall. He had told Xuelu earlier about his plan to leave the Banya sect and retreat into seclusion, but this plan never went beyond the word seclusion. Now, it saved him from unnecessary worries. The air inside the burning building was scorching and difficult to breathe, yet sitting down somehow made it easier. Qi Zhaoxi suddenly let out a light chuckle, remembering that this wasn't the first time he had waited for death. After witnessing the undercurrents within the Banya sect, he now realized that the ambush he encountered on his way back was deliberately orchestrated by the young master to sever the old sect leader's arms. With over 100 people hiding along the inevitable path, even though Qi Zhaoxi's martial arts were extraordinary, he could hardly defend against several betrayals during the chaos, eventually accidentally falling into a stone pit. When he woke from unconsciousness, water from the cave ceiling kept dripping onto his forehead. There was a gash on his back, nearly slicing through his spine. Normally, one should immediately bind the wound to stop the bleeding, but he inexplicably felt too exhausted, so he lay motionless in the damp and cold stone pit, allowing the blood to slowly spread beneath him. Gradually, he no longer felt any pain. His consciousness seemed to drift between warmth and sleep. In this half-awake state, Qi Zhaoxi saw a woman. She knelt in the sunlight of late autumn, her robes exuding a faint floral fragrance, beckoning him, "Come closer, let mother take a good look at you." There was no flower scent in the fiery hall, only the smell of burnt charcoal and dust. Leaning against the scorching wall, Qi Zhaoxi felt lost, slowly realizing how long it had been since he'd thought of her. In his memory, it was the year after he returned from a year-long journey to hone his skills, when the title, "One Sword Pierces Heaven's Gate," had just begun to spread in the martial world. Qi Zhaoxi walked toward her, and she looked at him tenderly, listening quietly as he recounted his experiences until blood flowed from her lips and she fell into his arms, saying softly, "I have no regrets in this life and won't be your burden." Soon, Qi Zhaoxi understood her meaning. The old sect leader personally arrived, looking coldly at the woman's corpse, and declared that henceforth he would replace his mother's position as the left guardian of the Banya sect, tasked with searching for the whereabouts of the eternal life decree. Qi Zhaoxi grew up in the sect, and deep down, he could never blend into the righteous faction spouting moral platitudes, nor did he have any affection for the Banya sect. He distanced himself from the world, tied to only a single thread of familial warmth. That day, hugging the woman's corpse, his heart was filled with emptiness, as endless cold winds roared through the gap. Wanting to set him free and uncoerced, she chose to commit suicide by poisoning herself. But what kind of freedom was this? How different was it from drifting aimlessly? In the end, he didn't leave the Banya sect. He carelessly followed the old sect leader's orders, unwilling to truly obtain the eternal life decree, gradually becoming indifferent to life and death. No matter how many dangers he faced, his heart remained still. Yet fate played tricks on him, making him endure time and again, forcing him to live day after day, wearing down his youthful arrogance. Perhaps the heavens had finally tired of it, deciding to reclaim this body devoid of any vitality. As smoke billowed and the fire grew fiercer, the hall was gradually consumed by flames. In the unbearable heat, a sense of final peace washed over him. Qi Zhaoxi closed his eyes and once again saw a blurred, slender figure in the firelight and black smoke. Why did he think of him at the last moment? Suddenly, someone grabbed his arm forcefully. Qi Zhaoxi opened his eyes abruptly, seeing the boy's pupils illuminated by the firelight. This wasn't a dying hallucination. Jianghu had actually come back, using some random iron sword to support himself as he tried to pull Qi Zhaoxi up. Seeing that Qi Zhaoxi was still conscious and seemingly uninjured, he tersely said, "Go." However, Qi Zhaoxi didn't get up. A surge of anger flared within him. Whether it was annoyance at Jianghu's foolishness or frustration at being forcibly dragged back to life, he snapped, "Who asked you to come back?" "I did." Jianghu, detecting the unfriendly tone in his voice, retorted, "You're not staying here to die, are you?" Qi Zhaoxi stopped speaking. After getting up, he barely saw through the heavy flames that a window of the hall had collapsed from the fire. The fire in the courtyard outside the window was gradually weakening, and the charred black ground was dimly visible. It was from there that Jianghu had rushed in. Jianghu didn't say much either, and quickly walked through the flames. At this moment, there came a sound that made one's teeth ache. They looked up simultaneously. The supporting beam of the roof was burning and groaning, about to fall. "Let's go." Qi Zhaoxi grabbed Jianghu and rushed out, but it was already too late. With a huge roar, the beams and countless tiles crashed down, instantly igniting another fierce blaze, cutting off the way out. They hastily avoided the splashing sparks, and Jianghu coughed because of the choking dust and ash. "You shouldn't have come back." Qi Zhaoxi frowned, truly angered. "Why do you insist on being so reckless? What's the point of coming back when I told you to leave first? Do you think showing brotherly loyalty means we must live or die together?" "I didn't come for you." Jianghu shook off his hand, suppressing his coughs. "I came for myself, and it has nothing to do with you. If you truly cared about yourself, you would have stayed far away instead of rushing back to die. Do I need to teach you such simple logic? I don't want to hide, nor do I need anyone's protection." Jianghu fiercely stared at him, his voice urgent yet suppressed. "I'd rather die than feel regretful again in my life." Qi Zhaoxi couldn't help but pause, unable to respond before he swiftly pulled Jianghu closer with an electric-like movement, as broken wood pieces narrowly grazed his shoulder. Sparks landed on his clothes and were immediately patted out. Jianghu looked back. Burning rafters were falling non-stop like a fiery rain. The place was about to collapse entirely. "Get out from here." Jianghu gripped his sword, pointing its edge towards the wall in front. Qi Zhaoxi understood his intention, to replicate the cooperative move from last time when they broke open the wall. But the situation now was very different. This fire scene had turned into a hellish furnace, the air thin enough to make their heads dizzy. It was already hard for them to keep standing without fainting, let alone breaking through for survival. But Jianghu gave him no chance to object. Determined, he decided, "This time, I'll stay behind." Given the urgency, Qi Zhaoxi glanced meaningfully at him and finally drew his sword, gathering his internal strength onto it. The long sword hummed and trembled. Crouching low and taking a deep breath, he swung the sword, and a piercing arc flashed by. The wall violently shook, causing numerous sparks to rain down. Jiang Li didn't evade but leaped forward, the ordinary iron in his hand suddenly possessed a spirit-like essence, with faint winds whistling around the blade. In the midst of thunderous roars, the wall collapsed, cool air and the pitch-black night sky rushed in. Jiang Li's attack wasn't over yet. In mid-air, he spun and executed a horizontal slash. The dazzling sword light illuminated momentarily, as if two moons had risen in heaven and earth. Fierce gusts swept powerfully, like raging tides or roaring dragons, pushing the surrounding flames back, creating a brief opening on the ground. If Qi Chaoshi were 10 years younger, he would recognize this sword technique. Years ago, Jiang Luming astonished the martial world with it, unparalleled across the land, named surging waves. Unfortunately, he didn't know, plus the situation was too pressing for even a moment of admiration. He jumped along with Jiang Li out of the courtyard and fled into the forest. The Ji manor burned and collapsed, eventually left behind in the darkness of the night. The road ahead was full of fighting marks. After traveling a few miles, strange bloodstains appeared on the ground, spread straight in lines, as if deliberately sprinkled. We can't go further, Qi Chaoshi cautiously felt around, seemingly touching something in the air. When he pulled his hand back, there was a shallow blood mark on his fingertips. As expected. The forest ahead has been set with thousands of threads by the Banya sect. Hidden in the darkness, they're indistinguishable. Although these threads cannot cut bones, the sensation of slicing through flesh is unbearable enough. Let's stop here for the night and wait until dawn to rendezvous with them at the other manor. Jiang Li remained silent, just nodding. Qi Chaoshi looked at him and couldn't help but smile. Hey, I'm not mad anymore. Why aren't you happy? Earlier, you were more aggressive than me. Qi Chaoshi nudged him with his elbow. Good disciple, can we stop arguing? Jiang Li shot him a glance. Who's arguing with you? Qi Chaoshi thought carefully. Regardless of how to put it, the other party had risked life and death to save him and ended up being scolded harshly. So, he softened his tone. Still, thank you tonight. I said it's not for you, Jiang Li replied. Qi Chaoshi had no idea what he was thinking, his eyelashes lowered and his profile exuded an indescribable coldness that made Qi Chaoshi's heart soften. He sighed lightly, then without warning pulled Jiang Li into his arms. Jiang Li stiffened all over and was about to break free, but was instead held tighter with one arm, while the other messily patted his hair, cooing like one would soothe a child. All right, I'm wrong. The struggling in his arms suddenly stopped, yet calm didn't settle. A moment later, Jiang Li forcefully broke away from him. Qi Chaoshi released his hold, looking at his tousled hair and instinctively took a step back, realizing that even their established rules wouldn't stop a fight this time. However, Jiang Li didn't retaliate, nor did he utter a sound. His lips were tightly sealed into a thin line as he stood still, fixedly staring at Qi Chaoshi. How peculiar, the same man who faced life-threatening danger just moments ago so calmly, now seemed overwhelmed by a simple embrace. A slight raise of Qi Chaoshi's eyebrows broke the silence. You. Jiang Li turned toward the side, hearing a sigh of helplessness behind him. A small stream meandered through the woods, its waters still fresh from the rain days ago. Jiang Li knelt down, splashing water on his face, seeing under the moonlight the faintly blurred reflection of himself. Droplets rolled down along his straight nose, dampening the front of his shirt before he slowly came to his senses again. After unraveling his disheveled hair, he retied it neatly. When he returned to where Qi Chaoshi was, a fire was already crackling beneath the trees, and Qi Chaoshi lazily leaned against the trunk. Jiang Li stopped in the shadows outside the light of the flames and finally said, I'm sorry. Completely baffled, Qi Chaoshi couldn't figure out why Jiang Li apologized, so he tilted his head after a pause, asking, Can I ask you something? Aha. What did you mean by regret back there when we were surrounded by the fire? Jiang Li stared silently at the campfire for quite some time, then softly said, It means that if you die like this, I'll never forget you. If words had weight, that seemingly waveless statement would have been heavier than 1,000 pounds, destined to sink deep into the dark ocean depths forevermore. Though regretting asking, Qi Chaoshi felt inexplicably lighter inside in some hidden corner of his mind. Thus, he nodded as if pretending not to care, and shifted the topic. Well, anyway, if I live, are you going to forget about me? Hearing this, Jiang Li froze momentarily in surprise, then, incredibly, a laugh escaped his lips. This wasn't really much of a true smile, merely a soft curve at the corners of his eyes and mouth, almost as though caught between laughing and crying, but the fleeting warmth it brought was unmistakable, radiating vibrantly despite being shrouded in the darkness. I thought you wouldn't laugh. Qi Chaoshi couldn't help but say with mild astonishment. Jiang Li replied blandly, Neither am I grass nor stone, who's born incapable of smiling. Why doesn't it happen more often? Smiling isn't that hard, is it? Jiang Li remained silent. Fine, I won't press you anymore. Qi Chaoshi tapped a spot next to him, inviting, Come here, don't stand around. Jiang Li hesitated briefly, but eventually sat down beside him. Although the thousands of threads from Banya sect blocked them here, it meant conversely that no one would come back to attack either, making the night not too unbearable. As the depth of the night set in and the fire made faint popping noises, Jiang Li dozed off deeply. Even with his eyes closed, he dreamt again of a sea of roaring flames. That tide engulfed him, drowned everything, sounds of human screams, clashing blades, fiery mountains turned crimson, broken swords split into pieces, and endless darkness. "It's fine," a voice consoled him gently, patting his shoulder, "your master will protect you." In the chaos, the voice struck an oddly familiar note, yet puzzled him greatly due to such tenderness. Watching Jiang Li's furrowed brow gradually smooth out, Qi Chaoshi followed with a soft laugh. Initially, when Jiang Li started slightly trembling, Qi Chaoshi hadn't realized what was happening. Not until the frown deepened as if enduring immense pain did he pull him into his arms. To be honest, he expected to hear a few murmurs in sleep, but to his surprise, Jiang Li gritted his teeth firmly, saying nothing even in slumber. So young, yet bearing such heavy thoughts. While reflecting, Qi Chaoshi absent-mindedly gazed at Jiang Li's sleeping face, feeling an urge for a drink that made him reach for the wine flask. Lifting his head to drink, he paused suddenly, only to realize the flask was already empty. Chapter 27. The first light of dawn revealed the intricate web of 1,000 silk threads that crisscrossed through the forest. These threads appeared to be made of refined iron, yet were entirely black, thin, and resilient. Jiang Li tested them with his iron sword, only to find that the force of his strike instead caused a small crack in the blade. It was Qi Chaoyi's majestic longsword that proved effective, severing the threads as easily as cutting through water. The network of silk thread stretched for 5 zhang in distance. Following behind Qi Chaoyi, Jiang Li watched as the last thread fluttered apart, and he couldn't help but take a closer look at the sword in Qi's hand. He then realized that the gleam was not an illusion, the blade itself emitted a cold, azure light. "What is this sword called?" Jiang Li asked suddenly. Qi Chaoyi thought seriously for a moment before shaking his head. "I forgot." Jiang Li looked at him silently. "I really can't remember its name anymore, besides, the inscription on the blade has been worn away too." He casually handed the sword over, which Jiang Li accepted with both hands. Upon examining it closely near the hilt, Jiang Li noticed marks where the characters had indeed been scraped off, startling him. "You. It wasn't me. When my mother gave it to me, it was already like this." Qi Chaoyi flicked a finger against the sword, producing a clear, resonant sound. "As long as it serves me well, what's in a name for a sword?" Not only did it serve him well, it was clearly an extremely rare and exceptional weapon. Its slender body contained a radiant essence within. Jiang Li examined it carefully under the sunlight when he suddenly heard a question, "Then how about you? You just pick up and discard your iron sword as if it's nothing, and travel the world without even carrying a proper sword?" Jiang Li paused mid-step. Just then, a whip tore through the air towards them. They both reacted with lightning speed, darting to opposite sides. Jiang Li flung the sword back with a swift motion of his hand. Qi Chaoyi caught it deftly, rotating his wrist skillfully as surging waves of energy radiated outward. In an instant, the winds whipped furiously, causing the leaves in the forest to rustle loudly. At the same time, a soft, feminine laughter could be heard. "Please stop for a while, gentlemen. The road ahead may not be very convenient." After the wind subsided, several shadowy figures appeared, blocking their path like boulders. Among them stood the woman who spoke, adjusting her disheveled hair elegantly. She smiled warmly at them. But these weren't from the Borna sect, they were supposed to be departed 7 kills sect from Dongting. Strange, didn't Xiaolingyu already obtain the Wui sword? Why doesn't he stay within his sect to study it instead of coming back to muddy waters? Qi Chaoyi asked. "Qi Daxia, please don't mock me," Xiaolingyu sighed faintly. "After all my arduous planning, I've merely received a counterfeit." "Then why don't you deal with Wei Min? There's always a culprit and a victim. Why obstruct our way? It seems there's a misunderstanding on your part. I didn't come here to make enemies." Xiaolingyu smiled mysteriously, lightly clapping her hands. "Qing Yan, wouldn't you come out and greet us?" A moment of silence passed, then slowly, a girl stepped forward from behind the figures. Clad in a water-red dress, she tightly gripped a long whip in her hand, her beautiful face devoid of any expression. However, she avoided looking directly at them. "Zhao Yue." Jiang Li was startled, yet distinctly hearing Xiaolingyu calling her Qing Yan. Xiaolingyu continued unhurriedly, "Today I have something urgent to attend to. It would be best if you two stayed and provided some convenience. If you insist on breaking through, I truly don't have the leisure to tangle with you." She placed her hand on Zhao Yue's, or rather Qing Yan's, shoulder. "So let my apprentice represent me." The moment the young girl showed herself, Qi Chaoyi instinctively glanced toward Jiang Li. Upon hearing this, he softly chuckled, "Do you really think she could stop me? It looks like we can't reach an agreement." Xiaolingyu glanced aside. Qing Yan's grip on her whip tightened immediately, then she leaped swiftly at Qi Chaoyi, her whip wriggling aggressively, much like a lively snake. Mid-air, her attack was intercepted by a flash of cold light. Jiang Li now held his sword ready, the whip circling back with blinding speed. In a fleeting instant, the two locked eyes silently. Qing Yan clenched her teeth and refused to retreat. Her wrist flicked once more, and the sound of the whip slicing through the air echoed around again. As soon as the two exchanged a few moves, Xiaolingyu turned and disappeared into the woods. Qi Chaoyi noticed the movement, his thoughts racing, deciding to first separate Jiang Li and Qing Yan. But the moment he moved, a great shadow surged forward, it was the group of shadowy figures from earlier. Suddenly, a loud metallic clang resounded, and half a blade flew through the air, landing among the trees. Even Chi Chowi was startled for a moment. Looking urgently between the gaps of shadows, he saw that Jiang Li's sword had broken, leaving only half a piece in his hand. Back in the tournament arena, this girl's swordsmanship was only considered nimble, far from impressive. Yet now, the martial prowess displayed by Cheng Yan holding the whip was vastly different from her previous self. Her whip sliced through the air with fierce power, akin to a ferocious and agile serpent. Meanwhile, Jiang Li's iron sword, already cracked, could not withstand such violent clashes. This moment of distraction had already cost Chi Chowi the opportunity to disengage. In the blink of an eye, 7 figures had surrounded him. Among them were both men and women, wielding either knives or spears, all different. They spread out in 2 circles around him, 3 on the inside and 4 on the outside. It was the deadly entrapment formation of the 7-kill sect, feared by many. The individuals forming this array might not possess unfathomable martial skills, but their strength lay in their seamless coordination. Even if they could not subdue the person trapped in the array instantly, it was also difficult for that person to escape, usually resulting in being worn down until trapped and killed within the formation. Chi Chowi stood in the center, letting his sword lightly touch the ground. Upon seeing this, the 7 did not rashly move, but only tightly focused on his vital spots, their eyes flashing dangerously, almost making one feel as if they were surrounded by a pack of wolves. In the vast forest, the only sounds left were those of the whip. Jiang Li decisively discarded the broken sword and advanced instead of retreating, rushing into the heavy shadow of whips. This reckless behavior startled Cheng Yan, who stepped back, swinging her whip with full force to drive him away. The long whip crackled sharply in the air, its fierce wind grazing past his cheek. Jiang Li slightly turned his head, and without anyone knowing how, he reached through the shadowy wind and grabbed the tip of the whip. Cheng Yan's eyebrows twitched, and she couldn't help but speak up, "Let go." Jiang Li slowly tightened his grip on the whip. No matter how hard Cheng Yan pulled, she couldn't retrieve it, forcing her to glare furiously at him. "I thought you wouldn't return to Dongting," Jiang Li suddenly said. Cheng Yan stiffened, forcibly turning her gaze away. "Yes, I originally thought I would rather die than come back to this wretched place." However, when Xiao Lingyu identified the Bu Yi Jian as fake and learned of the appearance of the Borna sect, deciding to return to Dongting, Cheng Yan suddenly panicked and begged her master to bring her along. Xiao Lingyu, with her perceptive mind, smiled at the time and said, "You are unaware of this incident concerning the sword, so I do not blame you, nor will I abandon you. But this time you don't have to follow, you can stay peacefully within the sect." But the more Xiao Lingyu reassured her like this, the more panic-stricken Cheng Yan became. She didn't just fear being abandoned but losing her focus on the truth. "Cheng Yan." Jiang Li looked at her, his pupils gradually rippling. "If you've reverted to the name given by your father, why do you still choose to remain in the 7-kill sect? What does that matter? You once said that when your mother fell critically ill, you wrote a letter asking your master to deliver it, but the great swordsman Cheng never arrived. That's enough." Cheng Yan abruptly raised her voice. "It's been so long, why bring it up again? That letter may have never been sent." Jiang Li continued despite her interruption. "Perhaps everything was planned from the start. Because of great swordsman Cheng, Xiao Lingyu became your master." Cheng Yan silently tilted her face upward, her shoulders trembling slightly, unsure whether she was sobbing or smiling. After a while, she gazed at Jiang Li again, her expression complicated and indescribable. "Jiang Li, sometimes you're just straightforward to the point of being detestable." Jiang Li's expression also changed involuntarily. "Do you actually suspect these things? You're so clever, do you know why I use a whip?" Cheng Yan abruptly asked a question and continued without waiting for a response, "Because I hate swords, and even more so, I hate sharing a name with a sword." Jiang Li unintentionally loosened his grip. Seizing the chance, Cheng Yan pulled forcefully, allowing the whip to spiral back into her hands. Lowering her eyes to look at the whip, her voice softened, "But my mother liked it. Because my father used a sword, I was supposed to practice the art of the sword too. Would she care whether I liked it or not? But my master noticed, saying she would teach me whatever I liked. Learning the way of the sword was only necessary enough to fool my mother. I've also told you, after my mother died, when I held a dagger yet dared not end my own life and only knew how to cry, it was my master who wiped my tears and buried my mother. Only then did I know there is a 7-kill sect in this world, which became the only place for me in the world. In the beginning, I was physically unsuited to the water of Dongting and fell sick every few days. I felt sorrowful and cried secretly under the covers at night. Later, my master discovered and always came to sleep with me at night. You don't understand." Cheng Yan met Jiang Li's bewildered gaze, shook her head, and bitterly repeated herself, "You don't understand, how would you possibly understand? How would someone walking under the warm sunlight ever understand how cold the winter winds are? People ultimately cannot fully understand each other." Just as he would not understand why such insignificant trivial matters are worth her deceiving herself, self-deception. After a long silence, Jiang Li struggled to say, "But Cheng. It's true that Cheng Juxian loved me, but he is dead." Cheng Yan shouted, unable to bear it any longer. She struggled to hold back her tears, her eyes turning completely red from the effort. "I have nothing left. I am in so much pain, I don't care about anything anymore. You think I should leave the 7 Kills sect, but if I do, where could I go? Who else would care about me? Qing Yan stared straight into his eyes without flinching. Jiangli, are you willing to love me? Jiangli was speechless. She managed a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth, letting out a bitter laugh, then never bring up such things again. Finally, there was only silence. The wind rustled through the forest leaves, making a soft rustling sound. Chi Chowi secretly let out a long sigh, then suddenly noticed that he wasn't the only one distracted by the conversation over there. Although he and the 7 people were still locked in a standoff with no change in their positions, he clearly saw the woman holding a spear on the western side of the array relax her expression. The silence was broken by a sharp whistle, followed by a streak of smoke shooting into the sky in the distance, bursting into a dazzling dark blue light. The spear-wielding woman glanced briefly to the side, then lightly lifted her hand. Chi Chowi watched as the others slowly began to retreat and disperse the formation. The woman called out to Qing Yan, leading the way in the direction Xiao Lingyu had left. Qing Yan hesitated for a moment, glancing at Jiangli again, but ultimately said nothing and hurried to catch up with the group. Chi Chowi made no move to stop them, letting them walk away. He strolled over to Jiang Li's side, leaning forward to examine his expression. Are you all right? Jiang Li's face betrayed no emotion, and he replied indifferently, I'm fine. Did the little girl's words hurt your feelings? Jiang Li shook his head, stopping his reply, and gazed at the column of dark blue smoke spiraling upward against the clear sky. What is that? Chi Chowi turned to look as well and said, a distress signal from the Borna sect. Chapter 28. The dark blue smoke column was particularly striking against the clear sky and green forest. Yin Huaishu withdrew his gaze and turned to look at the woman in front of him. What do you want to say? These words of mine can only be told to you. Xiao Lingyu slowly scanned the Banro sect members guarding around her. Yin Huaishu glanced again in the direction of the signal, and said impatiently, I don't have time to waste on you. If sect leader Xiao doesn't move aside soon, don't blame me for being impolite. Xiao Lingyu gave a light laugh, don't rush. The one over there is Chief Helan, and you still intend to save him? Yin Huaishu carefully recalled his plans, and sure enough, the hand gripping his sword handle relaxed. So you understand me? Do you think I understand too little or too much? There's more to understand if Chief Yin allows me this chance. Speak plainly. Xiao Lingyu sighed, since I've dared to come alone, surely Chief Yin doesn't lack the courage to talk privately with me. Yin Huaishu glared coldly at her, while Xiao Lingyu remained composed under his scrutinizing gaze. She even lifted both her sleeves, smiling lightly at him, showing she carried no concealed weapons. Finally, Yin Huaishu gestured, and the black-clad sect members stepped back 2 zhang away following his command. Xiao Lingyu moved forward a few steps until they faced each other directly, and then said, let's not beat around the bush. I'm willing to risk the entire Qisha sect to ally with you. The question is, are you interested or not? Me? Yin Huaishu laughed coldly, I'm just a nominal chief, powerless and lowly within the Banro sect, barely able to take care of myself. What qualifications do I have to become an ally with sect leader Xiao? I know your position within the sect, which is precisely why cooperation with me is more necessary. Xiao Lingyu said, currently, you are subservient, but with my help, there's no reason why later you won't wield enormous power. Then why not go straight to Yibu Ji or Ningyu? Wouldn't that save a lot of effort? Yibu Ji is arrogant and self-opinionated, Ningyu is even less trustworthy. Throughout the whole sect, you are the person I like best. Xiao Lingyu stared into his eyes, believe it or not, this return to Dongting is entirely for you. Yin Huaishu remained unmoved, sect leader Xiao has too high expectations. How about it, afraid I'm tricking you? Xiao Lingyu laughed, if I must give a reason, well, it's simple. I think you don't look down on women. Yin Huaishu frowned slightly. Xiao Lingyu paused before continuing, back then when Qisha sect was besieged by major sects, our sect leader perished, and ever since the sect has never recovered. Not only does the righteous path suppress us, the evil factions also wish to divide and consume us, giving not an inch of breathing room. Since childhood, I've witnessed the cruelty of the martial world. My father became the new sect leader, and his death without full remains resembled the previous master's fate. As for my fellow disciples, their deaths were varied in grotesque ways. Yin Huaishu interrupted suddenly, if I remember correctly, the previous leaders of your sect died at the hands of the Banro sect, and yet you still seek alliance with me. People must move forward, how can we cling on to old grudges forever? Besides, if one day you manage to replace the leader of your sect, wouldn't that help me get my revenge as well? Xiao Lingyu smiled faintly at the edge of her lips. Anyway, after many of the sect disciples either died or fled, this title of sect leader finally fell upon me, which actually calmed those people down. A shadow of darkness passed through her eyes, and her voice grew softer. How can a woman accomplish anything? That Qisha sect has degenerated to the point where a woman holds its reins, proving completely non-threatening, isn't it? But rather than live in constant fear and trepidation, she'd rather not endure such contempt and humiliation. That's why Xiao Lingyu absolutely cannot let the Qisha sect die out. I will revive its past glory to show the world what they couldn't achieve, something only a woman can. She looked directly at Yin Huaishu. I've been this honest with you. Will Chief Yin seriously consider my proposal? Yin Huaishu watched her, not rushing to speak. Suddenly, a hurried set of footsteps approached from behind, and Yin Huaishu became alert. The group led by Cheng Yan saw Xiao Lingyu simultaneously and stopped Tu Zhang away after understanding the situation. Xiao Lingyu sighed again softly, born from human insect cultivation methods, mediocre kung fu talents compared to others. Not mentioning other things, already, the title of chief earns so much resentment from others. Your future path would become increasingly difficult. Though my Chisha sect isn't what it used to be, its roots remain intact. What the Banro sect cannot provide for you, only I can secure. Yin Huaishu remained silent for a moment, then shook his head. I don't possess sect leader Zhao's ambition. You should find someone else. Don't rush to reject. Xiao Lingyu pulled out a small jade flute from her sleeve, carved from white jade, only 1 finger long, offering it to him. I know you have no desire for power, nor will you take unnecessary risks easily, but your weaknesses are far too easy for others to exploit. Suddenly, her wrist was fiercely gripped. Xiao Lingyu looked straight into Yin Huai's cold gaze and smiled even more brightly. You need strength, you need me. She cleverly freed her wrist and pinned the small jade flute onto Yin Huai's lapel, lightly tapping his chest with her fingertip. It's only a matter of time, I have all the patience. When you see it clearly, use this to contact me. With that, Xiao Lingyu gave him one last smile before turning around and leaving gracefully with Cheng Yan and the others. The Banya sect members slowly gathered back. Someone cautiously inquired, but Yin Huai paid no heed, staring mysteriously at the small jade flute in his hand for a long moment. Then, he looked up again toward the direction of the signal. The smoke column gradually dissipated, its deep blue vanishing bit by bit into the lush forest. After the wind passed, there were no traces left. Damn it, why hasn't anyone come yet? Are they all blind and can't recognize the signal? Heelan snatched the smoke cannon from the person beside him and smashed it on the ground, still not enough to vent his anger. Ahead, the fierce battle between the Banya sect and the righteous path resounded loudly, metal clashes deafening, screams shaking the heavens, blood splashing everywhere, making her heart restless. All the Banya sect members dressed in black stood out prominently once the cover of night was gone, and they were now retreating steadily. Last night, Heelan led people chasing and killing them, setting thousands of silk threads as traps which slowed down the righteous people's movements. Seeing those people panic and fall into their ambushes, the slaughter seemed like a joyful hunting game. She thought she could destroy them all in one move and achieve great merit, but unexpectedly soon after, the righteous ones took off their outer robes and draped them over the silk threads, creating confusion. In the dark, unclear forest, the floating robes made it difficult to distinguish between truth and deception, completely disrupting the Banya sect's formations. This prolonged fight ultimately allowed the righteous path to escape to the base of Wei Mountain, splitting their forces. One group hastily sent the injured and weaker ones to a villa on the mountain, while the remaining group continued dealing with the pursuit of the Banya sect. Having exhausted the entire night, the Banya sect members had become somewhat fatigued. However, these righteous fighters, who had been surrounded and suppressed, finally unleashed their full force, boosting their spirits and reversing the situation in just a short time. Heelan was being counterattacked by the prey in her eyes, struggling helplessly. Realizing she couldn't hold out any longer, she urgently instructed 2 subordinates beside her, come with me. A sudden sound of a sword howl echoed behind her. Hurriedly looking back, Heelan saw Ji Shuming break through the encirclement of the black-clad men and directly dash towards her, the sword tip drawing a dazzling streak of cold light. Heelan hurriedly grabbed a subordinate and pushed them towards the blade, while Ji Shuming spun mid-air, stepping his toes over the subordinate's head. He borrowed the momentum and swung his sword, forcibly cutting off Heelan's escape route. Compelled to retreat 2 steps, she drew her flexible sword, quickly thrusting it at his chest. The soft sword narrowly missed as Ji Shuming effortlessly deflected it, causing her sword to veer off course, revealing an opening. Heelan quickly stepped back another step. Banya rules were strict and cruel, so the 2 subordinates dared not abandon her and flee. They had no choice but to steel themselves and charge forward together, their 2 long knives crossing to attack him. Ji Shuming's single stroke split apart their weapons, and it seemed like they anticipated this strike, separating their blades to aim at both his shoulders and arms. In that hair-raising instant, Ji Shuming held his sword horizontally, successfully blocking both attacks. With a light shout, flashes of his blade illuminated the sky, flinging the long knives away and throwing the 2 subordinates to the ground. Without time to dodge, the sword came pointing at Heelan again. The results of the earlier tournament were enough proof that she was absolutely no match for Ji Shuming. Just as she grew anxious, out of the corner of her eye, she noticed 2 figures approaching. Steeling herself, Heelan used every ounce of strength to resist his sword with her flexible sword, using that instant to get close, striking swiftly to grab his chin, forcing her intense gaze directly into his eyes. Ji Shuming hadn't expected this move, yet he found himself unable to look away. Those feline-like pupils resembled an ink whirlpool, firmly attracting and entwining his vision. As a rich, intoxicating fragrance permeated, everything in the world suddenly receded, the sun and stars dimmed, the cries of battle turned silent, and even the beautiful face before him became blurred, features faint and elusive. He felt confused, but a strong sensation surged in his heart. He ought to know who it was. A person he was intimately familiar with. His sword dropped to the ground, and Ji Shuming's body involuntarily leaned backward. Chi Chaoshi acted quickly to catch him and then raised his head to see Heelan rushing away in haste. Suddenly remembering something, Qi Chaoshi chuckled lightly. It's just a charm spell, nothing serious. He'll recover shortly. Qi Chaoshi shoved the man towards Jiangli and said, I'll go chase her. After speaking, he leaped away. Speaking of lightness kung fu, few in the world could rival Qi Chaoshi. In an instant, he caught up and grabbed Helan by the shoulder. She turned around and grabbed Qi Chaoshi's wrist in return, staring at him tightly, planning to use the same trick again. However, to her surprise, he not only showed no reaction but also had the leisure to wink at her. Helan's martial arts were far from satisfactory, but she took great pride in her charm art, which she had never encountered such a situation before, instantly turning pale with fear. By the time she wanted to struggle fiercely, it was too late. Qi Chaoshi pressed on a pressure point beside her neck, making Helan feel numb all over her body. Following this, an intense pain shot through both her arms as her hands were twisted behind her back. Qi Chaoshi effortlessly detained Helan and looked back. Jiangli struggled to support Ji Shuming. Being half a head shorter and the other side showing signs of confusion, Jiangli was clearly having difficulties keeping Ji Shuming upright. It seemed that the spell had stirred some hidden thoughts in his mind, causing him to murmur lowly, trying to grope for something. Unconsciously, he grasped Jiangli's right hand. Suddenly Jiangli pulled his hand away and stepped back, leaving Ji Shuming without any support as he collapsed and knelt onto the grass, his head gradually lowering down. Not far away, the righteous group finally killed all the black-clad people, wiping the blood off their cheeks. They couldn't help laughing when they recalled what had just happened. Their loud laughter soared high into the sky, yet failed to disturb the one standing and the other fallen on the ground. Jiangli glanced down, forgetting for a moment to help him get up again. Chapter 29. Wei Shan originally had another name, but since it was bought by Wei Min decades ago and turned into a villa, locals got used to calling it with the surname Wei. Over time, the original name was gradually forgotten, and now it is simply called Wei Shan. It was still midsummer, and the lush grasses and trees on the mountain concealed a courtyard within the expanse of emerald greenery. The former tranquil summer retreat was now bustling with martial artists from various factions. This was simply because this villa was much smaller than Juyi Villa. Underneath the sheltered corridors, people were sprawled everywhere. Prestigious sects and great martial artists were given rooms, yet even they were forced to sleep on makeshift beds on the floor. The wooden bed frames were all dismantled and sent to support those injured who gathered in the main hall. Jiangli sat cross-legged on the ground mat. The room was eerily silent, even the noise from outside seemed fuzzy and unreal. He shared a room with Qi Chaoyang and Xue Lu. Qi Chaoyang accompanied the righteous factions as they took Helan to the backyard for imprisonment, while Xue Lu kept helping to settle the wounded. Jiangli, after sending the unconscious Ji Shuming back to the care of Guiyun Villa's people, realized he was the only one who returned to his room. He did not seek more tasks, just sitting silently with lowered eyes, seemingly lost in thought or merely daydreaming. The door creaked softly as Qi Chaoyang pushed it open, seeing Jiangli like this and not at all surprised, asked, practicing cultivation again, young swordsman? Ignoring the remark, Jiangli glanced at him briefly. Qi Chaoyang paid no mind to this, still smiling as he sat down before Jiangli and said, hold out your hand. Confused, Jiangli extended his left hand. Qi Chaoyang shook his head and grabbed his right hand, turning the palm up to examine it. A purplish-black bruise ran across his right palm, resembling a fierce python, clearly left by a whip mark. I see you dare to directly intercept Cheng Yan's whip with your bare hands. I thought you were invincible. Turns out you're made of flesh and blood like everyone else. Qi Chaoyang looked closely, asking, does it hurt? Jiangli tried to pull his hand back immediately, but was held firmly and couldn't escape. Feeling uneasy under the inquiry, he looked away stubbornly, saying, no pain. Qi Chaoyang nodded without any warning, pinching his hand sharply. Jiangli's shoulders twitched violently, astonished, glaring back at him. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead as his brows knitted tightly from the sharp pain. Say that again, does it hurt or not? Qi Chaoyang raised his eyebrows slightly, half smiling at him. Jiangli took a deep breath, knowing that if he continued being stubborn, he would be pinched again, so hesitantly he conceded, mumbling a vague response, yes, it hurts. Satisfied, Qi Chaoyang grinned and fished out a small round porcelain jar from his sleeve. While opening it, he asked, can you apply medicine yourself? Not sure when he noticed the injury, or even brought the ointment, Jiangli was momentarily taken aback and didn't answer in time. Qi Chaoyang went on unprompted, never mind, I'll do it for you. As he spoke, he took hold of Jiangli's hand, scooping out some green ointment from the porcelain jar and applying it carefully onto the terrible bruise, controlling his force to be gentle. When the ointment touched the bruised area, it brought a cool sensation with a tingling pain. But his movements were soft, and even though it stung, it carried a tenderness. After regaining his composure, Jiangli quietly said, actually, the last ointment on my forehead, it was. You've got the nerve to bring that up. Your forehead scar had just healed a few days ago, and now there's another new injury. Qi Chaoyang interrupted decisively, criticizing, not to mention, when we first met, you had a sword wound on your shoulder too. You've hardly been free from injuries these days. How many times have I given you medicine already? Stubborn as you are, you don't tell anyone when you're injured, yet it's not hard to sneak some medicine by yourself, surely you don't need me to teach you how to do it secretly. Are you waiting for your injuries to heal on their own or for your hands to become useless? TSK, I don't know how you managed to survive before meeting me. As he sighed, his actions of applying the ointment remained meticulous and steady. Jiangli watched his lowered eyelids and unconsciously curved his lips slightly. Were you this talkative before you met me? This isn't talkative. I was usually in a position where I wasn't allowed to speak, so I had to endure my thoughts until I met someone worth talking to, Qi Chaoyang replied evenly, deliberately keeping an ambiguous tone between sincerity and jest. Consider yourself unlucky for encountering me, just tough it out if you don't want to listen. I want to listen. Qi Chaoyang paused, almost convinced he heard wrong. What? You speak, I'm willing to listen. Jiangli looked at him. Those clear eyes were as pure as the day they met, holding an image of a stunned Qi Chaoyang. After being stunned for quite some time, he couldn't help but reach out to touch Jiang Li's forehead. That's strange, let me check, did you get a headache or something? Jiang Li leaned back, somewhat disdainfully swatting away the hand that carried the ointment. What are you hiding? Qi Chaoyang deliberately moved his hand closer to Jiang Li's face, smiling and saying, this is top-grade blood-activating and bruise-healing medicine. Jiang Li hurriedly raised a hand to block, but Qi Chaoyang twisted his wrist to avoid it and pressed forward. After exchanging a few moves, Qi Chaoyang suddenly seized his wrist, managing to press the green ointment-covered hand against Jiang Li's cheek. Though Jiang Li turned his head in an attempt to dodge, he couldn't escape the cool sensation of the ointment spreading on his face. Unrelenting, Qi Chaoyang grinned and started kneading Jiang Li's face, pretending to smooth the ointment evenly over it. Jiang Li struggled both to break free and avoid further smearing, all the while hearing him jest, this ointment isn't just for faces, it can also be eaten. Don't believe me? Why don't you give it a try? Sure enough, upon looking up, Jiang Li saw Qi Chaoyang dipping his fingers into the ointment again, stretching them out with that playful grin widening across his face. For some inexplicable reason, as if bewitched by that smile, Jiang Li mechanically leaned forward and licked the tip of Qi Chaoyang's ointment-coated finger. The cool sweetness immediately melted and spread in his mouth. Qi Chaoyang's breath hitched slightly as he unconsciously released his grip, feeling an inexplicable warmth in the room. A tingling sensation coursed from his fingertips all the way to his heart, still tender from the soft, wet touch. Without realizing it, he began rubbing his fingertips gently. Jiang Li too became aware of what had just happened. Their gazes met briefly before they quickly looked away like they'd been scorched. The room fell silent for a moment, yet the temperature seemed to rise rather than fall. After a while, Qi Chaoyang dry coughed once and said nonchalantly, what were you thinking about just now? Jiang Li wiped the ointment off his face and instinctively wanted to reply, nothing, but after those 3 words lingered momentarily on his tongue, he finally spoke, I was thinking, about Qing Yan's words. Qi Chaoyang nodded, it's good she could reconcile herself to following Xiao Lingyu so wholeheartedly. Where is the goodness in this? Do you think Xiao Lingyu really needed to stop us? Qi Chaoyang continued, Cheng Juxian's death had a profound impact on Qing Yan. Perhaps Xiao Lingyu worried she might change her loyalty, thus leading us here to test Qing Yan's intentions. On the surface, the 7-kill array targeted me, but in reality, it tested Qing Yan. The woman wielding the spear kept focusing on you too. If Qing Yan truly wavered under your persuasion, today's outcome wouldn't have been as straightforward. Luckily, all doubts have now been erased. Henceforth, her days at the 7-kill sect will be nothing less than excellent. Moreover, given the level of expertise shown in her whip technique, clearly Xiao Lingyu has devoted much effort in teaching her. Both parties achieving their goals, shouldn't this be considered a favorable result? Jiang Li shook his head slowly, I don't understand. Qing Yan sought care, and Xiao Lingyu sought loyalty. With both getting what they desired, everything ends happily. But the murderous intent Xiao Lingyu once harbored over Qing Yan's potential betrayal, or Cheng Juxian's accidental death caused by the twists and turns at the 7-kill sect, should these truths simply be forgotten, swept aside, covered up to embellish this false peace? Qi Chaoyang contemplated for a long time, removing his boots and sitting shoulder to shoulder with Jiang Li on the shared bed, leaning back against the wall. His gaze naturally fell on the window, where he remarked, in fact, I once thought about ending everything, leaving my remaining life behind altogether. Jiang Li turned his head, quietly staring at him. Still gazing out the opposite window, nightfall lit the crisscrossing human shadows printed onto the translucent paper. It felt as though they were watching a puppet show unfold. He went on, not long ago, I was ambushed, falling into a deep pit. Blood continuously seeped from wounds on my back, but I lay there completely unmotivated, musing how it would be fine to die, since there wasn't anything in this world worth clinging to, no reasons compelling me to desperately fight for survival. At that time, several subordinates also fell with me, among whom one younger man, who had followed me for quite some time but never drew my particular attention nor did I remember his name. Although he didn't sustain serious injuries, upon waking, he first helped me stabilize the bleeding wound, then ventured deeper into the pit. Before leaving, he muttered something, which I didn't catch. Not long after, loud commotions erupted from deep within the pit, like a human scream yet eerily akin to a beast's roar. Echoing through the damp and dark caverns, the sounds were strange and terrifying. The subordinate never returned. Qi Chaoyang hadn't initially cared until faint peculiar noises began reaching his ears. Slowly standing up, step by step, he advanced inside, with the sounds becoming progressively clearer. Heavy panting, overlapping chewing sounds led Qi Chaoyang to suspect that a pack of wild beasts was feasting inside. But when his vision surpassed the rock barriers concealing the sight, he saw a lifetime unforgettable scene. They weren't beasts but monstrous creatures tearing apart a live person. They could only be described as monsters. Though vaguely human-shaped, they all appeared as children. Beneath their oversized, tattered clothing, their bodies were thin and frail, with snow-white hair trailing on the ground. Each exhibited a manic expression as they surrounded and tore into the person on the ground, blood splattering onto their young pale faces. The subordinate who had gone deeper inside was now silent and lifeless, his arm left outside of the crowd, still clutching a leaf, leaving a large wet stain spreading across the floor. Qi Chaoyang looked upward toward the distance where a stream flowed by, seemingly unaware from where it originated. Several fallen leaves floated in its water. He suddenly understood, this subordinate must have been looking for water before he left. Out of nowhere, I felt like dying this way would somehow betray him. Qi Chaoyang glanced at Jiangli, then chuckled to himself. It was because of this strange thought that I ended up killing those creatures, crawling out of the pit, and surviving until today. Don't you think it sounds absurd? Jiangli fell silent, pondering, while Qi Chaoyang let out a light sigh. A lifetime, we always need something to support ourselves through it. Some rely on a fleeting idea, some on love given by others, and perhaps others depend on hatred. Is right or wrong more important than voluntary acceptance? He paused, staring at Jiangli. Ultimately, the little girl just wanted to make herself feel better. After a long silence, Jiangli softly murmured as if to himself, truth, though painful, remains clear. How do you carry so much on your mind? Qi Chaoyang chuckled, pulling out a wineskin and tossing it to him. Come on, stop thinking about it, why not taste what it's like to be drunk and forget? The wineskin was full, heavy in hand, showing that Qi Chaoyang, besides grabbing medicine, hadn't forgotten to visit the wine cellar. Jiangli hesitated for a moment, then tilted his head and swallowed a big gulp. The strong liquor burned down his throat like fire, and he immediately started coughing. Qi Chaoyang quickly helped pat his back and asked in surprise, such a reaction, could it be you've never had alcohol before? Jiangli nodded, unable to speak due to coughing, his usually pale cheeks flushing red. His face seemed brighter and even more vivid than usual. Qi Chaoyang tilted his head, gazing at his side profile like jade. We don't know your tolerance yet. Will you cry when drunk? Once Jiangli caught his breath, he turned to meet Qi Chaoyang's gaze, lightly smiled, and handed over the wineskin. Try it. Qi Chaoyang followed with a laugh, grabbed the wineskin, and drank heartily. At this moment, the door creaked open again. Shuelu stepped in startled. Why does this room reek of alcohol? What are you two doing? The pair on the ground simultaneously looked up at him. Qi Chaoyang patted the spot beside him, calling out cheerfully, come, tonight the three of us shall drink until we're thoroughly intoxicated. Though Jiangli remained silent, a rare trace of laughter lingered in his eyes. Chapter 30. When the pot of wine was empty, Jiangli already showed signs of drunkenness. However, he neither cried nor made a fuss but remained calm, showing almost no difference from his usual demeanor. The only difference was the deep furrow in his brow that wouldn't ease. Eventually, he leaned heavily against Qi Chaoshi and fell sound asleep. The next day, for the first time, he overslept. This amount of alcohol was naturally nothing to Qi Chaoshi and Shuelu. Without a word between them, they deliberately did not wake Jiangli, being careful with their movements, and moved their conversation outside the door. The Praniti sect will leave at the latest by today. Ibu Ji is not someone who wastes energy. Upon receiving our arrival at the retreat villa, he will undoubtedly cut his losses without hesitation. If they are going to save Helan, today is their only chance, so I have already arranged with the Green Mountain sect to help watch over things. You're actually volunteering to help? Shuelu said in surprise. Qi Chaoshi smiled and glanced at him, lowering his voice. The timing I've been waiting for has arrived. The opportunity for him to finally break away from the Praniti sect and extricate himself from the vast martial world has come. Shuelu immediately understood. Despite his reluctance, he still patted Qi Chaoshi on the shoulder earnestly, saying, take care. I'll wait a few days at that tavern outside the city, Qi Chaoshi replied. If there's any unexpected situation, you can find me there. Alright, Shuelu turned his head back to look at the door. Should we say goodbye to Jiangli when he wakes up? Qi Chaoshi hesitated unusually. Isn't it unnecessary? Although we haven't spent much time together, I see he cares about you quite a bit. Can you even tell if he cares or not? Qi Chaoshi shifted his gaze and chuckled. He's always been the one who doesn't bother with anyone, hasn't he? He may not talk much, but his eyes can't hide it. Shuelu paused. You really can't see that. Qi Chaoshi's smile faded, unable to respond for a moment. Suddenly, a sound came from behind them. It turned out that Jiangli had awakened as well, pushing open the door and simply greeting the two who were looking back. Good morning. It was a good day, with bright morning light spilling across the corridor, stopping precisely beneath his feet. Qi Chaoshi gazed at Jiangli. His features remained as clear as ever, yet whether it was an illusion or not, the long-standing chill around the young man had dissipated, like ice melting and snow vanishing. Without warning, Qi Chaoshi suddenly turned around, taking a few steps forward, and tightly embraced him. Jiang Li was slightly startled, tilting his head, unsure why, seeing only the strength of the embrace but not the expression on the other's face. Therefore, Jiang Li hesitantly and tentatively raised his hand, lightly touching Qi Chaoxi's back, feeling the warmth under his palm before finally returning the embrace. In just a fleeting moment of embrace, Qi Chaoxi released him, stepping back, looking into his eyes, yet as if struck dumb, unable to utter a word. So, he merely gave a laugh, waving farewell casually and gracefully to the two of them. I'm off. Jiang Li watched his retreating figure with a confused gaze until it disappeared completely. Beside him, Shuelu quickly explained, don't worry, he's gone to the back courtyard to help guard Helan from the Praniti sect. Jiang Li nodded without further questioning. Don't rush out. I found a set of clean clothes for you at the villa, it's on the table. Shuelu continued, go change. It should fit properly. Jiang Li noticed for the first time the scorched black marks all over the bottom hem of his robe from the fire. He hadn't paid attention earlier, but now these stains stood out glaringly. Thus, he didn't refuse, thank you. As the wounded still required Shueli's assistance, he left first, leaving Jiang Li alone to change in the room. When he took off his robe, a burst of vivid red suddenly rolled out from his sleeve pocket. Jiang Li picked it up to discover it was a silk flower. Initially, after receiving it from Qi Chaoxi, he had tucked it away unconsciously and almost forgotten about it. However, he hadn't anticipated that all his belongings in the polytheistic villa had burned down, causing this useless trinket to be inadvertently brought along. Jiang Li placed it on the table and then put on the clean robe, which indeed fit perfectly. Before heading out, he thought for a moment, turned around, and gently brushed the dust off the silk flower, slipping it back into his sleeve again. Hey! I just heard that all the people from the sect below the mountain have withdrawn. Is it true? How could it be false? Didn't you see? I just got a letter. The Praniti sect stirred up so much trouble here that their base nearly got raided. How couldn't they rush back to tidy up? Slightly injured martial artists gathered in small groups at the edges of the corridor, enjoying the sun and chattering idly. The speaker slapped the paper onto his thigh, rather indignantly, what a waste, letting these brutes escape so easily. I was looking forward to massacring them completely and avenging my grievances. Then you'd better hurry down the mountain and chase them. Once you catch up, don't forget to take revenge for all of us. Someone jokingly shoved his injured shoulder, causing a commotion among the group. Jiang Li slowly walked through the winding corridor, not only paying attention to these people's conversations but also because there wasn't much open space to walk under the corridor. The bedding from last night was rolled up and piled against the wall, with large patches of blood stains on the ground. A few broken arrows were kicked into the corners, looking as though they had been removed from the wounded. Jiang Li suddenly stopped, quietly picked up a broken arrow, hiding it in his hand until he reached a secluded area behind the courtyard's trees where no one else was around, then began examining it closely. This broken arrow had a very unique design. The two edges of the arrowhead were serrated. Though unremarkable at first glance, if the archer's strength was enough to drive the arrow deeply in, when the opponent pulled it out, it would gouge out a clump of flesh, making it extremely fierce. This was an arrow from the Bana sect. Jiang Li's expression subtly changed. Jiang Huayang, stop right there. The sudden shout snapped Jiang Li back to reality, and he peered through the gaps in the branches. In the distance, several youths stopped upon hearing their names called, all dressed in clothes with cloud patterns and clearly belonging to Guiyun Manor. Yet chasing after them was none other than awakened Ji Shuming, who quickly approached the youth leading the group and bluntly asked, was Elder Qin from Tianmen sect here last night? Yes, what of it? How did you respond when Elder Qin inquired about the condition of the manor lord? The man referred to must be Jiang Xingzhou, the current master of the Mountain River Alliance and owner of Guiyun Manor. Jiang Li held his breath, intently observing as the youth called Jiang Huayang's expression shifted unpleasantly, responding irritably, what exactly are you implying? With affairs being handled by our uncle due to the master's illness forcing him to bed rest, how could you divulge this information to someone from the Tianmen sect? Isn't that the truth? When asked, naturally I would tell them. What is the big deal? Jiang Huayang appeared genuinely confused. Ji Shuming strained to control his tone, do you know whether the Tianmen sect truly cares about the manor lord or has some other ulterior motives? Furthermore, how many people currently covet Guiyun Manor with ill intent? Over the past 6 months, have you seen anyone broadcast the details of the manor lord's condition? I said it, so what? Is it necessary to be so nervous all the time? Even if the Tianmen sect knows about the manor lord's illness, doesn't he also know that Guiyun Manor is unmatched, not something a minor sect can dare provoke? Jiang Huayang shoved aside the companions trying to mediate, finally angered, Ji Shuming, don't act like you can ride roughshod over me just because you follow the young master for a few days. There's no need for you to teach me how to speak. It's not that I'm afraid, it's that I don't want Guiyun Manor or the manor lord to run into trouble because of you. People nearby still tried to mediate, but Jiang Huayang plunged his hand into his companion's robe, grabbed a handful of coins, and hurled them at Ji Shuming. The coins rang loudly as they scattered across the ground, even a few jumped towards Jiang Li's feet. Ji Shuming's complexion immediately turned ghastly pale, unable to utter another word. Jiang Huayang glanced disdainfully at him and dropped a final statement before leaving, our family's matters aren't your business to meddle with. Ji Shuming remained frozen in place, his expression unclear. It took quite a while before he finally moved, bending slowly to pick up the coins one by one from the ground. As he gathered them, step by step, he finally noticed someone behind the bushes and looked up abruptly. For a moment, panic and embarrassment flared, almost driving him to flee hastily, but he controlled himself. Friend, eavesdropping on others' private affairs is probably not appropriate, isn't it? Jiang Li stepped out from behind the bushes and apologized, I'm sorry. Oh, it's you. Ji Shuming's face relaxed slightly, even revealing a hint of a smile. They said it was you who brought me back. I haven't had the chance to thank you properly yet. Thank you. Jiang Li faintly nodded and intended to leave, but unexpectedly was called back just a few steps away. Jiang Li, Ji Shuming tentatively spoke, if it's not too much trouble, could you spare a moment to chat with me? Jiang Li turned back, met his gaze, hesitated momentarily, and nodded in agreement. Ji Shuming couldn't help but laugh, although you don't resemble my old friend in any way, for some reason, seeing you always reminds me of him. Jiang Yunruo. In response to his utterly shocked reaction, Jiang Li remained unperturbed, adding calmly, you mentioned that name before you lost consciousness. Is that so? Ji Shuming paused silently for a moment before saying, yes. He was him. As a child in the valley, I loved following him everywhere. Yunruo was older than me, but I never called him brother. Jiang Li seemed to want to say something, but ultimately fell silent. It was Ji Shuming instead, after finishing his words and not knowing how to continue, who weighed the copper coins in his hand and then gave a self-deprecating laugh. Well, since you've already seen, there's nothing left for me to hide. He counted out 8 copper pieces and said, when I was 8 years old, the mountain ravine had over a month of heavy snowfall without stopping, cutting off our food supply. My parents sold me to a human trafficker in exchange for a few bags of rice and flour. Back then, I only bore the surname Ji and ranked 5th among my siblings at home, without even a proper name. The mountain path was difficult, and with just a thin coat in the snowy fields, I soon developed a high fever which worsened as days passed. Before we could leave the mountains, I fainted on the road. The trafficker intended to abandon me, but luckily met my adoptive father at that time. The trafficker wouldn't let my adoptive father take me for free, yet feared asking too much would make him change his mind. In the end, he sold me to Guiyun for this price. Ji Shuming played with the 8 coins, suddenly recalling something and explaining, don't misunderstand, I'm not talking about the manor lord. My real adoptive father was just a humble gravekeeper for the Jiang family, incomparable to the status of the manor lord, and was even missing a right arm. However, he was kind-hearted and treated me like his own child. Yunruo was his biological daughter. I grew up by their side until I was 14, and then was sent to Guiyun Manor. The manor lord found me insightful, thus he called me his adopted son and occasionally guided me in martial arts. You lived well in the manor, Jiang Li stated. On hearing this, Ji Shuming shook his head. When I first arrived at the manor, I was marginalized everywhere. I thought it was because I wasn't good enough, only knowing simple moves, inferior to everyone else, hence inviting ridicule. So I redoubled my efforts and finally defeated Jiang Huaiyang in a disciple competition later on. At that time, Lanze was still young, most of the Jiang family disciples looked up to Jiang Huaiyang as their leader. I thought defeating him would be enough proof of myself, enough to gain their acceptance. Leaning against the wall, he gradually slipped into reminiscence. That night they invited me to the market to see the lanterns. Happy-go-lucky, I went. When I arrived, it turned out to be an old alley leading to a dilapidated house. Before I could react, the door was locked from the outside. The house was pitch black, full of dust and cobwebs. I beat the door shouting to be let out, but no one listened. I was locked inside for half the night, calling for heaven and earth to no avail, until a night watchman passing by heard my cries and let me out. To make matters worse, when I returned to the manor, I ran straight into Uncle, who gave me a severe scolding. And I didn't dare to explain. Why didn't you speak up? What's the use? They are surnamed Jiang, while I am, after all, an outsider. Ji Shuming laughed bitterly. Trapped in darkness, my mind became oddly clear. Jiang Huaiyang and them despising me has nothing to do with my strength or weakness, it's simply because I am different from them. Because I am not of the Jiang family, yet I can sit on par with them. Jiang Li remained silently speechless. After realizing these truths, I no longer wanted to stay in the manor, nor learn any profound martial skills. I only wanted to return to the valley to find my adoptive father and Yunruo. Guiyun Manor sends supplies to the valley twice a year. I said I wanted to go back and visit, so they took me along. The night before entering the valley, I couldn't wait anymore, and since my adoptive father taught me how to break through the entrance array, I sneaked away early. The valley hadn't changed, and then in the bamboo grove, I heard a familiar voice. It was my adoptive father teaching Yunruo martial arts. Jiang Li finally turned his head towards him. His eyes cast downward, and his voice lowered. When he sent me away, my adoptive father said it was for me to practice martial arts well. But if he, despite missing an arm, could teach Yunruo sword techniques, why couldn't he teach me? It never occurred to me, that in their eyes, I was also an outsider. Do you hate them? Jiang Li asked suddenly. Startled, Ji Shuming quickly shook his head in denial. If it weren't for my adoptive father and Yunruo, I would have died in the snow long ago. They are the closest people to me in this world, how could I possibly hate them? He paused for a moment before continuing, "It's just hard to face them, so I fled at the last minute. Anyway, we were far apart, they too never noticed me. I left quietly and ran back to the inn just as dawn broke. Later, you never returned again." "Yes," Ji Shuming smiled, "but we still exchanged letters." Jiangli withdrew his gaze and remained quiet. Silence hung between the two, shadows shifting slowly as the sun moved, until Jiangli once again prepared to leave, and Ji Shuming asked, "Jiangli, if someone made a mistake they cannot undo but is willing to do everything to compensate, could they obtain forgiveness?" Without looking at him, Jiangli replied indifferently, "I don't know about others, but I will absolutely never forgive." Ji Shuming seemed a little distracted. He opened his mouth as if wanting to say something, but suddenly noticed not far away a column of thick black smoke rising up. The villa immediately became noisy, chaotic shouting boiling down to the same sentence. The courtyard where the demoness of the evil cult was imprisoned has caught fire. Chapter 31. Half an hour ago. A sweet and cloying fragrance slowly melted into the air. Helen's eyelashes flickered as she noticed the man sitting directly across from her collapsing onto the table, and the two shadowy figures guarding the door also quietly slumped to the ground. Then, with the arrival of several others who entered along with a faint whiff of blood. Helen leaned against a stack of firewood, her limbs tightly bound by chains that were wrapped around a pillar in the room. Unable to move, she saw who had arrived but did not feel joy. Instead, she turned her head indifferently. The Hall Master Ningyu of Banu Sects stood firmly in the firewood shed, glancing around. This retreat hadn't been occupied for a long time, and the shed had accumulated much dust. There was only a high-up window on the wall, making it quite dim inside. The majority of the light in the room came from half a candle on the corner of the table. His eyes swept past the candle flame and landed on the man lying face down on the table. "Is this person your guard?" Helen did not respond. Ningyu approached, touching him briefly to confirm he wasn't breathing, then shook his head. "It's a pity that he couldn't even withstand this poison incense." He turned back to see Helen's cold demeanor and seemed to recall something. "Director Helen, the right guardian ordered me to send people to fetch you. If you're not injured, let's go quickly, we may still have enough time to join the others." Helen finally glanced at him, laughing disdainfully. "Lies." Helen said coldly, "He wouldn't care about me. He wouldn't even wait an extra day. Not to mention specially sending people to rescue me." Ningyu chuckled softly, refraining from explaining. "What do you want?" "What?" Ningyu turned to face her, displaying a look of confusion. Helen glared at him fiercely. "You hypocrite, stop wasting your energy. I won't be grateful for your false kindness, and don't try to buy me with these small tricks." "Yes, I naturally understand." Ningyu responded calmly, moving forward as if to support her. However, he suddenly couldn't take another step. A gleaming silver blade had pressed against Ningyu's neck. The man previously slumped on the table was now standing behind him, holding a sword firmly in one hand. "It was my negligence, being deceived by breath-holding techniques." Shock flashed across his face before dissipating, as Ningyu slowly turned to examine his attacker, and then smiled. "I didn't get a good look earlier. It's you again. It seems we are truly destined to meet." The other person also smiled, gesturing toward himself. "Kichoxi. Understandable. I'm Ningyu." He appeared unperturbed, as if the sword tip weren't actually pressing against his neck, even taking a moment to scrutinize Kichoxi's expression closely. With apparent admiration, Ningyu commented, "Aside from the members of my sect, no one else has managed to remain entirely unaffected by this poison incense, and yet, you're the first. Not bad, but it seems the poison isn't as effective as you say. Is that so?" Ningyu's smile widened. "I thought there might be some connection between you and our Banu sect." Just as the words left his mouth, taking advantage of Kichoxi's momentary hesitation, Ningyu drew his own sword with lightning speed. A sharp metallic sound rang out as Ningyu deflected the blade away from his throat, swiftly stepping backward. Outside, followers of the Banu sect were alerted, and 4 men immediately burst into the room, swinging their swords towards Kichoxi. However, Kichoxi's reflexes were faster. He kicked the nearby wooden table with great force, hurling it towards the 4 attackers, knocking them down instantly. The remaining half of the candle slipped off the table, its flame erupting wildly among the stacks of wood, setting the fire ablaze. Helen screamed involuntarily as Ningyu broke through the chains with a swift stroke of his sword, grabbing her just in time as the edge of her clothes ignited. He was about to lead Helen out when a sharp wave of sword chi cut through the air before them. Ningyu raised his sword to defend, releasing Helen and focusing all his attention on countering Kichoxi. Meanwhile, the 4 men who'd fallen to the ground climbed back up, simultaneously attacking Kichoxi from behind. Their flashing blades reflected red under the fiery glow. In a single instant, Kichoxi countered Ningyu's attack, then shifted slightly, pinpointing the attacker closest to him. Leaping upward abruptly, his foot stepped on the man's hand that held the sword. As he bent down, he clasped the attacker's head firmly in his arms, sweeping his sword horizontally. A surge of powerful sword chi erupted like a flood, enhancing the flames which drove the remaining 3 attackers backward. Lowering his gaze, he embraced the head as if whispering a soft word to a lover, yet the unmistakable sound of bones snapping echoed clearly. Releasing the corpse, he kicked it towards the corner of the room. As the fire consumed the doorframe, Ningyu broke through the door, pushing Helen out ahead of him. He then turned around, thrusting his sword swiftly at Kachoksi. Predictably, it was blocked. Smiling slightly, Ningyu suddenly discarded his sword, raising his palm. An intense gust of palm wind shot straight toward Kachoksi's chest. In a flash, Kachoksi seemed unable to dodge in time, receiving a full impact from the blow, and crashed into the fiery inferno behind him. Ningyu waited a while, catching glimpses of the seemingly motionless figure lying on the ground beyond the flames. Picking up his sword, Ningyu led the group away. It wasn't until this moment that Kachoksi slowly exhaled a turbid breath, holding his chest as he stood up, shaking his head. Even though he had prepared by condensing his inner strength in that instant, Ningyu's palm strike had still caused his internal organs to vibrate, nearly making him cough up blood. The fire grew fiercer, the roof beams crackling under the flames as sparks splashed downward. Kachoksi adjusted the corpse by the wall into a seated position and, after glancing at it briefly, unceremoniously threw his sword beside it. Then he stripped off his outer robe, ignited it with fire, and tossed it onto the corpse. After completing these actions, Kachoksi finally let out a light-hearted laugh, stepping off on the scorching wall with his toe, gracefully passing through the high window, and his figure disappeared hurriedly on the eaves. The woodshed was highly flammable, soon it was completely engulfed in roaring flames that spread to its surroundings. Hastily arriving servants poured bucket after bucket of water, yet the fire showed no signs of diminishing, with thick black smoke shooting straight up into the sky. Second young Master Shen, what is the situation? Shui Lu immediately recognized Shen Jian among the crowd and quickly approached him. Shen Jian, upon seeing him, appeared even more guilt-ridden and uneasy. It was our negligence that allowed Banu sect's Helan to escape. Not only were the disciple guards harmed, but also. Is there someone inside the woodshed? Kachoksi should still be inside. As he spoke, his gaze suddenly flickered, and Shui Lu followed his look to see Jiangli just 2 steps away from them, also having just arrived. Upon hearing about the situation, Jiangli looked towards the raging woodshed where fiery red flames reflected in his eyes before he rushed in without hesitation. Jiangli! Jiangli charged into the sea of flames. An immediate wave of searing heat hit him, and the thick smoke forced him to raise his sleeve to cover his face as he struggled forward inch by inch. Behind the layers of flames, he could vaguely see a shadow leaning against the wall, which made him hesitate. Suddenly, an odd sound rang out overhead. Before he could react, someone yanked him forcefully from behind. The next moment, a beam crashed down right before his eyes, scattering sparks. Shui Lu held onto his arm tightly, almost shouting, "It's impossible to save him now, come with me." Jiangli hadn't fully regained his senses and was dragged out unwillingly. As he dropped his hand, a vivid crimson suddenly rolled off his sleeve. Instinctively, he reached out to grab it, but the fire tongues greedily swallowed the silk flower first, leaving a cold burn on his fingertips. By evening, the fire was finally extinguished. Half the courtyard had been burned into a desolate wasteland of blackened ruins. Among them, the bodies became like charred human forms, except for the adjacent sword which was refined through the flames and now gleamed even sharper and brighter. Jiangli knelt half down before the remains, silent for a long time. Onlookers whispered among themselves, curious yet not daring to approach closely. Du Heng of the Tianmen sect could no longer hold back and muttered while wanting to go closer to take a good look, "Is this real? Did Kachoksi really die?" Seeing no reaction from Jiangli, he cautiously extended his hand to touch, but it was caught in a firm grip. Jiangli's voice was calm, "Don't touch him." Outside the city of Dongting, a small tavern housed a young man sitting alone by the window with several empty wine jars already on his table. With a perfectly ordinary appearance, he sipped his wine slowly while paying attention to the passers-by outside. These days, martial artists were leaving one after another, causing the tavern's business to thrive once again. As they rested and drank, what they talked about most was how, one sword breaking the heavens, Kachoksi died, his death gruesome, burnt like charcoal. There were even enthusiasts speculating enthusiastically whether Kachoksi's death would bring joy or worry to the Tianmen sect, joy because a formidable enemy was gone, and worry because they couldn't retaliate and forever bear the title, one sword breaking the heavens, as a heavy burden. Hearing their debates dragging on endlessly, the young man lost interest. Seeing that the day was getting late, he summoned the server and placed a silver ingot in his hand. "Keep the change and settle my debts for the last few days. Isn't the person you're waiting for not here yet? Aren't you staying a few more days?" The young man shook his head, and the server retreated with the money. Just as he was about to rise, someone suddenly entered the shop, dressed in a green robe with a silver sword. Shui Lu scanned the room, locking eyes with a youth by the window who raised his cup toward him, eyebrows slightly arched with a smile. He took a seat behind that youth so that they sat back to back, speaking in hushed tones, "Things have gone as you wished. I believe the Banu sect will receive the news sooner or later." Shui Lu hesitated, but Jiangli seems to have noticed. The young man fell silent for quite a while before replying, "He has always been very clever." "You asked for my help for nothing, I was utterly useless," Shui Lu said. "He rushed into the flames to save you, then stood vigil over the corpse without moving, not sleeping or resting for days. Several people who tried to examine the body were stopped by him, he wouldn't allow anyone else to touch it, and eventually, he buried the body with his own hands. With a disciple so heartbroken, how could anyone doubt the authenticity of the master's death? I almost believed it myself. I thought he truly believed you were dead. But when he bid me farewell today, he handed this over. Xuelu picked up a long object wrapped in coarse cloth and passed it back, and the young man took it, unwrapping the fabric to reveal a sword. What did he say? Xuelu sighed. He said, return it to its rightful owner. Did he say anything else? No. Xuelu waited for a moment, but when the other didn't speak again, he stood to take his leave. I can't stay too long here. Take care of yourself from now on, and may we meet again when the time is right. The strong wine suddenly tasted insipid. The young man set down his cup, slowly stroking the hilt of his own sword as if lost in thought. After a long while, he finally stood up and left, carrying his sword with him. Chapter 32. Jianghu held the dagger upside down and carved 3 marks on the tree trunk. This place was the heart of the maze where one could easily get lost in the mountain. Jiuyuan Mountain was already perilous, with the patrolling members of the Potala sect making it even more dangerous. He wasn't sure if he could escape unscathed, but having made these marks might at least help him leave. The broken arrow, its edges like saw-teeth, felt like a splinter stuck in his heart, yet also a flicker of light in the mist that had led him away from Dongting to the headquarters of the Potala sect. A drizzle had just passed, leaving the sky overcast, wet mud underfoot, the wind slightly cool. In the distance, the outlines of the towers atop the mountain were barely visible. Jianghu strapped an iron sword to his waist and squatted to secure the dagger to his calf with a leather rope. His fingers were not as agile when tying the knot, and he paused for a moment before rubbing his fingertips unconsciously. The burn on his fingertips wasn't too severe and showed signs of healing, yet the pain mixed with itching became all the more tormenting, like an ever-present reminder. With lowered eyes, Jianghu seemed lost in thought for a moment, then suddenly whispered, "Can't forget." After uttering this disconnected statement, he stood up and walked toward the mountaintop. For Jianghu, avoiding patrols and leaving no traces behind was not difficult. As night fell along with him, the Potala sect began lighting their lamps. The grand halls were brilliantly illuminated by candles, yet there was no warmth in their glow, instead exuding an eerie atmosphere reminiscent of the underworld's court. Before the temple stood 3 towering vermilion wood-carved arches, with a man nailed to the top of the frontmost one. Thick iron nails pierced through the man's ribs, firmly fixing him to the arch. Still alive, his chest rose and fell weakly, his body soaked from the rain, though it was unclear how long he'd endured the torture. As Jianghu approached, he could smell the strong stench of blood. The man wasn't just drenched from the rain, his blood had soaked into his clothes, flowing along the engraved Potala lotus pattern, staining the arch crimson. Perhaps sensing movement, the man opened his eyes halfway, glaring straight at Jianghu. With one hand resting on his sword, Jianghu observed him cautiously, expecting words but hearing only a harsh caw from approaching crows. Startled, he watched several crows land on the man's body. These birds, native to the demon cult, were unusually ferocious and fearless, pecking greedily at the man despite his weak struggles. Chunks of flesh fell from his body as he suffered silently, incapable of crying out. It was eerily silent. Jianghu stealthily crossed the 3 vermilion arches, moving noiselessly beneath the eaves, nearly blending into the shadows. The vast Potala sect seemed like a lifeless wasteland, the black-clad guards patrolling like specters. It wasn't until passing a certain window did he hear any sounds inside. Looking through the gap, the 2 people inside were familiar to him. It seemed to be a study. Ibu Ji, the right guardian, sat in a chair, while Helan straddled him, her skirts disheveled, revealing ivory-white, delicate legs. Ibu Ji's head rested against her neck as his hands rubbed and caressed her thighs continuously. Helan clung to his back, breathing heavily and murmured, "Ningyu said, it was you who ordered him to bring people to pick me up." "I didn't order it." Ibu Ji paused his actions. "Did Ningyu tell you this?" Helan chuckled lightly. "I knew that hypocrite was lying to me." Ibu Ji ignored her completely, his hands wandering upwards, tearing open her blouse, and leaning down. Helan gasped, clutching his hair, shakily asking, "If I don't return, who do you plan to visit tonight?" "Why are you asking that?" "I just want to know." She persisted relentlessly. Ibu Ji suddenly released his hold, leaning back against the chair with impatience. "Helan, remember your position and stop being so annoying." Upon seeing his disinterest, Helan stopped talking and tore at his robes, leaning forward to kiss his jawline affectionately. Jianghu couldn't bear watching further. It seemed the 2 would divulge no useful information. However, just as he was about to turn and leave, Helan fully ripped open Ibu Ji's collar. The man's chest exposed, on the right side below his collarbone was a tattoo of a crimson multi-petaled flower, grotesque and strange. Jianghu's pupils contracted sharply, feeling a sudden chill in his veins. "Someone." Ibu Ji abruptly pushed Helan away, grabbing the inkstone from the table and hurling it at the window. Both the window and inkstone shattered under the force of a blade of light, a fierce and unmatched sword energy whistling through the air. Rising quickly, Ibu Ji gathered his inner strength into his palm and unleashed it, creating a powerful surge akin to raging ocean waves colliding, stirring up wild winds within the room. Helan leaned against the wall and shouted, "Who dares sneak into the Potala sect at night?" As the wind slowly subsided, a youth appeared holding a sword, staring intently without blinking. "I've come to kill you." Ibu Ji looked at him thoughtfully, his robe sleeves fluttering slightly as he bent his fingers into a claw and struck directly at Jianghu's vital point. Jiang Li blocked with his sword, only to find that Yi Buji not only had formidable internal strength, but his hands were like iron, clashing against the sword and producing a clear, resounding sound, refusing to yield. After an unsuccessful strike, Yi Buji immediately turned his claw into a palm, an overwhelming killing aura pressing down, the palm wind making it hard for Jiang Li to breathe. However, Jiang Li neither dodged nor retreated. Instead, the sword light surged suddenly, as if mighty rivers were rushing, tearing through the palm force. Yi Buji hastily pulled back, but Jiang Li pressed forward relentlessly, the cold glint of the blade flashing and forming a lethal curve. Yi Buji changed his palm method and barely deflected the sword strikes, both parties moving extremely fast, creating violent gusts that made the candle flames flicker uncertainly. Suddenly, Yi Buji grabbed the sword with his bare hand and lunged forward to grab Jiang Li's chin, scrutinizing carefully under the candlelight and finally realizing, "It's you. You're still alive." Jiang Li fiercely broke free from his grasp, attempting to sever Yi Buji's sword-holding hand with one blow. However, Yi Buji gripped the long sword even tighter, ignoring the blood trickling from his palms and even managed a smirk. "Do you want to see your father?" Jiang Li shot a sharp look at Yi Buji, who met his gaze and commented admiringly, "That hatred-filled glare of yours is quite stunning. But are you foolish enough to think you can kill me with such a broken sword?" With that, he applied force, causing a crack and snapping the iron sword clean in two. Fortunately, Jiang Li was prepared. Without hesitation, he threw the broken sword like a dart, running his hand over his calf to draw the dagger. Swift as lightning, as Yi Buji just deflected the broken sword, the icy shine of the dagger had already reached perilously close to his face. In the nick of time, Yi Buji raised his palm as a blade attacking his wrist, unleashing a powerful force that clashed against Jiang Li's strength. Ultimately, slightly weaker, the dagger's trajectory was diverted, merely cutting across Yi Buji's brow, splashing droplets of blood. Tu Buji's palm technique abruptly transformed. Instead of being forceful, it became as soft as stirring spring water. All of Jiang Li's efforts were effortlessly neutralized. Deciding swiftly, Jiang Li attempted to retreat, but to his shock, the pool of spring water subtly turned into a vortex, trapping him inescapably. Just that brief pause gave Yi Buji his opportunity. He ceased chasing and kneeled into Jiang Li's chest and abdomen without warning. Losing control, Jiang Li was thrown backward, colliding violently with the desk and causing the incense burner on its edge to fall and shatter on the floor. The sweet fragrance spilled all over him. He felt a rolling sensation in his organs, his vision blurred as though struck by drowsiness, becoming increasingly hazy. Struggling to steady himself on the desk, he heard a clang. It was the dagger slipping from his grip and falling to the ground. The incense burning in the censer was poisonous, yet the people of Bana sect, constantly exposed to it, were unaffected. He was still slowly pondering when vaguely, he saw Yi Buji pick up the dagger and walk toward him. In the next moment, the searing pain brought him back to consciousness. Jiang Li trembled in agony, breaking out in a cold sweat that soaked his hair instantly. With great difficulty, he turned his head to see the dagger piercing through his right hand, nailing him to the desk. Blood spread outward. "I've just lost someone due to a spell, and now you've delivered yourself." Yi Buji reached out to hold his chin, scrutinizing him as if evaluating merchandise. "But, you seem different than the last time I saw you." Jiang Li glared fiercely at him. Yi Buji was delighted and released him, ignoring further, addressing Helan, "Let him bleed first. Once he's more cooperative, bring him to the spell room." At this moment, chaotic footsteps could be heard outside, cautiously calling for the right guardian, indicating that the noise had drawn patrolling guards. Seeing Yi Buji turn towards the door, Jiang Li took a deep breath and mustered some strength, pulling the dagger out with his left hand and leaping out through the broken window. Helan hurriedly followed, but in the blink of an eye, all that remained on the ground were a few traces of blood. The person had vanished. Turning around, she saw Yi Buji standing behind the window, pinching the bloodied cut on his brow, instructing grimly, "Summon Yin Huaishu to conduct a search of the mountain. Absolutely do not let him escape. Overgrown weeds might help mask the bloodstains." Jiang Li wandered aimlessly, heading only for remote areas, eventually managing to climb into a small courtyard. No lights were lit within, the place dark and seemingly abandoned. Leaning wearily against the wall to rest, he slid the dagger back beside his leg. His right hand was slick with blood and trembling uncontrollably, making his entire arm numb and stiff, as if it no longer belonged to him. Only the pain was vividly real. Though the intense pain helped maintain his clarity, lacking self-defense meant escaping the Bana sect would be even more challenging. The sound of the search was carried by the wind from afar. It seemed that this place would not remain safe for long. Jiang Li's thoughts were racing when suddenly a soft female voice rang out nearby. "Jiang Li." He abruptly turned around and saw a girl standing under the corridor not far away. Moonlight fell on her as she closed her eyes and tilted her head toward him. "Is that you, Jiang Li?" Chapter 33. Jiang Li kept his guard up and did not respond. "Do you not remember me?" The girl leaned on the veranda pillar and slowly walked down the stone steps. "I got lost near Dongting Lake, and it was you who sent me back. My name is Ro Ro." Jiang Li said, "I remember. How did you recognize me?" Ro Ro stopped a few steps away and didn't approach rashly. Hearing this, she laughed, pointing at her ears. "I recognized your footsteps. I've said before that everyone's steps are different, and with attention, they can be distinguished. And, why are you here? I live in this courtyard with my brother, but he hasn't returned yet, so I'm here alone. Ro smelled blood in the wind. Are you injured? Jiangli tightly pressed his right arm but did not answer. She seemed to understand. Did you also encounter wolves? There have always been wild beasts on the back mountain. After young master was eaten by wolves, my brother forbade me from going there again. You're really skilled, managing to escape all the way here. Are your injuries severe? Not too bad. Then don't stand anymore, come inside and rest for a while. I remember there were still some hemostatic medicines left. As Ro spoke, she turned and headed back into the house. After hesitating for a moment, Jiangli noticed the firelight approaching outside the courtyard, so he finally followed her. She was blind and naturally didn't need to light a lamp, hence the room was dimly lit only by moonlight seeping through cracks. Jiangli cautiously scanned around, finding no signs of ambush, and then slightly relaxed. Ro fumbled to take out a bottle of medicine and bandages from the drawer and place them on the table. I can't help you directly, can you bandage yourself? Thank you. Jiangli roughly applied the medicine and wound the bandage tightly over his hand several times, barely stopping the bleeding. As his eyes gradually adapted to the darkness, he was surprised to see Ro kneel on a cushion beside her, quietly rotating a string of prayer beads. Before her stood a golden Buddha statue, and the incense burner held a few orange-red embers, the only light in the room. This scene seemed incongruous, even absurd. In the Bona sect, every person had blood on their hands, countless monks had been killed, and Jiu Yuan Mountain evoked fear among many. For dozens of miles around, no one lived due to its infamy. Yet, on this land of filth and blood, there sat a Buddha with compassionate gaze, and a young girl devotedly recited scriptures with peace. After a long silence, Jiangli couldn't help but ask lightly, when will your brother return? I'm not sure, he's been very busy these days. Ro smiled, you don't need to worry, my brother is a very good person. Jiangli nodded, are the previous maidservants not here either? They're usually not here. I can take care of myself and don't like being surrounded by others, Ro said. Jiangli, do you know the way down the mountain? Before he could reply, a sudden flicker of lamplight illuminated the room as someone pushed the door open, holding a candle stand. Their eyes met in an instant, freezing both in place, the atmosphere becoming tense and grave. Yin Huaishu frowned, slightly narrowing his eyes to fixate on him. Jiangli once again gripped the dagger. Only Yin Huairo remained oblivious, smiling towards the door. Brother, you're back. The search isn't over yet, but I found time to check on you first. Yin Huaishu's tone was gentle, though his eyes remained locked firmly onto Jiangli. Seeing that the latter seemed unsteady, he did not make a move. Placing the candle stand on the table, he pulled Yin Huairo closer beside him. Who is he? He's called Jiangli. He got lost on the back mountain and was bitten by wolves. Brother, can you send him off? Yin Huaishu smirked coldly. That's what he told you. The glow and voices outside the courtyard were faint, and the chances of forcing their way out were minuscule. Jiangli remained seated calmly, devising a plan in his mind. His strength had recovered somewhat. If Yin Huaishu stepped closer, he could suddenly attack, using him as a hostage for leverage. However, Yin Huairo shook her head, saying, I figured it out myself, I don't need him to tell me. Yin Huaishu looked at her in surprise. She tugged at his sleeve. I really like him, and I want to send him down the mountain home. Can you help me, brother? Seeing her full of anticipation, Yin Huaishu paused briefly. Realizing something from the short silence, she awkwardly let go of his sleeve. Yin Huaishu's expression flickered and quickly reassured her by squeezing her hand, smiling, of course, I can. He then made a gesture toward Jiangli, signaling for him to follow. Yin Huairo also joyfully urged him onward. Confused by the turn of events, Jiangli noticed that Yin Huaishu had already taken a few quick steps toward the door, turning back and glancing at him impatiently. What, afraid now? Jiangli calmed his nerves, tightly gripping the dagger in his hand as he stood and followed. The courtyard path remained dim, and Jiangli kept a few steps behind Yin Huaishu. He paused, placing his hand on the doorframe as he waited for Jiangli to approach. Suddenly, he asked, have I seen you before? Jiangli ignored him. Yin Huaishu pressed again, are you really called Jiangli? This struck a chord in Jiangli's heart. Just as he instinctively turned to glance at Yin Huaishu suddenly pushed the door open and shoved hard on his back. Taken aback, Jiangli crashed headfirst into flames. Shadowy figures immediately leapt out and grabbed both of his arms. Outside the yard were members of the Bon sect holding torches. Jiangli struggled violently, but their grip was like iron, tightly binding his arms. Waves of sharp pain shot up from his right hand again. Clutching the dagger that was almost falling from his grasp, his resistance seemed feeble and futile. With little effort, Yin Huaishu snatched the dagger and gestured towards the two who had him restrained. You two, bring him to the bug chamber with me. Furious, Jiangli glared back, only to have his body forcibly twisted around as they hauled him along. The bug chamber wasn't inside the sect compound, instead, they headed towards the back of the mountain while Yin Huaishu casually trailed behind them. Jiangli still refused to accept his fate, observing the terrain carefully along the way. However, just as he was about to act, passing through dense tree shadows, the bonds around him abruptly loosened. The two men who had him didn't even get a chance to cry out before collapsing to the ground. Stunned, Jiang Li turned around just in time to see Yin Huaisu gripping a blood-streaked dagger. After slicing several slashes into his own robes, he flung the weapon back into Jiang Li's hands. Since you dared to come here, your courage must be considerable. Why not try this route down the mountain? Yin Huaisu took a few steps toward the side of the path, gazing at an expansive slope of pale green grass that stretched downward but abruptly ended, as if swallowed by the gaping black mouth of some monstrous beast. This mountain had bizarre and treacherous terrain, filled with countless ravines and 9 sheer cliffs cut as though by sword or axe, earning it the name Jiuyuan Mountain. And this location? It was one of the most perilous cliffs. There actually was a path running alongside the cliff. If one had luck on their side, perhaps they might descend. Jiang Li carefully scanned the area, then returned his gaze to Yin Huaisu. Irritated by the prolonged silence, Yin Huaisu spoke first. Anything else? Jiang Li hesitated briefly, then murmured softly, thank you. With that, he leaped over the edge, his figure light and agile, quickly disappearing from sight. Instead, Yin Huaisu stood momentarily dumbfounded by the expression of gratitude, finding it somewhat amusing. He then turned and started heading back. Yin Huru was still waiting inside and instantly questioned upon hearing him return, did Jiang Li leave? Don't worry. I've already let him go, Yin Huaisu said softly, gently pinching her cheek. As night deepened, it was time to rest. Pulling her onto the bed, Yin Huaisu knelt halfway to remove her shoes. Years of living together had created an unspoken understanding, they didn't need words. Turning away, Yin Huaisu allowed Yin Huru to fumble in the darkness, changing her clothes behind him. Yin Huaisu stared at the flickering candlelight. The room was utterly quiet except for the faint rustling of fabric rubbing against fabric. Then he suddenly called out, Ro Ro. What is it? You don't actually have to wait for me to come back. You also don't need to ask me that question. The sound behind him stopped, leaving the entire courtyard eerily silent. I would never deceive you, Yin Huaisu sighed deeply, causing the candlelight to flicker. If I even deceived you, what meaning would my life hold? I understand. Yin Huru sounded lost and uncertain, quietly excusing herself, I'm sorry, it was a mistake. But I was only worried. I've never doubted you, brother. Yin Huaisu chuckled softly and turned around, feeling her fingers trying to touch him, reaching aimlessly through the wavering candlelight. He grabbed her hand and pulled her into a gentle embrace. Go to sleep. After she drifted off soundly, Yin Huaisu blew out the candle and stepped outside once more. He proceeded alone to the rear of the mountain, knocking on the heavy wooden door of the bug chamber. In reality, the bug chamber was a stone room with walls made entirely of bluish-green stone. On one wall, countless holes were carved, housing all sorts of poison insects bred within. In the center of the room lay a pit 5 feet deep, filled with dark and poisonous creatures, snakes and centipedes swirling together, creating disgusting waves. Ebozi stood beside the pool, gripping a small earthenware jar and giving him a cold glance. Where's the man? Righteous assistant, please forgive me. We had captured him and were bringing him here for you, but unexpectedly, he had accomplices who ambushed us near the cliffside and stole him away. Yin Huaisu kneeled halfway. Useless. Ebozi hurled the earthenware jar toward him. Remaining motionless, Yin Huaisu allowed it to collide forcefully with his forehead, shattering noisily across the floor. From among the shards, a pale blue worm slowly crawled out. What kind of place has Borjiao become, allowing people to come and go freely again and again? Yi Buji's voice was sharp with anger. You even let a mere boy whose hand was disabled escape, how can you possibly be worthy of taking over the patrols? He bowed his head to the ground. It was my oversight to allow such carelessness. I submit to any punishment the righteous assistant sees fit. I promise it will not happen again, or else I would willingly endure being nailed to 3-fold crimson gates. Next time. Yi Buji sneered coldly. Hand over your badge, Ning you will naturally handle next time properly. Yin Huaisu clenched his fists tightly but made no move. Quicken up. His hands trembled slightly as he slowly reached into his robes, pulling out a 4-cornered token inlaid with gold patterns, then presenting it respectfully with both hands. Yi Buji accepted the token, but instead turned it over and seized his wrist, pushing his sleeve back to the elbow, revealing an arm covered in deep and shallow scars new and old. Back in the Qing Mountain sect, Shen Jiyan had searched for his lost sect when his memory was gone, visiting numerous sects without success until finally considering the Borjiao sect. But Shen Jiyan had accidentally seen the scars on his arms and mistakenly thought he was a captured slave, saying nothing but simply embracing him, placing a soft kiss like a sigh at his temple. But come to think of it, how different was he from a slave? Yi Buji lightly traced his fingers across Yin Huaisu's wrist, leaving behind a deep scarlet line as if cut by a swift blade. Drops of blood fell heavily onto the stone floor. Yin Huaisu's face paled, yet he stood motionless, staring as the blood droplets splattered onto a venomous insect nearby. The insect froze momentarily, stiffening and turning a dark pitch black. Yi Buji released him and wiped his hands with a handkerchief. The utmost poisons of Nanzhao kill upon contact, yet they seem no match for your blood. Yin Huaisu remained silent. The triple crimson gates are where failures and traitors are dealt with, but it is far too premature for someone like you. You and your sister, after all, make perfect materials for my human pest cultivation. Instead of wasting your energy scheming for power, it would be wiser to stay obedient and act as useless pieces. You might survive a few more days. Yes, Yin Huaisu replied woodenly. Yi Buji turned around, ignoring him and dismissively waved a hand, so he silently retreated. The summer night air carried a warm heat, yet he felt as though all warmth had drained from his body, a chilling sensation creeping through his bones, not knowing whether it was due to excessive blood loss or his own heart going cold. In order not to alarm his younger sister, Yin Huaisu retrieved medicine and bandages and sat on a stone bench in the courtyard, hastily wrapping his wounds. A solitary moon hung high in the sky, its light casting onto nowhere particular. He sat there lifelessly for a long while, then abruptly rose and returned to his room, pulling out a tiny jade flute hidden in a concealed compartment. Though Yin Huaisu knew nothing about music theory or technique, after much fumbling and examination, he discovered that several holes on the flute had been sealed, so he simply placed it directly to his lips and blew. The sound was clear and resonant, like a lark chirping melodiously before ascending into the clouds. He looked around but noticed no immediate changes, only the birds in the branches responded to his tune. Patience wore thin as he waited for some reaction, ultimately putting away the jade flute disappointedly just as he was about to return indoors. Then suddenly he heard rustling from behind. A jet-black eagle descended before him, letting out a sharp cry and flapping its wings. Yin Huaisu noticed a small, pure black lacquered bamboo cylinder tied to one of its legs. Though the bird appeared fierce, it allowed him to approach, removing and unfolding the scroll tucked inside the cylinder. On a half-finger-wide piece of paper was Xiao Lingyu's elegant handwriting. We have awaited your arrival for a long time. Chapter 34. The mountain wind howled fiercely, endlessly sweeping past. After listening to it for a while, it seemed as if there was a trapped beast roaring at the bottom of the cliff. But when he looked down, all he could see was pitch-black darkness. Jiangli leaned on a scrawny pine tree that had taken root in the rock crevice, taking each step slowly and cautiously. The so-called path that Yin Huaishu spoke of was actually a slightly more level section of jutting cliff, slippery after the rain, shining under the moonlight like an oiled blade's edge. Despite his exceptional skill in lightness kung fu, even Jiang Li could only shuffle forward with difficulty. The moon gradually moved westward, the path ahead merging into a vast forest, signifying they were already not far from the foot of the mountain. Jiang Li relaxed slightly but did not let down his guard. The further he advanced, the weaker the sound of the wind became, and all sorts of noises could be heard amidst the oblique shadows of the trees. Suddenly, a voice, ghostly and unsettling, sounded out. Jiang Li abruptly stopped, his eyes instantly sharpening. He looked around, but all he saw was stillness in the moonlight, as though it had merely been an illusion. As he took another cautious step forward, the voice resounded again, its gender indeterminate, seemingly both joyous and mournful. Finally, he recognized that it was calling his name, echoing repeatedly like a vengeful spirit unwilling to rest. Jiang Li could no longer contain himself. Who is there? At once, the voice fell silent. Then, a clump of grass began trembling violently. Unable to bear it any longer, Jiang Li darted forward like lightning, yet as he brushed by the dense grass, his footing faltered. Beneath the weeds was a dark hidden cave entrance. His heart seized with shock as he found himself involuntarily falling into utter darkness. After an unknown span of time, Jiang Li woke up groggily. All he could see around him was dim blackness. Struggling to sit up, he felt an increasing pain in his right arm, likely caused by rolling a distance after falling, and now the original cave opening was nowhere to be found. He reached out to feel around, touching icy and damp stone walls, hearing faint dripping water sounds. This was clearly some underground cavern. A sense of ominous foreboding enveloped his mind. Jiang Li hesitated where he stood for a moment before dragging his feet forward tentatively. Every few steps, he encountered a fork in the paths, suggesting countless underground caves interlinked together. Lost and unable to distinguish directions, he proceeded solely by instinct, unsure of how many circles he'd walked back and forth through before hearing something abnormal. Jiang Li summoned all his strength, holding his breath and approaching the source of the noise little by little. Crossing a stone wall, a sliver of light illuminated his vision. He then clearly understood everything before him. Before him stretched an enormous underground cave, and within it, a group of human-shaped creatures were devouring one another, mostly children in appearance, the oldest among them still teenage youths. Several children pounced onto a struggling youth, biting tightly onto his cheeks, arms, and legs, blood flowing abundantly as they vied to lick it off, their throats emitting sounds that were both growls and cries. On the ground beside them lay several other creatures who had sated themselves, their pale faces splashed with blood, their long white hair trailing down to the ground like having draped themselves entirely in fresh snow. All of a sudden, the movements of these creatures paused simultaneously, and they all turned their heads, their eyes wide open, gazing straight over. Jiang Li, startled, lowered his head and realized that blood from his right hand had leaked again, dripping onto the ground. Instinctively, he stepped backward. To his horror, the creatures slowly stood up. Foremost among them was a youth, his body emaciated and his right sleeve completely empty. Jiang Li couldn't bear to look any longer and tried to escape, but his foot slipped, causing him to fall flat on the ground. Sharp stones cut into his knee, blood streaming out in thick rivulets. The strong smell of blood triggered the frenzy of those creatures, who chased after him with disordered sharp screams reverberating within the confined cave. Clenching his teeth, without daring to turn back, Jiangli grabbed the stone walls and scrambled upward, stumbling and charging forward desperately. The speed of the monsters was not slow, their rapid breathing could be almost felt against his ear. Suddenly, a severe pain struck his shoulder, gripped tightly by someone behind him whose bony fingers dug nearly into his flesh, pulling him forcefully to the ground. Immediately, numerous hands tore at him, Jiangli nearing complete exhaustion. Jagged teeth sank into his body while hot tongues licked his fresh blood, capable of tearing him apart in mere moments. He struggled helplessly. At this point, the one-armed youth unexpectedly lunged viciously, stretching his only arm to lock Jiangli tightly against his chest, letting out an angry roar that indicated possessiveness over the prey. Fearfully, the others released their grip and gradually withdrew, restoring some semblance of quiet to the cave. With the force of his single existing arm, the youth squeezed Jiangli relentlessly, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. Despairingly closing his eyes, Jiangli could feel the other crazily rubbing against his cheek, a warm liquid wetting his temple hair, and continuously running down. When the liquid flowed over his lips, he tasted it, not a sweetness mixed with blood but bitterness. It was tears. The youth trembled all over, his voice hoarse and changing pitch as he repeatedly called out, Yunruo. Yunruo. Jiangli slowly opened his eyes and softly replied, "It's me, father." Then he heard a stifled sob. When the tears turned cold, the youth slowly released his grip, staring intently at him. "It's such a relief that you're still alive. What a blessing." "Only I am left alive," Jiangli said. "I will retrieve the Bai sword and avenge you all. Fighting the Boer sect is not easy, especially their right guardian. That day, while we were severely wounded near death, he planted a venomous parasite inside us and brought us here. My mind has been foggy, as if trapped in a dream. If I hadn't seen you, I wouldn't have regained my senses." The youth shook his head. For years, Ibu has been obsessed with human parasites for cultivation. Aside from his martial arts, his cruel schemes are numerous. How could you prevail against him? Jiang Li's tone was calm. "The only reason I failed to kill him tonight is because I'm not yet strong enough. One day, I'll make him pay blood for blood." The youth gazed at him silently for a moment before sighing, "You've changed too, Yunruo." "I know." Jiang Li paused. "Father, my sword broke and was thrown beside mother's body." Though usually inept at expressing himself, the hatred in this sentence was unmistakably profound. A flicker of light in his eyes burned like a wildfire across barren fields. The youth sighed deeply, his posture slightly hunched as though having had his spine torn out. "All my life, I've lived without regret, except for her, and especially toward you." Trembling hands brushed Jiang Li's face. "Now that you've left the valley, don't let hatred imprison you. Forget about us, forget about Guiyun, and live the life you deserve. I'm not trapped." The youth still shook his head. "At your age, it should be the prime of your life. You should travel through mountains and rivers, make friends from far and wide, find someone you love. Yunruo, there are so many things you haven't experienced. It's not too late to start over. How can you waste your life like this and end up like me?" Bound by blood, their appearances mirrored each other as though sitting opposite a mirror. Jiang Li stared into the reflection of himself, now silver-haired. "I don't regret anything." They locked eyes in silence for a while until finally the youth gave in, looking defeated. "I knew I couldn't persuade you." As Jiang Li was about to speak, the youth suddenly leaned close and whispered hoarsely, "But one thing, Yunruo, you must promise me." Jiang Li leaned in to listen. Drip. A drop of water fell from the cave roof, landing on his forehead, chillingly cold. Staring in disbelief, ready to argue, Jiang Li found his hand pressed by the youth, signaling silence. Then he guided Jiang Li's hand onto the dagger. "Good child, next life, choose a better family, and don't be my son again." The youth offered a faint smile and stretched out his arms towards him. Jiang Li understood. He could only silently embrace him, resting his head on his shoulder. Faintly, the familiar warmth returned, just like when his father carried him through the valley long ago. In an unsettling silence, the sound of the blade cutting through flesh was startlingly clear as the dagger plunged into his heart. The excruciating pain overwhelmed his consciousness instantly, prompting violent struggles and uncontrollable convulsions. He roared and screamed, regressing back into a frenzied monster, his anguish unbearable to witness. Closing his eyes tightly, Jiang Li exerted all his strength to hold the youth close, his knuckles turning white as he pushed the dagger inch by inch, piercing through the chest. Hot blood splattered all over his body and hands, then gradually grew cold. The figure in his arms became ice cold. Jiang Li slowly released his grip, letting the body fall softly to the ground. Between the most intimate of kin, even farewells felt inadequate, making him truly mute once again. His body swayed, almost collapsing, but he stubbornly stood upright, his left hand gripping the dagger tightly. Step by step, he moved forward, deeper, toward those monsters, toward his clansmen. There was no time to grieve. Father and son shared one last look. Then the son walked on. Chapter 35. As night fell, there were few guests at the remote inn. Shuelu had finished his meal and went upstairs early to rest. He closed the door and suddenly sensed another presence concealed in the room. He placed his hand on his sword, scanning the dimly lit room. "You came uninvited. What do you want?" The person tapped on the table and lit a lamp with ease. "It's me." A familiar voice and face appeared together, and Xuelu released his grip on the sword, surprised as he looked him up and down. Why are you here? It seems our fates are intertwined. Qi Zhaoxi leaned against the table. Why did you come to ban a sect too? Ban a sect? Xuelu showed confusion on his face, then realized that this place was not far from Jiuyuan Mountain and explained, I heard some rumors and planned to go to Qiancheng. I took a shortcut in my haste, forgetting that the Bana sect was nearby. Qi Zhaoxi nodded, falling silent for a moment. Xuelu rarely saw him looking troubled, so he couldn't help but ask, what is it? Did something happen at the Bana sect? Did you not manage to leave smoothly? Qi Zhaoxi looked up at him and said, Jiang Li is missing. Jiang Li. That day after you left, I felt uneasy about him and decided to check again. He had just left Dongting, he wasn't hard to find. However, to avoid being noticed by him, I trailed him from a distance. Qi Zhaoxi shook his head. By the time I realized the little guy was heading to Jiuyuan Mountain, it was too late. Xuelu hesitated, then you. At that time, I didn't follow, Qi Zhaoxi whispered, after all, it's the Bana sect, how could I not hesitate? Moreover, I thought Jiang Li's martial arts prowess was unpredictable, and he was also intelligent enough, he probably wasn't going there to die. So, I waited at the foot of the mountain. Who would have thought that he actually managed to provoke Yi Buji, causing a full sect manhunt? Unable to resist, I secretly returned to investigate. Yin Huaishu was relieved of his patrol duties, so Jiang Li must have escaped. But by now, a whole day has passed, and I can't find any trace of him anymore. Perhaps you just missed each other, and he has already left Jiuyuan Mountain. That's what I thought too, which is why I'm here, Qi Zhaoxi said, he is injured, and this place is his limit. He can't travel any further. Xuelu looked at him seriously, you're worried. Qi Zhaoxi raised his hand to touch his face, is it that obvious? As plain as day, Xuelu said, do you think Jiang Li is still trapped on Jiuyuan Mountain? Let me accompany you to look for him. But Qi Zhaoxi remained motionless, his face half-lit, half-shadowed by the candlelight, resembling a silent statue. After a long pause, he finally said, I intend to send the patrols up the mountain to look for him. They have more people, and they are more familiar with the terrain. But how can you command them? The words had barely left Xueli's mouth when he realized the implications and hastily grabbed Qi Zhaoxi's arm in shock. Qi Zhaoxi, absolutely don't act impulsively. You've barely escaped the Bana sect, if you return now as the left guardian, won't all your efforts be wasted? You're right, Qi Zhaoxi finally let out a bitter laugh. I'm also wondering, does he deserve me to do this for him? Xuelu was speechless and slowly loosened his grip. He couldn't ignore Jiang Li's life or death, yet it pained him to see all of Qi Zhaoxi's painstaking efforts possibly destroyed. Moreover, if he returns to the Bana sect, who knows when he might ever be able to leave again. For a while, there was silence, and both parties remained quietly still. Finally, it was Qi Zhaoxi who broke the silence first, somewhat uncertainly, was Jiang Li angry with me when I left? Xuelu carefully recalled but only saw the slim figure kneeling beside a corpse, so he shook his head, there's no way to tell. After a while, Qi Zhaoxi added, if I abandon him this time and he dies, will he curse me for being selfish and cold-hearted on the road to the underworld? This question was completely unfounded. Jiang Li wouldn't know that Qi Zhaoxi hadn't left or followed silently behind. He certainly wouldn't know about Qi Zhaoxi's inner turmoil now, so how could he blame him? But Xuelu didn't point this out. He thought for a moment and honestly answered, given Jiang Li's personality, even if he knew, I doubt he would blame you. Qi Zhaoxi slowly nodded. When he asked, he already had an answer in his heart. How could Jiang Li blame him? Upon their first meeting, Jiang Li wouldn't even reveal his name. He would hide his injuries, didn't enjoy storytelling, nor drinking. Silent and solitary, neither asking others for trouble nor knowing how to win favor. He lived alone as if impervious to all harm, never expecting anything from anyone else. Qi Zhaoxi suddenly laughed, his words filled with gritted teeth, I really owe him. He turned and walked away, pushing the window open with one hand and stopping Xuelu who was about to follow with the other, stay here and wait for news. It's inconvenient for the left guardian of the devil's sect to be followed around. Seeing his determined intent, Xuelu ceased trying to persuade him, all right, I'll wait for you to bring him back. Pausing a moment, he added with a smile, since you can't stop worrying about Jiang Li, why not truly take him as your disciple after this reunion? Qi Zhaoxi had already leaped out the window, these words swept by his ears with the wind. Instinctively looking back, the light from the window grew distant, and the response was pressed back into his heart but lingered on. But I've never considered him as a disciple. This thought arose instantly, even confusing himself. Then what exactly do I see him as? Under Jiuyuan Mountain, footstep sounds came from the darkness. Patrols holding torches gathered, revealing a cloaked figure with a hood pulled low over his face. They were startled at once, their leader parted the crowd to step forward, bowing deeply, we welcome the left guardian. After bowing again, the leader raised his head but did not step aside. Qi Zhaoxi lifted his hand and pulled down his collar. In the firelight, beneath his left clavicle bloomed an intricate flower mark, its tattoo as red as blood. The Bana sect divided its members into 13 ranks, using flower marks as distinguishing symbols. The higher the rank, the more intricate and vibrant the flower mark. Each rank used different materials like gold, silver, copper, iron, or crystal. The left and right guardians, ranked just below the sect leader, held the highest level, marked by tattoos branded into the flesh. Upon verifying the tattoo, the leader bowed again before retreating alongside the patrols, clearing the path. Still standing in place, the left guardian instructed, "I need you to find a person." The leader obediently nodded, assigning people to search upon receiving detailed instructions. Before they returned to report the discovery, the left guardian showed no intention of leaving. Glancing upward as if gauging something, he stepped personally into the forest. The leader, filled with surprise yet daring not ask, quickly followed with the torch aloft. The search did not proceed smoothly. Torches scattered throughout the forest resembled flying fireflies aimlessly wandering through the entire night until daybreak when they finally dimmed in exhaustion. Then someone hurriedly came back to report. Found him, outside a cave at the cliff. He followed the messenger there. He had never seen such a disheveled Jianghu. Black-robed sect members surrounded him in the center. He slumped on the ground, his face deathly pale, covered in brownish-red bloodstains all over his body and hands. His expression was weary and dazed, brows furrowed, gaze unfocused, clearly on the verge of collapse, lacking the strength to stand up but still clutching onto the dagger desperately. A fresh streak of blood stained the dagger, indicating a member had been severely injured during Jiang Li's outburst. Others dared not risk approaching, merely surrounding him tightly like hunters encircling prey. Qi Zhaoxi heard himself coldly command, "All of you, step back." Everyone retreated several paces. Alone, he stepped forward, suppressing his emotions and adjusting his pace carefully so as not to reveal any signs. As he approached, a faint glimmer from the dagger caught his eye. But due to his weakened state, Qi Zhaoxi effortlessly grabbed his wrist, feeling it as if grasping an icy stone devoid of warmth. Perhaps sensing the overwhelming threat, Jiang Li struggled fiercely. Qi Zhaoxi knelt beside him, attempting to embrace him but found it impossible to restrain him completely, nearly getting cut by the blade in the process. In exasperation, Qi Zhaoxi twisted his wrists behind him. At that moment, Jiang Li resisted violently, breathing erratically and chaotically, his agony evident like that of a dying animal. Fragility tinged his struggles as well. Qi Zhaoxi exerted effort to forcefully pin him down in his arms, his own composure shaken. Knowing Jiang Li could no longer differentiate between friend and foe, he lowered his voice to call softly, "Jiang Li. Jiang Li. It's me, your master is here to take you. Don't be afraid." The dagger abruptly fell into the grass. Jiang Li began struggling even more intensely, inexplicably regaining tremendous strength, almost escaping Qi Zhaoxi's grasp and forcing his way out from his arms. Attempting to hold him back, Qi Zhaoxi was instead struck by Jiang Li's free hand, pulling off his hood hastily, revealing scattered black hair. Qi Zhaoxi paused momentarily. Although his face remained partially covered by a black cloth mask, only his eyes visible even after the hood was removed, he wasn't concerned about being recognized by the sect members. What made him pause was Jiang Li's eyes. He stared fixedly at Qi Zhaoxi's face, his eyes seeming to contain every unspoken word, yet also appearing empty. Quietly, unwaveringly, staring despite the trembling hands trying to support him. Qi Zhaoxi's mind went blank, unable to utter a single word. Jiang Li stared at him for a long while. His lips quivered as if he were about to smile, or perhaps say something. "Qi Zhaoxi." His voice was as light as a pin dropping to the ground, and this pin pricked his heart painfully, as if after withering for many years, his heart had finally regained its senses, flowing with fresh hot blood once more. Jiang Li lost consciousness completely and collapsed into his arms. Holding him close, Qi Zhaoxi gradually tightened his arms. The world was quiet, and all he could hear was his own heartbeat. Each beat reverberated in his chest, dispelling the endless confusion that had lingered within. Finally, he found his answer. Chapter 36. Jiang Li slept soundly for a whole day. Qi Zhaoxi and Shuelu took him to an inn in the nearby town and invited a doctor. Oddly enough, although Jiang Li was drenched in blood from head to toe, there were very few actual wounds on his body. The old doctor held his pulse for a long time while stroking his beard and only said, "Deficiency of both qi and blood, physical weakness, there's no need for medicine. He just needs more rest and recuperation." After dismissing the doctor, Qi Zhaoxi sent Shuelu to the next room to rest. He circled the room, then filled a basin with warm water and placed it beside the bed. Soaking a cloth, he gently wiped away the blood and dirt from Jiang Li's face. Jiang Li lay completely silent, eyes tightly closed, pale as ever, showing no signs of improvement even after being cleaned. Qi Zhaoxi couldn't help but reach out and touch his cheek, finally feeling a faint warmth. When Jiang Li was sleeping like this, his features were tranquil and obedient, almost pitiful to look at. Qi Zhaoxi initially had a clear conscience, but after staring at him for some time, his heartbeat quickened involuntarily. His fingers lightly grazed Jiang Li's cheek, slowly tracing over his nose, stopping just before reaching his lips, then pulled back. He pressed his hand hard against his own forehead, shaking his head in amusement. "After all these years, there are countless people in the world, yet why do I fall for you?" Of course, no one answered. Qi Zhaoxi remained silent for a long time, then eventually smiled and softly said, "I'll accompany you on this journey." Without further thought, he dipped the cloth from the basin again and took Jiang Li's right hand to continue cleaning it. At first glance, this hand looked shocking. It had soaked through the entire sleeve with blood, but upon removing the bandage and cleaning it, there were only 2 shallow scars corresponding strangely on the palm and back of the hand. After examining them for a moment without finding any explanation, Qi Chaoshi tucked the hand back under the thin blanket, pulled up a chair, and leaned against the bedframe to close his eyes for a short rest. Just as dusk settled in, Jiangli slowly opened his eyes. A flash of confusion passed across his face before he abruptly sat up, looking cautiously around. He immediately met Qi Chaoshi's smiling gaze. "You're awake." He froze instantly, unable to respond. Instead, he tentatively raised his hand, piercing through the dim light to gently touch Qi Chaoshi's face. Surprised himself, Qi Chaoshi didn't get a chance to speak when Jiangli furrowed his brows, withdrew his hand, and pinched his own arm. Realizing what was happening, Qi Chaoshi felt a bitter surge inside him but still couldn't suppress his laughter. "This isn't a dream. You're real, and so am I." Upon hearing his laughter, Jiangli snapped out of his daze, his gaze clearing as he became aware of his surroundings. Yet, his expression betrayed confusion. Didn't you leave?" Qi Chaoshi got up and lit the candle on the table. "True, according to reason, I should already have found some picturesque place to live reclusively. Why come back?" "For you." Qi Chaoshi turned his body slightly and noticed Jiangli instinctively backing away, pressing his spine against the wall. Laughing, he asked, "What? Am I that terrifying?" Jiangli stared at him, frowning deeply. "I don't understand." "Even I can't make sense of it." Qi Chaoshi poured a cup of tea, returned to sit beside the bed, and handed it to him, changing the topic. "Where do you plan to go next?" "No idea yet. If you want to find clues about the sword bui or the longevity formula, I actually have a suggestion," Qi Chaoshi said. "Do you remember the old book at Jianghu that recorded the history of the Taihua sect?" Jiangli nodded. Qi Chaoshi continued, "That book was authored by Elder Shugu from the southern frontier. He's famous in martial arts circles for his incredible medical skills, but apparently, he's also a surviving disciple of Taihua. When the sect was destroyed, he was traveling far from home, luckily avoiding the disaster. If anyone knows about Gu Si, it would be him. Although he now lives reclusively within his valley and avoids visitors, we could always try our luck." Jiang Li's eyes flickered faintly, and he tilted his head toward Qi Chaoshi. "We." Looking directly into his eyes, Qi Chaoshi spoke confidently. "What? Do you not want your teacher to accompany you?" Instinctively shaking his head, Jiang Li hesitated for a moment before nodding again. Qi Chaoshi remained calm and earnest, saying, "Jiang Li, the jianghu is dangerous, full of unpredictable hearts and minds. You lack experience, wandering alone foolishly like this, you might end up being sold and counting someone else's money without realizing it." "What's with that look?" But Jiang Li asked instead, "Outside the cave, did I really see you then?" "It was me." Jiang Li's gaze was inscrutable, filled with indescribable emotions. Still, he asked again, "Why?" This stubbornness clearly demanded an answer he wouldn't accept less than. Qi Chaoshi sighed, turned to face him, and placed his hands on his shoulders. In an instant it was clear that his entire body tensed up, with no retreat left but to stare unblinking at Qi Chaoshi, his nervousness even tinged with a hint of caution. The reason was complex yet simple. The fear was that once confessed, there would be no turning back. Helplessly, Qi Chaoshi smiled and couldn't bring himself to say it. "You're still too young." He raised his hand and ruffled Jiang Li's hair. "When you grow a bit taller, I'll tell you." Jiang Li slapped his hand away. Qi Chaoshi laughed even more joyfully. "Let's not talk about this. Are you hungry? Let's go downstairs and grab some food." The inn had lively business after nightfall, nearly all seats occupied in the great hall, bustling with laughter and Qi. After calling Shuelu to come down with them, they sat at an empty table in the corner as the dishes were served one by one. When Qi Chaoshi mentioned Nanjiang Shugu again, Jiang Li responded with a soft, "Aha," as agreement. On the contrary, Shuelu nodded and said, "I'm heading south to Qianqing too, so I can travel together with you for a while." Qi Chaoshi asked, "Why are you suddenly going to Qianqing? Do you remember Qingjing?" Shuelu reminded him. "We met at the Tianmen sect's trial by sword conference 10 years ago." He was still confused, but Jiang Li paused with his chopsticks and looked up, asking, "Trial by sword conference?" "Yes, you probably haven't heard of it." Shuelu said, "Every 5 years, the Tianmen sect used to hold a trial by sword conference, inviting many martial artists to exchange skills, encouraging their disciples to work hard and strive forward. Most people from Jianghu also enjoyed coming to broaden their horizons. The trial by sword conference served 3 purposes. First, it sought to overshadow Guiyun Manor's top ranking and enhance the prestige of the Tianmen sect among martial artists. Second, due to its geographical advantage, it provided ample opportunities for the disciples to showcase their skills. Third, to boast about Tianmen Mountain's steep and dangerous terrain, forcing visitors to rely on guidance from the sect members, thus proclaiming their impenetrability to the world. Qi Chaoshi remarked indifferently while placing a piece of fish meat onto Jiang Li's bowl, "You can listen to stories while eating. If you don't eat more, you'll just remain scrawny." Jiang Li glanced at him, sensing there was more to his words than met the eye but unable to decipher it. He ate the fish first and then continued asking, "Is there no trial by sword conference now?" "This is related to your teacher." Shuelu smiled and shook his head. "I met him at the trial by sword conference 10 years ago. He entered Tianmen Mountain only once, then when I was imprisoned, he broke in alone and rescued me, breaking the myth of the impossible-to-penetrate fortress. Since then, the one sword breaking the Tianmen title circulated through the jianghu, and the Tianmen sect abolished the trial by sword conference. It said the master added an hour of morning practice for all the disciples. Qi Chaoshi exclaimed in sudden understanding, no wonder those disciples hate me. You and the Tianmen sect have grudges or debts, so they imprisoned you? Jiang Li asked again. Xila didn't have any grudge, but rather fell into bad luck. Qi Chaoshi interjected, back then, there was a disciple of Tianmen sect named Ruan Shao. When he returned from his travels, he happened to meet Xila. They had dinner together, then when the Tianmen sect's people came to welcome the elder brother, they found Ruan Shao dead in the inn room, without any wounds or blood, seemingly poisoned. Tell me, who wouldn't think he's the most suspicious person? At that time, he liked a girl named Yi Xinghe. While he was interrogated and detained by the Tianmen sect, the Yi girl was getting married back home. I thought it was pitiful, so I went in and saved him. Xila lowered his eyes and chuckled. Discussing these memories, it felt as if 10 years had been stolen away, as though everything just happened yesterday. Exhausted, locked up in a dim room, suddenly the door burst open, wooden shards flew everywhere, and the golden sunlight poured in. Qi Chaoshi stood with his sword in hand, pointing a chin toward Xila confidently, smiling gallantly, let's go steal her back. As if under a spell, Xila snapped the chains, retrieved his sword, and rushed out of the perilous Tianmen mountain with Qi Chaoshi, never stopping, using light kung fu day and night non-stop until they reached the wedding day. That day, rain had fallen, soaking the scattered firecracker shreds on the ground into red streams. Standing on the eaves, they watched as the grand red sedan chair approached slowly. The groom dismounted his horse, opened the curtain, but after hearing something from the person inside, he turned around. Suddenly, the girl tore off her veil, jumped onto the groom's back, tightly holding his neck with both arms, her smile radiant. Xila suddenly felt his heart fall back into place, bringing a sense of calm throughout his being. Qi Chaoshi glared at his expression and asked, why aren't you making a move? He smiled and shook his head, I won't steal her. Let's go for drinks instead. After drinking themselves senseless, that was how they settled the matter. While he was lost in thought, Qi Chaoshi finally remembered something. Was the woman you married Chen Changfeng? Shuelu laughed and said, yes, she should be called Mrs. Chen now. The Qin Jing you mentioned earlier, is he the one who became sworn brothers with Ruan Shao and Chen Changfeng? Exactly him. Shuelu nodded and said, I received a piece of news. Yibu has been capturing people for his human goo cultivation, and not long ago, Chen Changfeng was abducted by the Boer sect. His sworn older brother, Qin Jing, took advantage of the situation when Yibu and the 4 hall masters surrounded the Righteousness Manor, leading a group to attack the Boer sect and rescue Chen Changfeng back to Qianqing for recuperation. That's also why Yibu retreated so cleanly from the manor. Qi Chaoshi and Jiang Li exchanged a glance, their tone becoming intriguing. Is Mrs. Chen also in Qianqing? Shuelu uncomfortably looked away, somewhat helpless. You two don't overthink it, I've already let go of her, it's just. I want to see how she's doing now. Chapter 37. Riding south along the ancient road, passing through plains and desolate mountains, after a few days the villages along the way gradually became denser, and one could already see the towering city walls of Qian City through the flying dust. This was a big city. The Gan River flowing through it brought prosperous water transportation, sailing masts gathered like ants, merchants flocked in crowds. By all accounts, it should have been a scene of wealth and bustle. However, as the 3 of them arrived at sunset, shops in the city were busy closing their stalls for the night, and residents were also closing their doors and windows. They led their horses across the open streets, treading on the slanting sun, which inadvertently added a sense of bleakness to their journey. What's that? Jiang Li suddenly asked. Qi Chaoshi turned his head to look, noticing that every household's door frame and courtyard wall had pasted several talismans written with cinnabar ink, looking sinister like daggers. It seems to be an exorcising talisman. Perhaps it's a unique custom of Qian City. Shuelu also shook his head in ignorance and continued leading the way ahead. Finding Qin Zheng's residence wasn't difficult. He inherited a substantial family fortune from his ancestors and was known for his righteous heart and generous deeds. Multiple times he financed the distribution of porridge during famines and funded the repair of schools, earning him considerable prestige in Qian City. When the servant reported to Qin Zheng, Qin himself personally came out with people to welcome them. He was approaching middle age, with the robust and spirited aura characteristic of martial artists. His voice was cheerful. After greeting Shuelu, his eyes immediately fell upon Jiang Li. You must be Jiang Li, the young hero, right? Jiang Li frowned slightly. Do you know me? Qin Zheng laughed, of course. Although I've lived here for a long time, I never miss any news about the martial world. I have long heard how unforgettable your skills were in Dongting Lake. Today, meeting you, indeed confirms your extraordinary presence. Over praise, Jiang Li nodded. It was only then that Qin Zheng noticed there was another person by the side. Qi Chaoshi had put on a human skin mask ever since setting off, with a face so ordinary it would be instantly forgotten, and her sword was wrapped in coarse cloth. Without speaking, she seemed like a servant holding the horse reins for Shuelu and Jiang Li. Qin Zheng hesitated before asking, who is this? Qi Chaoshi respectfully bowed with one hand. I've met you, Master Qin. I am Lu Qiubai, just an insignificant junior. A few days ago on the road, I encountered bandits, but thanks to the selfless assistance of Masters Shui and Jiang, they saved me and even agreed to let me travel with them. Qin Jing glanced at him and did not inquire further, gesturing for them to enter the mansion. Qi Chaoshi followed last, noticing when Jiang Li looked back at him. She stepped forward slowly and said casually, "What's wrong, young hero Jiang?" Jiang Li paused at the title momentarily before asking, "Lu Qiubai?" Qi Chaoshi smiled lightly and whispered, "My mother's surname is Lu." Their group turned past the shadow screen and headed towards the guest quarters. Walking through corridors, they eventually stopped at a wing room, knocking on the door. The woman who opened it was pretty, though her emaciated and tired appearance dulled some of her charm, with dark circles under her eyes. Startled at seeing so many people, she jumped. Qin Jing hurriedly said, "Don't panic, these guests are here to visit third brother. Madam Chen, it has been 10 years, do you still remember me?" Shuela showed a smile. "We were heading south and happened to hear that martial artist Chen was recuperating here, so we decided to come for a visit. If we are disturbing you unintentionally, please accept our apologies." "Shuelu, I remember you." Yi Xinghe hesitated, turning her gaze sideways into the house. Those outside could vaguely see the figure lying on the bed inside, motionless, seemingly asleep. She ultimately shook her head and said, "I appreciate your kind intention, but truly, Changfeng is still unwell, it wouldn't be appropriate for us to invite you in." "That's perfectly understandable, may Master Chen recover soon," Shuelu said with a laugh. Qin Jing timely joined in, "I have already arranged a banquet in the main hall to celebrate your arrival. Sister-in-law, why not let the maid come in to keep watch? You've been working tirelessly these past days. Come dine with us." Yi Xinghe once again shook her head, "If I don't stay by his side, I'll be restless, and I'm afraid if he isn't happy, he might refuse to see me." Qin Jing glanced at Shuelu and the other two beside him, somewhat wanting to say something but refrained from forcing the issue. "Fine then. However, don't worry yourself sick. For Brother Three's situation, we will always find a solution." With that said, without waiting for others to speak, he warmly placed his arm around Shueli's back and led them into the main hall. On the long table, various dishes were ready, emitting tempting wine aromas. As they just sat down in their respective places, a maid rushed through the door in urgency, paying respect to Qin Jing. "Master, Madam has prepared dinner as usual and is waiting for you in the room. Aren't you going?" Qin Jing furrowed his brow slightly, dissatisfied, saying, "Distinguished guests are here, I naturally need to accompany them. Didn't I already send a message telling her not to wait for me? Why did she still prepare my portion? Go back and tell her I won't be joining tonight." The maid quickly left upon her master's orders. Qin Jing then smiled apologetically, explaining, "My wife is accustomed to getting her way. Please excuse us." Shuelu shook his head and chuckled, but Qi Chaoyi suddenly spoke up while holding her wine cup. "I heard your wife is none other than the younger sister of Tianmen sects Wan Shao." "That's right." Qin Jing sighed wryly. "After the sudden death of my second brother many years ago, whose cause remains unclear even now, his parents were overwhelmed with grief and soon followed. Only his sister Wan Ning was left all alone, quite pitiable. My heart wouldn't let me stand idle, so as the eldest brother, I decided it was my duty to take care of her as a sworn sibling, hence taking her in as my wife. This also settled me down here in Xian City, away from being a wandering swordsman any longer." Qi Chaoyi raised her glass to him. "Brother Qin is indeed full of fraternal devotion and righteousness. Truly admirable." Qin Jing drank down a cup of liquor and lamented deeply, "What good does fraternal devotion do when one cannot escape the whims of fate? Back then, Huan Shao, Changfeng, and I became close friends at Tianmen sect's sword trial ceremony, immediately hitting it off and deciding to set out together into the world, passing through mountains and rivers, enjoying every moment for half a year straight. Our three joined forces to eliminate a gang of marauding highwaymen. Afterward, while drinking inside their lair, Huan Shao said he'd been gone for too long and needed to return to the sect. Changfeng mentioned his family had arranged a predestined marriage that would be finalized in just a few months, and that he should go back home to prepare. Meanwhile, I still desired more time wandering in the jianghu. So it was time to part ways, but we truly didn't want to separate. Therefore, the three of us solemnly swore an oath of blood brothership right there, pledging transparency and life together and death together, and buried a cask of strong liquor under a peach tree blooming gloriously, promising to come back on its 10th anniversary and dig it up to drink together. At that time, though no longer young, I felt nothing could stop me or limit my ambitions." Qin Zheng's lively expression suddenly dimmed at this point, and after a long silence, he spoke hoarsely. "Who could have guessed that, not even waiting 10 years, but within a mere half-month, my second brother Wan Shao would meet his end in a lodging house, killed by some unknown assailant, leaving me completely powerless to avenge him. And now, even though I've saved Changfeng from Boer sect, I can only helplessly watch him lying bedridden. The decade-long appointment looms near, yet the barrel of wine under that peach tree will likely never see its day of unsealing. Our pledge of together in life, together in death ultimately turned out to be merely an illusion, a beautiful but unreal prayer." Qi Chaoyi fell silent without words, raising hands again to fill their cups once more before tipping it to salute them, finishing her drink in one gulp. Qin Jing stared down into the water ripples within his own cup of wine, then suddenly looked up and switched his smile. Speaking of the jianghu, I've recently heard a rumor that I wonder if you three might have caught wind of. What kind of rumor? Of course, concerning the longevity codex. Qin Jing slightly lowered his voice, saying conspiratorially. Qi Chaoyi froze mid-motion, glancing casually toward Jiang Li beside her who hadn't spoken a word and was calmly eating his meal. Upon hearing this, Jiang merely furrowed his eyebrows lightly. Then Qi Chaoyi assumed a look of extreme interest and rushed to ask anxiously, is it true or false? Kung Xie actually has information about the longevity codex? Kung seemed surprised, counter-questioning, isn't the whole jianghu buzzing about it? You genuinely haven't heard? Legend has it, the longevity codex not only brings eternal youth and supreme martial arts mastery but also has the power, if practiced correctly, to reverse yin and yang, bringing back the dead. Qi Chaoyi couldn't suppress her laughter, this sounds far-fetched. Kung Xie replied, since nobody's witnessed it firsthand, perhaps it's false, but it could very well be real. With that, Xuelu was forced to honestly admit, but truly, we've never heard of this rumor. Kung shifted his gaze, landing squarely on Jiang Li, and surely Jiang Xiaoge hasn't heard of it either. Jiang finally raised his eyes and directly met Kung's glance, emotions churning within like boiling water, as if anticipating something. No, Jiang answered indifferently, lowering his eyes back to bite on another piece of green vegetable. Qi Chaoyi hurriedly stuffed a piece of meat onto his bowl and started laughing heartily as she deflected for him with Kung Daxiao, asking him is a mistake. You don't know Jiang's temperament. On our journey here, I spoke 10 words to him, he may hear 5, and respond with only 1, let alone such mysterious and hard-to-believe rumors circulating around the jianghu. Jiang glanced at him, then down at his bowl, remaining silent throughout. For some reason, Qin Jing didn't respond for a moment. Just as the atmosphere was about to plunge into an awkward abyss, the same maid from before rushed into the main hall again, her face full of distress. Master, you really should come over once. Mistress has been sitting by the table, refusing to eat or rest. No matter how we persuade her, it's all for naught. Qin Jing snapped back to reality, sighing helplessly as he spoke to them, I truly apologize, but I must take my leave first. The quarters where you'll be staying tonight have already been prepared, and a servant will lead you there. Please continue enjoying your meal. With that, he stood up and quickly followed the maid out of the main hall. From afar, Qin Jing could already see the straight-backed silhouette of the woman sitting by the table in the room. He stepped inside, waving his hand to dismiss the maids while sitting across the round table from her, picking up his chopsticks. All right, here I am. Let me take a look, what has my lady done today? Don't eat it. Ruan Ning suddenly interjected, her expression unreadable. Qin Jing glanced at her, shaking his head helplessly before reaching to pick up food with his chopsticks. Without warning, Ruan Ning abruptly stood up, directly lifting the dish and dumping its contents splash into the bucket beside the table. You. Qin Jing held back his irritation as he placed down his chopsticks. What on earth are you doing? It's completely cold now, forcing yourself to swallow it would only make your stomach uncomfortable, said Ruan Ning without looking at him, continuing to throw one plate of food after another away. The smell grew strange and increasingly hard to bear, as splashes of vegetable debris stuck to the edge of the bucket and mixed together inside into a pile of soft, sloppy mud. Qin Jing abruptly stood up, Ruan Ning. The woman turned around to face him, her features clear, elegant, and indifferent. You're truly becoming more unreasonable by the day. I've already sent word to inform you that I had guests coming over this evening, and I needed to entertain them, yet you insisted that I come here. Now that I'm here, why are you throwing such a fit over nothing? What do you expect me to want? Ruan Ning smirked faintly, almost mockingly, between us, there remains just this single meal's worth of sentiment. If I don't stir up trouble during our daily encounter, wouldn't it be even more boring? What exactly is it that you want? Qin Jing suppressed his anger tightly. Ruan Ning closed her eyes listlessly, then turned her back on him, nothing, I'm just feeling bored. You can go. Feeling like his patience was wearing thin, Qin Jing stared at her retreating silhouette for a long time. Seeing she indeed wasn't going to say anything further, he stormed out, slamming the sleeve of his robe in frustration. But just as he was leaving, the other side unexpectedly called out, wait. Exasperated beyond measure, Qin Jing turned back, what is it now? Ruan Ning gazed at him thoughtfully, are you still dwelling on Chen Changfeng's situation? Yes. No matter what happens, I must remind you, Chen Changfeng cannot stay here any longer. You need to deal with him soon. Ruan Ning. Qin Jing scolded sharply, he isn't merely my third brother, he's also your brother Ruan Zhao's sworn sibling. When news of your brother's death reached him, he left his wedding the very next day, abandoning everything to rush over here. Do you remember how many affairs he handled for you after your parents passed away? Ruan Ning finally showed a flicker of emotion, I remember. But different matters call for different solutions, things cannot remain like this indefinitely. Sooner or later, this will bring trouble. Qin Jing shook his head incredulously, what is your heart made of? How can you be so heartless? Ruan Ning's eyes flashed, meeting his gaze unflinchingly. Coldly, she declared without restraint, yes, I'm cold-hearted and merciless. So what? Isn't this who you've known me as, Ruan Ning? Qin Jing ultimately lost control, fiercely slamming the door and striding away. The woman remained standing in place, watching his receding figure grow smaller and blur until eventually blending into the dim night darkness. Chapter 38. When the dishes in the main hall were cleared, it was already pitch dark outside. A maid with a lantern led the three of them through the courtyard and veranda, heading towards the guest quarters. This short walk was quite lively. Before long, Qi Chaoshi subtly struck up a conversation with the maid and learned that Qin Zheng and his wife Wan Ning had been on bad terms for quite some time. The two had no children, now even sleeping separately. They were cold and distant from each other. At most, Wan Ning would personally cook dinner every day and wait in her room for the brief moments when the couple would see each other, mostly in silence or sometimes in arguments and quarrels. Strange, isn't it? I heard from the ladies who've been here longer that it wasn't like this when Madame first arrived. Lord Qin treated her exceptionally well, and no one knows how it became this. Qi Chaoshi's eyes swept over the distant courtyard wall as he asked, "Strange, why don't you have talismans posted in your house? We saw them everywhere after entering the city. Is it not a custom of Qianqing?" The babbling maid up ahead suddenly fell silent, quickly glanced at him, mumbled a few responses, but didn't provide any real answers. Then she only focused on leading the way and refused to speak further until she sent them to their rooms. Their rooms were adjacent. As soon as Xue Li's figure disappeared behind his door, Jiang Li, who had been quiet all along, suddenly spoke, "I have something to ask you." Qi Chaoshi pushed the door open, "Let's talk inside." As soon as he stepped into the room, he seemed to lose all his energy, dropping himself into an armchair, casually removing and tossing aside the mask from his face while letting out a weary sigh. This new arrival in the jianghu, Lu Qiubai, is truly exhausting. Jiang Li closed the door, picked up the leather mask lying on the floor behind him, silently wiped off the dust with his sleeve and placed it on the table, then couldn't help commenting, "You were quite enthusiastic tonight." Qi Chaoshi's body stiffened, giving him a meaningful look. "Jiang Li, you can say that to me, but never to anyone else." Jiang Li didn't understand what he meant. Why? Qi Chaoshi, suppressing his amusement, with a twinkling eye, changed the subject. "What do you want to ask me?" Jiang Li didn't push for more but hesitated for a moment before asking unexpectedly, "Do you have someone you wish could come back from the dead?" "My mother passed away 10 years ago." Qi Chaoshi shook his head, surprised. "You actually believe what Qin Zheng said, that the everlasting decree can bring people back from the dead?" Jiang Li looked at him quietly for a moment, then whispered, "Then why did you come back?" Qi Chaoshi's smile faded as he slowly sat up straighter and locked eyes with him. "Do you think I came back because I believed that rumor?" "Yes, I've been thinking about this for days. Since you once said you had no interest in extraordinary martial arts skills, why did you return? That everlasting decree, being able to revive the dead, is the only explanation that makes sense." "What if I'm not ready to answer yet?" said Qi Chaoshi. Jiang Li turned away. "I cannot travel together with someone whose purpose is unclear." Qi Chaoshi raised an eyebrow. "So in your eyes, I am merely a person with unclear motives?" Jiang Li faltered, hastily defending himself. I didn't mean it like that." Qi Chaoshi leaned forward, Jiang Li standing right before him, so close that tilting his head slightly could reveal every subtle change in his expression. "What did you mean then? What kind of person am I in your eyes?" This seemed like an enormous conundrum. Jiang Li furrowed his brow, trying to speak several times but failed to find an appropriate response, only getting lost in a tangled mess of emotions. "Then let me ask you," Qi Chaoshi stared intently at him without blinking, "Jiang Li, you don't dislike me, right?" His voice flowed slowly and warmly, making Jiang Li uneasy all over, yet still responding with a faint sound, "You don't mind my company either?" Qi Chaoshi chuckled softly, stood up. "Do you remember that night outside the Polyrighteous Hall when you pushed me away?" Before Jiang Li could even form his question, he was overwhelmed with shock. Qi Chaoshi embraced him, his jaw almost touching his temple, speaking in a low tone, trembling uncontrollably even where their chests touched closely. "Will you push me away again?" The night was quiet. Qi Chaoshi's fingers lightly rested on his back, clearly feeling his tension, unable to discern whose heartbeat was disrupted. Only aware of his stiffness within the embrace, unable to respond to anything, with only the sound of breathing passing by his ears. After a moment, Qi Chaoshi slowly released his grip and looked down at Jiang Li, only to see him immediately take a few steps back, nearly colliding with the table corner. His eyes darted away as he turned his head, still pressing his lips together without speaking, but a faint blush was spreading uncontrollably across his face. Qi Chaoshi was used to his quiet contemplation, but this time he didn't want to guess. Instead, he patiently waited for Jiang Li to speak. Finally, Jiang Li seemed to have made a decision and said, "I." Suddenly, his expression changed as he became alert and looked outside. "What smell is that?" A pungent odor of burnt-tan chard emanated from somewhere. Glancing at each other, Qi Chaoshi grabbed the mask and put it on, then pushed the door open and walked out. The door of the adjacent room creaked open, and it was Xue Li stepping out to investigate. Seeing them both standing there, he paused in surprise. "Why are you two in one room?" "Get used to it," Qi Chaoshi replied offhandedly. Outside, the burning smell had grown more intense. Leading the way, Jiang Li followed it and soon spotted flickering flames hidden among the grass in a secluded corner of the courtyard. A frail dark figure knelt beside the fire, holding something in their hands and muttering urgently under their breath, completely unaware that anyone was approaching. "What are you doing?" Jiang Li suddenly asked. The shadow jumped violently in shock, dropping whatever they were holding and trembling as they struggled to get up and flee, but Jiang Li quickly seized their wrist and forcibly twisted them around. In the flickering firelight, they saw that it was the same maid who had earlier led them with a lantern. The maid's face was full of terror as she stared at Jiang Li wide-eyed, as if she couldn't recognize who he was. Cold sweat rolled down her forehead in large drops, her voice trapped in her throat, unable to utter a word. Not until she caught sight of the long shadows of Xue Lu and Qi Chaoxi behind him did she let out a sudden sigh of relief, collapsing and sitting on the ground in exhaustion. Qi Chaoxi picked up what had been dropped, finding a triangular object folded from yellow talismans. Upon unfolding it, a strand of black hair coiled like a small snake was revealed inside. He tossed it disdainfully into the fire and smiled at the maid. So the talismans in your house aren't posted on walls, instead, you burn them secretly at night. The maid's face was still pale, less from fear than from the relief of narrowly escaping something worse. At the sound of his words, her shoulders trembled, and unexpectedly, she burst into tears, prostrating herself before them and pleading earnestly, "Please don't tell Master. I beg you not to tell him. I'm so afraid. I'm doing it for the good of the whole city, and also for Master's safety." Her words left them confused. Xue Lu stepped forward to support her, comforting her softly, "Don't be afraid. We won't harm you. Take your time and explain, what exactly is going on?" Still tear-streaked, the maid glanced at Jiang Li, then at Qi Chaoxi, her heart still racing, her legs shaky. Leaning on Xue Li's arm to steady herself, she hesitated in fear, whispering almost imperceptibly, "There are ghosts in the city." Both Xue Lu and Jiang Li were taken aback. By their side, however, came an unexpected laugh from Qi Chaoxi, unable to suppress his amusement. Seeing his reaction, the maid became frantic, forgetting protocol as she tugged at his sleeve, "Don't laugh. Don't take this lightly." There were people in the city before who didn't believe this either, relying on their martial arts skills to dare go out at midnight to test it. But some ended up driven mad, and others were found the next morning, flayed and laid out on the roads. What else could it be but ghosts? Qi Chaoxi nodded. "All right, tell us, where did these ghosts come from?" The maid cautiously peeked outward. This courtyard faced the annex where Yi Xinghe lived, and through the gate, they could see the lamplight in his room. Clenching her teeth, she said, "Master doesn't allow us to mention it, but who doesn't know that Qin Changfeng, the great hero, is already dead? When he was brought back, he had already passed away. Yet." Her voice quivered with cold tremors. "After half a month, his body hasn't decomposed at all." She continued in a shivering tone, "It started around that time when the townsfolk began hearing grave-digging sounds in the night, but whenever they went out to check, there was nothing. The invited Taoist priest said it's called a living corpse. Its soul hasn't been captured by the underworld yet, which is why the body hasn't decayed. But since it cannot return to its flesh or find peace through burial, it wanders at night, digging graves and seeking a resting place." Jiang Li asked, "If the talismans around town drive away ghosts, then what were you burning?" "This is a talisman for suppressing ghosts, and it must be burned for 49 days according to the array to suppress him. Otherwise, he will turn into an evil ghost seeking revenge." The maid continued, tears streaming down her face once again, but the divination from the Taoist several days ago was ominous. "This method works on ordinary zombies, but Master Chen practiced martial arts in life, and even as a ghost, he is exceptionally powerful. I fear it won't hold him down. Everyone else in this mansion is too afraid of being affected by disaster to continue burning the talismans, thus breaking the formation. Now only I remain here at the central point of the array, but I still feel, even if it's bound to fail, we should give it a try. What if it actually works?" Her sobs were sincere, her eyes brimming with genuine terror. Xue Lu pondered for a moment, then asked, "With matters so severe, has Qinda never mentioned anything about this?" The maid shook her head repeatedly, becoming more anxious. "We can't bring it up. Absolutely not. Master is a man of deep emotions and righteousness. Moreover, Master Chen was his sworn brother. Even Lady Qin argues fiercely whenever it's brought up. How dare we servants provoke his wrath?" After hearing this, Xue Lu lapsed into silence for a moment, then consoled the maid and saw her off through the courtyard gate, telling her to rest easy before turning back. By that time, the fire had already been stomped out, leaving behind a pile of black ash mixed with scattered fragments of yellow paper. He asked, "What do you think?" Jiang Li furrowed his brow and shook his head, while Qi Chaoyi still maintained a faint smile. "I've never believed in these ghostly superstitions. I also find something strange in all this," sighed Xue Lu. "Tomorrow, we'll try probing some information from Mistress Chen." As he spoke, he couldn't help but glance toward the entrance of the courtyard. The lamplight from Yi Xinghe's room remained illuminated, stubbornly standing out against the dark night, both lonely and resolute. Chapter 39. Early the next morning, the three of them were already standing in front of the side room door. After carefully deliberating his words, Xue Lu took a deep breath and knocked on the door. With several dong 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 echoes, the room remained eerily quiet with no response. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. Just as he was about to knock again, Qi Chaoxi quickly reached out and tried to push the door. The door creaked open slowly under everyone's astonished gazes, revealing an empty interior. "Don't." Seeing Qi Chaoxi stepping through the door without any hesitation, Xue Lu instinctively tried to stop her. However, upon noticing Jiangli hesitating for a moment before following Qi Chaoxi inside, Xuelu had no choice but to look around to ensure no one else was watching, then also entered the side room. Yi Xinghe indeed wasn't in the room. Chen Changfeng lay quietly on the bed, covered by a thin blanket. Though he looked pale, it seemed like he was just asleep. Qi Chaoxi reached out and checked his nose, her expression slightly changed. There really is no breathing. She then pulled his arm to check his wrist pulse, her fingertips touching his skin, no pulse, the body is also cold. Even though it was now autumn, the scorching heat of the sun remained unforgiving. Could there really be a corpse that does not rot after half a month? Xuelu and him stared at each other. It was Jiangli who remembered something, stepping forward carefully and pulling down Chen Changfeng's inner clothes, examining his shoulders and back closely. Then Jiangli slowly raised her head, her tone unable to hide the shock. There are no livor mortis. The blood of a dead person coagulates and deposits under the body to form livor mortis, yet Chen Changfeng's back was smooth and clean, showing no abnormality. He was like a porcelain statue, looking flawless and undamaged, only soundlessly icy cold. Qi Chaoxi said, could it be due to Yibu refining human zombies on him? If so, would Mr. Chen in this state count as passed away, or still alive? Before Xuelu could finish speaking, there was suddenly a clang sound in the room. Looking towards the sound, they saw a copper basin falling on the ground spinning, spilling hot water all over and creating a foggy vapor. Behind the vapor stood a gaunt woman. A mixture of guilt and nervousness immediately washed over Xuelu, who hurriedly said, I sincerely apologize, I knew I shouldn't have intruded. Yi Xinghe completely ignored his apology and firmly said, he's still alive. Of course, he's still alive. Xuelu involuntarily stopped talking. He's just injured too severely, but he will definitely wake up someday. Changfeng would never abandon me. Yi Xinghe turned her head, her eyes lingering on the person on the bed as she took steps closer. You don't understand, none of you do. Only I understand him the most. As long as I've been alive, Changfeng has been with me. From babbling as toddlers to learning characters and practicing martial arts, until finally becoming his wife, he never hides anything from me, always wanting me to accompany him. Just like when his father asked him to go to the Tianmen sect sword testing conference. He mounted his horse and set off during the day, but returned secretly in the middle of the night, climbing over the wall to find me, saying it was a grand event of the Wulin world, and insisted on taking me along. We were audacious enough to sneak out and only sent letters home to confess our mistakes after we had gone far. She laughed softly, I know that Changfeng cherishes me the most, how could he possibly have the heart to leave me? Even if he no longer resembles a living person? Qi Chaoxi asked. No, you're wrong. Yi Xinghe suddenly turned to look at them. Among the three, she was only familiar with Xuelu. Without any consideration for the etiquette between men and women, she suddenly grabbed his hand. Xueli's heart skipped a beat and didn't have time to react before she opened Chen Changfeng's shirt, exposing his chest, and pressed Xueli's palm tightly onto it. It felt ice cold to the touch, yet while Xuelu was lost in thought, within the frail chest came faint vibrations, as if a vibrant life were confined within the chest cavity yet unwilling to remain silent. Beat after beat, weakly impacting his palm, clearly indicating its presence. Yi Xinghe caught the surprised look on his face and asked, did you feel it, right? That's Changfeng's heartbeat. He is certainly still alive. Her voice became more urgent, not sure whether she was trying to persuade them forcefully or to convince herself, neither his breathing nor his pulse has really disappeared, it's just that we can't detect them. As long as we can find a way to treat him, he will awaken. Xuelu gave her a smile, effortlessly pulling his hand out from beneath hers, then lightly held her slightly trembling hand for a brief moment, exercising restraint while remaining polite. Yes, I believe he will wake up too. Yi Xinghe looked at him, facing such determination she found herself speechless, and eventually nodded heavily, sitting beside the bed to carefully adjust and properly arrange Chen Changfeng's inner clothing, having no intention left to hold these three accountable for their uninvited intrusion. Thus, they tactfully took their leave. After walking a certain distance, Qi Chaoxi was the first to ask with a hint of mockery in his tone, even if he still has a heartbeat, but is already in such a state, do you really think Chen Changfeng can come back to life? Xuelu glanced at him and remained silent with pursed lips. Are you going to stay? Jiangli suddenly asked. Xuelu nodded after deep contemplation, I wish to confirm the condition of Master Chen before I leave. Qi Chaoxi shook his head and smiled as if granting a great kindness by not revealing his thoughts, saying only that he never meddled in others' affairs, and noticing that Jiangli also had no intention to linger, decided to say farewell to Qinzheng on this day to continue heading southward. At lunchtime when they announced their departure, Qinzheng was initially surprised and quickly followed up with a question, why are you both in such a hurry to leave? Could it be that I failed in hospitality somewhere? How could that be? Qi Chaoxi laughed, Qinzheng, please don't overthink it. Your kind welcome and generosity have us deeply grateful. It's just that both junior hero Jiang and I plan to take another look at the southern scenery, so we won't disturb any longer. Our city also boasts many fine sights. I was about to invite you both to enjoy them together. Since you don't have pressing matters, why not stay for a few more days? Qinzheng earnestly said, besides, it's rare to meet junior hero Jiang. We haven't even begun a satisfying conversation yet, and now we're separating, knowing when we'll see each other next makes it truly regrettable. Jiang Li hesitated without responding, prompting Qin Zheng to then bring up the topic of his long-cherished martial arts classics and earnestly invited him to view them in the study. This made Jiang Li very uneasy, seeking help repeatedly with his gaze toward Qi Chaoshi, but alas, Qin Zheng's resolve was unyielding, and someone of insignificant reputation like Lu Qiubai couldn't possibly make much difference in the matter. Ultimately, he could only comply. After the meal, Jiang Li entered the study with Qin Zheng for a private discussion, while Xue Lu, burdened with the matter of Chen Changfeng, wanted to inquire further within the city. Despite the scorching afternoon sun, he stepped out of the mansion gates, leaving behind only Qi Chaoshi to languidly wait inside the house. Who would have thought this wait stretched into the entire afternoon? As twilight descended and the fiery clouds gradually faded, the vague outline of a young man finally appeared at the wide-open doorway. Just as Qi Chaoshi was about to call him, he saw Jiang Li stepping naturally into the room. In the flickering lamplight, his face revealed a peculiar expression. What happened? Qi Chaoshi stood up to greet him, scrutinizing him closely. Did Qin Zheng give you a hard time? Jiang Li looked deep in thought, shaking his head. Nothing particular. Just something indescribably strange. What did you two discuss? It hardly qualifies as discussion. He showed me numerous sword techniques and heart methods, even explained the inherited spear methods of his family. Qi Chaoshi couldn't help but pause in surprise. The 12 styles of the soaring dragon? Jiang Li nodded. Qi Chaoshi fell silent for a moment, astonished by this rare occurrence. Martial artists relied on their skills to travel the world. These profound and secret martial techniques were never shared. For those not from the same lineage, even practicing nearby should be avoided due to etiquette. Qin Zheng had precisely earned his place in the jianghu through an agile and graceful style akin to a dragon soaring freely. The 12 styles of the soaring dragon could be considered the very essence of his existence, let alone a family inheritance, yet he simply divulged all this to a complete stranger during their first meeting. Not entirely though. The last 3 styles were omitted. As he recalled the situation, Jiang Li's brow furrowed in confusion. When talking about the soaring dragon spear technique, Qin Zheng was particularly proud. He meticulously dissected each move until reaching the most crucial final 3 styles. There, he paused slightly, picked up his teacup to moisten his throat, and carefully observed Jiang Li's expression as he inquired, "What does junior hero Jiang think?" Fascinated, Jiang Li blurted out without hesitation, "Truly ingenious and unparalleled." Upon hearing this, Qin Zheng breathed a sigh of relief, but closed the scroll, looking intently at him with seriousness. If junior hero Jiang indeed has such aspirations, then come find me for the last 3 styles. What does he mean? Could Qin Zheng admire your natural talent and be trying to poach my disciple? Qi Chaoshi said. Doesn't seem so, Jiang Li pondered aloud. He appears to expect some specific response. This intuition was vague and elusive, almost imperceptible. No matter how they tried, there were no clear leads. As the two momentarily fell into deep thought, suddenly, hurried footsteps approached. Out of breath, Xue Lu rushed into the room, straightway addressing them. "I heard a piece of news in the city." Qi Chaoshi tilted his head with raised eyebrows. "Well, what made you rush so? Did something happen to Chen Changfeng?" "No, it's not him, it's you." Staring intently at Qi Chaoshi, Xue Lu looked grave. "The body disguised as yours buried outside the Dongting villa is gone." Immediately, Qi Chaoshi's smile vanished, while Jiang Li was bewildered and asked, "How could it be gone?" "The cause is unclear. But this news has been circulating for a while now, and those who mention it are quite cautious. All we know is that the grave was dug up, the coffin was opened, and the body inside vanished as if stolen by someone. But I can't fathom what use there could be in stealing a corpse charred like charcoal. The use isn't in the corpse." Qi Chaoshi removed his mask, revealing his true features, then glanced at Jiang Li. "Do you remember what Qin Zheng said about the longevity scripture and its ability to bring the dead back to life?" Jiang Li suddenly realized, if someone finds out your true identity, it means we're hiding the longevity scripture. Qi Chaoshi warned, "You're the one with the greatest suspicion." Compared to Xue Lu, who had less involvement, Jiang Li was already perceived as secretive due to his reclusive and taciturn nature. His unusual grief and reactions in front of the corpse only added to the impression. A disciple obsessively determined to revive his master by stealing the corpse would make a convincing storyline. With that, everything suddenly became clear. "Looks like Qin Zheng recognized me long ago." Qi Chaoshi put his mask back on and sneered, "All my brilliant acting these past 2 days was wasted. No wonder he went to such lengths to keep you around, even revealing his family's ultimate skills, just to trade the 12 styles of soaring dragon for the longevity scripture. What a foolish dream. What should we do then?" Xue Lu asked worriedly. "This place is no longer safe for us." Qi Chaoshi exchanged a glance with Jiang Li. "At midnight, when there's fewer people around, we'll immediately leave. You just pretend you don't know anything." Perhaps it was the influence of the yellow talisman spread everywhere. The nightfall brought an eerie silence to Qianqing City, so quiet not even dog barks or insect chirps could be heard. Even the crescent moon embedded in the sky refused to cast down a silver frost, leaving the whole city enveloped in dim uncertainty. Silently leaping over the eaves, just as they detached from the estate, Jiang Li inexplicably remembered the look in Qin Zheng's eyes. Far from pure greed or ambition, it seemed more like a burning anticipation hard to articulate. He couldn't help but turn back for a hurried glance, only catching a glimpse before quickly catching up with Qi Chaoshi. But the latter abruptly halted, raising his index finger to signal listening closely. In the stillness came a sound, sometimes faint, sometimes loud, rustling, like soil being rubbed against itself. It sounded as if something was breaking through the earth, or perhaps. In each other's eyes, Qi Chaoshi and Jiangli found the answer. So-called grave-digging sounds at midnight. Following the sound, they gradually approached a street alley. As they got close enough to roughly see below, the noise abruptly stopped. Qi Chaoshi looked down and saw no one on the street. Before he could ponder further, Jiangli had already jumped down impulsively. With a twitch in his brow ridge, Qi Chaoshi resigned himself to following. Jiangli knelt down to grab a handful of soil. It was soft and slightly damp, clearly newly unearthed. He sniffed it closer to his nose and immediately frowned, whispering, "It's very pungent. What smell is this?" Qi Chaoshi smelled it too after holding his hand and replied, "Gunpowder." Jiangli was startled, about to ask further when voices approached from the nearby courtyard wall. They quickly retreated to the roof eaves. Two heads peeked out of the gate. They cursed under their breath as they glanced around before stepping out. The middle-aged man spat on the ground, angrily complaining about not enduring the ghostly noises that made him anxious all night, causing his wife and daughters to be terrified and unable to sleep, nearly wrecking their health. His companion urgently tried to hush him, dragging him back inside and closing the door tightly. As their attention lingered on those two, a shadow darted in a concealed corner of the street. Like a frightened bird taking flight, it swiftly plunged into the thick darkness of the night. Qi Chaoshi alertedly locked onto the direction of the shadow, glancing sideways at Jiangli. "Should we chase?" "Go," Jiangli decided without hesitation, flashing forward to follow instantly. Chapter 40. The dark shadow fled towards the edge of the city. The entire city was silent, and in the depths of the night a lane of ambiguous lights appeared. The railings on the balconies of the small buildings along the street were all tied with red silk. A night breeze fluttered through, causing them to stretch and sway gracefully. In the air floated the aroma of cosmetics and alcohol, while laughter and chatter were muffled behind tightly shut windows. Suddenly, the dark figure darted into a courtyard behind one of the buildings. They quickly arrived after it. As soon as they landed, they were startled by the bizarre sight. Crimson red spread everywhere, filling their entire field of vision. Whether it was the candle stands on the table or the lanterns under the corridor, all paper-covered lampshades were covered with a layer of red silk. The light scattered around painted the courtyard's pool red, casting a rosy glow on the cheeks of the women, persuading others to drink and joke around, and making the eyes of revelers who sought pleasure appear drunk with desire. Qi Chaoshi made a clicking sound, commenting, "In this citywide chaos caused by ghost sightings and disasters, there are still so many fearless spirits. Truly, wealth and lust outweigh life." It wasn't as though no one cared. Otherwise, why would they be concerned about drawing too much attention, hence dimming the lights with red silk? Unexpectedly, it created an atmosphere of secretive mystique for this place of pleasure, even surpassing its business before. In the midst of intoxication and revelry, none of the people noticed the two who had suddenly appeared in the yard. Though there was no need to hide deliberately, Jiangli still moved closer to Qi Chaoshi, asking quietly, "What kind of place is this?" Qi Chaoshi couldn't help but be surprised, asking back, "You don't know?" Jiangli's gaze swept across the men and women toasting and exchanging cups. His expression became complicated as he said, "Father never told me." This was quite a predicament. Such matters were usually left to intuition, learned without a teacher. There was never anyone who needed it explained to them like this. "There's nothing special, just a place where people seek joy," Qi Chaoshi answered vaguely. Jiangli nodded, then asked again, "What kind of joy?" Qi Chaoshi fell silent for a moment before meeting his eyes involuntarily. "Jiangli, if you weren't so serious, I'd think you're teasing me." Jiangli looked puzzled, "Why?" But Qi Chaoshi wouldn't allow him to further question, instead turning him around to bring him back under the corridor while maintaining a serious tone. "Don't get sidetracked. I thought I saw that dark figure sneak into one of the rooms earlier." Truthfully, the moment that shadow entered the courtyard, it disappeared among the multitude like a drop of water merging into the sea, leaving no trace. What Qi Chaoshi had just said was merely to shift the topic, yet unexpectedly, real clues emerged. Each room door was closed along the corridor. With the red silk accompanied by swaying lamps, vague, suggestive sounds came and went, faintly perceptible. Gradually, Jiangli also began to sense something. Reflecting on the questions from earlier, his ear tips turned slightly red, and he lowered his eyes. However, under the bright crimson light, he suddenly noticed some fallen black powder on the ground. Upon kneeling down to pinch it, he confirmed the sharp smell of gunpowder. So coincidental? Qi Chaoshi raised an eyebrow. The powder marks led forward in a sparse and interrupted fashion, finally disappearing into a room at the corner. They stopped outside the room, focusing intently. But instead of those lewd voices, they heard a woman softly humming some tune, gentle and soothing. Before they could think more deeply, the singing abruptly ceased, and the woman's voice slowly echoed out, "Come in already, I've been waiting impatiently for so long." After exchanging another glance, Jiangli decisively nodded, allowing Qi Chaoshi to push open the door. Even inside the room, the lamps were draped with red silk. In the seductive red light, the woman sat alone facing away from them, looking at her copper mirror while combing her silk-like shiny black hair. Hearing their footsteps, she turned around with surprise, creasing her eyebrows, saying, strangely, how are there two of you? She closed the door behind them with a smile, asking, I wonder whom the young lady is waiting for. The woman hesitated, her gaze between the two of them. The young man had an ordinary face, however, the teenager beside him exuded extraordinary grace, albeit a bit too young. She said, that person said to wait for a gentleman surnamed Jiang. It's me. Jiang Li replied, looking at her. Startled, the woman widened her eyes and hurriedly stepped close, inspecting him meticulously. Suppressing a giggle with her hand, she remarked, I didn't expect it to be a young lord. At your age, have you ever touched a woman, daring enough to come to such a wonderful place? Jiang Li chose not to engage further with her and directly asked, why are you waiting for me? To invite you to watch a dance, the woman smiled warmly. Seeing Jiang Li's indifferent attitude, she grew more intrigued to touch him provocatively, continuing, that person also told me to inform you that he has remembered who you are. That night in Luoxia Valley, wasn't it you who was shot in the shoulder? No sooner had her words faded than Jiang Li's eyes changed dramatically. He swiftly reached out and forcefully twisted her arm, clamping it painfully behind her back so that she couldn't move. Unprepared, the woman cried out in pain, what are you doing? It hurts. Let go of me. Jiang Li coldly said, who is that person? The woman paid no attention to his words, only cried out in pain repeatedly, struggling as if she was about to cry. It was evident that he had overreacted. She saw it all silently but didn't say anything. After observing the woman for a while, he curiously asked, she can't be someone who knows martial arts. Only then did Jiang Li's expression shift slightly, furrowing his eyebrows as he finally slowly released her hand. What kind of person are you exactly? What could I be in a place like this? Merely doing jobs for money, and yet I end up being bullied by you. The moment the woman gained her freedom, she immediately retreated a few steps, glaring at him with anger and fear. You're completely unsentimental. I should have never agreed to that person. Jiang Li calmed his tone and asked again, who is the person you mentioned? He didn't tell me, how would I know? What does he look like? Qi Chaoyi asked. The woman massaged her arm, which now had red marks from the grip, muttering unhappily, what could he look like? Aren't all men the same? Qi Chaoyi shook his head and smiled, rolling his eyes helplessly at Jiang Li to signal him to keep calm, then changed the topic. Well, since someone went through the trouble of inviting you, then please lead us to admire the dance. Will you promise not to lay hands on me again? The woman was full of suspicion. Qi Chaoyi glanced at Jiang Li and laughed, young lady, rest assured, I apologize on his behalf. Seeing his gentle demeanor, the woman gradually calmed down, nodding, please wait a moment. She sat back on the stool and rearranged her makeup in front of the copper mirror, then tied her long hair up. The two waited patiently. Leaning against the door, Qi Chaoyi thought for a moment, then suddenly said, I am surnamed Lu. May I ask your name, young lady? You can call me Tan. She was just selecting a hairpin, comparing and hesitating in front of the mirror. Perhaps she found Qi Chaoyi kind and courteous, so she showed him her hairpins. One was an intricate silver hairpin with green jade embedded in it, the other a gold step rhythm pendant hairpin with tassels. Which one do you think suits better? Naturally, the gold hairpin, Qi Chaoyi replied. Although the silver one is nice, it doesn't match well with the red lights everywhere, and might easily mess up the color. Tan followed his advice and placed the gold step rhythm pendant hairpin, turning to admire herself carefully in the candlelight before giving him a satisfied glance. Mr. Lu really has a keen eye. Jiang Li frowned and looked at him too, as if wanting to say something but stopped. Just then, Tan picked up a vermilion pen and asked what kind of floral design he preferred. Qi Chaoyi waved a hand, glancing sideways at Jiang Li and smiling, never mind, he's unhappy. Seeing the youth indeed wearing a cold expression, Tan was greatly disheartened, turning back and carefully drawing the floral pattern on her forehead. Qi Chaoyi took a step closer, their shoulders brushing. Jiang Li instinctively wanted to move away, but was held back, looking over confusedly. Qi Chaoyi held his wrist. Upon contact, it became even more apparent that Jiang Li's body was tense. Since Tan passed along that ambiguous message, he had remained in this heightened state of alertness, as if they weren't in a place of revelry but rather caught up in an unfathomable past, thrust into a battlefield surrounded by danger. Qi Chaoyi softly sighed, lowering his voice, Jiang Li, I can help you. With what? It's not like I wear hairpins. Jiang Li blurted out. Hearing this, Qi Chaoyi froze momentarily, but after recovering, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Laughing made Jiang Li uncomfortable enough to pull his hand free, but Qi didn't mind, only turning his head to fix Jiang Li's profile, teasing, why does your tone sound so sour? Jiang Li turned away, ignoring him. After thoroughly pondering over that sentence for a while, Qi Chaoyi managed to suppress his laughter and put on a serious face, I mean regarding your affairs. Jiang Li quickly raised his eyes. Though still appearing calm, in that instant, the change in atmosphere was unmistakably clear. He met Qi Chaoyi's gaze, countering, what's my matter? Qi Chaoyi didn't avoid or dodge, allowing himself to be looked at, I'm not trying to pry. Don't forget we have our 3 preconditions. If you don't want to talk, I won't press further. Jiang Li kept silent. Qi Chaoyi inexplicably felt somewhat anxious. In his life, he'd dealt with all kinds of people, always handling situations tactfully with ease, yet he'd never tried revealing his true feelings, thus not knowing where to begin. Moreover, Jiang Li's eyes were far too pure, as if able to see straight into the depths of one's soul. After a pause, Qi Chaoyi said, "I simply want to tell you that if you ever need any help, no matter what, I will never refuse you." He tried his best to make this sentence sound sincere, enough to put someone at ease, but it was a first in his life. After saying it, even he found it awkward and dull, leaving him between crying and laughing. Jiang Li stared at him for a while, eventually nodding indifferently before shifting his gaze, as if trying to conceal the faint trace of a smile in his eyes. Qi Chaoyi wasn't about to let him off so easily. He nudged him with his elbow, asking softly, not speaking again. Jiang Li didn't answer with a pursed lip corner, yet his body relaxed noticeably. In this short moment, Ten had finished her makeup. She adorned her forehead with a crimson floral design, draped in a silk robe embroidered with golden thread, truly looking bright and enchanting. With graceful poise, she gave them a curtsy, saying, "Please follow me, both of you." And thus led the way ahead through verandas, into the courtyard's small building, stepping into that place of drunken dreams. Chapter 41. The building was constructed in a square within a square design, with a 1-foot-high round platform erected at the center. On it, the dancer swayed her slender waist and stretched out her flowing sleeves. Red gauze hung down from lamps on all 4 walls, while soft light enveloped the drunken guests below the stage. The young women leaned against their companions, continuously urging them to drink more amid laughter and merrymaking. Tan Yang led the 2 of them upstairs to the 2nd floor, where they could lean on the railing and have a perfect view of the gentle singing and dancing on the circular stage. Then she turned around and went downstairs, giving some unknown instructions. Suddenly, the soft music stopped, and the dancers quickly left the stage. The crowd became slightly more alert and looked around in confusion. Immediately after, the musicians brought out a small drum. In the blink of an eye, a beautiful woman appeared on the platform, adorned with a red mark on her forehead and wearing thin gauze. It was Tan Yang. "Frankly speaking, I don't understand dance," Qi Zhaoxi said. Jiang Li's eyes were fixed on the woman, his face showing difficulty. "Neither do I." Qi Zhaoxi shook his head with a smile, leaning his arms on the railing as he watched Tan Yang raise her hand slowly, her slender fingers forming the shape of a closed lotus flower. Suddenly, the sound of the drum erupted. The lotus under her fingertips bloomed as she danced to the rhythm of the drum beats, graceful in posture. Her hand movements changed unpredictably, as if she were picking flowers or pinching leaves, or even stirring a pool of spring water. However, there was always a strange indescribable peculiarity about her moves. As the drum beats gradually grew faster and more urgent, they had an unsettling effect on the heart. Qi Zhaoxi stared intently at her hand movements, the smile disappearing from his face. Yi Bu, the right protector of the Boer sect, was known for his exceptional martial arts skills, especially his palm techniques that struck terror into people's hearts. His hands were as solid as stone, his techniques combining various styles, emphasizing both hardness and softness. He would first intimidate his opponents with overwhelming force, then shift to entangling movements until his adversary was trapped like in a vortex, unable to break free. At this point, he would suddenly launch a devastating attack straight to the vital points. Currently, Tan Yang was imitating Yi Bu's palm techniques. Alongside her seductive expressions, she softened many of the moves, making the dance seem only rarely to feature softness within strength. Yet, at each critical point of the techniques, she replicated them so vividly that anyone who had ever witnessed Yi Bu's combat skills would never mistake it. When Qi Zhaoxi glanced at Jiang Li beside him, his hand gripping the railing had also tightened gradually. As the drum reached its climax, Tan Yang lifted her twin sleeves, thrusting her palms forward before quickly pulling them back, just like the lotus closing again. The audience below cheered loudly, having no idea that if she possessed internal energy, they would already be corpses by now. Tan Yang performed the set of techniques completely once again. As the drumbeat ceased, she remained on the spot, returning to the starting pose without rushing to leave the stage. Just as everyone in the venue was lost in confusion, a distant flute sound began. A figure slowly ascended onto the stage. It was clearly a young girl, her chest contour visible despite being dressed as a young man, with her long hair neatly tied high. In her hand, she held a sword. She wore no makeup, standing amidst the room's flamboyance with the simplicity of snow, exuding a cold aura. There was a sudden stir among the audience below. This different style greatly excited those seeking pleasure, and golden ingots and pearls were thrown onto the stage like a lavish sudden rain. The girl didn't spare a glance at the audience, simply holding her long sword upright, reflecting a bright gleam on her face. Qi Zhaoxi couldn't help but feel startled. Even from a great distance, just by the faint glint of cold brilliance, he could recognize it as an invaluable treasure sword worth thousands of gold pieces, something that definitely should not be used here for play. Tan Yang turned slightly to face the young girl, the two scrutinizing each other from a certain distance. The drum started again, stirring the blood and inciting battle. Whistles and shouts mixed with cheers echoed below, with the crowd enthusiastically shouting for their favorite side in unclear chants. The girl gently ran her finger along the blade, then swiftly attacked. Tan Yang had anticipated it and immediately raised her palm to meet the assault. "She knows martial arts," Jiang Li said. Qi Zhaoxi nodded, right, although this girl is using fake moves without putting real effort, notice how easily she carries such a heavy sword, it's clear she's not ordinary. The two engaged in a semi-real fight. It seemed fierce, but in reality, it was more like a co-dance than an actual duel. Their garments flowed with grace, postures extended beautifully, the exceedingly sharp sword blades dangerously grazing the delicate skin of the dancer. The timing and positioning were subtle yet precise, too close and it would draw blood, too far and it would look fake. They must have rehearsed hundreds of times because every movement between them was executed seamlessly. As the drumbeat quickened further, Tan Yang overlapped her hands and reversed them, her palm technique suddenly becoming softer, resembling the tide of the spring river surging mightily, yet subtly harboring the potential to engulf everything. The girl had approached too closely earlier, instantly getting trapped. Unable to escape, her long sword struggled to find space to maneuver, putting her in an evident disadvantage. Jiang Li slowly furrowed his brows. That night, during his battle with Yibu in the Boar sect, it was precisely this that caused his defeat. The longer it dragged on, the more apparent the young girl's disadvantage became. As Tan Yang's victory seemed within sight, many in the crowd excitedly grabbed handfuls of silver coins, ready to throw them onto the stage again. Amidst the atmosphere, the young girl took steps backward but remained calm and composed, almost retreating to the edge of the circular platform. The situation was precarious, and the drumbeats were nearing their end. Tan Yang deftly neutralized the attack, effortlessly deflecting the long sword and grabbing the girl's wrist with a radiant smile. The musician lifted the drumstick high, ready to deliver the final stroke. However, in a flash of a moment, the restrained right hand of the young girl suddenly loosened, and the long sword fell into her left hand. With Tan Yang's chest unprotected at close range, the girl hesitated not and lunged forward with the blade. Tan Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. A gush of blood splattered. Boom! The drum resonated heavily, and instantly all the lights in the building went out, plunging everything into darkness. There was an instant of deathly silence before panic-stricken screams erupted. Everyone struggled to flee, disoriented and bumping into each other, aimlessly turning around where they stood. Qi Zhaoxi acted decisively by grabbing Jiang Li's hand, pulling him closer. Unexpectedly, the other person pushed him instead, causing him to stumble backwards abruptly. In his confusion, he tripped over something and was pushed and shoved by the frenzied throng, involuntarily falling onto the ground. Jiang Li followed by collapsing on top of him. Above them, there was a dull thud as some heavy object fell. Nearby, several agonized screams exploded. Something covered them. Qi Zhaoxi reached out and realized its delicate texture, yet he could not pull free as if they had been trapped under a huge net. Feeling Jiang Li's rapid breathing near his neck, Qi Zhaoxi guided the person away from the chaotic footsteps while tentatively touching the other person's back. What happened? Nothing, Jiang Li said through gritted teeth. A lantern fell. The chaos inside the building caught the attention of those in the back courtyard. A few stewards rushed in holding lanterns to investigate, shouting loudly for everyone to stay calm. With the light, people's emotions stabilized slightly, halting their frantic movements with uncertainty and fear. Squinting his eyes, Qi Zhaoxi finally managed to see clearly. It turned out that the red gauze covering the lanterns earlier had fluttered down, draping over their bodies. The thin fabric filtered the weak light, creating a dreamy and ambiguous atmosphere. The terrified crowds in the background became mere noisy silhouettes. Jiang Li, leaning above him half-supported, draped in red gauze with stray strands of black hair lightly falling on his chest, looked like being enveloped in a peculiar world of crimson waves, like being entranced in a surreal and beautiful dream. Upon their first eye contact, Jiang Li immediately averted his gaze awkwardly, lowering his eyelids while tightening his eyebrows. Yet, his flushed face added a unique glow. Qi Zhaoxi inexplicably felt stirred at the heart. Staring at the figure, he suddenly had an urge to kiss those rosy cheeks. Before he could act on it, another wave of petrified screams resounded from downstairs, prompting Jiang Li to swiftly lift the red gauze and stand up. Reluctantly following suit, Qi Zhaoxi rose to look down from the railing. Though the few brought-in lanterns weren't bright enough to completely illuminate, they provided enough clarity to heighten the sense of dread. Beneath the stage, a screaming woman shrieked until she lost her voice, covering her mouth as she stumbled backward, quivering while pointing to the gentleman beside her. The man looked down, puzzled, only to find splotches of bloody handprints on his clothes. Instantaneously turning pale, he fainted straight away. Others hurriedly checked themselves too. Those who found the blood marks screamed in terror, while those who didn't let out both joyous and tearful sighs. Ghost. How can such a small girl wield a sword? She must be a ferocious ghost in disguise. She couldn't bear our enjoyment and has come to harm us. Look quickly. Some pointed to the round platform where both the young girl and the long sword had vanished. Only Tan Yang lay lifeless on the platform, blood still oozing from her chest. Her face was pasted with a yellow charm, commonly used by every household in the city to repel evil spirits. Overwhelmed completely, everyone lost their minds, smashing open the tightly closed doors and scrambling to escape without regard for anyone they might trample underfoot, believing that fleeing fast enough would protect them from the ghost. Red gauze fluttered everywhere, what was once enchantingly red now resembled spilling blood. Jiang Li drew back his gaze and looked at Qi Zhaoxi. What do you think? Qi Zhaoxi asked first. Jiang Li hesitated and shook his head. It's hard to say. How about this, should we leave Qianqing? Qi Zhaoxi continued, you decide. This time, Jiangli pondered even longer before quietly saying, even if it weren't for this strange event, we can't ignore the gunpowder on the streets. If a disaster occurred because he concealed the information and missed the opportunity to prevent it, how could he ever forgive himself? Qi Zhaoxi chuckled softly. I knew it. But your identity has been exposed, it's too dangerous to stay. Qi Zhaoxi said, what's there to fear? We've already been exposed in front of Qingjing for so long. A little longer won't matter. Jiangli stubbornly finished his sentence, you leave first, and I'll stay behind. Qi Zhaoxi fell silent. Almost everyone had fled from the building, leaving only the two of them amidst the chaos. The lanterns on the floor provided faint illumination, casting soft glows that could not light up the entire place. Faced with each other yet separated by darkness, they couldn't see each other's expressions but could clearly hear their breaths. When Qi Zhaoxi spoke again, his tone lacked any ease or laughter. After I leave, will you follow me, or use this as an opportunity to disappear completely? It wasn't even a question. He waited briefly but received no response, then remarked, seems like I misunderstood, Jiangli. You truly want to get rid of me? Jiangli seemed flustered and grabbed his sleeve. Unmoved, Qi Zhaoxi asked, why are you holding on to me? Sorry, Jiangli mumbled bitterly. Still holding on, he clutched the sleeve tighter instead. How contradictory, his words suggested wanting to keep distance between them, yet his hands dared not let go, as if fearing Qi Zhaoxi would vanish in an instant. Perhaps the darkness gave Jiangli some comfort and courage. He continued, sorry, I don't know. Know what? Qi Zhaoxi asked. Jiangli hesitated for a moment before painfully confessing, I don't know what you mean to me. There aren't many people I've met. You're different from all of them. He had thought that question from the previous night would be left unanswered, but Jiangli hadn't forgotten it. This answer, however, was far from sufficient, yet why did it make his heart feel inexplicably bitter? Qi Zhaoxi sighed helplessly, lifting the pulled sleeve and waving it slightly. Did you know you're actually whining? Jiangli froze, quickly releasing his grip. Then, catching on, he tested, are you not mad anymore? Why would I be mad at you? Qi Zhaoxi smiled, dragging him down the stairs. Let's talk when we get back. Under the cover of night, they silently returned to the Qin residence. Without hesitation, Qi Zhaoxi shoved Jiangli into the room, urging him to rest. Before closing the door, he added after some consideration, if you don't know, take your time to think about it. Anyway, I have all the time in the world. Also, remember, my promises always count. Without waiting for a reply, he shut the door from the outside with a snap. Alone in the room, Jiangli stared blankly at the closed door for quite a while. Eventually, a faint smile crept onto his lips, one filled with indescribable warmth. As he reminisced over the tumultuous events of the night, he casually walked around the screen, only to freeze suddenly. On the small table behind the screen lay a long sword, its blade sleek and glowing faintly with a pale bluish cold light, the same sword that the girl on the circular platform had wielded. Jiangli warily scanned the surroundings, ensuring no one else was hidden in the room. Slowly approaching, he cautiously reached out to grasp it. The sword had been bathed in Tan Yang's heartblood just moments before, yet it remained chilling to the touch. Its handle bore the sword's name engraved in seal script, Qin Shuang. Though not well versed in martial arts matters, especially concerning legendary weapons, Jiangli failed to recall anything about Qin Shuang, but he understood implicitly its undeniable value. The clarity of the blade mirrored his face, cold as frost in autumn water. For a long time, Jiangli examined it carefully. Then, he caught sight of a flash of silver on the sword's surface. Investigating closely, it turned out to be a strand of his own white hair. His body stiffened as he hesitated before pulling it out. The single white hair lay silently in his palm, awakening him finally. The light in his eyes dimmed. After remaining still for a short period, he released a bitter sigh, almost mocking himself. No one can help me. Chapter 42. The next morning, Jiangli was awakened by the noise. Countless people were shouting something, as if a boiling cauldron had been overturned, and the sound surged like an angry tide, washing over the buildings and breaking into indistinct sentences. As he stepped out of his room, Qi Zhaoxi had just finished giving Shuelu a brief description of last night's events. Shuelu, hearing the commotion, glanced at the approaching Jiangli before turning back to Qi Zhaoxi. So you two plan to stay here for a while longer? But don't you fear that your identity might be exposed and that you'll be schemed against? Of course we're afraid, Qi Zhaoxi replied. If you're so afraid. We'll adapt as we go, Qi Zhaoxi laughed. Shuelu, stifled by this response, helplessly shook his head. What's all the noise outside? Jiangli looked toward the high courtyard wall that muffled the clamor. It's probably about the ghost rumors. I asked a maid, she said that early this morning, a crowd gathered and blocked the estate, demanding that Qingjing personally address the issue. Qi Zhaoxi explained. As they talked, they headed out. From far away, they could already see the tightly shut gates of the residence, with several burly servants leaning hard against them to prevent the frenzied crowd from breaking in. Qingjing stood nearby, his face filled with worry, conversing with the steward and frequently shaking his head. Approaching closer, they realized amidst the clamor, there were sounds of pounding on the gate. The heavy door trembled under the blows, causing the servants' faces to redden, their sweat dripping down, unsure how much longer they could hold on. Master Qin, what's happening outside? Qi Chaoshi asked. Qin Jing finally noticed them, quickly advancing a few steps and awkwardly mumbling, there have been some incidents within the mansion. It's nothing serious, but I didn't expect it to disturb the three of you. I sincerely apologize. Master Qin, you need not be courteous. If there's anything we can do to help, please don't hesitate to ask, Shuelo said. Qin Jing waved his hands repeatedly, no, no. This is trivial. How could I burden such distinguished guests? Please forgive my inadequate hospitality. Go back to your rooms and rest, I'll resolve this shortly. Before he finished speaking, the door was perilously pushed open slightly, then bang, slammed shut again. The servants collapsed on the ground, stubbornly resisting, watching the groaning door bolts warily, calling out, Master, we can't hold on much longer. Qin Zheng's expression darkened further. At the same time, the chaotic cries outside gradually coalesced into one voice, shouting in unison. Drive away the ghosts, restore our peace. Drive away the ghosts, restore our peace. The shouts grew louder, angrier, almost enough to shake the heavens. Finally, a flicker of sternness flashed in Qin Zheng's eyes as he suddenly turned around and instructed the steward, you lead more people and quickly guard Changfeng's quarters. Absolutely don't let anyone barge in. If Madame Chen asks, use whatever reason to cover it up for me. Yes. He called over another servant, go fetch my Yulong spear. The servant rushed off. Facing the trio once more, Qin Zheng was about to speak when someone else cut in first. Jiang Li said, the so-called grave-digging noises are merely tricks, the street soil has been dug up and mixed with gunpowder. The moment he spoke, Qi Chaoshi instinctively tried to stop him, but it was too late. Sure enough, after a brief pause, Qin Zheng gave Jiang Li a look of half-belief and half-doubt, how did you know this, young Master Jiang? Jiang Li kept a straight face, it doesn't matter. Is this information reliable? Why would I deceive you? Jiang Li retorted. Given the urgency of the situation, Qin Zheng had no time to hesitate further. The servant returned with a long spear in both hands, its black glossy shaft topped with fiery red tassels, and the sharp tip gleaming fiercely, stinging the eyes. Qin Zheng seized it, stepping forcefully towards the mansion gates, holding the spear in front of him, and ordered deeply, open the gate. The servants released their grips, and the bolt, which had been straining under immense pressure, snapped instantly. The mansion gates burst open, the surging crowd losing support and rushing inside like unleashed floodwaters, right into the spear. The wave of people forced Qin Zheng to step back, but immediately stabilized, his stance firm as a rock, holding back the human tide with one man and one spear alone. Judging by the overwhelming public resentment, he might not be able to hold them off. Qi Chaoshi glanced at the worried Shuelo, if you're concerned, quickly go assist the steward guarding Yixinghe's courtyard. If someone really gets in there, the consequences would be unimaginable. Shuelo, who had already been hesitating, nodded upon hearing this, heading towards the inner courtyard. Qi Chaoshi turned back, seeing veins protruding from Qin Zheng's forehead. With a roar, he pushed the long spear forward, actually forcing the throng back. The crowd surged back like waves, with the leading few unable to withstand the massive force, stumbling backward and landing on the ground in a heap. Qin Zheng leapt forward, his long spear sweeping horizontally, sending icy chills that forced the masses to retreat again, clearing an empty patch in front of the gate. With a thud, Yulong's spear was firmly planted at the center of this empty space. Standing resolute at the entrance of his estate, Qin Zheng projected an air as if one man could hold off 10,000. His eyes swept over the crowd, some fearful and others enraged. Before he spoke, all of you are my neighbors and townsfolk for many years. This morning, you've gathered noisily outside my house. What exactly has brought this upon us? Qin Zheng. You've been hiding until now and still dare to feign ignorance. If it weren't for harboring malevolent ghosts in your home, causing misfortune to the whole city, would we have come looking for you? Qi Chaoshi and Jiang Li had stepped out to observe the commotion. Upon hearing this, they surprisingly recognized the speaker. It was the man from last night who had fainted in fear after seeing the blood marks in the flower building. Now, his face pale and bloodshot, clearly having not slept all night, his voice carried deep-seated fear. Qin Zheng intoned solemnly, I've heard about the ghostly occurrences in town and have been investigating secretly. I've just received information confirming that someone is merely pretending to be a ghost. The midnight grave-digging sounds actually. Bullshit. The man interrupted furiously, pretending to be a ghost. You're just trying to shirk responsibility. Last night, someone died. I saw Tan from the Golden Sparrow Tower die right before my eyes. Blood marks covered the entire place, and you're here blathering about digging sounds, thinking you can hoodwink us by skirting around the issue. Did someone die? Qin Zheng's expression changed. It's been happening for days. A martial artist came into town who refused to believe in superstition and insisted on confronting the ghost at night. Guess what happened? By dawn, he was flayed alive and his skin was spread across the road. Everyone in the city knows this, how could Master Qin not be aware? Qin Zheng hesitated, yet I've found no evidence of this. So it seems your investigation has only been a surface-level charade. The man mocked him. Before Qin Zheng could retort, a sobbing woman's voice followed swiftly, it's not just deaths but also the living that have suffered. Night after night, I sleep fitfully in constant terror, but despite being careful, my child encountered something evil anyway. Look, look. This woman cradled a 6 or 7-year-old girl in her arms, who lay limply there, her face flushed unnaturally, drenched in sweat. Even when held up for inspection, she showed no response. She snuck out of the house at midnight, drawn by strange sounds on the street. Afterwards, she contracted a continuous fever that wouldn't break. Sure, blame me for not taking better care of her, but tell me, what wrong have we done to deserve such fear and torment? Why should our innocent child suffer this cruel fate? Her words triggered a flood of complaints. Those tormented by ghostly incidents poured out their dissatisfaction, anger, grievances, and curses, forming a chaotic mess of clamor. Some even tried to surge forward again, wanting nothing more than to drag out the offending ghost themselves. With a swift move, Yulong's spear was thrust outward once more, forcing them back against. Veins popped out on Qin Zheng's forehead, yet faced with the crying woman and the suffering child, he felt a pang of guilt. Despite gripping the long spear tightly, his earlier confidence began to falter. The color black shines like jade, red glows like fire, nothing can resist its might. Isn't it common knowledge in Qian City that you possess this legendary Yulong spear passed down through 5 generations of the Qin family? This sudden comment made Qin Zheng glance towards the source. It was a scholar-dressed individual whose piercing eyes met his before bowing respectfully. He then continued indifferently, Master Qin, your bravery speaks volumes with how you wield this weapon to protect the people, slaying countless bandits. Yet who would have thought, the day would come when the Yulong spear would be pointed at us. Upon these words, Qin Zheng's uncertainty became evident. His grip on the spear felt as though it weighed thousands of jin. Unsure whether to continue holding it or drop it, he struggled and said, I don't wish to harm any of you, but my estate cannot be forcefully trespassed. The scholar responded, everyone here knows Master Chen Changfeng is your sworn brother. Protecting him is natural. But if this matter were trivial, we wouldn't be pressing you so harshly. As soon as these words left the scholar's lips, Qi Chaoshi couldn't help but mutter a tsk. Instead of becoming defensive, Qin Zheng relaxed his brows, his tone softening, if so, we don't need to confront each other so aggressively. Let's calmly deliberate instead. According to your wishes, how do you propose to deal with the ghostly events troubling our city? This question left the crowd momentarily stunned. They murmured among themselves and looked around before parting a path, from which a Taoist priest slowly stepped forward. The priest was clearly advanced in years, sporting a goatee, with a peachwood sword slung across his back. His worn but clean Taoist robe was somewhat oversized, draping loosely over his gaunt frame to lend him an almost ethereal appearance. Master Qin, the priest sighed, to be honest, I've been setting up rituals for days to drive out evil spirits and avert calamities. Unfortunately, Master Chen's undead body harbors deep-rooted grudges that exude heavy malevolence. Unless we decisively act soon to remove this menace, the evil ghost will bring chaos and misfortune upon Qian City. Qin Zheng frowned once more. Chen Changfeng is upright and kind-hearted, how could he transform into an evil ghost? Does Master Qin doubt my words? Could last night's wrongful death and blood marks be fabrications? If it wasn't an evil ghost, what explanation is there? Speechless for a moment, Qin Zheng eventually asked cautiously, what ritual does the Taoist master intend to perform? The undead is the trapped spirit of the dead, seeking release and peace through my altar rites, involving 3 days and nights of burning purification to cleanse its sins. Afterward, scattering its ashes into the river and opening the 5 directions of the underworld can allow it to reincarnate via the yellow springs. You're asking me to pulverize his bones and scatter them? Qin Zheng's voice rose sharply, incredulous. This is required for the ceremony. Absolutely impossible. Qin Zheng firmly interrupted. Master Qin, please think carefully. The situation forces us to this desperate measure. But you're condemning Changfeng to have no place to rest in death. He's committed no wrongdoing in his life, so why should he suffer such a fate? Qin Zheng practically growled. His words were like a spark tossed into the crowd, igniting immediate rage. A woman screeched, he's innocent, but what about my child? What did they do to deserve this end? Are only your sworn brothers human lives while we are not? Outcries of resentment arose. Jiang Li could no longer contain herself and was about to speak, but she was preempted by Qi Chaoshi. He grabbed her shoulders and pulled her close, covering her mouth with one hand while whispering in her ear, this isn't something we should get involved in. Your intervention would only create confusion. Jiang Li stared at him, shaking her head disapprovingly, whispering, be quiet. She stopped struggling but kept her eyes fixed on Qin Zheng. Sharp words flew like a storm of daggers, leaving Qin Zheng enraged yet powerless, like a caged beast. The scholar urged, Master Qin, performing rites for these troubled souls is a great merit. Anyone who knows this will surely understand it was beyond your control and won't tarnish your heroic reputation. Beyond my control. Qin Zheng finally lost patience, roaring out, years ago when Wan Xiao met an unusual death, due to lacking clues, I could do nothing. Now because it's supposedly beyond my control, I'm expected to burn Chen Changfeng's remains to ashes. True, everyone might sympathize, preserving my name unscathed. But if shedding blame is so easy, why bother making blood oaths in the first place? When I face them in the netherworld, where will I find the face to meet them, let alone being labeled as hypocritical filth unworthy of being called brother? Toward the end, his voice betrayed a hint of choking, his eyes rimming red. The scholar locked gazes with him, raising his voice in accusation. So, Master Qin, would you rather sacrifice thousands of lives in this city to preserve your selfish sense of integrity? Qin Jing shook violently, stumbling backward in shock, rendered speechless. Chapter 43. Seeing him rendered speechless, the crowd surged forward once more. Qin Jing gritted his teeth and swung the Yulong spear, attempting to intimidate them again. However, the scholar saw through his outward show of courage masking inner cowardice, predicting correctly that Qin Jing wouldn't dare use real force. The scholar stepped forward bravely towards the tip of the spear. The iron-tipped spear trembled slightly, as Qin Jing's face was filled with anguish and suffering. He retreated step by painful step. Encouraged, the group gained morale, those without weapons crowded together following the scholar, all showing no fear of death. Facing the sharpness of the spear, they shouted, driving Qin Jing into a desperate situation where he would soon lose the last line of defense before the mansion gates. At this very moment, a deafening thunderclap suddenly erupted right at the mansion gate. The crowd jumped in fright. Qi Zhaoxi released her hand from covering Jiang Li's mouth but still held him in her embrace. Together with everyone else, she gazed at the woman standing arrogantly at the mansion gate. Madame Qin, Ruan Ning, had appeared at an unknown point, with several maids behind her holding long-necked porcelain bottles. After glancing around, she seized one of the porcelain bottles, hurling it forcefully against the ground before it shattered with a loud crack, precisely the source of the thunderclap. The ground was now littered with sharp fragments of broken porcelain. Everyone fell silent, puzzled and bewildered, watching what she was doing. Madam, what are you doing? Qin Jing, propping himself on his spear, exhaustedly urged her, go back inside quickly. It's too chaotic here. Be careful not to hurt yourself. Ruan Ning completely ignored him, smiling coolly at the crowd as she said, why are all of you making such a ruckus? Why don't you let me hear it too? Madam Qin. A woman carrying a young girl pushed her way forward, pleading bitterly, Madam Qin must empathize with us. No matter how we ask, Sir Qin refuses to hand over that demon. We've been truly tormented by him. Look, my child has suffered high fever for 2 days since being frightened that night. Ruan Ning glanced at the girl in her arms and reached out to touch her forehead. Indeed, it was scorching hot. She sighed helplessly, pathetic. Isn't it true? You can decide who's right. Pathetic to have a mother like you. Ruan Ning withdrew her hand. The woman immediately turned red with rage. What do you mean by that? The child has had a fever for 2 days already, burning away her consciousness. You haven't taken her to a medical clinic but brought her here instead, letting her be agitated in this noisy chaos, using her pain as leverage. What are your intentions? Ruan Ning countered sharply. If you truly cared and were unwilling to see her suffer, why didn't you seek treatment for her, yet instead let her go through these hardships, never allowing her peace? You have no right to say I'm not sincere. She's my own flesh and blood, of course I'm the most heartbroken. The woman retorted loudly. Did you take her to the clinic? Did you consult a doctor to determine if it's a common cold or supernatural interference? How could that be questioned? I heard ghostly noises from graves on the street clearly. How could I lie to you about something like this? Ruan Ning stared straight into her eyes, answer me honestly. Have you visited a clinic? Unable to hold her gaze, the woman lowered her voice hesitantly. Despite her reluctance, she hugged the girl closer and muttered something incomprehensible while retreating back into the crowd. Ruan Ning turned her gaze to the scholar, chuckling lightly, I remember your surname being Lu. That's correct. The scholar bowed politely at her acknowledgement, I feel honored that Madame Qin remembers. 2 years ago during the flood, harvests everywhere weren't good. My husband set up tents outside the academy to provide free porridge and when I helped, I happened to see you. Others praised your profound knowledge. Ruan Ning glanced at Qin Zheng, whose expression changed subtly, continuing, in those hard times, my husband admired scholars and insisted on donating silver to the academy so you could survive the famine year. At that time, I tried to persuade him, questioning whether he really needed to feel morally righteous at the expense of our household's well-being. The scholar clearly understood she'd used his own words earlier as mockery, deliberately emphasizing each syllable. Unable to respond, he only gave an awkward laugh. I value your talent, so I want to warn you sincerely, Ruan Ning added another word. Please enlighten me, Madam Qin. Such unrighteous wealth isn't easy to keep, beware that it hasn't warmed up in your hands when someone turns around and seals your lips. The scholar's complexion froze, under the suspicion-filled stares of those around him, feeling as though he were being grilled over flames. His forehead broke out in sweat, I don't understand what Madam Qin is saying. You understand very well, Ruan Ning replied flatly. Seeing this, one of the men who'd shouted before couldn't hold back any longer, what exactly do you mean by that, woman? Are you calling us paid troublemakers? Like I look like someone short of money? Why don't you call yourself a cheap? A sharp glint suddenly flashed before his eyes, cutting off the man's words abruptly. Qin Zheng slowly drew back the yulong spear from in front of him, warning in a grave tone, "Watch your mouth." Angry and afraid, the man spat on the ground, then reluctantly began to speak. "If Lady Qin is implying that we're paid troublemakers, then what about those who have died? Were they also bribed to commit suicide? And how do you explain the case of the martial artist earlier? Are you suggesting he skinned himself in the middle of the night and left it on the road?" "I was just about to bring this up." Wan Ning faced the crowd. "Everyone's been talking about how an expert martial artist in the city was killed by a malevolent ghost. His skin was discovered on the street at dawn, but how many of you actually witnessed it with your own eyes?" The group erupted into noisy commotion as everyone looked around anxiously waiting for someone to step forward and confirm it. Wan Ning calmly pressed further. "Also, how old was this martial artist? What did he look like? How tall was he? What clothes did he wear? Which kind of weapon did he use? And exactly which night and street did he die on? Can anyone confirm any of these details? How could these be known? The authorities must have suppressed the information," someone argued defiantly. "At dawn and on the streets, isn't it odd that none of you saw anything?" Wan Ning asked. "Maybe the ones who did see are safely home now and not among us," the man shouted back loudly. Wan Ning chuckled softly again. "Isn't it awfully coincidental?" Still stubborn, the man countered, "What if it's really just that coincidence? Do you think just because we didn't see means nothing happened? That's obviously a rumor designed to intimidate, propagated widely by some deliberate mischief makers." Wan Ning stated coldly, "Had there truly been such a horrifying death, you wouldn't have waited until after Tan from Golden Sparrow Pavilion died to create a fuss." Listening silently up to this point, the bearded Taoist priest stepped forward from the crowd and met Wan Ning's gaze. "Does Lady Qin admit that something unfortunate occurred last night?" "It's merely fact." "Since Lady Qin knows about the incident last night, then surely she should realize how terrifying the evil ghost is," the Taoist continued. "If things are left unchecked and Qin the hero insists on protecting this living corpse while obstructing my rituals to suppress it, the consequences will be unimaginably disastrous." "The master's remarks sound very strange," Wan Ning retorted. "Since you've never seen it yourself, how can you be so sure that there's a living corpse residing in my house? Chen Changfeng is merely grievously injured and unconscious with his heart still beating lively within his chest, and his wife has been attentively taking care of him. They're alive and well, yet somehow become corpses, according to you." Surprised, Qin Zheng couldn't help but glance over at her. The Taoist replied smoothly, "It's precisely because of the guiding mystical artifacts that I came to Qian City. The bizarre phenomena here confirm the activities of living corpses. The dark energy gathering above your residence clearly indicates the formation of an evil ghost through vengeful spirits. As for what Lady Qin says, that's simply the deceptive nature of living corpses, looking outwardly normal, easily deceiving ordinary people, yet unable to escape the keen eyes of a practitioner. Is the master truly so skilled that he can identify them with just a single glance?" "Certainly. If Lord Qin would stop interfering, I'd be happy to point out the situation to Lady Qin." "Very well," said Wan Ning. Jiang Li on one side couldn't help exchanging a glance with Qi Chaoyi, spotting the same confusion in each other's eyes. Anxious, Qin Zheng was about to protest when he was stopped by a meaningful look from Wan Ning. All he heard her continue, "But as a mere mortal, I can't see this so-called dark energy or vengeful spirits. If the master casually deceives me, I'd have no way to distinguish between truth and falsehood. What should we do? My life's work is to drive away ghosts and eradicate harm, ensuring peace throughout the land. Why would I deceive you? Then let's settle this way." Wan Ning turned slightly, pointing at the porcelain shards scattered outside the door. "Master, if you can walk barefoot across these pieces into the gate, I will believe in your sincerity and determination to expel ghosts for the people. Even if my husband gets angry today, I will certainly accompany you to examine Chen Changfeng's condition." "Agreed." These broken shards almost covered a stretch of the path leading to the gate, their sharp edges gleaming coldly. Walking barefoot would essentially be a form of torture. The Taoist's expression finally changed. "Must Lady Qin disgrace me in such a manner?" Wan Ning feigned incomprehension. "What do you mean, master? Using such methods to force me, isn't that humiliation?" The Taoist turned to the others behind him. "I've come here with a pure intention of capturing ghosts and safeguarding the commoners. Would you really treat me like this?" Master Daoist's cultivation runs deep, naturally he is protected by his artistry. "If you can suppress evil ghosts, these little shards surely cannot harm you at all." Wan Ning interjected before the others had a chance to speak. "You misunderstand me, my request was simply to witness your skill so that Lord Qin might trust you are not one of those charlatans in the... Surely everyone here would like to see it as well." The Daoist was momentarily speechless. The man beside him shouted first, "Go ahead and walk across if you dare. What are you afraid of? Master, show this woman what you're made of." With this shout, the emotions of the onlookers were stirred up again. They were already so close to entering the residence to capture the ghost, so everyone started clamoring once more, urging the Daoist to quickly lead them inside. The more urgently they pressed, the darker the Daoist's expression grew until he could no longer bear it, angrily rebuking, "Ridiculous." He then turned around and strode away without a second thought. This left the crowd looking at each other helplessly, unsure of what to do next. It seems the Daoist's determination to rid the people of calamity amounts to nothing. After watching his retreating figure vanish, Wan Ning turned her gaze to the others. "Will you all still linger, intending to wait outside my gate for him to change his mind?" Without their central figure, the group felt awkward remaining, glancing at one another and gradually dispersing with murmurs. After the farce ended, Wan Ning instructed a maid following behind her to lay out the cushions she had been holding over the porcelain shards. Completely ignoring whatever Qin Zheng was saying, she stepped over the thick soft cushion and walked back into the estate. Qin Zheng hurried to catch up but paused abruptly, remembering something. He retraced his steps and seized the woman holding the child. Under her panicked gaze, he fished out a piece of silver from his robes and thrust it into her hands. "Hurry and take your child to the clinic, don't delay any further." Having said that, he didn't linger for her reaction but hurried off to follow Wan Ning. On the contrary, Qi Chaoyi shook his head and sighed. Throwing money won't work anymore. Qin's reputation was ruined the moment Chen Changfeng took hold of Yulong's spear. Such minor favors will not win back people's hearts. Look at the great heroes, not even a shred of private sentiment is allowed. The Jiangli in his arms squirmed slightly, reminding him to let go. Standing beside him again, Jiangli watched the maidservant clean up the mess at the front gate and suddenly asked, "If it were you, what would you do?" Qi Chaoyi thought for a moment and replied, "Given Ibu's skill in concocting human puppets, there is absolutely no way Chen Changfeng can survive." Though the Taoist had ulterior motives, his method was indeed sound. If we hadn't eradicated everything with fire, anomalies would have inevitably followed. Jiang Li's eyes, full of complexity, looked towards him hesitantly asking after much deliberation, "Do you know a lot about Bana sect?" Qi Chaoyi faltered slightly but soon draped his arm over Jiang Li's shoulder and walked back casually, swiftly covering it up. "It's not that I know much, but rather you know too little. These matters are common knowledge among those who roam the jianghu." Jiang Li nodded, saying nothing further. Unable to make out his expression, Qi Chaoyi unconsciously tightened his grip on Jiang Li's shoulder. Chapter 44. Qin Zheng chased after Wan Ning and returned to the room. He ordered all the maidservants to withdraw, then looked at Wan Ning, who was sitting by the table drinking tea and still showing her cold demeanor, ignoring him. Qin Zheng walked around the room with his hands behind his back a few times, cleared his throat and tentatively began, "Madam, just outside you said, you believe Changfeng is still alive." At this statement, Wan Ning finally glanced at him, surprised. "That was what I said for others to hear, they didn't believe it, but you do? Is that true?" Qin Zheng reacted slowly, looking somewhat stunned. "What do you mean? What you've said aren't your real words. Or what?" Wan Ning put down her teacup and stared directly at him. "I've warned you long ago, Chen Changfeng should not be spared, otherwise, trouble will surely arise. Yet, you insisted on arguing with me, refusing to heed even a single word. Now do you believe me? Since today's matter has been resolved, then." Wan Ning cut him off mercilessly. "Today's incident is merely the beginning. Things will only get more complicated in the future. This time, we managed to fend off outsiders. Next time, how will we handle it? Can't you see yet, as long as you don't take care of Chen Changfeng, we'll never have peace. Could your peace really be more important than Changfeng's life?" Qin Zheng furrowed his brows. "Chen Changfeng is dead." Wan Ning raised her voice. "How many times must I tell you? Whether you believe me or not, he will never wake up again. Would you ruin everything for a dead man?" Qin Zheng's veins instantly bulged, but instead of losing his temper as usual, he bit his teeth and remained silent for a long time. The light in his eyes dimmed completely. He turned away, unwilling to look at her anymore. "It seems I've misunderstood, actually thinking that you had changed." Wan Ning did not reply. "Yet you were not like this before, Wan Ning," Qin Zheng said disappointedly in a low voice, "selfish, cold-blooded, unreasonable, unpredictable, now you're like a venomous shrew." Wan Ning trembled from head to toe, her knuckles whitened as she tightened her grip on the teacup, forcing herself to keep her tone low. "Say it again." Qin Zheng took a step closer and stared directly into her eyes. "Now you're like a venomous shrew, why have you become this way?" Wan Ning threw the teacup at him, scalding tea soaking through his garment. She glared defiantly at Qin Zheng. "Even if I am a shrew, it's all your fault. It's you who made me this way. How have I wronged you?" Qin Zheng couldn't understand. "You certainly wronged me." Wan Ning's voice grew colder, her shoulders trembling. "We've been married for 10 years, and I've been tormented for all those 10 years. Why did you marry me in the first place? It's all because of you that I've become like this. But I never forced you to do anything. You personally agreed to marry me, no one coerced you." Qin Zheng said, "You say you've been tormented, haven't I suffered over these 10 years as well?" Wan Ning's pupils contracted sharply, as if stung. "Fine, if you've suffered so much, then why endure? Divorce me." Qin Zheng slammed his palm hard on the table in uncontrollable anger, making a loud thud that caused the teapot and porcelain plates to shake, overturned cups spilling streams of water. Water droplets trickled down the edges of the table to the floor. His chest rose and fell violently, but his rage gradually subsided, leaving only a faint sigh. "I swore an oath before my second brother, your elder brother Wan Shaoling, to take care of you forever. I won't divorce you." Upon hearing this, Wan Ning suddenly reddened her eyes, tears streaming down as emotions overcame her. "You are forbidden to mention my brother. If my brother were still alive, I would never have become like this." She recklessly grabbed cups and the teapot and hurled them at Qin Zheng indiscriminately. Qin Zheng hastily dodged, listening to her choked sobs and still cold tone. "You dare not mention him. Go out. Don't stay here. I don't want to see you. Qin Zheng gave her a complex look at the streaks of tears on her face, finally declaring, unreasonable, and left. After he slammed the door behind him, Wan Ning collapsed onto the table, crying uncontrollably. He hadn't taken more than a few steps outside when Qin Zheng had no choice but to stop. Awkwardness overcame him as he came face to face with someone. Yan Xinghe, for some reason, wasn't taking care of Qin Changfeng, but instead appeared here. It was unclear how long she'd been there or how much of the argument inside she'd heard. Her hands gripped nervously together, embarrassment and uneasiness on her face not less than Qin Zheng's. Qin Zheng glanced back at the closed door, hearing the muffled sobbing coming from within, which disturbed his mind greatly. He took a deep breath, trying to appear as natural as possible, and gestured toward the gate of the yard. Sister-in-law, let's talk outside. Yan Xinghe nodded, following Qin Zheng out of the courtyard and stopping under a towering wudong tree. She took the initiative to speak. Brother, I've come to bid you farewell. Qin Zheng was startled, immediately becoming anxious as he tried to explain, my wife has always been like this, she's just upset with me. It has nothing to do with Changfeng. What she said, those were casual words. Don't take them seriously. Yan Xinghe shook her head, I only just arrived, I didn't hear anything. Then did someone tell you about what happened outside the estate? Qin Zheng asked hastily, it's already resolved. You don't need to worry anymore in the future. Even if it costs me my life, I will ensure both your safety and Changfeng's without any doubt. This has nothing to do with today's matter, Yan Xinghe responded quietly, long ago, I sent a letter back home asking for my uncles to come to Qiancheng and take Changfeng back with them. Why must he go back? Stay here with me. We can figure things out together for Changfeng. Qin Zheng pleaded urgently, sister-in-law, there are things you don't know. I've already found a way, but I just need time to make it happen. Yan Xinghe still shook her head, my uncle should arrive tomorrow, which is why I've come to say goodbye. Qin Zheng opened his mouth several times but ultimately couldn't think of anything more to say. Yan Xinghe smiled faintly at him, big brother, I know how hard these past days have been on you. Please don't blame yourself, I thank you on Changfeng's behalf. There was a long pause between them. Yan Xinghe added that she needed to return to accompany Qin Changfeng and would not linger much longer. Qin Zheng stood beneath the tree alone, watching her silhouette disappear into the distance. The wind rustled through the lush leaves above his head, creating a gentle whisper. Lost in thought, he stood by the tree for a long while before finally moving slowly through a long corridor and entering the dim wine cellar. Qin Zheng grabbed a jar of wine at random, broke its clay seal, and tilted it back, gulping it down. The liquor gushed out, streaming down his throat, yet it tasted even more bitter than the anguish in his heart. He drained one jar after another, until the alcohol spilled over his chin and soaked his chest and clothes. Losing his footing, he slipped and leaned against the wall, slumping onto the ground. The darkness in his vision deepened. Qin Zheng closed his eyes but saw instead a peach tree in full bloom. He stepped closer, noticing Qin Changfeng squatting beside the roots of the peach tree, pressing a buried wine jar firmly into the soil. He patted the dirt off his hands, looked up with a bright smile, and said, done. I specially picked the strongest brew for us. 10 years from now, when we dig it up, the three of us will definitely be drunk. Unable to resist, Qin Zheng chuckled in agreement, that's right. Just then, he heard someone call his name behind him. Turning around, he saw Yuan Shao holding a sword not far away, beckoning to him, big brother, since we're parting soon, I want to see your legendary dragon dance 12 styles. Qin Zheng gladly accepted, grabbing the dragon dance spear stuck into the nearby mound and swiftly maneuvering. His spear moved gracefully and quickly, weaving like an ink-black dragon dancing and intertwining with the sword. The wind stirred, shaking petals off the branches and scattering them like red rain. Yuan Zhao's vision momentarily blurred from the petals floating by, causing his movements to slightly slow. Before he could dodge fully, the tip of the spear tore through and nicked his arm, splashing a spot of blood. Startled, Qin Zheng hastily withdrew his weapon, checking Yuan Zhao's injury while repeatedly apologizing, sorry. It's all my fault for losing control. Yuan Shao waved his hand unconcernedly, just a minor wound, probably leaving a scar at most. How can you blame yourself when I'm simply not skilled enough? Come on, big brother. He placed a hand on Qin Zheng's shoulder, your dragon dance 12 styles truly live up to their reputation. Let's keep drinking. As they walked forward together, Yuan Shao led him along a narrow path, revealing a small courtyard ahead. A young girl within seemed eerily familiar to Qin Zheng, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't recall who she was. The girl was focused entirely on kicking a brightly colored shuttlecock. One movement followed another seamlessly, seemingly oblivious to their approach. Her motions were light and agile, filled with flair. With a deft flick of her toes, the shuttlecock soared high over her shoulder, only to be skillfully caught again on her heel. Beautiful. Qin Zheng couldn't help exclaiming, feeling a sudden lightness in his heart. The sudden sound startled the girl. Her shuttlecock veered off course and flew directly toward him. Without hesitation, Qin Zheng easily caught it and met her gaze, filled with surprise and uncertainty. Ning, these two gentlemen are my sworn brothers, Yuan Shao said with a smile. The girl turned her head and immediately brightened upon seeing Yuan Shao, rushing over and hugging him with open arms. "Brother, you've finally come down the mountain to visit us." Yuan Shao effortlessly swung her around once in a circle before setting her back down. "You've grown taller, and heavier too." Turning her shoulder to face Qin Zheng, he introduced her. "This gentleman is my sworn elder brother Qin Zheng. You should address him as brother too." The girl glanced at him, then quickly lowered her head, clearly feeling uncomfortable. She mumbled a call of "big brother." Qin Zheng handed the shuttlecock back to her, and as soon as she took it, she ran back into her chamber and closed the door. Yuan Shao entered the house to fetch some wine, then invited Qin Zheng and Chen Changfeng to sit beside the stone table in the courtyard. Qin Zheng picked up his cup of wine, but instinctively glanced toward the direction of the room, just in time to catch the girl leaning by the window looking at them. He smiled involuntarily, and the girl's expression flickered. She immediately shut the window with a snap. Qin Zheng was thoroughly confused, so he asked Yuan Shao, "Did I do something to offend your sister?" "Who knows?" Yuan Shao chuckled and shook his head. "Women's thoughts are hard to guess." Qin Zheng cast another look toward the window. Behind the thin paper window, it seemed like there was still a faint shadow. At Bourgeois sect. A soft click echoed, and Yin Huaishu turned around to see the black eagle perched quietly on the windowsill. He approached and untied the bamboo tube from the eagle's leg, drew out the note inside, and unfolded it. The handwriting belonged to Xiao Lingyu. "All preparations are complete, we only lack the right wind." Yin Huaishu read this short sentence repeatedly, then lit a candle and burned the note into ashes. He rushed out the door, went to the rear mountain, stopped in front of the insect chamber, calmed himself, and knocked. "Right guardian, Yin Huaishu has urgent matters to report." "Come in." Yin Huaishu pushed the door open, knelt down close to Yi Buji, and said as soon as he opened his mouth, "Congratulations to the right guardian on the successful cultivation of the human insect." Yi Buji was watching two venomous insects fighting in a porcelain cup. Upon hearing this, he gave him a puzzled glance. "Successful cultivation? How would I know about that?" "It's the human insect that was abducted earlier, named Chen Changfeng. He is currently in Qianqing. His body doesn't decay, the insect hasn't died, and calculated to be nearing the 49-day limit, it is precisely the time when the right guardian's human insect should have succeeded." Yi Buji raised an eyebrow. "Is the information reliable?" 100% certain, Yin Huaishu responded. "I've sent people to investigate. The abnormal conditions of the human insect have already caused panic throughout the city, even creating disorder outside the residence of Qin Zheng who abducted the human insect. This is interesting," Yi Buji thought aloud. "Go notify Helan to bring men and accompany me to Qianqing." Yin Huaishu remained kneeling where he was, silent and unmoving. "Do you have something else?" "The situation in Qianqing is best known to me, not Helan or his group." Hearing this, Yi Buji finally turned around to face him, towering over him emotionlessly as he scrutinized him. "Yin Huaishu lacks competence and cannot alleviate the right guardian's burdens, but regarding such trivial matters, I may still be of some use. Willingly offering myself to be used however the right guardian desires." He slowly bent lower until his forehead touched the cold stone floor, pressed against the edge of Yi Buji's shoe, whispering humbly, "Whatever Helan can accomplish, I, Yin Huaishu, may not necessarily fail at." Yi Buji lifted his chin with the tip of his shoe, asking, "What scheme are you brewing?" If that shoe tip were to exert just a little more pressure, it could crush his throat. Yin Huaishu trembled slightly in form, closed his eyes, and struggled to say, "I want to live." Yi Buji burst into sudden laughter, withdrew his foot, and looked meaningfully down at the person on the ground. "Yet your body filled with poison, who dares touch you?" "There are ways." Yin Huaishu hung his head, coldly laughing. "Does the right guardian think Wai Shenjian of Qing Mountain sect never forgets me? Men, regardless of being righteous or evil, fundamentally remain the same. Fine, let this mission be handled by you." Yi Buji walked past him and left the insect chamber, saying, "As for other things, we'll talk after we return." Yin Huaishu murmured agreement and turned his head to look at his retreating figure, a fleeting shade of darkness passing through his eyes. Chapter 45. In the dimness, Qin Zheng slowly opened his eyes and sat there in a daze for quite a while before he recalled why he was in the wine cellar. Qin Zheng stood up with his hand against the wall, staggering out. The bright light stabbed his eyes painfully, and he quickly raised his sleeve to block it, at the same time catching the strong smell of alcohol from his crumpled robes. Without bothering to change, Qin Zheng went directly towards the annex. The sunlight was faint, the breeze moist, with occasional melodious bird chirps, as if he had been drunk all day and night and now it was morning again. The maidservants who met him followed closely, nagging anxiously, asking where master had gone, since madam still prepared a full table of food and drink last night and didn't see you until deep into the night. Qin Zheng paid no heed and walked straight towards the annex, passing through the corridor, stepping over the moon gate, and saw three people talking in the main hall. That man who claimed to be Lu Qiubai immediately noticed him, smiling as he came forward to greet him. Qin Zheng brushed him aside and stared directly at the young man by his side. Without warning, his knees bent, and he fell on his knees in front of him. Jiang Li was startled and tried to dodge, but Qin Zheng had already grabbed his arm tightly. "Save Changfeng." Qin Zheng's voice was hoarse. "I know you have the longevity scripture, I beg you to save Chen Changfeng." He gripped so hard that his prominent tendons were like an iron hoop, causing Jiang Li's arm to hurt. Jiang Li was somewhat at a loss, trying to break free while instinctively glancing at Qi Chaoshi. Qi Chaoshi had quickly approached, forcefully breaking Qin Zheng's wrist, shielding Jiang Li behind him with one move, still wearing a perfect smile on his face. Look at Mr. Qin, drunk all over with alcohol, how he got so intoxicated that even his words became nonsensical. Young Master Jiang should not be frightened. Xue Lu barely recovered from the shocking scene and hurriedly came forward, intending to help Qin Zheng stand up. But Qin Zheng knelt motionlessly, eyes unwaveringly locked on the person in front of him, saying, Qi Chaoshi, I know it's you, and you also know what I'm talking about. There is no one else here, I've been this straightforward, so who are you performing for? Qi Chaoshi gradually faded his smile and did not hurry to reply. Qin Zheng lacked such patience, confessing immediately, I, Qin Zheng, can swear to heaven that I absolutely do not mean to use this as leverage against you. I only wish to beseech you to save Changfeng. In return, whether it's my entire fortune or the dragon soaring spear technique, whatever I can offer, you can take without hesitation. Before Qi Chaoshi could speak, Jiang Li stepped out from behind him and said to Qin Zheng, I cannot save Qin Changfeng. Yes, I understand that you wouldn't easily trust me. Tell me, what would it take for you to act? You don't have to beg me, I can't save anyone. Jiang Li stated. Qin Zheng pointed at Qi Chaoshi, but you truly brought him back from the dead, half the martial world can attest he was burned alive. At this point, Xue Lu couldn't hold himself back any longer and added, Master Qin, those people just witnessed a charred body and assumed based on chaos. It wasn't really verifiable that the body was his. Now, I'll be honest, actually, Qi Chaoshi never died. No, don't fool me, Qin Zheng stubbornly shook his head. It doesn't make sense. For no reason, why would someone fake a charred corpse? If he's alive, then why isn't he visible? Moreover, the two of you buried the corpse yourselves, can't you distinguish between real and fake? Xue Lu was speechless. Such a lie does no good. Now everyone in the whole martial world knows. Qin Zheng said, it must be the longevity scripture, only the longevity scripture could revive someone. But why are you so certain the longevity scripture is in Jiang Li's possession? Qi Chaoshi suddenly asked, just because he's my disciple. Qin Zheng shook his head again, his gaze fixated once more on Jiang Li. Young Sir Jiang may not know, but that night when you stole the corpse, it wasn't unseen. A guard patrolling in the distance saw you clearly. Jiang Li frowned, that wasn't me. This is irrelevant, I just want Changfeng to live. Qin Zheng didn't want endless debate about facts and truth. With a fervent look at Jiang Li, he seemed ready to tear open his chest and expose his heart, doing everything he could to move him. Sir Jiang, have you ever felt pain? What did it feel like looking at Master Qi's corpse? If you've experienced such feelings, you would understand my state of mind right now. Jiang Li's calm eyes suddenly showed ripples, as if reminded of something, but pressed his lips tighter, remaining silent. Qi Chaoshi couldn't help but grasp the hand of Jiang Li hanging at his side. Jiang Li turned his head to look at him, and Qi Chaoshi only then realized that his mind was blank, having not yet gathered appropriate words. So, he gripped the hand somewhat nervously, pressing his warm palm against slightly cool fingertips. Jiang Li didn't pull away, allowing the warmth to be conveyed as he looked back at Qin Zheng who waited anxiously for him to speak. However, Xue Lu acted first, taking advantage of Qin Zheng's momentary inattention to forcefully pull him up with an unexpected rude motion, then called out toward the door without waiting for Qin Zheng's reaction, Madam Chen, how did you come? Qin Zheng spun around abruptly and indeed saw Yi Xinghe standing by the door. I'm stopping by to say farewell before I leave. The maidservant said that my brother-in-law came here, so since all of you are present, Yi Xinghe walked slowly into the hall, trying her best to ignore the strange atmosphere inside. My uncle and younger brother have already arrived and are helping me and Changfeng pack our luggage. We'll set off to return home today. I'm extremely grateful for your concern and care these past few days. Are you leaving now? Xue Lu hadn't expected it. Yes. Yi Xinghe had just nodded when Qin Zheng, looking nearly out of sorts, grabbed her arm urgently and pleaded, younger sister, wait a little longer. Give me more time, there'll soon be a way. We can definitely save Changfeng. Just then, a house servant rushed in with alarm from outside, shouting loudly, Master, please take a look quickly. Master Chen has awakened. But his appearance is quite strange. This sudden shout was like a bolt of lightning, and before the servant could finish, Yi Xinghe lifted her dress and began running back. Qin Zheng froze momentarily upon seeing this, then immediately forgot about everyone else and hurried after her. The remaining three, Qi Chaoshi, Jiang Li, and Xue Lu, exchanged astonished glances and followed out the door. Wait, after only a few steps, Qi Chaoshi suddenly called them to stop, listen carefully. Jiang Li and Xue Lu stood in the courtyard, focusing intently. Ding! A faint, clear, prolonged sound could be heard, like the ringing of bells. Jiang Li keenly judged the direction of the sound source. Driven by an unusual yet strong intuition, he leapt onto the high wall and left a parting remark before following the sound, leave this to me. Qi Chaoshi and Xue Lu didn't delay either and headed towards the opposite courtyard. Unexpectedly, they passed through the moon gate and directly saw Qin Changfeng stepping out of the room slowly, one step after another. Yi Xinghe was even more shocked, unable to move in the middle of the yard, dumbly staring at him, covering her mouth as tears flowed profusely. Meanwhile, Qin Zheng was overjoyed and rushed forward, calling out his name while opening his arms intending to embrace him tightly. However, just as Qin Zheng's hand touched Chen Changfeng's shoulder, Chen Changfeng moved suddenly, bending his palm into a claw straight for Qin Zheng's chest. Qin Zheng had no defense, and the excruciating pain forced him to instinctively retreat, stumbling and kneeling down. Cold sweat poured from his forehead. He gritted his teeth and looked down to see 5 blood marks gradually seeping through the cloth on his chest. Yi Xinghe cried out in shock and immediately rushed forward to grab hold of Chen Changfeng's arm. "Changfeng, what are you doing? Don't you recognize brother? You." Chen Changfeng forcibly threw her off, causing her to fall to the ground like a falling leaf. "Chen Changfeng, you bastard. Do you not recognize me either?" Yi Xinghe painfully supported herself from the ground despite the pain, staring disbelievingly at him. She had always been protected and cherished, never having fallen so hard in her life. "Xinghe, escape fast. Changfeng has lost his senses, he will kill us." From inside the room, 2 figures struggled to rise and shouted loudly at her, a middle-aged man and a young one, clearly the second uncle and younger brother she mentioned earlier. Both were bleeding from their noses and mouths. How could this be? Yi Xinghe stammered, "Changfeng, look at me. I am your childhood friend. I am your wife." But Chen Changfeng showed no reaction at all, stepping forward again and once more shaping his fingers into claws as he reached for her. At that hair-raising instant, a green figure flashed and pulled a sword, blocking her from harm. The clash of the iron sword with Chen Changfeng's flesh and blood hand produced a metallic clang, as if stone had struck metal. Xue Lu was instantly startled. The sensation transmitted through the sword was far from normal human tissue, hard and unyielding, almost like Chen Changfeng's body had solidified into chunks of stone. Realizing the situation was grave, Xue Lu stopped engaging head-on and carried Yi Xinghe while flying backward. Ding! In the distance, the bell-like sound rang out again. Chen Changfeng immediately chased after Xue Lu. This time, he wasn't slow, making his stiff movements evident, even slightly twisted, as if he were struggling to fully control this long-dormant body. Xue Lu had to protect Yi Xinghe while parrying the pursuing blows with his sword. This limited his agility, especially since this small annex offered little room for evasive maneuvers. Watching Chen Changfeng draw closer, Xue Lu was just about to shout for help when suddenly a hand reached out diagonally and firmly seized Chen Changfeng by the shoulder. Using his forward momentum, the attacker spun around and pulled Chen Changfeng off balance, making him fall heavily onto the ground. Qi Chaoyi then bent down quickly, pinching the jawline of Chen Changfeng and lifting his face up for close inspection. The one open eye revealed dilated pupils, characteristic of a dead person. Strange. Is this what they call a human puppet? As if answering his question, the bell-like sound rang again, this time sharper and more urgent. Ding! Ding! Chen Changfeng lunged toward Qi Chaoyi abruptly. With lightning-fast reflexes, Qi Chaoyi sidestepped and unsheathed his sword, aiming straight at Chen Changfeng's chest as he turned to pounce once more. However, Chen Changfeng used his forearm to block the blow, relying on his hardened body to deflect the attack. Then, pressing the palm of his hand against the sword blade, he pushed it downwards, targeting Qi Chaoyi's waist with an upward slicing motion. Qi Chaoyi immediately dodged sideways and couldn't help but be surprised. Chen Changfeng was using a palm technique that mimicked a sword strike. It seemed that even though he was dead, the martial arts techniques were deeply imprinted in his body, still usable by the human puppet. Recognizing the seriousness of the situation, Qi Chaoyi focused intently, forming a series of fluid motions that created a blue-green arc of energy. In an instant, he slashed open Chen Changfeng's throat. Yet not a drop of blood fell, only a heart-wrenching scream filled the air. No! Yi Xinghe struggled fiercely to break free from Xue Li's grasp but was tightly held back again. She could do nothing but watch and cry out, "No, please. I beg you. For so long, I have waited and hoped, and only now has Changfeng awoken. Please don't kill him." Yi Xinghe wouldn't give up or accept her fate. Her voice hoarse, she shouted towards Chen Changfeng, "Changfeng, wake up. Clear your mind. Look at me, I beg you, I have known you all my life. How can you forget me?" Her tears streamed incessantly. Changfeng and Xinghe, their families had predetermined their marriage even in naming them together as part of a pact. Amidst the flashes of swords, Qi Chaoyi understood the true anguish behind the young woman's plea. "I have loved you all my life, how dare you forget me?" Though Qi Chaoyi didn't know if the human puppet could hear her words, Chen Changfeng showed no reaction whatsoever. The soul tied to her all these years had vanished, leaving only an animated corpse determined to fight until death. Yi Xinghe screamed herself into exhaustion, only able to remain upright thanks to Xue Li's support. Holding her firmly yet gently like a hug, though his own face reflected deep sorrow, Xue Lu called out, "Miss Yi, you must see the truth, he is no longer your brother-in-law." "Xue Lu," Qi Chaoyi said suddenly, "steady her head, don't let her turn it." As he spoke, Qi Chaoyi deflected Chen Changfeng's crossed-arm defense with a flick of his sword and, with incredible speed, grasped his wrist. Turning swiftly, he pinned both wrist and arm behind Chen Changfeng, holding him momentarily immobilized, while placing the sword across his chest. "Madam Chen, remember the heartbeat you mentioned earlier? Don't close your eyes, look clearly. Realizing what he meant, Shuelu hesitated for a moment before saying softly, "I apologize," and stabilizing Yixinghe's head so she was forced to face the scene directly. Panic surged through Yixinghe. Though trying to avert her gaze, she remained fixated, watching as the sword cut open Chen Changfeng's chest, revealing not blood but wriggling parasitic worms emerging from the carcass. That faint heartbeat she clung to as hope. It was merely the parasites breeding within his hollow shell. Shuelu heard a desolate wail of despair as Yixinghe finally collapsed into unconsciousness. On the other side, Qin Zheng stared blankly after witnessing everything. So, Changfeng really is gone. The worm emerged and dropped to the ground, crushed underfoot. Chen Changfeng broke free from Qi Chaoyi with a forceful shove that felt like being struck by heavy stone, leaving Qi Chaoyi gasping for breath, coughing. Standing still, Chen Changfeng swayed slightly. The various slashes on his body left no trace of blood, instead appearing dark and empty as if he were a shattered marionette, yet still functioning aimlessly. No one knew what it would take to truly kill him. Ding! Undeterred, Chen Changfeng once again hurled himself at Qi Chaoyi. Qin Zheng turned his head and looked around, unable to determine where the bell-like sound was coming from. In the distance, however, a figure suddenly darted into view. Jiangli stepped lightly across the roof tiles and sprang high into the air before the tallest wudong tree in the estate. He whirled around and delivered a horizontal slash with his sword, its gleaming arc severing the thick branch instantly. Amidst the rustling fall of lush leaves, a shadow tumbled down, revealing someone holding a golden bell that sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight. Yi Buji alighted steadily onto a nearby rooftop and tucked the golden bell back into his robes. His eyes locked onto Jiangli opposite him, and a trace of a mocking smile curled at the corner of his lips. "It's you again. You were lucky last time to escape with your life, yet you still don't know when to avoid me." "I said I would kill you," Jiangli declared. Recognizing who stood before him, he deliberately returned to his quarters to retrieve the Qing Shuang sword. Now the sharp blade hummed and quivered in his hand as if it sensed the impending fierce battle and thrilled at the prospect. Yi Buji cast a glance at the sword in his hand but remained disdainful. With a single palm thrust, an overwhelming killing intent descended like dark clouds upon Jiangli. Without dodging or retreating, Jiangli met the strike head-on with his sword, unleashing a surge of sword chi that roared upward like a raging river. The branches and leaves of the wudong tree shivered once more. Qin Zheng's eyes widened as he finally noticed another young man standing on the tree branch. He vaguely recalled the man being surnamed Yin. This man suddenly glanced at Qin Zheng, smiled, and gracefully leaped down from the tree. Tensing his gaze, Qin Zheng recognized the courtyard the man had landed in. Despite the continuous pain in his chest, he forced himself to rise and rush toward the courtyard without regard for the intense fight involving Qi Chaoshi and the others. He ran at full speed, shouting, "Lady!" Chapter 46. "Do you have any last words to say to him?" Yin Huaishu asked in Wan Ning's ear. He was holding her on the eaves of a roof, his sword suspended before her throat. His tone sounded almost conversational. "I can give you a chance to bid each other farewell properly." Wan Ning was fully focused on looking below. Qin Zheng rushed into the courtyard, unsteady on his feet, seeming to be injured and having run too hastily. He pushed open the door, looked around, leaned heavily on the doorframe and breathed heavily, then hung his head dejectedly, clenching his fists and pounding them hard on the door. She tried to imagine Qin Zheng's expression at that moment, but suddenly realized she had no idea. Over the years, their arguments and coldness had kept them from truly observing each other's faces. All she was familiar with was watching Qin Zheng's back from afar. "There's no need for a final goodbye," Wan Ning answered, her gaze lingering on Qin Zheng who was searching everywhere. "We grew tired of each other long ago and have nothing left to say." "Is that so?" said Yin Huaishu. "But I saw you prepare a whole table of food waiting anxiously for him last night. It didn't seem like you disliked seeing him." Wan Ning did not respond. Yin Huaishu sighed and coaxed gently, "Regrets in this world are already too many. If there's affection, wouldn't it be a pity to miss each other?" "Pity?" Wan Ning chuckled lightly, her voice filled with self-mockery and ridicule. "Back in the day, I loved him so much. He said he would marry me, take care of me. My brother died, and even in my deep grief, there was still an uncontainable joy inside me. But now, looking back, perhaps missing each other would have been better." She remembered clearly how elated she was when they first married. After lifting the red veil, she quickly changed out of her wedding dress and went straight to the kitchen to prepare soup. Under the red candlelight late at night, Qin Zheng tasted it once and praised it continuously. She promised to cook it for him every day, and they indeed enjoyed a period of harmonious marriage. However, fate played its tricks and quietly revealed the truth to her. It was about half a year after their marriage, Qin Zheng received an invitation to a martial arts contest and happily participated for a month. Wan Ning was alone at home, although bored, she managed well enough. But suddenly, a servant in the house fell ill, with high fever and spasms. When the doctor arrived hurriedly, the servant had already suffocated and died in a state of rigid limbs. The experienced old doctor, upon hearing the symptoms, asked if there were any wounds on the servant's body. Someone mentioned that he had cut himself while chopping wood a few days ago. The doctor examined the wound and concluded that the illness was caused by the dirty residue on the wood-cutting axe, which typically took several days to manifest. After sending the old doctor away, Wan Ning stood before the corpse, unable to shake off her thoughts. She thought of her brother Wan Shao, whose death bore striking similarities to this servant's. And indeed, Wan Shao also had a scar from a few days prior, inflicted during a farewell sparring session with Qin Zheng's spear. In the martial world, they all believed someone had poisoned Wan Shao. However, connecting the pieces now, Wan Ning instantly deduced that Wan Shao might have died because of Qin Zheng, but without proof, it remained only a conjecture. Thus, this conjecture took root in her heart like a seed, sprouting numerous venomous vines that trapped her. They tore her apart inside, half consumed by pain and hatred, the other half trying to exonerate Qin Zheng. She didn't know how to face Qin Zheng anymore, unable to pretend nothing had happened or bring herself to condemn him to a sea of regret. In the end, this situation turned her into a peculiar individual with unpredictable mood swings. Qin Zheng, baffled by all this, mistakenly assumed that his 1-month absence had neglected Wan Ning, so he resolutely decided to retire from the martial world, declining all invitations thereafter, devoting himself solely to staying by her side. Abandoning his former free-spirited ways of wandering through the martial world, confined in Qian City, he wasn't happy, neither was she. Their feelings slowly diminished over 10 years of mutual suffering, transforming what used to be a couple into a pair of bitter rivals. You'd better think carefully. Continuing your stubbornness like this will leave Qin Zheng with only one path, death. Yin Huaishu glanced meaningfully towards the outer wall of the yard. Wan Ning immediately became alert and turned her head, spotting a dense mass of black figures outside the walls. The streets outside the mansion were occupied entirely by the black-robed men of Banya sect, encircling the estate heavily. At the sound of a command, they could launch an attack any moment. What do you want? Wan Ning glared at him. It's simple, display the same attitude you had the other day when defending Qin Zheng in front of everyone. Tell him that you've actually always loved him and wanted his good, just never knew how, and now deeply regret it. Was it you behind the scenes manipulating that Taoist to make a fuss in front of our home? Wan Ning grasped the key point. Yin Huaishu was quite surprised, so he confessed generously, so what if it was me? Wan Ning struggled violently, immediately pressed tightly against the throat by the sword, yet continued to question aggressively, what exactly is it that you're plotting so meticulously? This commotion immediately caught Qin Zheng's attention. He turned toward the corner of the roof and shouted furiously, "Monster, release my wife at once. If you dare to harm her even a little, I will make sure you pay with your life." Look, he's in agony now. Just a slight push, and it'll drive him into rage. Yin Huaishu grabbed her collar tightly, you have no choice. Speak. Qin Zheng. Wan Ning was forced to look down at the man below and called out loudly, listen carefully, what I regret most in my entire life is marrying you. Our marital bond ends here. It can finally put an end to this torment, and we can both feel some relief. Qin Zheng's eyes were filled with shock and pain as he stared at her disbelievingly, you hate me to such an extent. And remember this, from today onward, our connection is completely severed. All past debts are settled, as if we've never met in this life. Wan Ning spoke faster and more freely, almost joyfully, as if she had never been so unrestrained in years. A smile even appeared on her face, naturally, should I die today, it has nothing to do with you. I don't need your... Yin Huaishu was enraged. Before she could finish her sentence, he slashed his sword across her neck and pushed her away. Wan Ning's voice suddenly choked off. Bright red blood gushed from her throat, splashing through the air as her slim body fell limp from the eaves. It was like a red flower falling to its death. Ning. In that instant, Qin Zheng's mind went blank as he rushed over to catch her falling body, tightly holding her against his chest. Don't fall asleep, hold on a bit longer, I'll take you to see a doctor right now. Qin Zheng carried her frantically outside, but every move caused her blood to spill onto his clothes, staining half his body. He had never felt this much fear before, shaking his hands as they touched her face, can you hear me, Ning? Open your eyes and look at me, I'm taking you to see a doctor. His fingers hurriedly wiped her nose and found that there was no breath left. Wan Ning's face remained peaceful as she sank into eternal sleep. At that moment it was realized how few traces of time were left on her face. The coldness and ridicule were gone now, and she rested quietly in his arms, as if the 10 years had reversed, returning the young girl she once was back to him. Qin Zheng's body stiffened, frozen for a long eternity or just a single breath, and then he finally collapsed, slowly kneeling on the ground with Wan Ning still held tightly in his arms. His cries were full of sorrow and fury, tears streaming silently down his cheeks, dripping onto the bloody stains on his robe like the roar of a dying beast. Yin Huaishu watched coldly, not expecting that his purpose would be achieved by a twist of fate, and quietly leapt down from the roof. Leaning against the corner, he took out a small white jade flute and brought it close to blow a soft note. The sound resembled the chirping of a bird. As expected, beyond the high walls of the courtyard, a thunderous explosion echoed, flames shooting up to the sky. All the streets and alleys around the mansion quickly caught fire. The flickering tongues of flame licked the surrounding houses. People who had thought to lock themselves indoors for safety ended up trapped within a fiery cage, going mad as they broke out and fled. Countless Banya sect black-clad men suffered heavy casualties, wailing in agony on the ground, resembling dry wood consumed in the roaring blaze. Even the two men fiercely dueling atop the roof could feel the vibration under their feet. Ibu Ji involuntarily glanced downward, his expression changing drastically. There's an ambush. Jiang Li retreated cautiously a couple of steps while maintaining vigilance, scanning the sea of flames. Yet amidst the acrid smell of smoke, he caught another pungent odor, gunpowder. That grave-digging sound heard late at night wasn't actually intended to bury bodies, it was part of a deadly trap set up for the Banya sect. Before Jiang Li had time to think further, Ibu Ji launched another fierce attack. The power behind this palm strike was extraordinarily ferocious, and the overwhelming killing intent transformed into a cutting wind brushing against Jiang Li's face. It was evident that Ibu Ji sensed the unfavorable situation and wanted to settle the battle swiftly. Jiang Li swung his sword to meet the attack, yet when the formidable sword energy collided with the palm wind, Ibu Ji's technique suddenly shifted. His palm movements became supple and nimble like a live snake, evading the blade's edge while drawing closer himself. Jiang Li recognized his intention to use old tricks again. Once too near, the longsword would lose its effectiveness, leaving him entrapped in prolonged combat. So Jiang Li stepped back several paces, turning the blade backward with one hand. A glimmer of cold light danced along the blade tip and abruptly lunged toward Ibu Ji's wrist vein. Ibu Ji calmly flipped his wrist and brushed the sword aside as if playing with petals or caressing willows. There was a fleeting breeze brushing past Jiang Li's bangs. Surprised, Jiang Li immediately withdrew, only to notice through his peripheral vision that behind him lay the edge of the roof. In the critical moment, Jiang Li sprang into the air, spinning above Ibu Ji's head. As his body rotated mid-air, the sword followed, unleashing a radiant streak of cold light that split straight toward Ibu Ji's spine. Ibu Ji obviously sensed the attack coming but didn't bother to turn around to defend. Instead, he gathered all his mighty internal energy into one palm and unleashed a powerful upward strike. With no room to evade in mid-air, Jiang Li gritted his teeth and forcefully endured the blow. Despite his hand trembling slightly from impact, he maintained perfect control over his movement. Even though the force behind his attack lessened somewhat, the technique hit precisely on Ibu Ji's back, instantly carving out a long streak of blood. Jiang Li landed on the roof ridge, couldn't help but let out a muffled cough, feeling as though his lungs and ribs were all shaking with pain. He looked up again at Ibu Ji, noticing his complexion was becoming increasingly grim. This is somewhat interesting. Ibu Ji suddenly gave a cold laugh but then turned to escape. Jiang Li hadn't expected this move and hurriedly chased after him. Unexpectedly, Ibu Ji heard the sound behind him and abruptly spun around, returning to the attack with both palms driving off Jiang Li's moves, getting close enough to strike the wrist holding the sword. Jiang Li realized too late that it was already impossible to retreat. His sword techniques had been suppressed before he could even execute them fully. All he could do was watch Ibu Ji's palm techniques continuously shift, akin to spring water swelling ceaselessly, then coalescing into a vortex pulling him down into its depths. As the situation grew more dire, Jiang Li became increasingly calm instead. A scene surfaced in his mind, that night in the Golden Sparrow Pavilion when Tan Yang and the young girl fought gracefully like dancers. Gradually, these memories overlapped with the present scene. The drumbeats from that night echoed again in his ears, powerful and stirring, urging the blood to boil. Jiang Li retreated step by step, slowly adapting his swordplay. Ibu Ji, revealing signs of triumph, believed Jiang Li had run out of options. With ease, he deflected the longsword, firmly seizing his wrist, creating an opening at his chest. It should have been the final strike. Jiang Li promptly loosened his right hand, letting the Qing Shuang sword fall into his left. With tremendous force, he thrust the sword directly into Ibu Ji's chest. A crisp snap sounded. The sensation transmitted through the sword was exceedingly hard, definitely not flesh. Jiang Li's heart jolted in surprise. The next instant, Ibu Ji delivered a swift knee strike straight to his chest, hurling him away onto the roof ridge, clutching tiles while spitting out a mouthful of fresh red blood. Ibu Ji hadn't anticipated this sudden move, breaking into a cold sweat. He reached inside his robes, retrieving the golden bell used for controlling human puppets, only to see cracks spreading rapidly over its surface before shattering loudly into pieces. At the same time, Chen Changfeng in the courtyard stopped mid-fight, stiffening in place. Qi Choui wasted no hesitation, thrusting her sword cleanly through his chest. Still unsatisfied, she twisted the hilt, spinning the blade within him until a thick, dark black fluid oozed from his back. Jiang Li. Qi Choui glanced toward the eaves where Ibu Ji had already lunged forward with a palm strike destined squarely for Jiang Li's head. But before he could finish his movement, a piercing dragon roar tore through the air. Jiang Li, lying there stunned, could only see a black dragon roaring past overhead, pinning Ibu Ji down by clamping its claws into his shoulder, forcing him to stagger backward multiple steps. Ibu Ji hastily gathered his qi to stabilize himself, gripping the spear lodged in his shoulder tightly while narrowing his eyes at this unexpected intruder. Qin Zheng was also staring at him, eyes bloodshot, grinding his teeth as he growled ferociously, "I will make your Banya sect pay blood for blood." Chapter 47. Ibu Ji merely responded with a scornful smile. Then he gripped the gun rod with both hands, grunted, and pushed the spearhead off his shoulder bit by bit. How could Qin Zheng allow this? The veins on his forehead bulged as he exerted force to push the Yulong spear forward a little more. However, the weight of the spear suddenly lightened, Ibu Ji had suddenly let go, sidestepped, and deflected the spear body, causing its tip to miss him narrowly. With the inertia, Qin Zheng also involuntarily lunged forward. Ibu Ji raised his palm to strike at Qin Zheng's vital points. In response, Qin Zheng quickly turned the long spear, and the black spear shaft swept through the air like an iron staff, producing a fierce wind. But Ibu Ji calmly changed his palm technique and effortlessly neutralized the force of the spear, holding it steady. Qin Zheng managed to land a blow earlier mainly because Ibu Ji was caught off guard. Now in direct combat, he showed no clear advantage. Should we assist Master Qin? Shuelo placed Yi Xinghe, who had fainted properly, and helped her unconscious uncle and younger brother to sit against a pillar under the veranda. He then walked over to Qi Chaoshi and asked. Not yet, let's watch the 12 techniques of a Yulong spear, Qi Chaoshi replied. As he said, Qin Zheng was fully devoting himself to wielding the Yulong spear, making its centuries-old exquisite spear techniques increasingly ethereal and transcendent. His movements changed continuously, and the long spear darted about flexibly, just like a vigorous black dragon spiraling and fighting on the eaves. The piercing whistle cutting through the air was the dragon's roar, and the glint of the spear tip was the sharp teeth of the dragon, lunging toward Ibu Ji's chest. Ibu Ji leaned back to avoid the attack. The sharp momentum from the spearhead tore through his clothes before he could straighten up. Quickly reaching out, he grabbed the spear body and used Qin Zheng's force of pulling back the spear to deliver a powerful kick. Qin Zheng immediately spun around, using the spear body as a shield that formed an impenetrable wall in front of him. Ibu Ji's attack was unsuccessful, so he smoothly leapt high into the air, gathering his inner energy in his palms, delivering a heavy blow down towards Qin Zheng's head. The thick palm wind cascaded down like a waterfall from the heavens. The overwhelming palm wind had already pressed a sweetish blood taste into Qin Zheng's throat. Ignoring everything, he roared furiously while raising his spear upwards. At this moment, his figure appeared extremely majestic, not only trying to kill Ibu Ji but also seemingly questioning the unjust heavens. Ultimately unwilling to risk his life for this final blow, Ibu Ji hastily retracted his palm, barely avoiding the Yulong spear, retreating onto the eaves. Afterward, Jiangli slowly stood up. His chest rose and fell dramatically. Every part of his body ached, the pain was as if his wrists were crushed and his internal organs shattered. His vision even blurred slightly. Yet, he remained focused on the opponent ahead without blinking. Though Ibu Ji bore multiple wounds, his demeanor remained composed. Suddenly, he twisted his arm strangely, bypassing the spearhead to trap the shaft under his armpit. Simultaneously, his other hand slid vertically downward to slice toward Qin Zheng's throat. Trapped under complete control, Qin Zheng had no choice but to clash directly with a palm strike. As a result, he was pushed back 2 steps, and finally, a trickle of blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth. Jiangli could see clearly. By now, Qin Zheng's chances of winning were slim. He was relying solely on hatred and determination, risking his life in battle. With all his remaining strength, Jiangli clenched the Qin Shuang sword tightly. In the process, he accidentally cut his left thumb, causing beads of blood to emerge. Then he wiped the blood across his lower lip, leaving a noticeable red streak. Thus, he tasted the metallic bitterness of his own blood. Taking a deep breath, he recited the heart technique word by word silently. Gradually, he felt no pain at all. A scorching power surged through his limbs and entire being, igniting within his heart, energizing him thoroughly. His body became lighter, the wind ceased, and everything came into sharp focus. Even Ibu Ji's actions seemed abnormally slow. Jiangli rushed forward with the sword, which trailed a brilliant silver arc, much like a bolt of lightning across the blue sky. Realizing the presence behind him, Ibu Ji shoved aside the Yulong spear and simultaneously turned to meet the attack. Jiangli swung the Qin Shuang sword horizontally, drawing a bright crescent moon. Instantly, it unleashed 10,000 feet of thunderous winds, slicing through the smoke above the fire sea, shaking all the trees violently. The Qin Shuang sword cut through Ibu Ji's palm wind like water, piercing unimpeded through his iron-hard palm. A spray of blood accompanied his severed palm flying through the air. Ibu Ji's eyes widened in shock as he realized Jiang Li's gaze shone astonishingly brightly. Only then did the searing pain of the amputation reach him, forcing an agonizing cry out of his throat. Everyone in the courtyard looked on in astonishment. Qi Chaoyi heard the middle-aged man under the veranda say to the young person beside him. Haven't you always been asking me about Gu Si's prowess when we besieged the 7 Kill sect back then? Now you've seen it. Jiang Li's sword strikes came in rapid succession, each faster than the last, like a storm of icy blades and frost falling through a fierce wind. Ibu Ji didn't even have time to discern Jiang Li's movements before he was sprayed with blood from wounds he couldn't fend off, leaving him in sheer terror as he retreated repeatedly. The roof tiles beneath their feet shattered under the strain. Behind Ibu Ji was Qin Zheng, who thrust out the Yulong spear with a deafening roar, attempting to encircle Ibu Ji. Ibu Ji quickly ducked down, narrowly avoiding the spear that sliced across his shoulder. However, due to this brief delay, his leg was struck by the heavy blade, creating a deep, bone-exposing wound. But this gave Ibu Ji a moment of respite. He pushed off the spear shaft with his remaining left hand, leaped into the air, and flipped over Qin Zheng's head. Qin Zheng tried to counterattack with the spear but suddenly sensed an overwhelming wave of lethal killing intent behind him. Turning swiftly, he saw that Jiang Li clearly noticed him, yet his attack remained unchanged. Blinding sword light was about to fall upon his head. Without time to think, Qin Jing used both hands to brace the yulong spear for defense. A mournful buzz filled the air as vibrations shook through Qin Jing's palms, causing them severe pain. His cheeks were grazed by the sharp edge of the sword, resulting in warm wet trails running down his face. Xuelu gasped, turning toward Qi Chaoyi, "There's something wrong with Jiang Li." Before Xuelu could finish his sentence, Qi Chaoyi had already rushed onto the roof eaves, drawing his own sword to block another of Jiang Li's strikes. The collision of their swords resonated with a brilliant sparkle of sparks. Jiang Li flicked his wrist, causing the Qin Shuang sword to scrape against the blade, emitting a clear, sharp whistle as it lunged straight toward Qi Chaoyi's throat. Although Qi Chaoyi sidestepped, he was still scratched by the force of the sword qi along his neck, beads of blood resembling coral pearls emerging. Ignoring the pain, Qi Chaoyi fixed his gaze on Jiang Li, shouting, "Jiang Li! Jiang Li, it's me!" This shout briefly paused Jiang Li's motion. Slowly turning his eyes to Qi Chaoyi, clarity gradually returned to his expression, but confusion clouded his features. Then, as if all strength had been abruptly drained from him, his sword felt impossibly heavy, unable to bear its weight any longer. Qi Chaoyi hastily embraced the collapsing Jiang Li, letting him lean into his chest. Jiang Li's face had lost all color, becoming alarmingly weak in an instant. With trembling hands, he pointed far away, straining to yell. "Stop him!" It turned out Yi Buji had taken advantage of everyone's distraction, mustering his last bit of strength to leap over the courtyard wall, crossing the fiery sea on the streets, escaping with astonishing speed. "I'll chase him," Qin Jing declared, grabbing the yulong spear and pursuing him. Yi Buji pushed his lightness kung fu to its limit. After a few leaps, he escaped the city, diving into a dense forest outside, finally collapsing in the mud. His hair was disheveled, and his soot-blackened clothes hung in tatters, revealing countless injuries. Especially his right hand, which he had once prided himself on, was now reduced to a grotesquely damaged stump, a truly unprecedented state of disgrace. Not far away, footsteps suddenly echoed. Yi Buji looked up anxiously, seeing Yin Huaiju emerge from behind an old tree. Relieved, yet brimming with anger, Yi Buji snapped, "You're here at last, you worthless man. What am I paying you for?" Yin Huaiju said nothing, looking down at him emotionlessly. Frustration mounting, Yi Buji barked, "What are you waiting for? Aren't you going to help me up?" Yin Huaiju chuckled coldly, saying, "It seems the sword I sent him really is quite effective. Although I didn't expect you'd make it through the fire, you've unknowingly done me a favor." "What do you mean?" Yin Huaiju pulled out a slender dagger from his sleeve, its cold glint reflecting on his face. His words dripped with mockery, "What do I mean? What is Yin Huaiju to you, worthy enough for the right guardian to worry about? You dare betray me? Do you not wish to live?" Yi Buji erupted in rage, simultaneously trying to retreat using only his left hand, digging into the dirt. "Without me, do you think you'd survive in Banya sect for so long?" "Yes." Yin Huaiju stepped forward, seizing Yi Buji's shirt and flipping him over. With his knee firmly pressing down to prevent struggling, he tore open Yi Buji's collar, exposing the crimson tattoo below his right clavicle. "If I don't gamble now, how can I live?" The dagger plunged diagonally into the flesh below the clavicle, forcing Yi Buji to cry out in agony, his mouth immediately muffled tightly. His screams choked in his throat, his eyes wide with terror, blood vessels bulging. "What's all this racket for? Doesn't sound very manly." Yin Huaiju concentrated intently on cutting the piece of flesh bearing the tattoo, his grip on the dagger steady and precise. Every cut was practiced and accurate, as if he had rehearsed this countless times in his mind. Despite the body shuddering and convulsing from excruciating pain, and blood gushing uncontrollably from his chest, Yin Huaiju's actions remained unaltered, deliberately slowing down to savor this torment. Finally, Yi Buji's body convulsed violently one last time before collapsing lifeless on the ground. After checking Yi Buji's nose for a pulse and confirming his death, Yin Huaiju swiftly cut out the last piece of skin bearing the intact tattoo. He tucked it carefully into his bosom and glanced back at the quiet forest behind him before disappearing into the shadows. Before long, hurried footsteps echoed through the woods, stopping near Yi Buji's lifeless body. Qin Jing furrowed his brow, examining Yi Buji lying in a pool of blood, his chest torn apart, his face contorted with anger even in death, eyes staring blankly up at the distant sky. Qin Jing scanned the area but found no signs of anyone else. With an irritated sigh, he decided to take the corpse back. Meanwhile, others within the manor had returned to their duties, but Qin Jing couldn't rest. He gathered some servants and neighbors to help extinguish the raging fire that had spread throughout the streets. After laboring for some time, dark thunder rumbled in the skies, and a sudden downpour drenched everything, snuffing out the flames and washing away much of the charred black ash from the ground. Standing in the rain, now with nothing left to do, Qin Jing returned to the estate. He dismissed the maidservants who followed him and wandered alone through the courtyard like a sodden specter. When he snapped back to reality, he realized he had unconsciously arrived at Wan Ning's chamber door. Hesitantly, Qin Jing pushed open the door and froze. On the round table lay neatly arranged utensils and a cold meal, as though waiting just for him. His heart raced as he hastily searched the room, but there was no one to be found. Water dripped from his soaked clothes onto the floor, making soft pattering sounds. He began to chuckle wryly, questioning what on earth he thought he might uncover. Seated at the table, Qin Jing scrutinized the dishes. The rice grains were dry and hard, while the chilled food had congealed with a layer of grease, likely set out by Ruan Ning last night as she waited for him. In today's chaos, no one had remembered to clear them away. They had been arguing yesterday, yet here they stood today, worlds apart. It felt like all had been but a fleeting dream, one where waking brought only confusion. The late afternoon sky grew darker due to the heavy rain, dimming the interior of the room. Qin Jing suddenly picked up the chopsticks and helped himself to some food. Cold and nearly tasteless, it barely registered as he nodded toward an empty seat opposite him and scooped several mouthfuls of rice into his mouth. Chewing ferociously as though starved for half a lifetime, food stuffed both his cheeks until it caught painfully in his throat. Still, he continued to shovel more in greedily. Silent tears streamed down his face. Chapter 48. When Qi Chaoshi brought Jiangli back to the courtyard, Jiangli had regained some strength, but was still half carried and half supported by Qi Chaoshi's arm around his waist as they stepped into the room, where he was gently pushed down into a round chair. Jiangli looked around and realized this wasn't his own room. Qi Chaoshi then pulled out a long-necked porcelain bottle from his travel bag, poured a pitch-black pill into his palm, and turned back to him saying, "Swallow this first to protect your heart meridians." Jiangli shook his head, "No need, I'll be fine after resting for a while." Still being stubborn. "Do you think just because it's an internal injury that I can't handle it?" Qi Chaoshi raised an eyebrow. Jiangli remembered the last time when there was bruising on his palm and Qi Chaoshi pinched it hard. Hesitating for a moment, he silently took the pill and swallowed it. Qi Chaoshi looked satisfied, pulled another stool over next to him, and reached out his hand. Jiangli obediently extended his wrist and let him take his pulse. Seeing that Qi Chaoshi didn't ask any questions yet, he thought for a moment and decided to be honest. "That night, when I returned to my room, all I saw was the Qing Shuang sword on the table, nothing else. I didn't get a chance to tell you in time, but it wasn't out of deliberate concealment." Qi Chaoshi smiled at him. I understand. Qing Shuang is a famous sword, even though I don't know who gave it to you or what their intentions are. Since it suits you well, you might as well keep it." He then carefully examined Jiang Li's pale complexion and couldn't help but wonder, "You look like someone with serious internal injuries, yet why is your pulse so steady?" As Qi Chaoshi spoke, he tilted his head for a closer inspection. A strand of black hair fell over his shoulder, revealing a sword wound on the side of his neck. The fresh red blood caught Jiang Li's eye, making his throat involuntarily tighten. He faintly caught the scent of its sweetness, which rekindled the dying embers of fire in his heart, burning intensely, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. "Jiang Li, how do you feel?" asked Qi Chaoshi. Jiang Li could not tear his eyes away from the bloody scar on Qi Chaoshi's neck, the metallic sweet smell growing stronger until it enveloped him entirely. Instinctively, he breathed deeply. Upon hearing the question, only his pale lips moved slightly, murmuring, "Cold." It wasn't just cold, a sharp hunger surged up from deep within his weak body. It seemed as if he had just been drained dry, now left only as an empty shell, urgently needing something to devour to fill himself up, or else he would wither and die. The smell of blood awakened a desire he'd never felt before. Feeling Jiang Li's pulse suddenly change, Qi Chaoshi was about to ask again when he noticed Jiang Li extending his hand to slowly stroke the scar that hadn't healed on his neck, and he laughed, "Don't worry, this isn't a serious wound." Although he heard Qi Chaoshi's voice coming from far away, Jiang Li inexplicably couldn't comprehend its meaning. Though his eyes were wide open, it felt as if he were sinking into endless darkness. Only the warmth of flesh touched by his fingertips was real, and only the gnawing emptiness was real. It was only through biting and swallowing that he could be freed from it and survive. Jiang Li leaned into his embrace, causing Qi Chaoshi's breath to momentarily hitch. He felt a gentle kiss touch his neck followed by the moist flick of a tongue, inducing a wave of tingling sensations. His heartbeat became erratic, and heat spread throughout his body. Feeling the warm breath teasing his collarbone, Qi Chaoshi lifted his hand and wrapped it around Jiang Li, chuckling softly as he kissed his earlobe. Unexpectedly, the person in his arms started trembling, Jiang Li pulling away slightly to look at him. Blood stains were visible on his lips as if startled awake, his eyes filled with confusion. Qi Chaoshi used his thumb to gently wipe away the blood stains, asking softly, "Finally feel sorry for me?" Jiang Li clenched his teeth tightly, closing his eyes forcefully. As Qi Chaoshi thought he was about to say something, Jiang Li suddenly pushed the chair aside, stumbling towards the door and almost running back to his room. Qi Chaoshi followed but only saw Jiang Li hastily shut the door, the figure leaning against it showing clear resistance. A distant rumble of thunder echoed across the sky. A cool wind swept through the courtyard. Qi Chaoshi stood on the veranda, knocking lightly on the door only to hear Jiang Li's hurried yet restrained voice from inside, "Don't come in. Jiang Li. Let me be alone." "All right." Qi Chaoshi slowly withdrew his hand from the door but did not leave immediately. Behind him, sudden heavy rain began pouring down, large drops hitting the eaves with loud cracks, splashing crystal-clear water droplets onto the moss-covered stone steps. After patiently waiting for a moment and seeing no movement from the person behind the door, he sighed, turning back to his room. Jiang Li leaned against the tightly shut door, only relaxing when the sound of retreating footsteps was lost in the din of the heavy rain. But though Qi Chaoshi had left, the sweet coppery scent of blood still lingered, gnawing mercilessly at his tenuous control. Jiang Li looked about anxiously, and finally realized that the source of this lingering smell was the blood still on his fingertips. He stared at the vivid red for a long while before instinctively leaning closer. But just as he was about to do so, his senses suddenly snapped back into place. Frowning deeply, Jiang Li clenched his fingers into a fist, forcing himself to look away. In an aimless search through the room, he eventually grabbed a cloth and began furiously wiping his fingers. No matter how hard he scrubbed, though, a faint trace of red remained on his fingertips, along with a hint of that coppery sweetness still detectable in his nose. The cloth fell from his hand suddenly as Jiang Li knelt down in agony, clutching at his chest. His heart was pounding wildly out of control, as if the flames consuming him had drained all the lifeblood from his veins, ready to burst forth from his ribcage in search of fresh blood. Struggling to breathe, Jiang Li used every ounce of strength he had left to press on his vital points. Then everything went black, and he fell onto the floor, slipping blissfully into unconsciousness. The rain grew heavier, driven by the wind through the slightly open window, soaking the edges of his clothes. A stormy night in Luoyang, Guiyun Manor. In the brightly lit room of Master Jiang Xingzhou, worried faces filled the corridor outside. Inside, the sporadic sounds of coughing and wheezing were like listening to a broken and decaying wind box being painfully drawn, causing exchanges of anxious glances among those present. As the rain poured harder, an unknown length of time passed until finally, the creaking of the door opening drew the crowd's hope-filled eyes towards it. Out came a grey-robed doctor carrying his medical box, instantly confronted by the young master, Jiang Lanes, who demanded anxiously, "How is father?" "Doctor, what's your prescription?" "Whatever medicine you need, I will fetch it." "Anything." Seeing the youth's desperate expression, the grey-robed doctor hesitated before shaking his head helplessly. "What do you mean by shaking your head?" Jiang Lanes' eyes widened as he clutched at the doctor's sleeve. "You are the most famous physician in the capital, there isn't a disease you cannot cure. Please take another look, think of another method. Whatever payment you require, we can afford it at Guiyun." Master Lanes, Jiang Zhongyue, a wiry and stern-looking middle-aged man emerged from the room, his commanding presence evident even without anger. He scolded lightly, "Do not be rude." "Uncle, but father." Jiang Lanes protested half-heartedly. Fate has its course, and human efforts can ultimately not oppose it. With a long sigh, Jiang Zhongyue said, "Do not trouble the good doctor further." The grey-robed doctor nodded in agreement, saying, "Young master, please understand. Your father suffers from an incurable illness, one beyond even my reach. There is nothing more I can do." Silence greeted his words. Jiang Zhongyue shook his head, arranging for someone to escort the doctor back to rest. He urged everyone to disperse quickly so the master could find peace. Amidst all this, Ji Xiuming watched quietly from the front, leaving naturally last. Just as he thought the conversation over, Jiang Lanes' voice rang out behind him, holding on to the slimmest of hopes. "Master Shugu. Uncle, there's still Master Shugu from the southern borders. The whole martial world knows his unmatched medical skills, he can surely save our father. Let's invite him here." With an unyielding tone, Jiang Zhongyue opposed firmly, "Do you know Master Shugu has been reclusive for years? Many have sought his aid in vain. How could mere invitation bring him? Moreover, no matter how great his skill, does it truly surpass the natural order? I'll go seek him myself. At least let's try. How would we know if we don't attempt it?" "Lanes," Jiang Zhongyue's voice hardened, "stop acting childish. Time for our master is short, instead of attending and serving him faithfully, you would recklessly rush off elsewhere." Though Jiang Lanes continued to argue, Ji Xiuming had already moved far enough away to hear no longer clearly. Walking slowly back to his room under an umbrella, he lit the candle stand, gazing pensively into the flickering flame. Truthfully, though Master Jiang hadn't treated him closely like kin, his care had always been felt, there had been no lack of protection allowing him to stand steadfast within Guiyun. Should this benefactor, this adoptive father, pass on, how would the status of an isolated foster son change? The more Ji Xiuming thought, the more the trembling firelight seemed akin to Master Jiang's waning days, and also his own uncertain future. Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted his contemplation. Opening the door, Ji Xiuming's countenance changed sharply as lightning illuminated the sky, revealing the visitor, a plainly featured, square-faced man smiling, yet making him blanch. "Well now, aren't you welcoming me?" The man scrutinized him. "I've already told you I don't want any association with you." Ji Xiuming tried to close the door immediately, but the man promptly stopped it by inserting his hand and said, "Don't rush, I've brought you an important message. But I wonder if it's good news or bad news for you. If you have something to say, just say it. Jiang Yunruo is still alive." At first, Ji Xiuming was stunned, then sheer joy showed on his face. "Really? Yunruo is still alive? Where is he now, how is he? Are you genuinely happy about this?" The man looked meaningfully at his reaction. "Have you thought about this? If Jiang Yunruo exposes everything, what would you do then?" Ji Xiuming's complexion drastically changed as he retreated 2 steps. The man entered the room casually, letting the rainwater flow in. He leisurely said, "Think about it, will a dead man disrupt your plan and destroy your reputation, or?" He mimicked a slashing gesture at his throat, "Should you kill him again?" "Shut up." Ji Xiuming's voice almost broke, "I didn't kill him, I had nothing to do with it. You tricked me, used me. I never intended to kill anyone." If saying that makes you feel better, go ahead and say whatever you want, the man smiled, but do you think Jiang Yunruo will listen to your defense? Would he forgive you because you tell him you were deceived and manipulated? This sentence hit exactly where it hurt. Ji Xiuming became pale as death, unable to utter a single word. The man approached, affectionately patting Ji Xiuming on the shoulder. I know it's hard for you to decide, come find me when you're ready. Having said that, the man turned around and left, even bothering to close the door behind him. Ji Xiuming stood stiffly in the room, gasping for breath as if drowning. His expression changed repeatedly, thoughts twisting into tangled knots. After a long while, he wobbled around the screen, sat down at the bedside, took a deep breath, moved the pillow aside, lifted the quilt, fumbled for a bit before dismantling a bedboard, revealing a narrow wooden box hidden beneath. Upon opening the box, a sleek and elegant sword lay quietly within, its sheath pitch black with ancient patterns etched in cold light. Slowly drawing the sword, a sharp gleam erupted, instantly lighting up half the room. A closer look at the hilt revealed two seal script characters capable of causing turmoil across the martial world, Bu Yi. Suddenly, there came urgent knocking sounds from outside. Startled, Ji Xiuming quickly put the Bu Yi sword back, re-hit it well. Yet he chose not to respond to the knock, staying motionless where he was waiting for whoever outside to leave. However, the knocking grew increasingly frantic, followed by Jiang Lanz's cries tinged with tears. Master Ji, please open the door, I need to see you. Only then did Ji Xiuming remember the heavy rain outside. Hastily rising, he opened the door and pulled Jiang Lanz inside. This youth was drenched from head to toe, his red eyes pleading as droplets rolled down his cheeks, making it unclear if they were tears or rain. Why are you crying, Lanz? What's wrong? Ji Xiuming softened his tone, fetching a silk handkerchief to wipe his face. Jiang Lanz roughly wiped his face, choking on sobs. Uncle forbade me from seeking medical help in the Southlands. But if I can't even try, how can I just watch father pass away without resisting? Master Ji, I can only come to you for help. Please help me, accompany me to the Southlands to find Master Shugu. Ji Xiuming hesitated. Quickly, Jiang Lanz added, I'll take responsibility for uncle, he won't punish you. As long as we save father, I'll follow all your instructions along the way. After the prior exchange with that man, Ji Xiuming felt agitated and restless, not wanting to stay at Goyeyun Manor. He considered this briefly and finally nodded, all right. The night grew deeper, the rain showed no signs of lessening, torrents of water cleansed the turbid air, stimulating the fresh aroma of the grasses and trees of Jiuyuan Mountain. Yin Huaishu waited before the pavilion. Before Hongnu went in to announce him, he asked carefully about the seclusion status of the young master of Banya sect. Hongnu understood, smiling knowingly at him, and whispered softly, it's rumored that the young master has encountered a bottleneck in practicing the heart method, so this period of isolation may last a few months at least, possibly a year. Yin Huaishu's mind slightly eased, yet some apprehension lingered until Hongnu pushed the door open and invited him in. Forcing himself to calm down, he boldly followed in. He bowed his head reverently upon entering, addressing the elder sitting in the main seat. Yin Huaishu failed to guard effectively, I beg for punishment. The old sect leader curiously regarded him, guarding failure, what does that mean? Everyone knows that the right defender is obsessed with the art of human puppet cultivation. A few days ago, he heard a rumor about a successfully cultivated human puppet in Qiancheng and went there to investigate with his subordinates. However, it turned out to be a carefully laid trap. The situation was brutal, all the sect members he led were wiped out. Under heavy attack, the right defender unfortunately lost his life, leaving only me as the sole survivor. Yi Buji is dead. The old sect leader abruptly stood up, his face etched with deep wrinkles displaying an exaggerated mix of emotions, whether joy or shock, no one could tell. Yin Huaishu retrieved a piece of flesh from within his garment and respectfully raised it above his head, absolutely true. Hongnu took it and presented it for the old sect leader's careful inspection. The red tattoo was intact, unmistakably genuine. The old sect leader shifted his gaze back to Yin Huaishu kneeling on the ground, understanding his intent to defect. He smiled and said, since Ibu Ji has died, do you desire the vacant position of the right defender? Yin Huaishu modestly lowered his eyes and answered, such an honor, not a single member across the entire sect would refuse it. The old sect leader suddenly retracted his smile, giving a cold snort, it's not that easy, Yin Huaishu. I still have questions for you. Huaishu will certainly answer everything without hesitation. On the day my son's shadow passed away, were you present? Yin Huaishu paused slightly, drenched in cold sweat down his back. After much hesitation, he still truthfully replied, yes. How did Shadow die? Yin Huaishu couldn't help but raise his eyes and said, the sect master must already be aware. I want to hear it from you. The old sect master angrily interrupted him, tell me the entire process. Yin Huaishu deeply inhaled before saying, that day, young lord invited the young master over, pretending he had missed the latter's birthday, so decided to make up for it. He prepared numerous intriguing toys, delighting the young master thoroughly. Later, the young lord brought out fruit wine. Though the young master remembered your instructions, he feared causing displeasure to his elder brother and thus drank it all. After becoming drunk, he was carried by Hall Master Heelan and placed into the wolf den at the rear mountain. After finishing his words, hearing no response, he couldn't help but furtively glance upwards. The old sect leader was shaking all over, 2 clear tears streaming down his clouded old eyes. After a long while, gritting his teeth, he nodded, reaching into his robe to pull out a token which he tossed to Yin Huaishu. Take this to the high priest, he will understand. Tomorrow, I shall announce to the whole sect that you will succeed as the right defender. Yin Huaishu felt an immense sense of relief, collecting the token, and bowed in gratitude before retiring. As instructed, he proceeded to the residence of the high priest. Upon seeing the token, the priest didn't ask further questions but immediately directed Yin Huaishu to lie down on the bed, opening his garments to expose his right clavicle. Throughout the process, the high priest remained expressionless, muttering only a complaint under his breath about how problematic his poisonous blood was during the tattooing. Everything went extraordinarily smoothly, until he left and unexpectedly encountered Helan waiting outside in the yard with an umbrella. Helan, clearly having waited for quite some time, confronted him directly, "Where is the right defender? Why hasn't he returned with you to the sect?" Yin Huaishu had no intention of answering her, attempting to pass by without acknowledging her presence. Helan, growing more anxious, reached out and grabbed his arm. "I'm asking you. Why hasn't the right defender returned? What did you say to him? Why would he take just you along?" Yin Huaishu, irritated by her persistence, shook off her hand and smirked, looking at her distressed expression. "The right defender? Who says he isn't here, standing right in front of you?" Helan froze, still unable to grasp his meaning, when she saw Yin Huaishu pulling down his collar to reveal the red flower-marked tattoo beneath his right clavicle. Instantly, Helan went berserk, tossing her umbrella aside and lunging at him without reservation. 2 oiled paper umbrellas hit the ground almost simultaneously. Yin Huaishu had been ready, pushing her shoulder back and raising his hand to deliver a swift slap across her face. Helan fell into the mud, her cheek burning fiercely. Despite her disheveled appearance, she shouted through the rain in anguish, cursing him mercilessly. Yin Huaishu wiped the rainwater off his face, seemingly indifferent, and began to turn away. Helan, enraged and trembling with fury, shrieked, "Yin Huaishu, do you truly believe becoming the defender guarantees your happiness? Let me tell you, that old man won't live much longer. You've allied yourself with him, and sooner or later, it will bring about your downfall." Only then did Yin Huaishu pause his steps and gave a cold laugh. "At least, I'll live longer than you." Then he walked away resolutely, not returning to his accommodation but heading instead to Yi Buji's stone chamber in the rear mountain. Yin Huaishu quietly stood within the spacious room, listening to the boundless sounds of rain falling around him, to the rustling of snakes and scorpions in the pool ahead. Beneath his collarbone, the newly inked tribal mark throbbed faintly with pain. He was confused. He should feel ecstatically elated at this moment, yet all he felt was utter boredom. It seemed like everything had changed, yet it also seemed like he could change nothing at all. In the silence, Yin Huaishu suddenly leapt into the pool, just as he had countless times before. All the venomous insects, snakes, and scorpions were startled awake, retreating from him in fear and swarming toward the edge of the pool like turbulent waves. In the center where he stood, a void was left behind. And so he began to laugh uncontrollably, his hollow chuckles echoing throughout the stone chamber. He couldn't stop laughing, forcing him to bend over, then collapse onto his knees on the cold stone floor. His forehead pressed against the frigid slab as water dripped from his soaked body. Gradually, the moisture on the ground made it impossible to distinguish whether the sound emanating from him was laughter or crying. Chapter 49. When dawn broke, the rain gradually stopped, leaving the air damp. Yixinghe opened her eyes and saw that the leaves outside the window had already turned yellow, with raindrops still dripping from the eaves. "You're awake," said Shuelu, putting down his book as he approached to examine her. "How are you feeling?" Yixinghe tried to speak. "Where is Changfeng?" "Rest assured, your uncle and younger brother are looking after him." "Then how is he? Did he regain consciousness later?" Shuelu hesitated but eventually shook his head. "As you see." The darkness in Yixinghe's eyes deepened. The truth was undeniable. After a moment of silence, she nodded and propped herself up, sitting on the bed. "The clothes on you were changed by one of the maids. I only stayed by your side for any trouble." Shuelu explained voluntarily. "Last night there was a heavy rainstorm, so this morning's air is especially fresh. I opened the window to let some air in. If you feel cold, I can close it again." "No need, leave it open," Yixinghe replied. The obvious concern from Shuelu couldn't escape her notice. After pondering for a while, she finally dared to ask, "I remember. When we first met, wasn't there also a heavy rain?" "That's right." Shuelu smiled faintly. "At the sword trial competition 10 years ago, it suddenly started raining heavily. In a rush, I hid under a house's eave, and coincidentally, you were there avoiding the rain too. We ended up chatting aimlessly until the rain stopped." "Shuelu," Yixinghe looked at him seriously, "I think you must understand as well. That rain 10 years ago, ended 10 years ago." Lowering her eyes, Yixinghe spoke quietly. "Since childhood, I have always known that I would only marry Changfeng. Even now, this thought hasn't changed at all." Shuelu chuckled, his gaze falling on a string of raindrops sliding off the roof. "I understand. It's just that I occasionally reminisce about that rain back then." Yixinghe glanced at him but didn't say anything. Instead, Shuelu continued, "When do you plan to return home? Why don't I escort you and Master Chen part way?" No, no, it wouldn't be proper to trouble you so much, Yi Xing has shook her head quickly. A frail woman like yourself, both your uncle and younger brother are severely injured now, and Master Chen isn't in great condition either. There could be quite a few difficulties on the way home. My presence for protection will certainly make things more stable. I am usually free anyway, so you shouldn't worry about troubling me. Shuelu hesitated for a moment before adding, Madam Chen, given how vast the world is, it seems we probably won't meet again after this farewell. After wavering for a long time, Yi Xing reluctantly agreed, thank you very much. After these words were exchanged, Shuelu didn't stay any longer, bidding them farewell and returning to his courtyard. The courtyard was peaceful, wet yellow leaves scattered haphazardly along the stone steps. Qi Chaoshi sat alone in the main hall and lazily greeted him when he spotted him. Where's Zhang Li? Haven't seen him come out yet, maybe still asleep. Qi Chaoshi suggested. That's unusual. Shuelu glanced at him curiously. Is something wrong with you? You look like you didn't sleep well last night. It's nothing. Qi Chaoshi replied dismissively, smiling lightly. Alright, I'll go back to my room and catch up on some sleep. Let me know if anything happens, said Shuelu before heading inside. Qi Chaoshi remained seated where he was, stealing a glance toward the direction of Jiang Li's room. Indeed, he hadn't been able to sleep last night. The sensation of that unexpected kiss lingered vividly, as though a scorch mark branded into his neck that he kept absent-mindedly touching and revisiting over and over. All the water had dripped away from the tiles, and a red sun slowly appeared in the bright blue sky, not glaring too strongly, its soft rays sneaking silently into the hall. Finally unable to suppress his restlessness any longer, Qi Chaoshi stood up, crossing the patch of sunlight and stopping before Jiang Li's door. Just as he was about to knock, the door unexpectedly swung open from within. Both startled at their sudden confrontation, they exchanged a brief look of confusion. Then Qi Chaoshi grinned first, you're finally awake. I've waited ages. Jiang Li avoided his eyes awkwardly. About yesterday. Yesterday's incident, Jiang Li interrupted him uncharacteristically, let's just pretend it never happened. Pausing for a second, Qi Chaoshi half smiled sardonically in response, so now that I've kissed you, you turn around to deny it. No accountability? No. Jiang Li defended feebly but found himself lacking an argument. But I can't just pretend nothing happened, Jiang Li. What do you suggest we do? Jiang Li met his gaze once again, only to divert his eyes shortly thereafter, muttering softly, I'm sorry. Though low and barely audible, this word immediately triggered irritation and discomfort in Qi Chaoshi. He took a step forward involuntarily, and Jiang Li subconsciously stepped back. But Qi Chaoshi wouldn't allow him to retreat, pressing a hand against the doorframe and blocking his escape route, trapping Jiang Li between his arms. Little thing, you're the most unfeeling of all. You tease me and keep me hanging, taking a step back whenever I advance. Qi Chaoshi lowered his eyes to fix him with a steady gaze, whispering under their breaths so close together they could almost feel each other's warmth, you know what I want to hear. Jiang Li's throat worked once, his body rigid and unresponsive as the heat of Qi Chaoshi's words brushed against his ear, scorching it like it might catch fire. The kiss yesterday had happened amidst a daze, but when Jiang Li recalled how Qi Chaoshi had consciously responded by kissing his earlobe, he realized the full significance. Though still somewhat confused, Jiang Li was far from dull-witted. His heart burned with an answer circling in his mind, waiting to burst forth. Meeting Qi Chaoshi's burning gaze, unable to voice or even think clearly, Jiang Li's only choice in his flustered state was to evade again. Without a second thought, he quickly ducked under Qi Chaoshi's arms braced against the doorframe and bolted out, leaving behind what seemed like a panicked retreat. Qi Chaoshi stood there, stunned, watching Jiang Li's retreating figure vanish in the blink of an eye. He slowly dropped his hand and leaned on the doorframe, sighing helplessly as he decided not to chase after him. Taking a deep breath, he pressed hard against his forehead, trying to cool down. Once calm, he realized the mistake, he'd been too hasty, not giving Jiang Li enough time to respond. Impatient for that direct confession, desperate for a real kiss, he'd let side-neck sensations burn away his careful plans of patience. Meanwhile, Jiang Li's thoughts were completely blank, and only when he snapped back to reality did he realize he was already walking down the city streets. The streets seemed livelier than usual, perhaps because the supposed ghost had been subdued and the terrifying yellow talismans torn down. Many shops had set up small stalls at their entrances, displaying various goods, tea, snacks, jewelry, wooden carved lanterns, and all kinds of delicate toys, shouting loudly to attract customers. Groups of people bargained around flower vendors, who displayed pots upon pots of blooming chrysanthemums with their layers of petals where gold mingled with off-white, releasing a slightly bitter fragrance as one passed by. Amid this bustling cheer, Jiang Li walked along the main street, unaware that he had left through the city gate, looking back at the tall grey walls of Qianqing City, weather-beaten yet standing silent for centuries, indifferent to the joys and sorrows experienced by its inhabitants. Jiang Li stopped by the riverbank. After last night's heavy rain, the river water had risen significantly, forming gentle waves. It was only then that he reached up and touched his ear, which was still burning hot. Not far away, a group of half-grown kids were gathered, competing to see who could throw stones to make them skip across the water. A little girl on the edge put her whole strength into throwing her stone, yet it fell short, plunging directly into the water with a plunk. Seeing the other stones jump 2 or 3 times on the surface, she lost interest and noticed the distracted Jiangli nearby. The little girl wasn't shy at all. She tiptoed around Jiangli quietly for a few rounds, peeking curiously, then spoke in a clear, young voice, "Big brother, are you going to die soon?" Jiangli looked at her abruptly, surprised beyond words. The little girl hadn't realized her mistake, merely feeling awkward under his stare. She pointed to her own hair. "You've got lots of white hairs here. My mom says when someone grows white hairs, they start dying. Like my grandpa, he was all white-haired, and not long after, he passed away." Jiangli whispered softly, "Yes, I won't live much longer. That makes you so pitiful." The little girl asked further, "When you die, what will happen to your family?" "I don't have any family left." "How can that be?" The little girl frowned earnestly, truly grieving for him. "Do you live alone? Is there no one with you?" Jiangli choked unexpectedly at her innocent question and answered weakly, "Someone said they'd stay with me." The little girl immediately turned to look around, searching anxiously, "Where is that person? Why aren't they here with you?" Jiangli couldn't answer. Turning his head away, he continued staring at the ripples on the river. The little girl asked a few more questions, but seeing him silent, she walked away disappointedly. As the sun slowly climbed higher, adults came to call the children back to the village, leaving the surroundings quiet once more, the chirping of birds mixing with rustling wind, the descending sun spread shimmering golden light across the river. As twilight fell, familiar footsteps broke the silence, stopping beside him. Jiang Li's eyes flickered, but he held back from turning to look. Qi Chaoshi bent down and picked up a few pebbles, casually selecting one and tossing it into the river. The pebbles skipped merrily across the water, creating 9 ripples before finally sinking slowly. He smiled, then spread out his palm with the remaining pebbles in front of Jiang Li. Jiang Li glanced at them, picked up a thin, smooth white stone, and with a sudden flick of his wrist, sent it flying over the river like a white bird skimming the water far away, leaving behind more than a dozen splashes. "Hey, you've practiced this?" Qi Chaoshi raised an eyebrow. "Kind of, there wasn't much else to do as a kid," Jiang Li replied. "I'll definitely beat you next time." Qi Chaoshi threw away the stones in his hand, patted the dust off his hands, and said, "Shall we head back?" Jiang Li turned his head toward him, the afterglow of the sunset reflecting laughter in his eyes. "Sure." But just as they reached the city gate, Jiang Li was pressed onto a low stool by the roadside dumpling stall by Qi Chaoshi's firm grip on his shoulder. Qi Chaoshi sat down across from him, ordered 2 bowls of dumplings from the vendor, then began reprimanding Jiang Li. "You haven't eaten all day, have you? Don't you even feel hungry?" Jiang Li thought about it for a moment and truthfully replied, "Not really." Qi Chaoshi didn't expect him to answer so straightforwardly, "That's because you're too hungry." So, Jiang Li closed his mouth, feeling that he had prepared himself thoroughly. It was indeed time to clear things up, make a clean decision, but Qi Chaoshi kept rambling on unrelated topics. Even when the bowls of dumplings were served, he didn't bring up the ambiguous matters anymore. Jiang Li realized that Qi Chaoshi was pretending nothing had happened, intending to keep things as they were. The paper-thin wrappers of the dumplings enveloped generous portions of stuffing, floating in aromatic broth with fresh green chives sprinkled on top. Steam rose thickly from each bowl. Jiang Li absently stirred with his spoon, determined after some deliberation that he should clarify the situation. He raised his head resolutely, just about to speak when a spoonful of hot dumplings was shoved into his mouth to stop him. How could Qi Chaoshi not see through his intentions? He warned Jiang Li, who looked rather flustered, "Don't spit it out." Upon hearing this, Jiang Li furrowed his brows and swallowed painstakingly before saying, "Hot." The real culprit, still holding the offending spoon, appeared somewhat guilt-ridden. He quickly blew on another spoonful of dumplings to cool it and offered it to Jiang Li. Jiang Li looked at him and ate the second one. This time, the dumplings weren't as hot. Night had already quietly descended, and the lanterns hung by the stall keeper swayed with a soft yellow light. Facing each other across the table, neither knew what to say next. By some inexplicable twist, Jiang Li also scooped a spoonful of dumplings and held it out towards Qi Chaoshi. Surprised yet filled with joy, Qi Chaoshi leaned down and ate the dumplings, seriously nodding afterward and commenting, "Not bad." Jiang Li couldn't help but want to laugh, suddenly realizing how absurd their behavior was. How could they taste any difference from dumplings cooked in the same pot? They were being utterly ridiculous. A warm bowl of steaming dumplings filled their stomachs with pleasant warmth, giving them a sense of awareness again. After paying, Qi Chaoshi walked with Jiang Li back into the city just as the first cluster of fireworks burst in the night sky, drawing gasps of admiration from the crowd in the streets. Fireworks shot up into the heavens, exploding into brilliant blossoms of multicolored light, illuminating the city like falling rain. Cheers and applause erupted everywhere, fireworks lighting up the sky endlessly. Calculating the date, Qi Chaoshi couldn't help but chuckle. Mid-Autumn Festival today, I completely forgot. Jiang Li tilted his head and watched the magnificent display, turning his gaze upward to behold a round moon hanging high like a jade plate. In Qianqing, it isn't that lively. In some places, people will hold banquets to worship the moon, craft lantern boats that are released into the rivers, or hang lanterns along the streets with riddles written on them, while in other areas, theatrical performances of China flying to the moon are staged. How about Luoyang? Jiang Li asked. Luoyang has Guiyun Mountain Retreat. During the Mid-Autumn Festival, they give out Asmanthus wine freely to residents of the city and passing travelers alike, Qi Chaoshi said. Are you interested in Luoyang? Jiang Li hurriedly explained, I read that Luoyang's peonies are unrivaled under heaven, so I'm curious. Qi Chaoshi nodded without further questioning and suggested, Luoyang's peonies truly deserve their reputation. But since it is autumn now, perhaps we can wait until next spring, and I'll accompany you to see the peonies. Jiang Li turned his head to look at him. Qi Chaoshi also tilted his head, gazing at the fireworks, his handsome face illuminated unevenly by the bursts of light. The offer sounded so inviting, and Jiang Li wanted to respond positively, but the coming spring seemed so distant to him, too far away to make any promises. As Qi Chaoshi waited for his reply in vain, he also turned to look. Jiang Li didn't say anything, only revealing a faint smile. Then another set of fireworks exploded brightly, lighting up his eyes. Chapter 50. On the day Qi Chaoyi and Jiang Li set off to continue their journey to the southern frontier in search of Elder Shugu, Yixinghe's group also decided to head back home. Following his promise, Xuelu stayed by their side as an escort and thus briefly bid farewell to the two of them. The weather that day was poor, but Qin Jing still insisted on seeing them off at the city gate. He stood for a long time amidst the autumn winds, gazing as the carriage containing Qin Changfeng's body gradually disappeared into the distance. He looked both exhausted and sorrowful. Considering that rumors about Jiang Li and the eternal life decree had already spread widely throughout the martial world, before departing, Qi Chaoyi not only reapplied her own human skin mask but also altered Jiang Li's appearance and attire. She first took out a thin piece of leather and placed it over Jiang Li's face, molding it with careful kneading. Then she grabbed a fine brush dipped in an unknown ointment, carefully enhancing the disguise on the mask. When Jiang Li opened his eyes, he saw in the mirror a youth with listless downturned eyes and small freckles on his cheeks. His sharp aura had been diminished by half, making him appear much more ordinary and harmless. At this point, Qi Chaoyi turned around to appraise Jiang Li from the side, her gaze unconsciously concentrating on the strands of white hair near his temples. She distinctly remembered that not long ago, Jiang Li's temples were still jet black. These white hairs seemed to have suddenly grown overnight. She reached out to pull at a strand of white hair for closer inspection, and Jiang Li visibly became tense, staring intently through the bronze mirror at her expression changes. But Qi Chaoyi said nothing, instead retrieving a round-bellied porcelain bottle. She poured a few drops of liquid onto her hand and tested its effects. Once the liquid dried, that part of her skin turned pitch black. She gently adjusted Jiang Li's head and told him, "Don't move," as she patiently smeared the medicine onto the white hairs. In no time, the silver threads merged completely with the dark ones, becoming untraceable. Qi Chaoyi then moved back to face Jiang Li directly and couldn't help but chuckle. "Why are you staring at me? Go look in the mirror." Jiang Li hastily averted his gaze. "How about it, young hero Jiang? Are you satisfied?" Qi Chaoyi asked. Jiang Li looked at her again, feeling a myriad emotions but unable to express them, so he seriously nodded, satisfied. Thus, the unremarkable-looking master-disciple duo set out, heading south. Indeed, they encountered no trouble along the way, but hearsay about themselves filled their ears. Initially, the rumors still carried some semblance of basis, mostly revolving around whether the shadow that stole Qi Chaoyi's corpse under cover of night from the villa belonged to his disciple Jiang Li or not, and whether the eternal life decree really held the magical effect of reviving the dead. Various discussions abounded, yet details like the time and location mentioned in different accounts largely aligned. Despite differences in the retelling of events, which included exaggerations or vague descriptions, the gist remained plausible. Based on this, Qi Chaoyi and Jiang Li deduced that the nighttime corpse-stealing incident at the villa must have occurred, and the one who likely fabricated the rumor that the eternal life decree could revive the dead might be the same person, though they couldn't figure out who that might be despite much deliberation. The closer they got to the southern frontier, the more bizarre the rumors became. After all, there are no walls without gaps. Jiang Li's use of the Jingguang sword technique in Qian City had been witnessed by countless people, and they observed firsthand how the news spread rapidly like a storm and how rumors grew like wild grass. Some said he was a hidden disciple of Jiang Luming for many years, others claimed he was the immortal Gu Si, yet another story suggested that the Jingguang sword technique and the eternal life decree had been lost 24 years ago during the 7-kill sect's revenge on Guiyun Manor, linking him to that demonic sect. Finally, upon reaching the southern frontier, in a wine shop where they were having a meal, they heard the ultimate culmination of these rumors, a mix of secret amorous affairs, family feuds, mysterious martial arts, and the legendary #1 Guiyun Manor, woven together into an engaging tale designed to attract the attention of the martial world. That Jiang Li fellow is clearly the illegitimate child of the current manor lord, Jiang Xingzhou. A bald man declared emphatically, instantly capturing everyone's attention in the hall. Seeing this, the bald man raised his voice even higher, enthusiastically narrating as if he had personally witnessed all these secrets. He spoke of how the young lord of Guiyun Manor, Jiang Xingzhou, broke his engagement in his youth due to promiscuity, leading the illegitimate son to blackmail him repeatedly. Furthermore, both the legitimate and illegitimate sons were fighting over the eternal life decree. Qi Chaoyi glanced at Jiang Li, whose indifferent demeanor suggested he was fully focused on the food in his bowl, seemingly disinterested in the repeated mention of the name next to his ear. Throughout this journey, Jiang Li always maintained this attitude toward rumors. Qi Chaoyi knew that he wouldn't take them to heart, and originally wasn't worried. However, as the bald man's discourse grew increasingly distasteful, it was actually Qi Chaoyi, known for tolerating all kinds of content, who couldn't bear it anymore. She reached out and held Jiang Li's hand, intending to take him away. Just at this moment, there came a bang as the table over there was flipped entirely onto the ground. Bowls of rice and dishes crashed to the floor with a cacophony of clatters, leaving the bald man's excited speech stuck in his throat. He stared wide-eyed at the angry youth before him. What are you doing? Don't you know the rules of the jianghu? If you don't like it, leave. What business do you have overturning someone's table? Not only will I flip the table, but I will also beat you. The youth rolled up his sleeves angrily, spreading malicious gossip behind someone's back while ruining reputations and claiming it as jianghu rules. I spit on that. As he spoke, a young man in blue approached from behind. Some sharp-eyed individuals immediately recognized him and whispered in shock, "This is Ji Xiuming, the adopted son of Guiyun Manor." Then the youth in front must surely be the young master Jiang Lanja. The bald man, naturally hearing this, had his initially belligerent demeanor fall flat as he forced out a flattery-filled smile. "Oh my. Young Master Jiang, those words were just things I heard from others, all nonsense, please don't take them seriously. Yes, it's me who is wrong, you flipping the table was justified." Jiang Lanja looked disdainfully upon him, raising his hand to strike, but was stopped by Ji Xiuming. Ji Xiuming took out a piece of silver and threw it into the bald man's arms, saying, "This will cover the cost for your meal. In future, think more carefully when listening to others, don't repeat everything you hear blindly. We'll let this pass this time, but next time may not be so lucky." The bald man felt both astonished and delighted, cradling the silver tightly in both hands. "Understood, Lord Ji. Your lesson will not be forgotten." Jiang Lanja glanced at Ji Xiuming unhappily, then turned his head and quickly left through the door. Ji Xiuming helplessly followed. Back inside the tavern, noise resumed as Qi Chaoyi and Jiang Li exchanged glances, recognizing the same plan in each other's eyes. Though they couldn't fathom why these two had suddenly appeared in the southern frontier, one fact was certain: they needed to move quickly into the mountains toward Shibu Valley. Without lingering further at their inn, they directly entered the winding, dense mountain ranges. The southern frontier's climate was humid and hot, with lush forests. After walking only a short distance, they predictably spotted two figures ahead. Apparently tired from their walk, Jiang Lanja was resting under the shade of a tree, while Ji Xiuming handed him a water skin nearby. Jiang Li was about to change course when Qi Chaoyi stopped him, tearing off her mask as she whispered, "It seems they are also looking for the elder of Shibu Valley. There's no escaping this, might as well go along with them." Jiang Li looked surprised at his face, "But what about the story about your resurrection? In the entire Jianghu, only Guiyun Manor would never believe the rumors about the effects of Changqing Jue bringing people back to life. Perhaps we can uncover some related news. As for the rest, don't worry, I've already planned what to say." Qi Chaoyi tore off Jiang Li's mask as well, leading him forward without hesitation by wrapping an arm around his shoulder. Hearing footsteps, Ji Xiuming turned alertly, instantly startled upon seeing who it was. "Young Master Jiang, Lord Ji, truly a coincidence," Qi Chaoyi greeted calmly. "Are the two of you also going to Shibu Valley for medical aid?" "Yes, are you?" Jiang Lanja, straightforward and eager, stared straight at him. "So, you're really still alive. How did you manage that? Was it your disciple who found a way?" Jiang Li silently turned to Qi Chaoyi as Qi Chaoyi laughed and shook his head. "A misunderstanding, it's something I could not possibly refute despite having 100 mouths to speak." Naturally intrigued, Jiang Lanja eagerly asked, "Explain it to me. Shouldn't someone like young Master Jiang, who understands the intricacies of the martial world better than wandering wanderers like us, have insights about whether such rumors hold truth or falsity?" Lost in thought, Jiang Lanja considered while Ji Xiuming interjected abruptly, "Master Qi, could you clarify this for us?" Qi Chaoyi gave him a sidelong glance, smiling. "The body that was burned at Dongting Villa was not mine, it was someone from Bana sect. On that day, Mingyu, hall leader of Bana sect, rescued the woman branded as a demoness, taking advantage of the fire to escape. I chased after her but was instead surrounded and poisoned with a needle, losing consciousness. When I woke up days later, word of my demise had already spread across the Jianghu. If the matter isn't complicated, why didn't you come forward to explain yourself? The rumors relate to Changqing Jue. Apart from you, who else would even listen to my explanation?" Qi Chaoyi pressed a hand to his chest, feigning a cough for effect. "Moreover, the poison has infiltrated my internal organs. If we cannot find Elder Shugu this time to save me, I truly would end up dead." Jiang Lanja nodded understandingly. "That makes sense. For whom are the two of you here seeking medical treatment?" Qi Chaoyi asked. "It's me. It's an uncle from the manor." Ji Xiuming cut in again, "Not very famous in the Jianghu, Master Qi likely wouldn't recognize him." Qi Chaoyi suggested, "Since we're on the same path, why don't we travel together? We can keep an eye out for each other." This time Jiang Lanja had learned his lesson and did not reply impulsively. Instead, he looked at Ji Xiuming. Ji Xiuming's gaze shifted between Qi Chaoyi and Jiang Li hesitantly but found no valid excuse to refuse, so he reluctantly agreed. The four continued deep into the mountain until they were not far from Shibu Valley. As evening fell, it grew darker in the forest, making further travel inconvenient. Given that Shugu's elder had secluded himself for years without anyone finding him, it was presumed that there were traps within the valley. They unanimously decided to rest for the night here and enter the valley early tomorrow morning. They found a flat, clean clearing in the forest and set down their bags. Chi Chowi proposed, let's gather some branches to make a fire and look for food. If we split into pairs, it'll go faster. As he said this, his eyes focused on Ji Xiuming, intending to take advantage of the opportunity to test him privately, but before he finished speaking, Jiang Li had already approached him. His intention couldn't be clearer. So Chi Chowi adjusted his words immediately. Jiang Li and I will check out the nearby stream for fish while you two start the fire. Thank you. Ji Xiuming nodded at him and then led Jiang Lanja deeper into the woods. Walking in another direction, they soon reached the winding little river where the water flowed crystal clear. Although it was autumn, even in the Southlands, the water still carried a cool edge. With minimal thought, Chi Chowi rolled up his sleeves and stepped into the river, turning back to say, you wait on the bank, it's better not to get in. It was too late, as Jiang Li had already followed him into the water. Helplessly amused, Chi Chowi laughed, be careful, the stones are slippery. Don't fall. Came Jiang Li's quiet agreement. Slightly bending forward, Chi Chowi glanced at Jiang Li's silent profile and asked, do you not wish to travel with Ji Xiuming and the others? Jiang Li raised his eyes to look at him, finally breaking his silence, I don't trust the people from Guiyun Manor. But keeping them close, even under watchful eyes, is safer than letting them act behind our backs. Even if something happens, we'd be able to handle it quickly. Chi Chowi chuckled again, Jiang Li, if you're unsure about them, aren't you confident in me? After pondering, Jiang Li simply nodded and didn't say anything more. In just that moment, Chi Chowi swiftly caught a plump fish swimming nearby. Looking at Jiang Li's expression, he suddenly shouted and tossed the fish high into the air. Surprised, Jiang Li hurriedly reached out to catch it, only for the distressed fish to thrash around violently in his grip, splashing water everywhere and causing even someone of his caliber to struggle clumsily. Chi Chowi laughed harder as Jiang Li eventually managed to subdue the fish. Then, his hand appeared mysteriously before them again with a smile, guess what this is? The water droplets hadn't been wiped off Jiang Li's face yet, and hearing the question, he cautiously took a step back, asking warily, what is it? Slowly, Chi Chowi opened his palm, revealing a soft green glow as a tiny firefly flapped its wings in his hand. Chi Chowi watched the change in his expression, about to say something when the restless fish abruptly splashed again, drenching him with a splash of water. The water soaked through his shirt front almost entirely, and the firefly flew away with its shimmering green glow. Unable to help it, Jiang Li let out a laugh. This was the first time Chi Chowi had ever heard Jiang Li laugh aloud. Despite his disheveled state as he wiped the water off his face, Chi Chowi felt internally satisfied despite outwardly frowning. What's so funny? Are you laughing that much? It's funny. Jiang Li nodded, smiling with crescent-shaped eyes. Chi Chowi's heart stirred, losing even the small pretense of annoyance, and turned to tease the fish instead, we'll eat you later. When they returned, Ji Xiuming and Jiang Lanja had already started the campfire. Naturally, the fat fish had no chance of escape. It was gutted, cleaned, speared onto a stick, and roasted over the fire, filling the air with a fragrant aroma. With full stomachs, the fatigue from walking all day surfaced. Jiang Lanja took a blanket, wrapped himself tightly in it, and leaned against a tree, quickly nodding off. Ji Xiuming pulled out another blanket from his bag, paused briefly, then extended it toward Jiang Li across the fire. Jiang Li glanced at him, then lowered his eyes again, neither moving nor making a sound. Ji Xiuming's arm remained awkwardly suspended in midair. Chi Chowi, quick to react, intercepted the blanket, shook it out, and draped it gently on Jiang Li's back, smiling and saying, Master Ji, don't mind him, my apprentice is rather reserved and prefers not to socialize much. Jiang Li immediately tried to remove the blanket, but Chi Chowi stopped his hands. After a brief hesitation, he finally silently accepted it. Ji Xiuming had noticed these little details, chuckling, no worries, your master-apprentice relationship is truly great. After speaking, he no longer brought up something unpleasant for himself and rested his eyes by leaning on a nearby tree. Under the night's cover, amidst the sounds of the forest's creatures, the fire crackled softly. Chi Chowi idly picked up a twig, lost in thought as he doodled on the ground. Due to Shugu's elder's ties with the Taihua sect, during the years when he was sent all over by the elder teaching master to search for clues about the Longevity Sutra, he had dispatched people multiple times to investigate here. Borachos like the sect never lacked experts in mechanisms or esoteric knowledge. However, each person sent could not return, and thus, Shugu Valley still remained a mystery to him. Chi Chowi couldn't help but sigh, only to feel a subtle weight on his shoulder. He glanced over to find Jiang Li had unknowingly fallen asleep and rested against him. The warm, flickering glow of the fire illuminated Jiang Li's face, making Chi Chowi smile gently. Perhaps even Jiang Li hadn't realized it yet, but indeed, he had begun to depend on Chi Chowi. Chi Chowi keenly sensed this and enjoyed it immensely, letting the earlier troubles drift away. He wrapped an arm around Jiang Li, pressing his cheek to his forehead, and peacefully closed his eyes. Thus, they fell asleep while mutually supporting each other. Chapter 51. The next morning, the four of them entered the valley. Hidden in the grass was a round stone inscribed with the fresh red characters, Su Valley, which seemed quite intimidating. As soon as they crossed this boundary marker, though the forest appeared unchanged, the atmosphere suddenly shifted, as if danger lay latent even in the wind. Qi Chaoxi exchanged a glance with Ji Shuming, and then all four people instinctively slowed their steps, cautiously observing their surroundings. When the first faint rustling sound occurred, Jiang Li pulled on Qi Chaoxi's sleeve, signaling him to look deeper into the nearby grass. After waiting for a while without seeing any abnormality, Qi Chaoxi kept his eyes fixed on that patch of grass, deliberately taking heavier steps as he moved forward. The moment he did, the grass bent sideways, revealing a pair of vertically slitted pupils flashing with ferocity. Snake! There's a snake! Master Ji, it's an enormous snake! A startled cry came first from behind. Jiang Lanja had spotted the movement. Qi Chaoxi quickly turned around to see a black python darting out of the forest on the other side. It was as thick as a house pillar, its blood-red mouth wide open as it lunged towards Jiang Lanja. Ji Shuming swiftly carried him up to a tree branch, but the python moved incredibly fast, coiling around the trunk and climbing upward. Beside them, there was a sharp ring of a sword unsheathing. Qi Chaoxi turned back and saw Jiang Li standing with his sword at the ready. Right before them, another identical black python crawled out from the grass, its raised body towering higher than a person. Its forked tongue flickered as it stared directly at the two of them. Qi Chaoxi placed his hand on the hilt of his sword and coughed lightly. Jiang Li gave a slight nod, understanding his intention. In the next instant, they both leaped simultaneously toward opposite sides of the python. The swords flashed, creating a pincer attack, Jiang Li slashing at the python's neck, while Qi Chaoxi precisely struck its most vulnerable spot. However, only sparks were struck. The python's scales were glossy and hard, impenetrable even by their swords. Clearly angered by the assault, the python twisted its body, flinging them aside. With its mouth wide open, it let out a hissing sound, and its long tail followed through with a strike. Qi Chaoxi dodged the tail by leaning backward and stepped back several paces. Jiang Li, however, had great courage. He positioned himself in mid-air, aiming accurately, and landed right on the python's back. Unfortunately, the slippery scales provided no grip, so Jiang Li held the Qin Shuang sword firmly with both hands, concentrating his internal energy onto the blade, and struck down forcefully. However, it merely left a shallow groove on the python's scales, failing to inflict any real damage. The python trembled violently as if in great pain, thrashing itself on the ground to dislodge Jiang Li. As Jiang Li rolled upon landing, regaining his balance, the python whipped around its triangular head at lightning speed and fiercely bit down toward him. Faced with the overwhelming stench and the prospect of being swallowed whole, Jiang Li, over here, cried Qi Chaoxi, rushing forward. With eyes solely focused on the python, instead of retreating, Jiang Li advanced boldly, practically stepping inside the serpent's mouth just in time for the Qin Shuang sword to burst forth with blinding light. His long sword pierced straight through the soft flesh wall, instantly penetrating the python's skull, causing blood to explode outward. The python stopped moving. Jiang Li withdrew his sword and stepped back, watching as the massive python collapsed beneath him. However, his arm had been slashed by one of the python's sharp teeth, now bleeding. Qi Chaoxi grabbed Jiang Li's injured arm and pulled him over, not uttering a word before Jiang Li reassured, no venom. Qi Chaoxi couldn't help but laugh slightly at his quick response. Once confirming the normal color of the blood flowing from the wound, he sighed in relief and roughly ruffled Jiang Li's hair, muttering, "Little brat, you nearly scared me to death. We'll settle accounts once we get back." In the woods, the sounds of rustling leaves echoed throughout. Turning around, they realized Ji Shuming was struggling with maneuvering due to protecting Jiang Lanja. Unable to fully engage, he could only use his agile footwork to weave between branches and dodge, while the shadow of the other black python persistently pursued them, its long tail sweeping up countless fallen leaves. "I'll go handle it. You stay here," said Qi Chaoxi. Knowing better than to upset him further, Jiang Li stopped and obediently stayed put. Seeing the pursuing python drawing ever closer, Ji Shuming glanced back in alarm. Spotting Qi Chaoxi approaching, he took a deep breath, leaping further ahead. Landing hurriedly, he shoved Jiang Lanja towards Qi Chaoxi, turning immediately to draw his sword and confront the charging python head-on. The clash produced a splash of sparks. Realizing the python remained unharmed, Ji Shuming tried leading it away in the opposite direction. Unexpectedly, the python swayed its head and completely ignored him, continuing its charge toward Jiang Lanja with its mouth agape. Quickly grabbing Jiang Lanja by the collar, Qi Chaoxi jumped onto a tree branch. After repeated evasion, Jiang Lanja's legs felt like jelly, eventually exclaiming, "Why is the snake chasing me relentlessly? Perhaps it has figured out that you have tender skin and fine flesh, making you the best tasting among the four of us," Qi Chaoxi said as he saw the python climbing up the tree again. He patted Jiang Lanja's shoulder and added, "Do you see your Ji senior brother over there?" Jiang Lanja looked up. "I see him, but, Ji Shao, catch me." Suddenly, Qi Chaoxi threw Jiang Lanja high into the air. Ji Shuming was startled and hurriedly leapt to catch him, while the python indeed raised its body and turned its head along with Jiang Lanja. In a flash, Qi Chaoxi arrived, taking advantage of the momentary gap to strike quickly with his sword, hitting the python's eye and piercing through its head. The python let out a low sound as it fell to the ground. At the same time, Qi Chaoshi landed, and Jiang Lanja dropped right into Ji Shuming's arms. The boy had been scared stiff, yet he remained good-natured. Even after being thrown like a sack of flour, instead of getting angry, he nodded breathlessly at Qi Chaoshi. Hero Qi, you're really skilled. Qi Chaoshi nodded back at him, you are more skilled than I am. The forest fell quiet once more, without any abnormal movement. After Jiang Lanja rested for a while sitting next to Ji Shuming, Qi Chaoshi helped bandage his wound on his arm under Jiang Li's guidance. After resting for a bit, the four of them set off again. The journey continued in eerie calm. The trees grew taller and denser, their branches weaving overhead, almost completely blocking out the sun. Along the way, animal bones half buried in the soil gradually appeared on both sides of the path. Not far from there, several sets of human bones lay scattered, giving the area a sinister and terrifying atmosphere. Jiang Lanja clung tightly to Ji Shuming, glancing fearfully around. Suddenly, he excitedly pointed ahead, look. We're almost there. We found Elder Su Gu. Ahead, a corner of a courtyard with blue bricks and white walls could be glimpsed between the trees. Jiang Lanja felt greatly encouraged, forgetting his fear entirely. He hurried forward, gesturing urgently to them, come on, come on. Qi Chaoshi gazed at the corner of the courtyard wall and couldn't help furrowing his brow. Following Jiang Lanja and quickening their pace for half an hour, when they looked up again, the courtyard wall was still within sight, not closer, not farther. The forest looked exactly the same as before, as if they had never moved. Qi Chaoshi's heart twitched slightly, realizing something. He stopped Jiang Lanja who was still walking blindly ahead and said, stop first, stay silent and listen carefully. Ji Shuming also halted and concentrated, listening intently. However, he shook his head in confusion. Jiang Lanja looked even more baffled, I didn't hear anything. The problem is precisely that there isn't any sound, Qi Chaoshi explained. Jiang Li immediately understood his meaning. Looking around, no birds or beasts were visible, neither insect chirps nor bird calls reached their ears. Unbeknownst to them, the forest had already become deathly silent. Ji Shuming realized the situation too and warned cautiously, is this a trap? Qi Chaoshi drew his sword and made a mark on a nearby tree, then said, let's keep moving forward. They walked on, and before long, they spotted the marked tree standing far ahead. Qi Chaoshi tightened his grip on Jiang Li's hand, saying, don't move your body. Slowly step backward one step at a time. Jiang Lanja glanced anxiously at Ji Shuming, following instructions and stepping back. However, after only a few hundred steps, the tree quietly reappeared behind them. Are we caught in some kind of array? Ji Shuming seemed to get a clue. If my guess is correct, this is the defensive array used by Taihua sect to guard their valley. Back when 7 Kill sect attacked Taihua sect, it took 300 men lined up in a row to find the key point of the array. This array might not be as large as Taihua sect's, but just the 4 of us would surely struggle to break it. With a brief pause, Qi Chaoshi chuckled, but the good news is that we can now confirm this old man Su Gu must indeed be a remaining disciple of Taihua sect. Despite his cheerful mood, Ji Shuming wasn't amused, hurriedly asking, then what should we do next? Qi Chaoshi shook his head, there's nothing much we can do. We'll just have to rely on luck and try slowly. As he spoke, he intended to make another mark. However, during these few words, a faint mist began spreading through the woods. Initially unnoticed upon inhalation, after just a few steps, Qi Chaoshi suddenly felt as if a heavy stone was pressing down on his chest, making it hard to breathe. Finally turning serious, Qi Chaoshi snapped, it's poisonous miasma. Hold your breath. Yet as the miasma became thicker, a white haze enveloped the forest. Holding one's breath merely delayed the inevitable, they could not indefinitely avoid breathing. Still unable to locate the key point of the array, all 4 found it increasingly difficult to draw breath. Opening their mouths caused a sensation akin to drowning, gasping uncontrollably. Ji Shuming exclaimed, the skeletons we passed on the way. Could they have been trapped and died this way? Qi Chaoshi remained silent and simply nodded. To conserve energy, he communicated with Jiang Li through gestures as they searched for the eye of the array. Ji Shuming sighed in resignation and followed slowly along. Among the 4 of them, Jiang Lanja had the weakest internal power, making it hardest for him to resist the toxic miasma. He dragged his feet along, his face flushed red from holding his breath. However, as the marks they made kept reappearing before them and the corner of the courtyard wall always stayed frustratingly close yet unattainable, it became clear that escape was impossible. Jiang Lanja could no longer bear it. Without warning, he knelt down in the direction of the courtyard wall, took a deep breath, and shouted at the top of his lungs, Elder. I've come seeking medical help, please meet me. Lanes. Ji Shuming whispered urgently as a reminder, stop shouting, it's useless, you'll only be inhaling more miasma. I can't think about that anymore, Jiang Lanja retorted, his chest heaving violently as he panted even harder, Elder, please see me. My father is gravely ill. He's been sick for almost 2 years, and for the past 6 months, he's been bedridden in unbearable agony. I've already sought all the renowned doctors under heaven, but they all say there's no cure. But I don't want to watch my father die without doing anything. Apart from coming to you for help, I truly have no other way out. Ji Shuming moved forward to stop Jiang Lanja's reckless actions. Just then, the ground beneath their feet began to tremble softly. Surprised, Ji Shuming turned around to see that the forest behind them had parted, revealing a narrow path leading outward. It seems we're being spared this time. Ji Shuming turned back to hold on to Jiang Lanja. The elder's attitude has already been made clear. Lanes, your uncle is right, Master Gushu hasn't been seen by just anyone after years of seclusion. Let's go. No, I won't leave. Jiang Lanja struggled free of Ji Shuming's grip. Having inhaled too much poison gas, his face had taken on a deathly blackish hue, yet his eyes burned brightly as he bowed several times toward the courtyard wall. Elder, surely you can hear me? Please, if you would allow me to do anything to save my father, I'd do it without hesitation. There was no response from the courtyard wall. Jiang Lanja was barely able to catch his breath, breaking into uncontrollable coughs. His eyes brimmed with tears. Brother Ji, you all should go ahead. If I die before persuading the elder, take him to the manor to treat my father. Jiang Lanja's voice wavered with sobs, wiping away the flowing tears. By the time my father recovers, tell him that I haven't let him down as a son. Ji Shuming found himself speechless for a moment. Standing silently observing from the side, Jiang Li's gaze softened unconsciously. He stepped forward, swaying a little bit, fortunately supported by Qi Chaoshi in time. Qi Chaoshi shot him an expression filled with concern, but Jiang Li shook his head, steady his footing by relying on the support, and slowly approached Jiang Lanja's side, kneeling beside him. With both hands held in front of him, Jiang Li made up his mind. He paid respect solemnly toward the courtyard wall, drawing a deep breath, raising his voice. I am the eldest grandson of Jiang Luming of Guiyun Manor, and son of Jiang Jingming, Jiang Yunruo. Alongside my younger brother Jiang Lanes, I earnestly request Master Zhong to grant us an audience. Jiang Lanja looked over, astonished. Jiang Li maintained unwavering focus on the courtyard wall, not batting an eyelid. No sooner had he finished speaking than an elderly voice sounded through the woods. You said, you are the son of Jiang Jingming? That's correct, Jiang Li replied steadily. My father often mentioned the Venerable One during his lifetime. Although he sent letters, it was one of his regrets never meeting you again. The elderly voice chuckled lowly. The ground trembled once more, and the poisonous miasma dispersed. The obstructive trees vanished, revealing the blue brick and white-walled courtyard not far ahead. Jiang Li stood up. Jiang Lanja still knelt there dazedly. Even more shocked was Ji Shuming, who hardly dared to believe what he had heard. At that moment, Jiang Li turned his face. His body shuddered, as though struck by lightning, reviving the forgotten visage buried deep within his memory, slowly overlapping with the person standing before him. Yunruo. Ji Shuming felt like someone had clenched his throat tightly, barely able to utter a sound. His consciousness collapsed instantly as he turned and ran off uncontrollably. Influenced by the poison gas within his body, his figure staggered along the small path as if chased and bitten by invisible demons. Frowning, Qi Chaoshi watched his disappearing silhouette. Then he turned around and noticed Jiang Li's face devoid of any expression. Chapter 52. Su Gu stood in the courtyard, gray-haired and bearded, appearing fairly amiable. The moment he saw them walk through the gate, he sized up Jiang Li from head to toe. Jiang Yunruo, aren't you 23 this year? Yes. Su Gu nodded, unsurprised by his youthful appearance. Upon hearing this, Qi Chaoxi finally had to look at Jiang Li with astonishment and was about to say something when Su Gu asked him first, who is this? My master, Jiang Li replied. Qi Chaoxi bowed deeply, introducing himself, I am a junior named Qi Chaoxi. Su Gu nodded and turned around to lead the three of them inside. As the toxic miasma faded, Jiang Lanja hurriedly caught up with Jiang Li and anxiously said, we just came in without waiting for senior brother Ji. What do you mean we're not caring for him? We're not. Jiang Lanja worriedly glanced outside, still seeing no sign of Ji Shuming. He couldn't help but blurt out all his pent-up questions. Are you really named Jiang Li or Jiang Yunruo? Why have I never heard this name? You said you're the son of Jiang Jingming, making us cousins, but uncle passed away before my birth and was never married. Where does your existence come from? Moreover, did senior brother Ji recognize you before? What happened to him? Jiang Li looked at him and asked, do you know about the Chongqing Ju? I do. Isn't it the legendary divine martial arts that everyone talks about? People think it's in Guiyun Manor, but it has long disappeared. Who told you that? Su Gu suddenly turned around as they walked into the room and looked at him. Jiang Lanja replied, my father said so. Your father? Su Gu sighed, clearly astonished. What exactly is Jiang Xingzhou thinking? You're already this old, and yet he still hasn't told you anything. Jiang Lanja, dazed, asked, what should father have told me? The affairs of Guiyun Manor should be left to the Jiang family to explain. Su Gu gestured for him and Jiang Li to sit down and shifted his gaze onto Qi Chaoxi. I will chat with this one outside. He doesn't need to leave. Jiang Li interjected, let him stay here. Hearing these words, a hint of amusement flickered in Qi Chaoxi's eyes as he naturally sat beside Jiang Li. Su Gu gave them a meaningful glance, seemingly comprehending something, but neither spoke nor went outside. Instead, he also sat down in the room. A moment of silence followed, with three pairs of eyes all fixated on Jiang Li. Jiang Li paused thoughtfully before unraveling the bandages on his arm. His skin appeared smooth and flawless, the wound had vanished without leaving even a scar. Qi Kaoxi involuntarily startled, and Jiang Li explained, this is the effect of the Changxing Ju. No matter what kind of injury, it can heal quickly. So this is why you didn't bother treating your injuries? Qi Kaoxi asked. Jiang Li, guiltily lowering his eyes, hummed in acknowledgement. Jiang Lanja exclaimed in amazement, so does this mean you've cultivated the Changxing Ju? Goodness, the skills of this martial art are truly extraordinary. Extraordinary? Jiang Li turned to him, an inadvertent tinge of sarcasm creeping into his voice. Cultivating the Changxing Ju is like harboring an evil spirit within your body. It grants abundant power, but simultaneously drains the life energy from your body. The more profound your martial arts become, the more life energy it consumes. When you are at your strongest, you are paradoxically at your weakest. Jiang Lanja was speechless. The supply of life energy within the human body is finite. In the beginning, this depletion may slow down growth. However, as one's martial arts improve, the amount of energy that Changxing Ju requires exceeds human endurance, leading to reverse harm. Jiang Li hesitated slightly before continuing in a low voice, for example, physical regression, hair turning white, and gradually, it begins controlling the mind. Due to its own insufficiency, it replenishes itself by stealing energy from others. This sounds like black magic. Jiang Lanja exclaimed. Jiang Li nodded and then mustered his courage, shifting his gaze to Qi Kaoxi, the white-haired monster you mentioned earlier who consumes people, that was a member of my Jiang family cultivating the Changxing Ju. Yibu kidnapped them and implanted poisons in their bodies. The Changxing Ju counteracted the poison but accelerated the process of reverse harm. Qi Kaoxi gazed at him, his expression solemn in a way never seen before. Jiang Li seemed to fear he wouldn't understand and cut off any hope, saying, one day, I too will turn into such a monster. Unable to resist, Qi Kaoxi reached out to grab him, whispering softly, Jiang Li. What is this all about? What do you mean a member of the Jiang family? No one in the manor has been abducted. Jiang Lanja's voice sounded almost simultaneously, he was thoroughly confused. Qi Kaoxi had just touched Jiang Li, but paused abruptly, remembering that there were two other people in the room. He repressed his emotions and slowly withdrew his hand, clenching it into a fist by his side. Master Su Gu had observed all these minor movements and finally spoke. More than 20 years ago, remnants of the Seven Kill sect took advantage of Jiang Lumei's seclusion for cultivation and infiltrated Guiyun Manor to exact revenge. They caused the deaths of Jiang Lumei, his eldest son Jiang Jingming, and many disciples of the manor. Wasn't this how Jiang Xingzhou told you? So this isn't true. Jiang Lanja detected an undertone in his words. Master Su Gu shook his head with a long sigh. Guiyun Manor told a great lie to the world. Back 37 years ago, at a critical moment when all major sects united to annihilate the Seven Kill sect and avenge Taihua sect's massacre, thereby forming the Rivers and Mountains Alliance, Jiang Lumei unexpectedly fell victim to poison, losing all his martial arts abilities and left quietly in disgrace. Jiang Lumei wandered far and wide, eventually arriving at what was then known as the Dusky Sunset Valley, previously Taihua Valley. By chance, he discovered Gu Si's coffin and the scroll containing the Changxing Ju within Taihua sect's remaining treasure vault. With faint hope, Jiang Lumei began practicing the Changxing Ju. To his surprise, not only did he recover immense power, but also developed in the deep valley the shocking wave sword technique. Thus, he emerged from the valley just in time for the Rivers and Mountains Alliance's arena competition, where a beam of sword light broke through the clouds, and he won the position of alliance leader without hesitation. At that moment, Jiang Lumei felt overwhelming emotion, believing this return of fortune to be divine compassion, unaware that the Changxing Ju would utterly change his fate and that of Guiyun Manor. As his two sons grew gradually older, Jiang Lumei intended to teach them his knowledge. However, the elders in the manor persistently reminded him to maintain the foundation of Guiyun Manor. After much deliberation, they decided that the eldest son, Jiang Jingming, would study the Changxing Ju and shocking wave sword technique while the younger son, Jiang Xingzhou, inherited the Guiyun sword technique. Time passed, yet Jiang Lumei's appearance showed no sign of aging. On the contrary, he appeared increasingly youthful, except for a growing abundance of white hair. He mistakenly believed this skill truly had the miraculous effect of granting eternal youth until during a training duel, he could not restrain himself and gravely injured his opponent. As blood splattered, he suddenly felt restless, with his heart pounding wildly. Only then did he realize something was amiss. Jiang Lumei had already met the current master Su Gu during their campaign to avenge Taihua sect, so he secretly invited him to diagnose the condition of the Changxing Ju, finally uncovering its truth. Despite this revelation, Jiang Lumei refused to sit idly and die. He asked Master Su Gu to stay in the manor to devise another plan while announcing his retreat into seclusion to decipher the secrets of the skill and attempt to reverse his fate. However, human efforts could never triumph over destiny. After 6 months of seclusion, Jiang Lumei went mad with demonic energy, killing a disciple and escaping out of control from the manor. Upon assuming their responsibilities, Jiang Jingming and Jiang Xingzhou quickly convened to discuss the desperate decision. They must stop Jiang Lumei at any cost, even if it meant killing him. What? Hearing this, Jiang Lanja was so shocked that he almost stood up. They wanted to kill their own father. What about everyone else in the manor? Did they all agree? It wasn't easy. Master Su Gu replied. Given old Master Jiang Lumei's respected character, many people couldn't accept the situation. A few were so emotionally charged that they almost drew their swords on the spot. It was due to Jiang Jingming and Jiang Xingzhou's insistence despite opposition that this difficult decision was made. All disciples of Guiyun Manor were mobilized, and the entire city of Luoyang was sealed off. Under the cover of darkness, with the moonlight cold and frosty, these disciples only knew the manor was facing imminent danger, but they did not know who their target really was, their most revered master of the manor. Those aware of the truth finally surrounded Jiang Lumei in an alley corner near the city gates. His white hair dragging to the ground, his face covered in blood, he resembled a teenager whose original form was barely recognizable. The fierce battle lasted until dawn. In the end, the lives of 3 personally taught disciples and Jiang Jingming's entire right arm were exchanged for Jiang Lumei's head. They chose to keep this secret, not only to preserve Jiang Lumei's illustrious name and Guiyun Manor's reputation, but also to prevent the Rivers and Mountains alliance built painstakingly by Jiang Lumei from shaking. They tried to destroy the Chongqing. But that scroll seemed crafted from some unknown material, soft like animal skin, impervious to blades and fire alike. Clearly, Gusi left it hoping it would remain forever in existence. The Chongqing demanded higher innate talents than regular skills. Although dozens in the manor followed Jiang Lumei in practice, only 2 or 3 excelled in martial arts. Yet, as long as the demon resided inside, they were destined to become disasters. After much consideration, Jiang Jingming suggested the practitioners join him in leaving the mortal world to guard the Chongqing, ensuring peace throughout the land. Originally, only Elder Shugu knew the entire story. However, when the 7-kill sect suddenly attacked for revenge and the news of Jiang Lumeng's death along with his eldest son and disciples was released, Zhou Jingtong, the betrothed wife of Jiang Jingming who had been promised in marriage long ago, forcibly entered the villa. She insisted on seeing the body with her own eyes before she would relent. Jiang Xingzhou had no choice but to secretly take her there. As Zhou Jingtong walked into the inner chamber, she saw Jiang Jingming standing alone with an empty sleeve where his right arm once was, and immediately teared up. Jiang Jingming had no idea what to do with her. He consoled and persuaded her repeatedly, apologizing for letting her down and wishing her to find another good man. Zhou Jingtong merely shot him a glare and began searching through the room herself. When Jiang Jingming finally asked her why, she simply said, "Xingzhou told me you made a hairpin to leave as my keepsake. Hand it over." Jiang Jingming retrieved a golden ginkgo leaf hairpin from a box, but Zhou Jingtong didn't reach out to take it. Instead, she glared at him again and demanded, "Put it on for me." Jiang Jingming nodded, agreeing to fasten the pin onto her hair. Then she spoke resolutely, "Wherever you go, I will follow." "But I am disabled now and will only be a burden to you," sighed Jiang Jingming. Zhou Jingtong suddenly turned around and tightly grasped his remaining left hand, declaring, "As long as you can still put the hairpin on for me, I don't consider you disabled." Faced with her unwavering gaze, Jiang Jingming could only smile faintly in astonishment. A few days later, the procession for Jiang Lumeng's burial left Guiyun Manor, heading towards Luoxia Valley. They remained under the guise of guarding the tomb. Meanwhile, the news of the attack on Guiyun Manor spread throughout the martial world, and various sects came to offer their condolences. The manor was hung with thick mourning drapes. The following year, Jiang Yunrua was born in Luoxia Valley. Chapter 53. All I know ends here. Shugu Laoren turned his gaze to Jiang Li. "As for what happened later, how Jiang Jingming died, and how the Bai sword was lost, we have to ask him." Jiang Li hesitated for a moment and said, "The Chongqing treatise was hidden by my father. The Bai sword was the only clue." This information was leaked out and turned into a rumor in the jianghu world. With the passing of Jiang Lumeng, the Chongqing treatise became even more mysterious and marvelous in the eyes of the jianghu people. Since Jiang Lumeng's Bai sword was the clue and it was not at Guiyun Manor anymore, finding his grave naturally became the key. Jiang Jingming heard the news in Luoxia Valley and immediately sent a letter to consult with Shugu Laoren on the Qi Men Dun Jia technique. He spent great effort setting up an array around the valley. Those who came to explore returned empty-handed, and thus peace was maintained for many years. Until Jiang Li was 14 years old. Guiyun Manor sent a team twice a year during winter and summer to deliver necessary supplies to the tomb guardians in Luoxia Valley, led by trusted people, following the route given by Jiang Jingming to resolve the array and enter the valley. A group of people had been targeting this opportunity. They had been lying in wait outside the valley for a long time, tailing the supply team from afar. Taking advantage of the team's slackened guard while entering Luoxia Valley, they suddenly launched an attack, attempting to break into the valley. Jiang Jingming quickly gathered his clansmen to provide support, repelling that group of people at the mouth of the valley. At the time, Jiang Li was ordered not to wander around, so he and Ji Shuming, who had already been adopted as his foster son, climbed to the highest roof and looked toward the valley entrance as far as their eyes could see. In the sunlight, the green forest appeared in various shades, and only the faint sounds of battle were carried by the wind. The 2 children still couldn't fully comprehend what this meant. As long as rumors about the Chongqing treatise persisted in the jianghu world, people's ambitions and desires would not diminish. And ironically, in order to protect the Chongqing treatise and prevent it from reappearing, one had to rely on the formidable power it bestowed. One person inherits the Chongqing treatise and the Jinglan sword technique, another joins the supply convoy going to Guiyun Manor. On the night after repelling the attackers, Jiang Jingming finally made up his mind. I knew you were planning something. Zhou Jingtong was sitting in the house sewing a pair of thick-soled boots. Hearing this, she glanced at the screen and sighed with a smile. My Yinrua hasn't even left the valley yet. I don't know how often he will return after going to Guiyun Manor. Mother must make these boots a bit larger and more comfortable, so he can wear them longer. Jiang Jingming looked at her, saying painfully, Jingtong, I haven't decided yet who to send away. Zhou Jingtong froze in her happy action and instantly changed her expression. What nonsense are you talking? Yinrua is your biological son. Are you not sending him to Luoyang but pushing him into trouble so he practices the Chongqing treatise? I haven't decided yet. Jiang Jingming echoed like he was talking to himself, if I can't harm Yinrua, should I then rashly decide Xiuming's fate? What kind of fate would Yinrua have? Zhou Jingtong challenged him, is my son destined to be trapped in the valley forever, or die prematurely because of the Chongqing treatise? Jiang Jingming was overwhelmed with internal conflict and could not answer. No matter what you think, I will not allow Yinrua to practice the Chongqing treatise. Jiang Jingming sighed deeply, after all these years of living together day and night, do you really feel nothing for Xiuming? Zhou Jingtong paused her tone, her face softened somewhat, as long as you send Yinrua to Guiyun Manor, I certainly will regard Ji Xiuming as my own child and compensate him properly. He just shook his head without saying anything. Jiang Jingming, I ask you, Zhou Jingtong, unable to bear it any longer, grabbed the scissors on the table, pointing the blade straight at him, why did you adopt Ji Xiuming back then? You pitted him and redeemed him. Then why insist on adopting him as a foster son? Isn't it because you admired his physique and wanted him to replace Yinrua to inherit the Chongqing treatise? Don't think I don't know, you've been preparing for this day all along. Now that the time has come, you tell me you're reluctant. Jiang Jingming clenched his teeth, raising his head to meet her sharp words, yes, exactly. When I adopted him initially, I indeed harbored this thought, so every time I face him, every time he respects and trusts me and calls me father, I feel utterly despicable. Zhou Jingtong slowly lowered the hand gripping the scissors and asked, since you put it this way, does it mean you've decided to sacrifice Yinrua? No, I haven't decided, I can't decide. Jiang Jingming painfully buried his face in his remaining left hand, and the voice became muffled. They are both my children, I don't want to sacrifice either of them. I hope they both leave the valley, freely roam the world, and live in peace. How could I bear for them to go through what I have experienced again? If only I could take on all this for them. Zhou Jingtong silently watched him, then said after a pause, since you can't decide, I'll help you. She turned toward the screen. Yinrua, come out. Jiang Jingming was shocked as he lifted his face and saw Jiang Li slowly walk out from behind the screen, disbelief crossing his features. You. What is this? Originally, I intended to let him hear some good news and be happy, but it turned out like this. Zhou Jingtong put her hands on Jiang Li's shoulders and spoke softly to him. Didn't you tell mother that you wanted to go outside and see? If you ask your father now, you can go. Jiang Li looked at Jiang Jingming's struggling gaze. He knew his father would never have the heart to refuse his personal request, yet he hesitated to speak. Zhou Jingtong urged, quick, say it. Father, Jiang Li thought deeply before speaking, let me stay, let Ji Xiuming go. What are you saying? Zhou Jingtong finally lost control completely. Do you know this means you'll stay in the valley forever, even possibly die? Even Jiang Jingming asked, Yinrua, do you really understand the consequences? Jiang Li nodded slowly. I've heard and understood thoroughly. You. Zhou Jingtong was so angry she slammed the door and stormed out. Jiang Jingming stared at him straight, seemingly still stunned. After a long time, he trembled and tightly grabbed his hand, choking up, Yinrua, father has failed you. Can I ask a question? Jiang Lanes cautiously interrupted the storytelling. What? Just. Since you really wanted to leave, why did you give the only opportunity to Master Ji? Jiang Li remained silent for a moment before whispering softly, because I really wanted to go, I assumed Ji Xiuming must also want to leave the valley, and since I am older, I felt it was naturally right to let him go. Jiang Lanes asked further, but earlier you seemed not to get along well. Did something happen later? Jiang Li took a deep breath and focused his eyes into nothingness, maintaining a calm tone. After Ji Xiuming went to Guiyun Manor, he never returned to Luoxia Valley. In the valley, I trained under my father and learned the truth about the Chongqing treatise. At the beginning of this spring-summer, the Burrow sect disguised themselves as Guiyun supply convoy, using only Ji Xiuming's method to crack the array and entered Luoxia Valley. The preparation of the Burrow sect was very thorough, they wore the robes of Guiyun Manor and all had human skin masks on their faces. A caravan arrived with rolling wheels, but it wasn't until they were close that Jiang Jingming noticed something was amiss. However, the Burrow sect never expected to deceive them entirely. They acted faster, and in an instant, swords were drawn, cutting directly towards vital points. More black-robed figures sprang from the carts, overturning the wooden boxes on the ground. Fire oil flowed continuously and ignited instantly, burning the entire valley. With shouts of battle already blending into one sound, Jiang Li ran forward, sword in hand, and glimpsed his father's figure surrounded by fire. Jiang Jingming was encircled by a group of black-clothed individuals, and with just one arm, struggled to defend himself adequately. Thus, he targeted the enemy's leader directly, whose martial prowess was evident, blocking every sword strike with rapidly changing palm techniques. Their fierce exchange continued, but around them, countless slashes fell onto Jiang Jingming's body, creating numerous wounds. His clothes were already drenched in blood. Jiang Li leaped through the air, quickly stepping across the shoulders of the gathered black-clothed individuals, closing distance with the leader's back. He thrust his sword powerfully. In the split second, the leader twisted his body and blocked Jiang Li's attack. Jiang Jingming wouldn't miss this moment of opportunity. His long sword swiftly followed, striking straight at the leader's chest, cutting open a gash and tearing apart his shirt. A scarlet flower-like tattoo was exposed beneath the collarbone, illuminated eerily by the flames. Just as Jiang Li was about to examine it more closely, the wind carried a whistling sound. A flying arrow struck him on the shoulder with tremendous force, nearly pushing him back, where he heavily collapsed to the ground. As Jiang Li yanked the arrow out, blood gushed immediately. He noticed beads of cold sweat breaking out on his forehead due to pain, realizing the arrow's edges were saw-toothed, and pulling it out forcefully had ripped away a piece of bloody flesh. At that moment, Zhou Jingtong appeared at some unknown time, seizing Jiang Li's sword and pulling him up, hastily urging, "Come with me." Without allowing any objection, she took Jiang Li towards the bamboo grove. The shouts of anger and the clang of weapons faded away gradually behind them. Jiang Li had no time to question when Zhou Jingtong suddenly stopped, pushing aside a dense bush. Concealed behind it was a dark, narrow staircase leading underground. Then she pulled Jiang Li down the steps quickly. In the dim light, he could vaguely see that it was a spacious stone chamber inside. She released his hand and said, "Yunruo, go inside." Jiang Li finally understood, but shook his head firmly. "No, I want to go back and help father. The situation is decided already, you can't help anyone. Go in quickly. I won't hide, I'll face this with all of you." Jiang Li tried to snatch his sword back, but his hands were slapped away. Not wanting to resort to force, he stared at her directly, speaking firmly, "Mother, I don't need your protection. I'm not afraid to die." Zhou Jingtong raised her hand and struck him across the face. A crisp sound, slap, echoed in the stone room. Jiang Li froze, ignoring the numb pain on his cheek, only seeing Zhou Jingtong's eyes welling up with tears, her lifted hand trembling as if she was in even greater pain. "Why won't you listen to me?" Her tears streamed down, her angry voice quivering. "I told you not to practice the Chongqing treatise, and you didn't listen. I asked you to hide, and you refused again. Are you trying to drive me to my death? How am I supposed to feel safe about you, Jiang Yunruo?" "Mother." He stood dazedly. Zhou Jingtong suddenly pushed him inside. Caught off guard, he fell sitting on the ground. An unknown mechanism triggered, and a stone wall descended right in front of him. Jiang Li panicked, rushing forward desperately, but the heavy stone wall dropped completely, and he slammed into it. Warm blood flowed from his forehead as darkness consumed his vision. His last sight before everything went black was the glittering tears falling from Zhou Jingtong's eyes. Struggling, he banged on the stone wall, shouting loudly outward, yet there was no response. Only his gradually hoarse voice echoed hollowly within the stone room. Before exhausting all his strength, Jiang Li stood up, feeling around the walls for mechanisms to open the stone wall. However, this stone room turned out to be much larger than he expected, connected to several other stone chambers of varying sizes. When he stumbled upon an ornate coffin placed centrally, he realized he had entered the secret subterranean vault of Taiwa sect. The one lying in the coffin in front of him was none other than the legendary Gu Si. Jiang Li had no clear idea how long he remained trapped in the underground vault. By the time he finally found the mechanism and opened the stone wall to emerge, Luoxia Valley had already returned to tranquility. However, Burrow sect hadn't entirely withdrawn, they still left over a dozen members pretending to be tomb guards of Guiyun Manor. Jiang Li concealed himself in a mountain cave amid the bamboo grove, observing these people scattered throughout the valley. From their fragmented conversations, he pieced together a crucial piece of information. Although they obtained the Bai sword that night, unexpectedly, someone else lay in ambush outside the valley. During the ensuing chaos, the Bai sword disappeared again. Therefore, they were ordered to stay in the valley to investigate clues and await further instructions. One evening, while one of them was washing his face in the river, Jiang Li silently appeared behind him, picking up the long sword casually discarded on the grass. Unfortunately, he didn't manage to extract any useful information from them. So, alone, he left Luoxia Valley and stepped into the turbulent world. Silence filled the room. Qi Chaoxi unconsciously touched the left side of his collarbone, looking at Jiang Li with a complicated gaze. Upon seeing this, Shugo Elder stood up, gently patting Jiang Lan's shoulder. "Let's go out first. They have something to talk about." Jiang Lan's was quite confused. "How do you know they have something to talk about?" Shugo Elder kept a straight face and said, "Go out and tell me about your father's condition in detail." Jiang Lan stood up immediately and followed Shugo Elder out, not forgetting to close the door behind him. The two people in the room remained silent, Jiang Li gazing downwards, lost in thought. Although his narrative was calm, the hatred for Burrow sect buried deep within was vivid. This wasn't a good time for a candid conversation. Qi Chaoxi sighed and tried to keep his tone casual to break the stifling atmosphere. He spoke softly, "Jiangli, with so many secrets pressing in your heart and making you so sorrowful, why don't you come hug me?" Hearing this, Jiangli looked up at him and couldn't help but curve his lips slightly. Qi Chaoshi also smiled lightly along with him, pausing briefly before still asking, "You? How much time do you have left?" Jiangli frankly replied, "I don't know, but not much." Qi Chaoshi stayed quiet for a moment, then pressed further, "Is there really no way to resolve this? All possible methods have been attempted by father and grandfather. Perhaps this is just our destiny." Destiny? Qi Chaoshi furrowed his brows. "All causes and effects are destined, it's fate," Jiangli said softly. The Jiang family brought the Chongqing treatise to the martial world and enjoyed over a decade of glory because of it. It was inevitable that we would have to pay the price. You actually believe in this? What is this nonsense about fate and predetermined cause-effect? Qi Chaoshi found it absurd. Did heaven make me meet you just so I could lose you? Jiangli couldn't help but pause in shock. His heart was almost about to burst through his chest. Suddenly, Qi Chaoshi didn't want to hold back any longer. He reached out and pulled him into an embrace, his voice low and deep, "Jiangli, don't die." His arms tightened more and more, making the hug warm yet suffocating, as if fearing that Jiangli might disappear between his fingers. He said, "Don't die, I like you." Chapter 54. The next morning, as usual, Elder Shugu performed his customary ancestral worship in the hall. On the long table were 3 spirit tablets placed for veneration, Master of Taihua sect, Uncle Gus hailing, and his own master. Elder Shugu lit 3 incense sticks, knelt on the prayer cushion, bowed deeply, and then respectfully inserted the incense into the burner. Footsteps sounded from behind him. Shugu turned around to see Qi Chaoshi and Jiangli walking into the room. Last night, Elder Shugu had arranged rooms for them to rest, but judging by their heavy hearts reflected in their expressions, it seemed neither of them had slept a wink. "Jiang Lanes has already told me what you two encountered. He came for medical treatment for Jiang Xingzhou, and I have agreed to help. But I noticed that this Qi Xiaojia doesn't appear to be poisoned or affected by needles. Could you tell me why you are here?" asked Elder Shugu. "Initially, we came to inquire about the whereabouts of the elixir of immortality," said Qi Chaoshi glancing at Jiangli. "Now, all I want to know is how much longer he has." Shugu nodded and also turned to Jiangli. "Stretch out your hand." Jiangli extended his wrist, and the moment Shugu touched his pulse, he frowned. "Your pulse reading is exactly the same as former Chief Alliance member Jiang Luming's many years ago." Jiangli hesitated a moment before asking quietly, "Can I make it to next spring?" "Difficult," said Shugu, shaking his head as he examined Jiang Li's appearance. "According to Chief Alliance members' condition back then, you can hold on until winter at most. However, if you avoid using heart techniques or internal strength frequently, you may prolong your life for some time more." This verdict didn't deviate much from what Jiangli had expected. He retracted his hand, not showing much disappointment on his face, only avoiding Qi Chaoshi's eyes. Qi Chaoshi's eyebrows tightened as though unable to understand their words fully. After a long pause, she muttered, "Less than half a year, isn't it just like the blink of an eye, how fleeting." Shugu remained silent in response. Autumn wind rustles through falling leaves, snow arrives in winter, wasn't it just the blink of an eye between moments? How was it possible to watch someone alive before your eyes slip away so unceasingly? Jiangli couldn't resist trying to break the oppressive atmosphere and said, "Venerable Zhong, I have a matter to inquire about as well, it concerns Gu Si and the elixir of immortality. What do you wish to ask?" Before leaving the valley, I opened Gu Si's coffin. It was strange because his body hadn't decayed at all. A dagger pierced through his chest, the funeral scroll beside him was mostly dyed red with blood. Everything indicated he took his own life. But I carefully checked, I didn't see any signs of being counteracted by the elixir of immortality. As its creator, shouldn't Gu Si be the most knowledgeable about it? Even if he himself couldn't rewrite fate, considering his quest for immortality, why would he abandon it before being harmed by it? Jiangli questioned. Slowly, Shugu chuckled bitterly, because senior brother Gu Si never sought after immortality. Jiangli looked puzzled, even Qi Chaoshi showed slight surprise. True or false, real or unreal, isn't this precisely what the martial arts world represents? Shugu sighed, taking out a scroll from behind the long table and slowly unfurling it. In the painting was a composed young man intently cleaning a long sword in his hands. The ink had faded slightly due to age, yet the picture remained vivid, showing that the painter poured infinite dedication into it. "I've seen him," said Jiangli, "in the funeral scroll buried with Gu Si in his coffin, it was this person. The painting was created by Gu Si, depicting my uncle, one of the dual pillars of Taihua sect, Master Gus Hailing, who was also Gu Si's teacher." In the signature corner of the painting, besides the date, there was a row of small text inscribed. Qi Chaoshi moved closer to scrutinize, "Are you like mountain ridge snow, cold and untouchable?" Something dawned on him, and he looked at Shugu with astonishment. "That's correct," Shugu confirmed, addressing Qi Chaoshi but focusing his gaze on Jiangli. "Senior brother Gu Si's feelings for his master are akin to yours towards him." Both Qi Chaoshi and Jiangli froze, silent. Shugu seemed oblivious to the tension flowing between them, only gazing intently at the person in the painting. His old countenance brightened somewhat as reminiscence shone through. Most within the sect assumed senior brother Gu Si defected in search of immortality. There aren't many people aware of the hidden truths. That happened when I was just over 20. Senior brother Gu Si had always been a solitary person, and no one knew how the sect leader caught him. The sect leader got extremely angry, gathered all his paintings, and ordered him to kneel in the great hall. Then he summoned Uncle Gu Shaoling and closed the door for scolding. Younger sister had guts, she pulled me to hide under the window to eavesdrop. Of the sect leader's reprimand, only a few phrases remain clear in my memory now, without shame and contrary to moral norms. Back then, I could not make out the scrolls on the ground clearly, and wondered why Uncle just looked at them without uttering a word. The sect leader became angrier and angrier as he spoke, but senior brother Gu Si showed no remorse at all. At first, he merely rebutted with a few sentences, later he even stood up to fiercely argue with the sect leader until this moment that Uncle interrupted with a curt, "Enough." Then there was a long silence in the great hall. The sect leader stormed out angrily, and younger sister and I quickly ran away. The next day, the sect leader called me over, and I was very afraid, thinking that we had been discovered eavesdropping. Unexpectedly, there were several other disciples present as well. The sect leader ordered us to start a fire and instructed us that the scrolls on the ground were those that senior brother Gu Si had collected during his search for immortality. We were to throw each one into the fire and burn them thoroughly. With the sect leader watching closely, though I was itching with curiosity, I dared not make any moves and slowly tossed the scrolls into the flames. When it came down to the last scroll in my hand, an elder brother suddenly rushed in to report that senior brother Gu Si had injured some disciples and was attempting to forcefully leave the sect. The sect leader told me to finish burning the scrolls and hastily left with others. Taking advantage of this opportunity, I immediately hid the last painting back inside, secretly unrolled it, and saw it was a portrait of Uncle Gu Shaoling, which startled me. Elder Shugu rolled up the painting inside. Later, I heard what happened at the entrance to the valley and understood everything. The sect leader led a group of disciples to block senior brother Gu Si at the entrance. Despite his remarkable talent, he could not withstand their combined forces and soon fell. The sect leader pointed his sword at senior brother Gu Si, about to order his imprisonment, when Uncle Gu Shaoling appeared, lowering his eyes to his bloody disciple and asked, "Did you not listen to a single word I said last night?" "Yes." Senior brother Gu Si knelt down, raising his head defiantly. "I can't see through it, I can't let go, I will obstinately cling." Uncle Gu Shaoling nodded expressionlessly and said, "Have you thought it through? Today, you rebel against our sect. From now on, this valley will never open for you again. Fine. Don't regret." "I will never regret." Uncle Gu Shaoling turned his gaze to the sect leader and said calmly, "Brother, let him go." The sect leader was full of disapproval, but Uncle Gu Shaoling shook his head slightly to signal him not to say more. With much resentment suppressed, he waved and ordered the disciples to step aside. Senior brother Gu Si wobbled as he stood up, wiping the blood off his face with his sleeve. He picked up his sword and walked a distance ahead, then abruptly turned around, shouting loudly towards his teacher's back, "One day I will return, break through the valley, and rush straight in. By then, neither the sect leader nor you will be able to stop me, and no ethics or principles in the world can stop me either." Those present all changed expressions and glanced at each other awkwardly. Yet, Uncle Gu Shaoling remained silent and did not even glance back at him. Senior brother Gu Si did not care, instead laughing, "Teacher, wait for me." Not until his figure completely disappeared did Uncle Gu Shaoling slowly turn around and look at the lush vegetation after he left, saying quietly, "Arrogant." 5 years later, 7 killers sect attacked Taihua sect, and the sect leader died fighting at the valley's mouth. Gu Shaoling led the disciples, dressed in mourning white, and they were all buried in a fiery inferno alongside their enemies. 3 years later, senior brother Gu Si indeed reached the pinnacle of martial arts, reappearing in the jianghu world. However, he heard that Jiang Luming from Guiyun Manor was gathering various sects to jointly annihilate 7 killers sect to avenge the massacre of Taihua sect. Taihua Valley had since been renamed Luoxia Valley. As senior brother Gu Si wandered aimlessly through the deserted valley, what he saw was barren land covered with wild grass among ruins. He participated in the siege. The master of 7 killers sect lost his life under his sword, and all the martial artists across the land revered and feared him. Senior brother Gu Si finally achieved supremacy in the world, becoming the youngest person in centuries to stand atop the martial arts world, yet it was too late for him. Senior brother Gu Si returned to the valley with the same appearance he had upon leaving. Surrounding grasses flourished, mountains and rivers basked in springtime, as if he could still see his teacher's silhouette at a glance. In the end, he found the remaining treasure chamber of Taihua sect, leaving behind the Eternal Life Sutra before lying down with the accumulated paintings of these years into a coffin. So it turns out the name, Eternal Life Sutra, is ridiculous and laughable. It has never had anything to do with eternal life from the beginning. No one knows today what senior brother Gu Si was thinking when he created it or whether there's a way to resolve its backfiring. After his words, a long silence followed. Qi Chaoshi looked at Jiang Li's profile and suddenly asked, how exactly did senior Gu Shaoling view the feelings that Gu Si had for him? Jiang Li couldn't help but turn to glance at him, their gazes locking, with no escape. No one knows what the master thought. After senior brother Gu Si betrayed the sect and left, he never even mentioned him again. Shugu hesitated for a moment before continuing, I only know that from when the master became famous with one strike of his sword to when the sect was destroyed, throughout his life, he only ever took on Gu Si as a disciple. Qi Chaoshi unblinkingly stared at Jiang Li, her lips curving slightly as she asked, Jiang Li, what do you think? Can he be accepted? Jiang Li's gaze faltered, I don't know. Instead, Qi Chaoshi smiled faintly and said, that's the first sentence you've said to me since last night, but I don't accept such an answer. Sorry. As soon as Jiang Li spoke, regret crept in. He was aware that he'd already apologized too many times. His timid and evasive attitude irked him to no end, yet he genuinely felt flustered and disordered. Just as he was about to be overwhelmed by surging emotions, he hastily fled once more. Qi Chaoshi didn't care about how Shugu reacted, quickly chasing after him. The main hall fell silent, the incense in the stove having burned through half. The fragrant smoke spiraled upward and dispersed. Shugu gazed at their retreating figures and then shifted his gaze to Gu Shaoling's memorial tablet, letting out a deep sigh. Chapter 55. Jiang Li silently returned to his room. As soon as he turned around, Qi Chaoshi pushed the door slightly ajar and slipped in, closing it behind him. Jiang Li instinctively took a step back. Qi Chaoshi's heart felt bitter, but he forced a smile on his face. Don't be nervous, I'm not going to do anything to you. I'm not afraid of what you'll do. Jiang Li's thoughts were chaotic, his gaze fluttering about the room like a bird lost in unfamiliar territory, but avoiding Qi Chaoshi's eyes. What are you afraid of then? Normally when people interact, an unspoken rule exists. If someone delays answering, it implies rejection. Simply out of courtesy they avoid saying so directly. The person asking should graciously know when to stop. Qi Chaoshi slowly approached him, continuing, but this time, I want to be the exception. I want a clear answer from you. Taking another step back, Jiang Li struggled to formulate words. I seem to turn weak whenever I face you. Qi Chaoshi paused, his expression softening. Finally, unable to resist any longer, he spoke, Jiang Li, come with me. Forget about the longevity decree, Wui sword, Guiyun manor, or even Boer sect. Come with me. If you want a peaceful life, we can withdraw from the world together, finding a little courtyard by the mountains and near water. We'll wake up in the morning to the sight of sunlight reflecting off the lake waters. If you wish to travel across the land, I will accompany you. Whether it's heading north to see sunsets over deserts in Heishi or venturing south through canals into lotus-filled ponds, nothing written in books can match my promise to take you everywhere your mind dreams of and beyond. Qi Chaoshi lowered his tone to nearly a plea, almost a seduction. Jiang Li looked at him, lost in thought, unsure whether he had truly absorbed the offer. He remained silent for a long while without a reply. Qi Chaoshi extended his hand, lightly grasping Jiang Li's shoulder. You mustn't use your internal energy anymore. Let's try to prolong it just a little, giving us a chance to resolve the counter-effects. There's always a way. Jiang Li, I don't believe in fate, I refuse to accept that your path leads solely to death. At the touch, Jiang Li seemed to snap out of a trance, yet shook his head, I won't go with you. Unconsciously tightening his grip, Qi Chaoshi questioned urgently, is it for revenge against the Boer sect? Revenge is secondary, and besides, Ibu Ji has already perished. Jiang Li declared, I must retrieve the Wui sword and protect the longevity decree. But why must you protect the longevity decree at all costs? Before Jiang Li could respond, Qi Chaoshi pressed on, are you assuming responsibility for Guiyun manor? Yet responsibilities are often self-imposed limitations. Since you talk about destiny and preordained consequences, I believe instead that the longevity decree was bound to emerge in the martial arts world regardless. It would have been brought forth by some other sect if not for Guiyun manor. Then let the world churn as it wishes. No matter who governs the ebb and flow of power, why should it concern either of us? Jiang Li was startled by his words, momentarily speechless. Or perhaps it's for some kind of heroic justice. Qi Chaoshi chuckled softly, Jiang Li, how much does the notion of a hero really count these days? Any stray cat or dog learning a few moves of martial arts, engaging recklessly in fights might win themselves a title as a hero, while true great heroes meet such tragic ends. Qing Juxian's promises cost him his family and eventually his life. Qin Zheng's devotion also ended in his family's ruin. Fixing Jiang Li with a sharp look, his tone becoming nearly frantic, to guard the longevity decree and die for peace in the realm, will the common folk ever appreciate your sacrifice? They care nothing for your life. The only one who truly cares, is me. Jiang Li's shoulders ached from the pressure of Qi Chaoshi's hands, stunned further by his words. After much deliberation, he finally met his eyes resolutely, that's not it. What? Heroism, duty. Jiang Li shook his head again, I cannot argue effectively against you, but that's not it. Always clumsy with words, he remained unusually clear and aware. Living many years until now, only in this moment did Qi Chaoshi realize Jiang Li's stubborn persistence, knowing deep down that changing his beliefs was impossible yet persisting nonetheless, determined to collide with a wall. Qi Chaoshi slowly loosened his grip, falling into a prolonged silence before suddenly blurting out, and what about me? The constraint on Jiang Li's shoulders relaxed, yet instead of relief, it became suffocating, you. Do you intend to outright reject me, or leave me speculating blindly like Gu Si until death? Jiang Li's throat constricted, still unable to articulate any response. Qi Chaoshi's tone devoid of inflection, how exactly do you view my feelings for you? Surely not dismissive enough to consider them inconsequential. In a defeated voice, Jiang Li replied dejectedly, no. In fact, last night I kept pondering the ways you might turn me away, shattering my foolish hopes, even crafting numerous excuses for you. But humans, unless they hear it with their own ears, they just can't let go. Qi Chaoshi gave a self-deprecating laugh. Jiangli, give me a straightforward answer. This kind of smile looked sharp and hurtful, like a fast knife stabbing into the heart. Jiangli had never experienced this kind of pain, so he couldn't help trembling slightly, struggling to speak, but the sound was very light, like. It was so soft that it almost blended with the air. Qi Chaoyi followed up by lowering his voice as well, afraid of startling the words away. What did you say? Just saying this sentence seemed to have exhausted all his strength and courage. Jiangli said inaudibly, I like you. Before the words had finished, Qi Chaoyi leaned down and kissed him. Jiangli instantly held his breath, stiff and tense, but did not avoid. His lips were soft and cool. Qi Chaoyi fulfilled his wish to taste them, but did not rush to take more. Instead, he gently ground and shared warmth before slowly guiding Jiangli to open his teeth, allowing him to advance and explore. Qi Chaoyi wrapped his arms around Jiangli's waist, pulling him into his embrace so their hearts could beat close together. He then guided Jiangli's hands, which didn't know where to go, to rest on his shoulders. Jiangli awkwardly hugged Qi Chaoyi's neck, gradually getting used to the sensation of their tongues tangling and the numbness spreading through his bones. He tried mimicking the response but heard an indistinct laugh between their lips. Qi Chaoyi intentionally pulled back slightly, leaning his forehead against Jiangli's while gazing deeply into his eyes. If you like me, you should be with me. Jiangli's usually pale face flushed red, and his breathing became uneven. I don't have much time left. There's no point in worrying about that. Qi Chaoyi kissed him again, closed his eyes, and whispered softly as if sighing, the more days you stay with me, the happier I'll be. Jiangli seemed to want to reply, but his voice got swallowed in the haze. When the knock came, Su Gu, the old master, was packing his luggage inside. He had already agreed to treat Jiang Xingzhou, and they would leave the valley for Luoyang tomorrow. Come in. After a moment of silence, Su Gu turned around and saw Qi Chaoyi leaning on the doorframe, with no intention of entering, and asked, do you have anything else? Elder, at that time, did you and Guiyun Manor really try every possible method to solve the counter-effects of the longevity decree? Qi Chaoyi asked. Su Gu nodded, of course. Did you try destroying their martial arts? Since it's the counter-effect caused by the heart method, eliminating their martial arts was the first idea that occurred to me. But on one hand, the longevity decree has already been tightly integrated into the body's blood vessels, abruptly doing so might harm the heart and foundation, and on the other hand, cultivating these skills isn't easy. You know how much importance the martial artists place on martial arts, how many people would willingly destroy their own skills. Su Gu sighed. Moreover, Jiang Yunru has important responsibilities, and with Doubt Sword still missing, he won't agree to abandon his martial skills. Qi Chaoyi lowered his eyes and fell silent for a while, then thoughtfully asked, is there really no way out for the longevity decree? What do you mean? I feel like something is deliberately being left unsaid in your words. Jiang's former grandmaster was killed in a raid, and the Jiang family was massacred by others. Not one died from the counter-effects of the longevity decree. As you described, those who practice it will weaken until they reach madness, driven instinctively to seek out the blood of others to compensate for their inner deficiency. So, if there's enough fresh blood to replenish, wouldn't they survive? Qi Chaoyi stared directly at him, according to what you've said. Su Gu's expression suddenly changed. Qi Chaoyi, do you realize what you're thinking? Qi Chaoyi innocently raised an eyebrow and laughed. Why are you angry, elder? What am I thinking? I've long felt that you exude some indescribable wickedness. Su Gu's voice was harsh. You're right, the counter-effect won't kill directly. But do you think Jiang Yunru would allow himself to completely lose control? You want to kill others for blood, use such filthy methods to prolong his life, ask him if he'd consent. Qi Chaoyi sighed like, once he goes out of control, it will be beyond his power to choose anymore. Alright, let me make it clear to you today. Feeding off blood doesn't just fail to save him, but instead turns him into a monstrous creature, making his death even more tragic and painful. Qi Chaoyi's smile disappeared, remaining speechless. Su Gu was afraid of leaving any room for this terrible thought, so he softened his tone. No matter who you are, I can see that your feelings towards him are sincere. But Jiang Yunru's fate is set, and he has accepted it. If you persist against his will, there will be no good end. At my age, I've seen quite a few cases like this, and I advise you to give up. Instead of wasting your efforts, why not treasure the remaining days better? I cannot give up. Qi Chaoyi shook his head slowly. I am not satisfied. How could he be content? All his life, he had gone with the flow, rarely desiring anything, so why should his only cherished attachment be taken away by heaven? Qi Chaoyi no longer cared about Su Gu's reaction and turned to leave. However, the yard was small, while the world was vast, leaving him unusually lost and uncertain where to go to seek a cure. So, he paused under the shadow of the eaves. There was a rustling sound above him, and he looked up, seeing the branches sway. It was autumn wind rising once more. Chapter 56. The night outside the window had grown immeasurably deep, yet Jiangli tossed over in his bed and remained sleepless. It was as though he'd been hexed. Every time he closed his eyes, the warmth and aura of Qi Chaoshi surged into his mind. The low, gentle laughter still lingered in his ears, and the sensation of their lips lingering in passion almost felt like tiny bites along his spine. Jiang Li suddenly sat up, threw off his blanket and got out of bed. He lit the lamp, picked up the teapot, and poured a cup of tea only to find it had turned ice cold. As he was lost in thought, there came a light knock at the door. Jiang Lanes timidly asked from outside, "Jiang Li, are you asleep?" Jiang Li opened the door. Jiang Lanes greeted him with an awkward smile, "We'll be leaving the valley for Luoyang tomorrow, but I can't sleep. Can I chat with you?" Then he suddenly realized he might have addressed him improperly. Calling someone he'd only met a few times "big brother" didn't feel right, and directly calling him Jiang Yunhua would be inappropriate too. He grew more constrained. "Use the original title if you wish," Jiang Li replied and let him inside. "All right." Jiang Lanes nodded, seating himself beside the table. "How about you? What are you thinking about that's kept you awake?" His throat tightened slightly, and Jiang Li downed the entire cup of cold tea before calming himself, saying, "Nothing." Though puzzled by his sudden thirst late at night, Jiang Lanes didn't press further. He continued, "After hearing you talk about the longevity scripture and the tombkeeper's affairs, my head is still swirling even now. It feels like the Guiyun manor I grew up in isn't the same place you've described." Jiang Li glanced at him, then quickly added, "I understand what you mean." Relieved, Jiang Lanes lowered his gaze to the tip of his shoes, muttering softly, "It feels like a dream. The uncle I've worshipped year after year has only just passed away recently. And I actually have a cousin. All these things happened without me knowing anything." Jiang Li fell into deep contemplation and stayed silent. "You probably don't know this," Jiang Lanes started again, "my mother died giving birth to me. Father must have felt I lacked maternal affection, so he indulged me immensely. I loved to play when I was young. I wouldn't put effort into schoolwork and once brought crickets hidden in a jar to class, planning to play with them with Jiang Huayang and the others. But I forgot that crickets chirp. They'd respond to the teacher's poems with a sound louder than ours. This angered the teacher many times, who complained to my father each time. My father would always warn me not to do it again, but the next time I'd make another mistake, and he wouldn't truly punish me. Later, when I followed my father in practicing martial arts, I kept looking for ways to slack off. On rainy days, I'd absolutely refuse to train in the yard. If the sun was too strong, I'd lie on the ground and pretend to faint. During training in breathing techniques to circulate inner energy, I once meditated so drowsily that I fell asleep. When I opened my eyes, it was already dusk. My father had sat beside me, not waking me up, but gazing into the distance where the sun was setting. At the time, I couldn't read his expression, but now, reflecting back, he must have felt quite disheartened. In the past, I knew nothing and found such a life very enjoyable, especially when seeing other children jump around while being whipped by their parents. I believe my father was the best parent in the world. Jiang Lane's voice gradually diminished, nearly burying his head between his knees, but lately, I keep wondering if it's because he never expected or required anything from me that he indulged me so much. What kind of son am I in his eyes? Am I really so useless, unable to take responsibility and not dependable? Jiang Li placed a hand lightly on his shoulder. Jiang Lanes looked up, trying hard to keep back tears but sobbed, "Jiang Li, why didn't he tell me the truth about Guiyun? Perhaps he wanted to protect you. But I am the young master. Shouldn't I inherit the manor one day?" Jiang Lanes countered, "I'm already an adult, why wasn't I told anything?" Jiang Li pondered a moment before responding, "When your father recovers from his illness, you can ask him personally." Perhaps due to lack of blood circulation, the temperature of Jiang Li's palm wasn't high. In the cooling autumn night, however, it was enough to seep through Jiang Lane's clothes and give him a small bit of warmth and comfort. He realized then that Jiang Li wasn't as indifferent as he appeared. Jiang Lane's shyness dissipated, and he blurted out, "Jiang Li, do you want to visit Guiyun Manor?" Facing him, Jiang Lanes pleaded, "Come back to Luoyang with me. My father misses uncle greatly and surely would love to meet you." Jiang Li hesitated, unsure how to respond. "I know. I figured it out from what you said that day, there's a traitor in Guiyun Manor, which is why you didn't trust us and even refused to acknowledge me. If it weren't for being trapped in the formation, you probably wouldn't have recognized me either. But I swear, my father and your uncle would never hurt you, they will surely expose the traitor. I already know who it is." "Who?" Jiang Lanes paused, startled, "Do you mean senior brother Ji? But I don't think he could be such a person, there must be a reason behind this." Jiang Li didn't respond. Unyielding, Jiang Lanes tried to persuade him again, "Anyway, the not doubting sword and the longevity scripture are not just your responsibility alone. There's no need for you to bear it all on your own, it's a matter concerning the entire Guiyun Manor. You belong to Guiyun Manor. Though I can't call you uncle at the moment, we're still family. Can't you at least come back home and take a look?" A word or two seemed to stir something in him, and Jiang Lanes clearly saw waves of emotion ripple in Jiang Li's eyes. Quickly following up, he asked with anticipation, "What do you say? Shall we return to Luoyang together?" In his hopeful gaze, Jiang Li slowly nodded, "All right." Luoyang, Guiyun Manor. Under the cloak of night, the square-faced man entered the room. When he lit the candle, a figure standing in the corner came into view. "Whoa, you scared me." The man chuckled, "Isn't that Mr. Ji Xiuming? What a rare visit. What brings you here? Have you finally made up your mind?" Ji Xiuming pressed himself against the wall, looking pale. "I saw Yunruo." "What? Where?" "In the South Jungle Valley." Ji Xiuming murmured, almost as if speaking to himself, "No, wait, I saw him at Dongting much earlier. I didn't recognize him at all, but how can he not have aged and still look like he's 17 or 18? The man was unperturbed. "That's the effect of the longevity scripture." Ji Xiuming stared at him blankly. "Didn't I tell you back then? Your adoptive father secretly taught the longevity scripture to Jiang Yunruo behind your back," the man continued. "Now do you believe me? Tell me how you encountered him." Ji Xiuming struggled to compose himself and briefly recounted the whole story. After listening, the man showed interest in someone else. "What about the man accompanying Jiang Yunruo, Qi Chaoshi? Hasn't he taken action yet? What action should he take?" Ji Xiuming was confused. "Strange, how patient he is." The man mused to himself without explaining further. But the more Ji Xiuming thought about it, the more uneasy he became. Damn. Lanes is still with them. Yunruo will definitely tell him everything that happened in Luoxia Valley. There's more than one person in the manor who knows how to break the array at the valley entrance. Even if they suspect someone betrayed them, they cannot conclude it's you. The man glanced at him. "Instead, it's you who lacks competence. Why panic? By fleeing, Jiang Yunruo will definitely grow suspicious." "No," Ji Xiuming shook his head repeatedly, "Yunruo's attitude toward me has changed. Clearly, he already knows." "Ha! If Jiang Yunruo knew it was you who had harmed them, he would have killed you long ago and wouldn't let you come here to worry," the man scoffed. Ji Xiuming fell silent, speechless for a moment. The man went on, "But judging by the current situation, he'll soon suspect you. So, we must act fast and eliminate him before Jiang Yunruo finds solid evidence." Ji Xiuming looked deathly pale. "Must it be this way?" "What did you say?" "I don't want to kill him. Isn't there another way?" Ji Xiuming closed his eyes in agony. "After getting the not doubting sword, I often had nightmares where I saw him and Master lying in blood in the valley, staring at me with open eyes. That day when you told me Yunruo was still alive, I truly felt relief and happiness deep inside. I've never intended to harm them." "Well, that makes sense," the man interrupted impatiently, "but haven't I heard these words from you countless times? When I asked you to steal the not doubting sword while the Banya sect was ambushed, you also behaved exactly like this. Once you step into the mud, there's no turning back. These excuses are meaningless to me. Save them for Jiang Yunruo if you feel like performing for him." Ji Xiuming kept quiet. "Jiang Yunruo must die if you wish to survive. Got it?" Ji Xiuming clenched his teeth and gave a faint nod. "Speaking of the not doubting sword, how's your research going? Did you find any clues about the longevity scripture hidden within it?" "Nothing, except for the mark on the blade where it was once broken and reforged. There's nothing special." The man thought for a moment and said, "You take the not doubting sword and leave the mansion first, then wait for my news. Nowadays, everyone in the jianghu knows that the longevity scripture can bring people back to life. As soon as Jiang Yunruo and his so-called revival master show up, they'll face countless attempts by others wanting to rip them apart just to seize the longevity scripture. With some luck, perhaps you won't even have to move your own hand." Seizing with trepidation, Ji Xiuming asked, "Then what are you going to do?" "I'm going to visit the Banya sect." The man smiled faintly, then suddenly rolled up his sleeve, revealing a black line running along the inside of his forearm, which had already crept to his elbow. "Do you think the Banya sect would trust me without some sacrifice?" The dark line was alarming, as if carved into his bones. Ji Xiuming looked at the man more carefully, only to realize how haggard he appeared. His confusion deepened. "You're just a minor branch of the Jiang family, yet you know so many secrets. What is it you're truly after?" Walking out, the man pushed open the door, gazing at the dim-lit Guiyun manor. He sighed, "There's no way you'd understand now. Everything I do selflessly, for Guiyun, for Lord Jiang Lume, the former chief of our manor." Ji Xiuming stared at the man's retreating figure with growing complexity. "Shall we head to the shrine together?" "I want to light a joss stick in memory of the old lord," the man suddenly asked. "I will not go." The man nodded, and stepped into the thick night darkness. Chapter 57. 9 Abyss Mountain, Boria Sect. Boria's young master Pei Zhao was in seclusion, practicing cultivation. The square-faced man waited outside the courtyard for a while and saw a familiar maid approaching. He quickly stepped forward and handed her a letter. "Young lady, please kindly pass this letter to the young master. Tell him it is from Jiang Wanli, and it's urgent." The maid didn't take the letter. Instead, smiling, she said, "You've come at the right time. The young master has just finished his seclusion and is resting in the room now. Please follow me." Jiang Wanli was overjoyed and followed her inside. Sure enough, he saw Pei Zhao sitting on a chair, with an annoyed look on his face. After paying his respects, Jiang Wanli asked tentatively, "Young master, you broke out of seclusion early, have you already understood the secret art, breaking through your limitations?" "Blind fool. How would you know if I broke through?" Pei Zhao replied rudely, that old coot refuses to give me the last scroll of the Boreas secret technique. That's why I can't advance to a higher level. Jiang Wanli remained silent. Pei Zhao glared at him, why are you here? The right guardian has been replaced, so I had to dare come see you. Jiang Wanli revealed the black lines on his inner arm, Master, if we don't act soon, I'm afraid my life will be lost. And did you bring any valuable information? There is some, and important news. Jiang Wanli eagerly said, it concerns not only the elixir of immortality, but also has significant implications for your Boreas sect. Pei Zhao showed a little interest, speak. Jiang Wanli paused, glancing around at the serving maids in the room. Pei Zhao waved his hand and all the maids left, closing the door properly behind them. Jiang Wanli then said, among the tomb keepers of the Evening Glow Valley, there is one that escaped, named Jiang Li. He is currently searching in the martial arts world for the whereabouts of the unyielding sword. There's a good chance that the elixir of immortality is on him. More importantly, the man following him closely is none other than the left guardian of your Boreas sect, Qi Chaoshi. How do you know about the identity of the left guardian, which is that old man's secret? Pei Zhao suspiciously stared at him. You were in seclusion at the time and didn't know, Jiang Wanli explained, that Jiang Li kid once infiltrated the sect, probably believing that the unyielding sword was here. But he got injured by Guardian Ibu Ji, escaping down the mountain only to fall into the caverns where human parasites are raised. It seemed he was going to die, when suddenly the left guardian appeared, commanding patrols to search throughout the night and carried him away. I secretly followed for a while, thus discovering that the left guardian is indeed Qi Chaoshi who wields, one sword opens heaven's door. Is it absolutely true? You summon the patrol leader, and you'll immediately find out. Pei Zhao promptly sent someone to summon the patrol leader and questioned him carefully. The leader responded with detailed descriptions, even adding voluntarily, oddly, the left guardian appears quite close to the young man. Hearing this, Pei Zhao started contemplating. Jiang Wanli added, it's more than just closeness. In my observation, the left guardian has already earned Jiang Li's trust. He's probably waiting until Jiang Li gets hold of the unyielding sword before making a move. Soon, the elixir of immortality will really belong to the master. Upon hearing this, Pei Zhao coldly chuckled, stood up, took out a small medicine bottle from the cabinet and tossed it into Jiang Wanli's arms. Then, he ordered, invite all the hall masters to wait for me in the master's pavilion. By the way, don't forget the newly appointed right guardian. The maids acknowledged the order and scattered accordingly. When Yin Huaishu heard the summons, he realized something was amiss, yet still gritted his teeth and proceeded onward. Entering the pavilion, he crossed the main hall and walked into the inner chamber. Inside, the room was already filled with people. The three hall masters Ningyu, Yan Han, and Helan were standing nearby, while the elderly sect leader struggled to sit upright in bed, scrutinizing the situation with both surprise and suspicion. Only Hong Nu attended beside him. Meanwhile, young Master Pei Zhao, looking calm and collected, turned back after noticing Yin Huaishu's entrance, giving him a cursory glance, then addressed the elder sect leader, all right then, let's stop beating around the bush. Hand over the final scroll of the Boreas secret technique, and I'll spare your life. The old sect leader laughed, young whelp, do you dare make deals with me? It's a gesture of goodwill from me, considering our father-son relationship. Pei Zhao said, after I get the elixir of immortality, in a few days, I might change my mind. You have gotten the elixir of immortality? Indeed. Pei Zhao grinned, hasn't Qi Chaoshi sent you any messages recently? As this name came up, everyone else couldn't help but pause, and the expression of the elder sect leader changed dramatically. You. That's correct. The left guardian understands choosing a better place to thrive, and you're already like a rotten piece of wood. Any person with a bit of discernment wouldn't choose you. While saying this, Pei Zhao's gaze intentionally or unintentionally swept over Yin Huaishu. His heart jumped with fright, and instantly cold sweat soaked his back. Qi Chaoshi. The old sect leader was filled with rage, grabbing the bedclothes and began to cough violently. I knew it. I knew I shouldn't have let him go, back then I should have killed him. Unfortunately, it's too late. Pei Zhao sat on the edge of the bed, pretending to pat his back but was rudely shrugged off by the old sect leader, since I'm still interested in the Boreas secret technique, hand over the last scroll. Father, your son guarantees you a peaceful retirement. TCH. You heartless fiend. The old sect leader coughed until his eyes turned blood red, glaring at him bitterly, when you killed your brother and harmed Ding, did you remember your father deserved a peaceful retirement? How can this be blamed on me? Pei Zhao feigned innocence, Ing wasn't killed by me but died because of you. What are you saying? If you hadn't favored my younger brother so much, refusing to give me anything, how could I have had to seize it myself? The old sect leader trembled with anger, the last scroll of the Boreas secret technique has already been destroyed, don't even dream about getting it. What? On the day I learned how Ing was murdered by you, I burned the last scroll. The old sect leader chuckled vindicatively, young monster, you're capable, try seizing it now. He laughed until he almost lost his breath, and Pei Zhao's expression became increasingly unpleasant. After a while, he slowly shook his head and said, Father, you've truly been merciless to me. Pei Zhao picked up the sash by the old sect leader's bedside and tossed it to Hong Nu with a gesture before getting up and walking out, saying to Yin Huaishu and the 3 hall masters, "Follow me outside." Yin Huaishu found it hard to move his feet, only feeling numbness in his limbs. Helan passed by him and grinned arrogantly. As soon as they left the inner chamber, Hong Nu clenched the sash tightly in her hands and slipped it around the old sect leader's neck. He struggled desperately, breathing heavily and croakily yelling, "Even you've defected to the little monster. Worthy of my trust." With a tightening of his neck, his voice was cut off, leaving only fragmented murmurs. "You're mistaken. Actually, I've never aligned with anyone," said Hong Nu as she applied more force to the sash, leaning close to his ear and whispering, "Master Shaolin Yu of 7 Kill Sect entrusted me to greet you on behalf of her deceased father and brother." The old sect leader suddenly widened his eyes, but there was nothing he could do anymore. His body quaked once, and he lay dead on the bed with unblinking eyes. In the main hall outside, Pei Zhao surveyed everyone present, finally letting his gaze linger on Yin Huaishu from top to bottom and smiled, "I've just come out of seclusion, haven't had the chance yet to congratulate our new guardian, don't take offense." Yin Huaishu hung his head low, "I dare not." When he decided to align with the old sect leader, he had placed his bet on time, originally thinking that the sect leader would hold out for another year or two, allowing enough time for him to build his power base within the sect and stabilize his position. But fate seemed against him, with the young master exiting seclusion earlier than expected and so swiftly confronting the old sect leader. "I share deep bonds with Yi Buji. Learning about his death saddens me greatly. I intend to investigate thoroughly to avenge him." Pausing mid-sentence, Pei Zhao's gaze on Yin Huaishu weighed heavy, suffocating him and forcing him to kneel down. Pei Zhao flashed a faint smile, "Then I reconsidered, people die and cannot return to life. Never mind. Besides, you this right guardian, aren't doing such a bad job after all." Hearing this, Yin Huaishu suddenly lifted his head, and beside him, Helan was utterly disbelieving, nearly interrupting with opposition. Pei Zhao reached out to lift Yin Huaishu to his feet and declared, "Congratulations to the right guardian." "Thank you, Master Pei." Yin Huaishu felt a lingering fear, hastily responding, "Master Pei's grace is something I will never forget, willing to dedicate my life and die in service to you." Talking nonsense, Pei Zhao waved a hand dismissively, then suddenly asked, "I remember your sister is already of age, right?" Yin Huaishu felt as if struck by lightning, sensing some foreboding and remained silent. Beside him, Ning Yu jumped in with a laugh, "The young lord remembers well. Young Lady Huairo is of age now, 16 years old this year." Pei Zhao nodded, "Right, and I'm about due to get married. So why not let her become my wife?" Yin Huaishu forced out an awkward laugh, Ro, she's blind and doesn't understand worldly matters. How could she possibly match with the young lord? Since I care not about her blindness, why should you object? Besides, I find her sweet and obedient, I've always liked her. Her brother is none other than the honorable right guardian. How can she possibly not be suitable for me?" Yin Huaishu opened his mouth, taking half a moment to finally say, "Then I'll seek her consent first and reply later to the young lord." Pei Zhao broke into laughter, if a guardian can't make decisions for his own sister, how is he ever going to run Boria sect? The implication was obvious, and Yin Huaishu felt his blood run cold. He couldn't speak, yet he had to answer. Struggling to control himself, every word felt like thorns, cutting his throat as he forced out a reply laced with the taste of blood, "Yes, it is her honor to marry the young lord." Pei Zhao was highly satisfied. He changed the topic saying, "You've all heard the identity of the left guardian, Chi Chowi hasn't contacted me yet. Moreover, he must have clues to the longevity decree. We cannot let him go. I did meet him a few times. At the time, I felt inexplicably familiar with him, turns out he's the left guardian," Ning Yu remarked, "is the young lord planning to deal with him? If we can recruit him for our use that would be optimal. If not, then we must cut him off at the roots to avoid trouble when he returns to the sect." Pei Zhao addressed Yin Huaishu, "This matter is entrusted to you. The 3 hall masters will assist from the side. But remember, Chi Chowi is secondary, obtaining the longevity decree before him is key." "Understood." Yin Huaishu hesitated briefly, "Hall Master Helan doesn't need to follow me." "You." Helan erupted in anger, only to be held back by Yan Han who had remained silent. Pei Zhao shrugged indifferently, "You may allocate resources as you see fit, just make sure the job is done well and don't disappoint me." After giving the instructions, Pei Zhao signaled everyone to disperse. Just as Yin Huaishu turned away, he was called back, "By the way, later send your sister's date of birth to the priest so he can determine the wedding date." Yin Huaishu lowered his eyes, "Understood." "Hey. Don't be so formal, once married, I'll call you brother-in-law," Pei Zhao chuckled, slapping his shoulder playfully. Yin Huaishu gave a forced laugh twice but said nothing. With his mind in turmoil, he returned to the courtyard. Pushing open the door, he saw Yin Huairo kneeling before the golden Buddha, softly reciting prayers. Upon hearing footsteps, she immediately turned around and smiled at him, "Brother, you're back." Yin Huaishu stood still, gazing at her expressionlessly until finally feeling his blood flow again. Accompanied by an unbearable pain surging through his chest, he nonetheless spoke gently, Ro. What is it? Have you ever thought about what kind of person you would want to marry in the future?" "No. Yin Huairou shook her head without hesitation. I don't want to marry anyone, I want to stay with my brother forever. Yin Haishu couldn't help trembling. In large strides, he knelt before Yin Huairou, gazed at her closed eyes tenderly. All right, you won't have to marry. He whispered softly, no matter what others in the sect say, don't believe them. I promise you, I won't lie to you. Okay. Yin Huairou nodded. Yin Haishu grabbed her hands firmly, pressing his forehead against her hand back, closing his eyes almost reverently promising, I won't let you suffer anymore. Believe in me, your brother will always love you and be with you. Seemingly sensing something, Yin Huairou reached out and gently covered his back with her hand, as if embracing the much taller youth, smiling, don't be afraid, I trust you. After a long silence, Yin Haishu got up. He went to the study and wrote down a few short sentences on paper. Then he blew on the jade flute to summon the black eagle and rolled up the note into the bamboo tube on the eagle's leg. The black eagle let out a sharp cry as it spread its wings and flew away. In one of the courtyards the black eagle passed over, Hall Master Ningyu was boiling water to brew tea. Glancing aside, he noticed Helan sitting restlessly at the table, her feline eyes intensely fixed on him. Ningyu said, if Hall Master Helan is bothered by the fact the guardian left you behind, I can mediate on your behalf. I don't need your mediation. I don't even want to listen to his orders. Helan exclaimed angrily, what I'm saying is the position of right guardian clearly belongs to you. How does Yin Haishu deserve it? Ningyu poured hot water into the teacup to rinse the tea leaves calmly, the young lord has spoken correctly. I think he's quite suitable as the right guardian. What is there to be suitable about? His hands are dirty with blood, his martial arts skills worse. He can't even command respect from others. Helan protested, do you know? Yin Haishu has already started searching for protégés among the sect members. This time, not allowing me to join him is his plan to replace me with his own people. Once he returns, he'll take my position. Seeing Ningyu showed no reaction, Helan continued, once his sister marries the young lord, won't he become even more arrogant? There are only 4 hall master positions. First, it was me, next could be Yen Han or even you. Ningyu glanced at her with a smile, I appreciate your concern for my safety, Hall Master Helan. Seeing his attitude, he frankly confessed, softly stroking the back of his hand in a weak manner, Ningyu, last time when I was caught by those righteous sects, only you came to rescue me. I remember that well. This time, you must help me again. Ningyu handed her the tea he had just brewed and smiled, if you want to deal with someone who has a weakness, isn't it as easy as pie? By keeping you in the sect, he's actually giving you an opportunity. Helan hesitated for a moment and asked hastily, can you explain that further? I'll give you a clue. Ningyu dipped his fingertip into the tea water and slowly wrote 2 characters on the table. Qingjing. Helan read them aloud. Ningyu nodded. Still unsatisfied, Helan let her fingers trail lightly across his hand, inching toward his palm in an ambiguous way. However, Ningyu unexpectedly pulled his hand back, behaving like a virtuous gentleman. Director Helan, you've misunderstood. I have no feelings for you. I'm merely offering you a helping hand out of acquaintance. Feeling awkward, Helan realized there was nothing more she could ask and left with a wry smile. Ningyu sipped his tea with contentment. His glance fell on the drying water trails on the table, and he gave a faint smile. Chapter 58. Upon learning that Jiang Li had decided to head for Luoyang, Qi Chaoshi wasn't the least bit surprised. His unreserved decision to follow was also within the old man Shugu's expectations, only Jiang Lane's lacked this tacit understanding, and it wasn't until they had walked a few miles that he curiously eyed the group of 4. Master Qi hasn't mentioned where we're going. Why don't you ask? Is he also coming with us to Luoyang? Yes, Qi Chaoshi motioned to Jiang Li beside him, wherever he goes, I'll go too. Jiang Lane sighed, you two really have a good teacher-student relationship. Qi Chaoshi couldn't help but laugh and turned his head, only to see that Jiang Li was already looking at him. Their gazes met, and both immediately shifted uncomfortably. They set out early in the morning, without much opportunity for the two to have a private conversation. Nevertheless, Qi Chaoshi clearly felt Jiang Li's unease, stemming from their sudden change in relationship. Both were slightly unsure about how to act around each other. Qi Chaoshi, seemingly influenced by Jiang Li's emotions, also became slightly nervous as they walked side by side. Even casual banter that usually came easily escaped them. Occasionally, when Qi Chaoshi noticed Jiang Li walking closer to the edge, he instinctively reached out and pulled him closer. The forest was quiet in autumn, except for the rustling footsteps on the leaves and the thudding heartbeats. With guidance from old man Shugu, the journey out of the valley shortened significantly. However, given his advanced age, the elderly man's stamina was limited, and he needed to rest after walking for a while. By nightfall, they were still far from any towns where they could stay overnight, so the 4 decided to camp in the woods. Old man Shugu sat off to the side to rest, and after Jiang Lane's piled up some branches, it fell to Jiang Li to start the fire. Qi Chaoshi stood up to catch fish in the stream nearby. Instinctively, Jiang Li wanted to follow and speak a few words, but didn't know what to say. This hesitation allowed Qi Chaoshi to wander far away, leaving him no choice but to sit back down and throw another stick into the fire. In a short time, Qi Chaoshi returned with the fish. Jiang Li couldn't help but glance over repeatedly. Busy preparing and roasting the fish, Qi Chaoshi looked quite focused. The soft glow of the fire illuminated his profile, making him look extraordinarily handsome. After everyone had eaten, they rested individually. Jiangli sat in front of the fire, feeling somewhat disheartened for no apparent reason. At that moment, Qi Chaoshi suddenly leaned in close. Startled, Jiangli looked at him. "What are you doing?" Qi Chaoshi stared directly into his eyes and smiled. "Guess what I'm doing?" Jiangli quickly glanced around, but neither of the others appeared awake, both leaning against trees with their eyes closed. Hastily, he whispered, "They're still awake. Already asleep, you should be quieter, shoo." With that, Qi Chaoshi kissed him, exploring his tongue, and Jiangli offered no real resistance, responding awkwardly. This caused Qi Chaoshi's breathing to quicken, almost drowning out the crackling sounds of the fire. Suddenly, a noise came from Jiang Lan's direction. Jiangli immediately pushed against Qi Chaoshi's chest to distance himself and turned his head just in time to see that Jiang Lan was still asleep, moving uncomfortably and murmuring incoherently in his dreams. Jiangli let out a sigh of relief. That kiss seemed carefully stolen, and Qi Chaoshi couldn't stop himself from silently chuckling. Glaring at him, Jiangli turned back around. "Have you been stealing glances at me all day because you wanted to kiss me?" Qi Chaoshi asked softly. "Not anymore," replied Jiangli. "Oh," Qi Chaoshi laughed even more, "so should I leave then?" But before he could move, Jiangli grabbed his arm. Raising an eyebrow, Qi Chaoshi looked down as Jiangli said quietly, "It's the same whether you sleep here or not. Anyway, last time I woke up in your arms." This made Qi Chaoshi burst out laughing, yet he settled down near the tree and wrapped his arm around Jiangli, who obediently leaned against his shoulder. "Aren't you cold?" Qi Chaoshi asked. Shaking his head, Jiangli closed his eyes. Feeling the scent and warmth emanating from Qi Chaoshi, although the previous night was full of restless activity, it brought him peace now. Gradually relaxing, he drifted off deeply into a dreamless sleep. Their pace improved considerably after purchasing horses in a nearby village after exiting the valley. Heading north towards Luoyang, the weather gradually turned colder, with the scenery changing as the forest leaves turned yellow and started to fall. The sound of horse hooves treading through the layer of dry leaves echoed a sense of desolation that almost gave the impression they were heading deep into autumn. After several days, they arrived at a small town named Pingchuan. Tying their horses, they planned to rest briefly and buy some provisions, but as soon as they entered the town, they noticed something unusual. The streets were bustling with crowds, among whom were many armed martial artists carrying swords and daggers. Judging from their posture and gait, quite a few of them were highly skilled. These people were eyeing each other and looking around, as if searching for someone. Once strangers approached, numerous curious gazes followed them closely. Qi Chaoshi and Jiangli exchanged a glance, confirming that there were no flaws in the masks on their faces, then set their minds at ease and began observing their surroundings covertly. They hadn't walked far when they caught sight of a disciple of the Qing Mountain sect wearing a green-patterned white shirt. This finally made even Jiang Lan realize something was amiss, prompting him to ask, "What's happening in this town? Even the Qing Mountain sect is here. They don't look like passers-by either." "Let's find out," Qi Chaoshi said. Jiangli suddenly slowed his pace, his gaze inexplicably drawn to a nearby blacksmith shop. The owner was wiping the sweat off his head while talking to a customer beside him. Though the customer's face was ordinary, there was something familiar about his figure. Before Jiangli could place it, the customer handed over a slim, wrapped object, which the owner took. He exclaimed immediately upon seeing it, "Oh my! How could you melt such a fine sword? If you don't want it anymore, sell it to me." Before the man could reply, the owner gripped the hilt and drew the blade. A sharp, cold gleam shot forth, almost blinding everyone around. Jiang Li's pupils contracted sharply as the man hastily glanced back with panic and quickly snatched the sword back. He leapt gracefully through the window onto the roof, disappearing into the distance with lightning speed. "Stop!" Jiang Li shouted, taking off instantly after the man. Several other martial artists also noticed the flash of the sword and followed closely behind. The other martial artists on the street, although unaware of the specifics, became excited upon seeing the person on the rooftop clutching the sword, joining in the pursuit in a chaotic mass. The commotion caused several stalls along the roadside to be knocked over, making the scene rather spectacular. "What's going on?" Jiang Lan asked in surprise. "Should we go see?" "Jiang Li's skills are enough to handle this." "Let's wait for him to return," said Qi Chaoshi. "There are too many people, let's not act rashly." The usually silent old man Shugu suddenly spoke up, "That's the no-doubt sword." Both men paused, surprised, but by the time they looked up again, the shadow had already vanished. The man's lightness skill was extraordinary. With swift movements, he dashed through the crisscrossing streets of the town, throwing clothes that were drying in the alleyways back toward his pursuers. Jiang Li chased after him without hesitation, deftly dodging the clothes thrown at him. However, the few martial artists following Jiang Li weren't so quick to react. Keeping up alone exhausted them, and they were momentarily blinded by the cloaks thrown at them, almost causing confusion and accidents among those chasing further behind. As they continued chasing deeper, the main streets were left behind, and the buildings gradually grew smaller and shabbier. Underfoot, the paved road turned into an uneven dirt path littered with obstacles. Jiang Li had to divert some attention to avoid these hazards. Yet, he could sense that the man ahead was tiring and losing stamina, so Jiangli pushed harder and closed the gap. Suddenly, the man darted straight towards a mud wall, vaulting over it nimbly. Jiangli leaped onto the wall, only to pause and observe with astonishment. On the other side stretched rows of dilapidated shacks inhabited by the poor, where finding any single path was virtually impossible. That man had disappeared into the bustling crowd of working individuals, fading into the chaotic noise. For a moment, Jiangli hesitated, considering diving further into the maze, but suddenly, a gentle voice came from behind, "Don't chase anymore. He's already lost." Startled by someone being behind him unnoticed, Jiangli turned to see a young man standing under the wall, gazing upward with a handsome, mild expression. It was Shenjie from the Qing Mountain sect. Shenjie took a breath and explained, "If you enter that area, you'll only get lost yourself. By the time you find him, he would have escaped through another exit." Nodding, Jiangli leapt down from the wall. "You have impressive skills. May I ask your name?" Shenjie smiled slightly, introducing himself, "I am Shenjie of the Qing Mountain sect." Jiangli remembered meeting Shenjie in Dongting and didn't want to lie or risk revealing his identity through speech, so he merely nodded again before leaving. Shenjie didn't seem bothered by Jiangli's aloofness and gave a wry smile as he shook his head. Returning to the street, the three others still waited with the horses. Jiangli tersely informed them, "The man had the no-doubt sword, but I lost him." "Real sword?" Qi Chaoshi questioned. "Yes, I saw the marks of recasting on the blade." Jiang Lanes was still a little dazed, asking, "Then what do we do?" "Find a place to stay first and figure out more details before planning," suggested Qi Chaoshi. Old man Shugu agreed with no objections, so the four entered the largest inn in the town. Qi Chaoshi told the attendant, "We need 4 rooms and some food delivered." The attendant replied, "Master, could you make do with just 1 room? There are 4 of us. But we only have 1 room left." The attendant shrugged. "Recently, there have been so many guests for some reason. Besides the 1 room, there's only the woodshed in the backyard left." "Fine, we'll take the 1 room, Qi Chaoshi said. Before they could decide, Shenjie walked into the inn and said, "If our Qing Mountain sect disciples squeeze a bit, we can free up a room for you." Jiang Lanes was surprised and delighted. "Elder brother Shen, it's you." "Brother Lanes, it's been a while," Shenjie said, stepping closer before noticing Jiangli. "Is this young friend with you?" Qi Chaoyi acted quickly, throwing some silver at the attendant and dragging Jiangli upstairs. "Then 1 room will do." Shenjie paused, watching as their figures disappeared before turning back to Jiang Lanes in confusion. "Are they not together?" No," Jiang Lanes awkwardly explained, "we just happened to walk in at the same time." Shenjie didn't press further, instructing his disciple to prepare the spare room for them. Then he whispered, "Goe Yun has also received the news." "Why did he only send you?" "No, I'm just passing by." Jiang Lanes gestured toward old man Shugu, concealing the fact about his father's critical illness and meeting Jiangli, offering only a brief account of seeking medical help. Shenjie hadn't expected the man to be the legendary divine physician and immediately greeted him respectfully. Afraid that Shenjie might ask more questions, Jiang Lanes hurriedly asked, "Brother Jian, what news are you talking about? Why are there so many martial artists in this town?" Shenjie sighed. "It concerns your no-doubt sword. Don't worry, I'll explain everything later." Chapter 59. Half an hour later, Jiang Lanes and Elder Shugu knocked on the door of the guest room where Qi Chaoshi and Jiangli were staying. They sat around the table and relayed the news brought by Shenjie. "Do you remember the rumors in the martial arts world about how the longevity formula can bring the dead back to life?" "We do," said Qi Chaoshi. "Is it related to these rumors?" Jiang Lanes nodded and said, "Big brother Shen told me that around 6 or 7 days ago, a martial artist carrying a sword came to the Pingchuan town. At the time, a farmer was about to be buried. This farmer was strong and healthy, the mainstay of his family, but he suddenly died without any illness or disaster. His wife couldn't accept it, crying and shouting, refusing to let them nail the coffin shut. The martial artist said he could bring him back to life. The wife thought there was nothing to lose trying, so she let him have a go, and sure enough, the farmer was revived." Qi Chaoshi and Jiangli exchanged an incredulous glance and asked, "Are we sure this is true?" "It's unlikely to be false," Jiang Lanes replied. "Half the town was there at the funeral, they can all attest. It said that the martial artist mysteriously took the body into a room. After over an hour, the farmer opened his eyes and woke up. Other than being a bit weak, there was no other issue with his body." Qi Chaoshi turned to Elder Shugu, "Predecessor, is there really such a skill as bringing the dead back to life in this world?" Elder Shugu evidently became a little interested, and after some pondering, said, "All the cases I know about revival are actually people who haven't completely died yet. But the farmer was kept for 7 days before being buried. He should have starved to death," exclaimed Jiang Lanes. "And then?" Qi Chaoshi urged. "Just because one resurrected farmer and a martial artist carrying a sword appeared, does it mean it's definitely linked to unquestionable sword and the longevity formula? Of course not, I'm not finished. That farmer, upon coming back to life, naturally felt extremely grateful towards the martial artist. They asked how they could repay him, and the martial artist only requested a hidden place to stay, timely water and food, and assistance in concealing his whereabouts. Who is he hiding from? Jiang Li suddenly interjected. Yes, he's hiding from the Boer sect, said Jiang Lanes. This was the conclusion reached by Big Brother Shen after asking questions. The farmer knew that someone was out to kill him, as those men barged into the old house where the martial artist was hiding that night, injuring him but also allowing him to escape. At that time, the farmer was hiding in the cellar, and personally heard those people saying the martial artist possessed the unquestionable sword and the longevity formula. Everyone paused in deep contemplation for a moment. Jiang Lanes thought it over and added, on the same day Big Brother Shen got the message, he sent word to the nearby Green Mountain sect disciples to investigate. He himself has been here for 3 days, and today was the first time they found a trace of the martial artist. The blacksmith shop owner said that the person wanted to melt down the unquestionable sword. So Big Brother Shen deduced that the man had possibly just obtained the longevity formula, and saved the farmer to test its authenticity. Now, with injuries on his body and being pursued by the Boer sect, people in the town are also searching everywhere for the unquestionable sword's whereabouts. Hence, he plans to destroy the sword and slip away with the longevity formula. The deduction seems reasonable, Chi Chaoshi chuckled. But the premise is wrong, the longevity formula cannot bring the dead back to life, so how did it save anyone? But the unquestionable sword is real, said Jiang Li. Jiang Lane scratched his head, I can't figure it out either. Do you think it's possible that the longevity formula really can bring the dead back to life? It's just something we haven't discovered yet? Jiang Li stared thoughtfully at his own hands. That's enough. Chi Chaoshi tapped on the table, cutting off their wild thoughts. To find out exactly what happened, we need to meet this farmer in person. Since it's late today, we'll rest first, and tomorrow, I'll go with Jiang Li. I'll go with you, Elder Shugu surprisingly volunteered. Jiang Lanes tried to speak, but Chi Chaoshi interrupted, you can't come, it would attract too much attention. Stay at the inn and interact more with Shen Jian, see if you can dig up any more information. Jiang Lanes reluctantly agreed. Once the discussion was complete, Jiang Lanes and Elder Shugu returned to their room to rest. Chi Chaoshi stood up and securely closed the window. A breeze arose in the autumn night, whistling through. Inside the room, however, it wasn't too cold. He turned, took off his outer robe, and double-checked multiple times to ensure the tattoo on his collarbone was covered by his inner shirt before calming down. Then, as if inspired by a sudden impulse, he asked, Jiang Li, if you ever discover. Not waiting for Jiang Li to react, he hastily added, never mind, it's nothing. What? Jiang Li had been lost in thought about what they discussed earlier, but now turned his head upon hearing the question. Seeing Chi Chaoshi in just his inner shirt, his mind went blank, stiffening him momentarily. He suddenly felt the atmosphere in the room become a bit romantic. Chi Chaoshi quickly composed herself and sat down by the bedside. Seeing him sitting still in the same spot, she couldn't help but laugh, young sir, are you planning to sleep on the table again tonight? Jiang Li was reminded of their first meeting in Dongting and couldn't help but crack a small smile too as he shifted closer to sit beside her. Chi Chaoshi turned her head and looked at him, aren't you going to take off your clothes? Oh. Jiang Li seemed reminded by her words. He reached for his belt, but the sensation of being watched made him feel awkward. Stiffly gripping his sash, he said, don't look at me. Who else am I supposed to look at if not you? Chi Chaoshi teased lightly, or would you like me to help you take them off? No thanks. Jiang Li rejected her offer quickly, shedding his outer robe just as hastily, leaving only an inner shirt. He kept his eyes lowered and avoided looking at her. Chi Chaoshi suddenly said, the revival of that farmer is actually most disadvantageous to us. Jiang Li turned his head towards her, why? Whether his revival is real or not, with this news out there, the rumor that the longevity formula can bring the dead back to life has now become fact. Chi Chaoshi pulled Jiang Li to lie down, letting him rest his head on her arm as she continued, even my revival could be explained away as a misunderstanding to only 40% of people at best, but now that we have the story of the revived farmer happening twice, claiming it's coincidental or a misunderstanding won't convince many. They'll think we're lying to conceal the longevity formula. Jiang Li asked, could the person spreading these rumors be involved in this incident? I'm not sure, Chi Chaoshi replied, turning on her side to embrace him, but one thing is clear, everyone from the town who's come here is chasing after the longevity formula. Our identities cannot be revealed, we must act cautiously and avoid any impulsive actions. Jiang Li nodded and said, I always feel like. Before he could finish, Chi Chaoshi suddenly kissed him lightly on the lips, cutting him off, and grinned, let's think about that tomorrow. We're already in bed, let's talk about something else. Jiang Li, realizing later that he was cradled in Chi Chaoshi's arms with her hand resting somewhat improperly around his waist, felt uneasy and asked uncomfortably, what do you want to talk about? When did you fall for me? Chi Chaoshi asked seriously as she gazed at him. Jiang Li thought earnestly for a while, then said, I don't know. Before he could stop himself, he countered, what about you? I don't know either. Chi Chaoshi laughed softly. Jiang Li frowned, are you messing with me? No, I truly don't know why I like you, nor why I saved you on that tournament stage initially. All I know is when I walked away silently and hurt you, I later thought I'd lost you. But outside the cave, when you looked at me like that and called my name, I knew, it was you. Qi Chaoshi whispered gently, call my name again. Jiang Li met her gaze and smiled faintly, Qi Chaoshi. Just those 3 syllables were enough to fill all the emptiness in her heart, and Qi Chaoshi couldn't resist anymore. She leaned down and kissed him deeply and fervently, her hand roaming underneath his thin shirt, causing shivers to travel up his spine. Jiang Li couldn't suppress his trembling. Their breathing was unsteady after they broke the kiss, their faces flush as they lay close together. Jiang Li's ears were red as he immediately tried to turn over. However, Qi Chaoshi wouldn't let him face away, pulling him back forcefully and teasingly followed his wandering eyes, laughing, shy. No. If you're not shy, then kiss me. I don't want to, you're annoying. Jiang Li pushed him away, but instead of moving, Qi Chaoshi grasped his wrist and drew him closer again. As Jiang Li tried to pull free, Qi Chaoshi let out a muffled groan, hurriedly saying, stop fidgeting. Jiang Li froze, feeling even more uneasy. Qi Chaoshi exhaled slowly, her nose rubbing against his earlobe, whispering huskily, my willpower can only take so much, little one. Her touch left a ticklish, tingling sensation across half his body. Jiang Li clung to her chest, afraid to move yet embarrassingly trying to strike up conversation, your heartbeat is so fast. It could go faster. Qi Chaoshi caught Jiang Li's hand and slid it into her own, pressing palm against palm, intertwining their fingers. Jiang Li's heart raced wildly but also strangely calmed down. The cold wind still howled fiercely outside the window, yet they were cocooned in warmth under the blanket, whispering tenderly as though in their own little world, insulated from external concerns and without worrying about the future, their focus solely on their interlocked fingers and steadfast heartbeats. He couldn't help but think this was the most precious moment of his life. If he were to die now, there would be no regrets. Thinking about this, Jiang Li tilted his head to look at Qi Chaoshi and asked, can men also be together like this? Qi Chaoshi whispered in his ear, of course. Jiang Li took a deep breath before muttering in a low voice, then, that would be fine. Qi Chaoshi was stunned at first, then understood his meaning, and suddenly burst into laughter. Her clear and bright laugh was free of any shadow or gloom as if she'd returned to the days when she was at her most spirited and carefree youth. Without speaking a word, she just couldn't stop laughing. Jiang Li mustered all his courage and overcame his own hesitation to say these words, only to receive such a baffling response that he was almost ready to lash out in anger. He grabbed her face and said irritably, why are you laughing? I'm too happy, Qi Chaoshi replied, still somewhat dazed by disbelief, but snapped back to reality when he tugged on her. She leaned in and kissed him, starting from his chin, kissing slowly up along his jawline until his eyes. Jiang Li wanted to hit her again but lost his temper due to her kisses. Just as he was about to say something, he saw Qi Chaoshi lift their interlocked hands and gently kiss the back of his fingers. But not now. Qi Chaoshi said softly. Jiang Li looked at her with bewilderment as Qi Chaoshi held him tightly in her arms, her chin rubbing against his scalp for a moment, seemingly sighing, well wait until you're better, then we can settle this debt later. Jiang Li's throat felt choked, unable to utter a word, feeling as though the heart in his chest had melted at the sound of her sigh, leaving it aching and soft. The words spoken by Qi Chaoshi seemed so casual, as if he had only caught a minor cold that could be cured with a good rest or a few days of recovery, not as if he were plummeting helplessly toward the abyss of death. Jiang Li found it absurdly funny yet couldn't bring himself to smile. In the end, Jiang Li extended his arms to embrace her waist, closed his eyes, and fell into a deep sleep amidst the steady heartbeat. Chapter 60. According to the information obtained by Jiang Lanes, the revived farmer was named Fan Li, and he lived in the west of Pingchuan town. Nowadays, everyone in the town knew him. Qi Chaoshi, Jiang Li, and Elder Shugu walked into the western streets of the town without needing to ask for directions much before someone kindly pointed them the way. When they arrived at Fan Li's courtyard gate, it was tightly shut. From inside came sounds of rooster crows, dog barks, and children playing, clearly indicating the owner was home. Qi Chaoshi knocked on the door and asked aloud. Immediately, a voice belonging to a woman responded irritably from within, the man's gone out, he's not at home. Go away. She then muttered under her breath, they keep coming every few days, this is exhausting. Though separated by thick wooden doors, with their martial artist's sharp ears, they could hear her words perfectly clear. Jiang Li asked, shall we wait for him to come back? Qi Chaoshi waved his hand, paused briefly after listening attentively, then took out 2 taels of silver from his pocket and tossed it into the yard. Immediately following this action, a joyful voice sounded from inside, oh, you're at home. Why didn't you respond? Hurry up and tidy up, I'll go open the door for the guests. There were hurried footsteps, then the door groaned as it was pulled open. The woman glanced over them 3, her face blossoming into an amiable smile, I guessed you'd be wandering knights-errant. Do come in and take a seat. Jiang Li. Elder Shugu stepped into the yard, and Qi Chaoshi laughed softly, patted Jiang Li's shoulder, and ushered him in too. Inside the courtyard stood a square table and several chairs. The man sitting there gazed off into the distance where 2 children played in the sand. His physique was sturdy and robust, yet his complexion weak and pale. He turned around upon hearing voices, are you also here to ask about that sword? I truly know nothing more. Everything I can say has already been said. Let's talk about your death and resurrection. How did you die, and how did you come back to life? Elder Shugu pulled a chair over and sat down opposite Fanli, carefully examining his complexion. It was like suddenly seeing blackness and knowing nothing afterward. At that time, I was working in the fields, not injured at all. People beside me saw me fall stiffly to the ground, and when they pressed my philtrum, they discovered no breath and even found my body stiffened. As for coming back to life, Fanli shrugged, I just woke up. It felt like having a long sleep. Except for feeling weak, everything seemed fine. Shugu pursued further, was your body rigid when you stopped breathing? Are you certain? How would I know, I just heard what others said. They mentioned it, saying that's why it took a great deal of effort to bring me back home. Shugu appeared deep in thought, seemingly pondering something. Fanli looked at them again, anything else to ask? Chi Chaoshi asked, we heard the knight who saved you was being hunted down, and you were present in the old house. Fanli nodded, apparently answering this question countless times already. He smoothly described the events of that night. Back then, after putting down some food and asking if the knight needed anything else, the latter abruptly changed demeanor, asking if there were any places to hide within the old house. Fanli quickly replied yes, leading the knight towards the cellar in the backyard. Yet, the knight pushed him inside, sternly telling him not to come out no matter what sound he hears. Confused but noticing the knight's worried expression, Fanli followed his instructions due to gratitude toward his savior. Not long after, chaos erupted above him. Numerous footsteps, loud and disordered, mixed with intense combat noises. Shrinking quietly in the cellar, Fanli dared not breathe loudly until the commotion gradually faded away. Then cautiously peeking out, he observed the messy courtyard where several armed men dressed in black remained. Listening to a weaponless man speak, he managed to escape, indeed showing the power of Bai's sword. But given his injuries, he wouldn't get far. Add more hands on patrol so as to ensure that the elixir of immortality doesn't slip through our grasp. The man spoke sideways, his collar opened wide. In the moonlight, the bright red tattoo on his clavicle stood out prominently. This was exactly why Shinjian judged the attackers to be from the Banruo sect. There were no gaps or discrepancies in the entire narrative, and Farmer Fan did not seem skilled in lies. Yet, Chi Chaoshi couldn't help but feel something was strange and frowned slightly. Suddenly, Jiangli asked, what did the person who saved you look like? Very handsome, genteel and fair-skinned, his tone very polite, patient with my kids, Fanli recalled, like the kind of refined gentleman often talked about among scholars. Jiangli nodded slowly, yet his confusion grew stronger. Seeing no further revelations possible, Chi Chaoshi indicated with his eyes that they should leave. Still, Elder Shugu asked one last question, other than weakness now, do you feel any other discomforts? No, I guess not. Just no strength left in my body. Elder Shugu took out a porcelain bottle and a needle scroll from his sleeve and said, take one pill from the bottle, and I will try acupuncture on you. Fanli hesitated, and the woman standing nearby quickly stepped forward, suspiciously eyeing them up and down. Medicine can't be taken carelessly, and you want to use needles too. Who are you, and what do you intend to do to us? Before Elder Shugu could explain, Chi Chaoshi swiftly returned the items and pretended with great seriousness, alas, old man, didn't we agree to just take a look? They can't afford consultation fees. If you get involved unnecessarily, we'll end up losing money. Let's go, let's go. Anyway, he won't die. He gave a subtle glance to Jiangli, who immediately understood, and stood up. Let's go then. At this statement, the woman seemed to realize something and quickly blocked Elder Shugu's way, her attitude shifting. Wait, are you a doctor? It was wrong of me earlier, please forgive me. You see, my whole family depends on him. He's unable to do heavy work now, and if this keeps up, our grain will run out. Please help if you figured out any illness. Elder Shugu grunted in acknowledgement, sitting back down. Without hesitation, Fanli tilted his head and swallowed the pill, waiting for a moment without noticing any change. Then Elder Shugu unfurled the needle scroll, retrieving several silver needles which he inserted into different major acupoints on his body. Each time a needle entered, Fanli winced in pain, but by the seventh needle, he suddenly froze, his entire body rigid. Horror crept onto his face. I. What's wrong with you? The woman asked anxiously. I feel like something is crawling in my brain. Chi Chaoshi instinctively pulled Jiangli closer to himself, while Elder Shugu extracted the eighth silver needle, inserting it carefully into Fan Li's skin. The woman screamed suddenly, covering her mouth and retreating 2 steps back. Sitting still with wide eyes, Fan Li trembled in fear, yet dared not move. Suddenly, a pale green worm emerged from his ear, slowly wriggling its way down along his cheek. Elder Shugu grasped the worm, examined it closely, and crushed it underfoot, smiling, as expected. Fan Li nearly collapsed into his chair, trembling as he touched his ear, terrified that another thing might crawl out. Let's go. Elder Shugu stated. The woman snapped back to reality and expressed her immense gratitude, wanting to offer them lunch. But Elder Shugu declined, leaving behind a simple note that rest would restore him completely, before walking out the door. Chi Chaoshi and Jiangli followed, asking, what did you find out, senior? Just as I said, coming back from death is merely showmanship, death wasn't complete yet, Elder Shugu slowly remarked. This insect is called 1-inch green, also known as 9-day stiffener. It's a poisonous bug that feeds on toxic plants, considered one of the deadliest in southern jungles. While touching it may lead to immediate death, it doesn't kill instantly. Instead, it bores inside someone's body, making their breathing cease, and hardening their body, appearing exactly like death. For 9 full days, there's no antidote available, after which, they truly die. Jiang Li asked skeptically, no antidote at all. Originally, there was none. But many years ago, a tribal healer in South Jungles fell in love with a Han Chinese man. As marriage between tribes and outsiders was forbidden, she fed it with her own blood and managed to tame the insect, greatly reducing its toxicity. She implanted it within herself to simulate death, allowing her Han lover to leave with both her corpse and the antidote. So why didn't they directly remove the poison insect and leave such a flaw behind? Jiang Li questioned. Upon this question, Qi Chaoshi suddenly caught on to something, also asking, Senior, what difference would it make to remove the poison insect and detoxify it right away rather than later? Not removing the poison insect results in what you've witnessed today. Even though the person awakens, their physical condition remains significantly worse than before, Elder Shugu pondered, it also takes longer. Detoxification needs only 1 or 2 hours to awaken a person. Extracting the 1-inch green, however, takes much longer because when the body has been inert for so long, unlike today where the blood circulates well. To expel the insect might require about 10 hours. By the time the conversation ended, the three had already returned to their inn and found a secluded spot to sit at the lobby. After sipping tea to moisten his throat, a thought formed gradually in Qi Chaoshi's mind. He said, if we're sure Fan Li's return to life was intentionally designed, the first question should be, why was he chosen? Jiang Li shook his head, finding nothing special about that farmer. Maybe it's because he gets along well with everyone. Hearing this, Elder Shugu couldn't help but be surprised. Is that even a reason? We can already see from the attitude of the person who guided us today that Fan Li has good relations with others. Moreover, Jiang Lane's mentioned before that half the town attended his funeral. Those people are both witnesses to his resurrection and can spread this news widely and quickly, Qi Chaoshi said. This might explain why the person chose not to remove the poison insect, because by the time 10 hours had passed, the people would have dispersed, and it wouldn't be as impactful as having them witness it firsthand. But even so, the news spread too fast, Qi Chaoshi remarked, raising her chin to gesture for them to look. Jiang Li turned around and saw 3 disciples of the Tianmen sect sitting at a table a few steps away. By chance, he recognized all of them. Wei Ku, the young master of Dungting Polyglot House, had become a disciple of the Tianmen sect. Now dressed in a disciple's robe, he sat quietly on one side. Du Heng, who had once challenged Qi Chaoshi, was excitedly talking about something, while Meng Sifan, their elder brother, was seated in the middle. The eye that had been blinded by poison now wore an eye patch. Despite retaining his handsomeness, it still appeared somewhat odd, drawing quite a few curious stares. Meng Sifan uncomfortably raised a hand to shield his eye and told his chattering junior brother, if you want to play, go alone. I've got important matters to deal with, and I don't have time to accompany you. You're not busy, you just don't want to go. Since wearing that eye patch, you've grown more reluctant to leave your house, Du Heng teased, big brother, trust me, like this, you're particularly manly, much better looking than when you were a little pretty boy. If I had a sister, I'd marry her off to you. Meng Sifan couldn't help but curse and scold him, just scram already. If you keep nagging, neither of you will be allowed to leave. Alright, Du Heng shrugged, getting up and beckoning Wei Ku, younger brother, let's go. Wei Ku looked at Du Heng, then toward Meng Sifan, still feeling somewhat restrained. So Meng Sifan smiled and said, go on then, keep an eye on brother Du and don't let him start a fight with anyone. Also, don't return too late. The two left, and Meng Sifan also stood up and went upstairs. Shugu Elder withdrew his gaze, it's certainly strange. What's strange? Jiang Li rarely couldn't follow the reasoning. Qi Chaoshi smiled, you haven't been to Mount Tianmen, so it's normal you don't understand. It takes 6 days riding hard to get from Mount Tianmen here. That means the news about Fan Li's resurrection reached Mount Tianmen hundreds of miles away on the 2nd day after his resurrection. There's someone orchestrating this miraculous revival, which relates to Wui's sword and the Bana sect, spreading the news to lure martial artists here. Jiang Li asked. Qi Chaoshi gazed at Jiang Li and said, it might also be to lure us too here. Jiang Li's expression flickered, and he didn't respond. I have a guess, Qi Chaoshi mused aloud, according to logic, we should check the old residence where the wandering swordsman stayed next. If it's aimed at luring us here, that old house is probably a trap. The more reason we must go, Jiang Li stated resolutely. Qi Chaoshi laughed, I knew you'd say that. Chapter 61. The old house was located in the southeast of Pingchuan town, where Jiang Li had lost track of that mysterious swordsman when entering the town. The poor lived here in a mix of poverty and crime, with frequent occurrences of theft and brawling, over which the authorities rarely intervened. Therefore, after saving up enough money, Fan Li's family moved to the more affluent west side, leaving this residence abandoned. The entrance door was webbed with spider silk, and the yard walls were overrun with wild grasses. Qi Chaoyi and Jiang Li silently climbed over the wall, finding the courtyard filled only with dry leaves and scattered pieces of broken tiles. Inside the house, tables and chairs were overturned, and the walls and pillars were deeply gouged by sword marks, evidence of an intense fight that must have taken place here. Jiangli slowly circled around the room, not finding any mechanisms or traps. Turning back, he noticed Qi Chaoyi had stopped near a corner, opening a dusty wooden cabinet from which he pulled out a cloth bag. Jiangli stepped closer to look. The cloth bag contained several hard cakes of food, likely sent by family for the swordsman. This didn't seem unusual, yet Qi Chaoyi sniffed the cake and suddenly broke off a small piece, eating it. Jiangli said, "What are you doing?" "It's still edible, just a little hard." Qi Chaoyi swallowed with difficulty and handed over the teacup placed on the table to Jiangli. Speechless, Jiangli instinctively reached for the teapot. It was heavy as he lifted it, and immediately realized its weight signified fresh water inside. Upon checking, it was indeed clean water, and even the cup he held in his hand was immaculate, indicating it had just been washed. Jiangli looked around again. "Is the person still hiding here?" Qi Chaoyi replied, "Pour some water." After drinking a full cup of tea, Qi Chaoyi smoothed his breath and answered, "It's very possible, given the entire town is looking for him, he can't afford to show himself. But he cannot go without eating or drinking forever." Jiangli grew cautious. Searching the room yielded no further results, so they proceeded toward the rear yard. The space was open but littered with messy, outdated clutter visible at a glance. The only place left for someone to hide was the basement. Qi Chaoyi shifted the stone cover atop the basement opening and peered down. A ladder was nailed to the wall, leading into the dark abyss below. He sighed, "Jiangli, there are two possibilities, either the person we're looking for is down there, or it's a trap waiting for us." Jiangli frowned, "I feel something odd." Qi Chaoyi nodded, "Let me go check, you wait outside." "No." Jiangli rejected without hesitation. Qi Chaoyi smiled at him, "If both of us go down, and if someone seals the basement entrance, we'd be sitting ducks. That's unacceptable too." Qi Chaoyi chuckled softly and leaned close, "I didn't realize you cared so much about me. How about a kiss?" "I don't care about you." Jiangli shoved him away. "You're embarrassed despite being alone." Qi Chaoyi gripped his hand tightly and whispered, "We've been busy all day chasing that swordsman, running almost half the town. I've never been this diligent before. Shouldn't you reward me a bit?" Jiangli met his gaze, feeling restless and slightly shy. Qi Chaoyi added, "I'll be down there for at most 15 minutes. If I don't respond after a while, you come down to look for me." Jiangli finally agreed, "All right." Even though it was settled, Qi Chaoyi made no move. His eyes sparkled with amusement as he waited for his reward. Uncomfortable, Jiangli glanced away and mumbled, "We'll talk about it tonight." "Fine." Qi Chaoyi seemed content, flipping himself into the basement and climbing down along the ladder. Jiangli peeked down the hole, watching Qi Chaoyi vanish into the deep, dense darkness. His slight movements echoed upward. Soon after, a flicker of light appeared far down. It was Qi Chaoyi lighting his fire flint, surveying around. "What do you see?" Jiangli asked. The echo carried Qi Chaoyi's response, "This place is pretty large, there's a cave inside." As he spoke, the light flickered forward, disappearing into the cave. All that remained was the tranquil darkness within their sight. Jiangli became slightly tense but didn't rashly act. He silently counted in his mind to keep track of time. Just then, behind him, a familiar voice called out, "Jiangli." Startled, Jiangli turned his head guardedly and watched a graceful young woman leap down from the wall, none other than Cheng Yan, whom he hadn't seen in a long while. Cheng Yan froze for a second upon clearly seeing his face and then responded, "Your mask is so realistic, if I had seen your true face first, I wouldn't dare recognize you." Jiangli scrutinized her, asking, "Why are you here?" Cheng Yan hurried toward him and grabbed his arm, "I sneaked out while my master wasn't paying attention. We can't stay here long, come with me quickly. I have important information to tell you." Jiangli's expression remained calm, "What is it?" "There are mechanisms in the cellar that can temporarily delay him." "Hurry, follow me, I won't harm you," Cheng Yan said urgently. Jiangli still didn't move. "What do you mean?" Cheng Yan noticed his suspicion of her and had to reluctantly let go of his arm, looking back hastily to confirm no one was behind her, then said, "Jiangli, Qi Chaoyi isn't actually your master, right? And when you met him at Dongting, it was the first time you saw each other." Jiangli was taken aback, and Cheng Yan immediately realized she had hit the mark, continuing, "He isn't a true hero, he's the left guardian of the Banya sect." Jiangli glanced toward the cellar, counter-questioning, "How do you know this?" "I overheard master talking with people from the Banya sect. They also mentioned there are clues to the eternal life decree on you, and the left guardian is there for them. Whatever he tells you, it's all lies. You must not trust him." Jiangli looked at her quietly and asked, "How do I know you're not lying?" Cheng Yan couldn't come up with an answer. "She went through so much trouble to slip out and save your life, naturally she's telling the truth," a soft and sultry voice answered for her. Startled, Cheng Yan turned around and saw Xiao Lingyu sitting relaxed on the wall head, "Master." Then she quickly stepped in front of Jiangli, anxiously urging him, "Jiangli, flee. Leave this town. Trust me this time, I'm not lying." The woman leaning against the wall showed no signs of aggression. Jiangli gazed at her, hand resting on his sword. Don't be nervous, I just want to chat. Xiaolingyu smiled lightly and said, Qing Yan didn't know I was following. This isn't an ambush, and she really didn't deceive you. There were so many martial artists passing through the town, uncovering your disguise wouldn't be easy. So, I sent Qing Yan to find you. Qing Yan realized something and incredulously asked, Master, those words, did you intentionally let me overhear them? Xiaolingyu avoided answering but said to Jiangli, have you ever heard of the mysterious left guardian of the Banya sect? Jiangli remained silent. It's no secret if you put in some effort, you'll discover. The left guardian moves unpredictably and never involves himself in the sect's affairs. Over the last decade, the elder has entrusted him with only one task, to retrieve the eternal life decree. Jiangli gripped his sword tightly and coldly asked, why are you telling me these things? If my sect cannot obtain the eternal life decree, I certainly don't want the Banya sect getting it either. Xiaolingyu stated, think about it carefully, unless he has ulterior motives, why would he treat you so kindly without any reason? Jiangli fell silent for a moment and replied, I trust him. Trust? Xiaolingyu laughed as if amused, covering her mouth while laughing, you're still so naive, which is quite rare. Think back, before discovering Qing Yan's deception in Dongting, didn't you say you trusted her too? Jiangli frowned deeply, as if pierced by the sarcasm in her words. Qing Yan trembled all over, lowering her eyelids and remained quiet. Xiaolingyu continued, I am very curious, with your intelligence, how could you fail to notice there's something off with Qi Chaoyi? This statement acted like a hook, forcibly revealing details ignored. Qi Chaoyi's extraordinary knowledge of the Banya sect, from the identity and skills of its members, to the rescue signal smoke, the methods of creating insect puppets, even during their encounter outside the cave at Jiuyuan Mountain when Jiang Li's consciousness was blurred, he still vaguely remembered Qi Chaoyi appearing abruptly and holding him gently. It wasn't that he wasn't aware of anything, it was that he yearned for the warmth of Qi Chaoyi's embrace. Xiaolingyu didn't miss the subtle changes in Jiang Li's expression, and added calmly, or maybe you already have suspicions but refuse to dwell on them, learning to deceive yourself. Jiang Li sharply turned to look at Xiaolingyu, pressing his lips tightly. Jiang Li, the world of martial arts is dangerous. Xiaolingyu shook her head and smiled, you can choose not to believe me. But the Banya sect guardian does have tattoos under his collarbone, whether they're real or fake, a check will suffice. Before Jiang Li could react, a sudden violent noise came from the basement. He abruptly turned around, seeing an unfamiliar man leap out of the basement, roll on the ground, stabilize himself using his sword, revealing the sharp glint. It was undoubtedly Bai's sword. Jiang Li was startled, and Qing Shuang's sword shot out swiftly like lightning. The man hastily deflected the blow, twisted his body, and fled. Qi Chaoyi followed out of the basement soon after, catching his breath slightly, and began chasing. Jiang Li paid no attention to anything else, jumping forward immediately, and within moments, the three of them disappeared from view. Everything changed in the blink of an eye. Xiaolingyu regained her composure, her disbelief palpable. The Bai sword, how could it really appear? This area was a maze of dilapidated houses and shacks, with narrow and complex roads. That person weaved through them, clearly attempting to use old tricks to shake them off. How could Jiang Li let that happen? He kicked up a broken branch lying on the ground with his toes and threw it with his left hand. The branch shot forward like an arrow, striking the man's back. Bent over from pain, his pace slowed as he watched Qi Chaoyi closing in. In a flash, he darted into a nearby ruined house. Qi Chaoyi broke through the door to follow him inside. Amidst the rising dust, he caught a glint of the sword as it swung like water across the ceiling beam, slicing down at him from above. Qi Chaoyi grabbed a crooked-legged square table beside the wall and hurled it toward the attacker. However, the Bai sword was so sharp that it cut cleanly through the heavy table without hesitation, continuing its descent. Qi Chaoyi parried the blow with his own sword, just as Jiang Li entered the room, delivering a swift strike. The man hastily retreated after canceling the attack. Jiang Li pressed relentlessly, focusing his internal strength into the blade, determined to subdue the opponent in one move. The broken house had partially collapsed walls and leaning beams. Leaning against the last remaining pillar, the man had no place to retreat further. Suddenly alert, Qi Chaoyi shouted, Jiang Li, wait. Unfortunately, it was too late. Jiang Li swung his sword, unleashing a powerful slash. Just as the cutting force erupted, the man leaped toward the beam. Though wounded in the thigh by the blade, which splashed blood, he succeeded in shattering the support column with another thunderous crash. Drawing his own sword, he severed the rotting beam, causing the already precarious structure to collapse instantly with a deep rumble. Dust and debris filled the air as chunks of rubble fell like a torrential rain. Qi Chaoyi yanked Jiang Li out just before the house crumbled, almost brushing against their clothes, raising billows of dust. As dusk approached, the dust settled. The setting sun illuminated a heap of ruins where the figure had vanished. Once again, they let him escape right under their noses, leaving Jiang Li unable to suppress his frustration. Frustrated, he sheathed his sword in a burst of anger. Qi Chaoyi sighed beside him, not knowing what happened in the cellar but noticing several new thin cuts on his body. Covered in dust now, he looked quite disheveled. It's not entirely fruitless. Let's go back and regroup for now, then discuss later, said Qi Chaoyi, gripping Jiang Li's hand. Unexpectedly, Jiang Li forcefully pulled away. Surprised, Qi Chaoyi looked at him only to find Jiang Li staring back, slowly stepping back 2 paces. His eyes held an unfamiliarity never seen before. Chapter 62. What's wrong? Qi Chaoyi asked cautiously. Jiang Li's tone was unusually calm. Who exactly are you? Qi Chaoyi felt a weight in his heart, realizing something. Who told you that? Jiang Li did not answer, but asked again, what is your connection to the Banya sect? Qi Chaoyi turned around and faced him. Will you promise to let me finish my story if I tell you? Jiang Li nodded. Go on. Not knowing where to start, Qi Chaoyi thought over and over, hesitantly raised his hand, pulled down his collar, revealing a flower pattern tattoo beneath his left clavicle, its red hue intensified by the sunset. Jiang Li instinctively took a step back, the Qin Shuang sword appeared instantly and pointed at him. Qi Chaoyi froze for a moment, glanced at the sharp tip of the sword so close, then looked up into Jiang Li's furrowed brow, and could not help but smile bitterly. Are you really going to do this to me? You lied to me. Jiang Li tightened his grip on the sword, his knuckles turning white. I haven't deceived you. Qi Chaoyi looked at him seriously. I have no interest in the Eternal Life Sutra. The only reason I stayed with you is because I like you. Jiang Li just stared at him silently. My mother was the previous left guardian of the Banya sect. I was born into the demon sect, and I had no choice, Qi Chaoyi explained. I never interfered with the sect's affairs. The right guardian pledged allegiance to the young master, putting us at odds. I only learned about the ambush at Luoxia Valley when you mentioned it. The old sect leader sent me out to find the whereabouts of the Eternal Life Sutra, and I wandered around for 10 years before feeling utterly uninterested. Then I decided to fake my death and escape. Jiang Li's expression flickered slightly. Qi Chaoyi noticed that he was reminded of how he disappeared without a word and said, it happened during that time, there was no way I could leave. Why? Jiang Li asked. I couldn't bear to leave you, Qi Chaoyi smiled faintly, with you around, I suddenly found this world of martial arts less unbearable. Qi Chaoyi said, is there anything else you want to ask? If you like me so much, why didn't you tell me sooner? Upon hearing this, Qi Chaoyi unusually fell silent. Jiang Li intensely stared at him. Why? I was afraid. Qi Chaoyi abruptly cut off his accusation, rarely showing signs of unease and restlessness, as though forced to rip away his composed facade, leaving himself completely exposed. Jiang Li was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend what he meant. Qi Chaoyi slowly sighed, calming down slightly. It seemed once he started talking, the following words were not as hard to say. I feared you might not love me enough yet. If you found out, even if you didn't kill me, you would definitely refuse to let me stay with you. This time it was Jiang Li who fell silent, his eyes filled with complex emotions, impossible to decipher. The slanting sun gradually sank below the horizon, the light dimming gradually as if draping the world in a mist. Only the tip of the sword still shone with a sharp and piercing cold glow. Qi Chaoyi took a slow step forward, lightly placed his hand on the blade, pressing it down until it rested just below the clavicle tattoo, directly on his chest. He unwaveringly locked his gaze with Jiang Li's, whispering, if you don't believe me, cut me open and ask my heart yourself. The sword quivered ever so slightly, Qi Chaoyi almost held his breath, waiting for the verdict of life or death. However, Jiang Li suddenly withdrew his sword and turned to walk away. This unexpected reaction threw Qi Chaoyi into total panic, so he quickly chased after him. A clang resounded as the Qin Shuang sword was discarded on the ground. Jiang Li suddenly spun around. Qi Chaoyi didn't have time to dodge. In the next instant, he was forcefully pushed down onto the ruins, raising a cloud of dust. Jiang Li pressed him down, tightly gripping his collar. The twilight was dim, and Qi Chaoyi's face was full of shock. There were sweat stains and dust marks on his forehead. Before he could react, Jiang Li viciously bit his lips. The taste of blood immediately spread throughout their mouths. Qi Chaoyi involuntarily gasped. It was a desperate kiss, almost like an angry bite. Jiang Li fiercely tangled his tongue with Qi Chaoyi's. The taste of blood grew stronger, and his movements became more brutal. Under the overwhelming emotion surging over them like a tide, Qi Chaoyi felt his soul trembling. His breath quickened, and he had no mental capacity left for any thoughts. When they finally parted, both were panting heavily. Night had fallen entirely. Jiang Li's eyes gleamed brightly, and his lips still carried a trace of Qi Chaoyi's blood. Clutching his collar even tighter, Jiang Li growled, if you dare to deceive me, I will definitely kill you. Breathing heavily, Qi Chaoyi chuckled, reaching out to rub his nape as if comforting an enraged wolf pup, softly saying, deal. Only then did Jiang Li release his collar. Qi Chaoyi, however, did not rush to get up. He pressed on Jiang Li's neck and made him lower his head again, teasing in the close proximity where their breaths mingled, you are so fierce. Jiang Li ignored him. Qi Chaoyi leaned in gently and kissed him tenderly. Jiang Li's lips remained tense, offering no response. Qi Chaoyi then whispered softly, I was wrong. You bit me so hard. Can you calm down? Still, Jiang Li said nothing, but he loosened his jaw. Qi Chaoyi couldn't help his joy and eagerly deepened the kiss. When they finally managed to pull themselves from the ruins, it was pitch dark already. They headed for the inn, and when they reached the main street, illuminated by the lights along the road, Jiangli noticed the wound on Qi Chaoxi's lips had stopped bleeding, but it was still very noticeable. He couldn't help asking, "How will you explain this once we get back?" Qi Chaoxi touched the wound with his hand. "I'll just say I got too excited about finding a clue and accidentally bit myself." Jiangli thought it was utterly unreliable. Will anyone believe that? What else can we do? Qi Chaoxi glanced at him mockingly. Shall I say I was scratched by an adorable but grumpy little cat? Jiangli looked away and changed the topic. What happened in the cellar? In the cellar, there was a big cave with a pool of water in the middle, but the firefly couldn't illuminate it. My foot stepped into the water, likely triggering a mechanism, and a net covered with razor-thin willow leaf daggers dropped from the roof. While dodging it, my firefly fell into the water and went out. Then someone hiding in the dark attacked me. Jiangli pondered and replied, so everything Fanli said is true except the part about resurrection. That person escaped the Panyak sect's pursuit and then hid back in the old house. But after seeing it with my own eyes today, I'm even more certain of one question. Qi Chaoxi said, that courtyard isn't particularly large. As the farmer mentioned, on the night of the incident, he peeked out of the cellar and saw several people with martial arts skills in the yard, including a newly appointed right guardian with visible tattoos. How could those people fail to notice him? If those people knew he was eavesdropping and still discussed the no doubt sword and the eternal life sutra, perhaps it was intentional. Jiangli frowned as he asked, why? Speaking of spreading rumors, Qi Chaoxi contemplated, except for the part about resurrection, the Panyak sect's pursuit and what the farmer heard are all important evidence proving that no doubt sword appeared here. You think the Panyak sect and that person conspired to lure people of the jianghu here? Jiangli shook his head. It makes no sense. Oh, by the way, there's something else, Qi Chaoxi said. What? Qi Chaoxi moved closer to him and whispered, young hero Jiang, does the evening reward still count? Jiangli looked at him, hiding a flicker of amusement in his eyes, but coldly opened his mouth, not anymore. Qi Chaoxi sighed regretfully but consoled himself that there would be another chance later, and followed Jiangli into the inn. Neither of them noticed that not far from them, a group of people hurried out of the inn, only to suddenly stop. Shen Jiyan turned around and looked at their backs, saying to a Qing Mountain sect disciple beside him, do you mean two people entered that old house, and the owner of the no doubt sword also showed up? Yes, and they even exchanged blows. Are they the same two people? Shen Jiyan asked. The disciple nodded, exactly, but I was far away, so I didn't know exactly what happened inside. Shen Jiyan withdrew his gaze, lost in thought. For some reason, those two seemed somewhat familiar, like I should have seen them somewhere before. Pingchuan town, which should have been quiet at night, became lively because of the arrival of many jianghu warriors. These people wandered around, drinking to intoxication, and the streets were brightly lit. The Qing Mountain sect members walked against the crowd, heading toward the old house for investigation. Suddenly, Shen Jiyan was captured by a familiar feeling, prompting him to instinctively turn around to search. Amidst the crowd, he glimpsed a shadow clad in dark purple. You go ahead first, Shen Jiyan managed to inform them briefly before rushing after the figure. The shadow kept flickering in and out of sight among the throng as if in a hurry. Shen Jiyan continuously apologized while pushing through the crowd, his gaze always fixed on the shadow, who turned around the corner of the long street. Shen Jiyan's heart leapt. He paid no heed to anything else, swiftly activating his light body technique. With agile leaps, he passed over the railings of the nearby tavern, quickly surpassing the corner. Looking out, he saw the shadow disappear into the liveliest building. Without further consideration, Shen Jiyan chased inside. The air of the building was filled with heavy powder perfume. All around were women giggling seductively, men and women clinging to each other, whispering sweet words. Some couldn't wait any longer and became intimate right in the corridor. The moment Shen Jiyan realized this was a brothel, he hesitated in his steps, feeling somewhat discomfited as if something had been overturned in his heart. He forced himself to push forward and indeed saw the dark purple-clad figure kissing a woman in one of the rooms off the corridor. The man's robe was loosely draped over his body, crumpled by the woman's nails painted with henna. Shen Jiyan could no longer hold back, so he stepped forward and roughly pulled the figure away, pressing him hard against the wall. But it was an entirely unfamiliar face. The man was pinned down, surprised and staring at him in confusion. Shen Jiyan froze, speechless. The woman, suddenly interrupted without cause, shoved him and scolded, "What's wrong with you? Coming here to snatch our man?" Regaining his senses, Shen Jiyan hastily released his grip. "I apologize." The man adjusted his nearly slipping robe, glaring disdainfully at him, then walked away with the woman. Shen Jiyan stood there for a long time, unable to articulate whether he felt joy or sorrow. Eventually, he lowered his eyes and turned to leave. After he had gone, the man and the woman returned to the room's entrance. All traces of their licentiousness vanished, and the woman knocked on the door while the man respectfully handed his outer robe inside. Inside, Xiao Lingyu idly caressed the embroidered patterns on the purple robe, glancing behind the screen. "He's already gone." Upon her words, the screen parted, revealing a young man, none other than Yin Huaishu. He approached the window to look out. Shen Jiyan's retreating back was already far down the street. Xiao Lingyu observed him with interest. "Why don't you meet Lord Shen?" Most martial artists in the town respect him somewhat. He has access to the most information. Whether you want to know anything or let him know something, it couldn't be simpler. Why do you persist in avoiding him? I'm irritated just seeing him. Yin Huaishu closed the window and extended his hand toward her. Though Xiao Lingyu smirked, she shook open the robe and smiled seductively at him. Despite furrowing his brows, Yin Huaishu still spread his arms wide. Xiao Lingyu stepped forward to help him put on the robe, carefully smoothing the creases on his shoulders and back. She then moved to the front, adjusting his collar gently as she said softly, "You've set up an ambush knowing the no-doubt sword is there. Why didn't you tell me? Are you afraid I'll ruin your plan?" "I didn't know about the no-doubt sword appearing," Yin Huaishu stated. Xiao Lingyu raised her gaze, and they stared into each other's eyes from very close proximity. "That person, wanting to melt the sword to escape notice and hiding in the cellar, followed every step of your plan. If you didn't know, then who did? My arranged contact was Ningyu. After finishing the act with the farmer of being pursued by the Panyak sect, he stayed by my side all along." Yin Huaishu brushed aside her hand and walked to sit aside. "As you said, that person deliberately cooperated with us in acting the part. Clearly, their purpose aligns with ours." "You mean, that person wants us to help eliminate Qi Chaoxi and Jiang Li?" Xiao Lingyu asked. Yin Huaishu gave a cold laugh. "If the no-doubt sword comes knocking instead of waiting for us to seek it, isn't that a good thing?" Xiao Lingyu looked at him suspiciously and couldn't help but ask again, "If it's true as the letter says, are you really willing to simply hand over the no-doubt sword to me?" Yin Huaishu glanced at her with mockery in his voice. "Do you think I'd obediently offer the sword to Pei Zhao, allowing him to obtain the Eternal Life Sutra and forever destroy any hope of my comeback? Do you not desire it at all? I am self-aware. Such a martial art requires extraordinary talent to practice properly. To me, the Eternal Life Sutra would be nothing more than a useless scroll." Yin Huaishu said. "As the letter said, you obtain the no-doubt sword, and I'll present Qi Chaoxi's life as proof of duty done, satisfying both sides." Xiao Lingyu examined him silently for a while before smiling and nodding. Chapter 63. The news that the mysterious man wielding the unwavering sword had reappeared quickly spread, igniting much discussion and drawing more martial artists into the town of Pingchuan. When Qi Chaoxi and Jiang Li descended the stairs for breakfast, the inn's grand hall was already bustling with people occupying every single table. Jiang Li was about to turn back upstairs when he was stopped by Qi Chaoxi. The two walked over to a large table with an empty seat next to Zhang Huan. Qi Chaoxi naturally asked if they could share the table. The three wind-worn youths seated there, excitedly discussing something, cheerfully agreed upon seeing that the two were also dressed as members of the jianghu community. They warmly pushed clean utensils towards them. Once seated, Jiang Li immediately understood Qi Chaoxi's intention. These three were clearly new arrivals in the town, eager to exchange information without even bothering to eat, completely ignoring their presence. Still, being newcomers, their conversation mostly covered widely known matters: the resurrected farmer, the relentless pursuit by the Bana sect, and the mysterious martial artist seeking to melt his sword and withdraw from danger. Mixed in were sighs and baseless speculations. Jiang Li drank his congee while listening idly until the trio suddenly shifted topics to the reappearance of the mysterious swordsman yesterday. Who exactly is that person? His skills are so advanced that even Qi Chaoxi and his disciple couldn't catch up with him. I've never heard of anyone like that, let alone recognized him. I don't think it's about having a powerful background, it must be because this man has unlocked the secrets of the Eternal Life Scriptures. At the mention of the scripture, Jiang Li felt a shock and subconsciously looked at Qi Chaoxi beside him, who remained unperturbed, casually adding dishes to Jiang Li's plate while inserting questions at opportune moments. "Where did you hear such rumors, sir?" "I've been here for several days but never heard about Qi Chaoxi being in town. It happened yesterday evening." "Perhaps you didn't know yet," said the tallest youth nearest to him. Qi Chaoxi and his disciple entered the town quietly and found the mysterious person hiding in a house east of the city. They fought briefly, but the mysterious individual managed to escape. Qi Chaoxi adopted a skeptical look. "You're painting quite the vivid picture, but how do you know it was definitely Qi Chaoxi?" "I haven't seen him myself, but others have spotted and identified him," the tall youth asserted confidently. "Before Qi Chaoxi showed up, we three were doubting the authenticity of this sudden appearance of the unwavering sword. We wouldn't have rushed to Pingchuan town overnight if we weren't sure." "How does that explain anything?" Qi Chaoxi feigned interest. "You see, all the pieces fall into place now," interjected another youth sitting opposite him. "After Qi Chaoxi was supposedly killed in Dongting, his disciple surnamed Jiang resurrected him using his body and the Eternal Life Scriptures. It's common knowledge in the jianghu that the unwavering sword holds clues to the Eternal Life Scriptures. So naturally, the unwavering sword should belong to them. But how did it end up in the hands of an unknown stranger? Now that Qi Chaoxi is confirmed to be in the town, it indicates that this stranger somehow obtained the sword from him. Furthermore, if not after long-term investigation, how would this mysterious person have escaped detection across the entire town yet been tracked down specifically by Qi Chaoxi?" Qi Chaoxi chuckled lightly, nodding slightly in agreement. That makes sense." Seeing his eventual acknowledgement, the tall youth emphasized by pointing his chopsticks around the room, "It's not just us. Look, most newly arrived martial artists also started out half believing. However, once they learned that master and apprentice Qi Chaoshi had shown up, they truly believed that the unwavering sword was indeed in the town. Regardless of how the identities of these two were leaked, merely considering how fast the rumor spread made one suspect the influence of someone orchestrating things behind the scenes. After exchanging glances with Jiangli, Qi Chaoshi changed the subject. So why did you three come rushing here overnight? Surely you're very interested in the unwavering sword. The tall youth laughed. Don't flatter us. In this little town of Pingchuan, there are countless experts present, including major sects like Green Mountain Sect and Heavenly Gate Sect watching closely. We have no capability to get involved in the affair of the unwavering sword. We're just here for the spectacle and excitement. He then questioned, what about you two? The same, just coming for the spectacle, Qi Chaoshi replied with a smile. While conversing, their breakfast was almost finished. Jiangli spoke up voluntarily, let's go. As Qi Chaoshi prepared to rise and bid farewell, a sudden sound of wind roared through the air, followed by a shadow piercing the door, striking near his feet with a loud boom. Everyone froze momentarily in the room. Martial artists on high alert had already drawn their weapons. Focusing their vision, they noticed an arrow deeply embedded in a floor tile with a note tied to it. Before Qi Chaoshi could make a move, the tall, slender youth nearby exclaimed with surprise and swiftly pulled out the arrow, untied the note, and read it. Even more astonished, he said, speak of the devil. This is a challenge to Qi Chaoshi. Outside Pingchuan town, in the midst of the mountain ranges, the victory will be decided, and unwavering sword's rightful owner will be determined. What? Let me see that. The crowd immediately surrounded them, elbowing each other as someone snatched the note, shouting, is this even a proper challenge letter without any signature? There's no need for a signature when it says, unwavering sword. It must be from that mysterious person with the sword. He probably realized yesterday that there was no point hiding anymore. But it doesn't give an exact location. There are so many mountains outside Pingchuan town, which one does it refer to? Another voice joined in, why was this challenge sent here? Could Qi Chaoshi also be staying in this inn? Some agreed beside him while others debated, all craning their necks to try and see the note. In the chaos, the tall young man found himself pushed from the center to the edge despite holding on to the arrow. As he leaned on the table to steady himself, he turned around and noticed that the two sitting opposite had vanished. Back in the room, Qi Chaoshi shut the door behind him, sighed, and shook his head, saying, Jiangli, things are getting increasingly unfavorable for us. Jiangli stood by the door, concentrating on listening to the heated discussion downstairs. After some time, he questioned, that person escaped yesterday. Why would he willingly issue a challenge today? I only got a quick glance at the message, Qi Chaoshi explained, amused yet frustrated. It merely includes our names and 4 sentences. Outside Pingchuan town, within the mountain range, we shall determine the victor, and the unwavering sword's true master will emerge. He shook his head again. There's neither a specific time nor location given. Is this really an invitation to fight? Could it mean you're in this inn? Jiangli asked. Qi Chaoshi shook his head again, pondering, it doesn't seem that simple. At this moment, a knock came at the door. When they opened it, they saw Jiang Lanes accompanied by Shugu, who apologized straight away, Qi Daxia, Jiangli, Brother Shen already knows your identities. Given that their identities were now known throughout the town, Jiangli didn't find it surprising that Shen Jian recognized them. Qi Chaoyi remained calm as he nodded slightly and asked, please tell us more details. Shen Erge initially thought both of you seemed familiar after meeting us that time, Jiang Lanes continued. When he heard last night about the encounter between Master Qi Chaoyi and the stranger, everything clicked into place. This morning, when he questioned me, I couldn't keep lying and admitted everything. Seeing no signs of blame from the pair, Jiang Lanes proceeded, but you shouldn't worry. Shen Erge is a good person. He wouldn't harm you. He also asked if you have any ties with Guiyun Manor. I told him yes, and he just acknowledged the internal complexities within the sect and stopped questioning. With a wry smile, Qi Chaoyi asked without commenting much, did he know about the battle declaration posted earlier in the hall? Yes, I was present when the news reached him. What did he think about it? After careful recollection, Jiang Lanes replied, Brother Shen said that without specifying the time and location, it probably meant the duel wasn't intended to be publicized and depended on mutual understanding between the parties involved. Mutual understanding? Qi Chaoyi chuckled sarcastically but suddenly paused, realizing something. Indeed, young Master Shen is quite intelligent. Jiang Lanes looked puzzled, asking, what have you figured out? Qi Chaoyi turned toward Jiangli, at what hour did we meet that individual yesterday? It was roughly the U period, 7 to 9 p.m. Jiangli quickly caught on. So, this is exactly the time of the arranged duel. And where is it going to happen? Jiang Lanes probed further, you mentioned encountering that individual in the backyard cellar. But there are no cellars in the mountains. There's water and caves inside the cellar. Jiangli added. The mountains surrounding Pingchuan town extended far and wide, forming peaks and valleys with streams winding through them. Nodding, Qi Chaoyi said, it should be in a cave near the stream deep in the mountains. But that covers such a large area. Are we going to search every one of them? Jiang Lanes complained helplessly. I remember somewhere. At last, Elder Shugu, who had been quietly listening, spoke up. Elder, please enlighten us. Amongst the hills outside the town, there's a natural limestone cave locally named Fairy Cave. I visited it years ago, and indeed there's a stream flowing beneath it. Chi Chowi smiled, then we'd appreciate it if Elder Shugu could guide us. Looking back at him, Shugu asked seriously, are you sure you wish to honor this engagement? If the challenger truly desires combat, he wouldn't have fled yesterday. Given the sudden issuance of the challenge letter now, there's likely a trap. Chi Chowi helplessly glanced at Jiang Li, yet, I'm certain he'll still go. Jiang Li nodded in agreement. I would advise you, Elder Shugu turned to Jiang Li, that place is perilous. If the opponent has prepared in advance, it might lead to a needless loss of life. I know you've hardly gotten clues about the whereabouts of the unwavering sword, and you're unwilling to let this chance slip, but you shouldn't rush into this. Jiang Li glanced at Elder Shugu, then couldn't help stealing a look at Chi Kayatsi beside him. Though reluctant to speak in front of him, he had no choice but to reply softly, I don't have much time left. Silence filled the room for a moment as the trace of laughter disappeared from Chi Kayatsi's face entirely. Ever since Jiang Li had agreed to work with Chi Kayatsi, the two of them had unconsciously avoided the most critical issue, never bringing it up directly, like turning a blind eye to reality, deceiving themselves while forging ahead, pretending as if they could mistake the precipice for smooth ground. Yet deep down, neither of them had forgotten for even a second, the sound of rattling window frames reminded them that autumn winds blew stronger and more urgent every day. Elder Shugu finally sighed, breaking the heavy silence, fine, I'll take you there. Jiang Lanes quickly chimed in, I want to go too. Since Brother Shen already knows we're together, there's no need to hide anymore, right? Chi Kayatsi absent-mindedly nodded in agreement, his gaze falling on Jiang Li's temple where the black hair he had dyed himself had grown longer, revealing a hint of silver white at the roots. Chapter 64. The mountains outside the town stretched endlessly, covered in yellow leaves, with a desolate atmosphere that exuded the essence of autumn. The immortal cave mentioned by old Shugu was well known within 100 miles. Visitors often came to admire and worship here. For convenience, the locals had carved out a rough stone path through the mountains. The four of them followed this path deep into the mountains, reaching the halfway point where they indeed heard the sound of flowing water. In the distance, a waterfall resembling a white silk ribbon fell down the cliffside into an icy green pool below. A silver stream flowed beside vibrant red maples whose fiery leaves danced in the wind and drifted downstream. Jiang Li was captivated by the scenery and unconsciously slowed his steps. Qi Zhaoxi followed suit, slowing down alongside him. Looking at his profile, he asked, beautiful, isn't it? Jiang Li nodded slightly, still marveling at the distant view. Qi Zhaoxi's gaze never left him as he added, there are many more breathtaking views around the world. Will you let me take you to see them someday? Jiang Li turned his head to meet his eyes, remaining silent for a long time before quietly grabbing his hand under the cover of his sleeve and softly saying, I'd love to go with you. Qi Zhaoxi tightened his grip on his hand, moved by his response. His thumb unconsciously caressed Jiang Li's wrist as he whispered, Jiang Li, I've been thinking. We're here. Suddenly, old Shugu interjected. He and Jiang Lanes were ahead, stopping in front of a cave entrance taller than a person. On its roof, in cinnabar, 3 seal characters were painted, Immortal Cave. Jiang Li glanced once at the inscription then turned back to Qi Zhaoxi, asking, what is it? Qi Zhaoxi hesitated briefly but then smiled as if nothing had happened, it's nothing, I forgot what I was going to say. They subtly released each other's hands and walked towards the cave entrance together. Inside, the cavern was high, dark, and twisting with turns, its depth hidden from sight. Qi Zhaoxi picked up a rock as large as a fist and tossed it inside. It rolled into the deeper part of the cave, only causing reverberating echoes without disturbing anything. Shall we enter? Old Shugu asked. Let's go, Qi Zhaoxi said but noticed Jiang Li vigilantly looking around, so he glanced into the woods himself, what is it? I feel like someone is watching us, Jiang Li remarked. Not likely. Jiang Lanes looked back around. The sparse trees in autumn couldn't conceal anyone adequately. Without speaking further, Qi Zhaoxi placed a hand on Jiang Li's shoulder and stepped into the cave. Inside, the air was cold and dim, making it hard to see anything beyond the coarse rocky walls. As they ventured deeper, a sliver of white light became visible in front of them. Approaching closer, this light grew brighter, like a ray breaking through the night. Upon turning the final bend, their vision opened up. The enormous stalactite cave was akin to a grand hall, yet no one waited for them inside. Within stood numerous natural stone columns. In the center, one column had been intricately carved into the shape of a towering, mighty man, his raised arm touching the ceiling as though supporting the heavy mountain on his shoulders. Outside the cave was a broken cliff edge where daylight poured in generously, lending the statue a divine glow. Beyond the cliffs, misty mountains served as a serene backdrop. On stepping closer, a small bronze incense burner at the statue's feet became visible. Qi Zhaoxi looked up, studying the blurred face of the stone statue and asked, which deity does this place worship? The locals call it the Celestial Father statue, explained old Shugu. There's a story behind it, they say he was a celestial official who broke the heavenly laws by falling in love with a mortal woman and having a child with her. Jade Emperor imprisoned him and his child in this mountain. Unwilling to keep his child confined forever, he used his strength to crack open the mountain, giving his child freedom. So the cliff behind him represents the fissure created by his effort. Jiang Lane suddenly understood, bowing earnestly, Celestial Father above, please protect my father's health. I've spent so many days here at Pingchuan Town, and I don't know how my father's illness is doing. Please don't let it worsen and wait for me until I return. Jiang Li silently gazed at the statue for a while, lost in thought, then began carefully observing his surroundings but found no anomaly. Soon enough, dusk arrived and still no one appeared. Surely the one issuing the challenge wouldn't renege at the last moment. Unable to contain himself any longer, Jiang Lanes muttered, could we have guessed wrong? Leaning against the stone pillar, Qi Zhaoxi looked out at the sky beyond the cliffs, sharing a glance with Jiang Li, then replied, let's wait a little longer. Time passed, and just when Jiang Lanes was growing exceedingly bored, about to speak again, he noticed Jiang Li's expression change. Turning to look at the tunnel leading to the entrance, slowly emerging between the rock crevices was a winding black mark, as if seeping water. Before they could approach for a closer look, the black streak unexpectedly flicked out a crimson tongue. A snake! Jiang Lanes shouted in alarm. In response to his shout, the sound of snakes sliding along the rock wall could be heard. Thin and long snakes continuously emerged from the cave entrance, densely covering the ground like a turbid flow rushing into the cavern. Jiang Lanes' whole body hair stood on end. Why are there snakes again? Lord Jiang, it seems you have quite an affinity with snakes. Qi Zhaoxi pulled up Jiang Li and leaped into the air, landing on a protruding part of the stone pillar. From this vantage point, he scrutinized the sudden change in situation. I don't want this kind of connection, leave me alone. Jiang Lanes' scalp was practically exploding. He drew his sword, desperate to hack away at the mass of snakes and chop them into pieces, but was forcibly pulled onto the stone pillar by old Shugu. These are all venomous snakes, do not act rashly. Jiang Lanes had no choice but to grip the pillar tightly with tears welling up in his eyes, helplessly watching as the swarm of snakes surged toward the empty space beneath him. A couple of small snakes began to climb up the stone pillar, which led to Jiang Lanes immediately chopping them off with his sword. How could there be so many snakes here? It is clear that this is a trap set for us. Qi Zhaoxi said. But we didn't trigger any mechanism just now. Qi Zhaoxi raised his finger, signaling them to listen. Besides the hissing sounds of the snakes, another hurried noise echoed throughout the cave, initially vague and faint, but gradually getting closer until they realized it was the sound of a person running and fighting. A fifth person besides us triggered the trap. Is it the person outside who has been observing us secretly? Jiang Li asked intently. Do you remember when we previously suspected the relationship between Bana sect and that mysterious martial artist? Qi Zhaoxi asked. They cannot possibly be conspirators. Another possible explanation is that they share a common goal. Based on the current situation, that martial artist deliberately adjusted according to Bana sect's plan to deal with us, yet how would Bana sect let him take advantage of it easily? Jiang Li instantly grasped the situation. Did Bana sect issue the letter of challenge? Yes, otherwise delivering the letter directly to us would suffice. Why make such a fuss in the main hall? This was to ensure that martial artist also receives the message so he doesn't miss out. Qi Zhaoxi swept down several small snakes climbing up the stone pillar with his sword. Seeing that we've entered the cave without any movement, it's inevitable for that martial artist to come in to check, triggering the trap upon arrival. Could there be some device that can distinguish the number of people present? Jiang Lanes exclaimed in surprise. Of course not, Qi Zhaoxi replied. So what do you mean triggers the trap? This implies Bana sect is also nearby. The footsteps within the cave were now extremely close. Qi Zhaoxi warned, be careful, lest we fall victim to others' benefit. Jiang Li tightened his grip on his sword, already prepared to pounce. At the next moment, sure enough, a figure flashed out from the cave entrance, the light reflecting off the blade he held revealed a sharp beam. Jiang Li immediately launched himself forward, drawing his sword mid-air. As the sword resonated with a clear cry, he spun and slashed directly forward. It turned out to be that same martial artist they had encountered earlier. With the ferocious sword energy heading straight for his face, he couldn't care less about the toxic snakes on the ground and dodged swiftly with a low dive. Behind him, a black snake nearly as thick as a bull chased closely. Its wide-open bloodthirsty mouth clashed with Jiang Li's sword, emitting a pungent smell. If the sword fell, even the person might end up swallowed by the snake's stomach. Slightly startled, Jiang Li tried to retreat backward but found no support. He flipped his wrist to redirect the sword and intended to confront the snake once more. At the critical moment, something tightened around Jiang Li's waist, lifting him into the air. Qi Zhaoxi, with one arm around him, leapt high, kicking the black snake's upper jaw forcefully with a swift kick, causing the snake to topple to the side. Leveraging this blow, they returned to the nearest stone column. That martial artist managed to get rid of the little snake clinging to him and climbed precariously on the uneven rock wall, catching his breath. The black snake swayed its pointed head, hissing in anger. Jiang Li felt Qi Zhaoxi's hand lightly move at his waist, understanding fully with a nod. Immediately afterward, they heard Qi Zhaoxi laugh softly as both simultaneously sprang up from two sides, attacking the martial artist simultaneously. The black snake skillfully bypassed the vacated stone pillar and fiercely lunged toward the rock wall behind. The martial artist was almost surrounded on three sides, having nowhere to dodge. Deciding to take on a direct blow from Qi Zhaoxi's attack, his back took a strike from Jiang Li's sword. His whole body trembled, gritting his teeth while channeling internal energy through the sword. His attacks became elusive and gentle. Qi Zhaoxi could hardly feel any resistance against his blade. The sword cut through his weapon like a breeze dispersing light clouds, and in an instant, the blade illuminated brightly, aiming diagonally to slice his neck. Instinctively, Qi Zhaoxi sidestepped to avoid, giving the martial artist the chance to switch positions with him. The martial artist escaped the imminent threat posed by the approaching black snake. Guiyun sword technique. Jiang Lanes recognized it clearly, shouting in both surprise and anger, "Who exactly are you? How did you get the Bubi sword?" No one had time to answer him. Jiang Li took a few steps along the rock wall, flipped mid-air, and swung his sword down directly at the black snake. The surge of his sword energy was like an incoming tide, flinging away the venomous snakes on the ground. Sensing the terrifying killing intent, the black snake swiftly pulled back its fangs from Qi Zhaoxi and twisted its body at a strange angle to escape. However, it still suffered a long bloody wound. The black snake let out a piercing hiss, going berserk as it lunged toward the martial artist hanging on the opposite stone column. The martial artist dodged immediately but found his way blocked by the other two. For a moment, 3 people and 1 snake engaged in fierce combat amidst the stone columns in the cave. The crisscrossing flashes of swords were like heavy silver rain, while the black snake's long tail stirred up clouds of dust and sand. Even more dangerous, their attacks occasionally almost hit the watching Jiang Lanes and old Shugu. The martial artist narrowly escaped the snake's mouth with an upward dodge, not even having time to catch his breath before another streak of sword light approached. There was no room to evade, so he decisively responded with a direct attack. His outgoing sword stroke seemed soft and unhurried, like drifting clouds emerging over a ridge, but only Jiang Li who faced it directly could feel the tremendous power contained within. Combined with the unmatched sharpness of the Bubi sword, Jiang Li also had to retreat after pulling back his strike. But then a whistling sound came from behind. Jiang Li suddenly turned around, just catching a glimpse of a dark shadow. The black snake's long tail struck heavily on his back, the force nearly snapping his spine. Instantly losing control, Jiang Li was about to impale himself on the approaching blade. However, he plunged into a familiar embrace. In the flicker of an instant, Qi Zhaoxi shielded Jiang Li, wrapping one arm around him as his back exposed wide-open vulnerabilities. The Bubi sword effortlessly pierced through clothing, breaking the skin without any hindrance, though Qi Zhaoxi managed quickly enough to turn and land on a stone pillar, preventing further penetration. Only a gushing bloodline opened on his back. "Are you alright?" Qi Zhaoxi's chin rested against Jiang Li's forehead, his breathing somewhat hurried. Jiang Li experienced a moment of dizziness but forced down the metallic taste rising in his throat and replied, "I'm fine." Jiang Li keenly felt the changes happening within his body. The backlash of the Chongqing technique never ceased, making him evidently weaker compared to before. With injury, it wouldn't take long for him to sustain the battle. The black snake, sensing its prey couldn't fight back, crept closer at lightning speed and once again opened its gaping jaws, attempting to swallow them whole. Jiang Li opened his eyes, breaking free from the embrace and leaping high into the air. As he drove his cultivation technique, abundant strength surged back into his frame. In that moment, his harsh, vertical pupils locked eyes with the ferocious gaze of the black snake. Fiery sparks danced within those eyes, more resembling a wild beast's glare. Jiang Li swung his sword horizontally, unleashing the glow of a full moon. An almost perfect silver arc severed the black snake cleanly in half, and torrents of snake blood splashed everywhere, swept away by the storm-like sword chi, sprinkling down like crimson rain. It stirred the snake crowd on the ground, throwing them into chaotic rolling waves. Just as the powerful sword chi coalesced instead of dissipating, like a river entering the sea, it directly struck the nearby martial artist. A thunderous crash echoed throughout the cavern as the stone column fractured, forcing the martial artist to kneel, supporting himself with his sword as he spat out a clot of dark blood. As Jiang Li grew increasingly weak, so too did he become increasingly powerful. The martial artist looked up, only for Jiang Li's second strike to already be looming above him. He raised his sword to block it, but immediately felt a numbing sensation in his arms, struggling under the overwhelming force transmitted via the sword. Involuntarily, he loosened his grip, and the Bubi sword slipped from his hands and flew away. A grappling hook suddenly shot out, firmly entangling the airborne Bubi sword. A group of people emerged from the cave entrance. The hook wielder, a man in black, pulled the sword back and respectfully handed it to the leader. Yin Huaishu casually accepted the Bubi sword, his gaze slowly sweeping over the others present in the cave. Chapter 65. As Yin Huaishu appeared, all the venomous snakes on the ground became restless and scattered in all directions, like a receding tide of filth. In the blink of an eye, the ground was clear. With the previous speculation, the appearance of Banya's sect was within expectations. Therefore, Jiang Li just hesitated slightly before releasing that martial artist and leaped with a swift strike of his sword. The sharp aura of the sword immediately approached. Yin Huaishu retreated 2 steps, while Ningyu emerged from behind him, drawing his sword and rising up. With a resounding clang, he managed to block the thunderous slash. Jiang Li swiftly changed his move, and Ningyu responded just as quickly. Their swords interlocked, grinding and screeching sharply, sparks flying. Within moments, they had exchanged over 10 moves. Faced with the overwhelming power akin to a surging sea, sweat started beading on Ning Yu's forehead, revealing a touch of difficulty, but his expression remained calm. His eyes gazed at Jiang Li with even a hint of joy. Is this the power of the Changqing? Jiang Li paid no heed, his attention still firmly fixed on the Wu Yi Jian in Yin Huaishu's hand. In the brief exchange between them, Qi Chaoyi and that martial artist almost simultaneously attacked from both sides. Yin Huaishu continued to retreat, several black-clad figures surrounding and protecting him, forming an impenetrable wall of people. To prevent him from taking the opportunity to escape with the sword, Qi Chaoyi flicked her sword tip, instead entangling a hook chain wielded by a black-clothed man. With a pull of strength, the chain broke free from the black-clad person's control, flying through the air into Qi Chaoyi's left hand, who then quickly shot it out again, piercing through the gaps in the human wall and tightly wrapping around Yin Huaishu's arm. Yin Huaishu immediately tried to struggle free but was firmly dragged by the powerful force transmitted through the hook chain. Like a kite against his will, he soared into the air, crossing over the group of black-clad individuals and was forcefully pulled to the center of the cave. Upon landing, he almost stumbled, needing a couple of shaky steps to stabilize himself. He raised his sword, and without any hindrance, Wu Yi Jian cut cleanly through the iron-made hook chain. The restriction on his arm instantly loosened, and half of the chain fell with a clatter to the ground. At the same time, closest to him, Jiang Lanes leapt off a stone pillar. Without the threat of poisonous snakes covering the ground, he mustered his courage and thrust a sword towards Yin Huaishu's unguarded back. Yin Huaishu turned around to block it, but hearing a sound from his ear, he quickly looked back to see a crescent-shaped silver arc hurtling towards him. It was Qi Chaoyi realizing that dealing with his venom-laden blood would be difficult, so she abandoned her sword entirely, wielding the other piece of the chain as a whip instead. Yin Huaishu immediately retreated, yet still not fast enough. The iron hook struck squarely against his chest, hurling him backwards, colliding harshly with a stone pillar before sliding down to kneel on the ground. Amidst the intense pain, he could not tell if his ribs were broken, but he kept coughing, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. The martial artist, now deprived of the Wu Yi Jian, found himself unarmed and thus highly disadvantaged. Seeing this situation, he decided to observe from the sidelines and wait for the right moment to act. The black-clad figures wanted to rush forward to support him, but Jiang Li swung his sword horizontally. The wave of his sword's energy surged like a raging tide, pushing Ning Yu back and sweeping sideways, kicking up sand and leaving a startlingly deep groove in the ground, forcing the black-clad figures to retreat once more. Yin Huaishu quickly glanced around, wiping away the blood at the corner of his mouth. He showed no sign of panic but instead gave Qi Chaoyi a faint smile. Left Warden, that was rather unfriendly. We agreed it was just for show, so why the heavy-handedness? Could it be you hold a grudge against me and are seizing the chance to take revenge? Jiang Lanes followed along, glancing toward Qi Chaoyi, perplexed, and asked, what does he mean by that? Don't try to sow discord here. I have no ties to you. Although Qi Chaoyi said these words, she couldn't help but steal a glance in Jiang Li's direction. Jiang Li and Ning Yu were engaged in fierce combat, their sword light moving so fast that it seemed to merge completely with their figures. She didn't know if he heard or how he reacted. In that split second of distraction, Yin Huaishu suddenly launched an attack, lunging toward Jiang Lanes nearby. Grabbing him by the collar, he pressed the Wu Yi Jian against his neck and said, don't move. Jiang Lanes froze, hardly daring to breathe, only able to nervously look at Qi Chaoyi and beside him, Elder Shugu. The black-clad men all halted as ordered. The two who had been locked in combat also respectively leapt back to disengage, coincidentally stopping their moves at the same time. Jiang Li breathed deeply, struggling to suppress the tumultuous blood flow, maintaining clarity of mind with great effort. Meanwhile, Ning Yu's condition was worse. Although he intended to probe the limits of the Changqing, the rapid and continuous fighting consumed too much of his internal strength, forcing him to pause to catch his breath. Yin Huaishu, holding Jiang Lanes hostage, stepped back gradually, all the way to the edge of the cliff. He glanced down at the dangerous ravine below and warned them, drop your weapons, or young Master Jiang will lose his head. Qi Chaoyi observed him carefully for a moment without action, and Jiang Li also seemed hesitant. Yin Huaishu chuckled lightly, pressing the sword gently downwards. A streak of blood immediately appeared on Jiang Lanes' throat. He trembled with pain but gritted his teeth and remained silent. Hold on. Jiang Li immediately spoke, and with a clang, he threw away the Qin Shuang sword in his hand. Qi Chaoyi sighed, then inserted her long sword into the soil before her. Then, Jiang Lanes felt the sting on his neck disappear. Yin Huaishu not only moved the sword but also loosened his grip on him significantly. Not knowing where the sudden courage came from, Jiang Lanes abruptly grabbed Yin Huaishu's sword-wielding hand and forcefully pushed it outward, while at the same time squatting down to the ground, breaking free and rolling aside. Jiang Li moved accordingly, dashing lightning fast to Yin Huaishu's side, directly reaching for the Wu Yi Jian. Yin Huaishu quickly sidestepped, suddenly letting go of the sword, which arced brightly and was thrown high over the cliff. Jiang Li's heart raced. Without time to think, he leaped up, soaring like a bird above the 1,000-foot drop beyond the cliff. He strained out his hand, as the Wu Yi Jian shimmered under the fading sunlight, almost within reach, yet just brushing past his fingertips. His body began to sink, but then his waist tightened sharply. A powerful force pulled him back from behind. The Wu Yi Jian fell straight down the cliff. Qi Chaoyi discarded half of her hook chain, pressing Jiang Li onto the ground. An angry expression appeared on her face. Are you looking to die? You value a sword over your life? Jiang Li finally regained awareness, panicking and meeting her gaze, still gasping for breath. The others didn't expect this turn of events and rushed forward to look over the edge of the cliff. In the chaos, no one noticed Yin Huaishu smiling faintly. He grabbed one of the black-clad men and retrieved a black pellet from their belongings. Withdraw. Just as Yin Huaishu finished speaking, the pellet left his hand, rolling toward Qi Chaoyi and the others. Members of the Banya sect quickly retreated into the cavern to leave. Qi Chaoyi had barely stood up when she caught the faint smell of gunpowder. She only had time to curse under her breath, pulling Jiang Li back to shelter behind the nearest stone pillar. Shugu Elder was far enough away to see Jiang Lanes get up confusedly, still not understanding the situation. Before he could rush forward to pull him, that martial artist acted first. One hand pressed down on Jiang Lanes, lowering his head, while the other protected him closely, rolling together to the side. The black pellet exploded with a roar, shaking the ground violently. The entire cave seemed to be trembling, and chunks of rock and dirt rained down from the ceiling. Jiang Lanes shook his head but still felt dazed. All he heard was heavy breathing from the person shielding him, indicating they were injured. Out of instinct, he said, "Thank you, Brother Ji." The arm around him stiffened instantly. Jiang Lanes quickly realized something amiss and reached out, ripping off the mask on that martial artist's face. The person immediately let go of him and retreated awkwardly, trying to hide their face, but there was no hiding now, it was indeed Ji Xiuming. "Brother Ji, how can it be you?" Jiang Lanes simply couldn't believe his eyes. "Jiang Li said you are the mole inside the villa. I didn't believe it, thinking there must have been some misunderstanding. What did our Guiyun clan ever do to deserve your betrayal? Why are you doing this?" "I did not conspire with the Banya sect." Ji Xiuming cried hoarsely, "It's true, I leaked the method to break the formation, but I never imagined it would cause such calamity." "Did you really not expect this?" Ji Xiuming froze, his evasive actions halting as if paralyzed. He slowly turned his head, not to answer Jiang Lane's question, but instead his gaze slid past Qi Chaoyi emerging from behind the stone pillar, ultimately locking onto Jiang Li. "So, you knew it was me all along, you knew." "I knew you were conspiring with the Banya sect, but I never guessed the Wu Yi Jian would be in your possession." Jiang Li responded calmly. "I did not conspire with the Banya sect." Ji Xiuming shouted again, "Yes, I disclosed the secret method to break the formation, but I had no intention of causing disaster." "So what is your reaction, Jiang Yunruo? Do you see me as a stranger now?" Ji Xiuming laughed bitterly. Jiang Li stared quietly at him. Ji Xiuming had grown much taller, his features shedding their youthful innocence, and his demeanor had completely changed into that of a refined nobleman. The young boy who once caught cicadas and made water skimmers in the valley had vanished, leaving no trace in bygone days. Jiang Li nodded and said, "Yes, you're a stranger." Ji Xiuming trembled all over, something deep within his heart collapsed entirely. Years of resentment burst uncontrollably. "To your family, I'm of course an outsider, a stranger. No matter how hard I tried, I would never be accepted by you. Everywhere I went, people always talked about me behind my back. He doesn't even share the surname Jiang." "So you hate us?" Jiang Li asked. "No, I don't hate you." Ji Xiuming shook his head. "I hate my own naivety back then, actually believing there was no difference between us. Even though I was abandoned by my birth parents, I foolishly thought I still had a place in this world, a home at the Luoxia Valley. I even thought someone would be waiting for me to come back." Jiang Li remained silent. "It was only natural that my foster father taught you the exclusive martial arts, so I have nothing to complain about that. But why did he have to send me away from the valley? Didn't he trust me, afraid an outsider like me might steal his skills?" Ji Xiuming stared at him intensely, his eyes bloodshot. "I blame myself for realizing too late, how he named me but never gave me his surname, a constant reminder that I will never belong to the Jiang family." Before he could finish, Jiang Li could no longer bear it and rushed forward, throwing a hard punch at his chest. Ji Xiuming flew backward, crashing into a stone statue's foot, knocking over a small bronze incense burner nearby. Ash scattered everywhere as he gasped heavily, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The ice in Jiang Li's eyes began to crack, revealing the raw anger beneath. "You know nothing." Seeing his reaction, Ji Xiuming laughed wildly as if finally feeling some relief, lying on the ground and not bothering to wipe the blood from his chin. "Did I say something wrong? If my foster father truly cared about me even a little bit and kindly changed my surname before driving me away, I wouldn't have spent these years enduring cold stares and humiliations at the Guiyun Mountain Villa, constantly walking on eggshells." Unable to contain himself, Jiang Li pulled up the long sword Qi Chaoyi left stuck in the ground and grabbed Ji Xiuming's collar fiercely. Ji Xiuming didn't resist, his eyes closing in resignation as the glint of the blade flashed near him. But the expected pain never came. The sword clanged and was embedded into the rock beside his ear, chipping off shards that grazed his cheek, leaving a shallow cut. Jiang Li's hand trembled as he gripped the sword, his voice shaking with difficulty. "I want to kill you," he gritted his teeth, "but my father's last wish was for me to forgive you, and myself." Ji Xiuming opened his eyes in shock. Jiang Li looked up, gazing at the blurred face of the Heavenly Father statue. Silent yet steadfast, the figure bore the weight of the mountain without knowing where its legendary children were in the mortal world. Jiangli murmured softly, "Father said, you are still my brother, his child." Having said that, Jiangli turned around and walked away without sparing another glance. How could he? Ji Shuming stared blankly. Jiangli stopped, not looking back. There are 2 ways to break the formation at the valley entrance. The method known to the villa takes half an hour to navigate, but the way that breaks straight through, he only taught you. That night when Banya sect invaded, he understood it had something to do with you. Stunned, Ji Shuming couldn't hold back his tears, biting down to try and suppress them, but his shoulders continued trembling uncontrollably. After a long time suffering confusion, guilt, and unease, he now truly realized what he had lost. Jiangli quietly listened to the muffled sobs behind him, showing no expression or movement. Qi Chaoyi sighed lightly, picked up the Qin Shuang sword from the floor, and extended her hand to steady his arm, saying, "Jiangli, let's go back." Jiangli glanced at her, nodded, the burning heat within him extinguished, transforming into a pile of cooling ashes. His strength gradually waned, and with Qi Chaoyi's support, he struggled to his feet and slowly walked away. Shugu Elder shook his head and followed. Jiang Lanes looked at Ji Shuming complicatedly, taking a step toward the exit, then hesitated, turning back and seriously stated, "Senior brother Ji, it wasn't your foster father who drove you away, it was Jiang Li who gave you the chance to leave the valley." Ji Shuming glanced at Jiang Li's retreating figure, leaning on the ground with one hand to stand, but losing his strength. 2 words lingered in his throat for a long while before they barely managed to emerge, "Yinruo." He wasn't sure if Jiang Li heard him, his steps didn't pause, disappearing into the cave depths until he was out of sight. They hadn't taken more than a few steps outside the cave when Jiang Li stumbled suddenly, almost falling. He was quickly caught by Qi Chaoyi, his complexion now deathly pale and frail. "How do you feel?" Qi Chaoyi asked anxiously. Jiang Li shook his head slightly, unable to utter a word. His brow furrowed tightly as he pressed against his chest, kneeling to the ground weakly, a bone-chilling coldness spreading through him, making him shiver uncontrollably. "Not good." Shugu Elder noticed Jiang Li's pupils sinking into chaos, recognizing he had lost consciousness. Quickly gesturing toward Jiang Lane's neck wound, he urged, "Cover the injury and stay far away. Don't let him smell the blood." Jiang Lanes hurriedly complied, while Qi Chaoyi anxiously turned to Shugu Elder, "Elder, is there anything I can do?" "You first." Shugu Elder hadn't finished when Jiang Li abruptly tackled Qi Chaoyi to the ground. His body still trembled slightly, like a man in the icy wilderness yearning for warmth, unconsciously drawing closer to her warm body, or as if he were a hunting beast approaching his prey's most vulnerable neck. Qi Chaoyi raised her hand to push against his shoulders, keeping a small distance. "Jiang Li, wake up, ouch." Jiang Li lowered his head and bit her wrist mercilessly, a string of red bean-like blood droplets falling instantly. Shugu Elder quickly stepped forward and firmly pinched the back of Jiang Li's neck. Jiang Li released his bite at once and collapsed into Qi Chaoyi's arms. Only then did Qi Chaoyi sit up, her forehead beaded with cold sweat as she looked at her bitten wrist being treated by Shugu Elder. She sighed helplessly, "This is my first time getting bitten." Her gaze fell onto Jiang Li's peaceful sleeping face, save for a trace of blood on his lips, which reminded her of something, making her chuckle. She corrected herself, "Second time. I'll take him back to the inn first. Could you, Elder, and young Master Jiang please visit that cliffside below? Banya sect must already be searching for the Bai sword without suspicion. Please don't confront them directly but assess the situation instead." Qi Chaoyi said. Shugu Elder nodded in agreement, while Jiang Lanes worriedly asked, "Your right hand is injured. Can you manage taking him back alone?" Qi Chaoyi smiled lightly, using her other hand to gently stroke Jiang Li's hair, an unspoken tenderness evident in her movements. "He's gotten so thin now, even one hand would suffice to carry him." Chapter 66. When Qi Chaoshi returned to the inn, it was already dark. She still worried about the hit that Jiang Li had taken from the black snake on his back, so she placed him gently on the bed. After silently reciting a mantra of unwavering focus like a true gentleman, she untied his clothes and carefully turned him over. Although the young man's figure was slender and frail, it concealed a sense of resilient strength. His skin was pale, making the large bruise on his back even more terrifying. "You never tell the truth." Qi Chaoshi shook her head, pinched Jiang Li's face while he slept soundly as a punishment, then took ointment from her baggage. First, she warmed it in her palm, then slowly applied it to his back. After applying the medicine, Qi Chaoshi flipped him back over and casually loosened Jiang Li's tied-up hair, combing it with her fingers. Suddenly, she noticed a strand of white hair at his temples, appearing almost instantaneously, glaringly undeniable. Despite Jiang Li sleeping soundly, the eternal life decree continued to erode this body ceaselessly. Qi Chaoshi remained silent, her fingers paused for a moment, then slowly slid down, hovering above Jiang Li's dantian. She seemed hesitant, with inner energy slowly gathering in her palm, as if ready to press toward the dantian, but a slight movement tugged at her injured wrist, causing her inner energy to dissipate. She hesitated slightly, then laughed bitterly. She covered Jiang Li well with blankets, stood up, and wandered aimlessly around the room for a few rounds before sitting beside the table to treat all the big and small wounds on her own body. Not long after, Elder Shugu and Jiang Lanes also returned to the inn. They pushed open the door hurriedly, their expressions somewhat complicated. Before she could ask, Jiang Lane said directly, Master Qi, you absolutely won't believe what happened below the cliff. That 7-kill sect suddenly showed up out of nowhere right at that ravine, not sure if they saw the knocked out sword fall or not, but they fought a battle with the group from the Pranayama sect. It seems they guessed there was something in this place, so immediately sent people to blockade the surrounding areas. This indeed came as a surprise to Qi Chaoshi. Will the Pranayama sect just give up? Over 100 people from the 7-kill sect, and only about 10 in total in the Pranayama sect who have already spent so much time exhausting themselves inside the cave with us, how could they possibly win? They have no choice but to retreat, albeit reluctantly. Qi Chaoshi didn't reply for a while, lost in thought. Jiang Lanes looked at her and said again, Master Qi, it will take the 7-kill sect no more than a few days to find the knocked out sword even if it fell into some hidden corner, whereas we are only 4 people, fundamentally unable to stop them. Qi Chaoshi understood the implications of his words, smiling, then, what does young master propose? Let's seek Brother Shen's help. Jiang Lanes ventured tentatively, Qing Shan's sect has always been friendly with Guiyun sect, moreover, this is for preventing the knocked out sword from falling into the hands of demonic sects, he would definitely agree. Qi Chaoshi's smile remained unfaded, young master also knows that Qing Shan's sect has many people. If second master Shen weren't interested in the knocked out sword, he wouldn't have lingered so long in Pingchuan town. The knocked out sword and the eternal life decree have always been legends everyone yearns for in the jianghu. There are also rumors now about bringing back the dead to life. Being interested isn't strange, and among so many chivalrous knights in the town, do you really think all of them disregard moral integrity and justice, and once they see the knocked out sword, they want to privately keep it for themselves? As Jiang Lanes continued speaking, his voice grew smaller and softer. Qi Chaoshi did not refute, instead turning to Elder Shugu, what does the senior expert think? It might not be appropriate, but there doesn't seem to be a better solution for this matter, replied Elder Shugu. Qi Chaoshi smiled indifferently, looking at the sleeping Jiang Li in the bed, we'll decide after he wakes up. The next day, until near noon, Jiang Li gradually awoke. He seemed fine in spirit, normal in complexion. Apart from a new streak of white hair at his temples, he appeared no different from usual. Seeing him sit up, Qi Chaoshi still couldn't help wanting to offer support, but Jiang Li shook his head in refusal. Instead, his eyes were focused on the bandaged wrist of Qi Chaoshi. In a low voice, he said, let me see your injury. Qi Chaoshi lifted her wrist to dodge the hand he extended and laughed carelessly, what's there to see? Are you curious about your tooth marks? I'll change the medicine for you. Jiang Li got out of bed and found a bottle of ointment from his bag. Unable to resist further, Qi Chaoshi had to sit by the table and reluctantly handed over her arm. Jiang Li carefully peeled off the bandage, revealing a pink scar which hadn't scabbed yet, obviously a severe wound. Furthermore, the right wrist being the vital meridian area protected by martial artists made it worse. He looked up at Qi Chaoshi and asked, does it hurt? Ever since he grew older and his mother passed away, no one had ever asked him such a precious question like this again. Qi Chaoshi's heart softened instantly. Pretending to think for a moment, she said, it hurts a little. You might want to kiss it better, maybe then it won't hurt anymore. He originally intended to make Jiang Li laugh, but instead, Jiang Li lowered his eyes, silently holding his hand and kissed the scar on it. The touch was soft, with a bit of itching pain, causing her heart to feel sore as well. Qi Chaoshi couldn't maintain her smile any longer and instead lifted Jiang Li's chin, leaning in to kiss him. The kiss was fleeting, leaving Qi Chaoshi breathless at an arm's length, her voice involuntarily becoming gentle, now, it doesn't hurt a bit anymore. Jiang Li stared at her for a while, then turned his gaze away, carefully applying ointment for her again, and rebandaged her wrist. You should eat something first. Qi Chaoshi stood up and called the waiter. The meal had been ordered long ago and kept warm in the kitchen. It didn't take long for the food to be served, still warm. Qi Chaoshi leaned her head on one hand casually and looked interestedly at Jiang Li eating, only to see him scoop a spoonful of porridge and offer it to her side, saying, I've already eaten. Jiang Li remained silent, pushing the spoon of porridge even closer to her lips. Qi Chaoshi couldn't help laughing, lowering her head and eating it. So, they took turns feeding each other spoon by spoon. Qi Chaoshi knew Jiang Li was still upset about biting her, so she tried to distract him, summarizing last night's fight between Boria sect and 7-kill sect below the cliff. Then she mused, Jiang Li, do you think Yin Huayu threw down the knocked-out sword deliberately? Jiang Li pondered for a while and responded, is Yin Huayu colluding with the 7-kill sect? Very likely. Qi Chaoshi said, judging from their appearance yesterday, after Yibu's death, he should have taken over as the right guardian, but neither in terms of martial arts skills nor status in the sect does that position belong to Yin Huayu, there must be something strange going on. When Yin Huayu called you left guardian, does that mean everyone in Boria sect knows your identity? Jiang Li asked. As expected, he heard those words designed to sow discord. Qi Chaoshi subconsciously observed Jiang Li's expression and replied, only the old sect leader knows, but since Yin Huayu has explicitly said it, it means trouble occurred in the sect, exposing my identity. What if Boria sect reveals your identity to the world, what would we do then? Jiang Li frowned. That would be troublesome. Qi Chaoshi sighed, so I have to keep a low profile, change my name, and absolutely can't be discovered. But Shen Jiyan already knows it's you. That's fine. I also know a secret of Second Master Shen, Qi Chaoshi said nonchalantly, changing the topic. What's urgent now is to stop the Seven-Kill sect from finding the knocked-out sword. Young Master Zhang's idea is to seek Shen Jiyan's help, using the strength of Qingshan sect against Seven-Kill sect and assist in retrieving the sword. What do you think? What secret? Jiang Li frowned deeper. Little, jealousy pot, what are you thinking? There's no private relationship between me and him. Qi Chaoshi couldn't help but laugh, flicking his forehead lightly, seeing Jiang Li awkwardly drink porridge before withdrawing her hand and lowering her voice. I accidentally found out that the second master of the prestigious Qingshan sect actually harbors feelings for someone from the demon sect, Yin Huayu. Jiang Li looked up in surprise. Qi Chaoshi arched an eyebrow significantly and continued, from this perspective, young Master Zhang's plan indeed has feasibility. If Shen Jiyan wishes to meet his love interest once more, he will naturally help us. Jiang Li thought deeply for a long time before nodding in agreement, all right. During their conversation, the meal finished. They made their decision and headed toward Su Gu Elders and Jiang Lane's room. Hearing their consent, Jiang Lane's immediately became excited, volunteering to lead them to discuss with Shen Jiyan. While speaking, he rushed out of the door, yet Jiang Li stayed in the room, suddenly saying, I have something I wish to ask Senior Zhong. Qi Chaoshi looked at him deeply but did not say much more, smiling in agreement before leaving with Jiang Lane's. Jiang Li watched their figures disappear behind the door, lingering in silence without shifting his gaze, just sitting quietly. Su Gu Elder held a cup of hot tea and saw his low spirits, guessing, seems like you remember what happened when you lost control. Jiang Li turned back, nodding. What do you want to ask? Why? Jiang Li paused after starting, as if struggling to sort through chaotic thoughts. I smelled blood on Jiang Lane's but showed no reaction. At that time, I had only one thought, to really eat him. There was no need for clarification. Su Gu Elder understood that the he being referred to was Qi Chaoshi. Su Gu Elder pondered for a while, then suddenly asked, do you like him? Jiang Li didn't expect such a direct question but still nodded. Su Gu Elder sighed deeply and said slowly, your affection for Qi Chaoshi naturally stirs desire, at the same time, he makes you feel safe and presents no threat. The one who loses their mind due to the longevity decree is like a wild beast, seeking profit and avoiding harm, following desire, which is instinct. Jiang Li was stunned and asked quietly, so, the more I like him, the more likely I am to eat him. That's correct, Su Gu Elder's face showed pity. Jiang Li fell silent again, almost soundlessly. For an unknown length of time, Su Gu Elder felt the tea in his hand grow cold. Finally, he saw Jiang Li close his eyes tightly as if awakening from some daze, and spoke, please help me apologize to Jiang Lane's on my behalf, I cannot return with him to Luoyang. You're leaving? Su Gu Elder asked, where will you go? To get the knocked-out sword alone. Jiang Li nodded. Su Gu Elder set down his teacup and shook his head repeatedly, Jiang Yinrua, the Seven-Kill sect has over 100 people. Can you fight against 100? How will we know it's impossible unless we try? Su Gu Elder's gaze darkened, it seems you've made up your mind, and there's no stopping you. Jiang Li nodded again. Su Gu Elder said, then do you have anything to leave behind for Qi Chaoshi? As if hit where it hurt, the unwavering look on Jiang Li's face instantly crumbled. He opened his mouth as if to speak, yet was rendered mute like a mute man, not even able to utter a single word. So, he shook his head almost embarrassingly and turned to leave quickly. Jiang Li returned to his room, with little to take along. Grabbing the Qing Shuang sword, he intended to leave, but as if trapped by an invisible net inside this room, entangled emotion sprouted countless vines binding his body, making him unable to move his feet. Jiang Li had no choice but to lift his head and slowly looked around, as if wanting to remember everything deeply, or perhaps using this to force himself to ignore those tumultuous feelings, like forcibly tearing away a part of his soul, leaving his heart feeling profoundly hollow. He walked closer to the bed and suddenly noticed a strand of long hair lying on Qi Chaoshi's pillow. He reached out and picked it up. Under the bright sunlight, the long hair resembled a trace of ink. Jiang Li stared silently for a long time before carefully putting away this strand of hair. Chapter 67. After the two others stepped out, they stopped just a few steps away in front of Shen Jiyan's room. The guest quarters where Jiang Lane's and Elder Shugu stayed were provided by the disciples of Qing Shan sect, so naturally, they weren't far apart. Qi Chaoshi turned back to take one glance, while beside her, Jiang Lane's had already started knocking on the door. Shen Jiyan was surprised to see them but still courteously invited them inside to talk. As soon as the door closed, Qi Chaoshi stopped pretending and took off her mask with a smile toward Shen Jiyan. Shen Jiyan didn't ask further, responding with a smile, it seems you two have something important to discuss with me. Brother Shen, we'd like your help in retrieving the Bu Yi sword. Jiang Lane's came straight to the point, recounting his experience from yesterday in the cave. He was rather clever, knowing how to gloss over anything related to Ji Xiuming, focusing instead on describing the details about the Bu Yi sword falling into the broken cliff and the area below being blocked by the Seven-Kill sect. Upon hearing this, Shen Jiyan pondered quietly, while Qi Chaoshi leisurely added, to be honest, though there are many members of the Seven-Kill sect, we believe if we devise some strategies, it won't be impossible to deal with them. We're only concerned that Yin Huaiyu wouldn't let things go easily, especially with Banro sect lurking in the background, which is why we hope for Brother Shen's assistance. A wave rippled through Shen Jian's eyes as he looked at them. You mean Banro sect is led by Yin Huaiyu and he's currently in town? Yes, yes. That's the name. Jiang Lanes confirmed. The man who threw the sword down is him. Seeming to recall something, Shen Jian suddenly realized, giving a helpless laugh. Then, he composed himself and replied earnestly, since the Buyi sword is of great importance, the Qing Shan sect would never sit idly and watch it fall into the hands of evil forces. I will dispatch our disciples to investigate the ravine down below, understand the specific arrangements of the 7-kill sect, and then plan accordingly. How does that sound to you? Brother Shen truly handles matters properly, said Qi Chaoshi. However, we're not quite sure how many disciples of Qing Shan sect are stationed in Pingchuan town. Counting me, there are a total of 30. After some thought, Shen Jian replied, I'll send a message to my older brother and request his rapid arrival with reinforcements. However, since the 7-kill sect may discover the Buyi sword anytime, the situation is urgent, and we can't just wait, we must act first. As for the Banro sect. Shen Jian hesitated slightly, looking at them. However, Qi Chaoshi tilted his head slightly outside. Ever since entering, he had been distracted, always paying attention to Elder Shugu's situation. At this moment, the sound of a door being forcefully pushed open rang out, followed by the hurried footsteps of Jiang Li before fading quickly away. What's going on? Jiang Lanes puzzledly stared at him. Sorry, something suddenly came to mind. Qi Chaoshi patted Jiang Lanes' shoulder. Please, young master, kindly give a detailed explanation of your contact with the Banro sect, especially the words and actions of Yin Huaiyu, to Brother Shen. The rest we'll discuss once the scouting disciples return. With that, he nodded politely to Shen Jian and left first. Hearing Jiang Li's footfalls returning to the room, Qi Chaoshi paused in the corridor, looking at the tightly shut door, feeling inexplicably uneasy. Before he could decide whether to enter or not, the door opened suddenly, and Jiang Li rushed out, almost colliding with him. Qi Chaoshi steadied him briefly, noticing the sword in his hand. Where are you going? Jiang Li retreated several steps, completely shocked, not expecting to bump into him right here. Seeing his inability to answer, Qi Chaoshi immediately understood, you're leaving. Jiang Li avoided his gaze in panic, unable to fabricate any proper lie and remained silent in acknowledgement. Why? The glow in Qi Chaoshi's eyes dimmed. Do you still not trust me? Do you think I conspired with the Banro sect? Of course not. Taking a step forward, Qi Chaoshi turned around and closed the door behind him. Then why? Jiang Li stayed silent, glancing at his wrist wrapped in bandages. Following his gaze downwards, Qi Chaoshi flexed his wrist gently and softened his tone. It's just a minor injury, no big deal. Jiang Li whispered, what about next time? Finally looking directly into his eyes, Jiang Li said, I don't want to harm you. If you stay with me, your identity will be revealed at any time. So you want to leave, hoping that we never meet again, putting an end to everything? Qi Chaoshi questioned. Jiang Li's expression wavered. After a long moment, he responded with a strained voice, you still have a long life ahead of you. Qi Chaoshi gave a toneless smile, what you mean is, even if I suffer now, once winter is over, knowing you've died somewhere, I'll eventually move on. In 2 or 3 years, I might occasionally remember or simply forget you, meet someone else or many people, and embrace or kiss them as I did with you. We might even do things we haven't done yet. Jiang Li tried his best to control himself, but in the end, he couldn't hide his sorrow. The more Qi Chaoshi spoke, the slower he became, as if using a dull knife for Ling Qi, only intending to hurt him. Jiang Li took a deep breath to maintain his composure. There's nothing wrong with this. Do you know what it means when I say I like you? I know. What do you know? Qi Chaoshi interrupted him without letting him finish. When I say I want to be with you, isn't it just for temporary pleasure? Jiang Li was speechless. Jiang Li, have you ever thought about living for me? Jiang Li closed his eyes in despair and shook his head slightly. I don't dare to think about it. He didn't dare to touch this idea, just as a desert hermit fears the too beautiful mirage, something he could never reach, which would make him suffer even more, making him unable to willingly accept this cruel fate. Qi Chaoshi stared at him, then asked suddenly, what were you thinking about when you jumped off the cliff for the Nubi sword? I wasn't thinking about anything. Not thinking about anything. Qi Chaoshi nodded, as if holding these 4 words between his teeth, speaking in a low, slow voice, if I hadn't held back and not lowered the hook, that would have been your last moment before death. Jiang Li instinctively wanted to defend himself, but Qi Chaoshi gave him no chance, continuing, you don't care about me, nor yourself, all you care about is that sword. Jiang Li looked dazed. You damn fool. This was the first time Qi Chaoshi had truly gotten angry at him. Jiang Li could not speak, silently looking at him. Qi Chaoshi sighed deeply, weariness appearing on his face. He turned his side and stopped looking at Jiang Li, silently leaning against the door. Neither of them moved, quiet enough to freeze the air, as if they would remain this way until the end of time. After an unknown length of time, finally a series of disordered footsteps in the corridor broke the silence, and Qi Chaoshi became alert. He opened the door slightly and saw a group of martial artists hurrying upstairs, with Meng Sifan from Tianmen sect leading the way, accompanied by several disciples from Qing Shan sect. The sound drew many curious stares from the inn's guests, so Qi Chaoshi put his mask back on and opened the door. Jiang Li also came out to check the situation. They saw the group stop in front of Shen Jian's room. The disciple of Qing Shan sect knocked on the door, and Shen Jian appeared confused after seeing their presence, hesitantly asking, "What does this mean, everyone?" "I apologize for the interruption," second young master, Meng Sifan began. "We've heard 7 Kill sect is searching for the whereabouts of the Nubi sword in the mountains, and we see Qing Shan sect investigating around here. We assume that second young master intends to drive away evil and protect the sword, and how can we stand idly by?" Shen Jian glanced at his side, where the Qing Shan sect disciple he had sent to scout earlier subtly shook his head, indicating he had not leaked the information. Shen Jian understood immediately, smiling, "To be honest, I just heard the news myself and have dispatched people to investigate further. How we respond next hasn't been decided yet." Seeing his vague answer, Meng Sifan glanced back at the crowd behind him, sincerely saying, "Which hand the Nubi sword falls into is of great significance to both righteous and evil forces. Now, among the 3 major sects, only your sect is present here. According to the rules of the Shanha Alliance, second young master should take charge. Therefore, everyone has come to offer our help. If second young master doesn't mind us being a burden, we will certainly do our best." All the martial artists echoed in agreement. Once involving the righteous and evil forces, it was no longer something Qing Shan sect could decide alone. His words were polite but clear, while acknowledging Shen Jian's status, leaving no room for refusal. Everyone willing to cooperate is naturally best. Shen Jian nodded and smiled, turning inward and calling, "Lanes, these chivalrous heroes have come to assist in retrieving the Nubi sword. Hurry up and thank them." Jiang Lanes joyfully stood beside him, bowing respectfully to everyone, "Thank you, honorable knights." This caused some slight commotion in the crowd, obviously not expecting the young master of Guiyun Villa to be here. Some exchanged glances, while others' expressions changed dramatically. Should the Nubi sword be retrieved smoothly, its ownership would undoubtedly spark controversy. There were plenty among these people who harbored ill intentions, wanting to take advantage of the chaos. However, once Jiang Lanes appeared, it was like having Guiyun Villa weighing down on them, combined with Shen Jian's implications, making the situation turn into finding the sword for him. Shen Jian's smile remained unchanged, as if completely oblivious to the subtle atmosphere, saying, "Thanks to everyone's trust, I thank you beforehand. Time is pressing, please rest for now and gather early tomorrow morning in the main hall, where I will explain the plan in detail." Having said that, he glanced toward the direction of Qi Chaoshi. Qi Chaoshi understood and, like the other guests who had been watching, returned to his room with Jiang Li and closed the door. Once the group of martial artists had dispersed and the corridor was completely quiet again, they stepped out once more and went to Shen Jian's room. "Based on the information gathered by my scout, the 7 Kill sect has set up patrols at both southern and northern ends of the mountain hollow with 7 men each, while others are spread around searching for the Nubi sword. We also haven't found any traces of Bana sect," Shen Jian said. "The presence of Bana sect is among those people earlier," Qi Chaoshi added. "The news about the Nubi sword falling off the cliff wasn't leaked by us, nor would 7 Kill sect inform others willingly. Thus, it must be Bana sect spreading rumors to cause chaos. We'll need more vigilance and flexible response then," Shen Jian thought aloud. "However, with those reinforcements, dealing with 7 Kill sect becomes much easier. The difficulty lies in their large numbers scattered across the mountains. One misstep, and we may be surrounded instead. I've carefully considered this. My Qing Shan sect, together with some allies, can feign attacking from the south end to draw as many of them there as possible. Meanwhile, Lanes can lead the rest to circle around to the north and clear out their smaller groups before launching a rear attack, thus overwhelming them completely." This plan was thorough, but Jiang Lanes began to feel anxious. "But, am I up to the task?" "You represent Guiyun Villa, which makes you duty-bound," Shen Jian replied, glancing at Qi Chaoshi and Jiang Li, choosing his words carefully. "I've witnessed both of your skills, but allow me one comment. For our encirclement to succeed, we cannot alert their rear forces. Action must be swift and concealed. If you two feel unsure, we'll discuss other strategies." Jiang Li shook his head. Qi Chaoshi also agreed, "There's no need. Let's follow second young master Shen's plan." Having settled that, Jiang Lanes finally felt reassured but remained nervous, occasionally seeking comfort in their gaze. He wanted to ask something more when he suddenly became curious, "What's wrong with the two of you?" Jiang Li hesitated. Qi Chaoshi gave a calm smile and counter-asked, "What's wrong with us?" "It feels off." Jiang Lane's eyes flickered between them. "You've barely exchanged a word since coming here. You used to communicate silently with gazes all the time, but none of that today." At this point, even Shen Jian noticed the awkwardness and deflected it quickly, saying, "It's late already. Both of you should go back and rest well. Lanes, let me explain the arrangements further." Jiang Lanes readily agreed, shifting his attention. They stood to leave. As they exited the room, Jiang Li cast a quick glance at Qi Chaoshi only to meet his returning gaze. Both paused briefly, then looked away again without speaking. This silence persisted all the way back to their room, during dinner, until lying down on their beds with their backs turned toward each other. Jiang Li lay still, wide awake despite his closed eyes, listening to the howling wind outside the window. Night deepened, coldness seeped through the air, autumn waned as winter approached steadily. Amidst the profound quiet, Qi Chaoxi's movement in bed sounded particularly clear. Jiang Li listened quietly. Rather than sadness, what filled him was an emptiness, a vast loneliness. After a while, a strong arm unexpectedly slipped around his chest, gently pulling him into a familiar and warm embrace. Jiang Li's breath hitched momentarily. The embrace was tight and firm, transferring comforting warmth through contact. A pang of sorrow rose in his chest, and he turned, silently lifting his hand to hold Qi Chaoxi's waist. Qi Chaoxi stiffened slightly, surprised that Jiang Li was also awake. In the moonless and starless darkness, they embraced intimately, conscious yet silent. No words were spoken. Only the sound of intertwined breathing and heartbeats resonated deeply. And so, long after, they gradually relaxed into a deep sleep. Chapter 68. The next day, they woke up as usual, got up and dressed, but there was nothing to talk about. Morning light shone through the window onto the bedside, and in the room, only the occasional sound of fabric friction and chair movement could be heard. It was so quiet that it felt somewhat lonely. Jiang Li had tied his hair neatly and brought a basin of clear water to wash his face. However, he saw Qi Chaoxi suddenly pick up the copper kettle from the corner of the room, walk closer, and pour hot water into the basin. The steam began to rise gently. Jiang Li paused for a moment. Qi Chaoxi finally found a conversation starter and casually said, "Try the water temperature." Jiang Li submerged both hands into the slightly warm water. Warmth spread upward and throughout his body, driving away the chill of the morning. He quietly said, "It's just right." With that, the words were said, yet Qi Chaoxi didn't move away. After watching Jiang Li wash his face, after thinking for a while, Qi Chaoxi asked again, "Did you sleep well last night?" Jiang Li was drying his hands with a towel and replied after finishing. Feeling a bit cold, he quickly added, "And you?" "Not bad." Jiang Li nodded. There wasn't much else for Qi Chaoxi to say, and they once again fell into silence. Perhaps they should have cleverly avoided the topic and pretended that yesterday's quarrel never happened, maintaining the original status quo, being able to get along effortlessly and intimately as before. But the false pretense had already been torn apart, leaving nothing but an abyss ahead, leaving no room for anyone to avoid it, and leaving no space for self-deception. The conflict between them could not be compromised, and the impending deadline was growing closer. In the end, Qi Chaoxi shifted her gaze and said, "Let's go. Today will likely be a fierce battle." Jiang Li nodded again. The two descended downstairs to the inn hall, where the agreed-upon helpers from the martial arts world were gathered chatting with those they knew. The people from Qingshan sect hadn't arrived yet. They chose an inconspicuous spot at the edge to sit down, eating breakfast while waiting. Not long after, Shen Jiyan arrived with disciples of the Qingshan sect. Jiang Lanja followed alongside, pretending to look around inside the hall, until she spotted Qi Chaoxi and Jiang Li in the corner and then let out a sigh of relief. As for Elder Shugu, due to his advanced age and expertise in medicine and peculiar esoteric strategies, naturally, he wouldn't participate and thus stayed behind at the inn awaiting news. Last night, he had learned the situation from Jiang Lanja. To avoid causing unnecessary trouble, he decided not even to show his face today. Amidst gradually weakening conversations, Shen Jiyan stood firmly in the middle of the hall. His eyes swept over the assembled martial artists who raised their heads to look at him. Bowing respectfully, he opened directly, "Today's mission is because the knocked-out sword has reappeared. We must prevent it from falling into the evil hands of the devil cult and bringing calamity to humanity. Now, the Seven Kills sect has overwhelming numbers, and the Borea sect may be lurking secretly. Our situation is very disadvantageous. Each of you heroes disregarded your safety and generously helped us. On behalf of the Qingshan sect, Guiyun Villa, and the Shanha Alliance, I thank you all again." Seated people hastened to reply, "Second Master Shen is too polite." "Exactly. Exterminating demons and banishing evil are duties we should all shoulder." Shen Jiyan slightly nodded his head and continued, "Based on my rough estimation earlier, including everyone here plus our Qingshan sect disciples, we number over 80 people. My plan is to divide into two teams. One team goes with me to the southern end of the mountain hollow, making a frontal assault to attract the attention of the Seven Kill sect, gathering their scattered members who are searching for the knocked-out sword in the mountain hollow, attempting to delay time as much as possible. The other team circles to the northern end of the mountain hollow with young Master Jiang, concealing their tracks, and acting when opportunity arises." He took an arrow presented by one of the disciples nearby and showed it to everyone. Its tip was oval-shaped with 4 round holes. "I'll shoot this signal arrow at the appropriate time, firstly thoroughly alarming the Seven Kill sect, secondly signaling the start for young Master Jiang's team. That group will silently eliminate the northern end patrol guards and clean up any possibly hidden stragglers in the mountain hollow, moving deeper to ultimately encircle and flank the Seven Kill sect, crushing them together. If everything proceeds according to the plan, do not let your guard down, remaining vigilant against potential ambushes by the Borea sect." After Shen Jiyan finished speaking, he paused. "Are there any questions?" Most shook their heads indicating none. Others were still pondering. Meng Sifan, the senior disciple of Tiangmen sect, glanced around and voiced his question, "Is young Master Jiang from Guiyun Villa really the only representative present?" That's correct. Why don't we see others? Isn't Ji Shuming usually by his side? Everyone's eyes immediately turned toward Jiang Lanja, raising doubts. The younger generation of Guiyun Villa most familiar to the martial arts world mainly consisted of Ji Shuming. This young master was less understood, but from Jiang Lanja's demeanor alone, his naivety was apparent, suggesting limited experience. Being relatively young, even with Guiyun Villa's status supporting him, and trusting him to directly lead a team seemed far-fetched. Jiang Lanja became incredibly nervous and sought advice by glancing at Qi Zhaoxi and Jiang Li. Qi Zhaoxi gave an almost imperceptible nod, signaling that he could speak his mind. After all, she and Jiang Li would assist Jiang Lan's subsequent actions. To completely avoid drawing attention was impossible, and instead of letting people endlessly guess, it was better to address the situation beforehand. Upon gaining agreement, Jiang Lan's immediately pointed to the square table at the edge of the crowd. These two are with me. The group turned their heads to look, and for a moment, confusion deepened, leading to murmured conversations. Who are these two? Are they from Guiyun? Don't know. Never seen them before, nor do they look particularly formidable. Beside the square table sat a young man and a boy, both giving polite nods to everyone, yet appearing utterly ordinary. Meng Sifan scrutinized them carefully, wrinkling his brows slightly. The other two disciples of Tiangmen sect, Du Heng and Wei Ku, looked at him and asked, Master Meng, do you know them? Without answering, Meng Sifan raised his voice and inquired, may I ask your names? Qi Zhaoxi lowered her voice, I am surnamed Lu Qiubai. We've been entrusted by Ji Shuming Ji Young Master to accompany young Master Jiang. Since Ji Shuming had vanished without a trace, there was no way to verify the truth of this statement. Meng Sifan struggled to recall but found no memory of this name, though a strange sense of familiarity lingered. Shifting his gaze toward the adjacent Jiang Li, he asked, what about him? Jiang Li glanced at him but said nothing. Qi Zhaoxi naturally took over the conversation, he is my younger brother, pointing to her throat while sighing, it's inconvenient for him to speak. Meng Sifan became aware, after losing his right eye during a fight with Boreas sect, he now had to wear an eye patch daily, frequently encountering curious stares. He understood the awkwardness of having physical defects well. Thus, apologizing silently, he retracted his line of sight and ceased questioning. Before others could pose more questions, Shen Jian interjected, steering back to the plan, dividing everyone into two teams according to the planned arrangement and individual preferences. Given the past enmity between Tiangmen sect and Qi Zhaoxi, Shen Jian originally assigned the three members of Tiangmen sect closer to himself to protect the anonymity of Qi Zhaoxi and Jiang Li. However, Meng Sifan unexpectedly turned around and proposed joining Jiang Lan's team. Declining this at this point would appear too suspicious, so Shen Jian paused momentarily, exchanged a glance with Qi Zhaoxi from afar, then smiled and consented. Subsequently, he allocated two more disciples of Qingshan sect to Jiang Lan's as precaution against any unforeseen circumstances. Everything was set, and wasting no more time, the two groups exited the inn one after another, heading straight for the mountains outside the town. Although it was late autumn, the atmosphere carried a bleak sentiment, and the mountains displayed much desolation. Yet, they didn't exude a sense of decay. Towering trees spread branches adorned with leaves half green and half yellow, not dense enough to hide completely but sparse enough to still provide minimal cover. Jiang Lan's team, consisting of 22 people, followed the nearest mountain path for nearly an hour until they eventually circled around to the northern end of the mountain hollow. On both sides stood steep cliffs like those carved by axes, with cracks filled with dispirited greenery sprouting through the brownish-yellow rocky soil. Below extended vast woods, a sea of yellow grass dotted with a trail worn by years of foot traffic. From afar, they could already spot figures patrolling along the path. Bending low, they crept slowly closer, stopping behind a clump of short bushes to observe quietly. They heard no sound from the distant surroundings, leaving them unable to judge the status of Shen Jian's team. How can we solve the issue of patrol guards without making a sound when Shen Urge promised to give us the perfect opportunity? Jiang Lan's whispered, even if our lightness skills are excellent, among 7 people, at least one will surely notice and call for reinforcements. What about projectile weapons, suggested Du Heng from Tiangmen sect, enthusiastically feeling inside his sleeve, I specially brought silver needles with me. At such a distance, the needles can only cause superficial damage and risk alerting them unnecessarily. Meng Sifan shot him a glance. Uncle Qin has warned you many times not to rely on hidden weapons. If you don't follow his advice today, someday there will be trouble even gods won't be able to save you from. Du Heng obediently pushed the silver needles halfway back but remained carefree, grinning cheekily, if gods can't save me, then isn't there always Master Meng to save me? Exasperated, Meng Sifan shook his head and redirected his focus to Qi Zhaoxi, who was intently observing, asking, Lu Daxia, what idea do you have? 7 patrol guards altogether present challenges, but splitting them up creates significant opportunities. After some thought, Qi Zhaoxi decided. She gestured toward the most densely foliated large tree ahead. We'll wait on that tree. Then she picked up several stones, handed them to Meng Sifan, and smiled at the rest of them, help us distract them. The task of diverting their attention is up to you. As Meng Sifan stared at the pebbles in his hand for a second, realization dawned on him and he nodded confidently, leave it to me. As soon as his words faded, Qi Chaoyi and Jiang Li quickly exchanged a glance and almost simultaneously leaped into the air. In the blink of an eye, their figures gracefully landed on a tree branch. The branch sank under their weight, shaking the yellow leaves that produced sounds akin to a soft breeze. The patrol guards became alert and turned their heads. Meanwhile, Meng Sifan launched a pebble, striking some nearby bushes, causing another slight rustle and movement. The guards exchanged glances and then 3 of them stepped forward cautiously, approaching the source of the sound while the remaining 4 stood ready in place, all attention fixated on what seemed to be a quiet patch of grass, unaware that there were people hiding silently above their heads on the tree. The 3 guards neared but found nothing unusual in the grass and thus looked around carefully, suddenly noticing a dense thicket of shrubs. Behind the shrubbery, the group observed through cracks in the branches as the guards moved closer once again, making everyone's hearts leap with tension. Wei Ku of Tiangmen sect tightly gripped his longsword, his arm instinctively twitching before being firmly restrained by big brother Meng Sifan. Panic flickered in Wei Ku's eyes as he looked at Meng Sifan's tense side profile. The patrol guard stopped just 1 step away from the thicket. One of them flipped his spear around, aiming it toward the brush. At that moment, however, a sharp whistling pierced the sky far away, shattering the stillness. The guards paused mid-action, all turning their heads back toward the source of the whistle. The warning had been fired. Now's the time, sweat soaked Jiang Lan's forehead. Meng Sifan and the 2 Qing Shan sect disciples immediately charged out, swiftly and accurately subduing the 3 patrol guards. Swords rose and fell, spilling blood over the dry yellow grass. From the tall tree, 2 figures simultaneously leapt down. One patrol guard, barely having time to react, found himself suddenly muffled from behind, the grip so strong it nearly crushed his skull. Struggling to turn his head, all he could see was the red-sleeved sword point piercing his companion's chest. Chi Chowie withdrew her sword and slashed across the guard's throat, releasing her hold on his face as the corpse slumped lifelessly to the ground. Jiang Li delivered a horizontal slash, the bright arc cutting cleanly through the necks of the other 2 guards. One of them collapsed instantly, but the other somehow mustered the strength to stagger inward despite blood bubbling from his throat, croaking hoarsely, "Theirs." His sentence unfinished, his head rolled onto the ground following another swift strike of the blade. Jiang Li didn't relax for a moment, staying vigilant to avoid alarming anyone deeper in the mountain hollow until Jiang Lan's arrived with no sign of commotion within the mountain, allowing him to ease slightly. "All of us need to search thoroughly, absolutely leaving no member of the Qisha sect behind," Jiang Lan said. Everyone nodded, dispersing seamlessly as they ventured further into the mountain hollow. Jiang Li remained silent and after a dozen or so steps discovered someone to his right in the woods. He cautiously advanced with his drawn sword, spotting a man with a broad-backed knife tucked behind his waist. Sensing danger, the man abruptly turned, drawing his weapon to swing, but he was too slow, watching helplessly as the cold edge sliced his throat, almost tasting its chill. No sooner had he dealt with this man when faint footsteps emerged near the mountain wall, suggesting others had been disturbed. Jiang Li moved forward as the footsteps drew nearer. Behind a half-dead old tree appeared flashes of water-red skirts. Without hesitation, he lunged forward with his sword aimed to cut, only for a pretty young woman's face to emerge from behind the tree. Startled, Jiang Li halted his attack immediately. "Qing Yan." Tightly gripping her whip, Qing Yan prepared to fight but upon hearing her name recognized Jiang Li's disguised face, expressing both shock and joy. "Jiang, Jiang Li quickly clamped a hand over her mouth, pulling her back, and concealed himself alongside the old tree, carefully observing outside. Realizing the situation, Qing Yan complied silently, also peeking outward. Though somewhat separated, Chi Chowie wasn't too far from Jiang Li. Hearing the noise, she approached along with another swordsman who'd also sensed something. Wasn't that a woman's voice? The swordsman inspected the dead body lying on the ground, muttering lowly, "I've heard ever since the female master took over Qisha sect, there have been more women among them. Sigh, rather than fall into the evil ways of the devil cult, wouldn't it be better to find a decent family to settle down?" Failing to locate Jiang Li, Chi Chowie caught sight of a corner of water-red fabric behind the ancient tree, instantly understanding. She subtly obstructed the swordsman's view, casually saying, "This world has many people who are compelled against their will. Let's go, the ones we're searching for must have fled further inside." The swordsman nodded, following her departure. Only after they had walked far away did Jiang Li release his hand and take a step back. Qing Yan turned around, incredulously staring at him and said, "Was that the left protector of the Banya sect? You're actually still by his side, Jiang Li. Even if you don't believe me, seeing his tattoos should have convinced you I was telling the truth." "I know," Jiang Li paused, "but I want to trust him." "Why?" Qing Yan urgently asked, "Because he isn't harming you right now. Perhaps it's just not the right time yet." Jiang Li fell silent for a moment, then whispered, "I like him, and he says he likes me too." Likes. Qing Yan felt as though struck by lightning, unable to speak coherently. "Do you mean the kind of liking I think of? But both of you are men." Jiang Li raised his eyes to look at her and said, "There's really no difference." Qing Yan was momentarily speechless, stunned, and blurted out, "It's true there's nothing wrong with that, but..." She wanted to dissuade him further, but upon seeing Jiang Li's calm expression, she suddenly found herself at a loss for words. Besides, she didn't have the qualification to say anything. Her chaotic thoughts slowly came together again as Qing Yan calmed down. She lowered her head, smiled, and said, "For these past few days, I've been longing to see you one more time, but never got the chance. Hardly having made up my mind to leave, I unexpectedly met you. What rare luck this is." "Leave?" "Yes," Cheng Yan nodded seriously, "I'm leaving the Seven Kill sect, leaving here." Jiang Li was somewhat surprised. "You didn't want to leave the Seven Kill sect before?" "Because I can't keep deceiving myself anymore." Cheng Yan's smile was bitter. "My master doesn't love me, she doesn't genuinely care about me. Otherwise, she wouldn't use me to find your whereabouts, nor mention in front of me how I once deceived you. She clearly knew it would make me sad. In these days, I thought a lot. I fear loneliness, but ultimately end up being alone all the same." Cheng Yan smiled, trying hard to appear magnanimous. "Love cannot be begged from others. The more I desire it, the less likely I am to get it, isn't that right?" Jiang Li could not answer, so he simply asked, "Why do you want to see me?" This time Cheng Yan was silent for a long while. There was no wind in the mountains, everything in deep autumn was hiding or fading, an extreme silence prevailed. She softly said, "Growing up to where I am now, the happiest time I had was on that day at Dongting Justice Hall. When the Three Rivers Alliance conducted their joint trial, I was interrogated until there was no way out, and then you suddenly stood in front of me, saying you believed in me." She choked on her words suddenly, hurriedly wiping her eyes while maintaining her smile. "I'm unworthy of a friend like you, but I still wanted to see you one last time. Apart from you, there's no one else I can bid farewell to." Jiang Li replied, "You also warned me for my safety specially." Cheng Yan paused, then smiled. Tears finally couldn't be held back any longer, and they began streaming down her face. "Jiang Li, thank you." After pondering for a moment, Jiang Li asked another question, "Where do you plan to go after leaving?" Cheng Yan pressed her hand to her chest. Beneath her clothes lay the jade pendant carved by Cheng Jixian, warm and heated from her body. She smiled and said, "I want to leave Central Plains and visit Western regions, following the path my father once took. Perhaps someone there will tell me stories about him." Jiang Li nodded his head. "Don't hold you up. You should catch up with your companions." Cheng Yan took a deep breath, gave him a bow as many wandering martial artists would, cheerfully declaring, "With tall mountains and long rivers, may we meet again if fate permits." "With fate, may we meet again." Jiang Li looked at her and said. Cheng Yan smiled, turned around and walked off. Her water-red skirts fluttered up, showing no trace of regret. Jiang Li also turned around and quickly rushed into the mountain hollow, walking in the opposite direction from her. Upon spotting the scattered figures of his group, Jiang Li slowed his steps, involuntarily looking back once. The woods in the mountains were bleak, empty, and devoid of people. In the distance, the sky was vast and clouds floated expansively. Chapter 69. As Jiang Li had just caught up with the group, Qi Chaoshi, who deliberately lagged behind, turned around and asked in a low voice, "Cheng Yan?" Jiang Li nodded. "Successfully resolved?" Jiang Li subconsciously wanted to say something but caught sight of other martial artists nearby. Thus, he nodded again, and Qi Chaoshi stopped asking further, drew back his gaze, and ended this brief exchange. Having been startled by the whistle that echoed through the mountains, almost all members of the Seven Kill sect rushed to the source of the sound for support. The number of enemies along the way was decreasing gradually, and the sounds of fighting ahead were becoming increasingly clear, indicating that Jiang Lan's team of 22 people was getting closer to their destination. The scattered martial artists naturally gathered back into the team and sped up their pace. Finally, they saw a chaotic battlefield. To the south end of the mountain hollow, the trees were more sparse, making it rather open and providing a clear view of the battle situation. Shen Jiyan was trapped in the center of the Seven Kill formation, struggling to break free. Other martial artists had been fighting the Seven Kill sect for quite a while but hadn't yet broken through the defense lines. They were all battered and clearly hadn't gained any advantage, but upon closer inspection, it could be seen that they didn't have serious wounds either. After one glance, Jiang Lan's team quickly locked onto their target. Behind the defense line of the Seven Kill sect stood a woman dressed in a brown hunting suit. She wielded a python-patterned leather whip, creating fierce winds as she viciously drove away martial artists attempting to break through her defenses. She also occasionally shouted orders, obviously serving as the leader on the field in the absence of Shaolinyu, the head of the Seven Kill sect. It is often said that to catch the thief, you must first catch the king. If this woman in hunting gear were captured, half the plan to crush the Seven Kill sect would already be accomplished, even if she wouldn't give up easily. With the situation under control, they could then wait for Shen Shenxi of the Green Mountain sect to arrive with reinforcements. From the very beginning of planning this strategy, Shen Jiyan had never intended to rely solely on these townsfolk to completely exterminate the Seven Kill sect. After all, they were numerous and strong, an all-out fight might only lead to mutual destruction, ultimately giving the Bisha sect, lurking in the shadows, an opportunity to reap the benefits. Therefore, the key to the plan lay in waiting for the right moment. Shen Jiyan's team didn't aim for victory, so they always held back, swiftly dodging at the slightest risk. Consequently, their injuries weren't severe. The female hunter in charge of the Seven Kill sect did consider counterattacking to eliminate them, but fearing it might be a ploy to lure them away from the mountain hollow, she hesitated to let the sect members leave. As a result, her men couldn't enjoy a decisive fight nor retreat freely, which exhausted their patience, and even the female hunter's tone when issuing commands grew more irritable. It was a perfect time to strike. Our turn. Jiang Lanes shouted softly. Almost simultaneously, Qi Chaoxi, Jiang Li, and Meng Sifan launched a direct attack on the female hunter, while two disciples of the Green Mountain sect rushed to help Shen Jian, who was trapped by the 7-kill formation. Jiang Lanes and the rest of the martial artists also dashed forward, impacting the utterly unprepared rear side of the 7-kill sect. When Shen Jian's group noticed their arrival, they all cheered and instantly became spirited. Startled, the female hunter abruptly turned around. Her long whip whistled and spun rapidly before unleashing a sharp crack, resembling a deafening thunderclap directed towards Qi Chaoxi and the others. Meng Sifan blocked the attack with his sword. A clash of force resulted in a resounding metallic sound, vibrating the blade slightly. However, Jiang Li, being shorter, ducked swiftly to avoid the whip above his head. Although his cheek was inevitably grazed by the fierce wind of the whip, he managed to flash forward toward the female hunter. Qing Shuang Jian, the frosty blade, swiftly followed his movements. The female hunter took rapid steps back and attempted to swing the whip back into position, but unexpectedly a resisting force was transmitted through the whip. It turned out that Qi Chaoxi had counter-twisted the whip with his sword, holding it steadily. This pulled the female hunter to a halt, forcing her to decisively release her whip and spin aside to dodge the incoming frosty blade. The whip soon landed into Qi Chaoxi's hands. He immediately swung it, blocking the female hunter's escape route. Jiang Li then swiftly followed with another strike. The female hunter suddenly leapt up, landing her shoe tip on the sword blade. Not only was she unharmed, but she also used the momentum to ascend gracefully and soar far away. Upon seeing this, Meng Sifan grabbed a bow and arrow from a nearby martial artist in one swift motion, completing the action seamlessly and releasing the arrow like a streaking meteor chasing after her. The female hunter emitted a cold snort and twisted her body mid-air, skillfully evading the arrow. However, her waist suddenly tightened as the whip found its chance and wrapped firmly around her torso. In the next moment, she was mercilessly yanked down, falling back onto the withered grass. Before she could react further, the Qing Shuang Jian was already pressing against her pale neck. She was successfully captured. At the same time, the two disciples of the Green Mountain sect succeeded in prying open a crack in the 7-kill formation. Inside the array, Shen Jian rushed towards the focal point of the formation. His sword's energy was vast and overwhelming, splitting the earth like cutting through mountains in an instant. The formation broke abruptly. Just as the situation was turning in their favor, a sudden gust of wind brought with it countless black pellets, each as large as a fist, flying out from nowhere and densely blanketing the sky like an ominous black rain. Everyone on the scene reacted differently, either blocking or dodging. However, these black pellets exploded into pale purple smoke upon contact with any weapon or when they hit the ground. The smoke quickly spread in thick clouds, enveloping both the 7-kill sect and all the martial artists present. The sweet, cloying scent invaded everyone's nostrils, inducing a dreamlike daze. As the sensation overwhelmed their minds, they gradually felt lethargic and powerless. Some stumbled and fell, while others tried to resist but soon found themselves sitting helplessly on the ground. When the eerie purple mist slowly dispersed, black-clad Banruo cult members emerged from what was once an open forest area, far outnumbering those seen earlier at the Mountain Immortal Cave. They stood silently, exuding an overwhelming presence akin to dark clouds about to crush the city below. Shen Jian hadn't anticipated the Banruo cult's appearance. They seemed completely unaffected by the smoke, whereas he himself was feeling limp and weak, barely able to kneel with his sword supporting him. Straining to search, he failed to find the familiar figure he sought. A sharp whistle suddenly pierced through the air as a feather-tipped arrow shot past the crowd, aiming directly at Jiang Li. Jiang Li had collapsed on his knees, though in his semi-conscious state, he could still see the arrow rapidly approaching. He tried to dodge but his body betrayed him, refusing to move. As the arrow closed in, a longsword suddenly flashed like lightning next to Jiang Li, cutting the arrow cleanly in half and sending it harmlessly to the ground. Weak cries of astonishment echoed. That person is still capable of movement. He's called Lu. Lu something. Why isn't he affected? Who exactly is he? Qi Chaoxi withdrew his sword and glanced toward the opposite side, where the leader Ningyu was watching with a calm smile. This pale purple smoke was, in fact, the Banruo cult's signature toxic incense. The cult members were immune to its effects due to constant exposure and cleansing rituals, and Qi Chaoxi was naturally familiar with this as well. Amidst the sprawled-out figures resembling fallen reeds, Qi Chaoxi slowly rose to his feet. Ningyu took 2 steps forward and bowed deeply in great respect. Ningyu previously did not know that Qi Chaoxi was your public alias. I have offended unintentionally. Please forgive me, Left Guardian. As his words faded, the Banruo cult members behind him all knelt in unison, paying their respects. Left Guardian. Jiang Lanes, clutching his throbbing head, heard this title for more than the first time. Not too far away, Meng Sifan widened his eyes dramatically and reacted most strongly. What? You're Qi Chaoxi. Other martial artists fell into even greater confusion, their dizziness making it hard to piece things together immediately. Jiang Li furrowed his brows and looked up at Qi Chaoxi, who merely smiled calmly. You want to sow discord, why not come up with a more sophisticated plan? Ningyu chuckled lightly. The Right Guardian merely instructed me to wait here for you and revealed nothing else. There's no need for such vigilance on your part. But since these righteous sects are now caught in our net, I assume you've won this bet. With this statement, the gathered martial artists finally realized the truth: he truly is Chi Chaoxi. Is Chi Chaoxi a mole sent by the Banruo cult? Chi Chaoxi's eyebrows slightly lifted as he pondered how to respond. Suddenly, a cold glint streaked close, and the Qing Shuang Jian pressed against his throat. Chi Chaoxi froze, carefully turning his head to look. Jiang Li. With one hand holding the sword and the other supporting Chi Chaoxi's shoulder, Jiang Li struggled to rise. His eyes locked firmly on Ningyu in the distance. He sensed the efficacy of the purple smoke was weaker than the incense commonly lit within the Banruo cult chambers. Slowly recovering his strength, he shouted, "Since he is the left guardian, clear the way or I will kill him." Ningyu narrowed his eyes slightly and whispered with a low chuckle, "Fast reaction indeed." If he let them pass, these righteous sects would escape, but if he refused, the respectful demeanor he had shown before would be wasted. Chi Chaoxi stared at Jiang Li's profile, throat tightening as he remained silent. The others held their tongues, waiting for developments, until Tianmen sect's Du Heng became puzzled. Isn't that young man mute? That's Jiang Li, Chi Chaoxi's apprentice. Meng Sifan angrily pounded her fist into the grass, helpless and enraged. We've been deceived by their disguises. Meanwhile, Ningyu was deliberating on his response when a voice suddenly sounded from behind him, "Then let them go." He turned around and saw the black-clad followers parting to either side. The current right guardian, Yin Huaishu, appeared calmly with a smile on his face. Of course, the safety of the left guardian is always our top priority. Ningyu paused for a moment, gestured, and the followers once again spread out to both sides, fully clearing a rather wide path. When Yin Huaishu appeared, Shen Jian could no longer take his eyes off him. He suppressed his breathing but could clearly hear his own heartbeat. Unfortunately, the other side didn't glance at him even once but instead looked at Chi Chaoxi with great interest. "Left guardian, our bet still counts. Once you've thought it over, feel free to come find me anytime." At the end of his words, Yin Huaishu tilted his head slightly, showing an extremely suggestive smile, then also stepped aside to let them pass. Shen Jian was stunned and involuntarily turned to look at Chi Chaoxi. Chi Chaoxi sighed inwardly, feeling as if he had 100 mouths yet none could explain his predicament, and acutely sensed that Jiang Li's grip on the sword tightened due to that sentence. But in the end, Jiang Li simply said briefly, "Let's go." He didn't lower his sword but continued walking outward in a coercive manner, still holding Chi Chaoxi hostage. The Banruo cult truly did not interfere, allowing them to pass by without any hindrance, and Yin Huaishu and Ningyu were even smiling while seeing them off. The rest of the martial artists similarly felt their bodies slowly regaining control. They looked around, hesitant and cautious, seemingly unable to believe that they could escape so easily. Still, it was Shen Jian who took the lead, making the decision: we should follow them. These martial artists gradually stood up, cautiously and tentatively keeping pace with Jiang Li and Chi Chaoxi. Astonishingly, the Banruo cult showed no reaction, just letting the prey slip away from their grasp bit by bit. As they passed each other, Shen Jian glanced at Yin Huaishu again. The moment their eyes met, Yin Huaishu immediately turned away coldly. Shen Jian pressed his lips together, considering the safety of those behind him who trusted him, and ultimately said nothing. On the 7-kill sect side, someone wanted to stand up but was shouted down by the hunting-dressed woman. "Stay where you are," she ordered, and then leisurely reclined on the ground, glancing at Yin Huaishu. Yin Huaishu withdrew his gaze and remarked casually, "The 7-kill sect hasn't obtained the Bai sword yet, otherwise, they would have retreated long ago. Ignore them. At this point, Chi Chaoxi's life is far more crucial." In the mountain forest, Jiang Li, silently walking at the front, suddenly looked back, seeing that everyone had walked a distance. He then retracted his gaze. Chi Chaoxi had been wanting to say something during the walk, just about to question when he unexpectedly felt Jiang Li quietly grasp his hand hidden under the sleeve. Chi Chaoxi's heart stirred momentarily, and he couldn't help but silently laugh. His fingers loosened, interlocking with Jiang Li's. There was no obvious change in their postures, they continued stepping forward steadily. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Jiang Li abruptly pulled back the Qing Shuang Jian from Chi Chaoxi's throat. Both leaped into the air simultaneously, exerting their lightness skills to the utmost, drifting away like willow catkins carried by the breeze. The group of martial artists behind hadn't reacted in time to the sudden change. Meng Sifan screamed, "Don't let them escape. Chase them quickly." Realizing what was happening, the martial artists rushed forward hastily, causing a rustling sound through the trees. The Banruo cult members prepared to pursue, but Yin Huaishu raised his hand to stop them. "No need. None of them will be able to escape." Full of doubts, the cult members still sought confirmation from Hall Master Ningyu despite the right guardian's confident stance. Ningyu lightly nodded, indicating for them to wait as commanded, then turned towards Yin Huaishu with an ambiguous sigh. "I've heard that the second young master of Qing Shan sect has never forgotten you, right guardian? But seeing how he kept staring at you just now, I realized how inadequate words are in describing such deep-rooted feelings." "What do you mean?" "There's one thing I can't figure out." Ningyu smiled faintly. "Your last remark to the left guardian, was it aimed at using Shen'er's affection for you to drive him against the left guardian? Or were you trying to make Shen'er utterly lose hope in you, thus cutting ties completely?" Yin Huaishu looked at him expressionlessly, and after a long pause, whispered lowly, "Ningyu, you're clever enough already. So don't act overly smart." Hearing this, Ningyu smiled, took a step back, and politely bowed. It was presumptuous of me. Chapter 70. Qi Chaoshi and Jiangli continued to flee forward, still holding hands tightly, even gripping each other harder. The fierce wind rushed past their ears, yet they could still hear each other's labored breathing. As they were about to leave the foothills jungle behind, there appeared to be some traces between the gaps of the trees ahead. Qi Chaoshi pulled Jiangli to a stop and swung her sword forward, cutting through a dense web of thin threads that fluttered down like spider silk. Qinsi string, Qi Chaoshi realized, Branruo sect has another setup ahead. No wonder Yin Huaishu let us go so easily and didn't send anyone to chase us. Jiangli was panting heavily, his body bent over as he struggled to catch his breath. The toxicity from the smoke had not fully subsided, and his unrestrained use of lightness kung fu had exhausted all his energy, leaving him in a weakened state. Qi Chaoshi glanced at his complexion and then looked towards the towering mountains beside them. She said, the toxicity of the smoke is weaker than that of burning incense, it should dissipate within an hour or so. We have ambushes ahead and pursuers behind. Breaking through forcefully would be too dangerous. Instead, we should hide in the mountain, delay our time, and wait until you recover before we move on. Jiangli turned his head and glanced towards the mountain hollow direction. Faintly, he could already see those martial artists coming after them. He nodded and said, all right. Thus, Qi Chaoshi let go of the hand she held with him. Without waiting for Jiangli to react, she scooped him up horizontally into her arms. Suddenly becoming airborne, Jiangli almost froze in place, but without hesitation, Qi Chaoshi leapt nimbly towards the mountain. The surrounding forest and trees quickly flew by, blurring into shadows. In his chestnut embrace, Jiangli felt awkward and eventually uneasily wrapped his arms around her neck, hoping to help her save strength. They darted through the deep woods and old trees, and faintly heard the sound of flowing water from afar. Then, before them stretched a fiery red maple forest. As they ventured deeper, they discovered a hidden and secluded cavern concealed within. We can rest here for a while. Even if those martial artists come chasing, they won't recklessly enter the mountain cave. Qi Chaoshi firmly stabilized herself, looking down and catching sight of Jiang Li's red-tipped ears, couldn't help but smile lightly, lowering her voice, she teased, we've already kissed. Why are you shy when I just carry you? Jiang Li became even more uncomfortable, I'm not. Qi Chaoshi laughed heartily, her mood suddenly lifting as she instinctively embraced him tightly and spun in place. Looking at the surroundings filled with the continuous red maples resembling clouds, she remarked, Jiang Li, don't you feel like this is eloping? Leaving everything and everyone far behind us, from now on, we no longer have to care about anything else, there will only be the two of us in this world. Jiang Li's hand on her shoulder tightened at her words. Raising his eyes to meet hers, after a pause, he softly replied, set me down. Qi Chaoshi stopped mid-step, the playful grin fading from her face as she set Jiang Li back onto the ground. Not saying anything further, the two moved one after the other into the cave's deepest recesses, finding a relatively flat spot to sit down. Complete silence followed, with only their gradually steadying breaths audible. Jiang Li intended to cultivate energy and heal his injuries to recover quickly, but all his thoughts centered on the person beside him. He simply couldn't concentrate. After a few futile attempts, he finally gave up. Regret began to well up inside Jiang Li. They'd worked hard to ease the tension between them, only for him to ruin the moment with a single word. Gathering himself, he tentatively voiced out, you. When I was 18 years old, my mother made me leave the Branruo sect to gain experience in the mortal world and make connections with righteous forces of the martial world. Qi Chaoshi unexpectedly spoke. Jiang Li stopped speaking, merely humming in acknowledgement, signaling that he was listening. That same year, I participated in Tiangmen sect's sword trial conference, befriended Shui Lu, and interacted with many righteous sections. Although I barely remember any of them now, I do recall those were indeed free and joyful days. When the year ended and I returned to the Branruo sect, legends of my one sword pierces the Tiangmen had spread throughout the jianghu. My mother was the previous left protector of the Branruo sect, and the initial search for the Changxing Ju was also a task entrusted by the former leader to her. That day, she waited for me to return in the hall, dressed in luxurious attire, beautifully made up. I didn't know she had taken poison, and I excitedly told her about what I saw in the mortal world below, only to watch her die right there in my arms. Jiang Li looked at her, but the dim cave made it impossible to clearly see Qi Chaoshi's expression. Only her eyes remained visible. My mother said she was sorry to have born me into the Branruo sect, so she granted me freedom, ensuring that I would never be coerced because of her again, allowing me to leave this den of demons forever. Qi Chaoshi's tone was calm and emotionless, but I did not leave. Instead, I sat there motionless until the former sect master arrived with others. Why didn't you leave? Jiang Li asked. I don't know where to go. Qi Chaoshi paused for a moment, repeating stubbornly, I don't know where to go. My mother is dead, and I am but a rootless drifter in this world. Isn't it all the same wherever I am? Did you miss her a lot? Qi Chaoshi didn't look at him, she only stared into the dark void, as if gazing at some unknown distance far away. During these 10 years, sometimes I missed her, but most of the time, I hated her. Jiang Li was slightly startled. I hate that she made decisions on her own, hate that she left me alone. Jiang Li picked up on the implication in his words and said softly, she just wanted the best for you. Wanted the best for me, so she could leave without guilt. Should I be grateful for her sacrifice? Is this even a reason? She died for me, does that mean I must accept it? Qi Chaoshi finally looked at Jiangli, her eyes bright despite the dimness. Why should I? Jiangli fell silent, speechless. Why do you feel entitled to make decisions for me? Why do you think you can decide what losing everything is supposed to be for my good? Why, for my sake or wanting not to harm me, have you never asked me what I truly desire? Jiangli felt a lump of bitterness rising, struggling to say, what do you want? You. Qi Chaoshi answered without hesitation, I want you. Jiangli closed his eyes tightly, unable to speak any further. As if all the pent-up blood within his chest had been spit out, Qi Chaoshi suddenly became very exhausted. Leaning back against the cave wall, she said, ever since I learned the truth about Changxing in Loxia Valley, I've been thinking about how to resolve the counter-reaction within your body. And indeed, I eventually figured out something. What? Qi Chaoshi smiled faintly. According to Elder Shugu, your family hasn't tried the method of abandoning martial arts. Besides cherishing one's inner strength as a martial artist, there's also the tight connection between Changxing and bloodline. There's worry it may cause more severe repercussions. But I couldn't help but wonder. Could giving up your skills be the way forward? I possess excellent medicine to support the heart channels and can use my powers to protect you. The worst outcome might be the rupture of your tendons and becoming a useless cripple who cannot take care of yourself, but you would still live. Perhaps, you depend on me even more. Naturally, I'd exact revenge on the Banya sect for you and help retrieve your sword Wui. He didn't even care about Jiang Li's reaction and continued talking. On this journey, I had countless thoughts about it. On the day before the fairy cave, the words I didn't finish were meant to persuade you to give up your kung fu and internal force. Later, when you were unconscious in the inn with serious injuries, I almost acted already. Why didn't I? Maybe I feared you wouldn't agree, or that you would blame me. Then, I could act much more wickedly by setting a trap and using the Banya sect to eliminate your martial abilities before swooping in to rescue you, leaving it flawless. You might never discover I was behind it all. Jiangli listened silently, merely responding, you won't do it. Qi Chaoshi froze for a moment, then laughed bitterly, completely helpless, you're right. I can't bring myself to do it. So now, I'm utterly without a solution. That day when I found out you were going to leave without saying goodbye, aside from feeling panicked and angry, I had no idea what I could do to really keep you. That powerless feeling reminded me of the time my mother died in my arms. Qi Chaoshi looked at him, his voice lowered almost like a plea, Jiangli, could you please tell me, how exactly can I hold on to you? Jiangli choked on his own sobs, unable to contain himself any longer. He directly threw himself onto Qi Chaoshi, rushing forward to kiss him, hurried and disordered. Teeth clashed and lips met clumsily, without form or rhythm, yet full of exertion, as if only this way could he convey to the other the indescribable emotions boiling within him. Qi Chaoshi raised his hand gently to the nape of his neck, touching the warm flow of blood beneath his skin, then closed his eyes, devoting himself entirely to this kiss. Jiang Li's agitation and near helplessness slowly calmed under his caresses. Gradually, their pace slowed down. They sucked each other's lips lightly, tongues entwined, even their breathing mingled. When they parted breathlessly, Qi Chaoshi remained leaning against the stone wall, tilting his head upward while staring at Jiang Li straddling him, asking softly, did I catch you? I caught you. Jiang Li paused for a second, deliberately adding, I do care about you. This rare statement carried an undertone of grievance. It was abrupt, in response to Qi Chaoshi's earlier words. Clearly, it had stuck in Jiang Li's heart until this moment, finally finding the opportunity to refute it. I was wrong, what I said was wrong. Qi Chaoshi instantly softened, his heart aching, and pulled Jiang Li back into his arms tightly, enclosing him as if to lock him in with his own body. He lightly kissed Jiang Li's earlobe and whispered, I know, the person you care about most is me, and the one you like the most is also me. You. At this, the heat rose from Jiang Li's ears all the way to his face, making him uncomfortable as he muttered, you're not embarrassed. Or what? Qi Chaoshi asked, if not me, then who else could it be? Jiang Li thought for a moment and replied, no one. Qi Chaoshi chuckled softly, their chests vibrating slightly as they touched each other. Jiang Li closed his eyes and rested his head on Qi Chaoshi's shoulder, reaching out to embrace him. In the dimness, they embraced, sharing warmth in the damp and cold cave. They didn't say anything more, nor did they do anything further, only listening quietly to each other's steady heartbeats, one after another, strong and reassuring, as if elongating the moment into eternity. After an unknown length of time, far outside the cave came overlapping footsteps, those chasing behind them had found this place. Jiang Li opened his eyes, feeling that his internal strength had recovered about 30 or 40%. He asked, should we break out now? Qi Chaoshi shook his head, smiling meaningfully. This is a rare opportunity. What kind of opportunity? A chance to clear our names. Otherwise, even if we fight our way out now, we'd still be chased by both factions across the whole world of martial arts. Qi Chaoshi inclined his chin toward the outside. Look, there are so many people waiting for us to make an appearance. It's too good an opportunity to miss. Right at that moment, Shen Jian's cautious voice came from outside the cave, is it Qi Daxia and Young Jiang inside? We have no ill intentions, we merely want to ascertain the facts and hope you will come out and talk. Alright, I also have something to say. Qi Chaoshi raised his voice in response, then gave Jiangli a look of reassurance before pulling him up together and walking out of the cave calmly. Their easy appearance made the encircled martial artists around the cave alert immediately. They tightened their grips on their weapons, prepared for any unexpected moves. Shen Jiyan, standing at the front, also looked carefully at them but heard Qi Chaoshi directly ask, "Second young master Shen, has your father, sect leader Shen, mentioned the name Qi Qiubai to you?" Qi Qiubai? Shen Jiyan was slightly surprised. Yes, indeed. He was a disciple of my Green Mountain sect and my father's close junior brother. Unfortunately, he died young due to the Banya sect. By the time Shen Jiyan finished speaking, he had already realized something. Jiangli noticed that Qi Chaoshi exhaled subtly in relief, looking confused when he caught sight of his slight smile and words, "That's right, Qi Qiubai is my father." Shen Jiyan hadn't yet understood why Qi Chaoshi mentioned this, but Meng Sifan from Tianmen sect interjected, "Second young master, don't trust Qi Chaoi's words. If just the claims from the Banya sect can't prove his identity, then simply rip open his shirt and check if he has the protector's tattoo of the Banya sect. We absolutely mustn't let him confuse everyone with his clever tongue." Others quickly echoed in agreement, thinking it was a direct and clear method. Without changing expression, Qi Chaoshi lifted his hand and pulled open his collar. Beneath his clavicle, the intricate floral patterns of the tattoo were revealed, vividly red. Without waiting for their reaction, he pressed his fingers hard onto it and suddenly exerted force. His fingertips sank into his flesh and tore a blood-soaked wound downwards, destroying the tattoo. "What are you doing?" Jiangli grabbed his arm urgently. Shen Jiyan was shocked for a moment, while the other martial artists outside suddenly fell silent. Even Meng Sifan gaped, utterly forgetting what to say next, only staring stunned at his bloodied fingers. A muscle in Qi Chaoshi's temple twitched involuntarily, cold sweat dripping down non-stop from his forehead, already soaking his temples. He took a deep breath, patted Jiang Li's hand gently to calm him, and then leaned his arm on Jiang Li's shoulder for support. Jiang Li anxiously stared at his bleeding clavicle, knowing this wasn't the time to interrupt. He struggled to contain his emotions and reached out to hold him steady. Qi Chaoshi's voice remained stable as he sighed, "It's time to reveal the truth." "We're all ears," Shen Jiyan nodded to him. "As all of you can see, I am indeed the left guardian of the Banya sect. These past years, I've wandered aimlessly, commissioned by the old sect leader to search for the whereabouts of the longevity secret. However, what no one knows is that my parents were both victims of the Banya sect. I endured within their ranks, unable to mix with those wicked ones, living a life filled with anguish, constantly seeking an escape. Later, I finally found it, which was the famous sword gathering at Dongting Mountain." "What does he mean by that? What opportunity?" The martial artists in the crowd listened but were lost, glancing at each other in confusion. Qi Chaoyi said, "At that time, we moved up the mountain due to the insect infestation. I personally requested to watch over Banya sect's female demon, Helan, and Lord Shen should still remember this incident. In the sect, I always dressed in black, so most people did not recognize my real identity. Though I failed to stop them from rescuing Helan, I managed to kill one of their sect members. They set fire to the straw barn when they retreated, and it was then I realized the chance had come. I switched appearances with one of the Banya sect members and even left behind my sword, only wishing to fake my death and retire to the mountains, never again asking about worldly affairs. To ensure everything went perfectly, I didn't even inform my disciple." Qi Chaoyi sighed, but the problem arose here. I underestimated his innocence. I never imagined that he would open the coffin and steal the corpse to bring me back to life. Jiang Li couldn't help but glance at him, concealing his astonishment and refraining from questioning aloud. However, someone shouted anxiously, "So what you're saying is that the rumors in the martial world are true? Jiang Li indeed obtained the longevity secret?" Everyone present immediately became more alert, eagerly awaiting his response. Qi Chaoyi smirked faintly and shook his head, regarding his act of stealing the body. "It's true, many have witnessed it themselves, but as for acquiring the longevity secret, it's absurd nonsense. As I mentioned, I am alive, how then could it be related to reviving me through the longevity secret? Moreover, this technique is a precious treasure long sought after in the martial world, yet very few have heard of it over the years. Why would a novice just entering the scene expect to easily obtain it?" After everyone reflected on it, they found his logic sound, nodding repeatedly in agreement. Still, someone asked, "But he used the techniques of Master Jiang Luming. That was witnessed by many too, wasn't it?" Qi Chaoyi smiled again, "Wasn't it already explained earlier? I've spent many years searching for the clues of the longevity secret, naturally studying much about Master Jiang Luming along the way. Occasionally gaining the essence of one or two moves, learning and imitating them, it's bound to have some similarities." Upon hearing this, Jiang Li could hardly suppress the slight curl of his lips. That man remained skeptical. "What you mean is, you taught these techniques to your disciple, and you know them too?" Qi Chaoyi leisurely glanced down at his newly stopped bleeding wound, still muddled with blood and flesh, and asked, "Would you like me to demonstrate right now?" Realizing his words were inappropriate, the man shut his mouth grumpily. The truth is, I heard about the theft of the corpse and promptly found Jiangli to explain everything, Chi Chaoyi continued. Then I learned about the resurrection events in Pingchuan town, and there were signs of the sword without doubt, so we came together. But with rumors flying around, both master and apprentice struggled to clear our names, fearing trouble, thus disguising ourselves and dealing with all of you under false names, not harboring any dark schemes. Jiang Lanja, mixed in the crowd, remained clueless until this point, realizing Chi Chaoyi was clearing Jiang Li's association with the longevity secret and covering up the reality. Given that even Chi Chaoyi's left guardian identity didn't seem problematic as Jiang Li showed no concern and destroyed his tattoo willingly, Jiang Lanja clapped his hands and shouted loudly, "Ah! Now everything makes sense." A nearby Tianmen sect member, Du Heng, turned his head towards him and hurriedly asked, "What makes sense?" Jiang Lanja initially wanted to echo in agreement but didn't expect to be questioned directly, stammering for a moment, forcing himself to think and say, "It's just. I see." Jiang Young Master and Prince Ji met us along the way, chatted happily and decided to come along. Chi Chaoyi interjected, "We also often acted together, and he knew well that during these days, I had no connection with the Banya sect whatsoever." "Right, exactly what I mean," Jiang Lanja quickly nodded. Shen Jiyan withdrew his gaze from Jiang Lanja, pondered for a moment, realizing there were no obvious flaws in Chi Chaoyi's words, and cautiously asked, "So according to you, what the Banya sect said earlier was intended to sow discord?" "Lord Shen, his statements may not necessarily be truthful." Meng Sifan interrupted sharply, just verbally claiming that a deceased predecessor of the Qing Shan sect was his father. Who can verify that? Who knows if it's genuine or merely coincidental surname fabrication to gain sympathy and absolve his deception? The onlookers, upon hearing this, wavered indecisively once more. Chi Chaoshi drew his sword and held it horizontally in front of him, speaking calmly, "Dean Shen must recognize this sword, which naturally can prove that everything I've said is true." Shen Jiyan scrutinized the sword carefully. It was slender with an inner radiance, its blade flowing with a cold sapphire hue, undoubtedly a world-class weapon. However, there were strange scratches on the hilt, obscuring the original inscriptions. Shen Jiyan gestured downward to quiet the surrounding murmurs and made a decision. "Since that's the case, would Qi please accompany us back to the Qing Shan sect? Let my father ascertain the truth. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, I will temporarily take custody of this sword and ensure you're closely monitored along the way. I hope you understand." This was to guard against him stalling for time and finding another chance to escape. Chi Chaoshi simply smiled without concern, "Understood." Shen Jiyan turned back to address everyone. "Does anyone have any objections?" This arrangement was highly appropriate, even Meng Sifan could find no fault, leaving the rest thoroughly reassured. Without delay, Chi Chaoshi sheathed the sword and tossed it over. Shen Jiyan caught the sword and courteously gestured aside, "Please come with me." But before Chi Chaoshi and Jiang Li could move, a voice seemed to drift down from afar, tinged with ambiguous mirth. "Don't rush off just yet. The best part is only just beginning." Chapter 71. This voice sounded quite strange, seeming distant yet near, impossible to trace its source, seemingly faint yet every word was clear. Everyone was startled and turned around to look but only saw the vast expanse of mountain forest. There. Meng Sifan of the Heavenly Gateway sect pointed towards the distance. Although he had been poisoned blind in one eye, his vision remained sharp. A vague figure stood on the spindly tip of a tall tree. They couldn't discern its exact features, but the voice was not unfamiliar. Shen Jiyan couldn't help furrowing her brows. "Qin Yao. What good play?" The voice beside her drowned out her words. "Didn't you say you'd let us go? It seems the devilish sect indeed has no honor." "Let you go?" Yin Huaishu let out a soft laugh. "If it weren't for Left Guardian's meticulous performance, how would we have lured all of you up the mountain? Here is where your graves will be prepared." The faces of all the martial arts world people changed dramatically as they looked at Chi Chaoshi once again with suspicion. Chi Chaoshi also smiled and said, "Yin Huaishu, rather than sowing discord against me, why don't we talk about how you became the right guardian?" He didn't even give Yin Huaishu the chance to respond before continuing. "When Ibu passed away, the position of the right guardian became vacant. You lost your biggest threat but also your only support. Among the 4 hall masters, neither in terms of seniority nor martial arts skills should this seat fall to you. The only possibility is that you switched sides to depend on the elder sect leader. But since my identity has been exposed within the sect, the current condition of the elder sect leader must not be good, or he might already be dead. And if young Master Pei Zhao takes control, you will have absolutely no value left, having chosen the wrong side. He surely wouldn't leave you behind. This is your last chance, take my head back and submit it, otherwise, both you and your sister are destined to die." After Chi Chaoshi paused momentarily without hearing a response, he chuckled, "Did I guess correctly?" Hearing these words, Shen Jiyan gazed astonishingly at the indistinct figure far away. "Young Master recognizes talent well and has always favored both me and my sister. There's no need to worry, Left Guardian, when this time you help me remove the righteous ones, after returning to the sect, I naturally will request rewards for you." Yin Huaishu's tone remained calm. "Favored?" Chi Chaoshi reflected on this term. "You handed over your own sister to Pei Zhao. Then she must be living worse than death." For a moment, Yin Huaishu didn't answer, so Qi Chaoxi deliberately provoked, and anyway, since she is blind, she's just extra baggage anyway. Congratulations, you've finally decided to get rid of this burden. Jiang Li couldn't help but glance at Qi Chaoxi. The latter reassured him with a smile, indicating that he should keep listening. Qi Chaoxi, indeed, Yin Huaishu's voice returned colder, you're digging your own grave. Qi Chaoxi burst into laughter, causing his collarbone wound to twinge painfully. Guardian Yin, aren't you going to continue talking about rewards? I'll personally sever your head, and bring it to claim the reward. Qi Chaoxi glanced around and felt increasingly uneasy. Why don't you act? What are you waiting for? Yin Huaishu sneered, aren't you curious why I chose this place to be your graveyard? The group of martial artists grew even more perplexed. The place he selected? Weren't we the ones chasing after him? Some wonder whether Qi Chaoxi and him conspired together. If not, how could it be said he chose the location? Unable to bear it any longer, someone asked loudly, just say what you mean. Why did you choose this place for our burial grounds? The poison mist wasn't very effective. The mountain terrain is wide open, so it dissipated quickly. Even though you inhaled it and collapsed, powerless, you'll naturally recover within an hour. Such an obvious thing, if you can notice, how could I not? Would I be stupid enough to think a simple fog of poison could effortlessly wipe all of you out? I did let you go, but ahead, Hall Chief Yen Han blocked the road with others, and I was behind. Except for climbing up the mountain and awaiting recovery, do you really have a better choice? Using lightness kung fu on the way would deplete your strength. By the time you reach the top, you'll be completely exhausted, feeling safe and lowering your guard, exactly the right conditions for falling into the trap. The group from the martial world immediately raised their defenses and carefully searched everywhere, looking for traps among the dried grass and maple forests. Jiang Li also looked around rapidly but found nothing suspicious and gave a confused look at Qi Chaoxi. Although Yin Huaishu's argument made sense, how could he foresee the temporary hiding spot Qi Chaoxi and Jiang Li chose, and prearranged traps there? Making things overly mysterious. Meng Sifan angrily grunted, remembering the vendetta for his blindness. Again, he snatched a bow and arrow from someone nearby, needing no aim. With full force, he drew the string fully and released. In a flash, the arrow zipped through the air like lightning towards the blurred silhouette. Shen Jiyan was startled but could not intervene in time. However, the arrow effortlessly pierced through the figure, causing it to flutter and descend with the momentum, revealing it was merely a cloak. The group of martial artists was greatly shocked. How could this be? Jiang Lanes blinked hard. I clearly saw someone standing there just now. It's a minor trick, meant only to draw your attention. Yin Huaishu's voice rang out again, growing increasingly ethereal and indistinct, hauntingly reverberating amidst the fiery red maple forest, as if lingering like an unfading ghost. The group of martial artists couldn't help but lose their bearings completely, thoroughly disoriented. Qi Chaoxi also retracted his smile and was about to speak up for probing, when Yin Huaishu continued. I guess you're wondering now why I'm taking the trouble to explain all this to you. At that moment, suddenly, someone murmured, what a nice smell. What is this scent? Is there really a flower blooming on the mountain so close to winter? As these consecutive voices rose, Qi Chaoxi also caught a whiff of a faint fragrance, penetrating deep into the lungs. His heart sank as he raised his voice to shout, he's disturbing your focus, don't listen to his voice. But it was too late. The expressions of the martial artists grew vacant, their eyes losing focus as one by one they succumbed to daze, becoming unable to comprehend any further words. Yin Huaishu went on, the time has come, this is what I call effortless destruction. The faint fragrance became stronger, intoxicating and inducing drowsiness. Qi Chaoxi struggled to stay conscious, enduring his still aching wound, gripping Jiang Li's chin, meeting his eyes, leaning closer to whisper, remember my name. Before Jiang Li could react, it seemed Qi Chaoxi's pupils swirled into vortexes, almost hypnotic, all other sights and sounds fading away, leaving only the aroma around his nose intensifying, nearly suffocating, and with another blink, everything turned pitch black around him. Complete darkness surrounded him without even a glimmer of light. An overwhelming sense of anxiety and panic surged. Alone in this extreme darkness, Jiang Li stretched out his hand, touching nothing but an icy stone wall. His mind shook at the sensation. Then faintly, he heard echoes of fighting from the valley, while the vast emptiness of the stone chamber amplified his labored breathing. No. He lunged forward, desperately pounding against the stone wall. I don't want to hide here. Mother, let me out. Unknowingly, after a long while, the stone wall remained unyielding. Exhausted from exertion, his hands were split and bleeding, and his voice hoarse. Leaning his head against the cold wall, he collapsed in despair, drained of energy and hope. Yet something felt forgotten. Slowly lifting his head, Jiang Li met only infinite darkness. Still, as if enchanted, he tentatively spoke, Qi Chaoxi. This name echoed dimly within the room, making his heart jolt unexpectedly. A thin thread of memory danced evasively in his mind, beyond grasp, yet the strangeness became clearer gradually. Propping himself up with the wall, Jiang Li stood and looked around bewilderedly, raising his voice to call out, Qi Chaoxi. This time it wasn't empty silence, instead, a sharp, anguished cry answered him. Startled, he spun around, plunging into a dazzling white light. Once his eyes adjusted and he saw the scene before him, he instinctively staggered back a few steps in horror. In front of the towering temple halls atop the mountain, a large crowd of the Bana sect gathered ominously, their expressions varied, all looking up towards the same point. There stood 3 great vermilion archways. Atop the farthest archway hung a middle-aged man, nails driven through his clavicle, every bone in his body seemingly broken, his limbs limply hanging down, countless crows swirling and pecking at his disemboweled chest and stomach, blood chunks and flesh fragments falling to the ground, sticky and crimson. The man, however, was still alive, his eyes bulging, intermittently letting out inhuman screams. Jianghu forced down the rising nausea in his stomach, averting his gaze. He then noticed a boy of 7 or 8 years old standing at the forefront of the sect members, his head bowed, his chest heaving violently as though struggling to suppress the urge to vomit. The boy closed his eyes tightly, looking frightened and tormented. Between his brows, one could faintly see a resemblance to Qi Chaoxi. Before Jianghu could fully process this, the boy beside a woman was tightly embraced by her, who used her own body to shield him from the horrifying sight ahead. She cupped the boy's head with her hands and covered his ears. "Don't look anymore. Don't look anymore. Don't be afraid, mother's here, no one will punish you." The woman's profile was elegant, tears silently streaming down her face. "Good child, it's mother who has wronged you. It's mother who has wronged you." Just a flash, and the boy elongated into a kneeling youth, the former woman leaning in his arms. She reached out repeatedly caressing his cheeks, fresh blood flowing continuously from her smiling lips. Her stare at the young man gradually faded, but she stubbornly opened her mouth. "Qiu Bai, look, our son has grown up so much. Think back to when you were just born, so small, not even a loud cry, the wolf pups on the rear mountain were stronger than you. The Bana sect is a place that consumes people without mercy, and I originally thought you wouldn't survive in this sect, which is why I named you Xiaoxi, always reminding myself not to hope for too much. But who would have thought that you've grown up, so tall, handsome, and smart. Mother couldn't bear for you to be trapped in this den of devils anymore." The woman's voice gradually weakened as her hand fell, and her clothing was drenched in blood. The young man sat motionlessly where he was, still holding her, head lowered, making no movements or sounds, as if he had died along with her. Jiang Li's heart clenched painfully, shouting loudly, "Qi Xiaoxi." The young man moved slightly, slowly turning his head, his expression filled with confusion and helplessness that Jiang Li had never seen before. Despite the muddled state of his mind, unable to fully comprehend the situation, in an instant, Jiang Li didn't care about anything else. He rushed toward Qi Xiaoxi in large strides, lunging forward and hugging him tightly with all his might. At the moment their warm bodies collided, it felt like an invisible barrier shattered, and suddenly chaotic voices surged into his ears. Jiang Li opened his eyes and saw the fiery red maple forest. Jiang Li gradually became more aware, recalling where and when they were. The body in his embrace was breathing heavily, as if having just escaped from a nightmare. Qi Xiaoxi raised his hand and almost viciously pulled Jiang Li closer to his chest, pressing his chin tightly against Jiang Li's forehead. It was seduction magic. Qi Xiaoxi finally regained his breath, explaining, "It can shake one's spirit, plunge them into hallucinations, and even twist memories. We were caught in our own most painful memories just now." "The most painful?" Jiang Li paused briefly but did not ask further. Instead, he pressed his palm gently onto Qi Xiaoxi's back, lightly patting it as a small comfort. That touch felt like being lightly licked by a little wolf pup on a wound, and Qi Xiaoxi couldn't help but smile. He nuzzled Jiang Li's forehead, calming down completely. He explained, "The reason hallucinations are hard to escape is because the scenarios within our memories are too vivid. So, I hastily planted a suggestion in your mind, linking our hallucinations together. When both of our memories show discrepancies, the illusion naturally breaks." "I understand." Jiang Li turned to look around. In the circle of red-leaf maple trees surrounded by withered yellow grass, other martial artists lay scattered in various poses, each suffering excruciating pain. Some writhed on the ground, screaming and rolling as if burned by fire. Others knelt and trembled, begging endlessly. A few cried out loud, hearts torn apart. All human sorrow and suffering seemed to have been gathered into one furnace. Yin Huaishu's voice continued to echo because no one was conversing with him. He repeated lines of poetry. "You wander in the eastern mountains again and again, how will you rise high enough to follow the western wind? Wish that I were a star and you the moon, night after night will shine pure and bright together. The moon may fade temporarily, but the stars remain ever clear. Stay shining, wait for the moon, then 3-5 meet, full and bright." Though these were deeply affectionate verses, his tone was peculiar, giving them an icy, mocking feel. Jiang Li had no time to ponder further, feeling somewhat anxious. How do we awaken them? External force cannot forcibly break the seduction magic. If we interrupt Yin Huaishu, they will soon wake up on their own. But we don't even know where he is. It won't be too far away, and he shouldn't be too difficult to handle. Once they identified his method, Qi Xiaoxi felt confident. There are many ways to perform seduction magic, direct eye contact being the most effective, like what I did to you earlier. Performing it through sound requires the listener's complete attention and takes time to take effect gradually, which is why he has kept talking to us all along. Creating such a large-scale illusion is beyond Yin Huaishu's capability, there must be someone assisting him nearby. However, since the main forces of the Bana sect aren't here, otherwise they too would get caught in their own seduction magic. Jiang Li nodded, then let's hurry. Qi Zhaoxi said, first find Shinjiran, my sword is still in his possession. Deciding this, they set off immediately. They bypassed the wailing, struggling figures of the martial artists on the ground and found Shinjiran under a blazing red maple tree, clad in a green robe. Qi Zhaoxi's sword lay at his feet. He stood with closed eyes, his hand empty but as if gripping something precious, evidently also entrapped in hallucinations. Yet his expression was peaceful, even with a trace of gentle smile on his lips. Jiang Li glanced curiously at Qi Zhaoxi. Is the memory he sees different from others? Qi Zhaoxi appeared contemplative, tilting his head slightly and saying, listen carefully. To avoid falling prey again, Jiang Li had deliberately ignored the sounds in the woods until now. Hearing this, he calmed himself and focused intently. Surprisingly, he picked up faint flute-like notes buried beneath Yin Huaishu's recitation of poetry, barely audible yet persistent. The person assisting Yin Huaishu in the seduction magic has finally shown their tracks, Qi Zhaoxi laughed, picking up the sword and then gave Shinjian a meaningful glance. Let's move back a bit and pretend we haven't escaped from the illusion yet. Let's wait and see for a while. Jiang Li seemed to understand something and retreated to his original position, glancing at Shinjian who stood quietly with a smile. He looked down at the plump porcelain bottle in his hand, where the blue liquid inside swayed slightly. He couldn't help but ask again, do you really intend to give this to me? It was twilight and Qin Mountain Sect struck the evening bell, whose melodious tones spread through the air. The light of the setting sun pierced through the windows, illuminating the face before him warmly. Qin Yao couldn't help but chuckle, a trifle used for washing blood-stained clothes, it's not precious. Why are you so delighted? Shinjian tightened the bottle stopper, holding it in his palm, and said, didn't you spend a long time researching to make just one bottle? How can it not be valuable? It wasn't research, it was recollection. Qin Yao tapped his temples, I must have often concocted this thing in the past, it's too familiar to me. And I always felt that if the blood isn't cleaned properly, it would cost a life. So you can remember some things now. Qin Yao thought deeply for half a moment but shook his head ultimately, no, I cannot remember anything. He looked at Shinjian and smiled again, in your state right now, do you hope that I recall or hope that I never do? I naturally wish for you to remember the past early on and not be troubled by this anymore. Shinjian explained immediately, but paused for a moment. Then he observed Qin Yao's expression and added, but if you keep forgetting, it's not a big deal either. Qin Yao arched an eyebrow, looking at him with a half-smile, his gaze growing mischievous. Shinjian avoided his eyes and hastily changed the subject, I saw that you were bored. Since there's nothing urgent in the sect lately, I'll accompany you down the mountain in a few days. Is there any place you'd like to visit? Qin Yao had no intention of letting him off the hook so easily, asking, why are you so good to me? This question made Shinjian uncomfortable. He simply said, is this not good? That might be uncertain, it depends on what kind of good it is. Shinjian was momentarily speechless. But Qin Yao did not open his mouth further and only stared at him, determined to wait for an answer. His heartbeat gradually quickened, making it increasingly difficult to look straight at the other man. After a long pause, he murmured softly, wish that I were a star and you the moon, night after night we'll shine pure and bright together. Qin Yao couldn't help but laugh softly, wanting to say something but could find no words, even after racking his brain. The two faced each other silently, unsure of how to continue. A silence ensued. Finally, Qin Yao steadied himself and deliberately said, I've read very little, and I don't understand what you're saying. This, Shinjian had no more tricks left. Even blunter expressions failed to reach his tongue. When he glanced up, he saw the other person's grin full of mockery, which made him sigh and laugh helplessly, Qin Yao, please stop teasing me. Always reserved and polite, revealing his feelings this way was already rare. Qin Yao, feeling satisfied, decided to let him off, though his lips wouldn't spare words, look at you, do you still resemble the Shin second master in others' eyes? You're acting so silly. Shinjian merely laughed. However, as Qin Yao turned and walked toward the door, the last rays of sunset outside the window faded, and the sky darkened. Qin Yao's silhouette was about to vanish into the night. His heart suddenly tightened with an indescribable sense of panic rising within him. Hastily, he pursued and firmly grasped the other person's hand. Don't go. The other person's hands were cold, as if chilled by the wind for too long. They moved slightly but didn't pull away. Shinjian's mind was in turmoil, nearly overwhelmed by sadness. Lifting his eyelids, he saw Qin Yao staring at him with a complex expression. Shinjian gave him a faint smile. Yet unable to suppress the bitterness swelling in his chest, he tightly embraced him, thoughts scattered but instinctively blurting out, I love you. Qin Yao remained motionless, letting himself be embraced. His voice was faint when he spoke, do you remember our first meeting in the days at Qin Mountain Sect? With his words, scenes flashed involuntarily in his mind, vivid as if they occurred yesterday. Their first encounter happened when he opened his eyes in a dim cave, seeing that person leaning against the entrance, half of his body bathed in orange sunlight. On a mountain path with long stone steps, despite his injuries making walking hard, he refused to be carried. That person patiently supported him, step by step, asking his name and identity which he couldn't remember. Letting him call whatever he wanted, he looked up and saw layered green mountains, misty and remote. Saying, "Then I'll call you Qingyao," the person smiled and teased him that it sounded like a girl's name. Yet as he looked at the laughing side profile, his heart fluttered. There were also the small, intimate moments during their days at Qin Mountain Sect. When his most inappropriate act came upon realizing the deep scars on the person's arms, he couldn't help but kiss the corner of his hair. Qingyao placed his icy hand on his forehead, his voice ghostly, "Forget them all." For a moment, he heard the flute abruptly crescendo. His mind surged with turmoil, like a hurricane sweeping in and stirring up waves that shattered his memories into fragments, leaving chaos in their wake. Snippets of images flashed madly before him, appearing and vanishing, vivid ones fading gradually, clear ones warping one after another. He opened his eyes in a dim cave, the sunset casting long shadows, the cave entrance deserted. No. Shen Jiyan clutched the other person's wrist, trying to pull away the hand pressed on his forehead, but a sweet fragrance emanating from the other's sleeve sapped his strength, and he couldn't budge the hand an inch. Instead, he collapsed weakly to a half-kneeling position. Alone, he walked slowly along a long mountain path paved with stone steps, slowed by his injuries, forcing him to stop for rest. He looked up to see layers of green mountains shrouded in misty clouds. "Qingyao, you can't," Shen Jiyan's consciousness blurred as he clung tightly to the other's hand, filled with sorrow, unable to form coherent words. The chill of that hand almost seeped into his mind, accompanied by the sharp sound of the flute, followed by a sigh, "Bear with it. Once forgotten, there won't be any more pain." Though he struggled further, his mind was seized by flashes of daily life within the sect, reading and practicing swordsmanship, years passing by quietly without incident. He wanted to hold on to something, yet everything began to fade away. Just then, an abrupt dull thud occurred. The pressure lightened on Shen Jiyan's forehead as the hand disappeared, causing him to sway dangerously. Fortunately, he managed to support himself on the ground in time. His mind still churned uncontrollably, so he held his head, glancing upward, only to find Jiangli standing in front of him, swinging his sword and startling a young man playing the flute into retreating hurriedly. The young flutist cried out anxiously, "Protector, are you all right?" Shen Jiyan turned his gaze accordingly and saw Yin Huaishu kneeling, clutching his chest as he coughed softly, pale-faced, seemingly hit squarely in a vital spot. Shen Jiyan felt his head swelling and throbbing, his senses not fully cleared. After scrutinizing for a while, he hesitantly asked, "Qingyao?" "Tisk, just missed." Yin Huaishu's condition worsened, then shifted focus to Qi Chaoyi who was approaching leisurely. He shouted loudly, "Bailu." The young flutist replied instantly. During his evasive maneuver, he brought the flute to his lips and emitted a sharp, piercing whistle that cut through the air. As the note fell, it summoned the sounds of arrows slicing through the wind. Even Jiangli stopped in his tracks, looking up to see countless arrows shooting down from the sky, like dark clouds collapsing. Chapter 72. Under the rain of arrows, a group of martial artists who had yet to break free from the illusion scattered throughout the maple forest, utterly defenseless. In the blink of an eye, Jiangli managed only to rush to Jiang Lanja's side, raising his sword to block the descending torrents of arrows. The rest of the martial artists endured the assault head-on, cries of pain and agony echoed in the forest. One by one, they awoke from the illusion, confused and disoriented, unable to grasp their current time or location, let alone understand what had just transpired. Some were tragically struck by an arrow through a vital point, collapsing instantly and never waking again. "Jiang Lanja, wake up." Jiangli grabbed Jiang Lanja by the collar and shook him hard. Jiang Lanja was kneeling on the grass with his head bowed, sobbing quietly and murmuring unintelligibly. It was only when pulled that Jiangli made out what he was repeating, "Let's find another doctor, father, don't leave me. I don't want to be an orphan. I'll go find another doctor for you." Jiangli softened his grip slightly, lowering his voice. "Stop crying. Once this is resolved, we will return to Luoyang immediately. Elder Zhong will heal him." Jiang Lanja slowly raised his head, his daze making it unclear if he'd heard. Bewildered, he asked, "Jiangli, what are you doing here?" Before Jiangli could respond, the ground trembled faintly, as if the entire mountain quaked. Countless footsteps rolled like thunder, followed by a tide of black figures sweeping into the red maple woods. These were members of the Banu sect, long waiting in ambush, now charging in full of murderous intent. Shen Jiyan had just recovered himself, pulling his sword and shakily standing up. Time was critical. Without another glance at Yin Haishu, he shouted to the others, "All those less injured, help those unable to move. No time for hesitation. Follow me." The martial artists, suddenly roused as if from a dream, mustered whatever strength they had left, hastily following Shen Jiyan deeper into the mountain forest. Those severely wounded were supported by nearby comrades, struggling together in retreat. Jiangli also pulled Jiang Lanja upright, pushing him forward. "You all go ahead, I'll cover the rear." "It's us." Qi Chaoshi corrected him as she stepped beside him. Jiangli stared at the approaching black-robed sect members, shaking his head. "You're injured. And your poison mist hasn't fully dissipated either." There was no more time to argue, enemy blades came crashing down. Both swiftly raised their swords, clashing in a spectacular display of blue-white light. Their movements dazzled and overwhelmed, forcing their opponents to step back instinctively. Just then, a pleasant-sounding voice carried over, saying, "Leave the boy to me." A figure gracefully descended, moving like a bird stepping across snow. Clad in brocade robes, it was none other than sect leader Ningyu. With utmost courtesy, he greeted Jiangli with a bow. Our last encounter ended abruptly, leaving much to be desired. Since then, after 2 days of careful reflection, I believe I have improved somewhat. Young Sir Jiang, I hope you won't hold back in giving me your guidance. Ignoring his courteous tone, Jiangli leapt high into the air, delivering a swift downward slash. Ningyu drew his own blade, the steel colliding fiercely, sparks flying. Jiangli adjusted his move, but Ningyu mirrored it perfectly, shifting slightly to the right so their swords pressed against each other once more, as if they were acting in unison. Startled, Jiangli watched as Ningyu's smile deepened. I see my efforts weren't wasted. Though his fighting techniques were familiar to Ningyu, Jiangli did not hesitate. His attacks became faster, sharper, and the Qin Shuang sword seemed alive, creating multiple illusions, bathing the area in piercing cold light. On one side, the duel between the two grew fiercer, while on the other, the foremost black-clad assailants split into 3 directions, lunging towards Qi Chaoshi simultaneously. But a single sweep of her vibrant cyan-colored sword sent them flying backward, blood spurting wildly like ink spreading across paper. They hit the ground dead, massive, terrifying wounds slashing through their torsos. Droplets of crimson trickled off her blade tip as Qi Chaoshi flexed her shoulder, sensing her collarbone wound had adjusted enough to allow unhindered movement. Witnessing her lethal efficiency, the dark-robed left protector's shadow merged completely with the man before them. Members of the Banu sect hesitated, hesitant to advance further. Yin Haishu brushed off some dust from his robe and announced loudly, "Listen well, I want no survivors, only Qi Chaoshi's head. Anyone capable of gravely wounding him will be rewarded heavily. Whoever claims his life shall be personally recommended by me to replace a sect leader position." Yes. Inspired by such incentive, someone could no longer contain themselves and charged first. Fearing being left behind, other black-clad members rushed forward recklessly, surrounding Qi Chaoshi tightly. Their eyes lit with determination, wielding various deadly weapons, long swords stabbing, wide-bladed axes swinging, all forming a chaotic silver flood aiming to engulf him entirely. Qi Chaoshi thrust her sword again, and the tide was torn apart momentarily, but quickly mended itself, continuing without end. Although the black-robed men could not harm her for the time being, they managed to suppress her together. At this moment, Yan Han, the hall master, also arrived with a group of people. After taking a look at the situation, he decided to go after the group of martial artists who had fled with Shenjian. Wait, Yin Haishu couldn't help but speak up, leave one person from the Qing Shan sect alive, I still have use for them. Yan Han's steps paused slightly as he glanced sideways at Yin Haishu, snorted coldly, and continued to lead his people in pursuit. Yin Haishu wasn't sure what this meant, showing a touch of irritability. He then instructed the young boy playing the flute, Bailu, follow and keep an eye on them. Bailu responded affirmatively and quickly ran off. Passing through the maple forest, the trees ahead grew increasingly tall and dense, their roots twisted and protruding. A careless step might trip someone over. To the right lay a 1,000-shan precipice cut straight down like carved by a knife, which made the place treacherous everywhere, while the crowd of martial artists led by Shenjian sought survival amidst the danger, using the complex terrain to restrain their pursuers and hide away and escape. A jing metallic sound resounded as Bailu approached, seeing Hall Master Yan Han already exchanging blows with Shenjian of Qing Shan sect. The mighty and heavy blade wind clashed with the upright and vast sword Qi, both leaping into the air, borrowing force from the branches, moving back and forth amidst the forest, stirring the trees so they rustled and shook, breaking dry branches yet neither gaining the upper hand. Bailu held the flute horizontally, and a clear, bright tune arose. At that moment, everyone was busy fighting, paying no attention to the flute sounds, naturally unable to be trapped in illusions. Thus, his target was only Shenjian, most deeply affected by the charm spell, whose memories were almost distorted. Sure enough, that single thread of flute music was like a long needle piercing into the brain. The mind that hadn't fully calmed down began churning again. Just after exchanging moves with Yan Han and retreating, Shenjian suddenly felt as if struck hard. His spirit platform turned dizzy, his head aching unbearably, forcing him to press it forcefully. Missing the branch to borrow strength, he stepped into the void and fell from midair. Brother Shen. Jiang Lanja darted forward, bursting with unprecedented speed under urgent circumstances, actually catching Shenjian. Though strained, his landing was not overly disordered. Shenjian propped himself up, enduring the headache as best he could. I'm fine, Lanes. Take everyone and retreat first. Preserve our strength, don't recklessly confront them. Jiang Lanja hurriedly glanced around. The battle situation in the forest was extremely grim. The martial artists' powers were diminished by the poisonous mist first, then tormented by painful hallucinations, and combined with varying arrow wounds, they were utterly exhausted. Against the aggressive onslaught of the Banu sect members, they didn't gain even the slightest advantage. Even if their main tactic was evading, the casualties were still very severe. We can't escape. Jiang Lanja's eyes turned red. Anyway, we'll be caught sooner or later. We might as well fight the demon sect to the death, big deal we die together. There will be a turning point, trust me. Just as Yan Han slashed another heavy knife strike downwards, Shen Jiyan had no time for more words. Gathering his energy, he pushed Jiang Lanja several zhang away and blocked the thunderous strike with his sword. The force collided directly with his chest, nearly causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. Meanwhile, the flute music persisted endlessly, disrupting his thoughts like waves surging within, making his face as pale as gold paper and drenched in cold sweat. At least, Shen Jiyan thought wryly amid his suffering, though it hurts like hell, my memories about him remain. He roared lowly, channeling all his internal power into the sword. The long sword hummed, shining cold light instantaneously. Shen Jiyan bravely met the heavy knife despite the edge tearing into his shoulder, grinding against the bone. His steady sword was like a green mountain, also like the frosty autumn winds, its gathered aura solidified into shape. It severed Yan Han's hair ends, cutting deep and shallow scars onto his cheeks and robes, unstoppable as it aimed straight for Yan Han's vital points. Even a fierce warrior like Yan Han started to feel fear. Realizing there was no way to resist such a heaven-shattering sword strike, he urgently withdrew his knife, but the long sword pursued relentlessly, losing none of its momentum. Its whistling sound carried a sharp, indestructible edge. At a critical moment, Yan Han reached out and grabbed a fleeing youth, placing him in front of himself as a shield. Junior brother. Du Heng from Tianmen sect cried out in shock. Big brother Meng Sifan immediately sprang forward, grabbing junior brother Wei Ku with one hand and simultaneously thrusting a sword toward Yan Han with the other. Shen Jiyan was more shocked, hastily swerving his blade. It narrowly grazed under Wei Ku's ribs, leaving just a shallow wound. With his failed attack, the headache worsened under the flute's influence, and coupled with the deep wound on his shoulder, he nearly lost his grip on the sword. Shen Jiyan silently repeated the mantra for calming the mind and breath, striving hard to focus and resist the unbearable throbbing pain that made him want to split his head open. Seeing Yan Han now entangled by Meng Sifan, he decisively turned toward Bailu blowing the flute nearby. However, Meng Sifan's situation was not optimistic. His internal energy was still somewhat sluggish. He had been injured in the back shoulder by arrows earlier and was no match for Yan Han. Moreover, Yan Han kept using Wei Ku as a human shield to block his sword, making Meng Sifan hesitate to exert all his strength. His young master brother's face was deathly pale, eyes wide open in shock and plea, which made him anxious and distracted. Inadvertently stepping wrong, he was slashed on the leg by a heavy knife and stumbled. Meng Sifan gritted his teeth, charging forward again, thrusting his sword just as Du Heng saw an opening. He leapt into the air and delivered a severe strike aimed at Yan Han's arm holding Wei Ku. Caught between two attacks, using a meat shield became disadvantageous. Yan Han finally pushed Wei Ku aside and swung his knife to clash with Meng Sifan's sword while simultaneously striking with a palm. The force surged like waves overwhelming the sword momentum. Before Du Heng could change his move, Yan Han suddenly extended 5 fingers into a claw-like shape, grabbing hold of his wrist. With a snap, Du Heng burst out cursing, his sword fell from his grasp, his body involuntarily kneeling down, and his arm twisted grotesquely under Yan Han's grip, it had been dislocated. Wei Ku landed sprawled on the ground after being thrown aside, his limbs weak, staring blankly at his 2 elder brothers without fully regaining consciousness. Since childhood, having lost his mother and unloved by his father, Wei Ku had grown up on his own through many hardships. His luckiest moment came when he mistakenly entered the Tianmen sect, where his masters and elder brothers treated him well. But even in his most beautiful dreams, he dared not hope that anyone would risk their life to save him. What are you standing there for? Run! Du Heng shouted at him, then suddenly turned around and snapped his left hand closed, releasing 3 silver needles flying like lightning. Yan Han was caught off guard, the distance too close. Even before he could let go or evade, everything suddenly went dark in front of him. Severe pain shot through both eyes and temples as thick blood flowed over his cheeks. He growled in agony, his eyes were now blind. Taking advantage of the moment, Du Heng rolled on the ground to dodge far away, while Meng Sifan quickly came to his aid and efficiently repositioned his dislocated arm. Despite the unbearable pain causing Du Heng to shiver uncontrollably, he still maintained his cheeky smile. Did you see that? Who will say my hidden weapons skills are useless after this? Meng Sifan could only sigh humorlessly. All right, you're the best. His words were cut short as a fierce, overpowering wind of a knife charge came toward them. They hurriedly split apart to avoid it. When the heavy knife hit the ground, its impact was like thunder roaring, splitting a terrifying fissure, almost sinking entirely into the earth. Anyone struck by such force would surely be cleaved in half. Yan Han, with 2 bloody holes in place of his eyes, covered in gore, looked every bit like a demonic ghost, striding forward with his heavy blade in hand, rage surging, determined to pulverize both of them. Du Heng was chilled to the bone. The chest touched by the blade wind felt numbed and painful. He glanced at Meng Sifan, whose eye patch covering his blinded eye nearly slipped off. Quickly binding it back, he subtly nodded towards the nearby cliff. Du Heng understood the cue and stepped briskly toward the cliff. As expected, Yan Han, unable to see, followed the sound and was predictably led over. Approaching the cliff edge, Du Heng slowed his pace to allow Meng Sifan the chance to act. Unexpectedly, this brief delay allowed Yan Han's knife light to catch up, driving him to fall onto his knees and cough out a mouthful of blood as he looked back in panic. Big brother. Save me. The heavy blade plunged vertically downward, piercing through his chest as if pinning him against the dried yellow grass, spreading crimson blood everywhere. Still disbelieving, Du Heng's eyes remained wide open. Meng Sifan's heart trembled violently, his eyes red-rimmed with fury. Du Heng. He rushed forward recklessly, forcing his congealed internal energy to surge once more. As swords clashed with the knife, their internal forces collided violently. Meng Sifan was almost hurt inside, blood trickling from the corner of his lips, yet he didn't step back even an inch. His sword strikes grew faster, merging the perilous mountain terrain into the mysterious unpredictability of the Tianmen sect sword technique, eventually forcing Yan Han back 2 steps until reaching the cliff edge. A small gap, yet Meng Sifan felt his internal energy depleted, unable to continue further. With grief and anger intertwined, he screamed, fiercely charging forward, ramming hard into Yan Han with his own body. They both toppled toward the precipice. At the critical moment, Yan Han managed to stab his blade into a crevice, dangling precariously on the cliffside. Meng Sifan also reached out his hand but grasped nothing but empty air, descending rapidly amidst the howling wind. Breathing heavily, Yan Han struggled to grip onto the mountainside firmly, intending to climb up. Hearing footsteps approaching, he reflexively looked up, forgetting his blindness, tasting the chill of a blade against his throat. After disposing of Bai Lu, Shen Jiyan hurried here and executed Yan Han with one stroke of his sword, then peeked over the edge only to find Meng Sifan already vanished among the vast cloud seas. Shen Jiyan straightened up, lowering his gaze to the corpse at his feet. He sighed softly, gently closing Du Heng's eyes. Shen Jiyan turned around and unexpectedly caught sight of a young man standing stiffly in the distance. Wei Ku had obviously been looking back frequently while fleeing. That one glance, however, made him unable to move forward. There were still many black-robed figures in the forest. He stood out like a living target and immediately several flashes of cold light cut toward him. Shen Jiyan darted over in an instant, wielding his sword to force the attackers back. Only then did Wei Ku snap out of his daze, his eyes reddening instantly. The situation was urgent, allowing no time for comfort. Shen Jiyan patted him lightly on the head, saying softly, "Let's go." Wei Ku nodded through sniffles, following Shen Jiyan as they chased after the group of jianghu wanderers led by Jiang Lanes who were retreating. His palm had been scratched at some point, so tears flowed unchecked as he wiped them carelessly, mixing blood with tears on his face into a mess. Listening to the stifled sobs beside him, Shen Jiyan felt a jumble of emotions and couldn't help glancing back toward the red maple grove from where they had come. In the red maple forest, Jiang Li had been locked in combat with the Hall Master Ningyu for a long while but remained deadlocked. Meanwhile, Qi Chaoshi, surrounded by a group of black-clothed individuals, suddenly felt something was amiss. His wrist felt unnaturally heavy, and the tingling pain in his meridians gradually became more distinct. Only then did he remember that the bite wound inflicted earlier by Jiang Li hadn't fully healed. A quick glance revealed the faint traces of blood seeping through the bandages on his wrist. Qi Chaoshi took a deep breath, not slowing his attack speed at all. He deflected a thrusting sword opposite him, spun backward upon hearing the sharp wind behind him, and swung his sword in a fluid motion without letting others detect his injury. However, another assailant from behind slashed with a knife, colliding powerfully. The already twisted wrist could hardly bear the impact, twitching involuntarily, granting the attacker a narrow opening to slice across his shoulder and arm, spraying blood. Qi Chaoshi frowned slightly, and those encircling him erupted in cheers, finally breaking through, now attacking even more ferociously. This commotion drew Jiang Li's attention. Unable to resist, he glanced towards Qi Chaoshi's direction. It was just an instant, but Ningyu acted like lightning, raising his sword and striking straight forward. Jiang Li hurriedly raised his own blade to block, forced to retreat several steps amidst flying dust beneath his feet. Ningyu pressed his sword down forcefully and mockingly reminded him, "Getting distracted is not a good habit." Jiang Li glared fiercely, his patience nearly exhausted. After all, Ningyu wasn't aiming to defeat him, but rather continually provoking him to test and analyze his swordsmanship. Whenever Jiang Li attempted a powerful offense, Ningyu would evade its peak force. And when he considered withdrawing, Ningyu unleashed his full strength to counterattack. Now, with Qi Chaoshi injured, Jiang Li grew even more impatient, forcefully biting his lower lip until it bled, swallowing the bitter metallic taste. Silently, he began reciting the Chongqing decree. As the mantra worked, a tremendous power surged from his dantian, instantly filling every limb and organ. Time seemed to freeze momentarily. Jiang Li spun gracefully, slicing horizontally with his sword, swift as if extinguishing shadows, just enough time to see a silvery arc as bright as a full moon blossom. The intense aura of his sword swept outward, shaking the maples violently and causing leaves to cascade down like rain. Even the group of black-robed men surrounding Qi Chaoshi hurriedly scattered. Ningyu reacted extremely vigilantly, retreating furiously, but still got hit by a fearsome streak of sword energy. Staggering backward, he kneeled halfway down and pressing his hand against his abdomen, he felt damp heat under his touch. Glancing down, there indeed was a narrow yet deep cut bleeding through his robes. Yin Huaishu, watching idly on the side, raised his sleeve protectively before him and couldn't help but retreat a little himself, seeing Ningyu, this gentlemanly faker, in an unprecedented state of dishevelment. He raised a brow. But instead of getting angry, Ningyu laughed and stared at Jiang Li, his gaze practically sparkling. He praised, "That's right. This is the true nature of the Chongqing decree. The most ultimate shockwave sword technique. Ningyu stood up and commanded loudly, hold them off. Wear them down slowly and let me see exactly how formidable the Changqing decree can be. Upon hearing these words, Jiangli gripped his sword tighter. He knew that once the mantra was invoked, it drained all vitality, converting it into powerful, abundant force, not suited for prolonged battles. Eyeing the reorganized enemies forming a crescent shape advancing cautiously again, and Ningyu observing carefully behind them, Jiangli decided to exert his maximum strength to crush everyone quickly. Resolved, Qin Shuang's sword seemed to sense its master's intent and hummed lightly. Jiang Li's gaze turned sharp like blades, overflowing with boundless killing intent, his aura chillingly cold. Spinning the long sword in his palm, Jiang Li leaped into the air. At the same moment came a rush of gale winds, someone ignoring the fierce sword Qi closed the gap rapidly, extending their hand to grab hold of his arm. Startled, Jiang Li hastily withdrew his sword, realizing Qi Chaoshi had caught him, spinning mid-air, cloaks billowing dramatically, diffusing his offensive momentum. Subsequently, Qi Chaoshi enveloped him in an embrace, his arms applying pressure to press him firmly back to the ground. You. Jiang Li noticed the steady flow of crimson dripping from Qi Chaoshi's arm, a wound caused by his own sword energy. Qi Chaoshi did not look at him but frowned deeper, saying, I'll deal with them. You stay here to recuperate, you're not allowed to fight. Before Jiang Li could finish, Qi Chaoshi had already moved like a shadow through the black-robed figures. His speed was incredible, his sword as swift as lightning. The black-cloaked fighters scattered, breaking their encirclement formation and struggled to fend off Qi Chaoshi's relentless assaults. Ningyu chuckled lightly, stemmed his wound, and then plunged into the battle with his sword in hand. Jiang Li was left standing there, feeling extremely restless. He observed that Qi Chaoshi was pushing himself, squeezing out potential, displaying power far exceeding his normal level, understanding fully why he did so. The backlash of the Changqing decree had been haunting Jiang Li, yet it usually progressed slowly, barely noticeable. However, forcibly activating the technique granted more power but came with stronger counter-effects. Correspondingly, the less internal strength he exerted now, the less severe the backlash would be later. Jiang Li wanted to step forward and help but immediately saw the arm that Qi Chaoshi had used to stop the sword Qi, now blood-soaked from the cut caused by that energy. Caught between advancing and retreating, he was placed in an excruciating dilemma. Though injured, Ningyu led a fierce attack alongside the Banruo sect followers. Yet, Qi Chaoshi maintained the upper hand. Though alone against many black-clad attackers, he displayed an indomitable air, akin to one man blocking thousands. Still, his grip on the sword was ghostly pale and rigid, the bandages on his wrist, last wrapped by Jiang Li, were soaked with blood, droplets scattering down. Jiang Li's pupils shrank sharply, and disregarding whether it might anger him or not, rushed forward, unleashing Qin Shuang, instantly separating heads from bodies for those closest to Qi Chaoshi. Before Jiang Li could launch another move, however, Qi Chaoshi swiped with his left palm toward him like a blade. Jiang Li didn't dare retaliate, quickly being pinned tightly by the wrist, immobilized. Qi Chaoshi's palm was burning hot, and the grip forceful enough to hurt the wrist bone. Pulling Jiang Li behind, he failed to drag him back, so while vigilantly observing Ningyu opposite him, opened his mouth and muttered, "You're not following orders." Jiang Li looked at his side profile which had lost all its color, filled with urgency and irritation. "Let me go." Suppressing heavy breathing, Qi Chaoshi remained silent, lifting his sword again to meet Ningyu's concentrated strike, involuntarily stepping backward twice. Ningyu, who had noticed earlier the injury on his wrist, abandoned any unusual moves, instead adopting a robust and brutal chopping style of Yan Handan, persistently hacking away, causing the wound on his wrist to tear further. Yet Qi Chaoshi continued holding on to Jiang Li's wrist without letting go. For Jiang Li to forcefully break free, he'd have to harm Qi Chaoshi directly, an impossible situation leaving Jiang Li almost driven mad with frustration. Just then, a distant wind-cutting sound echoed nearby along with faint galloping hoof beats growing closer. Yin Huayu, standing aloof, quickly avoided an arrow that grazed his shoulder, spraying blood as it deeply embedded itself into a maple tree trunk. Turning back, to his surprise, riders dressed in white robes with green patterns appeared, disciples of the Qingshan sect led by Shen Sishen. The opportunity and reinforcements mentioned by Shen Jian finally arrived. Unexpectedly, beside Shen Sishen was also a familiar face holding a longbow still unfurled. It was Qin Zheng from Qiancheng. "The situation has changed, retreat." Ningyu withdrew his sword and issued commands decisively. Yin Huayu, holding his wounded arm, his face turned sour immediately. Scanning the retreating black-robed figures, he barked angrily, "Do not retreat. Qi Chaoyi is already at his last string, when else should we seize his head if not now? Protector, remain calm. This moment of escape mustn't be missed," Ningyu calmly stated. "Despite his ragged state, with our base intact, we will never lack wood for the fire." Yin Huayu glared furiously at him, filled with regret, but compared to him, the sect members obeyed Ningyu's orders more. Remaining black-clad fighters responded sharply to each other's calls and split into several groups retreating in different directions swiftly according to prearranged plans. With clenched teeth, Yin Huayu had no choice but to concede. Ningyu mockingly saluted towards Qi Chaoyi and Jiang Li with a laugh full of ambiguity. Never thought right guardian Qi and young master Jiang, pretending to be master-disciple, showed such profound sentiment today. Thank you for your guidance, and we shall continue our conversation another day. As soon as his words faded, Ningyu disappeared with Yin Huaiyu just as gracefully as they came. "Where are you fleeing?" Qin Zheng urged his horse forward, but as the horse moved, the reins were pulled tight by Shen Sishen beside him. Shen Sishen said, "Master Qin, Banro sect still holds considerable strength, their voluntary retreat now is preferable. Our priority remains rescuing people." Qin Zheng's expression hardened like water, stomped on the stirrup, flipped into the air landing amidst the red maple forest in pursuit. "Brother, shall we follow?" asked Shen Duanqing, the third brother trailing close behind. However, Qin Zheng did not pursue them tightly. Instead, he intercepted one of the black-clothed figures at the back of the retreating group. He took out a brocade pouch from his bosom and tossed it to the frightened figure on the ground, saying, "Give this to Yin Huaiyu and tell him that my name is Qin Zheng." The black-clothed man shakily grabbed the pouch, realizing he was going to be spared, profusely thanked Qin Zheng and hastily scrambled to his feet before fleeing as fast as possible. At this moment, Shen Sishen and his companions finally arrived in the woods. They dismounted and asked Shen Jian's group of martial artists about their direction, leaving a few disciples behind to assist. Then, they hurriedly continued onwards to reinforce. Seeing this situation, Qi Chaoyi's maintained endurance finally relaxed, his body swayed and he was about to fall, but Jiang Li swiftly caught him. Qi Chaoyi still hadn't released his grip on Jiang Li's wrist as he leaned against his shoulder, exhaling faintly with a hoarse chuckle. Living through one experience where lives are staked is not bad after all. Jiang Li supported him and, glancing down, saw that the wound on his collarbone had burst open. His whole body was stained with blood, and it was unclear how much of it belonged to Qi Chaoyi. A fierce anger welled up inside him, wanting to bite him hard. After some time, he could only choke out a trembling voice, "You've driven me crazy with worry." Chapter 73. This battle caused heavy casualties among the righteous path, but alas, it yielded no results. Upon meeting reinforcements from the Green Mountain sect, Shen Jian immediately led his people back into the mountain hollow to prevent the no-doubt sword from falling into enemy hands. However, the mountain hollow was eerily silent with the trees standing empty, and the 7-kill sect who had previously remained there had vanished without a trace. Even after a hurried search, they failed to find the no-doubt sword. If these martial artists had been released from the siege and chased Qi Chaoshi up the mountain, it would have meant that the Bolora sect and the 7-kill sect had already engaged in fierce combat. The weakened 7-kill sect would likely not have been able to match the Bolora sect. Especially considering later when Yin Huaiyu led his men to surround the mountain, the momentum of the sect followers was ferocious, as though they hadn't faced defeat at all. Yet strangely enough, they didn't have the no-doubt sword either. Was this due to some hidden strategy by the 7-kill sect, or was there someone else taking advantage of the chaos? The group was momentarily at a loss, and the atmosphere grew even more despondent. Shen Jian, however, wasn't disheartened. He appointed a few disciples to search more thoroughly. Besides Jiang Lanes, there were also some other determined martial artists who wanted to join the search. The rest were mostly injured and needed to be sent back to town for treatment promptly. Jiang Li, while concerned about the whereabouts of the no-doubt sword, was entirely focused on Qi Chaoshi's severe injuries. Even if he did not completely trust Shen Jian's integrity, with Jiang Lanes around, leaving them behind wouldn't matter, as those staying to search for the sword came from varied backgrounds and could not possibly come to an agreement to conceal the no-doubt sword. So, he decisively returned to town to treat Qi Chaoshi. Those left behind in the mountain hollow meticulously searched until twilight fell, and the setting sun dipped below the horizon. Still, no trace of the no-doubt sword was found. Shen Jian frowned thoughtfully, then suddenly heard someone calling his name behind him. Mr. Shen, Wei Ku, the young disciple of Tianmen's sect, walked over silently, his eyes still red. He asked softly, "I've searched everywhere down the mountain, so why haven't I found my master brother's body?" Sighing, Shen Jian pointed upwards, signaling Wei Ku to look at the steep cliff above where brownish-yellow rock crevices housed many trees with sprawling branches and semi-withered leaves casting shadowy outlines. "We didn't discover the body of Yen Han from the Bolora sect either. Most likely, they got stuck on the branches and didn't fall." He paused briefly and comforted him, on a positive note, "If lucky enough, your master brother might have survived somehow." Wei Ku's eyes lit up, "Really?" Shen Jian smiled faintly, replying only, "No body means there is hope." Wei Ku nodded earnestly, like grabbing onto a lifeline. Nearby, Jiang Lanes hearing this looked up and stared at the distant cluster of branches high on the mountain cliff and said suddenly, "Mr. Shen, you mentioned the number of trees on this cliffside, could the no-doubt sword have gotten stuck somewhere too, failing to fall? If so, perhaps its heavens will that the no-doubt sword should not return to this world, which isn't necessarily a bad thing." Shen Jian chuckled and shouted aloud to the others in the forest, "Everyone, it's getting late, and searching has become inconvenient. Let's head back." These martial artists made their way back to the town, while outside the Pingchuan town, a peasant courtyard was occupied by the Bolora sect. Seated inside with a somber face was Right Guardian Yin Huaiyu. All the black-robed members of the sect stood around respectfully with bowed heads, none daring to speak out loud. Only beside him, Hall Chief Ningyu calmly prepared tea, occasionally causing the soft sound of cups clinking together, showing no worry about what was coming next. After this battle, the Bolora sect had suffered significant losses. Despite killing several righteous path individuals, they neither obtained Qi Chaoshi's life nor the no-doubt sword. They couldn't return to their sect to report to the young master successfully. And with reinforcements arriving from the Green Mountain sect, strengthening the Righteous Path's force, there would be no further chances to act. They appeared to be completely stuck in a deadlock. In the silence, suddenly a black-robed man entered the courtyard and rushed forward to kneel before the hall, withdrawing a brocade pouch from his chest and offering it humbly, saying, "Report to Guardian, a man named Qin Jing instructed me to deliver this to you." Qin Jing. Yin Huayu furrowed his brows, gesturing to someone nearby, "Go check the surroundings." The black-clad person quickly replied, "Guardian, please don't worry. I've circled around multiple times outside, confirming no one was following before returning." Yin Huayu extended his hand, and the black-clad individual handed the brocade pouch over. He opened it and surprisingly spilled out a pink-purple glass hairpin ornament. At the sight of the object, Yin Huayu's expression changed dramatically. He locked eyes on the black-clad man. Did Qin Jing say anything else? No. Yin Huayu slowly tightened his grip on the hairpin and brought it closer, detecting a familiar faint fragrance. He abruptly stood up, visibly agitated. "If I'm not mistaken, isn't this Miss Waru's accessory?" Ningyu approached, carefully examining it, surprised. "She was safe and sound inside our sect. How did it end up in the possession of a man named Qin Jing?" Seemingly reminded by this, Yin Huayu thought of something, his expression almost contorting for a moment. That despicable woman Helan. Who else but Helan, the hall master he had abandoned in their sect, would go to any lengths just to confront him? Ningyu scrutinized his expression and remarked, "Judging by this, it seems she's using a hostage to force you into walking straight into her trap." Yin Huayu's jawline tightened as he stood there silently. Clutching the flower pin so hard it dug into his palm, veins prominently appeared on his hand back. Just as Ningyu was about to add more fuel to the fire, Yin Huayu unexpectedly shoved the black-robed man away and strode off. Will the enforcer truly go alone? Would it be better to arrange support teams to rescue Miss Waru? Ningyu asked. Yin Huayu hesitated for a moment, his silhouette quivering slightly as if drawing a deep breath before gritting his teeth. With Ruru in his hands, I cannot afford even the smallest mistake. After saying that, he left decisively. As Yin Huayu's figure disappeared from sight, Ningyu remained calm amidst the uncertain glances of the other members of the Bolora sect, sitting back down and taking a sip of tea. Smiling faintly, she commented, "The tea leaves may be coarse, but the temperature is just right." After leaving the courtyard, Yin Huayu activated his light martial skill and hurried forward. He didn't expect to not see the shadow of Pingchuan town yet only be intercepted by a group from the Seven Kill sect first. Xiao Lingyu, leader of the Seven Kill sect, was also present. Against the backdrop of a sky filled with red clouds, she elegantly approached and curiously questioned, "Right, enforcer, where are you headed alone?" "It's none of your concern." "Alright, then let's talk about things related to me." Xiao Lingyu giggled lightly, "You promised the no-doubt sword to me. When do you plan to fulfill this promise?" Yin Huayu paused momentarily, surprised, looking at her. "You still haven't found the no-doubt sword?" A sword clearly thrown into the mountain hollow, how difficult could it be to find? He originally assumed the people stationed there by the Seven Kill sect were simply part of his plan, but now realized they genuinely hadn't obtained it yet. Seeing his reaction, Xiao Lingyu's expression turned slightly serious. "There is no sword at the bottom of the cliff. I have followed the plan and thrown the no-doubt sword down as instructed." "You could easily confirm this through those Righteous Path individuals," Yin Huayu responded impatiently. "If you couldn't find the sword, you should blame your subordinates' inefficiency, not question me. My deal with you was mutual benefit, not personally handing the no-doubt sword to you." "You." The hunter-clad woman responsible for the search angrily spoke out but was immediately stopped by Xiao Lingyu raising her hand. Suppressing her displeasure momentarily, Xiao Lingyu's voice softened again. "Alright, something unexpected must have happened. Since the no-doubt sword is lost, as compensation, tell me where you're going." "I'll repeat again, it's none of your business." Yin Huayu glared at the group blocking his way. "Get out of my way." So restless, Xiao Lingyu narrowed her eyes. "Is it because something happened to your sister?" Yin Huayu's movement froze. No need for words, Xiao Lingyu understood everything. "Your cunning has made these Righteous Path individuals suffer heavy losses, and Qin Zheng, who recently arrived, bears the hatred for killing your wife. If you went like this, wouldn't you be courting death?" Yin Huayu no longer intended to waste time with her. With a sudden flick, he unsheathed his sword. The cold light reflected in his pupils seemed exceptionally icy. The Seven Kill sect members were all startled and unconsciously prepared for battle. Even Xiao Lingyu was stunned for a moment. Slowly observing his sword, when she next spoke, her tone was heavier. "As your ally, it's my duty to remind you to consider the bigger picture. Move aside." Yin Huayu showed no sign of wavering. "I won't say this for a third time." Xiao Lingyu finally turned frosty. Both sides stared each other down for some time until she raised her hand and ordered her people to step aside, humorlessly laughing. "Then I wish the enforcer good fortune." Yin Huayu didn't respond, brushing past her to continue rushing toward the town. "Are we really letting him go like this?" the hunter-clad woman beside her asked. "Or what? Hold him here against his will?" Xiao Lingyu's face was emotionless. The hunter-clad woman grew increasingly irritated the more she thought about it. He, Yin Huayu, needs to remember how he ascended to his current status. And dare treat you like this. He values his sister as much as life itself, which I've known for a long time. Xiao Lingyu chuckled. "To cure this problem, one must start from its root cause. The hunter-clad woman seemed to understand somewhat but couldn't help worrying aloud. If Yin Huaiyu really falls into the hands of those righteous path individuals, won't our previous efforts be wasted? The mess of the Bolora sect still relies on him to stir things up, and surely someone within the sect will ensure his survival. Even if we must step in, we'll wait until he pleads earnestly to me first. Xiao Lingyu suddenly lost interest, unwilling to continue discussing this topic and changed the subject. Where's Cheng Nian? Haven't found him yet. The hunter-clad woman shook her head. Cheng Nian was indeed following us searching for the sword in the mountain, but after the fight started, she disappeared. We searched all around, and there's no sign of a body. Sect leader, these days Cheng Nian seemed to be deeply troubled. I suspect she has second thoughts and fled during the chaos. Has she left? Xiao Lingyu tilted her head to look at the orange-red sunset that was slowly sinking, her expression incomprehensibly complex. Perhaps the twilight light added an element of softness and loneliness. That little girl who used to cry hidden under the quilt has finally grown up. Should we send someone to chase her? Xiao Lingyu turned away, stepping off while leaving behind only a faint reply. There's no need. I've been her master, but our connection has come to an end. The bustling and chaotic ravine had fallen into silence by dusk, appearing desolate with the howling cold wind at the cliff's edge. When Meng Sifan opened his eyes, a flood of brilliant golden light surged toward him, filling his vision. He was amazed at the sight of this being hell when suddenly he recognized the rosy clouds in the sky and half a sun setting, seeping out hues of molten gold, stunningly beautiful beyond compare. Meng Sifan sat stunned for a while before slowly realizing he was still alive. He hurriedly looked down. Under him grew a tree sprouting from a rock fissure. Its leaves were withered and fallen, yet its branches were strong and sturdy, sprawling over a dozen feet. Looking further down revealed the bottom of the cliff. Though still alarming, it wasn't infinitely deep as it seemed before. Before Meng Sifan could process the miracle of surviving, he felt an odd emptiness on his face, touching to find his right eye patch missing. Since being blinded, he rarely took the eye patch off, and even now, hanging from the cliff edge where no one could see him, he still felt the humiliation of being stripped bare, anxiously looking among the surrounding branches. But upon turning, he froze completely. Resting quietly among the messy twigs and dry leaves was a long, exquisite sword. The blade shimmered like autumn water, marked with a fine scar as if repaired, atop which were two enchanting seal characters, Bu-E. Was it a divine favor, or heaven's mockery? Emotions of overwhelming joy and sorrow rushed over him, along with countless memories, leaving Meng Sifan utterly overwhelmed. His blindness, his deceased junior brother, his youthful talent and high spirits, his shame and humiliations, powerlessness and pain, all eventually condensed into a single cold gleam on Bu-E's blade. He extended his hand, exerting all his strength to firmly grasp the sword's body. Choked throat rendered speech impossible, emitting strange sounds, part sobbing, part laughing. His entire body trembled violently as tears streamed down his cheeks, like madness had taken over. His palm was cut by the blade, blood flowing without pause, yet he remained entirely unaware. Chapter 74. The inns and lodges in Pingchuan town were already packed with martial artists. Shen Shen's team of Qingshan sect disciples were worried about finding a place to stay when Qin Jing generously bought a spacious residence. Not only did he arrange accommodation for everyone, but he also gathered the injured so the doctors could treat them more conveniently. Jiang Li took a trip back to the inn and invited Elder Shugu to treat Qi Chaoxi's injuries. Elder Shugu slowly unwrapped the bandage that had been soaked in blood, carefully examined his right wrist, and commented, "If you don't want this right hand anymore, I can chop it off for you." Qi Chaoxi sat on the bed, still pale-faced, but after some rest, was no longer as weak. He could only laugh nervously. "Predecessor, you're joking." Jiang Li stood beside him without needing to turn his head. He certainly wasn't in a good mood. Elder Shugu applied medicine and bandaged his right wrist before taking his left wrist to check his pulse. After pondering for a while, he went over to the table, laid out paper, and wrote down a prescription, saying, "Your internal force is exhausted, damaging your foundation, but with herbal treatment, there will be no problem. However, your right hand needs extra care. Within a month, you'd best not use a sword." Qi Chaoxi probed, "What if, due to an emergency, I have to use it?" "Just a few simple moves won't matter." Elder Shugu glanced at Jiang Li, "But if your meridians get damaged again, let your disciple chop off your hand." Jiang Li looked at Qi Chaoxi. Qi Chaoxi felt extremely uneasy. Junior will remember. Just then, hurried footsteps came from outside. Jiang Lanja knocked on the door and couldn't wait to push it open. He said, "Senior Zhong, did you know? The senior disciple of Tiangmen sect fell off a cliff and survived. He has just been brought over. Do you want to take a look?" "Fell off a cliff? Ha, quite a big life force." Elder Shugu perked up a bit, pointed to the prescription on the table, then followed him out. Jiang Li picked up the prescription, read it seriously, quickly stepped out of the door, handed it to a helping disciple of the Qingshan sect to fetch and boil the herbs. Then he turned back inside, closed the door, making the room quiet, leaving only himself and Qi Chaoxi together. On their way back to town, Jiang Li obviously appeared unhappy. He was busy taking care of Qi Chaoxi but didn't say a single word to him. Now, they finally had a moment to be alone. Qi Chaoxi, observing his expression, coughed lightly. "Still mad?" Jiang Li remained by the door, looking at him once without responding. Qi Chaoshi lightly moved his right wrist and chuckled, to tell you the truth, it hurts a little. Jiang Li took a deep breath and squeezed out a sentence between his teeth, you deserve to die of pain. Even though he said it like that, his tone lacked any real coldness. His heart was clear, he understood why Qi Chaoshi had done all this, just trying his best to keep the limited days they had together. His anger subsided greatly, replaced by infinite sorrow stuck in his throat, unable to express anything. Qi Chaoshi naturally heard the meaning behind those words and laughed aloud, young one, you're being too harsh. After a short pause, he added, back in that cave, you said you had caught me. Was that true? Jiang Li looked at him, his voice light yet resolute, it's true. So, that means you won't try to think of ways to leave me again? Of course not. Qi Chaoshi exhaled slowly, laughing quietly. Only now did his heart truly feel settled. He patted the space next to him, come, there's something I need to discuss with you. Jiang Li walked over and sat next to him. As agreed earlier with Shen Erlang outside the mountain cave, I must go to the Qingshan sect to be identified by the sect leader Shen. Jiang Li immediately sensed something was wrong and asked back, you? Why you alone? Yes, I'll go by myself. I've arranged things with Jiang Lanja, first I'll accompany you to Qingshan sect, then go to Guiyun Villa to find him. Certainly not because of that reason, Qi Chaoshi laughed. Then why? It was obvious that Jiang Li disagreed. Qi Chaoshi fell silent for a while, deliberating, uncertain where to begin. Finally, he said, half of what I told those martial artists was true, half false. You could hear it in my voice. In fact, the part about my origins is similar. My father was Qi Qiubai from the Qingshan sect, and my mother was Lu Ruben, the left guardian of the Bo Yi cult. They, one righteous and one evil, secretly developed feelings for each other during their encounters. Later, they conceived me and decided to elope. Not long after, the then sect leader of Qingshan ordered my father's closest master brother to chase after them. Since my mother was pregnant, he told them not to wander far and let the master brother bring them back. Naturally delighted, my parents returned to the sect where they were kindly accommodated. However, a few days later, the sect leader summoned my father for a discussion as usual and swiftly ended his life with a sword. Because of his private affair with a demoness from the magic cult, which disgraced the sect's reputation, the sect leader confiscated my father's sword and ordered the inscription on it removed before retranting it to another disciple. That is the one. Qi Chaoya drew out half of the sword beside him, revealing the scratches on the blade, and couldn't help but mock bitterly, the righteous school. Jiang Li pressed further, and then? The master brother only learned the news after my father's death and realized that the sect leader's initial acceptance of my parents was merely a plan to trap them. Understanding his own complicity in such an evil deed, the master brother rushed ahead of the sect leader and secretly sent my mother down the mountain, also stealing the sword and giving it to her. Unfortunately, this hurried escape exposed their whereabouts, and they were chased by Bo Yi cult. My mother dared not delay or stay overnight, even while snowed in, she walked continuously. Pregnant and holding a sword, despite overexertion and exhaustion, she refused any help. Eventually, fearing she would lose her child, she stopped a group of people regardless of consequences, spoke only a few words, then fainted. Qi Chaoya looked at Jiang Li, a faint smile appearing in his eyes, can you guess who saved her? Jiang Li had no idea, so he shook his head. It was the first-generation alliance master of the Shanhe alliance, the owner of Guiyun Villa, your grandfather, Jiang Luming. Jiang Li widened his eyes. Qi Chaoya softly chuckled, quite touched. My mother said when she woke up, she found herself lying in an inn, warm all over, with a young woman feeding her soup and medicine. Then, a middle-aged man came in and told her, we are strangers, and there's no need to ask too much. I'm helping you because of your desperate attempt to save your child. Since you're a martial artist, I've already infused a strand of true energy into your body to stabilize your heart pulse. Now, I'll teach you 4 incantations. You can circulate the true energy on your own to protect the fetus. At that time, the 7-kill gate was defeated, and the dark path was disunited, with the strength of the Bo Yi cult insufficient to expand. He didn't recognize my mother, but how could my mother fail to recognize Jiang Luming? As if reciting a famous line, Qi Chaoya quietly repeated the 4 incantations, glancing at Jiang Li's increasingly astonished expression, and asked, is it from the Changxing Ju? Jiang Li nodded dumbly, yes. After my mother's condition stabilized, Master Jiang Luming and his team left. Though the child was saved, my mother was alone and weak. She was eventually captured by the Bo Yi cult. The old man Pei Qin planned to cut me out of her womb and nail both of us onto the 3 layers of vermilion doors. In desperation, my mother confessed about meeting Jiang Luming and offered those 4 incantations in exchange for our safety. She promised that henceforth, she would assist the sect leader in obtaining the Changxing Ju. It was the first time Jiang Li heard about Jiang Luming's story, especially connected to the person in front of him, making him realize the unpredictability of human encounters. After a long pause, he thoughtfully said, later, after the Guiyun incident, the Changxing Ju was hidden without a trace, and the sect leader of Bo Yi cult wouldn't want others to know these 4 mantras, so he entrusted you with finding the clues. Yes, but my mother always remembered Master Zhang's rescue, and never acted aggressively to look for it. Qi Chaoya smiled, I know that Guiyun Villa regularly transports supplies to Luoxia Valley in winter and summer. I speculate Master Jiang's tomb is there, but when reporting to Pei Qin, I just say it cannot be found. Jiang Li couldn't help but chuckle slightly, then sorted through the whole story, asking, what does this have to do with you going to Qingshan sect alone? My father's master brother was named Shening. Later, he married the daughter of the sect leader and became the current sect leader of Qingshan sect. Jiang Li still didn't understand. Is there a problem with that? Of course there is, Qi Chaoye replied. I told those martial artists that my parents were killed by Bo Yi cult, but I didn't mention who my mother was. However, Shening knows the truth. Years ago, he helped out of youthful courage, but now as sect leader, his thoughts naturally prioritize the sect. The choice he would make would certainly be the same as the former sect leader. I am the bastard offspring of Qingshan sect and Bo Yi cult, ironclad evidence that the previous sect leader killed a disciple. Would he really recognize me? He seemed nonchalant, but Jiang Li immediately changed his expression. Then you cannot go. But if we don't take this trip, how can we stand in the martial world? Qi Chaoye remained calm, raising his hand to pinch Jiang Li's chin, smoothing out the tense expression on his face. Don't worry. I have a plan. The name Qi Chaoye has some weight in the martial world. Even if Shening doesn't want to acknowledge me, he can't just kill me outright. To explain it away, he'd have to reveal the sect's shameful secrets. He's more likely stuck in a dilemma. Therefore, I need you and Jiang Lanes to go to Luoyang, ask the villa owner of Guiyun, that is, the current alliance master of Shanhe, Jiang Xingzhou, to write me a letter of recommendation. Let him speak well of me so Shening feels assured and takes over this hot potato. Jiang Li thought for a long time before nodding. I understand. Although he had calmed down, his gaze was still lowered, his expression still somewhat gloomy. Qi Chaoye's heart softened when he saw it, and how could he not understand? They already lamented the fleeting time together, why did they have to separate now? Qi Chaoye silently sighed, then leaned closer, half-jokingly warning, don't think that because I won't be around watching you, you can do as you please. Don't recklessly charge into fights and get yourself hurt all over. Most importantly, don't talk to young girls, or you'll see what I'll do when I come back. Jiang Li raised his eyes, looking directly at him. I promise you, I will take care of myself and won't easily activate my inner arts. That single gaze pierced deeply into Jiang Li's clear eyes, as if reflecting a pure mountain spring from above, quietly showing only one image, himself. Qi Chaoye's heart trembled slightly, and his teasing words were instantly forgotten. Then Jiang Li continued, when the sword of no doubt is found, help protect me while I try to nullify my own martial arts. This was the method mentioned by Qi Chaoye as possibly solving the problem of retaliation. His confession meant that he had given up on this, but unexpectedly, Jiang Li had remembered it. This statement fell like thunder, shocking Qi Chaoye greatly. His expression immediately became serious, almost heavy with weight. He struggled to control his emotions, lowering his voice. Jiang Li, have you fully considered the consequences? I've been obsessed to the point of madness, only finding this one path. As for whether this approach will really work, no one can be sure. Let's give it a try. Jiang Li suddenly smiled, raising his hand to cup his face, gently kissing his pale lips, earnestly saying, I want to live, and be with you. Because he had personally witnessed Qi Chaoye's excruciating memory of pain, he didn't want him to experience another loss, didn't want him to show that look again. Qi Chaoye fixed his gaze on Jiang Li, overwhelmed with mixed feelings, unsure how to react. It seemed like he wanted to laugh, but his eyes brimmed unsteadily with heat. All the deep concerns about the uncertain future that had been suppressed inside vanished like smoke in an instant, bringing him an unprecedented peace. Just these words were enough, there was nothing else to hope for. Alright, Qi Chaoye settled his emotions. Then let's make it official, you go to Luoyang, I head to Qingshan sect. Be careful, both of us. When we meet again, we must be perfectly intact. With that, he laughed and raised his hand, extending his pinky finger. Jiang Li paused briefly, chuckling, immature. Though he said it dismissively, he also extended his pinky, tightly interlocking it with Qi Chaoye's. Qi Chaoye slowly leaned in closer. Jiang Li closed his eyes accordingly. The corner of Qi Chaoye's mouth curved into a deeper smile, a bit mischievous. Instead of kissing him directly, he lingered in the intimate proximity, letting his gaze wander over Jiang Li's face. He gently rubbed his nose against his smooth cheekbone, brushing over his forehead and cheeks. His warm breath circled endlessly until Jiang Li was provoked beyond endurance, opening his eyes to kiss him actively. A soft laugh lingered in Qi Chaoye's throat. No one knows how much time passed. Suddenly, a commotion arose outside. They parted slightly breathless, Qi Chaoye raising his hand to wipe away the bright moisture on Jiang Li's lips, satisfied in admiring his red ears. Jiang Li uncomfortably pulled away from his hand, walking to the window, gazing at the chaotic crowd outside. Yin Huayu from Bo Yi cult has been brought in. Jiang Li frowned. What's going on? Qi Chaoye was also surprised. Should you go check it out? Jiang Li shut the window again, muttering unhappily, I'm not going. This made Qi Chaoye completely unable to stop laughing, even the wound on his body throbbed painfully. Still pretending to be serious, he nodded meaningfully, good, not going is exactly fine. Then may I kindly request the benevolence of young Master Jiang to stay here and keep me company? Jiang Li glared at him and still walked back to his side. Chapter 75. In another wing of the mansion, the three Shan brothers from Qin Shan sect sat around a table exchanging information. As the commotion outside grew louder, the eldest brother Shen Shenxi stopped speaking and looked up. At that moment, a disciple rushed in hurriedly. What has happened? The disciple replied with a mixture of surprise and joy, the leader of that devilish cult is here. Earlier, night, Qin Jing told us to wait outside. I didn't believe him, but sure enough he surrendered without resistance. Senior brother, shall we settle the score with him properly? The second son Shen Jiyan immediately turned around and asked, who are you talking about? It's Yin Huaishu, the right guardian of Bilo cult who tricked you into our sect 2 years ago and stole the secret manual of our sword techniques. Before the disciple could finish, Shen Shenxi had already raised his hand as if wielding a blade, striking it onto Shen Jiyan's neck. Completely unprepared, Shen Jiyan did not have time to make a sound and promptly slumped onto the table, unconscious. The disciple stood there with his mouth open while Shen Shenxi got up and indicated for his youngest brother Shen Duanxing to follow him out. He instructed, Ji Yan has been tired enough today, do not let him get involved anymore. Help him rest in the inner room, Duanxing and I will go check it out. The disciple quickly moved to support Shen Jiyan. Shen Duanxing gave a quick glance and rushed after his elder brother, lowering his voice, Qin Yao brother, something is amiss. Is Yin Huaishu surrendering himself to protect the blind woman in the carriage behind? Who is she to him? She's his sister. Good, good. It's not his lover, which would be fine then. Shen Duanxing sighed with relief for his second brother, but was soon glared at fiercely by his elder brother. He quickly regained his composure and asked, however, isn't Qin Jing always known for being upright and incorruptible? How could he engage in such a behavior of coercing a weak woman? Hatred can sometimes cloud a person's judgment. Shen Shenxi paused momentarily, subconsciously defending Qin Jing. Moreover, during this journey you and I have both witnessed that Master Qin has treated the blind woman with respect and kindness, never letting his anger take over even once, which is already quite commendable. I still think that is not what a true swordsman should do. Shen Shenxi lightly slapped his back, making Shen Duanxing stop talking instantly. By then, they had already arrived at the entrance of the hall. Night had fallen, the hall was lit with lamps, brightening the surroundings. A pathway was left clear in the middle, flanked by angry martial artists, many of whom dragged their wounds just to join. At the top sat a girl in light purple embroidered attire. She appeared gentle and elegant, her eyes tightly closed, her hands clasped together on her knees. Despite her composed expression, her posture betrayed her nervousness. Standing beside the girl was Qin Jing. He had become much thinner, his cheeks slightly sunken, his eyes ringed with dark circles, though not completely emaciated, there was an inexplicable dimness about him. Right now, he silently gazed into the distance, his face calm like the surface of a sea before a storm. When Shen Shenxi and his companion entered the hall and took their positions, it wasn't long before footsteps approached from afar. Everyone turned their heads, and in that instant, their rage erupted, overwhelming the entire roof. Yin Huaishu was brought up by 2 disciples of Qin Shan sect. Standing in the center, his hands bound in front of him with iron chains, he seemed oblivious to the boiling curses and almost approaching punches around him. Instead, he quietly gazed at the girl opposite him, his eyes showing nothing else. Seeing that she was safe and sound, a faint trace of relief showed on his lips. This look of no regret further ignited everyone's anger. Someone shouted hoarsely, kill him. Kill him. Avenge our brothers and fellow students. Amidst the flood of agreements, Qin Jing slowly walked towards Yin Huaishu. The uproar gradually diminished as everyone fell silent simultaneously. Qin Jing stared directly at him and said, you've come, very well. You indeed care deeply about your sister and have protected her well. Yin Huaishu remained emotionless, ignoring him. My wife Wan Ning, at the age of your sister, was also well protected by her brother, deeply cherished, never entangled in any disputes of the jianghu, martial world. Qin Jing pointed his finger straight at Yin Huairo sitting above, suppressing an immense surge of anger. Tell her how you killed someone else's sister. Yin Huaishu glanced at him but remained silent. Qin Jing finally lost control, delivering a powerful kick to his knee joint, forcing Yin Huaishu to kneel involuntarily. The loud dull thud resounded as he hit the ground. Bound by the chains, unable to brace himself, Yin Huaishu collapsed entirely, yet made no sound, only furrowing his brows with discomfort and pain. Speak. Qin Jing seized him by the collar and flipped him over, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. Tell her. Tell her how you slit someone else's sister's throat and threw her off the eaves. Qin Jing's martial skills were formidable, and this punch was delivered with all his might. Nobody knew how many ribs had been broken as the onlookers only saw Yin Huaishu's face turning ghastly pale, his Adam's apple rolling as if swallowing blood forcefully. Yet traces of blood still seeped out from the corners of his lips. Even so, he did not let out even a groan. How dare you keep silent? The trembling in Qin Jing's hand holding onto Yin Huaishu's collar could not be suppressed any longer. He delivered another punch, smashing Yin Huaishu's head hard into the ground. Qin Jing roared ferociously in a low voice, are you afraid your image as a good brother will be destroyed? Are you scared she'll know you're a beast that tramples on human lives? Speak. Tell her how you killed An Ning and also harmed the relatives of everyone present here. Qin Jing could no longer control himself. Each question came together with a wild flurry of punches. His expression was terrifying as his teeth gnashed together. Is it only you and your sister who deserve to live while we should be stepping stones for you, to be butchered like pigs and dogs? Yin Huaishu had his eyes closed tightly with gritted teeth, blood flowing out of his 7 orifices, yet he did not make the slightest sound, as if there were no pains in this world he could not endure. Were it not for the occasional rise and fall of his chest, one might mistakenly think Qin Zheng was venting his hatred against a corpse. In the agitated crowd, Shen Duanxing could no longer bear the sight and quietly turned away. He is not my brother. This faint voice was like the chirping of a fledgling bird, almost drowned out by the uproar of the crowd. But Qin Zheng, consumed with anger, heard it clearly. His body stiffened like iron as he slowly turned his head towards the young girl sitting above. In a hoarse voice, he asked, "What did you say?" "He is not my brother." Yin Huairou clenched her hands tightly on her skirt, making an effort to flash a smile. "My brother is a crybaby, he is not like this at all. He has always been afraid of pain since childhood and wouldn't endure so much without uttering a sound." Everyone stood dumbfounded, looking at each other without knowing how to react. Just then, Yin Huairou probed forward, leaning against the table and stood up cautiously, asking timidly, "Master Qin, I feel tired. May I go back to rest?" Qin Zheng straightened up, his eyes bloodshot. His fists tightened and relaxed again. Finally, not wanting to give trouble to the little girl, he waved his hand, signaling an attendant standing in the corner to immediately come forward and support the visually impaired Yin Huairou as they walked out. They hadn't gone far when Yin Huairou seemed to have a premonition and stopped right next to Yin Huaishu, who was lying on the ground. She squatted down, and Yin Huaishu's tense expression finally cracked, revealing panic. He shrank back with great effort, fearing being touched. However, she merely pulled out a snow-white handkerchief from her sleeve and gently placed it beside his face. Then Yin Huairou stood up without saying anything, allowing the attendant to escort her out of the brightly lit hall, disappearing into the night. The hall fell silent for a moment before someone spoke up, shouting, "Master Qin, why waste time with this villain, just kill him directly for quick relief." "That's right, what good does all this talking do? Kill him." Qin Zheng was unfazed by the clamor, saying gravely, "Killing him directly would be too lenient. I want him to kneel in front of my wife's grave, repent in acknowledgement of his guilt, and then use his head as a blood sacrifice." Qin Zheng lowered his eyes, glaring at Yin Huaishu coldly, "Do not count on people from the devilish sect coming to save you. I will personally supervise you, anyone coming will just be another target for me to eliminate." Thus concluded the scene. Yin Huaishu, severely injured, was thrown into the woodshed. Qin Zheng, as promised, held the family-inherited Yulong spear and took charge outside. Although others regretted not seeing Yin Huaishu die with their own eyes, they managed to vent their grievances and return to their rooms for recuperation. As for the 2 Shen brothers, after returning to their room, they first checked on the quietly sleeping second master Shen Jiyan. Then they sat silently facing each other, both deeply worried. If Yin Huaishu had died outright, it would have cut off Shen Jiyan's thoughts completely, but since Qin Zheng had different plans, the situation was unpredictable. In the end, elder brother Shen Shenxi sighed and dismissed his younger brother to sleep, suggesting to act according to circumstances. However, early the next morning, just as Shen Shenxi had called the third brother Shen Duanxing over and was about to delegate some instructions, suddenly Shen Jiyan entered the room with his sword in hand. He stood firm before them and knelt down without hesitation, showing a surprisingly calm expression. This sudden move truly caught everyone off guard. Shen Shenxi realized that he had already learned of last night's events in the hall, and just as he was about to speak, he was beaten to it. Shen Jiyan said, "Brother, please expel me from the sect." "Second brother, what are you doing?" Shen Duanxing cried out in shock, rushing forward to support him, but his hand was firmly pushed away. "Speak clearly," Shen Shenxi commanded. Shen Jiyan stared at his 2 brothers and said firmly, "I have made up my mind. I must save Qin Yao and go with him to the Boloro sect." "To the Boloro sect?" Shen Shenxi erupted in anger. "For him, you would abandon righteousness and turn your back on all righteous sects of the martial world to consort with those devils. Second Master Shen, has propriety and integrity been fed to the dogs? Jiyan swears to heaven not to violate moral principles." Shen Jiyan remained calm and replied frankly, "Qin Yao is isolated and helpless in the sect, the calamities he has caused were only for self-preservation. If I were there to protect him, his situation would improve, and perhaps no more bloodshed would follow." "Foolish nonsense." Shen Shenxi scolded harshly, "I see that your heart has been blinded, your eyes covered. Yin Huaishu is steeped in murder, yet you pity him being weak in the devilish sect. You cannot tell right from wrong, good from evil." Shen Jiyan muttered quietly, "He is not beyond redemption, he just wants to live. Who in this world does not want to live?" Shen Shenxi raised a hand and pointed outward, "Do you dare say this to Qin Zheng? To the Tianqian sect? To repeat before the spirits of all who have died because of him?" Shen Jiyan lowered his eyes, hidden beneath them, the internal struggle resurfaced again, unable to respond, he fell into a long silence. Shen Shenxi squatted down, meeting his gaze, and slightly softened his tone, "My second young master, wake up. The 2 of you were never destined for the same path. Yin Huaishu is unworthy of you. He is doomed to be thrown into hell, while you have a bright future ahead. Once you overcome this emotional trial, better days and people await you. Better or not, it wouldn't be him. Shen Jiyan smiled bitterly. Big brother is correct. I confuse morality, break righteousness, fail to honor our father's training, our peers' expectations, and betray the books we've read since childhood. I know Qin Yao's hands are stained with sin, unforgivable, yet my heart leans toward him, and I feel joy at his sight. I can't ignore him. Shen Shenxi stood up, his chest heaving violently, supporting himself against the chair to steady his stance. After a long pause, a cold word escaped through clenched teeth, leave. Shen Jiyan acknowledged this order, bowed solemnly to his older brother, then immediately picked up his sword and walked out without hesitation. Shen Shenxi's chest rose and fell dramatically. Supporting himself on the chair, he watched the retreating figure of his second brother, Duan Xing, stop him. Shen Duan Xing had already been moved by the scene and hesitated, trying to dissuade, big brother, you know how stubborn second brother is, let it be. Even if it's just a show, you need to stop him. Shen Shenxi angrily yelled, otherwise, how will others know he's been expelled? How will Qin Shan sect survive in the martial world afterward? Oh. Realizing the necessity, Shen Duan Xing grabbed his sword and hurriedly chased after. Left alone in the room, Shen Shenxi stood motionless, deeply grieved, helpless. Suddenly, he remembered the year when his second brother brought that unknown young man back to the sect, explaining to the fellow disciples how he had fallen off a cliff and was saved by the youth. The young man looked around casually, Shen Jiyan's repeated glances, and the smiles exchanged then seemed like they had already planted the seeds leading to today. As Shen Shenxi lost himself in thought, the clamor outside grew louder, the entire estate appeared in disarray, countless martial artists racing past. Startled, one disciple rushed in and shouted loudly, Master brother, it's bad news. Martial hero Qin has somehow started a fight, and followers of the Boloro sect have also emerged, heading straight for the blind girl. There's no guard there, she might be kidnapped. Shen Shenxi startled awake, grabbed his saber, and followed hastily to the commotion. Chapter 76. The cold was suffocating, like an impenetrable net wrapping around him. It seeped into his skin and burrowed deep into his bones. What season was it? How many days had he been wandering homeless with his younger sister? He pulled his soaked shirt to cover the girl's head and ran through the cobblestone streets, splashing water as they leapt over puddles. Yet the rain followed the two children relentlessly, impossible to escape. The rain in Jiangnan was unexpectedly cold, the cobblestone road seemed endless. He grew tired of running, trembling uncontrollably from the cold, feeling that he was about to die. He stepped into a river and began sinking, but the river was warm, embracing him from all sides like a gentle cradle. Tears flowed freely and uncontrollably as he continued to descend. A pair of hands caught him, emanating both unfamiliar and familiar warmth before he lost consciousness in the warm, yet dark river. When Yin Huaiju woke up, a faint light shone on the window, and lamps were lit inside the room. His body felt powerless, and the pain was as if he'd been crushed by a giant stone. Blinking heavy eyelids, his thoughts were still muddled, unable to focus. A hand touched his forehead, cool and soothing. Keeping his eyes half closed, he didn't move until a voice spoke, you're badly injured, and you caught a chill during winter when you stayed in the woodshed, resulting in a high fever. You've slept for an entire day. I feel your condition has improved somewhat, but are you still uncomfortable? Yin Huaiju was dazed, the words went in one ear and out the other. With a mumbled response, his eyelids could no longer stay open, and he drifted back to sleep. The man chuckled. Don't rush to sleep just yet. Let's first apply the ointment, and the medicine will be ready soon. Only now did Yin Huaiju's mind begin to work slowly. Realizing something was amiss, he abruptly pushed himself up, opened his eyes, and came face to face with a kind and handsome expression. Shen Jiyan was casually seated at the bedside, smiling as he gazed at him. It's you again. When Yin Huaiju finally spoke, he realized his voice was hoarse. Shen second master, why do you always meddle where you're not wanted? Shen Jiyan ignored the comment, merely smiled, then opened a small porcelain jar he held in his hand, dipping a finger into its emerald green ointment. Your face needs medication, but I worried it might rub off onto the pillow or bedding because you've been restless. So, I waited. Leave me alone, I don't need it. Irritably, Yin Huaiju swatted away the hand reaching toward him. Shen Jiyan paused momentarily, placing the jar on a small table beside the bed. Then, with ease, he grabbed Yin Huaiju's wrist, twisting it with skillful precision. Before Yin Huaiju could react, he found himself pressed firmly against the headboard, trapped inescapably though with remarkable gentleness, causing no pain. Clearly evident was Shen Jiyan's exceptional martial arts skills, even at his best, it would have been easy for Shen to subdue Yin Huaiju, let alone in his current weakened state. Realizing resistance was futile, Yin Huaiju stopped struggling and allowed Shen Jiyan to come closer, slowly applying the ointment onto his face. Though unable to see his reflection in a mirror, Yin Huaiju knew there were numerous bruises across his face, perhaps even some disfigurement. Despite this, Shen Jiyan moved both gently and slowly. As the ointment spread, the temperature of his fingertips brushed softly over the wounds almost like caressing. Feeling increasingly uneasy, Yin Huaiju turned his gaze away. Amidst the numbness of the wounded areas, a sudden sharp pain made Yin Huaiju flinch. Shen Jiyan noticed immediately, pulling his hand away to inquire, does this area hurt worse? Without waiting for a response, he added, I'll be even more careful. His breath grazed Yin Huaiju's cheek, warm and steady. Paralyzed with tension, Yin Huaiju longed for the ordeal to end swiftly. Once Shen finished applying the ointment, he hesitated, neither releasing nor moving further away. Catching the look from Yin Huaiju, they realized how close their faces had inadvertently become, each breath almost tangible. Shen Jian's gaze dropped slightly, fixated on Yin Huaiju's lips. Pale from illness, his face bruised, Yin Huaiju lacked his usual sharp demeanor. Instead, there was a rare hint of vulnerability, his lips unnaturally red, possibly from the fever. Instinctively holding his breath, Yin Huaiju became painfully aware of Shen Jian's breathing becoming heavier, the grip on his wrist tightening. Their gazes locked, silence filled the room except for the sound of the medicine bubbling over the brazier nearby. In a moment of hesitation, Shen Jian's Adam's apple bobbed. Ultimately, he resisted the urge, released Yin Huaiju's wrist, and stood up, turning away. Observing the in-room layout, a small stove simmered with medicinal steam, filling the air with bitterness. Standing by the stove, Shen Jian's back stiffened, his silhouette seemingly drawing deep breaths before regaining composure. Relieved of his restraint, Yin Huaiju leaned back against the headrest for a moment, still shaken and his heart racing. After a quiet while, Shen Jian poured a bowl of long-boiled herbal medicine, setting it on the table to cool. When he turned back, his expression had returned to normal as he said, wait a moment before you sleep again, drink the medicine first. I won't go with you to Green Mountain sect, so forget about it, Yin Huaiju declared. Shen Jian smiled slightly, even if you don't return to Green Mountain sect, I'll accompany you to Borea sect. Yin Huaiju's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Shen Jian, do you know what you're saying? I know, Shen Jian affirmed, I've already made my choice, I've been expelled from the sect and fought Qinzheng. There's no turning back now, so you can rest assured. Rest assured? Assured of what? Yin Huaiju could hardly believe what he was hearing. In one quick motion, he threw off the blanket and nearly fell out of bed. Still, he forced himself over to the window, pushing it open. Below him stretched an unfamiliar landscape of neatly arranged houses and bustling streets, showing they were no longer in Pingchuan town. Stunned, Yin Huaiju realized he had assumed Shen Jian used some method to convince Qinjing to let him go, but instead, Shen Jian had completely severed ties with the righteous factions and directly rescued him. In great difficulty, Yin Huaiju shifted his gaze back, his voice even raspier, you're insane. Absolutely mad. Unmindful of the cold floor beneath his bare feet, Shen Jian stepped forward and said, put your shoes on first. Begone. Yin Huaiju pushed him forcefully, stumbling back 2 steps, I don't need your help, nor do I want to see you anymore. Go back where you came from. Shen Jian steadied him and replied gently, don't get worked up. Let me explain. Yin Huaiju's face was ashen white, trembling all over. He tried with all his strength but couldn't break free, attempting to insult Shen further when suddenly he vomited blood and weakly collapsed onto the ground. The world spun black around him. With changed expression, Shen Jian knelt down beside him, half supporting him as he quickly wiped the blood from his lips. But Yin Huaiju grabbed his hand, hoarsely demanding, will you leave or shall I jump out of this window? Qingyao. Master Shen. Please, just leave me alone. Yin Huaiju was nearing collapse, go your golden road, I'll cross my narrow bridge. Isn't that better? Why must you meddle in my affairs? Can't you just act as if I'm dead? I said I don't want to see you anymore. Can you stop tormenting me? Shen Jian lowered his eyes, noticing how tightly Yin Huaiju gripped his hand until the knuckles turned pale, digging into his hand. Quietly, he asked, where do you want me to return to? Rescuing countless victims' blood vengeance, bringing shame upon the sect and becoming a renegade among the righteous, where could he possibly go back? All strength left Yin Huaiju, collapsing to the ground, both hands covering his forehead as he remained silent for a long time. Quietly, Shen Jian observed him, brushing the disheveled hair behind his ear. Still, he couldn't see Yin Huaiju's expression clearly, so he asked, why did you want to erase my memory? Because seeing you annoys me. I just want to be rid of you. Why do you say forgetting will end suffering? Shen Jian smiled softly, I've never thought it was painful, those memories are precious to me. And so what? They're only memories. Yin Huaiju took a deep breath, lowering his hand to meet his gaze directly, what are you thinking? What good does it do you following me? My toxic blood you can't even touch, are you willing to live a solitary life like this? I promised you I'd look after you properly and ensure no one would harm you, Shen Jian responded. Yin Huaiju's eyes flickered, then coldly countered, you made that promise to Qingyao, not me. Sighing lightly, Shen Jian explained, it doesn't matter whether it's Qingyao or Yin Huaiju. Just a name, it's simply because I like calling you that way. More or fewer memories don't change who you are. Is that right? Yin Huaiju scoffed, pointing at himself, look at me now, how am I similar to Qingyao? Shen Jian studied him intently, a hint of amusement rising in his eyes, warmly responding, some things have changed, others haven't. Like, you rarely smile, but you always unconsciously frown. Each time you look at me like this, it makes me feel as though I owe you something. Feeling his own brow furrow, Yin Huaiju's expression tightened. The mocking tone faded from his demeanor as he refrained from further words. After a long pause, without warning, Yin Huaiju stood up, walked around Shen Jiyan, approached the table, picked up the dark medicinal decoction, tilted his head back and drank it all in one go. He then returned to sit on the bed, remaining silent with unreadable emotions. Shen Jiyan stood up as well, staying a few steps away from him. Suddenly recalling something, he added, "Sorry." "What for?" "I couldn't save your sister too, she was taken away by the Bana sect amidst the chaos." Yin Huaiju slightly zoned out and whispered, "She isn't some fragile flower, she's much stronger than me. Mr. Qi mentioned that if the mission wasn't completed, you and your sister would be punished by the Bana sect. Could something bad happen to her?" Shen Jiyan asked worriedly. "Ningyu took my sister only to make me behave and return. He wouldn't dare hurt her but rather treat her well. By doing so, he can threaten me and later offer me a favor." Yin Huaiju coldly replied, "Do I know him or not?" Shen Jiyan nodded and his gaze became dimmer. Upon seeing this, Yin Huaiju blurted out, "There's no special relationship between Ningyu and me." The moment these words left his mouth, Yin Huaiju instantly regretted them, wanting nothing more than to bite his tongue. Why explain anything to him? Shen Jiyan obviously noticed too, then smiled faintly and responded, "Understood." Yin Huaiju stiffened his face and spat rudely, "What are you laughing at?" Shen Jiyan suppressed his rising lips but the gleam of amusement deepened in his eyes, playing along, "All right, I'll stop laughing." Yin Huaiju's expression became complex for a while, unable to find an appropriate retort. Finally, he turned back over on the pillow and fell asleep. In a nearby inn not far from Jiuyuan Mountain, a girl sat quietly in her room, head bowed, eyes closed, silently reciting mantras as she flicked a string of prayer beads. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and a red-clad woman walked in, performing a bow before grinning, "Miss Huairo, it's time to go back to the sect. Hongnu has been ordered by Master Ningyu to help you with your makeup." Yin Huairo placed down her prayer beads and nodded gently, "Thank you for the trouble." "You're too kind," Hongnu replied, setting the makeup case down and helping her sit in front of the copper mirror, slowly brushing her long shiny hair. The room was silent until Hongnu suddenly sighed. "What is it?" Yin Huairo asked. "This." Hongnu hesitated, holding the peachwood comb and rushing to peek outside the corridor door. Seeing no one there, she returned to Yin Huairo's side and whispered softly, "It's improper for me to speak, but Miss Huairo is kind-hearted. If I don't tell you, I'll feel uneasy. Please continue, I won't reveal what you say." Yin Huairo smiled lightly. "Hold Master Ningyu at arm's length," Hongnu warned, speaking very quietly. "He appears benevolent, but in truth, he is ruthless. Recently, he might attempt to take your life." "Why?" Yin Huairo asked curiously. "I accidentally overheard Master Ningyu mention that Guardian Yin Huaiju has strategy and resolve, yet has always been constrained by others. Now, ignoring the bigger picture, impulsively throwing himself into danger among the righteous factions, almost ruining the entire plan and nearly dying in the process, all due to being dragged down by Miss Huairo. Guardian Yin has a weakness. This incident is just the beginning. Should Miss Huairo remain alive, Guardian Yin will never accomplish great deeds," Hongnu continued, braiding her hair while watching her expression in the mirror. Hongnu opened the makeup box, choosing pins carefully to fix in Yin Huairo's hair bun, casually leaving a sharp gold pin near her hand. The gold pin was slender and pointed, gleaming coldly. After a pause, Hongnu grinned, "Let me say this, it's best not to take my warning to heart. After marriage, as your fiancé often sees the charm of your nightly whispers, he'll surely provide assistance to Guardian Yin." As Yin Huairo reached out, her hand touched the golden pin. She remained quiet, the other hand moving slowly as if studying the pin's shape. Her finger rested at its tip, gently testing its sharpness. Seeing her purpose had been achieved, Hongnu ceased her talk. Having finished her makeup without a word, pretending not to notice Yin Huairo clutching the pin, Hongnu prepared to retreat. At that moment, Yin Huairo suddenly spoke, "Ningyu uses me to control my brother and wouldn't want to kill me. Your remarks sound more like those from my brother's ally. So, you're from the Qisha sect?" Startled, Hongnu shot up, utterly shocked. She'd been covertly infiltrating for years without revealing any flaws, yet she failed right here in front of this blind girl who seemed unremarkable. Staring intently at Yin Huairo's seemingly harmless side profile, she raised her palm and hesitated, deliberating. If she made a move now, Ningyu would surely investigate, exposing her identity. That's why she spent her breath trying to convince Yin Huairo to commit suicide. Yin Huairo didn't let her dwell on it for long, she put down the golden pin and smiled gently, "You all wish to eliminate my brother's burden, but you fail to understand that only with me alive will my brother continue to live. We must depend on each other." Hongnu remained silent. Yin Huairo continued, "Since you are my brother's ally, I won't reveal your secret. Rest assured." At this point, Hongnu had no choice but to grit her teeth and accept it, "Thank you, Mississippi." After bowing, Hongnu quickly left. Yin Huairo sat upright before the mirror. Her hair resembled a cloud, adorned with flower pins, with silver glittering tassels hanging on both sides. A light makeup enhanced her spiritual grace and gentleness, but unfortunately, her eyes were closed, unable to enjoy her reflection as ordinary girls would. She clasped her hands together and prayed softly, "May the Buddha be merciful and protect my brother's safe return. All his sins arose because of me. If there is a need for atonement, it should rightly fall upon me to bear. Chapter 77. The next morning, In Haishu sat up in bed and looked up to see the sunlight streaming through the window lattice, casting golden sand on the floor. The street was filled with the cacophony of vendors hawking their goods, but the room remained quiet. The small brazier crackled faintly with red-hot embers, struggling to drive away the chill of early winter. All the disputes of the jianghu seemed far removed, leaving only a peaceful and tranquil interlude that felt almost too good to be true. When a gentle knock came at the door, In Haishu was lost in thought, staring at a shaft of sunlight, and didn't hear it. Shen Jian's voice followed, "Qingyao, are you awake?" In Haishu snapped out of his daze and absently murmured a response. The door opened, and Shen Jian placed a tray on the table, inviting him to come eat. In Haishu walked over and sat down. On the table were already 2 bowls of white porridge, a plate of exquisite pastries, and several dishes of light side dishes, all in the same breakfast style he often ate at Qing Mountain sect. In Haishu kept a straight face, showing no expression, and said nothing, just silently sipping the porridge without touching any other food. Shen Jian let out a helpless smile. "I've heard some news. A few more people have searched under the cliff, but still haven't found the Bushi sword. As a result, most of the jianghu members in Pingchuan town have dispersed. My brother and others took Master Qi to Qing Mountain sect for identity verification. Jiang Lanes and Master Jiang Li went to Luoyang. Master Qin Jing also left Pingchuan town, but his destination is unknown. He might be searching for us. How are you feeling? When do you plan to return to the Banro sect to find your sister?" asked Shen Jian. In Haishu finished his porridge, set down the spoon with a soft clink against the bowl edge, stood up, and returned to sit by the bed, lowering his eyes as if lost in thought. Shen Jian smiled again lightly, tidied up the bowls and dishes, and was about to leave when, just as he reached the door, In Haishu suddenly spoke up, "I have something to tell you." Shen Jian paused slightly and then laughed gently. "All right." He handed the tray to the attendant and returned to sit by the bed, his tone calm. "What do you want to tell me?" In Haishu did not look at him, his gaze fixed straight ahead as if staring into the void or probing memories. In a low voice, he said, "My younger sister wasn't born blind. She isn't my burden, I am her burden." Shen Jian hadn't expected such words and was momentarily stunned, unable to respond immediately. This story starts with a woman who was originally from a modest background. She grew up knowing her neighbor, a scholar, and they developed mutual affection, engaging themselves to one another since childhood. However, her father later made money through business and befriended the prominent In family of Suzhou. Suddenly looking down on the scholar, he broke off the engagement and forced the woman to marry into the In family. But this woman was restless and continued her clandestine relationship with the scholar, even donating money to help him pursue an official career. Unexpectedly, after becoming comfortable, the scholar's focus shifted. He spent his days drinking and enjoying music instead of studying. Meanwhile, the woman's husband was actually a capable man who treated her well. Over time, the woman's heart changed, and she wanted to sever ties with the scholar. The scholar, however, couldn't bear to give up this source of wealth. Moreover, having become addicted to gambling, he threatened the woman with their scandalous affair, demanding money. Initially, she gave in, but the scholar's gambling became uncontrollable like an endless abyss. Fearful that their ongoing association would be discovered, the woman finally resolved herself, cutting all ties with the scholar. Thinking him cowardly and incapable of causing trouble, she underestimated his desperation. Facing relentless debt collectors, the scholar acted fiercely, perhaps deciding they should die together, exposing their affair directly to her husband. Upon hearing the news, the woman despaired utterly and hanged herself from the beam in her room. She left a letter expressing remorse to her husband, confessing that while I was the result of her illicit affair, her daughter Ruru was genuinely of the In family lineage. She begged her husband to take care of her daughter. Even though Shen Jian had guessed this was related to his own background, he could not suppress the wrenching pang in his heart upon hearing this account. "It was me who found that letter first," continued In Haishu impassively. His speech slowed slightly. "Knowing the woman's preference for my sister, I could not accept what was written in it, so I burned it clean. Of course, in the end, we cleansed the family's name, and both my sister and I were driven out of our home, wandering the streets and alleys of Suzhou City. At that time, Ruru was 8 years old. She was very smart and understood what had happened. She was obedient, never crying or fussing. Sometimes, kind people would give her a cake, and she'd always break half of it to save for me. At that moment, the little girl would use her dirty sleeve to wipe away his tears, yet her face stayed clean, and her hair was meticulously combed every day by him. She'd say to him, 'Brother, don't cry, don't be afraid. That uncle promised to give me 2 cakes tomorrow, we won't go hungry anymore.'" In Haishu suddenly lowered his head, eyes closed, and took a deep breath before continuing. At that time, Ibu Ji, the former right protector of the Banro sect, was cultivating the yin yang gu. He needed the fresh blood of biological siblings or brother-sister pairs to nourish the gu insects, so he sent people out to capture suitable candidates, and it was then that Ruru and I ended up in the Banro sect. The cultivation of the yin yang gu failed as soon as it started with our blood. Do you know what this means? In Haishu finally turned his head, looking at Shen Jian. Shen Jian felt a profound shock, his heart heavy with anguish. Before Shen Jian could answer, In Haishu suddenly chuckled. "That woman spoke the truth. Ruru and I are not full-blooded siblings. She is truly of the Yin family bloodline, but me. I am the bastard child born from her adulterous affair, only me. Unable to hold back any longer, Shen Jian blurted out, Qingyao. Shut up, let me finish, Yin Haishu coldly interrupted him. After the gu cultivation failed, my sister and I became useless. But just at that moment Ibu Ji discovered an extraordinary martial arts prodigy, not me, but Ruru. Her physical constitution and comprehension were called a once-in-a-century genius by Ibu Ji. The last person with such talent was Gu Si, who created the longevity decree. Shen Jian was left utterly speechless. Ian Buji was ecstatic, considering her a priceless treasure, wanting to cultivate her into his most remarkable masterpiece. His first step was to reshape her character. Ian Haishu's eyes darkened significantly, as if hiding an unknown, terrifying beast within. He continued, in order to plant a seed of poison in Ruru's heart, Ibu Ji brought us to his stone chamber and threw me into a pool filled with venomous snakes and scorpions, all in front of her. I was instantly swallowed by them. Those poisonous creatures went crazy, breaking through my skin and even trying to burrow inside me. Ruru was terrified. I saw her cry like that for the first time. She begged Ibu Ji to save me, and Ibu Ji said he would only do so if she offered both of her eyes. Shen Jian hesitated, unable to finish his sentence. Of course Ibu Ji wasn't really going to take her eyes. By that point, I had already lost consciousness, and anyone could tell there was no hope for me. And if Ruru lost her sight, she wouldn't be able to practice martial arts, her great talent would mean nothing but make her a waste. Ibu Ji merely wanted to force her to abandon me. But she didn't. Yin Haishu's voice began to tremble uncontrollably, almost faltering entirely. I had given up all hope and closed my eyes, letting countless venomous creatures crawl over my body and face. Suddenly, I heard an anguished scream, and when I opened my eyes, I saw blood on Ruru's face and hands. The two lumps on the ground, they were also covered in blood. Ruru gouged out her own eyes. Even on the street, where they used to wander, she always kept her face clean, but now it was covered with blood stains. It seemed like she was still crying. Her bloody hands swung in the air, struggling to grab Ibu Ji's robe, as delicate yet sorrowful as a blooming lotus, incessantly begging him to save her brother. Ibu Ji was stunned by her act, momentarily frozen in place. The one who brought him back to reality was an unusual sound. He turned around, shocked to see the boy who was supposedly dying struggle across the pool. With trembling hands gripping the edge of the pool tightly, drenched in blood, the boy crawled out. No one had ever survived the toxic pool, let alone climb out of it on their own. Lacking the strength to stand, Yin Haishu nonetheless had blazing determination in his pupils. Clenching his teeth, he slowly crawled towards his sister, leaving behind a long trail of blood. Finally, the blood-soaked youth embraced the blood-stained girl and croaked hoarsely, "Don't be afraid, I won't die. Brother will live for you." As a result, Ibu Ji lost a martial arts prodigy, but discovered another possibility for human gu cultivation. He kept the siblings, throwing Yin Haishu into the pool again and again. Every time, he managed to endure, but his mind remained too clear. He could never become the kind of controlled gu puppet Ibu Ji desired. In excruciating pain, nearing madness, he chewed the venomous creatures and swallowed them whole, vomiting non-stop after crawling out, feverish and disoriented, but never again contemplating death. Then one day, upon leaping into the pool, those venomous insects and snakes did not swarm toward him. Instead, they recoiled in fear, rippling away as if filth had been tossed into the water. Stepping onto the cold stone floor, he stood up, seeing the barren spot beneath him. With the end of Yin Haishu's tail, an oppressive silence enveloped the room. Shen Jian stared at him intently, his throat constricted as though held tight by some invisible hand, unable to produce a sound, feeling as if his heart was being cut by 1,000 knives. On the other hand, Yin Haishu seemed somewhat calmer. He slowly exhaled and said, "She could have had a good life, but I ruined it twice. Now." He glanced at Shen Jian. "Now, he has destroyed another person's once bright and promising life. What are you telling me these things for? What do you want to say to me?" Shen Jian finally spoke with difficulty. "I can never be Qingyao, you understand that, right?" Yin Haishu said, "I really can't remember clearly the days in the Qingshan sect. Every time I accidentally recall those days when I had no worries and burdens, I couldn't help but wonder how Rura managed to endure alone in the Banro sect. I don't dare to ask, I don't dare to think. How could I have left her behind, how could I have forgotten about her?" When his neck was slit, the gu insects died, and his memories came rushing back. In the soft warmth of the room at the Qingshan sect, he suffered in anguish and could not forgive himself. Not long after, unable to wait any longer, he stole the secret manual of knife techniques from the Qingshan sect and returned to the Banro sect, rising to become the hall master. Madly searching across Mount Jiuyuan, he eventually found his sister among a group of humble maids washing clothes by the riverside. At that time, Yin Hera was so thin she looked as if she would be blown away by the wind. She wore light clothing, with hands cracked and swollen red. He knelt before her, tears streaming down his face, but Yin Hera embraced him, soothing him like a child, smiling gently, "Don't cry, it's all over now. I knew my brother must still be alive and would come back for me." Silence again enveloped the room. Shen Jiyan looked downward, lips tightly pressed, silent for a long while. What could he possibly say? Yin Haishu let out an emotionless laugh and said, I'm done talking, you can leave now. Shen Jiyan didn't move, lost in thought. Yin Haishu grew inexplicably irritable. Just as he was about to speak again, Shen Jiyan suddenly raised his eyes and looked directly at him. Shen Jiyan managed a smile, softly saying, I've been thinking, when I was young, I accompanied my father on several trips to Suzhou City. If only it were me who met you back then, how good it would be. Surely, I'd fall in love with you at first sight. I would invite father to take both of you siblings back to the Qingshan sect. Your sister, with her remarkable talent, could practice our sect's martial arts, and perhaps even surpass me. If you dislike martial arts, you needn't practice them, reading books is perfectly fine too. We could grow up together, and you should call me, senior brother. Perhaps one day, you'd simply call my name. It was impractical nonsense, yet he spoke of it with such seriousness. Yin Haishu hesitated, then quickly turned away, lying down on the bed, turning over, and pulling the blanket over his head. Muffled words emerged from beneath the covers, I'm tired, please go. Qin Yao. Shen Jiyan hesitated, reaching out a hand uncertainly at what sudden change occurred. Through the thick quilt, he touched faint tremors. Shen Jiyan's heart quivered. Hardly able to resist the urge to embrace him, after much deliberation, he merely restrained himself, lightly patting the quilt. Shen Jiyan stood up and left. As he closed the door for the last time, through the crack, he saw the tightly wrapped quilt, resembling a cocoon hiding deep sorrow. Chapter 78. Below the Jiuyuan mountain, as the patrolling disciples looked into the distance, they saw two figures approaching and were all startled. According to tradition, they quickly formed two teams, like a wall of copper and iron, blocking the path up the mountain. The patrol leader stood before the human barricade. When the two figures approached, he bowed his head and greeted, Welcome back, Right Guardian. Yin Huaishu stopped, pulled open his collar, revealing the crimson flower mark below his right clavicle. After confirming the tattoo, the leader still remained standing firm, blocking the way in front. Behind him, the two squads of patrols tightened their grips on their weapons, preparing for any conflict. What? Yin Huaishu furrowed his brows. The leader's eyes landed on the gentleman in green robes next to him, saying, Right Guardian, don't be offended, but this person beside you is from Qingshan sect, and cannot enter our religion. Since I've brought him here, he is my man. When the young master inquires, I will naturally be the one to report. Yin Huaishu said, Step aside. After much hesitation, the patrol leader finally bowed again and shouted loudly, If the Guardian vouches for him, then please proceed. All the patrol members behind the leader responded in unison. The human wall split apart, creating a path that allowed the two people to ascend the long stone steps and go up the mountain. After walking for a while, Shen Jiyan, dressed in green robes, looked back and saw that the patrol leader was still staring fixedly at their backs, lost in thought. When their eyes met, the leader quickly averted his gaze and pretended to be instructing the others. Shen Jiyan shifted his focus back to the side face of the person beside him, which showed no expression. After pondering for some time, he could not help but ask, Did you just say, that I am your man? Yin Huaishu gave him a glance, Do you have any objections? No, no objections. Shen Jiyan laughed softly, a flicker of joy sparking inside. He blurted out, Qin Yao, I. But then he paused unintentionally, only regretting how his heart was racing, eager to seize this chance to exchange a few more words with him, yet too hasty to craft the next line. This pause drew Yin Huaishu's attention. Turning his head sideways, he asked curiously, Shen Jiyan was momentarily stunned. In an instant of sudden insight, he tentatively ventured, Qin Yao. What? Then Shen Jiyan slowly smiled, his focused eyes locked on him, calling out again, Qin Yao. Tisk. Yin Huaishu realized what was happening, turned back around, and quickened his steps. You're such a bother. Shen Jiyan let out a light laugh and didn't say anything more, catching up with his pace. They climbed the stairs up the mountain, passed through 3 towering vermilion gates. As soon as they stepped into the territory of Banya sect, a refined young man in yellow brocade clothes came forward at a leisurely pace, smiling as he clasped his hands together and greeted them, Congratulations, Right Guardian, Lord Shen II. You two lovers are finally united. Yin Huaishu frowned, Ningyu, why are you here? Miss Huairo has already been sent back to her quarters, attended by familiar maidservants. Please rest assured, Guardian. The situation that day was urgent, you were saved by Lord Shen II. Without your permission, I took it upon myself to bring Miss Huairo back, hoping you would forgive me, Ningyu said. Yin Huaishu listened and replied dryly, What nonsense, I should thank you instead. In addition, Ningyu took a step closer and whispered, just as the Guardian predicted, Hall Master Heelan betrayed Miss Huairo to the righteous sections. Upon hearing we had returned, and knowing that you were safe, she fled that night out of fear of punishment. I have immediately dispatched someone to chase after her. Once captured, I will hand her over to you, Guardian, for disposition. Yin Huaishu stared at him and asked, How should I return the favor for Director Ning's meticulous consideration? To relieve the Guardian's troubles is the honor of an underling, how dare Ningyu ask for a reward? Ningyu smiled slightly, I've already reported this experience to the young master. Although the mission failed, neither the doubtless sword nor the head of the left guardian was secured. The young master was deeply moved when he heard about Lord Shen's assistance. He anticipated your return and is awaiting in the hall specifically to welcome you both. Yin Huaishu raised his hand and blocked Shen Jian a step backward, maintaining his expression. I'll explain clearly to the young master myself. If there's any punishment, I will deserve it. This time, you've done nothing wrong, so why worry so much? Reporting the process is my duty, why should I consider it troublesome? Ningyu watched his action and shook his head laughing. Apologies for not clarifying earlier. The young master is looking forward to meeting Lord Shen II. Even if you are worried about his tiredness from the journey and want to send him back to rest, he should still meet the young master first. Yin Huaishu narrowed his eyes slightly, but before he could respond, Shen Jian beside him suddenly spoke up. As impromptu visitors, it is indeed proper to visit the host first. That is also my intention. Please lead the way, Director Ning. Ningyu made an inviting gesture and then turned to lead the way in front. Yin Huaishu glared irritably to the side, only to receive a soothing smile from Shen Jian, which made him even more annoyed. However, due to the situation, he could do nothing but swallow his anger. The two followed Ningyu forward and entered the most central and majestic hall of the Banya sect. This place used to be the old master's residence where the main hall often convened discussions. Now with a new owner in this hall, on both sides knelt female musicians who played sensual tunes. Young Master Pei Zhao was lounging in his chair, half holding a beautiful woman, and just poured a cup of wine over her chest. The woman was barely covered by a layer of gauze, and when drenched, she immediately revealed everything. Slowly licking up the wine from her cleavage, Pei Zhao grinned while the woman pushed his shoulders lightly, complaining coyly, "Young master, someone's come." Before she could finish speaking, the woman let out a startled scream as if bitten hard. Pei Zhao lifted his head from her bosom and turned toward the three people in the hall, smiling broadly. "Since you're here, why don't you all take a seat? Don't feel constrained." Shen Jian had never seen such an indecent scene before and awkwardly shifted his gaze, only to find Yin Huaishu completely unfazed, whereas Ningyu seemed accustomed to it. After hearing the young master's words, Ningyu calmly sat down behind a short table, raising his wine glass in greeting to the master seat. However, Yin Huaishu stood still for a moment before kneeling down, pulling up his robes and bowing his head. "I am sorry to have failed in my mission, not living up to your expectations, young master. I beg for punishment." Pei Zhao laughed and said, "Although we didn't obtain the doubtless sword or guardian cheese head, your return has brought us the famous Shen second lord from the jianghu world, a major achievement. Instead of punishing you, I should reward you." Yin Huaishu gritted his teeth silently, unable to respond. "Won't you sit?" Pei Zhao looked at Shen Jian who had been standing beside Yin Huaishu the whole time and continued, "Lord Shen's devotion is indeed admirable. Our sect is different from those hypocritical righteous forces. You might feel uncomfortable now since you've just arrived, but I assure you that you'll like it here." Pei Zhao pinched the chin of the gorgeous woman beside him, making her flushed face turn toward Shen Jian, pressing a heavy gaze on Yin Huaishu, smiling more deeply. "You will get whatever you want." As so-called Grand Right Guardian, one rank below the master and above 10,000 others, he was no different in tone from the intimate toy held in his arms. Yin Huaishu remained bowed on his knees, in the sight unseen by anyone, his expression grew dark and malicious. Suddenly, the person next to him pulled him up, and Yin Huaishu surprisingly raised his head, only to see Shen Jian looking straight at Pei Zhao and saying indifferently, "I have my own plans, there's no need for you to worry, young Master Pei." Pei Zhao froze for a second and burst into laughter. All right, I'm disturbing the two of you. Guardian, please lead Lord Shen to rest. Remember to treat him well for me. Understood. Just as Yin Huaishu turned around, Pei Zhao's voice came again from behind. "By the way, the high priest has already set the date. In 10 days, it will be the ceremony of my succession as the new sect leader, and also the day I marry your sister. Make sure she prepares herself well in these few days." Yin Huaishu paused slightly, then respectfully turned back and replied, "Understood." Once they exited the hall, Shen Jian asked anxiously once the road was clear, "Qingyao, are you really going to let your sister marry such a person?" Yin Huaishu gave a cold laugh, glaring at him. "What do you think?" Shen Jian realized something and stopped asking further. As they spoke, they returned to the courtyard. Yin Huaishu gently pushed open the door, and simultaneously hurried footsteps echoed from inside. Yin Heru stepped out leaning on the doorframe, still holding a string of prayer beads. Despite being blind and seeing nothing, she smiled peacefully. "Brother, you're back." Yin Huaishu slowly walked towards her, step by step shedding the harshness within himself, taking her hand. The prayer beads dug painfully between their palms, yet he managed a warm smile. "Yes, I'm back." That was Qingyao's smile, leaving Shen Jian somewhat dazed. Yin Heru smiled and tilted her head to the side, puzzled. "And who's this?" "I am Shen Jian, Shen Jian hesitated for a bit, "your brother's friend." Upon hearing these words, Yin Huaishu suddenly laughed out loud. Shen Jian stared at him bewildered, questioning silently through lip movements, "Did I say something wrong?" Yin Huaishu laughed uncontrollably without answering, making Shen Jian increasingly nervous. Yet how could he describe their relationship accurately, or should he openly tell his younger sister? Fortunately, Yin Heru came to his rescue. "It's the first time I've ever seen you bring someone home, Brother Shen. Are you staying here?" Finally laughing enough, Yin Haishu answered, yes, he'll stay with us. As the sky darkened, Yin Haishu summoned a maid to light the lamps and serve the dinner. The three of them sat leisurely around a table for their evening meal. In the candlelight, an illusory warmth and peace enveloped them. After the meal, Yin Haishu showed Shen Jian to his room, then escorted his sister back to her chambers, personally helping her with her evening routine. Alone in her boudoir without any prying ears, this was the perfect opportunity to reveal Hong Nue's status as a mole planted by the 7-kill sect within the Banya sect. But Yin Hera hesitated. If her brother questioned how she discovered this, he would undoubtedly conclude that the 7-kill sect had tried to eliminate her. This could lead to an irreparable rift between him and the 7-kill sect at a time when Yin Haishu still required their alliance. Moreover, Yin Hera wasn't skilled in lying, and any fabricated story might expose her quickly. After pondering this dilemma, Yin Hera decided to remain silent. What are you thinking about? Yin Haishu asked as he brushed her hair, noticing her contemplative expression reflected in the bronze mirror. Yin Hera gently shook her head. Yin Haishu whispered, the sect is busy preparing for the grand ceremony over these few days, so many will likely disturb you. Whatever news reaches your ears, do not take it to heart. I've promised you, I won't let you marry anyone. Yin Hera nodded, I understand. Relieved, Yin Haishu guided Yin Hera to the edge of the bed, helping her remove her shoes and socks before turning his back on her so she could change into night attire privately. Amidst the soft rustling of clothing, Yin Hera suddenly asked, Big brother, is Lord Shen very good to you? Why ask that? Yin Hera thought for a moment before saying, at dinner, I heard him serving you dishes several times. This means he's being kind. Yin Haishu chuckled. Yin Hera giggled slyly, and I also heard both of your heartbeats quicken. Just as the rustling behind him stopped, Yin Haishu turned back to see Yin Hera sitting cross-legged on the bed, looking up playfully, Big brother, tell me more. Helpless yet amused, Yin Haishu tapped her lightly on the forehead and said sternly, go to sleep. Yin Hera obediently lay down on the pillow, wrapping herself tightly in the covers, persistently asking, will you tell me tomorrow? Go to sleep. Yin Hera reluctantly quieted down, and after waiting a while to ensure her steady breathing, Yin Haishu blew out the candles and quietly left the room. Upon returning to his chamber, he found Shen Jian sitting by the bed, folding his outer robe. At the sight of him entering, Shen Jian's expression seemed mixed between surprise and delight, stuttering slightly, Qing Yao, why? Before finishing, Shen Jian saw Yin Haishu approach while casually removing his coat, abruptly cutting himself off with an alarmed exclamation, W8. Don't. Yin Haishu paused, draping the coat over the wooden rack, what's wrong? Shen Jian took a deep breath and replied, young master Pei's so-called hospitality is unnecessary, and neither should you compromise yourself. I forgot, Yin Haishu sneered mockingly, what is Pei Zhao anyway? Would I listen to him? Shen Jian hesitantly shifted his gaze back, then why did you come here? It's my room. Shocked by the statement, Shen Jian stood up immediately, sensing the atmosphere shift in the room dramatically, hurriedly saying, then I'll go elsewhere. Do you dislike me? Yin Haishu countered. No, it's just. Yin Haishu ignored his attempt to explain, tilting his chin toward the bed, sit back down. Shen Jian looked at him, reluctant but obeyed, sitting back on the edge of the bed with red ears. Standing directly in front of him, Yin Haishu leaned down to look at him meaningfully, just because I removed my coat, does that make you think of hospitality, Master Shen? Is this what upright gentlemen think? Lowering his eyes, Shen Jian struggled to respond, almost unable to speak smoothly, I'm sorry, it was my mistake. I thought this was a guest room, but you came so suddenly. Before he could finish, Yin Haishu couldn't help but burst into uncontrollable laughter. Startled, Shen Jian glanced up to see the mischievous smile, realizing immediately the jest, he sighed helplessly, Qing Yao, stop teasing me. Alright, then let's sleep. Suddenly, Yin Haishu threw himself onto Shen Jian, toppling both onto the bed. Resting his head against Shen Jian's shoulder, he closed his eyes and said softly, put out the lamp. This sudden turn of events left Shen Jian momentarily blank-minded. He followed orders mechanically, lifting the untrapped hand to flick out a finger of energy, extinguishing the candle with a swift brush. Moonlight quietly bathed the window, creating serene silence in the room. The person in his arms stopped moving and didn't speak again. Shen Jian almost held his breath. He slowly raised his hand to embrace the figure, as if holding a fragile dream, yet every sensation, the warmth, the weight, the texture, was undeniably real. Everything around him faded from perception except for the person in his arms. His own heartbeat disappeared into insignificance, making even the smallest movement of the other magnified. He felt Yin Haishu tilt his head slightly, the heat of his breathing grazing Shen Jian's neck. A whisper softer than a sigh reached his ears, you're so warm. Shen Jian's Adam's apple moved as he swallowed, the realization of himself returning suddenly, causing his entire body to stiffen, his face feeling as though it were on fire. Yin Haishu sensed this half pressing against him and opened his eyes in surprise, gazing at Shen Jian with a smile playing on his lips. Shen Jian couldn't bear to hear what he might say, trying to rise while hastily cutting in, I'll go to another room. Why run? Yin Haishu's hand had unknowingly slipped inside Shen Jian's garment, sliding downward as he murmured, let me help you. Don't, Shen Jiyan caught Yin Haishu's wrist, too late to prevent it, leaving his breath catching sharply. He squeezed his eyes shut, furrowing his brow as if enduring an intense sensation. The palm gripping Yin Haishu's wrist grew increasingly hot. Suddenly, their positions shifted, Shen Jiyan now pressed fully over Yin Haishu, his eyes shining in the dark night, staring intently without blinking. His voice was heavy and trembling, "Qin Yao." No further words were necessary, there was already more than enough desire evident. He'd endured too long, only the last thread of his rational restraint remained. "You may," Yin Haishu watched Shen Jiyan quietly. Conflicted immensely, Shen Jiyan perspired as he forced out the question, "But earlier, weren't you saying you'd be widowed alive?" Yin Haishu laughed, his elongated eye corners curving slightly with his smile, always carrying a hint of mischief. Now lying there with his hair scattered chaotically, he looked almost hypnotizingly enchanting. "The only poison I have is in my blood, otherwise, when we shared the same cup of tea back at Qing Mountain Sect, something would have happened by now. But doing the final step might risk some blood getting smeared, no need to take that chance. Can't you try some different ways?" Yin Haishu lifted his hand, letting his fingertips trace up Shen Jiyan's jawline softly as his voice lowered almost imperceptibly, "Untie my sash, tie my knees together. For the rest, do I still need to guide you?" With that, the last shred of restraint shattered. Shen Jiyan abandoned all hesitations and kissed him passionately. Both of them lacked experience. Even if Yin Haishu had broader knowledge, in moments overtaken by emotions, they could only follow instincts, appearing rash and awkward. Yet, the contact of skin brought a resonance in their souls, and mere rubbing close to each other stirred tremors through them. Initially, Yin Haishu reminded Shen Jiyan not to bite him until he bled. Then, realizing how superfluous this caution was, Shen Jiyan handled everything with extreme tenderness, ensuring not the slightest pain or discomfort. Lying back with closed eyes, Yin Haishu absorbed Shen Jiyan's kisses and the roughness from years of sword handling on his fingers. These abrasions, though slightly harsh against tender areas, felt pleasing rather than painful. Unwilling to dare use the word happiness, he named this state instead simply as immersion. Chapter 79. In the city of Luoyang, buildings of various heights were scattered in an orderly fashion, each exuding its own unique charm. In the distance stood the majestic pagoda temple, while nearby were rows of continuous pavilions. On the long streets and wide alleys, people bustled about in a lively scene with carriages streaming like water and horses galloping as if they were dragons. It was a truly prosperous sight. As Jia Li, Jiang Lane's, and Elder Shugu's group of 3 arrived just past noon, Jiang Lane stopped by the city gate and gazed at the familiar sights before him. He took a deep sigh and said, "Finally, I'm home. Throughout this journey, we've been so rushed that we haven't even eaten well. I must have lost weight from hunger, and now I definitely need to recover some of it." Jiang Lanes placed a hand on Jia Li's shoulder, their relationship growing more intimate through familiarity. Knowing that his companion was merely reserved rather than cold, Jiang Lane's former apprehension towards Jia Li had completely vanished. Without pause, he continued talking, "Jia Li, after greeting father shortly, I'll take you to my favorite restaurant. And we also can't miss out on the peony cake and fruit nut pastry." Tensing his shoulders instinctively, Jia Li saw the side face of Jiang Lane's brimming with excitement and did not shake off his grasp. While listening to him list various dishes as though conducting a lecture, he glanced around to examine everything. This was Luoyang, the Luoyang that he'd read so many times in books, and where Guiyun Mountain Villa was located. On the streets, there was a steady flow of pedestrians, with young ladies dressed in fresh colorful garments walking in groups, adorned with floral patterns on their foreheads. Laughing joyfully, they strolled through the streets. Business in shops thrived, with queues often forming outside. On a building of a music hall, a musician leaned over the railing and played the sun, an ancient wind instrument shaped elliptically. Its profound sounds mingled faintly amidst the commotion, drawing Jia Li's gaze for a moment longer. The musician, noticing someone watching, graciously bowed after finishing a piece. Before they realized, they had reached Guiyun Mountain Villa. Even in Luoyang, where land was extremely precious, the villa stretched across a vast area, imposing enough to match its reputation as the most renowned estate in all under heaven. Outside, a man-sized stone monument stood proudly, its surface smoothed but still visibly ancient. Carved in bold, elegant strokes upon it were 4 characters: "Hold true to righteousness," gifted jointly by the major martial sects when Jiang Luming served as the first master of Jianghu Alliance after wiping out the 7-kill sect. These words symbolized the whole Wulin world's respect and recognition for Guiyun. Jia Li had once heard his father talk about this very stone stele, narrating its significance. Upon seeing the dusty trio approaching, a servant guarding the main door was taken aback for a moment. As Jiang Lanes ascended the steps closer, he finally recognized them, exclaiming in surprise, "Young master, you have finally returned. We sent several squads searching for you, yet no one found any trace of you, nor could we contact Master Ji. You've really given us quite the fright. Master's condition has deteriorated badly. If you hadn't come back soon, you may not have made it in time." "What? What happened to father's illness?" Jiang Lane's complexion drastically changed. "You'd better check on Master's room yourself." Jiang Lanes turned back for a quick glance, then hurried inside the estate. Sensing the urgency, Jia Li and Elder Shugu quickly followed behind him. How can this be? Jiang Lanes panicked. The doctors clearly said that he still had half a year left, otherwise, would I ever dare leave? I should have stuck closely by father's side. I only went away for a little over a month, why has this happened? Previously, all the doctors stated that although father's disease has no cure, it deteriorates gradually, granting me time to serve him properly. Why has it suddenly worsened? Jiang Lanes looked anxiously at Elder Shugu and then Jiali, his hands trembling almost uncontrollably, near tears. Truly, I cannot have remembered wrong. Otherwise, I wouldn't have delayed on our way here, worrying about whether or not the unquestioning sword appears. Please calm down, Jiali responded. With Elder Zhong present, let's first see what he says. Elder Shugu nodded slightly without further comment. Jiang Lanes drew in a breath, forcing back the sobs in his throat as he rapidly approached the doorway, then barged directly into the chamber. Everyone inside startled and turned to look as he pushed his way to the bedside. Just as he called out, "Father," tears spilled down his cheeks uncontrollably. Following close behind, Jiali entered the room and his eyes, slipping past swaying shadows engaged in hushed conversations, focused on the middle-aged man lying in bed. Titles such as leader of the Jianghu Alliance and lord of the Guiyun Villa seemed overly weighty in that instant, burdensome on the frail body which appeared gaunt and sickly. Jiang Xingzhou rested quietly, his face pale and dim, chest rising and falling barely perceptibly, like a candle having burned nearly to the end with the flame flickering weakly on a blackened wick. At that moment, Jiali couldn't quite tell how much he resembled his own father, Jiang Jingming. Lanes, you have caused enough mischief and now deign to return. The middle-aged man standing beside the bed, with a solemn appearance, was none other than the current acting overseer of villa affairs, Jiang Zhongyue. I haven't caused mischief. I brought Elder Shugu here. Jiang Lanes fiercely wiped away his tears, shoving others aside to guide the newly arrived Elder Shugu to the bedside, urgently stating, "Respected elder, please quickly determine what has afflicted father." It was well known that Elder Shugu had withdrawn from worldly affairs for many years, so everyone was shocked when they saw this bearded old man approach. Even Jiang Zhongyue momentarily paused, instinctively stepping forward to block the way as the elder drew near. I am an acquaintance of the Jiang family. Elder Shugu stated, "Step aside." Jiang Zhongyue turned to look at Jiang Lanes, asking, "Lanes, are you sure this is truly Elder Shugu?" Of course. I found this senior in the secluded valley, and he's known my grandfather and father for a long time, being aware of many affairs of our Jiang family. Jiang Lanes responded firmly. Elder Shugu, whether you're real or fake, you should verify it yourself. Jiang Xingzhou is on the verge of death now, allowing me a chance could provide him with another hope of survival. What do you have to fear, said Elder Shugu. Jiang Zhongyue seemed to want to argue further, but after hesitating for a moment, he stepped back slowly. Elder Shugu took a seat by the bed, palpated Jiang Xingzhou's pulse, checked his eyes, pressed several areas around his throat, chest, and abdomen, then fell silent for a brief moment. He reached into his medicine pouch and pulled out a small porcelain bottle, feeding its contents to Jiang Xingzhou. Next, he took out some silver needles and inserted them in sequence at several key acupoints. Jiang Xingzhou still did not utter any sound, but merely furrowed his brows in obvious pain due to the stimulation. Upon seeing this, Elder Shugu took out his longest silver needle, delicate as cow hair, reflecting like a sliver of cold light in his fingers. With the other hand measuring over Jiang Xingzhou's heart and lungs, he chose the location carefully before inserting the needle slowly. Jiang Lanes's eyes twitched as his heart clenched painfully. Struggling hard, he managed not to turn away from fear. Though the room was crowded, everyone held their breath, making it as quiet as if a pin could be heard dropping. Elder Shugu released the needle, a moment of silence ensued, then suddenly Jiang Xingzhou coughed violently. His chest rose and fell sharply, filling the room with his labored breathing. Is he better? Jiang Lanes asked softly, his voice still trembling. Elder Shugu quickly retrieved the needles while saying, this will only last for a short period. You can say I've brought him back from the Yama Hall. As for what will happen next, we'll have to see. On the bed, Jiang Xingzhou's tightened brows relaxed, his eyes opening slowly, gazing blankly for a moment before stopping somewhere amidst the crowd, fixing his gaze there. He struggled to open his mouth, attempting to speak. Jiang Lanes looked over quickly, immediately understanding. He reached through the crowd, pulling Jiang Li out directly, urgently speaking, Father, look who's here, he. Jiang Lanes, what are you doing? Jiang Zhongyue interrupted, the master has just come out of danger. No one would recognize him, let him rest properly, don't disturb. He didn't finish, seeming to hear something and stopped abruptly, disbelievingly looking towards Jiang Xingzhou. Jiang Li stood in front of the bed, noticing that all around them had gone silent. Jiang Xingzhou stared at him, moving his lips again. This time, he clearly heard that hoarse voice calling. Brother. All present murmured sorrowfully. To their knowledge, the master's brother, Jiang Jingming, had died 24 years ago during the attack by remnants of the Seven Kills sect on the Guiyun mountain villa. Jiang Li stood rooted to the spot, unsure how to react, only suddenly recalling that since their father had become the tomb guardian of Luoxia Valley, the brothers communicated solely through letters until one met a tragic end, and the other decayed in bed, never meeting once more. Brother, Jiang Xingzhou tried to move his finger, unable to lift it. Speaking brokenly, he continued, I had a dream, such a long dream. In my dream, I grew old, and all of you were gone. Jiang Xingzhou closed his eyes, tears rolling crystal clear down his cheeks. His breathing gradually steadied, falling into a deep sleep. Jiang Li gazed at him silently, feeling emotions churn within his heart. All right, everyone, please disperse. Let the master recuperate peacefully. Jiang Zhongyue lowered his voice, casually gesturing to two attendants, you guide our two guests to rest. He bowed deeply in respect toward Elder Shugu and turned to Jiang Lanes, speaking sternly, come with me to the study. Explain thoroughly why you went out without permission with Jia Li. All complied, with Jiang Lanes reluctantly following. Meanwhile, Jiang Li moved along with the crowd outside. A plain-faced square-jawed man approached and smiled, please follow me. Jiang Li followed the man through courtyards and corridors until they arrived at the guest quarters. The man inquired about his name, introduced the villa's layout, then instructed him to rest inside while arranging lunch delivery soon afterward. With instructions given, Jiang Li stayed in the room awaiting further developments. Elder Shugu needs to keep an eye on the master's condition at all times, so he is staying in one of the side rooms in the master's courtyard, not here. But don't worry, young sir, I am responsible for your stay in the villa. If you need anything, just let me know, the man said warmly. My name is Jiang Wanli. Thank you. You're welcome, Jiang Wanli finished and left the guest room, not forgetting to close the door carefully behind him. Jiang Li stood alone in the guest room, looking around. There was a vague sense of melancholy he couldn't explain, which made him think of Chi Chowie again. He wondered if she had arrived at Green Mountain sect yet and what her current situation was. Pushing open the window, Jiang Li noticed a cluster of low, bare branches growing beneath it. They were likely peonies, perhaps blooming magnificently in spring. Unfortunately, it was winter now. 9 Abyss Mountain, Borea sect. Preparations were underway within the sect for the young master's succession and wedding ceremony. Yin Huaishu led Shen Jian on a brief tour of the premises, teaching him the layout. As they returned to their quarters, he stopped abruptly to see several members of the sect adorning the courtyards with red silk decorations. Squinting his eyes coldly, Yin Huaishu observed them from afar. If this bothers you, we can take down those decorations right away, Shen Jian suggested. There's no need. Many things upset me already, these trivial decorations don't even rank among them, Yin Huaishu replied curtly, let's wait until they finish decorating before going in. Naturally, Shen Jian had no objections. However, as they waited, Yin Huaishu could not resist pounding his lower back with his fists, his expression complicated and peculiar. The night before, indulging in their desires, he momentarily forgot the disparity in martial prowess between himself and Shen Jian, leading to an obvious gap in stamina. At first, he enjoyed teasing Shen Jian with some playful words, but soon became overwhelmed. Still, unwilling to admit defeat or beg for mercy, he gritted his teeth and endured. In the end, his resistance caused tears to fall, surprising Shen Jian who hastily ended the session and apologized profusely while holding him close. Even someone like Yin Huaishu, who had long abandoned dignity and shame in the devilish sect, felt immense humiliation recalling the scene. Shen Jian noticed his movements and instantly remembered the event, blushing deeply as he admitted softly, Qinyao, it's my fault. Yin Huaishu's face remained expressionless. It isn't that you are at fault, rather, you're too good. Embarrassed further by this remark, Shen Jian turned even redder but suggested humbly, then I will sleep in another room tonight. Tonight, your job is to massage my back, Yin Huaishu retorted. Smiling slightly, Shen Jian nodded in agreement and placed a hand behind Yin Huaishu's waist, gently kneading and rubbing it. Some say once one tastes the marrow, one craves more, Shen Jian was experiencing precisely this. His fingertips brushed against Yin Huaishu's slender waist, triggering memories of intimate sensations and finer details. Waves of emotion washed over him, and he wanted nothing more than to pull Yin Huaishu into an embrace. Struggling to contain his thoughts, Shen Jian suddenly heard a rustling sound nearby. Turning his head, he saw several black-robed sect members dragging a naked woman past. When she approached closer, he recognized her as the alluring woman who was intimately fondled by the young master Pei Zhao yesterday. Now, her head hung lifelessly backward, her face frozen in a look of terror, her pupils dilated, she was clearly dead. What happened? Sweeping his gaze casually over the bruises and faint scars of whipping burns on her neck and body, Yin Huaishu remarked indifferently, perhaps she angered Pei Zhao unintentionally, or maybe he simply lost control. Shen Jian frowned slightly and asked again, where are they taking her? To the back mountain, where Pei Zhao keeps his pet wolves better than his own father, Yin Huaishu snickered. Shen Jian fell silent, watching as the woman's pale body dragged further away, stained with mud and dirt, her calves torn from the rough ground, leaving a narrow trail of blood behind her. Watching this quietly, his lips pressed tightly together. Deep into the night, the moonlight dimmed and everything was still. Shen Jian slowly opened his eyes. The room was dark, but he could clearly hear the steady breathing of Yin Huaishu resting in his arms. Carefully sitting up, he freed his arm from beneath the pressure, gazed down at Yin Huaishu's peaceful sleeping face, brushing the stray strands of hair from his forehead. After pondering for a moment, he kissed lightly above his closed eyelids. Yin Huaishu's eyelashes flickered briefly but then stilled, indicating he was indeed deeply asleep. Thus, Shen Jiyan rose from bed, slipping into his coat and retrieving a cloak which he draped over his arm instead of wearing it. Silently, he tiptoed out of the door. Following his impression, he walked into the rear mountain of the Boreas sect. In early winter, the vegetation withered, and old trees stretched their withered branches towards the sky, casting ghostly shadows on the ground. The deeper woods were even darker and gloomier, the cold wind carrying a whiff of smell. Suddenly, a patch of white appeared ahead. Just as Yin Huaishu had guessed, the naked woman's corpse lay there, her face full of terror, eyes wide open staring at the cloudy night sky. Perhaps due to the cold weather, wild animals rarely came out, so her body remained intact. Shen Jiyan approached, shook out his cloak, and covered her exposed body. After pausing for a moment, he gently closed her eyes. After finishing these actions, Shen Jiyan stood up but did not leave. He seemed lost in thought. From the shadowy depths of the distant forest, Yin Huaishu quietly witnessed everything. He dared not get too close for fear of being detected by Shen Jiyan. Thus, in the dim forest, he could only vaguely make out the other's silhouette and movements, noticing his prolonged silence. Suddenly, the wind picked up, rustling through the dry branches. The clouds were blown away, allowing the moonlight to shine clearly through the interlaced branches and fall onto the ground. Yin Huaishu caught a clear glimpse of Shen Jiyan's expression. He looked away, then turned and returned to the courtyard. Chapter 80. For 2 consecutive days, Jiang Xingzhou remained in a deep slumber without waking. Elder Shugu kept watch over him day and night, while Jiang Lane stayed by his side every step of the way. As an outsider, Jiang Li could only wait in the room, finding some idle books on the bookshelf to browse through, and inquiring about the situation when meals were delivered on time by Jiang Wanli. At the twilight of the 3rd day, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Shen hour, Jiang Xingzhou drew his last breath. Servants and maids scurried about to spread the news, and cries of sorrow could be heard everywhere. Jiang Li stood outside the door, looking up at the bloody sunset that dyed the sky with clouds and fiery hues. He didn't feel profound sadness, just bewilderment, recalling the first time he met Jiang Xingzhou, he hadn't expected it to be their final meeting. Jiang Li quietly stood for a moment, then turned and went back inside. The poetry collection spread out on the desk had its pages flipped disorderly by the wind. With no heart to read further, he let it be. Sitting back on the edge of the bed, sometimes he remembered the gaze Jiang Xingzhou had fixed upon him, other times he thought of Qi Chaoshi waiting for him at the Green Mountain sect. Yet now, with Jiang Xingzhou dead, there was no one left who could write a letter ensuring his safety. After spacing out for a while, Jiang Li suddenly lay down on the bed, covering himself with the blanket to try and block out the incessant crying from within the manor. An unknown duration passed, and the door suddenly creaked open lightly. Jiang Li pulled the covers off and sat up, realizing it was already nightfall. The room was pitch dark, only allowing a vague outline of a figure entering to be seen. Before Jiang Li could move, a weathered voice sounded first, "It's me. Elder Zhong." Jiang Li lowered his guard, getting up to grab the candlestick from the table. "Don't light the lamp." Elder Shugu said, "I came secretly, avoiding others, so nobody must know I've been here or what I've said to you." Jiang Li retracted his hand and did not act rashly, asking, "Senior, please speak." Jiang Xingzhou's 5 internal organs deteriorated, no medicine could cure him. Even I could only delay his time, there's no miraculous method to revive him. His passing now is like the oil drying out, the lamp burning out, I wasn't surprised by this. Elder Shugu continued, but I have seen such symptoms in patients before, most are due to inherent deficiencies in their constitution leading to premature death, with accumulated diseases taking root and eroding them over the years. However, 24 years ago, when Lord Jiang Luming invited me to the manor, to investigate the abnormalities in his body as well as the truth behind the longevity scripture, I examined both brothers, Jiang Jingming and Jiang Xingzhou, many times. Back then, Jiang Xingzhou was perfectly healthy, with no signs of any deterioration. Jiang Li slightly startled, was he murdered? It's just a suspicion. Elder Shugu said, after all, it has been over 20 years, and too much could have happened during that time, perhaps due to some epidemic he contracted or a serious injury he suffered. Merely medical arts alone couldn't uncover everything, and the information I gathered from the people in the manor is unclear about exactly when Jiang Xingzhou's health started deteriorating. Does Jiang Lanes know about this matter? Asked Jiang Li. I didn't tell Jiang Lanes, said Elder Shugu, I've already said that this is merely my suspicion, without any proof. After so many years, it would be impossible to verify or disprove now, so it can only remain as a suspicion. Telling him would do nothing but add worry without any benefit. Moreover, I have checked Jiang Lanes' pulse, and his health is excellent. Realizing something, Jiang Li spoke softly, then why did you tell me specifically, senior? If my suspicion turns out to be true, it means someone has been slowly poisoning Jiang Xingzhou. This person had incredible patience, using precise yet minuscule amounts each time, continuously doing so for more than 20 years, making it hard for doctors to detect any issues, and could only observe Jiang Xingzhou's health deteriorating day by day. Elder Shugu solemnly stated, 24 years ago, was the exact time when Lord Jiang Luming tragically passed away, and these two brothers decided to conceal the longevity scripture from the world. There must be a connection between these events. Regardless of why this person poisoned Jiang Xingzhou or what they plan next, your position here in this villa is extremely perilous. Jiang Li's expression tensed slightly, and he nodded. Thank you for your warning, senior. I'll give you one more hint, said Elder Shugu, do nothing. Speak nothing, ask nothing. Just wait and see how things unfold. Instinctively, Jiang Li blurted out, but Master Qi is at the Green Mountain sect, and the situation there is uncertain. I need Guyun Villa's help. One sword breaks the heavens. Qi Chaoshi was the left guardian of the Bana sect, yet his biological father was a promising disciple of the Green Mountain sect, arguably the most sensational news in the jianghu lately. Additionally, the fact that he was currently heading to the Green Mountain sect to authenticate his identity had also become a widely discussed topic among the gatherings of the martial world enthusiasts. Some speculators even opened betting circles, guessing how Shinishin Jishan would handle him. Elder Shugu furrowed his brow, and his voice became a little stricter. Qi Chaoshi's skills in dealing with people are much more polished and flexible than yours. Even if the Green Mountain sect disapproves of him as the left guardian of a demon sect and refuses to recognize him, he has the ability to extricate himself. Instead of worrying about him, you should be concerned about whether you can stay safe until he returns. Jiang Li remained silent for a moment and said, I understand. Elder Shugu could not stay long. Seeing that he did not argue, Elder Shugu had no more words, and once again quietly departed, enveloped in a thick night. Jiang Li silently lay back on the bed, hearing that the room had become quiet again, while the cold wind outside whistled mournfully, pushing against the window frames. Suddenly feeling a chill, he tightened his blanket but still didn't feel any warmth. He kept his eyes open, only seeing a pool of darkness. He spent the entire night sleepless. The next morning, as usual, Jiang Wanli came and delivered the meal. Watching his busy figure, Jiang Li hesitated for a second before opening his mouth and asking, May I ask who is currently in charge of the villa? I have some matters I would like to discuss with them. Jiang Wanli arranged the chopsticks and bowls neatly and replied, It's still Uncle Jiang Zhongyue. But he is extremely preoccupied. Not only must he handle the funeral arrangements for the master, but also prepare for the selection of the next alliance leader for the Mountain River Alliance. Once the various factions arrive to offer their condolences, there will likely be another tournament held at the villa. It's probably impossible for Uncle to meet you, so what matters do you have? I can convey your message first. My master's situation in the Green Mountain sect remains unknown. I want to request him to help write a letter to inquire about it. Qi Daxia's matter, I've heard something about it. For this, Uncle wouldn't meet you anyway, said Jiang Wanli as he looked at him and revealed a subtle smile, and moreover, it's an internal matter concerning the Green Mountain sect, how could we outsiders interfere? Jiang Li was left speechless for a moment. Jiang Wanli scrutinized his expression and pondered aloud, young hero Jiang specifically wants to see the person in charge of the villa, does this perhaps involve some hidden circumstances? Jiang Li glanced at him, shaking his head and replying, No, I am just worried. Look at my stupid question, even if there were some hidden details, they'd certainly go beyond what I can know. Jiang Wanli continued, how about this, you write a letter, seal it well, and I'll deliver it to Uncle Jiang Zhongyue. Then let him decide whether or not he meets you. Jiang Li was still hesitant when Jiang Wanli immediately seized the opportunity and warmly led him to the writing table. Before he knew it, a brush was thrust into his hand, and paper had been laid out. Jiang Li stood there somewhat stunned while Jiang Wanli began grinding the inkstone for him, saying all the while, you write without worry. Once you put pen to paper, I'll wait outside the door, it will absolutely go off without a hitch. Jiang Li held the brush handle, unsure for a moment whether or not he should start writing. Jiang Wanli stole a glance at him, offering him no chance to refuse verbally. Turning quickly and walking towards the door in large strides, Jiang Wanli declared, All right, I'll wait outside, young hero, take your time writing, and call me when you're done. Wait. Jiang Li finally spoke up, stopping the other's retreating figure about to leave the room. He thought for a moment, set down the brush, and said, No thanks, I don't need to write it. Jiang Wanli's smile froze for a brief moment, then disappeared seamlessly. Turning back, he paid his respects to Jiang Li with the same expression, Fine, young hero, if you have any matters, please let me know. Jiang Li nodded slightly and watched as his silhouette fully disappeared. Only then did he seem to regain some awareness and let out a slow breath. A sense of powerlessness slowly crept over him. Just now, he realized vividly that problems solvable by swords and knives truly weren't considered real difficulties. Even if his strength was insufficient, he could try risking his life. On the contrary, the seemingly non-threatening act of communicating and discussing with others was step-by-step fraught with peril. Jiang Li walked to the window, gazing at the vast and distant sky, suddenly seized by an impulse, to immediately pack his belongings, disregard everything, and rush to the Green Mountain sect, find Qi Chaoshi, and face whatever perils together, regardless of mountains of blades or seas of fire. However, he soon remembered Elder Shugu's warning, recalling that Qi Chaoshi had specially requested him to come to Guiyun. He feared that rushing ahead might trigger some unpredictable trouble, affecting the delicate balance of things. What should I do? Jiang Li hung his head and looked at the peony branches below the window. On the withered brown twigs, there lay bright frost in crystalline flakes. In a low voice, he murmured, If it were you, you would surely know how to deal with this, right? Leaning his elbows on the windowsill, Jiang Li fell silent, as if waiting for something. All he waited for was the biting wind of the winter morning, which blew hard, making the branches shiver soundlessly. He received no answer. Slowly lowering his head, he buried his face into the crook of his arm. Chapter 81. Bianrua Sect, the Rear Mountain Gu Chamber. Yin Huaiju stopped his steps in front of the door and took a cold look at the solemn building made of green stones. This place buried too many humiliating and painful memories for him. In the past, every time he knocked on the door, he always felt uneasy. Nowadays, he was in the position of the right guardian, inheriting everything from Ibu, mastering this Gu chamber, and also controlling others' lives. He pushed open the heavy stone door. The beautiful woman sitting on the ground suddenly looked up, stared at him tightly, and suddenly revealed a very provocative expression. Yin Huaiju walked to the front of the woman, looking down at her from a height. It was clear that the escape of Helan, the Hall Master, had been arduous. Now, she was escorted back by the sect members. Her coarse and old clothes were spattered with blood. Her hands were bound behind her back. Her hair was disheveled, and her appearance was disordered. But her cat-like eyes overflowed with a dominant momentum. She tilted her head straight to meet his gaze without retreating. My sister was knocked out by me and handed over to Qinzheng. How about it? Are you almost mad with anger, wanting to kill me? Helan laughed as she spoke. Killing you, wouldn't that be too lenient? Ah, I'm scared to death. Lord Yin is so generous. Please have mercy on me. If you can lift your hand and spare me, I will do anything for you, Helan said mockingly in an affected tone, then burst into sharp laughter. Yin Huaiju, don't you want to see me beg like this, kneeling at your feet and kowtowing to you? Let me tell you, I'd rather die than bow to you. I didn't realize you had such courage. Yin Huaiju sneered. If Ning Yu or anyone else stood here, I would indeed try my best to beg for mercy, just to survive. But not you. Helan propped herself up with her tightly bound hands behind her, stretching her legs and crossing them together in a more relaxed posture. Do you know why? Yin Huaiju replied, go on. I enjoy watching people struggle desperately before they die. You hate me, just as I hate you, you look down on me, just as I look down on you. Helan laughed again, because you and I are of the same kind, equally despicable, lowly, willing to resort to any means necessary, yet utterly incapable and dependent on others for support. Indeed, my title as Hall Master was given by the right guardian, gained through the favor of a man, but isn't your achievement of stealing martial arts secrets for becoming a Hall Master also disgraceful? Isn't that depending on the lack of defense against you from a man of Green Mountain Sect? Yin Huaiju remained expressionless and said, Ibu is already dead. I am no longer a Hall Master but the right guardian of Bianrua Sect. Right guardian? Helan laughed even harder, shaking all over. How pitiful, how pitiful. I see you haven't changed at all. Yin Huaiju, do you really think climbing to this position will change your lowly fate? Can it cleanse the dirty blood flowing within you? Yin Huaiju's pupils suddenly shrank, and he immediately reached out to grab her throat, pinning her down, saying coldly, you should be more concerned about yourself. Helan struggled to breathe, her laughter turning hoarse as she strained to move her lips. The right guardian once told me that neither you nor your sister successfully cultivated the Yin Yang Gu. And, let me inform you secretly, my surname is not He but Helan double surname. I haven't taken any name because I am also a bastard. Yin Huaiju's other hand touched a dagger placed in the stone rack and stabbed it violently into the woman's chest and abdomen. Helan couldn't help but open her eyes wide, her veins protruding on her forehead. Despite the blood gushing from her mouth, she continued to laugh fiercely. You don't want to admit, yet we are disturbingly similar. Yin Huaiju pulled out the dagger, warm blood splashing forth, soaking his hands in front. With one hand gripping Helan's throat, the other pressed the dagger firmly against her pale cheek, saying, I've wanted to say this for a long time, your smile is nauseatingly disgusting. Helan spat a mouthful of blood onto his face, and upon seeing the increasingly terrifying expression of Yin Huaiju, she laughed even more wildly. How nauseating I am, so nauseating are you. Do you even deserve the position of right guardian? You won't last long, Yin Huaiju. You're destined to end up the same way I will. Her final words blurred into a shrill cry of agony as Yin Huaiju's dagger fell from the corner of her curved lips, cutting open her cheek, bloodily tearing apart her grin, flaying the flesh and exposing her crimson gums and teeth. In an instant, the beauty transformed into a horrifying ghost. Severe pain caused the woman to involuntarily thrash and struggle, like a fish being butchered alive. Helan could no longer laugh, her speech no longer coherent. Her eyes turned blood red, her voice hoarse as she forced out one word after another, descend to hell with me. I'll be waiting for you. Yin Huaiju once again pulled out the dagger and thrust it straight into Helan's throat. Her throat emitted a broken gasping sound, blood spraying forth in torrents before gradually subsiding. Helan's eyes remained wide open, her torn cheek faintly retained a streak of maddening smile, yet she would never make another sound. Yin Huaiju let go of the dagger, stood up, his entire body drenched in blood, his hands saturated with crimson red. He stood silently for a moment, calming his breath, then grabbed a cloth handkerchief, walked to a side where he leaned against a stone wall and sat down, slowly wiping his hands. The handkerchief was quickly dyed red. Carefully cleaning his hands, he did not neglect even the smallest gap between his fingers. For a time, the stone room was silent, save for the rustling sounds of insects and scorpions moving in the pool. After a long while, Yin Huaiju lowered his head and stared at his palms, noticing a faint trace of red still lingered despite all his attempts to wipe it away. In the enveloping pungency of blood, he felt a burning sensation rising in his stomach, reminiscent of when he had swallowed venomous snakes and scorpions, almost unable to suppress his urge to vomit. Yin Huaiju forcefully clutched his throat, breathing heavily, as if drowning in the overpowering stench of blood. At some unknown point, footsteps approached, resounding through the vast stone room. Shen Jiyan caught sight of the grotesquely disfigured face of the woman lying sprawled on the ground and involuntarily halted mid-step, his temples twitching. He forced himself to ignore it, shifting his focus to the man sitting low by the wall, but couldn't help notice how soaked in blood he was. Unconsciously, Shen Jiyan asked, "Is she the Hall Master Helan who betrayed you?" Yin Huaiju didn't respond, merely raising his gaze slightly, only to see Shen Jiyan's boots step near without avoiding the pools of blood, thus staining them with murky crimson. Yin Huaiju slowly furrowed his brow, avoiding the helping hand extended toward him, standing up on his own. With calmness, he said, "It's already resolved. Let's go back." Passing by Helan's corpse, Yin Huaiju kicked it, causing the body to tumble into the poison pool, instantly engulfed by the dark black tide. Only a crimson shadow remained on the blue stone's floor. Simultaneously, he heard the steps behind him pause again, but he didn't turn around, didn't bother glancing at Shen Jiyan's expression, and walked ahead, exiting the Gu chamber. On the day of the grand ceremony, Banyuo sect decorated itself everywhere with red silk lanterns, presenting an atmosphere of festivity and excitement. In the bride-to-be's chambers, the entire room burned with lit red candles. Dressed in red, the woman sat before the bronze mirror, gently smearing her lips and drawing closer to examine closely, using her fingertips to delicately spread the rich vermilion color. When finally satisfied, she moved back and admired herself from different angles before turning toward the young man waiting nearby, smiling and asking, "Am I beautiful?" Yin Huaiju stood with crossed arms, unemotionally inspecting her carefully applied makeup, responding, "What's the use of spending so much time? When Pei Zhao lifts your veil and sees it's you, there will be no appreciation in his heart. You don't understand anything." The leader of Seven Kills sect, Xiao Lingyu, gazed at the bright red stain on her nails and softly said, "This is probably the only time in my life I'll wear this bridal gown. Of course, I must dress meticulously." Yin Huaiju sneered and replied, "Unfortunately, you're going through the marriage rites with Pei Zhao. You don't get it." Xiao Lingyu smiled brightly at him and repeated, "Am I beautiful?" Her beauty was originally clear and enchanting, now enhanced by her phoenix crown and embroidered red dress, flawless makeup reflecting under the candlelight. No one could dare say no to her. "Beautiful," Yin Huaiju responded with an unusual tone of sentimentality, remembering the plan of the night. "No woman in the world can surpass the beauty of tonight's you." Xiao Lingyu continued gazing at him, silently smiling. After a while, she lowered her eyes and said, "Let's go. It's our time to take the stage." Yin Huaiju picked up the red veil, covering Xiao Lingyu's face. Although her height actually surpassed Yin Huairou's, her stature under the cover of the phoenix crown and veil made any differences imperceptible. To hide the calluses on her palms due to years of martial arts training, she wore custom-made human skin gloves. Yin Huaiju held the bride's soft, seemingly harmless hand, assisting her to stand. As the brother-in-law, he cautiously guided her towards the grand hall. At the center of the great hall, a golden lotus-patterned red carpet stretched long. On both sides, sect members stood aligned according to their ranks. Once Right Guardian Yin Huaiju took his place, the ceremony officially began. With grand ceremonial music playing, Pei Zhao, dressed magnificently, stepped onto the long carpet and strode into the hall. The assembled masses bowed in respect as he ascended the jade steps. The priest dipped a brush in vermilion ink, painting 3 lotus marks on his neck before respectfully retreating and chanting the blessings. Thousands of followers outside and inside the hall followed in loud chorus, echoing through the vast hall. Upon completion of the chant, Pei Zhao turned around and seated himself on the throne. The priest knelt bowing deeply, followed by the entire congregation of Banyuo sect who fell to their knees, calling out the name of their sect leader with mountainous reverence. Several maids led the bride with her head covered by the red veil into the hall. Pei Zhao stood up from his seat, descending the steps to stand shoulder to shoulder with her. Under the priest's direction, they performed sacrifices to heaven and earth and bowed as husband and wife before being led by the maids to the bridal chamber. Pei Zhao returned to his throne, lifting a golden cup filled with fine wine, shouting loudly, "Today we have another joyous occasion, as news has come from Guiyun Manor that Jiang Xingzhou, leader of the Rivers and Mountains Alliance, has died. Now the righteous side is without a head, which makes it a perfect time for us to make our grand plans happen. Everyone, there are no restrictions today, let's get drunk and not return until all cups are dry." The sect members raised their cups in unison, chanting unanimously to celebrate their supreme leader's greatness. In the midst of cheers and laughter, Shen Jiyan quietly poured the liquor in his cup onto the ground, remaining silent. Subsequently, the banquet began, as alluring dancers, barefoot on embroidered carpets, danced provocatively. In the sect of demons, rules were seldom enforced, especially when the new leader had announced freedom for all. The scene quickly spiraled into indulgence, chaos, and debauchery. Shen Jiyan looked down, unable to block out the obscene sounds around him. Stiffly gripping his cup, he felt like he was sitting on needles. Thus, he didn't notice when Yin Huaiju left his seat at the front but suddenly felt heat beside his ear, as Yin Huaiju whispered low, "Let's go, I refuse to waste time with these people." Before Shen Jian could respond, Yin Huaiju pulled him up, moving stealthily past the revelers, leaving the hall and heading back. Shen Jian looked back at the splendidly lit grand hall, worrying aloud, if we leave now, isn't that disrespectful to the new sect leader? Won't this cause trouble for you? Pei Zhao won't hold it against me. Yin Huaiju smiled faintly and looked at him, time is short, just follow me. Shen Jian said nothing more. When they reached their residence, Yin Huaiju paused by the door. Shen Jian looked at him questioningly, only for Yin Huaiju to gesture with his chin towards the door, indicating for him to open it. This simple action made Shen Jian inexplicably nervous. He gently pushed the door open, revealing flickering candlelight. On the table stood a pair of gilded dragon and phoenix candles, beside them a bottle of wine and 2 green jade goblets. This is, Shen Jian stared in astonishment at the sight. It's specially prepared for you. Do you dislike it? Yin Huaiju asked. How could I dislike it? It's just so unexpected, Shen Jian chuckled awkwardly, I never thought you'd take such care to arrange this for me. Mr. Shen, you're too easily pleased. Yin Huaiju looked away, clearly uncomfortable, there's merely red candles and wine, simple and hastily arranged, is this what counts as putting effort? That you took the effort is enough for me. Shen Jian sincerely replied. Without further ado, Yin Huaiju filled the goblets, keeping one for himself and handing the other to Shen Jian. Shen Jian's heart raced uncontrollably as he watched Yin Huaiju lift his arm to toast. His eyes seemed playful, looking over to him. It felt dreamlike, as Shen Jian lifted his own glass to drink together. After putting down the goblets, the red candles on the table crackled softly. The 2 flame hearts flickered like living hearts trembling in excitement. They silently locked gazes, neither breaking eye contact. In the charged silence, Yin Huaiju suddenly said, Jian. Breathless, Shen Jian stared blankly, asking, what did you call me? Yin Huaiju smiled slightly, his features softening, didn't you want me to address you by your name only? That hidden implication from their conversation days ago hadn't slipped past Yin Huaiju's keen insight. Shen Jian's ears heated, his heart boiling. Unable to resist his feelings any longer, he embraced Yin Huaiju, cradling his face and kissing those lips dampened by the wine. He could feel Yin Huaiju's active response, deepening and prolonging the kiss. Shen Jian's chest swelled with overwhelming joy, feeling as if his soul were floating away, losing awareness of reality, almost succumbing to a trance. As they kissed intensely, Shen Jian had no time for anything else, yet that sense of dizziness became increasingly clear. Before he could ponder the cause, his body suddenly grew limp. With ease, Yin Huaiju supported him, as if expecting it. Shen Jian gazed hazily at Yin Huaiju, blurred by dimmed vision and wavering consciousness rather than the candlelight. Qingyao. Shen Jian tried to speak but couldn't control himself anymore. What had been hazy wasn't the firelight, it was his field of vision. Feeling his soul rapidly falling, he barely caught fragments of Yin Huaiju's words. I don't have much to give you. But how about the position of the Rivers and Mountains Alliance leader? Would you like it? Struggling to reply, Shen Jian's spirit plunged into an abyss of endless darkness. There was sudden stillness, like the primordial darkness before the universe separated into heaven and earth. Chapter 82. Since the news of Master Jiang Xingzhou's passing in Guiyun Mountain Villa spread, various sects and big and small figures from the martial world have come one after another to pay their respects. The villa is heavy with mourning banners and white mourning flags hanging everywhere, and the air is filled with the smell of incense and paper money, creating an atmosphere that is both sorrowful and bustling. As soon as the shrine was set up, Jiang Li went to offer his respects once. Although he and Jiang Xingzhou were close relatives by blood, they were particularly estranged in this world, and he had no status or qualification to mourn. After much deliberation, Jiang Li finally changed into a simple white robe. At that time, Jiang Lanes was kneeling beside the coffin guarding the spirit, this youth's eyes red and swollen from crying, his expression dazed. He raised his head and saw him walking over, though they hadn't seen each other for many days, he could only manage a nod, unable to say anything. Jiang Li was even less skilled at comforting, silently burned a few incense sticks, paid homage, then silently retreated. After the 7 days of mourning, came the important day of the funeral and burial. Many people from the martial world gathered in the villa, and many civilians from Luoyang also came, those who couldn't fit inside waited outside, wanting to send Jiang Xingzhou off on his final journey. Jiang Li was waiting in his room, intending to quietly follow at the end of the procession when the spirit was sent off, not wanting to attract any attention, since the martial world was full of rumors about him and Guiyun Mountain Villa, exposure might cause all sorts of speculations. Who knew that Jiang Wanli came to his room to invite him, saying it was Master Jiang Zhongyue's instructions. As a distinguished guest of the villa, he should not be absent from the public memorial ceremony. Upon hearing this, Jiang Li instinctively asked, what do you want me to do? Of course, offer a stick of incense for the master as a farewell, what else can there be? Jiang Wanli showed a puzzled look. Nothing else. Indeed, nothing else. Jiang Li hesitated, it made no sense for Jiang Zhongyue, as the main person in charge of the villa, not to have heard of the various rumors between him and Guiyun. It was strange that he specially invited him now without knowing his plans. With no clear idea, he could only go and see first. Jiang Li stood up and said, please lead the way. The two passed through corridors and courtyards towards the shrine. Along the way, they saw more and more martial individuals dressed differently. Jiang Li looked around while searching, and couldn't help but ask again, has Qingshan sect not arrived yet? I know you're concerned, I've been keeping an eye out for it, if anyone from Qingshan sect arrives, I'll definitely tell you right away. Jiang Wanli said. Jiang Li didn't respond, feeling increasingly anxious inside. As one of the three major sects, Qingshan sect's position in the martial world was paramount, it was impossible for them to be absent from the alliance leader's funeral. But until now, no one had come or sent a message to explain. This indicated something must have happened within their sect. Jiang Li took a deep breath and made up his mind. No matter what, after the funeral, he would personally visit the Qingshan sect and find Qi Chaohua. During these thoughts, they had already arrived at the shrine. Sure enough, Jiang Li's appearance caused a restrained commotion. People nearby constantly exchanged glances, and many couldn't resist whispering. A middle-aged man standing next to young Master Jiang Lanes on the altar had a stern appearance. He was none other than Jiang Zhongyue, the person in charge. Seeing the other party remain calm without any sign of reaction, Jiang Li also remained silent, following the rules, taking a few incense sticks to offer his respect. Whispered murmurs buzzed like mosquitoes beside him. Isn't this Jiang Li? What is he doing here? Is it true he really has a connection with Guiyun Mountain Villa? Isn't it said that he is Jiang Xingzhou's illegitimate son? Based on this posture, isn't he trying to claim recognition? Do you dare speak such words? Don't forget where you are. But look at this situation. Pretending not to hear, Jiang Li finished his respects and was about to rise and step aside. At this moment, Jiang Zhongyue finally spoke, young sir, wait a moment. Jiang Li paused his steps, raising his head to look at him. Jiang Zhongyue walked forward 2 steps, solemnly bowing deeply before Jiang Xingzhou's coffin, then turned to face Jiang Li, loudly stating, young sir roams the rivers and lakes, surely you've heard many rumors related to our Guiyun villa. The many heroic knights present likely have some knowledge of these rumors. No matter the origin of these rumors or who disseminated them, today provides an excellent opportunity to completely clarify them. Before all of you, and before the soul of the late master in heaven, as witnesses, believe that no one will dare utter false words. Jiang Li vigilantly stared at him, giving no reply for a moment. Jiang Zhongyue did not wait for his response either, directly stating, please, young sir, say yourself, what relationship do you have with my Guiyun? Uncle, what are you doing? Jiang Lanes exclaimed in shock. Jiang Zhongyue held back Jiang Lanes with a gesture, speaking heavily, you shouldn't interrupt, I know what I'm doing. Jiang Li's heart sank, realizing that his identity concealed the greatest secret of Guiyun. How could it be disclosed to the public? He slightly gritted his teeth and tried to make his voice as calm as possible, it doesn't matter. Good, Jiang Zhongyue said. Do you have any relationship with our chief Jiang Xingzhou? No. Jiang Zhongyue nodded, staring at him without blinking, and slowly said, then, do you have any relationship with Jiang Jingming and Zhou Jingtong? Jiang Li's pupils shrank instantly, glaring fiercely at Jiang Zhongyue's stern face. His lips moved but made no sound, instead, he pressed them tightly. With this silence, and a look of unease, the whispers around him started again, though they were muffled to Jiang Li. In his ears, all sounds merged into a buzzing. His thoughts wildly churned, countless fragmented memories coalescing into a whirlpool threatening to drown him, the bamboo forest his father walked through slowly on summer nights, the one-armed youth in the cave painfully roaring with white hair, his mother sewing boots for him under the lamp, her trembling hand raised after slapping him, and the broken ceremonial sword by the corpse. Countless prying eyes stabbed like needles, causing Jiang Li's hands to clench then loosen again, numbness spreading through his fingertips. Everyone was waiting for an answer, he had no choice but to respond. Jiang Li found his throat dry when he opened his mouth, unable to produce any sound. After clearing it, he diverted his gaze first, replying, I don't know who you're talking about. In the common understanding of the martial world, the eldest son of the old alliance leader, Jiang Lumei, died in an ambush 24 years ago, and his fiancée, Zhou Jingtong, fell ill shortly after, dying before they could leave any significant legacy. The martial world has never heard stories of their achievements, so naturally, an 18-year-old person named Jiang Li couldn't possibly know about these matters. Jiang Zhongyue nodded once more and stopped questioning, glancing over those present. He declared, all of you have heard clearly, these various rumors are baseless tales. My Guiyun Mountain Villa is crystal clear, unconnected to this young Master Jiang. Let us hope there will not be any more unwarranted speculations in the future within the martial world. The crowd voiced their agreement, when suddenly, someone asked, so, who exactly is this young Jiang Master? What's his background? This comment stirred up everyone else's curiosity, prompting them to chorus, that's right, just clarify that too, preventing unnecessary rumors from starting. With such remarkable skills at such a young age, it's only natural for people to want to understand thoroughly. Jiang Zhongyue did not stop them, only gazing at Jiang Li awaiting another reply. Standing amidst the gazes of the crowd, Jiang Li clenched his fists, falling completely silent. He could not answer. The one born and raised in Luoxia Valley was Jiang Yunrua, long dead in the fiery inferno within the valley. And Jiang Li did not truly exist in this world. He appeared out of nowhere, having neither identity nor origin. Jiang Lanes could bear it no longer, exclaiming anxiously, "Uncle, why are you asking this? You clearly know." No. Further words would be inappropriate in such a public setting. But since these things weren't clarified and Jiang Li remained silent for too long, immediately adding peculiar implications to the surrounding crowd's perceptions. Jiang Zhongyue was unmoved. I am no one. This thought passed through Jiang Li's mind, his face devoid of expression, although the oppression in his heart was suffocating, making it difficult to breathe. Amidst the standoff, someone couldn't help whispering, "What is he exactly?" "He is mine." A voice laced with anger came from afar, instantly breaking the stale atmosphere. This voice was exceedingly familiar, shocking Jiang Li's inner being. He swiftly turned back to see, only to notice more than a dozen members of the Qingshan sect advancing quickly through the courtyard, led by none other than Qi Chaohua, whose body bore signs of travel and cold weariness, his complexion more sullen than ever. Stunned, Jiang Li watched as he stepped into the shrine, barely reacting before being abruptly pulled close by the shoulder and embraced. Qi Chaohua hadn't controlled his strength well. Jiang Li's forehead collided with his tight jaw, a bit sore. Only then did he slowly realize that this wasn't a hallucination, it was real. Qi Chaohua really had come. Qi Chaohua firmly held on to Jiang Li, casting a sweeping gaze over the onlookers, uttering a sarcastic laugh. "He's my apprentice Qi Chaohua, whom all remember when rumors spread across the martial world that he possessed the eternal life formula. But now you've all conveniently forgotten." A man nearby uncomfortably remarked, "Of course we know he's your apprentice, we were just curious about his origins." "Are you implying that because you're casually curious, he should spill his private affairs to provide gossip material for you?" Qi Chaohua glanced over and saw the person looking embarrassed as he stepped back, then shifted his gaze to Jiang Zhongyue in the hall. His smile lacked warmth as he said, "I've just arrived, please forgive my lack of etiquette. But from afar, I thought my dear apprentice had made some grave mistake that necessitated an immediate interrogation during your morning rites. Only upon inquiry did I learn it was about seeking his help to clear up rumors. Truly, your hospitality has given me quite an insight." With this pointed remark, Jiang Zhongyue felt compelled to respond. He gave a polite bow to Jiang Li and said, "Thank you, young Master Jiang, for your assistance in clarifying matters. If there were any unintentional offenses, both of you must kindly pardon us." But Jiang Li wasn't paying attention to what was being said on the other side. Instead, he hugged Qi Chaohua tighter, burying his face into the other's shoulder. He could feel how icy cold the frost-drenched robes felt against his cheeks, yet the weight on his heart settled firmly back into place, making everything else insignificant. Qi Chaohua lowered his eyes and noticed how white the tips of Jiang Li's fingers had turned while clutching his robe. Touched by this, despite the watchful eyes of many, he reached up to tenderly rub Jiang Li's scalp, whispering softly, "It's okay now. Sorry I came late." Jiang Li slightly shook his head against Qi Chaohua's shoulder before finally letting go. Struggling to relax his facial muscles, he managed a slight lift at the corners of his mouth, trying to prove he could still manage the situation. Looking at him, Qi Chaohua found it impossible to maintain composure, and couldn't help but let out a small laugh. Seeing Jiang Zhongyue apologize already, Qi Chaohua decided it wouldn't be appropriate to press further amidst Jiang Xingzhou's spirit altar, so he cut straight to the main point. On behalf of the Qingshan sect, he presented condolence couplets and lit several sticks of incense for Master Jiang Xingzhou. Witnessing Qi Chaohua's arrival with the disciples of Qingshan sect, those present began to make educated guesses. Once he voiced their connection openly, certainty dawned upon everyone. The illustrious reputation of one sword breaking through heaven's door, bolstered by the Qingshan sect, rendered his discarded identity as a left protector of a devilish sect no longer worth mentioning. After lighting the incense, Qi Chaohua pulled Jiang Li aside along with the disciples of Qingshan sect. The martial world figures bowed respectfully toward him, their attitudes showing varying degrees of increased respect. This brief episode thus concluded hastily, and the funeral for Jiang Xingzhou proceeded step by step as planned. As the coffin was carried out for burial, a long procession of mourners moved solemnly, fierce cold winds sweeping through Luoyang, blanketing the city in white snow, the heavens draped in mourning colors. Chapter 83. After the funeral, the martial artists from all over returned to their respective lodgings. No one bid farewell and left, as everyone knew that they were waiting for the upcoming grand competition to elect the next leader of the Mountain River Alliance a few days later. For many, this grand competition was the main purpose, while mourning Jiang Xingzhou was just an additional act. Qi Chaoshi followed Jiang Li back to their room, closed the door, and finally found peace in the quiet room. He couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Turning his head, he saw that Jiang Li was also looking at him. After being apart for so many days, they had endured countless words unspoken in front of others earlier. Now, finally alone, with thoughts running wild, neither knew where to begin. They locked eyes for a long time, wanting to speak but unable to find the words, and eventually, realizing how foolish they looked staring silently, both couldn't help but laugh. Jiang Li's laughter wasn't very evident, it hid behind the faint curve at the corner of his lips and the slight warmth in his slightly bent eyes. Qi Chaoshi watching him felt an extra wave of longing. He decided not to consider which sentence to start with anymore, pulling him close and kissed him. Jiang Li closed his eyes in cooperation, lifting his hands to encircle Qi Chaoyi's neck, getting even closer, sharing the recently warmed up temperature inside the room. After breaking the kiss, Qi Chaoshi couldn't resist stealing another peck on his lips, whispering with a chuckle, "Did you miss me?" Jiang Li looked at him and said, "I was worried about you." "All went smoothly on my side," Qi Chaoshi replied, "though I didn't expect that Jiang Xingzhou would suddenly pass away from illness, leaving you alone here in Guiyun Villa, enduring much inconvenience." "It's nothing." Jiang Li paused for a moment, pulling Qi Chaoshi further away from the door, walking to sit beside the table, lowering his voice to narrate the suspicion revealed by Elder Shugu regarding someone possibly poisoning Jiang Xingzhou. After hearing this, Qi Chaoshi pondered for a while and remarked, "If even Elder Shugu can only stay in the realm of suspicion and cannot find solid evidence, then investigating based on Jiang Xingzhou's condition won't lead anywhere. In these few days, we could inquire indirectly about his relationships with the people in the villa, as administering poison every day requires not only determination but also opportunities. Once we narrow down to a general range, it will be easier. Even if we don't find any direct evidence of the poisoning, I doubt that person will not take other actions." Jiang Li nodded thoughtfully. "There's another direction." Qi Chaoshi looked at Jiang Li. "Based on your understanding of Ji Shuming since childhood and your meetings afterward, do you think he'd willingly contact Banya sect and betray us?" Jiang Li shook his head without hesitation, saying, "Someone lured him. It wouldn't be someone from the Banya sect. The person who succeeded in persuading Ji Shuming needs an identity credible enough to gain his trust and must understand his real situation and suffering within Guiyun Villa. Since outsiders only know that Ji Shuming is the most outstanding member among the younger generation in Guiyun, accompanying the young master in exploring the martial world and enjoying great prestige, that person is probably someone from within the villa." "Could it be the same person?" Jiang Li asked. "Perhaps. If not, the matter becomes more complicated." Qi Chaoshi chuckled softly. "There's still a crucial question. Both of us have seen knocked out sword in Ji Shuming's possession, yet it got lost. This indicates that the person didn't keep the sword, meaning he wasn't after the Longevity Sutra. So, what is his real intention?" Jiang Li's expression turned intense, falling into deep contemplation. Qi Chaoshi smiled again, reaching out to grasp his hand, giving it a gentle squeeze, saying, "Don't worry, I'm here with you." Jiang Li grasped his hand back and raised his eyes to look at him. "What about you? How did things go with the Qingshan sect?" At the mention of this, Qi Chaoshi's smile carried a hint of subtle strangeness. Hesitating for a bit before responding, Patriarch Shen's treatment of me was truly unexpected. When arriving at Qingshan sect, Qi Chaoshi was already prepared for various scenarios. However, upon following Shen Shenxi and his group climbing the steps up the mountain, he saw Patriarch Shening personally leading his disciples waiting at the gate. Upon seeing him, Shening instinctively rushed forward 2 steps, staring wide-eyed and trembling lips uttered 2 words, "Qiu Bai." Qi Chaoshi remained unfazed and bowed as a junior. Shening immediately grabbed Qi Chaoshi's arm, intensely scrutinizing his face, almost losing composure. Disciples nearby and Shen Shenxi hurriedly intervened to calm him down. Only after a deep breath did Shening slowly loosen his grip, muttering nods, "Yes, you are Qiu Bai's son. Back then, your mother, heavily burdened with sorrow, was caught in a snowstorm, and I could only hastily send her away, unable to even arrange for people to care for her. Over the years, there has been no news. I thought the two of you." He appeared lost in reminiscence, disregarding the fact that his disciples overheard, shaking his head and didn't continue. Qi Chaoshi smiled slightly and complied, "We naturally owe Patriarch Shen our undying gratitude." Shening didn't respond to this, merely giving Shen Shenxi a few instructions to return and rest with the disciples before bringing Qi Chaoyi back to his own courtyard. They settled in the main hall where a disciple brought tea and then left, closing the door behind them and leaving the room quiet. Shening leaned back against the rosewood chair, lost deep in thought for a long time while Qi Chaoyi sat quietly on his left without disturbing him, simply waiting patiently. After what felt like an entire cup of tea, Shening finally sighed wistfully and said, "I've heard about your reputation in the jianghu for breaking through Tianmen with a single sword strike, but I never expected you to be Qiu Bai's son. With his martial talent, had he not passed away, his fame would have certainly equaled if not surpassed yours." Qi Chaoyi chuckled slightly and raised the sword scabbard placed beside his hand by a disciple, saying, "Then, Chairman Shen, perhaps you should examine this first." Shening noticed his reluctance to continue talking further and sighed helplessly, picking up the sword scabbard and slowly opening it. A brilliant cyan glow flowed out as the reflection of his aging face came off the blade. His finger grazed over the cold steel and eventually rested upon the scratch beneath the hilt, prompting another remark, "Do you know what your father's sword was called?" Qi Chaoyi hesitated slightly before truthfully replying, "I do not know, could you please tell me?" "The name of the sword is Ask Water." Shening closed his eyes, speaking slowly. "Qiu Bai and I entered our sect around the same time, becoming the closest master brothers. When we turned 20 and were presented with our swords, ours were from the same foundry, so the master let us name them ourselves for a lifelong vigilance. After more than half a month's contemplation, I ultimately named mine Knock Mountain. Knock Mountain, Ask Water, seek both high and low, life is finite, but knowledge is boundless. It was the sincere thirst for martial knowledge at the start of young adulthood and the unwavering exploration spirit for swordsmanship." A wave of mixed emotions stirred within Qi Chaoyi. His mother Lu Rian had never told him much about Qi Qiubai's past, only starting their conversations with a kind tone which always ended up choking her up and unable to go on. He was too young then, yet already learned to avoid this topic. Thus, Qi Qiubai remained no more than a vague shadow reflected in water to him until now, when this shadow gained its first touch of vitality. Qi Qiubai couldn't help but laugh faintly, with a tinge of self-deprecating meaning, so it seems, I am not like him in the slightest. No, you are. Shining insisted, you look just like him. Especially when you smile, it's exactly the same. Seeing that there was finally a subtle flicker in Qi Qiubay's expression, Shen Ying's heart swirled like the ocean overturning, harder and harder to suppress. It seemed as if he'd suffocate if he didn't speak up. He struggled on, for all these years, I've lived in guilt. I don't know if your mother ever mentioned this to you, how she told you, but I must tell you the truth. Back then, it was me, I was the one who chased after those two fugitives. Qi Qiubai looked at him steadily. Qiu Bai and your mother actually could have left, they could have avoided the world, hidden away, and lived peacefully somewhere, Shening explained. But I persuaded them to return with me to the sect. Your mother was wise, she said she was of the devil's sect and dared not set foot in the holy land of the sect. Qiu Bai had made his resolution, but I personally vouched for them, promising the master had said they would be accepted. Trusting me completely, Qiu Bai faltered. Over the span of several days, I managed to persuade both your parents to return to Qing Shan sect with me. I was too young, too foolish, and too arrogant back then. Shening closed his eyes again. The wrinkles on his forehead deepened as if carved by a knife, twitching painfully. What right did I have to give such guarantees? I couldn't even protect my junior brother, nor properly take care of his wife and child. All my efforts led to your heavily pregnant mother, who could not fight or defend herself, fleeing alone into the snowstorm. Shening breathed deeply a few times before slowly reopening his eyes and looking at Qi Qiubai. Afterward, I was confined by the master for a month. By the time I was released, there was no longer any trace of your mother. For many years, I believed she had perished in that snowy night. He shook his head and lowered his voice sorrowfully. Child, I have no kindness to offer toward your family. It was me who caused all the harm. Qi Qiubai listened silently to Shen Ying's confession, constantly observing his expression, unmoving for a moment. Despite not being completely unmoved inside, because of the stirring ripples, he was more compelled to guard himself against the other's heartfelt repentance. Silence lingered for a while before Qi Qiubai finally replied coolly, the past is over. Moreover, my mother never harbored any resentment towards you. You don't need to dwell on it anymore. Upon seeing Qi Qiubay's composed demeanor and his response that was impeccably courteous, Shening was uncertain how much of it was genuine. His eyes grew entirely dim. Silent for a period, Shening suddenly sat upright as though reigniting hope, standing up and saying, Come, follow me, I'll take you to see Qiu Bai. Qi Qiubai paused, remaining seated without moving. Shening had already reached the doorway and turned around to urge him on. His tombstone is at the frost grove on the back mountain. Come, Qiu Bai must want to see you too. Although Qi Qiubai was executed by the sect leader for his illicit relationship with a devilish sect woman, it was publicly claimed he was killed by the Bana sect. Thus, he still had the privilege to be buried in the sect's graveyard. Qi Qiubai slowly stood up, following Shening out of the courtyard. A long stone path led to the frost grove on the back mountain. Beneath the towering ancient trees, there lay a series of grey gravestones arranged according to the closeness of family ties. Shening pointed out the location and said, Go ahead and have a good chat with Qiu Bai. I'll wait here and won't disturb you. Qi Qiubai glanced at Shening before courteously responding and walking towards the tombstone. As he gradually approached, he could vaguely see the familiar yet strange name carved on it. His steps slowed involuntarily, strangely feeling a kind of timid apprehension similar to being near home but reluctant to enter. With just a few steps left, Qi Qiubai stopped before the tombstone. Realizing that his birth father whom he had never met lay silently beneath this patch of earth, an unreal sensation swept over him. His mind felt somewhat hazy, unprepared to kneel down or bow. The word father seemed awkwardly hard to pronounce. Facing Qi Qiubai's name, it felt like confronting a great unsolvable problem. Ultimately, Qi Qiubai took out his flask and shook it, pouring the leftover half-flask of wine onto the ground. The strong aroma of alcohol rose, and then he found something to say. My mother said that although her life had regrets, she didn't regret anything. The wine silently seeped into the soil. There was a chill wind continuously blowing through the forest, making the dried branches and leaves rustle incessantly. After some time, he whispered again, Next time, I will bring someone along to visit you. There were no more words to be spoken. Having lived rootlessly for so many years, he suddenly felt disoriented trying to reclaim familial ties. Qi Qiubai turned around and saw Shening waiting from afar, reduced to a black silhouette in the desolate world. He couldn't figure out what Shen Ying's intention was, or if he was playing an old trick again, waiting for his guard to drop before making a move. So Qi Qiubai waited. However, all he waited for was news of Jiang Xingzhou's death transmitted from Guiyun Villa. Alarmed, he could no longer sit still and bid farewell. Shening arranged for him to travel alongside the disciples grieving for the Qin Shan sect, and before departure, Shening looked deeply at him and said, In the future, remember to come back often. I promise you that as long as my son and I are still in Qin Shan sect, the sect will never turn you away. At that moment, other disciples were present listening, and Qi Qiubai subconsciously avoided his gaze, ambiguously smiling. After hearing this story, Jiangli said, he hopes you can forgive him. He wants to give you a place to belong. But could causes and effects in this world truly be so simple? Qi Chaoyi rarely felt uncertain. Thinking about it for a moment, he merely replied, we'll see. Jiangli did not speak further, letting him ponder things through on his own, and then asked, are those the only disciples sent from Qing Shan sect? The one leading them is Shen Shenxi, the sect leader's eldest son. On the way, he seemed to have received some message and mysteriously delayed for a few days. In the end, he let us go first. Qi Chaoyi said, that's why I'm late. What message? I'm unclear. The other disciples know even less than me. Shen Shenxi kept his lips sealed, not mentioning a single word. Still, those few days, I guess something happened based on his worried intense expressions. Jiangli nodded. Let's not talk about those things anymore. Qi Chaoyi leaned in closer, smiling mischievously as he asked, tell me, how did you worry about me? A flash of uneasiness crossed Jiangli's face, and then he asked, who were you referring to when you said at your father's tomb that you would bring someone to visit him? Indeed, Jiangli has shown surprising improvement in handling conversations now, which made Qi Chaoyi laugh involuntarily, teasing, if I bring someone else, would you agree? Jiangli pulled back his hand held by Qi Chaoyi and simply said, do as you please. You're beyond my control. How am I beyond your control? While speaking, Qi Chaoyi squeezed onto his stool, his other hand looping around Jiangli's waist to steady both of them. With perfect seriousness, he instructed, let me teach you how to manage me. You need to apply a combination of firmness and gentleness. For the firm approach, lock me up in a little dark room where I'm forbidden to go anywhere. For the gentle method, occasionally give me rewards in that little dark room. Hugging alone isn't enough, kissing is necessary, right? Caught partly within Qi Chaoyi's arms, Jiangli found this both amusing and hard to ignore. Still, Qi Chaoyi wouldn't let go. Grasping Jiangli's face, he asked, good apprentice, have you learned? Jiangli couldn't help but laugh out loud and nudged him with his elbow, you're so annoying. Hey, don't push me. I haven't sat properly yet. Qi Chaoyi swayed a little, feeling that the stool was indeed too narrow. So Jiangli grabbed his arm to steady him. Taking advantage of this, Qi Chaoyi embraced him even tighter, leaning his face close to Jiangli's temple hair and whispering softly in his ear, to be honest, I have been worrying about you all the time. Jiangli relaxed himself, leaning half of his body against Qi Chaoyi's shoulder and gently making an, sound. Qi Chaoyi chuckled and leaned closer, lightly kissing the tip of his ear, just about to go further when suddenly a knock on the door interrupted them. It wasn't urgent but measured and polite. Qi Chaoyi released Jiangli as both stood up and turned to see a tall, robust man standing outside their door. They exchanged a glance before Qi Chaoyi went forward to open it. The visitor turned out to be Jiang Zhongyue, the person in charge of Guiyun Villa. Upon seeing him, Jiang Zhongyue slightly froze, then glanced towards Jiangli inside the room. Without speaking, he deeply bowed with seriousness. While questioning relentlessly in the morning at the memorial hall, now showing such sincerity, Qi Chaoyi asked with a grin, since Elder Jiang has already apologized in front of all martial artists, what exactly is this performance for? Jiang Zhongyue sighed, saying, I am fully aware that I've offended you greatly today, but it was truly unavoidable. I hope both of you won't hold it against me. Unavoidable? Jiangli asked. I know all the secrets of Guiyun. Even during the time when the former master decided to wipe out your father, old master Jiang Lumei, I was present. As for your situation, Lan Zhe had already detailed everything to me. But I bear the responsibility for the entire Guiyun, so I couldn't be careless. Therefore, I resorted to such measures today, just to test your character. Jiang Zhongyue said, it was my fault to make you endure such humiliation. You were worried I might reveal Guiyun's secrets if I return here. Jiang Li said. I had to guard against this possibility. Jiang Li calmly nodded without adding more words. I came tonight not only to apologize. Jiang Zhongyue quickly pulled out a long rectangular object from his chest, wrapped layer by layer in white cloth. Its contents remained unclear. Holding it in both hands, he handed it over to Jiang Li, saying, this is something I found among the late master's personal belongings. Jiang Li took it and hesitantly glanced at Qi Chaoyi, who understandingly walked back to his side. Jiang Li started unwrapping the layers of white fabric. A rustic wooden tablet was revealed with the inscription, Soul Shrine of Jiang Yunruo. Surprisingly, it was a soul shrine. Jiang Li was startled. Qi Chaoyi looked meaningfully at Jiang Zhongyue and grinned, what do you mean by this, elder? I believe this was likely made personally by the late master after hearing about the incident in Luoxia Valley. By then, his health was already deteriorating. Involving the villa's secrets, he couldn't trust others, but he still wanted to leave something behind for you, even if this shrine could not be placed in the ancestral hall. Jiang Zhongyue fixed his gaze on Jiang Li, earnestly stating, even though the martial world can't recognize you publicly, remember, you are still one of Guiyun's people, a blood-connected member of our family. Jiang Li touched the uneven engravings on the spirit tablet and held it close to his chest, muttering lowly, I've never changed my last name, I've always been a member of the Jiang family. Good, it's best if you think this way, Jiang Zhongyue sincerely expressed. In 3 days will be the grand competition for selecting the new leader of the Mountain River Alliance, which is Guiyun's top priority. I hope we can get through this difficulty together. Qi Choui placed a hand on Jiang Li's shoulder, cutting in before he could speak. If he isn't recognized as part of Guiyun Villa in the eyes of the martial world, how can he assist you in getting through difficulties? Naturally, there'll be a place where his effort is required. Elder Jiang speaks cryptically. We need clearer details about what kind of effort you're referring to, Qi Choui smiled. Jiang Zhongyue paused briefly, looking straight into Jiang Li's eyes and saying, I hope you can teach the Chongqing decree to Lan Zhe. Upon hearing this, Jiang Li immediately frowned and directly replied, I won't teach him. This matter concerns the honor of Guiyun Villa. Jiang Zhongyue insisted, I understand Lan Zhe's level of martial arts perfectly well. Even if he's now training diligently unlike before, it's impossible for him to win that competition. But the Chongqing decree can change everything. With just 3 days, teaching him even 1 or 2 moves can guarantee victory. Remember, many years ago, when old Lord Jiang Lumei lost all his martial skills, it was the power of the Chongqing decree that brought Guiyun to its peak. My father retreated with people to Luoxia Valley years ago precisely because he didn't want the Chongqing decree to resurface again, Jiang Li responded without hesitation, and I won't teach it to him. But is this decline of Guiyun what the master and your father want to see? Jiang Zhongyue's face revealed sorrow. If we lose this major competition and the title of the world's best, I don't know how many people will be waiting to laugh at our failure, even eagerly stepping on us while we're down. Jiang Li remained silent, shaking his head. Lan Zhe is your cousin, one of the few remaining relatives closest to you in the world, and more importantly, he is the person who will support Guiyun in the future. It's not like you're passing the Chongqing decree to a stranger. Teaching him wouldn't violate any rules. Jiang Zhongyue lowered his stance. Please reconsider it carefully, there's no rush to give me an immediate answer. Jiang Li noticed the almost pleading look on his face, tightened his lips momentarily, and stayed quiet without responding. Jiang Zhongyue didn't push further either, instead gazing intently at him without blinking. Amidst the tense atmosphere, Qi Choui glanced around before attempting to speak, but then hurried footsteps approached them abruptly. The 3 turned their heads to find the household servant rushing up breathlessly. What is the matter? Jiang Zhongyue resumed his usual authoritative demeanor and spoke first. The eldest son of Qing Mountain sect, Shen Shenxi, has arrived, bringing along his unconscious younger brother Shen Er, who is reportedly severely injured. Chapter 84. In a headache akin to a hangover, Shen Jian slowly opened his eyes. The bed canopy was an unfamiliar light green, its 4 corners embroidered with silver-white stream cloud patterns. He pressed his forehead and sat up, only to find that the room's layout was both strange and orderly. In the distance, the door was half open, and his elder brother Shen Shenxi was talking quietly to someone by the door, their shadows flickering between light and dark. Shen Jian felt lost, as if caught in a dream. The low murmuring abruptly stopped when Shen Shenxi noticed he had awakened and turned around. How long have you been awake? Do you feel any discomfort anywhere? The scenes of the swaying candlelight before he passed out began to replay in his mind. It seemed that the voice of Yin Chaishu still lingered in his ears. Seated on the bed, Shen Jian couldn't fully comprehend what was happening, then the person outside the room eagerly stepped inside, offering him a bow. It was Qin Jing. Shen young master is awake just in time. I was considering how it would appear insincere if I let your elder brother relay my gratitude, so I plan to visit tomorrow. Qin Jing smiled. Shen Jian pinched his palm lightly, finally confirming that this wasn't a dream, yet he wondered, if he managed to rescue Yin Chaishu from Qin Jing, why was Qin Jing now treating him so well? But Qin Jing explained, I didn't know back then, young Master Shen, that you had a plan all along. I truly thought you defected to the demonic cult. Anger clouded my judgment and words, leading me to say many hurtful things. Please don't take them to heart. Your endurance under hardship inspires admiration and respect from all of us. Should you need my assistance in the future, feel free to ask. What? Shen Jian was stunned. Master Qin is overly kind. Subduing demons is simply our duty, Shen Shenxi interjected between the two subtly, gently suggesting, Jian has just awakened, his mind must be in chaos. Perhaps it's best to give him some quiet time. Ah, yes, I'm being impulsive. Young Master Shen, do rest and clear your thoughts. I shall not disturb further. Qin Zheng bowed again and turned to leave. His figure soon disappeared behind the door, leaving behind only confusion within the room. What are you talking about? Shen Jian asked his elder brother, countless questions rising in his mind. What alternative plan? What endurance? Where am I? Why am I here? And where is Qin Yao? Shen Shenxi closed the door first, then turned back and said, you seized the opportunity to infiltrate Bannock cult, took advantage of their relaxation during the grand ceremony, assassinated their new leader Pei Zhao, but sustained heavy injuries yourself and fell into unconsciousness. Last night, I just brought you here to stay at Guiyun Manor. By now, the news has spread, so Master Qin came specially to apologize. For a moment, Shen Jian almost doubted his memory, but he could ascertain whether there were wounds on his body or not. A flash of insight ran through his mind, and he quickly comprehended, is it because of that cup of wine I drank? Did you meet with Qin Yao? Brother, what actually happened? Shen Shenxi stated solemnly, I've already told you the events. I'm going to see Qin Yao. Shen Jiyan pulled back the quilt and got off the bed, heading towards the door. I'll ask him myself. You won't see him. Shen Xinshi sharply retorted. Yin Chaishu issued an extermination order against the cult for avenging their leader, promising direct promotion to Hall Master and 1,000 taels reward. He personally declared no live captives, only your head. Shen Jiyan froze in place, like he was glued down. No matter how skilled you are in martial arts, can you single-handedly destroy the entire Bana cult? Shen Jiyan became rigid, struggling to turn back to face Shen Xinshi. Upon meeting his gaze, Shen Xinshi softened somewhat, sighing, this farce ended ideally, given how much thought he put into sparing you. You should accept it instead of wasting his effort. An array of emotions churned within Shen Jiyan, preventing him momentarily from speaking. After a while, he softly asked, and him? The leader Pei Zhao died. Yin Chaishu, being the right-hand protector and the brother of the newly-wedded mistress of the cult, has climbed to a highly prestigious position, Shen Xinshi responded. He no longer needs you, and even if you go back to Bana cult, it wouldn't serve any purpose anymore. Instead, end this connection and return to the righteous path. Great opportunities lie ahead of you. Shen Jiyan swayed slightly, stepping backward to the edge of the bed and sitting down gradually. He bent over, holding his forehead, appearing extremely exhausted, faintly shaking his head. Unable to discern the meaning of his action, Shen Xinshi accompanied him silently for quite a while before suddenly asking, did you enjoy life in Bana cult? Could you really discard your conscience and be content? Shen Jiyan's hands clutching his forehead tightened visibly, veins popping out on his knuckles. Yet, his voice grew softer, as though all strength drained from him, laced with a hint of plea as he whispered, brother, my head still hurts. Can you please leave me alone for a while? Shen Xinshi opened his mouth to speak but restrained himself, ultimately giving Shen Jiyan's shadow a long, deep look before turning and exiting the room. As he pulled the door shut, Shen Xinshi couldn't help but glance back once more. Shen Jiyan remained in the same position, motionless. Shen Xinshi closed the door tightly and sighed silently. The message passed on by Yin Chaishu had been cryptic, merely stating its connection to Shen Jiyan and arranging for a meeting at a certain time and place. Troubled and anxious, Shen Xinshi dismissed Qi Chaoyi and the other disciples of Qingshan sect, anxiously counting down the days until the appointed time. Near midnight, Shen Xinshi buckled his long sword onto his belt, donned a cloak, and rode off. Alert and cautious along the way, he arrived at the location only to find a small house with lit lamps. The door was slightly ajar, so he stepped inside directly, only to see his younger brother Shen Jiyan lying peacefully on the bed. Yin Chaishu, standing nearby after tucking him in, turned his head at the sound and said, you're right on time. What did you do to him? Shen Xinshi's hand instinctively went to the hilt of his sword. No need to be tense. I just made him sleep for a bit, everything will be fine when he wakes up. Yin Chaishu stepped backward, gesturing for Shen Xinshi to come closer. Skeptical, Shen Xinshi moved cautiously toward the bed, feeling Shen Jiyan's pulse. Relieved, he turned to stare at Yin Chaishu. Did you call me here to take him away? What are you thinking? Simple, just like you think, I'm not good enough for him. Yin Chaishu gave an indifferent laugh, his gaze fixed on Shen Jiyan's gentle side face illuminated by the oil lamp. If I were from a clean background, ideally a woman, no matter what others might say, I would chase him and insist on marrying him. Unfortunately, there's no fate between us. Shen Xinshi's expression turned strange, unsure how to respond. Fortunately, Yin Chaishu didn't seem to care about any reply. His voice turned cold as he continued, since you're his elder brother, you should take better care of him. Do you think I want to let him run wild? Do you know how stubborn Jiyan can be? How am I supposed to manage him? Shen Xinshi couldn't help but voice his grievances. You just don't know the right methods. Let me teach you one. Yin Chaishu approached a few steps closer, speaking softly as though not wanting Shen Jiyan, who slept soundly, to overhear. As he explained briefly, Shen Xinshi's expression grew increasingly complex, his eyes shifting repeatedly over Yin Chaishu. Finally, he muttered, you really are heartless. If it works, that's all that matters. Yin Chaishu spoke while pulling out a book and tossing it into Shen Xinshi's arms. We don't have much time, so I won't keep you. Shen Xinshi caught the book and turned it over for a closer inspection. It was the very manual of sword techniques Yin Chaishu had stolen from the Qingshan sect to secure his position as the hall master. Deeply moved by this gesture, Shen Xinshi pursued him out of the door, but the night was quiet and desolate, leaving no trace of Yin Chaishu. Bana cult. When Yin Chaishu was led into the hall by a maid, Ningyu, the master, sat behind his desk, grinding inkstones. He glanced up and smiled gently upon seeing him. Guardian, being as busy as you are, why have you decided to visit me? Yin Chaishu raised his hand, signaling for the maids attending within the hall to withdraw. Only after they left did he turn to Ningyu and say, I've come especially to thank you. For what? Thank you for killing Pei Zhao. Yin Chaishu looked straight at him and grinned. Ningyu, the head of our patrolling system, thanks to your secret assistance, the men I arranged that night were able to scale the mountain smoothly. Although Pei Zhao was drunk, finishing him off was still quite challenging, creating significant commotion. Had it not been for you relocating the guards outside the bridal chambers beforehand, it could very well have cost me my life. On reflection, if the mission succeeded, you deserve top credit. Ningyu listened quietly, smiling without a word. How do you plan to thank me? Unperturbed, Ningyu returned the question, do you know what I intend to do? Yin Chaishu paused, weighing his words carefully. I plan to let Roro, under the title of the sect leader's wife, promote you to left guardian. From then on, we'll stand equal, jointly leading Bana sect. Does this suit you? Upon hearing this, Ningyu suddenly laughed, ignoring Yin Chaishu's puzzling expression as he rose and walked over to a low table, picking up a bronze kettle from the small stove and pouring hot water into a cup. He first rinsed the tea leaves, then leisurely brewed 2 cups. His delayed response made Yin Chaishu's expression gradually darken, yet he could do nothing but patiently wait. Finally, after brewing the tea, Ningyu looked up and smiled, saying, there is a problem with your statement, and I must correct it. That day, you brought Master Shenjian of Qingshan sect up the mountain and guaranteed his trustworthiness in front of the patrols. Now, Shenjian has killed our sect leader and fled without a trace. By inviting wolves into our den, your crime is unforgivable, with numerous opponents against you. Aside from your title and reputation, you have nothing to rely on. Since we aren't equals, how can we possibly claim parity? Yin Chaishu's expression darkened completely, and for a moment, he didn't respond. Ningyu had spoken the truth. His martial arts skills were average, which had drawn many jeers when he became the Hall Master. At that time, his support came from Ibu Ji, the right guardian, whom he later assassinated to ascend to the same position with the backing of the old sect leader. This drew discontent from quite a few members, but with the approval of Junior Master Pei Zhao, others dared not question him. Now that Pei Zhao was dead, the sect was in turmoil, and Yin Chaishu felt like a solitary boat at sea. The one who could gain universal respect was Ningyu, known for both his exceptional martial skills and talent in winning people over. As if seeing through his thoughts, Ningyu continued, the reason the guardian sought me out today shouldn't need reminding, should it? Clenching his teeth, Yin Chaishu lowered his gaze. Yes, you're right, I'm asking for your help. Ningyu chuckled softly. Guardian, please take a seat. Taking a deep breath, Yin Chaishu knelt down opposite the low table and said quietly, you know what I ask for is merely to survive, it won't obstruct you in any way. If you wish, I'll do everything I can to ensure you succeed as the new sect leader. Unexpectedly, Ningyu shook his head, saying indifferently, sect leader or left guardian, neither appeals to me. My position as Hall Master suits me well, comfortable even. At this, Yin Chaishu slowly raised his head, staring intently at Ningyu, finally understanding. Ningyu wanted Yin Chaishu to hold a high rank as a puppet figurehead while retreating to operate from the shadows, wielding true power. With someone so unqualified for the position as Yin Chaishu above Ningyu, the congregation would more willingly support him. Were Ningyu to directly seize a higher position himself, it might provoke some subordinates to turn against him instead. I understand, Yin Chaishu replied. Pleased, Ningyu smiled, pushing a cup of tea toward him. Its fragrant aroma filled the air. Top quality Westlake Longjing tea, I only serve it to esteemed guests. Give it a try. Yin Chaishu lifted the teacup, observing how its greenish-yellow liquid reflected his gloomy eyes. Ningyu also looked at him, speaking gently, to be honest, I've always admired you. Without a word, Yin Chaishu gulped down the scalding tea water, neither cooling it nor hesitating. Chapter 85. Deep Night, Guiyun Manor. The moonlight was as cold as frost, shining upon an open and spacious courtyard. In the stillness, the only sounds came from the repeated slicing of a sword cutting through the air. The young man held his long sword with both hands, crouched down, and repeatedly practiced slashing motions, silently reciting techniques in his mouth, as if unaware of fatigue, determined to master this set of swordplay so deeply that it became second nature. But as he lunged forward with fierce steps, his knees suddenly gave way and loosened, and at the same time, his grip faltered. His sword clanged onto the stone floor, its echo fading into silence. He fell awkwardly to the ground, breathing heavily. His clothes were drenched in sweat, and he looked like he had just been fished out of water. Beads of sweat rolled off his forehead and cheeks. Even in the bone-chilling cold of early winter, steam rose from his body. Jiang Lanes was exhausted, feeling his legs numb and weak, and his palms hurting unbearably. Yet, the day after tomorrow would be the day for the grand competition to choose the new martial alliance leader. Clenching his teeth, he struggled to stand up again. But as soon as he picked up the long sword, excruciating pain made him release his grip once more. Furrowing his brows, he discovered that both of his palms had several blisters the size of beans. Jiang Lane sat back in despair, gazing upward at the solitary moon hanging high in the sky. After a long while, without even retrieving his fallen sword, he trudged out of the courtyard with heavy footsteps. Passing through a long corridor, he arrived at the door of a guest room where a candlelight could be seen glowing within. Hesitant, he paced around the yard, unsure whether or not to approach. Before Jiang Lanes could make up his mind, the door to the guest room opened unexpectedly. Startled, his eyes met Qi Chaoxi's inquisitive gaze, who asked nervously, You? Why are you in Jiang Li's room? Qi Chaoxi smiled and said, Young Lord Jiang, what brings you wandering around here? Come in, let's talk. Jiang Lanes followed Qi Chaoxi inside the room and saw Jiang Li stepping out from behind a screen, already putting on his robe as if ready to rest. Unconsciously tightening his fists, the sudden pain snapped him back to reality, making him gasp involuntarily and quickly loosen his hand. Jiang Li noticed his hand and asked, "What's wrong with your hand?" "It might be from practicing the sword these days," replied Jiang Lanes. "Aren't you going to prick those blisters?" "Huh?" Jiang Lanes hesitated, saying, "Do they need to be pricked?" "I didn't know, I've never developed such things before." While talking, Qi Chaoshi had already retrieved a fine needle from the sewing box in the room, heating it over the candle flame. He then gestured for him to sit by the table. "Come on, let young Lord Jiang have a proper experience." Feeling somewhat uneasy, Jiang Lane sat on the stool. Watching Qi Chaoshi expertly prick and squeeze the swollen spots, though it didn't hurt much, he couldn't help but twitch his eyebrows. After both palms were thoroughly cleaned, Qi Chaoshi fetched ointment and applied it to them so they could heal faster. Throughout this entire process, Jiang Lanes kept looking down, not saying a word. Even after Qi Chaoshi finished treating him, he remained silent. Qi Chaoshi examined his expression and asked proactively, "Young Lord Jiang, is there something troubling you?" At this, Jiang Lanes stirred slightly, seeming to take a deep breath and gather his courage. Turning his head to look at Jiang Li sitting beside him, he spoke in a low voice, "I heard Uncle say. You don't want to teach me the Changxing decree. Do you not trust me?" Jiang Lane's voice became softer. Jiang Li's expression turned solemn. "Do you know the truth about the Changxing decree, and that I must guard it? But aren't we doing this for Guiyun?" Jiang Lanes looked up confusedly, "To preserve the glory of Guiyun, isn't that enough reason?" Jiang Li remained silent. Seeing his silence, Jiang Lanes pondered, and couldn't help asking, "Jiang Li, may I ask you a question?" "What?" "Do you hate Guiyun Manor?" asked Jiang Lanes. Jiang Li looked puzzled. "Why do you ask this?" "Because you're the eldest grandson, the heir of Guiyun Manor should have been you. But now, it's become like this." Jiang Li froze in surprise. "You mean he refuses to help because he envies that Guiyun doesn't belong to him anymore?" Qi Chaoshi reminded lightly from the side, "Young Master Jiang, you'd better be careful what you say." Jiang Li's breath tightened abruptly, almost losing his composure. He had never imagined he would face such questioning, and even less so from Jiang Lane's mouth. Instantly, an icy anger surged up from deep within, but Jiang Li immediately restrained himself and responded with great sincerity, "I have never thought that way. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that." Jiang Lanes immediately regretted his words after speaking, a wave of panic and unease washing over him. "I apologize, it's just that I have no other options left. These past few days, I've been practicing the sword techniques from the moment I open my eyes until even in my dreams, all I see is swordplay. Yet, I haven't felt any improvement, on the contrary, things are getting worse with each day of practice. With this state, there's no way I can win the grand competition the day after tomorrow. I know, it's all my fault for being lazy before, neglecting training and indulging only in play. But now I really don't know what to do anymore, so I came to you." Jiang Li remained silent, exchanging a glance with Qi Chaoshi. Jiang Lanes instinctively clenched the hem of his clothes, anxiety written all over his face as he implored, "Jiang Li, please, just teach me one or two moves of the Jinggolan sword technique, it's enough to help me through the grand competition the day after tomorrow. I swear, after that, I will never touch the Changxing decree again. I'll dedicate myself fully to practicing Guiyun sword techniques, ensuring I won't cause you any trouble. Once you come into contact with the Changxing decree, it will leave irreversible effects on your body," Jiang Li stated solemnly. Jiang Lanes looked up at him, his eyes resolute, "I'm not afraid to die." Jiang Li was momentarily speechless. He gazed quietly at the boy's unwavering expression, which inadvertently reminded him of his mother during the fall of Luoxia Valley. At that time, she had also declared fearlessly her readiness to sacrifice herself without hesitation. Only now did he begin to faintly understand the sentiment behind the hard slap that Zhou Jingtong had once delivered. "Jiang Li, you know, the leaders of the last 2 generations of the Shanhe alliance were from our Guiyun sect. I cannot be the one who loses it and lets others mock us." Without receiving an answer, Jiang Lanes, assuming disbelief, swore earnestly, "Truly, if it means preserving Guiyun, I am willing to pay any price." Finally, Jiang Li diverted his gaze and declared firmly, "I won't teach you." The light faded from Jiang Lane's eyes. Despite feeling reluctant to give up, seeing the tense profile of Jiang Li convinced him that there was no way to sway him. His lower lip trembled as he bit down on it fiercely. The stool beneath him felt like a prison, enclosing him, a trapped animal witnessing the breaking of its last hope. After enduring for an unknown duration, he abruptly stood up, rushed out silently, and fled as if running away. Jiang Li instinctively rose to his feet but hesitated. Qi Chaoshi suggested, "If you're worried, go follow quietly." With their martial skills, they could easily avoid being detected by Jiang Lanes, especially since he was preoccupied with his despair and ran straight back to his courtyard, unaware of the surroundings. Jiang Li paused outside a stone pathway, glancing distantly into the courtyard where the young man slumped on the ground, picked up the long sword only to toss it aside dejectedly, and then stared blankly at his palms for a while before burying his head in his knees. No further movement followed. Standing amidst the cold wind of winter night, Jiang Li felt the chill cutting through his robe, seeping deep into his bones. He wondered vaguely if the youth sitting on the stone ground felt even colder, which might explain why his shoulders shook incessantly. Though hesitant to approach, he knew he shouldn't leave indifferently either, standing there while Qi Chaoshi gently placed a hand on his shoulder, sighing, "He'll be fine. Let's return." Jiang Li then withdrew his gaze, turning to walk slowly back, Qi Chaoshi accompanying him under the tranquil moonlight. She kept silent, allowing him to immerse himself in deep thought without interruption. As they passed by a row of dwellings, a window glowing brightly with lamplight exhaled a rich aroma of wine. Jiang Li glanced inside reflexively and could discern several silhouettes gathered within, hushed voices reaching them accordingly. "Wow, Jiang Huaiyang, where did you manage to get these excellent wines? You wait a minute, shouldn't we reconsider? If we're caught by our master uncles, severe punishment will surely follow. Are you too timid?" The young man named Jiang Huaiyang spoke freely, completely unfazed. "For the sake of the Shanha Alliance Grand Competition, we've worked hard these days practicing our swordsmanship. Is rewarding ourselves occasionally forbidden? The competition is coming soon, our master uncles have plenty on their plates, leaving no time to inspect upon us. Relax, it's fine. Speaking of which, the individuals arriving from various sects appear quite capable. Can they possibly surpass Guiyun? What a joke. Don't forget, it was us who established the Shanha Alliance. How could the position of alliance leader belong to anyone else? Come, drink up." The sound of clinking cups rang out immediately thereafter, making it harder to distinguish individual voices amid the clamor. Jiang Li glanced once more at Qi Chaoshi, both silently deciding to tread more lightly and move away. After walking for a while, Qi Chaoshi finally spoke slowly, "Being the number one in the world for too long inevitably leads to arrogance and disdain for others. Remember how haughty the Tianmen sect used to be? Every 5 years, they'd hold their sword testing assembly with all the pomp and circumstance. The terrain of Tianmen Mountain was treacherous, so visitors had to be guided by disciples to ascend successfully. Notable figures from prestigious sects received special treatment, while everyone else relied purely on luck, hoping to meet a good-tempered disciple. If unlucky, enduring someone's bad attitude was common. There were even incidents where some, people from the martial world, were abandoned halfway up the mountain because they didn't give enough gratuity." Jiang Li heard this for the first time and asked, "What happened later?" "That disciple was reprimanded by the sect leader, barely quelling the controversy, then it was simply overlooked," Qi Chaoshi said with a laugh. "As for what happened afterward, Xuelu must have told you. I broke into the Tianmen sect and kidnapped him. None of their disciples could stop me. Since then, the Tianmen sect abolished the sword testing assembly, rectified their management practices, and enforced stricter discipline, adding an hour of morning lessons for all disciples. It's rumored that the sect's atmosphere has greatly improved, and I've seen that Meng Sifan's disciples have truly made significant progress in their martial arts." Jiang Li nodded. Qi Chaoshi looked at his profile and said, "So, regardless of the results of the competition, Guiyun Villa should blame itself for being arrogant about its achievements over these years and neglecting training. It cannot possibly blame you for not giving them the Chongqing decree 3 days ago." Upon hearing this, Jiang Li stopped in his tracks and turned to look at him. "I know." Qi Chaoshi also stopped in front of him, seeing his still somewhat melancholy expression. She suddenly asked, "Jiang Li, do you dislike Guiyun Villa?" Jiang Li was slightly startled. This time, he seriously pondered over the question and then shook his head. "No, I don't dislike it." "Do you like Guiyun Villa then?" Jiang Li glanced around the high walls and deep courtyards, the winding corridors, and the distant lanterns hanging like pale yellow moons. His gaze returned to Qi Chaoshi's face, and he gave a faintly helpless smile. Qi Chaoshi felt a pang of sorrow and gently cupped his face, leaning closer so that he could look straight into her eyes. She whispered softly, "I don't like Guiyun Villa." Jiang Li stared blankly into Qi Chaoshi's profound eyes, asking quietly, "Why? This isn't your home." Qi Chaoshi lowered her gaze, pressing her forehead against his, "I've said you belong to me, and I am your home." Jiang Li's hands, stiffened slightly from the cold wind, trembled involuntarily as warm blood surged through his heart, spreading warmth throughout his entire body. Regaining strength, he tightly embraced Qi Chaoshi, drawing enough warmth from her to last through the entire winter. Closing his eyes, he smiled faintly, saying softly, understood." Chapter 86. That night, Jiang Li never saw Jiang Lanes again until the day of the Shanhe Alliance competition. In the center of the training ground at Guiyun Manor, a platform was set up. Behind it stood a wooden raised stage with a large drum placed on it. At the beginning of the hour of snake, 3 beats of the drum marked the start of the competition. To ensure fairness, the leader of Guangqin sect, one of the 3 great sects, Mr. Lin Shi, presided over the event. There were only 2 rules. First, fights must be conducted honorably without taking lives. Second, contestants had to volunteer to challenge on the platform. The winner who defended the platform till the end would become the new alliance leader. The members of Guiyun Manor were stationed on the left side of the platform, occupying their own area. In front of them stood the young master Jiang Lanes with a solemn expression, intently focused on the platform where a youth dressed in cloud-patterned blue robes stood. Holding his sword, he greeted the dense crowd below, "I am Jiang Huaiyang from Guiyun Manor. If anyone wishes to fight young master, please defeat me first." This arrangement made by Jiang Zhongyue was seen as reasonable and met no objections from the crowd. As people turned around, they were searching for who would step onto the platform first. "I'm done waiting, I'll go." With a loud shout, a figure leaped onto the platform. Upon landing with a heavy thud, there rose a burly man dressed in black peasant's clothing, holding a pair of heavy meteor hammers. "Yang Quan from Pingsha sect, please enlighten me." Jiang Huaiyang glanced at him, slightly furrowing his brow, either disapproving of this unheard-of minor sect or disdainful of Yang's crude appearance. Indifferently, he responded with a simple A drumbeat resounded from the high platform as the match began. Yang Quan moved swiftly, striking first. His iron chains jangled, and the left hammer flew out like a projectile toward the opponent. Jiang Huaiyang deftly sidestepped, moving gracefully and with calculated steps. A shrill sound echoed as the hammer grazed his blade, and then it exploded onto the platform, creating an indentation on the solid wood. Startled, Jiang Huaiyang realized how dangerous the encounter had been, now regarding Yang more seriously. Yang quickly pulled back his hammer, sending it toward Jiang's back. Harnessing immense strength, Jiang Huaiyang avoided a direct confrontation, utilizing the lightness and agility characteristic of Guiyun swordplay. His wrist spun smoothly, redirecting the iron hammer back toward Yang with all its force intact. With increased range, Yang widened his chain swings. As the left hammer shot toward Jiang like a missile, Yang jumped into the air and kicked the weapon directly back at him with even greater speed and ferocity, irresistible. Now, the real combat commenced. Yang Quan's movements were aggressive, filled with overwhelming presence, while Jiang Huaiyang moved fluidly, not conceding an inch, demonstrating a certain grace akin to water that does not get entangled. Realizing this, Yang grunted with annoyance. His wrists rapidly flicked, causing the iron chains to resonate loudly. The iron hammer approaching Jiang suddenly swerved around his blade, wrapping itself around it. Pulling fiercely, Yang locked the blade within the chain, dragging Jiang forward involuntarily while simultaneously hurling his other hammer straight toward his face without mercy. From below, Jiang Lanes took in a sharp breath, eyes wide open without daring to blink. He hadn't expected Jiang Huaiyang to be disadvantaged by such an obscure minor sect, realizing only now why his father once said that the martial world is vast and should not be underestimated. At the critical moment, Jiang Huaiyang arched backward sharply to evade the strike. Simultaneously, he formed a flower-like flourish with his wrist, somehow effortlessly freeing the sword from the entrapment. Once free, with impeccable timing during Yang's exposed frontal vulnerability, Jiang lunged forward, thrusting his sword out. Yang urgently retreated, but his previous pull had drawn Jiang too close. After barely retreating one step, the cold sensation already reached his throat. Freezing in place, he looked down to see the tip of the sword lightly resting against his neck, merely breaking the skin. Guiyun manners. Jiang Huaiyang wins. Mr. Lin announced loudly. 2 more drumbeats followed from the high platform. Though risky, winning the first round brought some pride to Jiang Huaiyang. Seeing Yang Quan silently collecting his weapons and stepping off the platform, he felt no surprise, thinking inwardly that people from small places often lack proper decorum and cannot maintain grace under pressure. "I didn't expect this Jiang Huaiyang to actually have some genuine skills," Qi Chaoyang remarked. Instead of standing with Qing Mountain sect, he had chosen a secluded spot with Jiang Li for observation. Although further away, their keen eyesight allowed them to observe every move clearly on the platform. Jiang Li replied, Season Xueming mentioned that before he arrived at Guiyun, among the younger generation in the manor, Jiang Huaiyang possessed the most outstanding martial arts skill. Most of the Jiang family disciples considered him the leader. Watching the stage, Qi Chaoyang grinned, he indeed shows good talent, but concerning martial prowess, he is far from being ranked as top tier. Upon the platform, Jiang Huaiyang scanned the crowd, shouting a challenge to see who would come next. This time, the young man who leaped onto the stage was tall and slender. His originally handsome face was marred by a black eye patch over his right eye, giving off an odd impression. This was Meng Xishuan, the senior disciple of Tianmen sect. Meng Xishuan was not unfamiliar to the people of the martial world, and at once chatter filled the air as they spoke in amazement. Not long ago, when Banya sect had surrounded and exterminated the righteous forces outside Pingchuan town, his closest junior brother Du Heng had perished, and he himself had fallen off a cliff, surviving by a stroke of luck. Instead of recuperating properly, he had come to participate in this grand competition. Meng Xishuan's complexion still appeared somewhat haggard, yet his overall aura was undeniably oppressive. He raised his sword and declared his name with only one eye staring straight at the opponent, causing Jiang Huaiyang to inwardly startle, feeling as though he were already completely seen through. A drumbeat sounded and the battle commenced. Both men moved almost simultaneously. The air vibrated with the energy of their swords, and each strike carried the intention to kill. 2 dazzling beams of sword light interwove, yet there was no sound of metal clashing. Those below were astonished, only Jiang Huaiyang understood that just as their blades were about to meet, Meng Xishuan suddenly altered his technique, attacking at an unpredictable and perilous angle, the gleaming blade like a torrent rushing toward his chest. Jiang Huaiyang's heart sank in shock as he strained every effort to leap back, retreating a full yard. But Meng Xishuan pursued relentlessly, leaving him no room to breathe. The swordplay of Tianmen sect incorporated its mysterious and perilous mountainscape. To outsiders, it seemed endlessly changeable, without any set patterns. Jiang Huaiyang could not anticipate his next move at all, losing his former grace and composure, left only with the strength to defend. At this rate, defeat would be inevitable. Anxiously retreating, Jiang Huaiyang did not need to turn around to imagine the expressions on his clansmen's faces. Keeping his focus on Meng Sichuan, he suddenly noticed the eye patch over his right eye. A flash of inspiration struck him, and he discarded all caution. Rather than continuing his retreat, he advanced toward Meng Sichuan's right side, risking being injured by the sword's cutting energy. Upon realizing his intent, Meng Sichuan slashed fiercely but heard a stifled groan without seeing the figure. One of the greatest fears in the martial world is having an opponent slip out of sight. With Meng Sichuan having lost his right eye, his blind spot was far larger than normal, making the situation even more critical. He quickly turned, attempting to locate the opponent, but could hear nothing except for closely trailing footsteps and heavy breathing, while only catching glimpses of flashing cold glimmers from the sword in his peripheral vision. It was as if a panting wolf lurked in his shadow, waiting for the moment to bite down hard. The difference between victory and defeat lay in but a single instant. Resolving himself, Meng Sichuan gambled and stood firm, suddenly reversing his longsword behind him over his shoulder in a technique called mountain returns. He could not see what happened, but heard the harsh grating of steel rubbing together followed by the dull thud of a blade penetrating flesh. A whiff of blood spread, prompting gasps from the audience. It was visible that Meng Sichuan's sword exactly intercepted Jiang Huaiyang's strike. The sword slanted downwards, piercing into the other's ribcage. Meanwhile, Jiang Huaiyang's blade hung just 4 finger widths behind Meng Sichuan's neck, unable to advance further. Tianmen sect, Meng Sichuan wins. Amidst the boom-boom drumbeats, Jiang Huaiyang held his wounded side and said irritably, "Just a bit short, count yourself lucky. Next round, I will definitely win." "A miss is as good as a mile," Qi Chaoyang smiled and said. If they were to fight again, Meng Sichuan wouldn't leave him any room. Jiang Li nodded and glanced distantly at the crowd belonging to Guiyun Manor, his expression involuntarily becoming serious. On the stage, Meng Sichuan retracted his sword, pressing lightly on the eye patch covering his right eye before turning around. Disregarding Jiang Huaiyang's words, he simply stated, "I've defeated you, now it's your young master's turn." Hesitantly looking back, Jiang Huaiyang saw Junior Master Jiang Lane standing in front, visibly anxious and uneasy. Behind him, Jiang Zhongyue's expression was grave, silent. However, another disciple stepped forward, speaking out, "Mr. Meng has shown great skill. Let me have a go at you." Frowning, Meng Sichuan asked, "So, must we all take turns challenging until we reach your young master? Even if it doesn't break the rules, if so, why even bother setting up the stage? We could simply count which sect has the most members and appoint the leader accordingly." Before others could respond, Jiang Lanes interjected sharply, "It's my turn to fight, everyone step aside." Dispatching Jiang Huaiyang first did indeed serve to relieve some pressure, and was still within what the martial world could accept. However, if disciples continued taking turns to exhaust the opponent, it truly went too far and would bring shame to Guiyun Manor's reputation. Unable to bear it anymore, Jiang Lanes could not help but speak out. Yet upon stepping onto the stage, as he watched Meng Sichuan lift his sword again, he couldn't help but sorrowfully ponder, will my skills in sparring truly tarnish Guiyun's name? A drumbeat sounded. Jiang Lanes gripped his sword tightly, fully focused on Meng Sichuan's movements. He had forced himself to memorize every detail of the previous battle, and now as Meng's blade came straight at him, Jiang immediately recognized it as a feint, actually the same opening technique from the last match. Quickly blocking with his sword to protect his vital points, a clear ding rang out as their blades collided. The attack was thwarted, forcing Jiang Lanes to retreat a step, chest heavy, yet he ultimately held his ground. Unwilling to remain on the defensive, Jiang Lanes boldly charged forward, initiating his own offense. The Guiyun sword technique he had practiced day and night displayed its elegance, reminiscent of light clouds drifting gracefully. Though Meng Sichuan had already devised some countermeasures, he remained immovable, wielding a straightforward yet powerful strike devoid of any embellishment. His attack dismantled the cloud-like swordplay before advancing relentlessly upon Jiang Lanes. Jiang Lanes' eyes widened as this single sword slash shattered his composure, leaving him flustered in each step without the ability to retaliate effectively. Jiang Li frowned deeply, clearly observing everything. Though Jiang Lanes' recent practice had proven remarkably effective, his weakness lied in a lack of experience sparring with others. Even though he had honed his techniques to perfection, he still lacked adaptability. Once facing the unpredictable Tianmen sect swordplay renowned for its unconventional style, panic and disarray were inevitable. Expressions among the spectators gradually shifted. They exchanged glances and whispered amongst themselves, "Is this the true capability of Junior Master of Guiyun Manor? How come he seems much worse than the previous disciple, completely being overpowered by the senior disciple of Tianmen sect? I've never heard about Junior Master engaging in combat before. I think he only started moving around in the martial world at the beginning of this year. I've seen him once before. That time during the gathering of renowned swords, we were all hiding in the tunnels due to the devilish sect's plot. This young master was so delicate that Qi Shuming had to remove his outer robe to cushion the sandy ground before he would sit. At that moment, I told someone, this doesn't look like someone who will amount to anything." On the stage, Jiang Lanes could hear these comments but had no energy left to feel sorrow or anger. Clenching his teeth, he mustered all his strength to endure each increasingly cunning strike from Meng Sichuan. His shoulders and arms were already raked with thin streaks of blood, and his chest felt as if it were weighed down, nearly suffocating him. Yet, he persisted. The crowd grew subtly impatient. Anticipating an exhilarating duel presented by Guiyun Manor, they found the current spectacle meaningless. Everyone could see Jiang Lanes was powerless to counterattack, merely delaying the inevitable moment of defeat without providing any entertainment. Qi Chaoyang turned to glance at Jiang Li, covering his tightly clenched hand with hers and gently squeezed it in reassurance. Subconsciously, Jiang Li returned the grip, yet his gaze remained steadfastly fixed on the platform above. Breathing heavily, Jiang Lanes felt his strength dwindling, the sword in his hands weighing 1,000 jin. Veins protruded on his forehead as he let out a hoarse shout, desperately mobilizing all the remaining internal force stored within his dantian, pouring everything into one decisive strike toward Meng Xishuan's chest without any regard for the consequences. Meng Xishuan's longsword was about to reach Jiang Lanes' throat when he noticed the desperate lunge coming directly towards him. Fearful both of accidentally killing him and being injured in return, he hurriedly turned to defend. The swords clashed resonantly, and driven purely by impulse, Jiang Lanes twisted his sword deftly, redirecting Meng's advance using his momentum. In an agile flick, his blade slid under and pierced deep into Meng's guard, forming the move known as cloud-wrapped mountains. The tip of the sword tore through fabric across the chest, causing Meng Xishuan to hastily step back, swinging his blade upwards in retaliation. Unexpectedly, the weapon suddenly grew lighter, a gleam flashing as the blade went flying off Jiang Lanes' hand, landing with a clang on the floor. Upon closer inspection, Jiang Lanes had collapsed, kneeling on the ground, utterly drained of all strength. Below, faces showed various emotions as Meng Xishuan steadied his breath and hovered his sword over him, saying firmly, "Junior Master Jiang, you've lost." Without lifting his head or uttering a word, Jiang Lanes clenched his teeth hard and tried struggling sideways to grab the fallen sword nearby. With a casual flick, Meng Xishuan sent the sword skittering far away. Jiang Lanes' eyes turned crimson as Lin Zhongzhu's distant announcement of victory reached his ears. Above, the rhythmic drumbeats echoed solemnly. Gripping the air uselessly, he slammed his fist onto the wooden platform in despair, eliciting hollow sounds. He had lost. Meng Xishuan once again turned to the left side of the arena and asked whether anyone else from Guiyun Manor wished to step up and fight. No answer came. Jiang Huayang's expression had distorted with frustration, and spinning on his heel, he left the scene accompanied by several disciples, simply walking off the field. Chief Manager Jiang Zhongyue looked grave and undecided, instructing nearby disciples to assist the junior master off the platform. The leader of Guangqin sect, Lin Shizong, also asked a couple of questions loudly, still receiving no response from Guiyun. After hesitating several times, he slowly and cautiously said, "If no one else from Guiyun Manor will step up to challenge, then it should be the turn of everyone here below." This statement was truly delicate, and almost all the martial world spectators didn't immediately react until someone couldn't help but exclaimed in shock, "So, this means Guiyun Manor has lost." It immediately caused an uproar. Although there had often been discussions about Guiyun Manor's decline in recent years, at the end of the day, they were still known as the best under heaven, commanding much respect across the jianghu. Now, with no more contestants from Guiyun willing to step onto the stage, the glory of 2 generations of alliance leaders over 36 years felt like the collapse of Mount Tai, vanishing into dust forever. The crowd refused to believe their eyes and ears, repeatedly confirming, as if an invisible wind had swept through them, igniting a wildfire of excitement. Many present had subconsciously thought the alliance always belonged to Guiyun Manor and hadn't really hoped for anything else other than some entertainment from watching the fights. But now, seeing that even Guiyun could fall, the position of the new leader became something anyone might dare fight for. The atmosphere on the field instantly heated up, with several people simultaneously declaring their intention to step onto the platform to challenge the current winner. In accordance, Master Lin arranged their order according to who spoke first. With the exception of Jiang Li, who had been quietly gazing from afar, no one noticed when exactly Jiang Lanes had been helped down from the platform. Jiang Lanes' whole body felt limp and weak, his internal channels conveying the arid pain of having drained all his energy reserves. His hands clutching the sword handle trembled uncontrollably, only able to stand upright by leaning on someone. Jiang Zhongyue deeply glanced at him and said, "Lanes, you've done your best, I have seen it with my own eyes. The downfall of Guiyun Manor is not your fault. Go back and rest." After all, whatever the result would be, it no longer concerned Guiyun Manor. But Jiang Lanes shook his head and disengaged from the disciple helping him, managing to stand firm with the support of his sword, looking up at Meng Xishuan who had begun another bout on the stage, croaking hoarsely, "I want to watch further." Perhaps the triumph of defeating Guiyun Manor gave Meng Xishuan great encouragement as he didn't appear tired at all but grew fiercer instead. Each challenger brought remarkable skills, yet all were deflected by him without any difficulty. Some attempted to exploit his blindness to catch him unawares, but as Qi Chaoyang had warned, after one initial mishap, Meng Xishuan kept 12-fold vigilance, guarding every move so tightly that no one managed to evade his senses even half an inch. Despite being known within the martial world, the elder disciple of Tianmen's sect hadn't garnered much attention before this event. Now, however, with each consecutive victory against 10 opponents, displaying rapid improvement during every clash, continuously compensating for deficiencies, his responses becoming increasingly effortless, admiration arose among the audience. A clang resounded as the 11th person's saber fell to the ground, and the drums on the high dais beat again. For a moment, the spectators below stayed quiet, glancing around, none voicing the will to step forward. Meng Xishuan seized the opportunity to regulate his breathing, scanning the lower area, slightly relieved inside. Is there any hero left willing to ascend the platform? Master Lin repeated twice. Murmurs of discussion emerged below but no answer came forth. He paused and declared aloud, unless there are objections, it shall then be declared that young Master Meng of Tianmen's sect has successfully held the defense and is our next alliance leader. As soon as these words fell, a fervent cheer erupted among the disciples of Tianmen's sect, drowning out both genuine and fake congratulatory voices from other sections. At that moment, however, a coarse voice interrupted, shouting, I object. I disagree. Ripples spread through the crowd. Meng Xishuan's eyebrows sharply furrowed as he looked toward the source, where an unspectacular figure stood, tall and thin like a bamboo stick, gripping a wide-bladed sword, entirely unfazed by the stares directed at him. With nonchalance, he loudly proclaimed, You appointed a one-eyed blind man as the new leader, does that look appropriate? If those devilish factions see this, won't they laugh themselves sick? You! Meng Xishuan's face flushed red, raising his sword straightly at him. An outcry of anger rose from Tianmen's sect, though not lacking were others in the martial world who nodded along, scrutinizing overtly or covertly Meng Xishuan's features veiled by the black eye patch. Embarrassment pierced Meng Xishuan, forcing him unconsciously backward and raising his hand to shield his right eye, revealing full discomfort. The sight caused whispers and headshakes among the crowd, doubting whether he indeed appeared unfit for the role of leader. What nonsense! Lin Kuanga, the daughter of Master Lin, stepped forward angrily. Young Master Meng's eye was injured by a treacherous villain from the devilish sect when he represented Guangqin sect. Yet, he still won that crucial round, bringing glory to the Shanha alliance and preserving the dignity of the righteous martial world. We may not feel grateful, but how dare anyone defame him over this? Moreover, the position of the alliance leader is earned through strength. When did it start being judged by appearance? The ones who had shook their heads suddenly felt ashamed. Meng Xishuan never expected someone would stand up for him so earnestly. Surprisingly looking at her, their gazes briefly met before she slightly blushed, saying, Even if others have forgotten, I always remember young Master Meng's favor toward our Guangqin sect. Having spoken, she returned to the crowd without waiting for his reply. Master Lin chuckled silently as he observed his daughter, then solemnly addressed everyone, My daughter is rash, I hope you will forgive her. However, what she said is correct. There are only 2 rules for electing an alliance leader. Young Master Meng has defended successfully so far, making him a legitimate candidate. If this swordsman disagrees, he can step onto the stage to challenge him. The lanky swordsman shrugged, I won't go up, I'm no match for him. This finally angered those in the martial world, if you dare not go up, why talk nonsense? I'm not good enough to win against him, but is he really the strongest here? Asked the lanky swordsman. I say, the master should be Shen Ershao from Qingshan's sect. He's skilled, handsome, and capable in every way. During the battle outside Pingshan town with the devilish sect, wasn't it all thanks to Shen Ershao's leadership? Wasn't everyone present, including Master Meng, there? Who noticed him then? After these words, murmurs surged among the spectators like waves stirred by a stone thrown into still water. That's right. Wasn't Shen Ershao also here? Why didn't he go up on stage? I think Shen Ershao fits the role better too. Back during the gathering at Ju Yi Mansion and the battle against the devilish sect, when we were caught in the insect wave disaster, wasn't it because of Shen Ershao's cleverness protecting the tunnel entrance that allowed us time to regroup and plan? Without mentioning anything else, just consider the recent situation. Shen Ershao ventured deep into the devilish sect to slay their new leader. Tell me, is there anyone more deserving than him for the position of alliance leader? In the blink of an eye, Qingshan sect, which had been silently watching, became the focus of everyone's attention. Shen Shenxi looked toward Shen Jiyan expectantly. Since it's been mentioned, why don't you give it a try? Shen Jiyan calmly shook his head, I don't like it. Others heard this and were puzzled, as was Shen Shenxi. What do you mean you don't like it? What exactly does that mean? Shen Jiyan didn't respond, turning instead to the audience with a smile. Young Master Meng has excellent swordsmanship, and I am far from matching his abilities. Moreover, his noble character and numerous sacrifices for the Shanha alliance are beyond reproach. In both emotion and logic, he truly is the best candidate for the alliance leader. Even though I humbly appreciate your praise, my personal resolve prevents me from being worthy enough to compete with him. The martial world was baffled by his comments, unsure what he meant, but seeing Shen Jiyan's steadfast attitude, they could not force him to attack, so they awkwardly backed off. Standing on the platform, Meng Xishuan's expression grew darker by the moment. The scene turned slightly awkward until Master Lin timely intervened, saying, by tradition, if no one comes up after 10 drumbeats, the position of alliance leader shall be determined. Raising his hand, the loud drumming commenced on the high platform, boom boom. Everyone held their breath in anticipation. No one moved, and the 10 beats passed like heavy thunder rolls, leaving behind a solemn stillness. Master Lin retracted his hand, turning to Meng Xishuan with a respectful bow, Greetings, O Master of the Alliance. All the martial world members followed suit, yet the sound seemed thinner than it had been previously, evoking doubts. Amidst the congratulatory voices swirling around him, Meng Xishuan took a deep breath, composing himself. When the crowd quieted, he gazed at everyone present, Thank you all. I know my own shortcomings well, but since I hold this position, I must strive fully to make improvements. I sincerely wish everyone here can be my witnesses. At this point, even if some harbored grievances, they couldn't refuse the formality anymore, and began echoing approval. The atmosphere slowly eased. Meng Xishuan continued, the first thing I intend to do is completely eradicate Boer teachings. He lifted his sword high, shouting aloud, willingly led by the Tianmen sect, I propose a joint operation involving various sects to raid Jiuyuan Mountain. Seize this opportunity while Boer teachings is without its leader, wiping out evil and restoring justice. Let us seek revenge for all the innocent lives lost amongst our sects and families. Regrettably, these impassioned words fell like stones into water, failing to stir much excitement and only caused ripples of discussion. Below the platform, unrest and whispers spread, only Qin Zheng cried out approvingly, besides him, there was no enthusiastic response from others. Seeing this, Meng Xishuan panicked, glancing hastily at the leaders of several sections. Most displayed troubled expressions, hesitating in silence. Ladies and gentlemen. Let's not even talk about how many evils and sins Boer teachings has committed over the years. Just look at how their right guardian exterminated countless of our righteous brothers outside Pingchuan town. Are you really willing to tolerate it silently? Don't we want revenge? Master Meng, please calm down, Master Lin interrupted reluctantly, of course, this grudge must be repaid, but it is not yet time. That's right. The battle outside Pingchuan town inflicted us with heavy losses. We haven't fully recovered our strength yet. Another war with Boer teachings would definitely cause countless more deaths. By then, there might truly be no successors in our sects, one elder sighed, let's discuss it again later. I've just received word a few days ago. The Hall Master Ningyu of Boer teachings ordered the gathering of forces for the next 3 years without leaving the mountain, apparently busy with establishing a new leader. This is precisely the perfect opportunity for us to rest and recuperate before attacking, another said. Meng Xishuan detected their evasive intent, disbelieving that his impassioned speech would fall on such deaf ears. Attempting to persuade them further, he was silenced by the elder's remark of, no successors, leaving him unable to respond, could only clutch the sword handle and stand rigidly on the platform. Far away, Chi Chaoyi gave a faint laugh and said, back in the day, former alliance leader Jiang Luming spent 3 long years lobbying all sections. In the end, it was under the immense pressure of Qisha sect's looming threat that the joint operation was finally agreed upon. Does Meng Xishuan really think a few stirring words will be enough? The so-called righteous world likes to spout, exterminating demons and protecting the innocent, but when it comes down to it, they are never a united front. Jiang Li tightly pursed her lips and said nothing. Thus, the new alliance leader's suggestion ended in futility. The grand competition concluded rather hastily and unsatisfactorily. In the blink of an eye, the crowd dispersed. People from Guiyun Villa also left the arena, leaving behind only Jiang Lane stubbornly refusing to go. His uncle Jiang Zhongyue made no attempts to persuade him, letting him stay alone. His limbs were still shaky, struggling, he climbed halfway onto the platform and stood upright in the middle. He gazed far into the distance and saw the white morning decorations peeking through the villa's buildings, and could still catch the scent of incense wafting in the air. It was the 10th day since his father's passing. Yet, not only did he lose everything, but he also caused Guiyun Villa to lose its title as the top sect, and allowed the leadership of the Shanha alliance to fall into others' hands. Jiang Lane suddenly lost his balance, falling to his knees again, overwhelmed with fatigue. Tears streamed down his reddened eyes and dropped onto the platform, creating shiny round marks. Covering his face, his forehead pressed heavily against the wooden boards now covered with dust and footprints, his voice muffled in his throat, unable to even cry properly. He seemed entirely crushed, unable to bear any more weight. The winter sun was cold, partly obscured by clouds. The sky darkened early. Chi Chaoyi and Jiang Li stood under the shadow of the courtyard wall, looking distantly at Jiang Lanes who had shrunk into an indistinct black dot. Jiang Li started towards the platform, but Chi Chaoyi quickly grabbed his hand, whispering lowly, I know you're worried about him, but now isn't the time. He may vent his anger on you. Let's wait until he calms down. Jiang Li shook his head and replied, I know. Seeing his determination, Chi Chaoyi helplessly accompanied him forward. Approaching, Jiang Li lightly jumped onto the platform, landing soundlessly. Already sensing someone's presence, Jiang Lanes, however, didn't lift his head, merely sobbing quietly. Jiang Li looked at him silently for a while before saying, that final move of yours, Cloud Mountain Mist Wraps, was quite excellent. The sobbing choked abruptly, and Jiang Lanes' shoulders trembled as he bit his teeth in frustration, so what? I still lost. Jiang Li replied calmly, I once heard my father say your father excelled at that move too when you were around his age. Jiang Lanes stiffened dramatically, slowly lifting his head. His tear-streaked face gleamed anew with fresh tears rolling down soundlessly. His trembling lips and blocked throat left him speechless. Jiang Li continued softly, Meng Xishuan is far stronger than you. You can manage to rip his clothes today, surely you will overcome him tomorrow. But, it's too late. I've already lost, and there's no turning back, it's already too late. Jiang Lanes violently shook his head, sobbing uncontrollably. Before Jiang Li could answer, Chi Chaoyi chuckled and said, Young Master Jiang, you're only 18. Even your father wasn't crowned alliance leader until he was 25. Your journey has just begun. How can anything be too late to turn around? Hearing this, Jiang Lanes paused, stunned and momentarily forgetting his sorrow. He turned his head, glancing first at Qi Chaoyi below, then at Jiang Li beside him. Overwhelmed by overwhelming emotions, he instinctively rushed toward Jiang Li, burying his tear-streaked face in his shoulder and choking out, "Brother." Jiang Li was caught off guard by the sudden embrace, and hearing that one call, immediately became unsure of how to react, stiffening half his body and casting a pleading look at Qi Chaoyi standing below. Qi Chaoyi couldn't help but laugh, raising her eyes to look at him without saying a word. Jiang Li seemed to have grasped something from that glance, awkwardly lifting his hand to lightly pat Jiang Lanes's back as he responded with a single "hmm." That one sound completely broke down Jiang Lanes's emotional defenses. He tightly hugged Jiang Li and finally burst into loud sobs. Chapter 87. Later, as it grew darker, Jiang Lanes was led back to Jiang Li's room. The grievances and sorrows he had harbored in his chest burst forth all at once. Exhausted from crying, he fell into a doze on the bed. Jiang Li pulled out half of the quilt from under Jiang Lanes and tightly wrapped him up. Once certain that he was deeply asleep, with his furrowed brows relaxing in slumber, Jiang Li finally put his mind at ease. After circling around the folding screen into the outer chamber, Qi Chaoyi was slowly trimming the candlewick. The firelight flickered across his brows, then his gaze lifted with a smile, making the flames dance in his eyes. "You really act like an older brother," Qi Chaoyi said. "No, I don't know how to take care of people or comfort them." Jiang Li sat beside him somewhat awkwardly, "Not like you. The world doesn't lack flowery words, but pure sincere ones are precious." Qi Chaoyi set down the candle snuffer, laughing. "There's another thing I need to correct. I never look after anyone. You're the exception." Jiang Li lightly curled his lips upward, uttering a soft, "Since he's sleeping here now, shall you sleep in my room?" Qi Chaoyi asked. "All right." Jiang Li glanced back at the shadow vaguely seen behind the screen and replied, "But let's wait a little longer." Naturally, Qi Chaoyi had no objections. He took Jiang Li's hand and scrutinized it carefully. During the day, Jiang Li had been tightly holding on due to the tense situation at Guiyun Manor. However, now, every trace of finger marks embedded in his palm had vanished. After gazing for some time, Qi Chaoyi suddenly whispered, "Jiang Li, may I ask you a question?" Do you regret it?" "Not at all." "What? What do you mean?" Jiang Li looked perplexed. "To preserve the Changxing, you abandoned Guiyun Manor, letting the River and Mountain alliance built by Elder Alliance leader Jiang become someone else's. Sacrificing so much, yet no one would know, and even less be grateful, was it really worth it?" Qi Chaoyi questioned. Jiang Li thought seriously about it, replying, "The River and Mountain alliance doesn't belong to Guiyun Manor, otherwise, grandfather wouldn't have set down the rule of the three-family tribunal." Qi Chaoyi was momentarily stunned. Only to hear Jiang Li continue, "Father once told me that during the rally of all major sects to exterminate the Qixia sect, grandfather might not have been the strongest person in the whole martial arts world, but only he was striving tirelessly for this cause without regard for consequences. Therefore, on the stone steels gifted later by the various sects, it wasn't written, wielding the sword righteously, but guiding the heart righteously. Qi Chaoyi found himself speechless, lost in contemplation for a moment. Jiang Li looked at his eyes, then added, "You said earlier that the character, xia, hero, isn't worthwhile, and those who touch upon it bring calamity, like Qing Juxian and Qin Jing both ending up with bad endings. I've been thinking about how to answer you. Have you figured out your answer now?" Qi Chaoyi asked. "Not exactly." After hesitating for a bit, Jiang Li replied, "I just think that, even if you'd warned them beforehand of their destined end, Qing Juxian would still have kept his promise and gone west to seek his friend's wife and child. Likewise, Qin Zheng wouldn't ignore the plight of Chen Changfeng entangled in the Banya sect. Their determination stemmed from their unshakable inner principles, unaffected by external circumstances. This is also the very essence contained in the naming of the unquestioning sword. Because they feared waking Jiang Lanes, their voices were deliberately low, but Jiang Li's words were light yet firm, clear and resounding as if ice shards were falling to the ground. Instinctively, Qi Chaoyi felt this kind of unwavering trust was too foolish. But when the words reached his lips, he could say nothing. After a long pause, the candle flame flickered slightly, casting his expression incomprehensible. Finally, he softly smiled and simply said, "I understand." This faint laugh stirred something indescribable in Jiang Li's heart. Lowering his eyes, he returned the grip on Qi Chaoyi's hand, intertwining their fingers. The warmth of their palm-to-palm contact lingered quietly for a while between the two. The biting cold wind caused the withered trees in the courtyard to tremble and groan. Suddenly, footsteps were heard outside the door, followed by a knock and a respectful inquiry, "Young Sir Jiang, have you retired for the night?" Jiang Li got up to open the door. Standing outside bowing respectfully was Jiang Wanli, carrying a lantern with a yellowish candle glow, smiling towards him and saying, "Uncle Master Jiang Zhongyue requests you visit the ancestral hall, please follow me." The ancestral hall. Jiang Li couldn't help but feel surprised. Set apart in its own courtyard and located deep within Guiyun Manor, the ancestral hall, guarded by disciples of the same clan rotating shifts outside its perimeter, was off-limits to outsiders. For this reason, although Jiang Li had been staying inside the manor for nearly half a month, he still didn't know what the ancestral hall actually looked like. Jiang Li's fingers tightened slightly on the door frame as he asked, "Why? Caught off guard by this unexpected question, Jiang Wanli wasn't sure of what it meant and guessed before answering, of course, there must be something to say. With many people around during the daytime, it's inconvenient, so he has to invite you at night instead. Jiang Li didn't respond further, but Qi Chaoshi had already moved behind him and said with a smile, the night wind is strong. Let me accompany you. Jiang Li looked up at him, his throat moving slightly. But before he could speak, Jiang Wanli appeared awkward, replying, that might not be appropriate. After all, Master Qi is an outsider, and by rule, no one who's not of our family can enter the ancestral hall. I can come in, so he's not an outsider, Jiang Li stated. His voice seldom wavered, yet Jiang Wanli always suspected there was some firmness in those words. With a quick glance, he stopped arguing and smiled again, saying, since you're insisting, then let's invite Master Qi as well. I'm sure Uncle will also make an exception for young Master Jiang. This subtle sentence gave away some favor, causing Qi Chaoshi to smirk inside as he followed outside. Just before stepping over the threshold, he noticed some tiny pebbles brought indoors, kicked them away, then closed the door and walked after the flickering lantern leading their way. Outside the courtyard of the ancestral hall stood no disciples on guard, an unprecedented sight. Jiang Wanli explained it was because Uncle Jiang Zhongyue had intentionally sent the guards away. Then he asked both of them to leave their swords behind, carrying weapons being a great sign of disrespect. They couldn't refuse and thus left their swords outside before entering. The spacious yard was flanked by towering pine trees, their thick and dark green leaves contrasting against the paved stone path leading straight to half-open doors. Dimly visible within were several lit candles. Someone stood with hands clasped behind their back, blocking much of the candlelight. As they stepped inside, before standing still, a metallic sound echoed overhead, and a large net suddenly fell on them, tightening the moment it touched their bodies. In a flash, Qi Chaoshi only managed to pull Jiang Li close beside him. Before he could embrace him protectively, a wave of icy sharp pain swept through him. They soon realized that the coarse rope net was lined with razor-thin blades like cicada wings, creating the metallic sounds from earlier. Don't move. Qi Chaoshi firmly held down Jiang Li's struggling arms. This net is designed for hunting ferocious beasts. The more you struggle, the deeper it cuts, enough to sever the tendons of even a large wolf. Clenching his teeth, Jiang Li ceased all movements and fixed his gaze on the stoic figure facing them. This person had just placed 3 incense sticks and bowed respectfully into the incense burner. Jiang Li now noticed that the few lit candles were placed before the spirit tablet of Senior Jiang Lume, illuminating the tablet with a faint glow, while many others around were overturned, hidden in darkness. This made the tablet of Jiang Lume appear particularly majestic. Meanwhile, Jiang Wanli also entered the hall and shut the heavy door, plunging the ancestral hall deeper into darkness and quietness. Qi Chaoshi caught many breaths hiding in the shadows, no less than a dozen people operating the hunting net. What are you planning to do? Jiang Li shouted. The man slowly turned around. It was indeed Jiang Zhongyue, his typically stern face darker than ever. He announced to the unseen figures, tonight is the time we finally exterminate the escaped remnants and fully avenge Senior Jiang. Voices responded from the darkness, may the blood of the traitors soothe your soul. Jiang Li couldn't comprehend what he'd heard, traitors? Revenge? Jiang Jingming and Jiang Xingzhou gathered a group of traitors who assassinated Senior Jiang. And you, Jiang Zhongyue directly pointed at Jiang Li, you've destroyed the Guiyun manor he left behind. Escaped remnants? Qi Chaoshi didn't miss this key word, guessing part of the puzzle. Are you referring to Jiang Li escaping the chaos of Luoxia Valley? Then you must be the one behind the betrayal of Guiyun manor to the Banya sect. It wasn't a betrayal of Guiyun manor, it was revenge on the traitors, Jiang Zhongyue corrected, lifting his right arm, which prompted many others in the dim light to lift their right arms. White cloth bands tied on everyone's right wrists emerged from the shadow. It wasn't me alone, it was us. It was me who willingly accepted poison to gain the trust of the Banya sect, deceived the methods of breaking the formation from Ji Shuming, told them to the right guardian Yi Buji, and entered the valley with them, personally witnessing the annihilation of the rebels hidden within. Jiang Wanli stepped next to Jiang Zhongyue, his formerly obsequious demeanor gone, looking straight at Jiang Li with a cold smile. Young Master Jiang, it was I who first recognized your escape. That night beneath the Nine Abyss Mountain, it was me who called out your name, throwing you into Yi Buji's 1,000-layered pit where he raises human goo poisons. So how does it feel to kill your own father? Jiang Jingming wouldn't have imagined he'd die at the hands of his own son. So it was you. Jiang Li's eyes blazed red, trembling uncontrollably. The hunting net tightened instantly, as if fearing he might break free, and the icy sharp blade slowly cut through their clothes, penetrating into their flesh. The smell of blood gradually filled the dim ancestral hall. Qi Chaoshi struggled to hold Jiang Li in a half-embrace, suppressing him while also trying to calm him down. Despite the numerous cuts on his hand from the blades, he remained composed and asked, so it seems that the so-called natural death of Alliance leader Jiang Xingzhou was also one of your accomplishments in revenge. It was just too bad that we had to avoid suspicion, which took too long and allowed Jiang Xingzhou to live longer than expected, Jiang Zhongyue replied. You've already recognized that Jiang Li is Jiang Yunruo long ago. And all those targeted rumors about him should have been fabricated by you. Like the rumors of Longevity Sutra, that could bring the dead back to life, and my incident involving midnight grave robbery. Qi Chaoshi continued, was that to force Jiang Li to make a move or simply a setup so that you could clarify these rumors before all the martial heroes in the mortuary hall and completely eliminate any possibility for him to be acknowledged by Guiyun Manor again, then pretending kindness at night by talking about the reputation of Guiyun, deceiving him to hand over the Longevity Sutra himself? Jiang Zhongyue glanced at him rather unexpectedly, you are quite smart. Qi Chaoshi chuckled dryly, but you didn't expect that he still chose to guard the Longevity Sutra, did you? Exactly. Jiang Zhongyue nodded, with hate flashing in his eyes like wanting to devour Jiang Li alive, you are as despicable and selfish as Jiang Jingming, worthy of your end. Shut up. My father and others killed our grandfather because he went mad practicing the Longevity Sutra, endangering the peace of the martial world. Jiang Li could no longer hold back. Nonsense. Jiang Zhongyue became extremely angry, thundering like a roar, what kind of person was the old alliance leader, Jiang Lumei? Who can surpass him in steadfastness? How could he possibly go mad? It's because Jiang Jingming wanted to monopolize the Longevity Sutra, envying Jiang Lumei's generosity in teaching others without reservation, that led to this lie. You. At the time when Jiang Jingming and Jiang Xingzhou decided to kill their father and pretended fairness by holding discussions, I strongly opposed them and even drew my sword against them, but did they listen to me? Jiang Zhongyue shouted, they even locked me up to prevent me from disturbing their sinister plot. Sons killing fathers, disciples murdering their masters, how different are they from beasts? They deserved their deaths, every single one of them. Upon calculation based on their positions, the many spirit tablets overturned on the altar were precisely those involved in surrounding and killing the old alliance leader, including Jiang Jingming and Jiang Xingzhou. Jiang Li stared fiercely at Jiang Zhongyue through the net, anger burning violently inside, unable to control his urge to pounce even though bound by the net. You're lying, my father was not such a man. You cannot defame him like this. This is not the time for courtesy and reason with people like him. Qi Chaoshi leaned toward Jiang Li's ear and whispered something. Then Jiang Zhongyue sneered after glancing at the overturned spirit tablet, unfortunately, Jiang Jingming and others tricked the whole world, forcing me to place their names in Guiyun offerings. They should be expelled from the family like you, never again being allowed to step into Jiang Lumei's Guiyun manor. Bullshit. This harsh exclamation made Qi Chaoshi burst into uncontrollable laughter while Jiang Zhongyue turned pale with fury. It seems there's no need to talk to you further. The hunting net tightened further, and the thin razor-like edges nearly embedded themselves in their flesh. Blood dripped beneath their feet, forming a crimson trail that meandered into the darkness. Clenching his teeth, Jiang Li suddenly grabbed the knot of the netting. The blade instantly cut through his palm, gushing streams of blood from between his fingers. Qi Chaoshi was shocked, but before he could stop Jiang Li, there came a loud clang behind him. The main door of the ancestral hall was pushed open from the outside, and an intense cold wind rushed in, dispersing the heavy smell of blood. In the shadows, everyone started to stir. More surprisingly, Jiang Zhongyue exclaimed in confusion, Lan Zhe. How could you be here? At the doorway stood Jiang Lanes, his hair blown wildly by the freezing wind, whipping against his face. He looked at Qi Chaoshi's back shadow, raising his hand to touch his forehead. There was a faint red mark on his forehead. Before leaving the room earlier, Qi Chaoshi had kicked some stones out, one struck the screen, 3 landed on the quilt, and another accurately hit Jiang Lanes' forehead, both in position and strength, enough to wake him from sleep without harm. Not understanding what happened, Jiang Lanes quietly followed wearing only his robe. Jiang Lanes' gaze fell upon Jiang Zhongyue, his darkened eyes carrying remnants of hoarseness from crying, Uncle, is what you said true? Jiang Zhongyue turned away, saying, these grievances belong to the previous generation. They have nothing to do with you. Irrelevant to me. Jiang Lane said, my most respected uncle killed my father, and you tell me it's irrelevant to me? Jiang Zhongyue no longer wanted to continue the conversation and simply waved his hand, giving orders, take young master back to his room. But Jiang Lanes rushed into the ancestral hall, trying to tear away the hunting net trapping Qi Chaoshi and Jiang Li. Before he could touch it, 2 figures darted out from the shadows and firmly restrained him from behind. Though struggling fiercely, he couldn't break free. With a mixture of sorrow and hatred in his voice, he turned his head to see their faces. The flickering candlelight made the people unclear, yet Jiang Lanes recognized them as familiar faces from the manor. He screamed until hoarse, let me go. You let me go. At this moment, a sharp crack drowned out all the chaos and noise. The large hunting net was instantly shredded into pieces, exploding outward in all directions. The razor-thin blades scattered like silver rain, slicing through the candles on the altar. The wicks fell onto the offering table, extinguishing them entirely, plunging the hall into darkness. Jiang Wanli reacted first, drawing the long sword he had hidden earlier inside the hall. He leapt out into the courtyard where the moonlight was dim, turning back just in time to see Jiang Zhongyue chased out by a shadow. Despite wielding a sword, Jiang Zhongyue was not as skilled in martial arts as Jiang Li. Within a few exchanges, he was already at a disadvantage. Jiang Li's momentum was overwhelming, aiming directly for vital areas such as his chest and abdomen. Jiang Zhongyue blocked with his sword, but when Jiang Li's fingertips collided with the blade, there was a clear ringing sound like metal striking metal. As Jiang Zhongyue was still surprised, Jiang Li flipped his wrist, grabbing his pulse point before he could react. Suddenly, another long sword slashed in from the side, forcing Jiang Li to retreat and release his grip, creating some distance between them. Jiang Zhongyue quickly glanced and realized that Jiang Wanli had come to his rescue. Now, with two swords against Jiang Li's empty hands, their chances of victory improved. Thus, they coordinated an attack in perfect harmony. One slash moved horizontally like parting clouds, while the other cut diagonally like splitting mountains and seas, leaving no room for escape. Jiang Li almost leaned back too far to dodge, seeing the gleam of the swords in his pupils. Without hesitation, he grabbed one of the swords in his right hand, disregarding its sharpness, while simultaneously spinning according to the second sword's trajectory. His robes fluttered gracefully in the shadows of the pine trees, tracing an elegant arc before settling down. In the next moment, the second sword was also trapped in his left hand. Before the blood drops reached the ground, Jiang Li exerted force with both hands, producing a sharp clang as the sword snapped under his palms. Fragments of steel flew everywhere, injuring his opponents and cutting loose his hair ribbon. His long hair flowed wildly in the cold night wind. As Qi Chaoshi finished dealing with those entangled individuals inside the ancestral hall, he stepped into the courtyard. Under the faint moonlight and tangled shadows of the trees, he noticed Jiang Li's eyes shining unusually bright, as if they were ablaze. Despite what should have been grievously wounded palms, Jiang Li casually wiped them on his robe, revealing rapidly healing scars. Qi Chaoshi's heart sank further when he caught sight of a streak of Jiang Li's normally black hair turning stark white. Unless he had activated the Chongqing Ju longevity decree, it would have been impossible to rip apart that tightly woven hunting net. If even this act must be obstructed, preventing Jiang Li from personally avenging the blood feud that sparked all the disasters, wouldn't it be selfish? Taking a deep breath of the icy air, Qi Chaoshi turned to deal with the others who had pursued out of the ancestral hall, ensuring they wouldn't disturb Jiang Li's revenge. Over there, all that remained in Jiang Zhongyue and Jiang Wanli's hands were broken fragments of their swords, offering little advantage. Working together, they used a tactic cultivated over years at Guiyun Manor, alternating between real and feint attacks, making it difficult to predict their moves. Restraining one moment and attacking the next, they pressed Jiang Li hard. Fiery heat surged in Jiang Li's chest, his blood boiling as patience ran thin. Continuing such prolonged combat would inevitably lead to exposed weaknesses. Seizing the opportunity based on Jiang Zhongyue's movement, Jiang Li suddenly kicked the broken sword out of his grasp. Ignoring him thereafter, Jiang Li closed the distance swiftly towards Jiang Wanli, who intended to retreat. Using brute force, he reversed the latter's stance, sending him stumbling backward. With a palm strike, he forced the broken sword straight into Jiang Wanli's throat. Jiang Wanli's eyes bulged wide open, emitting a choking sound, as if attempting to say something more. But Jiang Li paid him no heed since Jiang Zhongyue's impending blow was about to land from behind. Too late to evade, Jiang Li raised his palm, ready to endure the hit and then sever his opponent's neck afterward. However, this punch lacked the expected strength. Jiang Li merely staggered slightly, suffering no internal injuries. Surprised, he looked back and saw Jiang Zhongyue pale-faced, blood seeping slowly from his chest. In disbelief, Jiang Zhongyue turned around only to find Jiang Lane standing in the shadows behind him, panting heavily, gripping the broken sword embedded in his back. Struggling too intensely, the veins on Jiang Lane's knuckles stood out prominently, his fingers digging into the hilt. Blood streamed down his hands, yet he refused to let go. His face appeared ghastly white, as though living a nightmare. Lanes. Jiang Zhongyue said with difficulty, "Do you hate me?" Jiang Lanes looked up at him, only shedding tears without making a sound. Jiang Zhongyue's expression was sorrowful as he expended his last bit of strength to sigh, "Your father wanted you to be happy, so do I." Finally unable to bear it, Jiang Lanes loosened his grip on the sword handle and staggered back 2 steps. Having lost support, Jiang Zhongyue collapsed to the ground, his body convulsing a few times before falling silent. Jiang Li averted his gaze and turned to look at Qi Chaoyi in the distance, who had just seized a long sword. With a flick of the blade, the last opponent fell. Jiang Li exhaled slowly, feeling the fire within his chest gradually extinguish. The cold wind swept through him instantly, making his fingers so icy they felt frozen. His entire body was stiff with cold, almost unable to move. But suddenly, Jiang Lanes grabbed his hand. Startled, Jiang Li was pulled firmly toward the ancestral hall by Jiang Lanes. While wiping away his tears furiously with his sleeve, Jiang Lanes led Jiang Li to kneel on the straw mat in front of the shrine. He carefully righted each ancestral tablet that had been knocked over and then knelt down facing the row of forefathers, hoarsely saying, "Uncle said you were expelled from Guiyun. Well, then I will take you back. Tomorrow, I will tell everyone that we have sworn brotherhood. You are my elder brother, and you belong to Guiyun Manor." Jiang Li stared blankly at the ancestral tablets above him. His mother, Zhou Jingtong, due to an existing marriage contract, was also enshrined here at Guiyun Ancestral Hall, her position next to Jiang Jingming's. Before he could respond, Jiang Li's heartbeat suddenly grew faint. Dizziness overwhelmed him as his strength gave out, causing him to collapse onto the ground. His thoughts descended into confusion, he couldn't think clearly. It felt as though both his blood and bones were filled with shards of ice, and he shivered uncontrollably. Then abruptly, he found himself embraced tightly. Gazing upward vaguely, he saw Qi Chaoyi's worried face through a blur, unable to hear what was being said. Struggling to say something to him, Jiangli succumbed unwillingly to the warmth and darkness surrounding him. Chapter 88. Qi Chaoshi carried the sleeping Jiangli back to the room, laid him down on the bed, and first checked his pulse. He had always worried that forcing Jiangli to suppress his bloodthirsty instincts instead of releasing them would worsen the backlash from the longevity decree. But at this moment, Jiangli's pulse was already stable, leaving no way to determine if this had any impact. But then again, even if this truly caused harm to Jiangli, what better solution could there be? Qi Chaoshi sighed silently and began to gently comb through Jiangli's disheveled long hair, his gaze naturally resting on the streak of white hair newly added to the youth's forehead. He gathered this strand of hair, under the light it seemed as if he were holding a handful of frost. He stared at it for a long time, lightly caressing it with his fingertips. After a while, he leaned in, brushing his lips softly against it. A small lamp was left unextinguished in the room. In the faint candlelight, Qi Chaoshi carefully adjusted Jiangli's blanket, then, as usual, leaned by the bedside to close his eyes and rest while waiting for him to wake up. Unexpectedly, this time, until the next day when the sun was high in the sky, Jiangli still showed no signs of waking. The porridge that Qi Chaoshi had ordered prepared had gone cold several times. When the maids came in to inquire if it needed to be reheated, he had no heart to answer, merely waved them away with a gesture, his gaze never straying from Jiangli. As the hour passed midday, even Qi Chaoshi couldn't contain his impatience anymore. He reached into the blanket intending to check Jiangli's pulse once more but touched only a chill, which shocked him deeply. He quickly gripped Jiangli's hand, finding it like grasping a block of ice. Even though Jiangli had lain in warm blankets for half a night and a day, his body remained utterly without warmth. Qi Chaoshi looked again at Jiangli's peaceful sleeping face, his fingers unconsciously trembling slightly. Almost instinctively, he almost leaned in to test Jiangli's breath, but he soon came to his senses and restrained himself. Qi Chaoshi took a deep breath, cursed inwardly, then firmly grabbed Jiangli's hand again, warming it with the heat of his palm. He didn't know how much longer it took before he finally felt warmth return to the other's hand. When he sent the maid to invite Elder Shugu, Jiang Lanes also heard the news and rushed over hurriedly. Seeing the situation, he anxiously paced back and forth beside the bed. How can this be? The last time in Pingchuan town, didn't brother wake up at this time? Elder Shugu carefully examined everything and pondered for a long while but could only shake his head and say, there are no abnormalities, we can only wait for him to wake up on his own. Is it because Jiangli has repeatedly activated the longevity decree, making the backlash increasingly severe? Asked Qi Chaoshi. Elder Shugu sighed, the backlash has never ceased. Qi Chaoshi stopped asking and turned to look at Jiangli, gripping his fingers tighter. Even so, Elder Shugu still went out to write several prescriptions for replenishing qi and nourishing blood. It wasn't clear whether these were mainly for replenishment or just to provide some comfort. Qi Chaoshi briefly glanced at Jiang Lanes nearby and asked, young master, you summoned all the martial artists from the sects to explain the events of last night. This is getting late, won't you go? Tens of people in Guiyun Manor died overnight, including Master-in-Charge Jiang Zhongyue, causing an uproar. Those residing in the manor started investigating early in the morning, with panic rippling throughout everyone. To sweep the matter under the rug without offering any explanation would be impossible. I'll wait a little longer, then I'll go. Jiang Lanes whispered from the bedside, I've never been in such a situation before. Facing so many martial artists alone terrifies me. I know I shouldn't be afraid, and I criticize myself for being useless, but I can't help but feel fear. You won't make a mistake if you follow what I taught you last night. Yes, I understand. What I'm afraid of isn't making a mistake, said Jiang Lanes, looking at Jiang Li's peacefully sleeping face. Now father is gone, uncle has passed away, and even Master Ji's whereabouts are unknown. Although there are still many familiar faces in the manor, I still feel so lonely. Qi Chaoshi asked, do you want to wait for Jiang Li to wake up and accompany you to the meeting? No, that's not what I mean. Jiang Lanes quickly shook his head. After a brief pause, he continued, after brother wakes up, can you both stay in Guiyun Manor? Even for just a year or two, please. Hearing him ask so cautiously, Qi Chaoshi couldn't help but chuckle and said, if you say that directly to Jiangli, I think he would find it hard to refuse you. Really? Jiang Lane's eyes brightened, his entire body seemingly feeling lighter. He murmured, that's good, that's good. Feeling reassured, he nodded seriously to Qi Chaoshi and then rose, heading toward the practice field. The practice field was already crowded with people waiting, the central arena not yet dismantled. As soon as Jiang Lane stepped onto it and stood firm, before he could even open his mouth, a nearby voice interrupted impatiently, Lanes, what on earth happened last night? Who did my uncle and the others fall victim to? What exactly went wrong, and why have you taken so long to arrive? Reputable Guiyun Manor, until yesterday still revered by all as the first in the land, has now suffered a significant fall in status and has been the site of a murder case, a truly disgraceful turn of events. The disciples, brimming with indignation, were desperate for an outlet to vent their frustrations. Jiang Lanes cast a glance at the questioner and steadied his tone, I am the young master of Guiyun. Now that my uncle has been harmed, I have become the head of the manor. Jiang Huaiyang, you must not speak to me in such a manner. You. Jiang Huaiyang's fury boiled over, but he was restrained by other disciples. Gritting his teeth, he lowered his head and said, yes, young master. Please explain then. Please calm yourselves, the exact circumstances are still under investigation. Jiang Lane swept his gaze across the crowd below. Last night, there were approximately 4 or 5 intruders who sneaked into the manor and attacked my uncle and others at the shrine. When brother Jiang Li, Qi Chaoshi, and I arrived, the situation was already dire. After witnessing the high martial prowess of both brother Jiang Li and Qi Chaoshi, they retreated without lingering any longer. We attended to the injured instead of pursuing them, but alas, we failed to save them all. There were infiltrators within the manor. How did none of us hear anything? It's strange, why were our seniors at the shrine in the middle of the night along with outsiders like brother Qi? Asked one disciple of Guiyun. Jiang Lanes had anticipated this question and calmly delivered his pre-prepared answer. After losing on the tournament stage yesterday, I felt disheartened and stayed in brother Jiang Li's room till midnight. We hit it off so well that we swore brotherhood, and then I sent Jiang Wanli to inform my uncle. Following tradition, we planned to perform the ancestral worship ritual in the shrine with my uncle overseeing it, thus proving brother Jiang Li's connection to our Guiyun manor. We hadn't expected that my uncle and the others would be ambushed. Clearly, the attackers were well prepared, proceeding cautiously. If we hadn't ventured outside, we might not have even heard the sounds of combat. A Guiyun disciple suddenly remembered something. That's right. Last night, the young master never returned to the yard, but rather stayed in the Jiang swordsman's room for quite a while. But didn't uncle specifically clear up in the memorial hall that Jiang Li had no relation to Guiyun? The clarification in the memorial hall referred to rumors spreading through the jianghu. Since my uncle went to the shrine last night, he must have agreed to the swearing of brotherhood between myself and Jiang Li. This silenced the disciples of Guiyun Manor, but the other martial artists in the crowd weren't interested in such trivial matters. Someone pressed further, young master, you haven't made it clear, what kind of background do these attackers have? That's true. Putting aside the guards at Guiyun Manor, there were many of us skilled martial artists staying here. How could several intruders manage to slip in unnoticed? Just how powerful is their martial arts? This, Jiang Lane's mind raced. Their skills must be formidable, they were all dressed in black and masked, making it difficult to identify their origins. However, Master Qi mentioned they looked somewhat familiar, so there must be clues. Well, where is Master Qi then? Why hasn't he come? During the clash, brother Jiang Li was injured and remains unconscious. Master Qi is beside him watching over. As he spoke, Jiang Lanes felt increasingly uneasy, breaking into a sweat, praying no one in the crowd would delve deeper into the details. But some wouldn't let go easily, driven by fear of those highly skilled attackers. What clues do we have? Which weapon school used by the attackers? Can you elaborate further, young master? Perhaps we can collectively analyze them. Master Qi had foreseen these kinds of persistent inquiries, but Jiang Lanes was poor at fabricating lies on the spot. Afraid of revealing discrepancies, his words caught in his throat, unsure how to continue. The longer he hesitated, the more urgent the calls from below grew. In the midst of the clamor, a hoarse shout erupted from behind. It's the Boloro sect. Startled, Jiang Lanes raised his eyes, and everyone turned around to see Meng Sifan, Tianmen sect's senior disciple, supported slowly towards the scene by his younger sectmate Wei Ku. His complexion was ghastly pale, his robes blood-stained, clearly having just survived a fierce battle. Meng Senior was crowned alliance leader just yesterday. What happened today? Meng Sifan coughed twice softly, stabilizing himself against his junior, and looked around the gathering. Last night, I also encountered an attack. Do any of you recall the lanky knife-wielding challenger from the audience during the competition? He raised his hand, and a silver chain gleamed as it hung down, with an amulet etched with the pattern of a 7-petal flower. The crowd immediately recognized this as the token used by the Perik sect to denote the rank of its members, and an uproar ensued. You mean this belongs to the knife wielder from yesterday, so there are indeed members of the Perik sect among us? Exactly. Meng Sifan shouted loudly. Last night that knife wielder came to my room to apologize, but after only a few words, he suddenly attacked me. Caught off guard, I was slashed on the back, but I eventually subdued him. Before he died, he arrogantly revealed the truth. Meng Sifan paused for a moment, noticing everyone had fallen silent in anticipation of what was to come. He continued, the Perik sect does not tolerate us selecting a new alliance leader, so they attempted to assassinate me. They want our righteous forces leaderless, like scattered sand, so they can settle accounts with each martial arts school one by one. Last night, they killed Senior Jiang Zhongyue for the purpose of disrupting Guiyun Manor. This. Jiang Lanes was at a loss for words. I implore all of you to open your eyes and understand the situation. The Perik sect will not let us be. How can we rest and recover when Ningyu is merely a mere hall master? Can we trust his order to remain secluded for 3 years? Currently, the right defender Yin Huaishu controls the Perik sect. His ruthlessness is evident to all. To avenge their sect master, he issued a capture order to Lord Chenair. How could he possibly let us live in peace? With serious wounds already making his voice hoarse, his heartfelt cry resounded even more profoundly, stirring those present deeply. Martial artists looked at each other anxiously, uncertain about the future. Rather than waiting for our doom, we should seize the initiative. With great effort, Meng Sifan pulled out his sword and stood up. I still maintain this. I wish for Tianmen sect to take the lead in uniting all major sects and heroes to surround Jiuyuan Mountain and vanquish evil to protect righteousness. Protect righteousness, revenge for Guiyun Manor. Immediately responded the disciples of Guiyun. So inflamed were the passions that Jiang Lanes, caught off guard, had no choice but to reluctantly agree. Qin Jing also enthusiastically cried out, protect righteousness, destroy evil. One by one, their shouts ignited the chaotic hearts of all, gradually solidifying their resolve. Initially faint, the cries grew stronger as more people joined in, forming a harmonious and mighty roar, until finally merging into a massive overwhelming tidal wave. Protect righteousness, surround Jiuyuan Mountain. Amidst the wave that engulfed all, Shen Jian's expression slightly changed, and he quietly slipped away. Returning to his guest room, without packing his belongings, he grabbed his sword and was about to leave when unexpectedly just outside the door, he almost bumped into a wall of people. 3 disciples of Qing Shan's sect were guarding outside. The female disciple in the center uneasily eyed his sword and asked, Senior brother, where are you heading? Wish sister, Shen Jian said, you don't need to know this matter, elder brother naturally understands. With that, he moved to bypass them, but Wish sister stretched her arms again, blocking his path. The 2 other disciples also stepped forward, completely obstructing his way. What are you doing? Shen Jian was surprised. Our elder brother ordered us to watch over you. You absolutely must not leave. Our skills mostly came from your guidance. Don't you think it's unclear whether we can stop you or not? Shen Jian helplessly chuckled, quickly move aside. I have important matters, and no time to tangle with you. Certainly, regarding skills, we cannot stop you. Before he finished, Wish sister suddenly drew her sword and placed it horizontally across her neck. The disciples beside her did the same, now in postures ready to slit their throats, staring beseechingly at him. You. Shen Jian was greatly astonished, what do you mean by this? If senior brother steps out of this door, we will immediately commit suicide right before your eyes. Wish sister declared, if senior brother attempts to use pressure points to knock us unconscious or escapes while we're unaware, once we discover it, we will immediately kill ourselves. Holding life hostage. Shen Jian's expression darkened, is this your idea? Wish sister hesitated and didn't answer, so one of the disciples beside her said, it's elder brother's idea. No, not elder brother. He couldn't think of such a method. Shen Jian shook his head, his eyes revealing pain, I know who it is. Confused, the 3 disciples exchanged glances but only stated, Senior brother, please return to your room. Once elder brother lifts the ban, you may act freely then. By the time that happens, it will be too late. Shen Jian, looking at these closest juniors and siblings, lowered his voice almost pleadingly, do you really have to force me like this? Elder brother said that as long as you endure this trial, everything will be fine afterward. Wish sister softly replied. Get better. Shen Jian bitterly smiled and took a step forward. Immediately, the 3 disciples tightened their expressions, pressing harder on their necks, leaving blood marks. He stopped in his tracks, staring at them with an astonished look as the blood stood out vividly red. Sister Zhu lowered her eyes, unable to meet his gaze, Senior brother, we mean what we say. Fine. After a long pause, Shen Jian released his grip, letting his sword clang to the ground. Without looking back, he turned and re-entered the room, shutting the door behind him. Put the swords down, he said before disappearing. Sister Zhu hesitated, lowering her sword, then looked up just in time to see Shen Jian stumble over the threshold, almost falling. Senior brother, she exclaimed anxiously. It's fine. Shen Jian steadied himself by grabbing the doorframe, entered the room, and closed the door. Sister Zhu felt increasingly uneasy as she strained her ears but heard no sound from within the room. When it was time for lighting the lamps, in the courtyard where Tianmen sect resided, Wei Ku entered the master brother's quarters carrying a tray filled with medicinal ointments and bandages. Meng Sifan was studying a map of Jiuyuan Mountain on the desk when Wei Ku arrived, analyzing its terrain. Turning around upon seeing him, Meng Sifan moved to the bed and took off his shirt. Wei Ku sat behind him, trembling at the sight of Meng Sifan's deeply gashed wound running along his back. He dipped a cloth into the ointment, cautiously applying it onto the injury. Even though his movements were light, as soon as the medication touched the wound, Meng Sifan shuddered and gasped, making Wei Ku freeze in fear. He timidly apologized, Master brother, I'm sorry. Meng Sifan frowned. Why are you apologizing? I didn't expect that knife wielder's blade to be so sharp, and I probably should have been gentler. No, this is perfect. Meng Sifan reached back and patted him, signaling him to continue with the treatment. Acting must be thorough. No one checked my wounds today, but later if anyone gets suspicious and comes to inspect, we cannot afford any errors. Wei Ku replied affirmatively after some hesitation. Then he couldn't help asking again, this injury will take a long time to heal, Master brother. Is all of this really worth it? Absolutely worth it. Meng Sifan gritted his teeth, enduring the pain coursing through his back. You didn't see their attitudes yesterday. What kind of leader am I? Shen Jian evaded taking center stage, which made it seem like he generously allowed me to claim this position of leader, it's laughable. Do you think I would really lose to him? Why do people only know about Shen while never hearing from me, other than being overshadowed because Qingshan sect ranks among the top 3 sects, so during crises they always listen to his directions instead of mine. To truly gain prestige, I must lead the righteous factions in wiping out the demonic cults. Wei Ku obediently nodded and continued treating his wound, not questioning further. The silence brought restlessness to Meng Sifan's heart once more. Pulling his clothes back on hastily, he glared down at Wei Ku and suddenly blurted, "All my juniors and sisters thought my personality drastically changed since I survived falling off the cliff, and now they don't want much to do with me. Tell me, are you afraid of me too?" "Not at all." Wei Ku looked up, glancing at him cautiously. "I think it's not your personality that has changed, but that life has been too hard on you." Meng Sifan hadn't expected such a response, his face immediately tightening. His throat choked with sudden bitterness, yet after some time he regained his composure, pulling out a bright gleaming longsword hidden under his pillow. "Actually, I got more than just my life back from the cliff, it was also this sword." Wei Ku took it with both hands. As he inspected the blade reflecting his own features, he noticed 2 delicate characters etched above a small scar, Bui, causing his expression to change drastically. This. That's right, the legendary Bui sword coveted by everyone across the entire martial world fell effortlessly into my hands on the cliff. Meng Sifan picked up the silver chain from the Perik sect once more, staring at it absently. "Last night, after killing the knife wielder, I intended to falsely accuse him, but surprisingly, I found proof linking him directly to the Perik sect. Do you know what this means?" Meng Sifan sharply turned to Wei Ku. "Heaven favors me. Heaven favors me. I lost my right eye, my dignity, my pride, even the life of my closest disciple, and now, fortune has finally come my way. How could I possibly let it slip?" Wei Ku appeared half comprehending, only nodding rapidly. Pointing to the Bui sword, Meng Sifan demanded, "The world says the clues to the eternal life technique lie on the Bui sword. Take a closer look, are there any secrets here?" Wei Ku carefully examined the Bui sword thoroughly from top to bottom but shook his head without finding anything. "There's nothing here, it's merely a sword." "That's right, there are no clues at all." Meng Sifan's eyes gleamed as if staring into an abyss, fixated on the longsword before him. "But after enduring death 9 times, this cannot merely be a worthless piece of iron. Wei Ku, you chose rightly to follow me. When I obtain the eternal life technique, naturally, there will be a share for you." Wei Ku modestly smiled and replied, "Senior brother, there's no need to make any promises to me. You and senior brother Du Heng have been the best people to me in this world. You even risked your lives to save me in Pingchuan town. Apart from my deceased mother, not even my father cared for me that much. Senior brother Du Heng is gone now, so whatever you choose to do, of course, I will continue following you." Meng Sifan paused slightly, his fiery gaze dimming. Du Heng. If he were still alive, when that knife wielder insulted me as a one-eyed cripple yesterday, he would definitely have already rushed up to fight them. Thinking about this, Meng Sifan lowered his head with a bitter chuckle, filled with endless regret as the candle on the desk flickered under a cold breeze, nearly extinguishing. The winter night was like a deep, cold pool of water, and in the dead of the night, only the melancholy sound of gongs echoed through the quiet streets. Jianghu slowly opened his eyes, hearing steady heartbeats nearby. He lay cradled in someone's arms, feeling warmth and comfort. Before he could make a sound or move, the other had already noticed and tightened their embrace. A hoarse voice murmured, "You've finally woken up." Jiangli looked up and saw Qi Chaoshi gazing down at him with heavy eyes. "Jiangli, you slept for an entire day and night." There was only a small light lit in the room, casting the surroundings in dimness. Lying on the bed, they could vaguely see each other's features. Jiangli heard the exhaustion in his voice and couldn't help but feel apologetic. "I'm sorry." Qi Chaoshi gently caressed his hair, softly saying, "Don't apologize to me. I don't want your sorry." Jiangli stayed silent for a moment before quietly adding, "Thank you." Qi Chaoshi felt a pang of soreness in his chest, though his tone remained calm. "Is there anything else?" Jiangli thought for a moment, then leaned forward and gently kissed the corner of his lips, brushing his breath against his face. "I like you." Qi Chaoshi finally couldn't suppress a smile, hugging Jiangli tightly in his arms. His chin pressed lightly against Jiangli's temple as countless emotions surged within him. Ultimately, the words that escaped were still tinged with a faint laugh, "You." Chapter 89. After 37 years, the righteous factions of the martial world once again united under the call of the Mountain River Alliance. Troops from all directions converged on the Borea sect, determined to settle old and new grievances in one fell swoop. Overnight, it seemed as if the entire jianghu was shouting the same slogan, "Annihilate the devilish sect, raid Jiuyuan Mountain." On the day following the formulation of the raid plan, Meng Sifan, the newly appointed leader of the alliance, accompanied by Lin Shizong of Guangqin sect and Shen Shensi of Qingshan sect, approached Qi Chaoshi. They plainly invited him to join, stating that his familiarity with the inner workings and layout of Borea sect would undoubtedly provide a significant advantage for the righteous side. As Qi Chaoshi listened, he couldn't help but marvel internally, this Meng Sifan certainly carried himself differently since becoming the alliance leader. He had even managed to suppress any animosity, speaking politely to him. Yet, Qi Chaoshi thought, Meng was still not patient enough. By directly dragging along Guangqin sect and Qingshan sect, Meng's intentions were far too obvious, to allow Tianmen's sect to replace Guiyun Manor and ascend among the three great sects. As for their purpose in coming here, they may have called it an invitation, but in reality, it was a demand for him to pick a side. After all, Qi Chaoshi had served as the left protector of the devilish sect for so many years. Even with Qingshan sect's protection now, if he hesitated or refused even slightly in this campaign against the Boreas sect, the righteous factions would no longer tolerate him. Qi Chaoshi saw through their intentions like a mirror and immediately smiled, saying, "I also have my own accounts to settle with the Boreas sect. Even if the leader hadn't mentioned it, I would certainly lend my full support." Although the deaths of Jiang Zhongyue and others were pinned unfairly on the Boreas sect, there was indeed real enmity between Guiyun Manor and Boreas sect due to the tragic incident in Luoxia Valley. Therefore, Jiang Lange's emotions ran higher than those of other Guiyun disciples, and Jiang Li had always been intent on revenge, though initially feeling isolated and powerless. Now, with this opportunity at hand, he naturally wouldn't let it pass. Thus, preparations were underway at Guiyun Manor. 2 days later, a team led by the young manor lord and master-disciple duo of Qi Chaoshi set out with great momentum alongside other sects, heading toward Jiuyuan Mountain. The group traveled day and night without rest, and upon being able to glimpse the dim outlines of distant mountains, they slowed down to decide on a short break in the nearby town, waiting for reinforcements before making more plans. It was dusk when they arrived at the inn. With dark clouds hanging heavy overhead and no sign of the evening glow, another group rode swiftly into the area, stirring up a dust cloud. As their paths crossed, a figure dressed in green robes and wielding a silver sword reined his horse close and laughed, "Long time no see, both of you." It was Xue Lu. Qi Chaoshi and Jiang Li hadn't expected to encounter him again here, so they couldn't hide their joy. The trio walked towards the guest room in the courtyard while exchanging stories of recent events. Xue Lu recounted escorting Yi Xinghe and Qin Changfeng's remains back home, encountering no trouble along the way. After declining the family's offer to stay and be hosted, he spent some time appreciating the local scenery before hearing news of the upcoming raid on Jiuyuan Mountain. That's when he prepared and rushed over. "Along the journey, I heard about many things I've missed. Oh, by the way, I just heard that Jiang Li has sworn brotherhood with the young manor lord and is now officially part of Guiyun Manor." "Congratulations," said Xue Lu as he glanced at Jiang Li, suddenly pausing and looking puzzled. Come to think of it, isn't Jiang Li at the age where he should be growing taller? But instead, he seems shorter than before we parted ways. He looks like a teenager around 16 or 17. Qi Chaoshi froze momentarily, his gaze sizing up Jiang Li. When they first met, Jiang Li was almost at eye level with Qi Chaoshi's nose, but now his head barely reached Qi Chaoshi's chin. They hadn't noticed it during their constant companionship until reminded now. It became clear how significantly the backlash of the Eternal Life Decree had affected him, it was glaringly evident. Jiang Li pursed his lips slightly, remaining silent. Xue Lu found it curious but then suddenly felt something cool touch his cheek, noticing small sparkles of snow drifting through the dusky sky. Excitedly raising his head, he saw snowflakes swirling thickly in the air like salt being sprinkled from the heavens. Snow. This is the first snowfall of the year. Outside the courtyard walls, the excited screams of children could be heard immediately. Guests staying in rooms quickly stepped out or opened windows, extending their hands to catch snowflakes, laughter filling their faces. All took this first snow as a good omen. As the snow grew denser, a soft layer of white covered heaven and earth. Qi Chaoshi's gaze deepened. Watching tiny snowflakes clinging to Jiang Li's hair, indistinguishable from the strands turning gray at his temples, he mused. How much time remains until the depth of winter? Upon parting with Xue Lu in the corridor, the two entered their room quietly, neither speaking. Once inside, Jiang Li impulsively grabbed Qi Chaoshi's sleeve. Pausing mid-step, Qi Chaoshi tilted his head to look at him. With the dimness of the evening and no lamps lit yet, Jiang Li couldn't make out Qi Chaoshi's expression clearly, he could only see his eyes. The next moment, Jiang Li was suddenly pressed against the door by Qi Chaoshi. His spine collided with a muffled sound, and before he could react, Qi's lips had already descended heavily upon him. The panting resounded in the dim and quiet room, hurried and heavy. For a fleeting instant, Jiang Li almost couldn't catch his breath. He raised his hand to push on Qi's shoulder but didn't have the heart to do so as he tasted the pain and torment that had been suppressed deep within him. Qi Chaoshi allowed him to breathe momentarily, but did not step back. Instead, he caressed his moist lips, nibbled at his chin, and then kissed his neck while inhaling deeply. Jiang Li hadn't ever been touched there, it sent a wave of tingling sensation from his nape all the way down his spine. Flustered, his throat moved slightly, and it caught Qi's attention. Without hesitation, Qi wrapped his mouth around the slight movement. Jiang Li shuddered entirely, letting out an ah, with his breathing gradually becoming short and heated. Qi Chaoshi hesitated slightly with his actions, taking a small step back, lowering his head for a glance, and finally letting out a chuckle. Jiang Li's face burned red. This time, he pushed Qi forcefully away. Let me go. There's no need to be shy. It's dark, I can't see you anyway. Qi re-kissed him, this time calmer and slower, licking inside his mouth, entwining his tongue in a gentle kiss. One hand slid down to assist, solving his need. Jiang Li involuntarily closed his eyes, leaning backward against the sturdy wooden door. His legs were too weak to stand, held up by Chi's other arm encircling his waist. Outside the room, the snow kept falling silently, no one came or went, only the rustling sound of the snow softly descending. The snowflakes clinging to his hair melted, damp and warm. He could not distinguish whether it was the heat from Chi's palm or the blood coursing hotly through his veins. He knew only that his entire body felt warm, even melting its consciousness, and everything rushed toward Chi Chaoshi. When the outside sky became completely dark, Chi Chaoshi finally let go of his hold. Exhausted, Jiangli leaned on his shoulder, his heartbeat still racing, cheeks flushed crimson. Chi, although unable to see clearly in the darkness, lightly scratched his face with his fingertips, feeling the heat beneath. Softly, he asked, "Do you like it?" Jiangli nudged his forehead lightly against Chi's shoulder, muttering lowly, "Don't ask any more. Once you recover fully, we can do something more enjoyable than this," Chi said teasingly. Jiangli choked on these words, uncertain of the emotions stirring within. Lifting his head, in the darkness, he stared intently at Chi's eyes. Not knowing the whereabouts of the Bui sword, there's no time left to wait. After returning from Jiuyuan Mountain, I'll destroy my martial arts skills first and find a way to survive. Have you truly thought it through? Chi Chaoshi asked seriously. Yes, Jiangli replied, but after, you must help me retrieve the Bui sword. Sure, Chi Chaoshi chuckled softly, holding his face tenderly, drawing closer until their foreheads touched. I promise. The snow fell through the deep night, covering the tree tips in the forest with a thin layer. The light from a roadside tavern cast a warm, slightly drunken hue. Business at the tavern was especially bustling. People seeking shelter from the mud caused by melting snow crammed inside for a pot of hot wine. In a large room housing 8 long tables, 7 were filled with people chattering and enjoying themselves. Only one table in the corner hosted a single disheveled man. Even though torn and dirty, the material of the man's clothes suggested once they were made from expensive fabrics. Now soaked with stains and crumpled, they seemed inadequate for the cold weather. On the long table sat numerous empty wine jars, and he embraced another jar, seemingly passed out drunk. Regulars paid no attention to this scene, understanding that the man had provided enough silver to last the innkeeper years' worth of drinking money, thus earning his right to remain day and night without causing trouble. So, the keeper simply ignored him, allowing him to drink himself into oblivion again and again. Half dozing between dreams and reality, the man realized the usually lively tavern had fallen suddenly silent. Although his mind remained foggy from intoxication, he showed little concern, continuing to rest his head on the table. Someone approached and took a seat opposite him. Irritated, he furrowed his brows but chose to ignore it. However, when a hand reached over and forcibly yanked the jar from his grip with undeniable strength, the man was startled awake. Rubbing his eyes, he lifted his head groggily. He saw sitting across from him a young man dressed in a luxurious golden robe, his features soft and refined like those of a wealthy gentleman. Yet behind him stood a line of menacing black-clad individuals. Clearly, these men had taken control of the tavern. Both the keeper and customers trembled in fear under the threat of drawn knives, staring bewilderedly at this ragged man who, unbeknownst to them, carried some extraordinary secret. As the man's gaze cleared, he watched Ningyu, the hall master of the banning sect, smell the jar and shake his head with a smile. This kind of inferior wine, how could it be worthy of Master Ji? He casually tossed the jar aside and called loudly, "Keeper, bring us your finest alcohol." Terrified, the innkeeper scrambled to pull out a self-preserved premium jar and respectfully offered it forward. Ningyu broke the mud seal, and the strong aroma of alcohol immediately wafted out. He took 2 clean wine cups, poured them full, raised 1 cup in a toast to the other side, then drank it all at once. Ji Shuming silently watched, without any response. Ningyu glanced around at the fearful wine patrons and smiled as if just realizing their presence. "Let the people go," he said. "It wouldn't be good for young Master Ji to see blood." The black-clad men obediently sheathed their knives. The wine patrons looked at each other, all panic-stricken. Eventually, one bold enough stepped forward and bowed toward Ningyu's table, saying, "Thank you, esteemed sir, thank young Master Ji." Then he bolted outside, with no one stopping him. Others followed suit, all calling out in confusion to young Master Ji, a title long forgotten, which made Ji Shuming wrinkle his brow again, as though it pained him. In the blink of an eye, all irrelevant individuals fled from the tavern, even the innkeeper abandoning his post, leaving only the group from banning sect and Ji Shuming alone there. "Expressing my sincerity, would young Master Ji be willing to drink this cup of wine?" Ningyu asked. Ji Shuming slouched, lowering his head to let his disheveled hair cover his face. "You've mistaken me. I don't know what you mean by young Master Ji. If it's not true, then it isn't," Ningyu replied very smoothly. "I've simply come to find you because I need you." "Need me?" Ji Shuming couldn't help but sneer, seemingly hearing such words for the first time, finding it quite novel. "Certainly. And I can see that you also need me, a place to belong." Ji Shuming turned away impatiently, saying, "I don't understand what you're talking about." Ningyu smiled faintly, extremely patient. "With your talent and martial arts skills, anything should be easily within reach. Who at Guiyun Manor could match you? So why now are those far inferior to you living comfortably while you rot here in this miserable tavern, left unnoticed? Young Master Ji, are you truly content?" In this jianghu, aside from our banning sect, there won't be anywhere better suited for you. Young Master Ji, perhaps you have too many misconceptions about our sect, but we aren't some group of unforgivably evil people. We're merely a collection of those who've been betrayed, abandoned, cast aside. We gather together to keep each other warm and survive. In our sect, unlike so-called righteous sects of Wulin, we never judge based on lineage or past experiences. Once you pass through the 3 layers of our red gates, you become anew. Besides, I greatly admire you. I've already recommended you to the current right guardian of our sect, and he has agreed. If we can bring you back, the position of chamber master naturally belongs to you. I will not answer your requests anymore, Ji Xiuming firmly stated. Jiang Wanli from Guiyun Manor has disclosed much to our sect, and your contribution in Luoxia Valley years ago proves how beneficial our partnership has been. Why do you resist so strongly now? Ningyu paused slightly, laughing. Guiyun Manor surely knows of young Master Ji divulging the method to break the formation, but for maintaining appearances, the news has not spread widely yet. So, up till now, no one in the jianghu realizes. Ji Xiuming's expression changed as he understood Ningyu's hidden meaning, raising his eyes to glare directly at him. Still smiling, Ningyu continued, would you reconsider? No, Ji Xiuming despaired, closing his eyes, his voice muffled. I no longer wish to have any connection with the jianghu. I no longer wish to see anyone. I understand, and I've already arranged accordingly. Ningyu lifted his hand, summoning a black-clothed individual who placed a beautifully lacquered wooden box on the table. Confused, Ji Xiuming hesitated before opening the box, revealing a pale white mask inside, its eyes hollow, lips drawn straight, showing neither sorrow nor joy. Ningyu's voice softened gently, from this moment onward, you'll no longer have to suffer under this identity. Staring at the mask, Ji Xiuming felt an overwhelming wave of sorrow clutch at his heart. He couldn't utter another word, trembling as he reached for the wine cup, spilling the liquid that stained his clothing in deep spots like tears. Swallowing it down, he tasted nothing, only the sharp burning sensation of the alcohol. Staring at the mask, Ji Xiuming felt an overwhelming wave of sorrow clutch at his heart. He couldn't utter another word, trembling as he reached for the wine cup, spilling the liquid that stained his clothing in deep spots like tears. Swallowing it down, he tasted nothing, only the sharp burning sensation of the alcohol. Chapter 90. It had snowed continuously for several days, until the day when martial artists gathered together to surround the Pinyin sect. Beneath the dull gray sky, goosefeather-like snowflakes were still drifting down. The sky was just beginning to brighten as a thick layer of snow covered Mount Jiuyuan. The mountain, draped in silver, sparkled with crystalline snow on its branches. The silence unique to winter permeated the mountainside without a single sound. After much deliberation with the 3 major sects, Meng Sifan, the new leader of the Shanha alliance, had set the time for their surprise attack at this very moment. If they waited any longer, it would be too light, and the Pinyin sect would surely notice them. And if they started any earlier, it would still be too dark, even with maps drawn by Qi Chaoshi, that couldn't compete with the Pinyin sect's familiarity with the terrain. Thus, hidden by the sounds of wind and snow, the assembled force quietly advanced. They hadn't encountered much resistance, which made them uneasy. By the time they reached the foot of Jiuyuan Mountain, facing the desolate snowy landscape, everyone stopped instinctively and exchanged glances. Leader, what do you make of this situation? Someone asked, keeping his voice low. Meng Sifan didn't respond immediately but turned first to look at Qi Chaoshi, who was following behind. It was the coldest time just before dawn, and Jiang Li was already uncomfortable in the cold. He'd been chilled to the bone walking all this way, and Qi Chaoshi held his hand, absently rubbing his icy fingertips as though handling prayer beads. Glancing around briefly, she said, the snow is smooth and unmarked, there have been no patrols since last night at least. The head of Guangqin sect, Lin Shi, laughed, perhaps the Pinyin sect invites us to climb up. Could it be that Senior Yin, realizing he's no match for us, has already fled and abandoned the sect while we didn't notice? Jiang Lanes asked, rubbing his hands. Not likely, said Shen Shenxi from Qing Shan sect. The sects that arrived early have always kept watch over nearby towns. No one has ever seen anyone from the Pinyin sect leave, let alone escape. Turning to Qi Chaoshi, Meng Sifan then asked, Senior Qi, what's your opinion? Qi Chaoshi stared toward the long snow-covered steps leading up the mountain. Given the strength difference between the righteous sects involved in this encirclement and the Pinyin sect, knowing how Master Yin Huai could be from my experience, he wouldn't choose an almost hopeless frontal confrontation. Instead, he would try his best to plan tricks to weaken our forces. This, I believe, is his first gambit. With that, Qi Chaoshi casually broke off a dry branch, infused some force into it, and hurled it forward. It plunged into the snow with a dull thud, and there was no further movement or response. The expressions of the martial artists became increasingly complex. Most of them also sensed something amiss, but could detect nothing out of place. To hesitate here against an empty expanse of snow-covered land after claiming a mighty gathering of the righteous sects to confront the evil cult seemed quite embarrassing. Naturally, Meng Sifan had considered this point as well. Clearing his throat just as he was about to speak, suddenly, a man emerged from the crowd, heavy sword in hand, sneering derisively as he moved forward. What conspiracies or schemes, I say. This is all smoke and mirrors, an empty city strategy. Look at you, all big-eyed and scared stiff, not daring to take even a single step. Those nearby wanted to stop him, but seeing him stride confidently onto the first stone step unharmed, they hesitated and drew back. Laughing boisterously, the man strode boldly upward. How about tea? Suddenly, a whistling sound cut through the air. Everyone saw a flash of movement, and the man froze in place, his next words dying abruptly. A chilling scent of blood began spreading in the cold wind. Alarmed, everyone stepped hastily backward. Upon closer inspection, the man remained standing straight and motionless. What's going on? Look at that. A red bead was suspended in midair, slowly forming into a red line pulled out from the man's neck, dripping blood down. Carefully observed, faintly visible silver wires crisscrossed around his body, one cutting across midair, severing his throat. Blood flowed, finally making these previously invisible wires starkly clear against the snowy backdrop. It's the Qianxi string, Qi Chaoshi quickly identified. Something underground must have been broken when stepped on earlier. These traps require actual stepping to trigger. Probing with sticks or stones won't work. Now we understand why guards on the mountain were withdrawn. He unsheathed his sword, swinging it deftly, slicing cleanly through the silk strings like water flowing. The man's body lost its support, falling backward down the steps, frozen in the expression of laughter, his breath having long ceased. Only the bloody wound at his throat continued spurting steamy, hot blood, turning the pristine white snow a wet crimson. How are we supposed to proceed? We don't know how many more traps lie ahead. Jiang Lanes gazed out over the endless snowy field. Since stepping on them triggers nothing, why don't we clear away the snow, find and dismantle all possible traps first? It won't work, Shen Shensi said. Banya sect will realize soon, and they won't give you time to clean up. The gazes of all present inevitably fell back on Qi Chaoshi. The ambush itself isn't complicated, and solving it is simple as well, Qi Chaoshi explained. Just send anyone forward to step through first and cut the Qianxi strings, and that'll do. Before he could finish, everyone's eyes on him carried an oddness multiplied manifold. Qi Chaoshi smoothly turned the subject with a smile. Of course, using human lives as stepping stones is the behavior of the demon sect, which none of you would stoop to do such despicable things. Except for that, I can't think of any other way at this moment. Others were even more perplexed, and someone whispered a suggestion. How about sparing the demon sect a little longer? Let's wait until the snow melts before we come again. Meng Sifan's expression hardened immediately. Hearing the undertone of retreat in the words, he knew their hesitation had lingered too long at the foot of the mountain, easily sapping morale. He understood even better the principle of one surge of momentum, then weakening. Once today's attempt was abandoned, the group of martial artists he painstakingly assembled would disperse like scattered sand, impossible to regather. I will clear the path. Meng Sifan spoke resolutely. What? Everyone turned to him in surprise. Master brother mustn't. That's far too dangerous. Wei Ku urged anxiously. Meng Sifan restrained Wei Ku with one hand and firmly repeated, I shall go ahead to clear the path and sever those silk strings. All of you follow behind, carefully treading on my footsteps, and you will be safe. Lin Shi, headmaster of Guanqin sect, looked approvingly at the young man. Indeed, this is the best approach. Not proper, Qi Chaoshi disagreed. So many people walking in line, following footprints, is akin to presenting yourself as live targets. But there's no better way, and how many things in this world have full certainty? Meng Sifan bowed deeply to everyone and declared, if you trust me, please join me in attacking Banya sect. I will strive to ascend swiftly, reducing the time we're vulnerable to ambushes. You should increase your vigilance accordingly. I believe this challenge will not stop us. All right, we'll follow you. A sect leader responded first, unbuckling his soft armor and handing it to a disciple who presented it before Meng Sifan. You've shown such courage, I sincerely admire you, our new alliance master. This soft golden thread armor is my sect's precious treasure, wear it, and those Qianxi strings will be unable to harm you. Moved by Meng Sifan's words, others also removed their protective bracelets and neck guards, offering them to him. Meng Sifan hadn't anticipated such a scene, staring at the heavy soft armor in his hands and observing everyone urging him to change quickly made him seem a bit dazed. His younger brothers and sisters nearby couldn't offer anything, so they called out earnestly, Big brother, be extra careful. His heart warmed for the first time in a long while, hastily lowering his gaze, and began wearing the armors. Without further delay, Meng Sifan spun around, drew his sword from its sheath, and stepped boldly onto the snow-covered stone steps without hesitation. A sharp whistle pierced the air once more, but Meng Sifan reacted faster. As he lifted his leg, he simultaneously performed his opening stance. The long sword whirled around him, severing the silver-white silk strings into pieces resembling ice crystals that scattered in all directions. His strides were swift and powerful, seemingly unfazed by the obstacles, even when several slanted Qianxi strings unexpectedly slashed across his cheeks, failing to slow him down in the slightest. The rest of the martial arts crowd remained at a safe distance, watching intently but unable to perceive the hazardous fine threads in detail. They only observed him performing swordplay freely amidst the vast snowy skies, a breathtaking sight. Spurred by his inspiring moves, everyone steadily stepped into Meng Sifan's left-behind footprints, quickly advancing in a long black dragon-like formation ascending the snowy mountain. Upon reaching halfway up the mountain, Banya sect finally revealed their whereabouts. Shadows flickered distantly, followed closely by rushing wind sounds, accompanied by countless screaming arrowheads falling upon them like a dark cloud. Everyone rushed to raise their weapons in defense. Although constantly vigilant, as Qi Chaoshi had predicted, their movements were restricted, making avoidance nearly impossible. Many were struck by arrows, some stumbled and fell into the snow, inadvertently triggering a few chintzy strings which suddenly whipped upward, blood splattering everywhere, even harming nearby comrades, causing the situation to escalate tragically. While fending off the arrows with his sword, Qi Chaoshi extended his hand, grabbing Jiang Li's arm, and leaped high into the air with him. Instantly understanding Qi Chaoshi's intent, Jiang Li skillfully landed on treetops, gliding over them like a dragonfly touching water before moving forward swiftly, pinpointing where the shadowy figures of Banya sect members hid. Once located, Jiang Li deftly flipped himself right into the midst of the Banya sect members. No one knew how many traps were concealed beneath this snow layer, yet where Banya sect positioned themselves must be the safest ground. With their appearance now confirmed, the task had grown much easier. Sure enough, Jiang Li treaded on solid snow, hearing nothing but faint crunching noises underfoot. The Banya sect members were startled, not expecting him to dare venture so deeply into enemy territory. They drew their weapons and surrounded him. But then came the sound of fluttering robes from above. One man looked up just in time to see a flash before feeling a heavy weight on his shoulder, rendering him unconscious. Qi Chaoshi knelt on the shoulders of two black-clad Banya sect members, twisted both heads with his hands, and watched as their bodies went limp beneath his knees before leaping back to the ground, unsheathing his sword once more. The martial artists watching from behind finally understood what to do. Those skilled in lightness arts jumped onto tree branches, following suit, while those weaker in these abilities stepped directly onto the chintzy strings that now crisscrossed through the forest, responding swiftly to incoming attacks. Meng Sifan, despite the incessant arrows flying toward him, did not slow down. With a loud cry, he severed the last strand of silk string, stepping firmly onto the untouched snow. After catching his breath briefly, he immediately joined the chaotic battle against the Banya sect. The Banya sect was now restrained by the advancing group of martial artists and could no longer fire arrows at those behind. Seizing this opportunity, the remaining martial artists charged forward with all their might, breaking through to safer ground. Thus, the situation reversed. Outnumbered and overwhelmed, the Banya sect retreated step by step until they were cornered beneath the triple red gates. The 3 layers of ruby-red gates served both as the front entrance and the emblem of the Banya sect. Amidst the falling snow, their dark red pillars, adorned with lotus vines, exuded an alarming blend of bloodshed and beauty. Reinvigorated, the martial artists surged through the triple gates. As soon as they set foot on the stone tiles of the Banya sect's compound, a sweet, intoxicating fragrance greeted them. Meng Sifan realized this was the very poison incense mentioned by Qi Chaoshi, now burned even stronger to incapacitate the intruders. The air seemed saturated with its cloying sweetness. Fortunately, they had taken the antidote prepared by Qi Chaoshi beforehand. Though dazed by the fumes, it didn't impede their movements. Meng Sifan steadied himself and shouted, "Eliminate evil and protect justice. Follow me and fight." Behind him came a chorus of responses, "Seek vengeance for our fallen brothers." Black-clad members of the Banya sect emerged en masse from hidden buildings. In the first few exchanges, they pulled out several smoke pellets, a device previously seen when Yin Huayu ambushed the martial artists outside Pingchuan town. Then, instead of toxic incense, a pale green gas burst forth, stinking horribly. The nearest martial artists immediately turned pale, their stiffened knees collapsing as they were beheaded by the black-robed sect members. The rest of the martial artists quickly helped each other retreat alongside Meng Sifan. The Banya sect members laughed mockingly and pressed forward, only to be met with another team of warriors attacking swiftly, their movements unaffected. Retreating hastily, one Banya sect member grabbed a handful of smoke pellets, preparing to hurl them down, but before he could, his arm spurted blood, severing midair. The pellets scattered across the ground like blossoms. A lone smoke pellet was caught by a slender hand. Qi Chaoshi sniffed it lightly and smiled at the opposite side. Yin Huayu's tricks are indeed as predictable as I thought. It turned out the poison incense could only be countered by itself. 7/10 of the antidote contained carefully measured doses of poison. These pellets acted as the trigger, causing the earlier martial artists to succumb so quickly. Therefore, this group chose not to take the antidote but covered their mouths and noses with cloths, inhaling as little incense as possible. Aside from Qi Chaoshi, who remained entirely immune, the others relied solely on their deep inner strength. Though unable to endure long battles, alternating with the first team led by Meng Sifan allowed them to effectively deal with the Banya sect. Seeing Qi Chaoshi's masked face brought familiarity and fear to the Banya sect. His smile struck terror into the black-robed members. Left Guardian. I am here, Qi Chaoshi said, grinning. Realization dawned on some, and they cried out, kill the traitor. Take his head and claim your reward. Once again, the Banya sect clashed fiercely with the martial artists. More black-robed sect members encircled Qi Chaoshi, showing the former Left Guardian ample attention. Qi Chaoshi idly reflected that his past self probably never foresaw returning as an enemy, wreaking havoc within the halls that bore witness to half his life. Amidst the pristine white snow and the black garb of the Banya sect members, the green edge of his Jian water blade flickered prominently. Meanwhile, Jiang Li and Jiang Lanes led the Guiyun Manor group toward the rear mountain of the Banya sect compound. Jiang Li's constitution, already weakened by the backlash of the elixir of eternal life, made Qi Chaoshi uneasy whether he took the antidote for the poison incense or inhaled it directly. After discussing with Meng Sifan, they decided that Jiang Li would split off from the group and lead a team toward the rear mountain's insect breeding chambers. I told Meng Sifan that, while the poisonous creatures might be in hibernation due to this weather and Yin Huaisu wouldn't have many tricks up his sleeve, I knew nothing about those insects and couldn't be sure if he had anything sinister hidden up his sleeve. It's better to strike first than be struck later, which is exactly what's happening. How can you accuse me of deceiving him? Before their departure, Qi Chaoshi pressed a sachet filled with chopped medicinal herbs into Jiang Li's hands, saying, "There are not only common insect and snake-repelling medicines here but also the fragrant pills I once obtained from Ibu Ji. They should help somewhat against those poison insects, but you must still be careful at every turn. Don't think your martial arts prowess alone can handle everything, recklessly charging forward like you did when we met those snakes in Shugu Cave. You even stuck your hand right into its mouth. You're so bold. Why are you smiling?" Jiang Li, trying to suppress a curl of his lips, said, "You're too nagging." Qi Chaoshi tapped his forehead lightly with her finger and rebuked, "I'm criticizing you, yet you laugh. It shows how unrepentant you truly are." Rubbing his forehead, Jiang Li couldn't help but burst into laughter. "I've understood." Recalling all this, Jiang Li unconsciously touched the medicine sachet in his bosom. Lowering his head, he could still faintly smell the bitter fragrance of the sachet, and a trace of a smile emerged involuntarily in his eyes. But when he raised his head again, his expression suddenly darkened, abruptly stopping in mid-stride. At the same time, he extended his arm backward, halting the people following behind. The followers of Guiyun gripped their swords tightly, observing clearly two figures standing in the pavilion by the lakeside ahead. The front person was wrapped in a white cloak, holding a brazier, smiling at them as though at ease. It was Ningyu, the hall master of Banya sect. Behind him stood someone more peculiar, draped in a wide black robe and wearing a deathly pale mask that revealed neither joy nor sorrow. Chapter 91. "Young Master Jiang, you've truly made me wait," Ningyu said with a smile. Jiang Li's hand rested on the hilt of his sword. "Wait for me." "Naturally. Besides the eternal life secret, what else in this world would be worth my long wait?" Behind him followed the group from Guiyun Manor. At this remark, both Jiang Li and Jiang Lanja felt their hearts tighten. Before Ningyu could say more, Jiang Li turned to Jiang Lanja and said, "I'll deal with him. You take the others to the poison room." "All right." Jiang Lanja wasted no time, raising his voice to cut off the doubts and thoughts of the Guiyun group. "Don't let the cult of evil cloud your minds. Everyone, follow me." The Guiyun group came back to their senses and started moving. Ningyu then tilted his head toward the masked figure beside him. "It's time for you to show what you're made of." The masked man didn't move for a moment. After Ningyu whispered something else, his body stiffened, then leapt over the railing of the pavilion. A sword slid out from under his wide sleeves as he blocked the way forward for the Guiyun group. Regardless of whether Jiang Lanja and his companions could handle this strange individual, Jiang Li had no time to focus on them. He kept his eyes locked on Ningyu, holding the Qing Shuang sword tightly in hand, crouching slightly, and getting ready to strike. On Ningyu's side, however, he leisurely placed down the warming stove, removed his cloak, all while still wearing a faint smile. "I have a rule, nothing lasts beyond 3 times. Young Master Jiang, today is our 3rd encounter, and I won't let you leave alive again." Jiang Li replied, "Same goes for me." Ningyu glanced at him, a hint of an ambiguous smile curling at the edge of his lips. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Li darted towards him like a thunderbolt entering the pavilion. The Qing Shuang sword whistled through the air, cutting diagonally upwards. Almost simultaneously, Ningyu drew his own sword from the stone table, ringing it barely in front of his throat. He immediately changed his stance, thrusting his long sword towards Jiang Li's chest. Jiang Li leaned back to dodge, pressing his hand against the stone table as he spun, his legs rising up to kick forcefully at the other's chest. Ningyu retreated step by step, and before he even completed his turn, Jiang Li launched another attack. But Ningyu simply tilted his head slightly, flicking his sword to deflect the incoming attack perilously close to his ear, his other hand moving faster than lightning to grab hold of Jiang Li's arm and pulling it forward, forcing him to involuntarily rush forward into the red-lacquered railing of the pavilion. At the last second, Jiang Li pushed off with his toes, flipping midair just as Ningyu's longsword swept towards him. He landed lightly on the blade, driving his knee upward toward Ningyu's face. Ningyu leaned backward, using the momentum to shove the sword sharply forward, disrupting Jiang Li's balance and forcing him to abandon his knee attack mid-motion, instead using the momentum to leap back by stepping on the sword, his whole body drifting backward in preparation for further engagement. Seeing this, Ningyu's lips curved into a faint smile, and in a flash, he crossed the pavilion railing, chasing after Jiang Li with swift sword strikes. In the midair they exchanged several quick blows before descending once again, the pavilion now above them replaced by a vast frozen ice lake beneath. Upon touching the surface of the ice lake, Jiang Li's expression instantly shifted, his body swayed as he stumbled onto the slippery surface, only managing to steady himself by hastily embedding his sword into the ice. Attempting to stand, he was reminded of how smooth and unyielding the ice was, making every movement challenging. In contrast, Ningyu appeared calm and composed, landing gracefully on the ice, sliding towards his opponent with ease. Although his movements were light like a gentle breeze, the slash of his sword carried an icy chill that heralded death. Under duress, Jiang Li had no choice but to roll away from the relentless slashes. Each time Ningyu attacked, a series of pleasant clangs resonated across the frozen surface as shards of ice exploded around Jiang Li's clothing. Soon enough, streaks of crimson mixed with frost marked his presence where the ice splinters burst open near his edges. Unbeknownst to him, sometime during the battle, a long gash appeared on Jiang Li's arm, and some of his hair had become disheveled, strands of dark soft locks hanging around his cheeks interspersed with faint streaks of silver. He had never been so disarrayed. Jiang Li ceased evading, clenching his teeth and striking a palm hard against the icy ground, launching himself into the air. His Qing Shuang sword, infused with inner energy, was raised high and delivered a powerful downward strike. However, this blow passed through empty air. Ningyu merely leaned back slightly, his body not moving far, yet vanishing eerily into the distance. Fortunately, Jiang Li found a moment to breathe. Upon landing on the ice lake again, he discovered the delicate balance needed and managed to stabilize himself despite a slight wobble. Wiping blood from the wound on his arm with one hand, he decided to conclude the fight swiftly. Taking a deep breath, the cold winter air carrying the faint tang of blood entered his lungs. He silently recited the eternal life secret, clearly sensing scorching blood surging from his dantian. Jiang Li coldly watched as Ningyu swung his sword and attacked again. With a slight movement of his wrist, the next moment, a brilliant full moon blossomed. Jiang Li spun and slashed horizontally, as if carrying 1,000 June force. The Qing Shuang sword emitted an ear-piercing shriek, and the snowflakes in the air were stirred by the sword qi, rippling outward like waves. In an instant, the gentle snowflakes transformed into deadly thin blades. In a flash, the sword qi dissipated, and the snowflakes fell slowly. Ningyu was already standing 2 zhang away, holding his sword up defensively in front of him. The palm of his hand pressed against the blade had been cut with several fine hairline wounds that didn't bleed but appeared fresh red. Ningyu lowered his hand and gave a soft laugh. Apart from these insignificant wounds, he appeared completely unscathed. Since the emergence of the eternal life secret, this was the first time someone had escaped without harm. No one could make out what had happened in that fleeting moment, but Jiang Li's heart sank entirely. Everything was clear to him now. Ningyu's skill was insufficient to counter the eternal life secret, but through their previous 2 encounters, he had fully understood the intricacies of the surging wave sword technique and thoroughly grasped Jiang Li's combat style. As soon as Jiang Li made a move, Ningyu could predict which technique would come next and react swiftly accordingly. Just now, at the moment Jiang Li raised his wrist, Ningyu pivoted backward and retreated, maximizing his speed using the slickness of the ice to evade the fatal strike. On the frozen lake, Ningyu's foresight and preemptive tactics had given him every advantage. Separated by 2 zhang of windswept snow, though Jiang Li couldn't clearly see Ningyu's expression or hear his words, he knew Ningyu was saying, "The battle is decided." Jiang Li's countenance didn't change. He took a steady step forward on the frozen lake, then rushed fiercely toward Ningyu, shouting, "It's not over yet." At the forecourt of the Pashuo sect's main hall, the fight between righteous martial artists and the Pashuo sect members had been ongoing for quite some time, and the situation gradually turned into a deadlock. Though the members of the Pashuo sect might not match the skills of the righteous crowd, they were well versed in the terrain and used hit-and-run tactics to great effect. Their constant attacks while retreating across complex buildings prevented the righteous crowd from gaining any ground. Moreover, after inhaling the incense mist and toxic smoke for too long, the crowd began to feel sluggish and uncomfortable. Hiding and sneaking around, it never ends. Qin Zheng pounded his yulong spear into the ground, glaring at the black-robed sect members darting around, comparing them to a horde of rats that could not be exterminated. "Absolutely a waste of energy," echoed a follower. Qi Choui withdrew her gaze from scanning the surroundings and muttered, "Strange, why hasn't Yin Huaishu appeared yet at this critical time?" Given the personality of the newly appointed righteous warden, Yin Huaishu would never hide somewhere waiting for updates. He would undoubtedly maintain full control over the situation. Besides, without his guidance, the guards would have never been able to maneuver with such flexibility. Qi Choui thought for a moment, then glanced towards the tallest pavilion within the compound called the Drink Star Terrace, a place where only the old master of the sect was allowed to ascend and drink wine. Seeing her focus, others also followed her line of sight. At that moment, a window on the terrace shifted slightly as if being tightly shut, revealing a shadow behind its vermilion frame. "There he is," Qin Jing blurted out. Without waiting for Qi Choui's signal, he brandished his spear and hurried toward the building. Others followed, bursting through doors. Inside the 3-story pavilion with lavish decorations, they had no time to admire the furnishings, rushing straight to the stairs. However, just as they stepped onto the second-floor staircase, they spotted Yin Huaishu leaning against the railing by the window. Qin Zheng's pupils shrank instantly, and clutching his yulong spear, he leapt upward, taking the stairs 3 steps at a time. Just as his final foot landed heavily on the top stair, a loud rumbling sound came from above. Qin Zheng quickly retreated several steps, bumping those who followed closely into disarray. In front of them, thunderous crashes signaled iron grills descending rapidly, sealing off the entrance to the stairs. Almost simultaneously, anxious voices from behind warned, "Bad news, the outside stairs are completely blocked by iron grills." Fueled by adrenaline during their charge, everyone feared that a single moment lost meant failing to eliminate the devilish cult member swiftly enough. They crowded close together on the narrow stairs, packed so tightly shoulder to back that raising weapons became impossible, let alone making a move. "I knew it," Chi Chow sighed, stuck in the middle of the mob. Inside the pavilion, Yin Huaishu smiled mockingly with crossed arms, "Please walk right into my trap." Enraged beyond measure, Qin Zheng slapped the iron bars until they rang loudly, shouting, "Stop with your underhanded tricks, Yin Huaishu. If you have any shred of manhood, fight me honorably." Yin Huaishu retorted, "I'm despicable, I know. If I can't beat you, naturally I'll resort to underhanded tricks." Qin Zheng gripped the iron bar tightly, glaring at him as his bloodshot eyes flared. Chi Chaoshi looked up and saw that the iron bars had pierced through the thick floorboards, realizing their indestructibility. She sighed, "If the old master learns you've altered his beloved drink Star Terrace into this mess, he'll likely climb out of his coffin just to strangle you." Yin Huaishu chuckled, walked over to the table, grabbed a handful of dark black incense slices, and threw them into the brazier. A wisp of smoke curled out, carrying an overpowering, acrid stench. "Then I kindly ask Left Guardian to convey my apologies to the old master." The martial artists hastily covered their noses and mouths, seething with hatred but not daring to speak more. They pondered various ways out and even tried cutting the iron bars with knives and swords, all in vain. Yin Huaishu ignored them, pushed the window open, and was about to seal it completely when suddenly a black shadow shot at him, astonishingly fast. Before Yin Huaishu could dodge, the shadow burst through the window with irresistible force, piercing through his abdomen in an instant, causing him to topple backward and fall heavily from the eaves. At the last moment, Qin Zheng had strained to hurl the Yulong spear. His arms still extended, eyes fixed on the blood splattered across the window paper, chest rising and falling violently as he panted for air. Yin Huaishu landed on the stone pavement, twisted his body, and coughed up a pool of blood. Propping himself up, his face deathly pale, he yanked out the jet-black spear embedded in his stomach. More blood spurted out, triggering uncontrollable convulsions. This was the position outside the window he had pre-selected for escape, secluded and uninhabited. With difficulty, Yin Huaishu stood up, pressing his hand against the wound in his abdomen, dragging his feet toward the exit of the sect. He had arranged for people from the Seven Kills sect to meet him halfway down the small road and escort him down the mountain before heading to a town where Yin Huairo, his sister, was waiting. To avoid being discovered by righteous martial artists, Yin Huaishu had carefully waited until these people attacked Jiuyuan Mountain, distracting them enough to ensure Yin Huairo's safe departure. His remaining presence in the cult was merely to lure those sworn enemies among the Jianghu wanderers. Only they would rush heedlessly up to the pavilion once sighting his movements. And once they were dead, the rest of the wanderers would be satisfied after breaking the ban occult and would unlikely persistently investigate his whereabouts. Despite sustaining serious injuries, Yin Huaishu wasn't mortally wounded. Once in town, there remained a chance to save him, so everything was still within his plan's parameters. As he deliberated, a gust of cold wind carried the dense smell of smoke. Yin Huaishu looked up to see a delicate six-sided small tower nearby burning fiercely. Thick black smoke rose, contaminating the snow around it gray. That small tower housed treasures of every generation of cult masters. He sneered mentally, thinking these self-righteous martial artists were nothing but hypocrites who couldn't help themselves when faced with valuable riches and inevitably destroyed them during the ensuing scramble. However, the next moment his laughter froze. The person standing quietly by the small tower observing the flames turned out to be the very maid he'd assigned to escort Yin Huairo down the mountain. Without regard for his injury, Yin Huaishu dashed forward and seized the maid by her collar, his expression horrifying. "Why are you here? Didn't I order you to take Huairo down the mountain?" The maid glanced sideways at the small tower, its red flames licking hungrily. "What is it? Is Huairo inside?" Yin Huaishu's voice involuntarily trembled, his hand tightening around the maid's throat. "Speak." The maid's face turned crimson as she rasped out, "Master Xiao said the people coming to meet you are still waiting on the road. She gave you one final chance to choose." Yin Huaishu hesitated for a second, then laughed bitterly, clenching Master Xiao Lingyu's name tightly in his teeth. Good, good. Xiao Lingyu." He shoved the maid aside and leaped without hesitation into the inferno. The fierce fire inside the small tower spread rapidly. The jade and gold objects shimmered eerily in the shifting flames. Yin Huairo sat huddled in the middle ground, tightly clutching the string of prayer beads, head bowed as she cowered fearfully. Fortunately, no sparks had reached her clothes. Yin Huaishu rolled upon landing, crushing the embers on his body, prompting Yin Huairo to immediately look up. Her expression indescribably blended surprise or sorrow. "Big brother, you came." Yin Huaishu lunged forward anxiously to examine her, finally relaxing when he confirmed she had no other wounds. However, glancing at the door again, despair overtook him as he collapsed to his knees. The flames roared louder, encircling him with high waves of heat. In his condition, he himself found it difficult to escape. Bringing Yin Huairo unscathed was impossible. "I'm sorry." Yin Huaishu closed his eyes painfully. His abdominal wound ached as if being torn apart, bleeding profusely. Finally, holding his sister's hand, tears streamed down his face. "It's me again. It's me who has harmed you." I'm truly sorry. If only I had never been born. Don't say that, you shouldn't say that. Yin Huairou heard his crying and quickly felt her way to his face, wiping away his tears. There is no one in this world who has been better to me than you, brother. I'm not afraid to die with you. Yin Haishu shook his head sadly. Foolish girl, you don't understand. It wasn't supposed to be like this, you were supposed to have happiness for your entire life. After hearing this, Yin Huairou was momentarily stunned, then began to laugh. She straightened up, stretched out her arms, and hugged Yin Huaishu, pressing her forehead against his shoulder as she said, my whole life has already been very happy, I do not feel any suffering at all. Yin Huaishu's throat tightened, and he could no longer speak. The great fire roared fiercely. The Yulong spear under the Drink Star Terrace was eventually discovered by the Qingshan sect. Shen Si brought his men, investigated the situation, and after searching the second-floor pavilion for a long time, finally found the mechanism to lift the iron bars. By now, all the martial artists' faces had turned green with fear. They rushed outside the building in haste, gasping for breath, only regaining their strength after some time, nearly collapsing on the ground. Only Qin Zheng leaned on the Yulong spear, following the spotty blood trail all the way to the small pavilion with 6 flying eaves. He stopped, silently gazing at the building being devoured by flames, hearing the crackling of burning wood, feeling the waves of heat melt the snow into droplets scattered across his face, illuminated by the firelight, resembling tear marks. Shen Si stood still beside Qin Zheng and looked together with him, unable to see clearly inside amidst the swirling sea of flames. To let him burn to death like this is far too merciful, Qin Zheng finally said. Shen Si exhaled deeply. I heard there was a woman's voice inside. That blind young lady should be inside as well, right? Qin Zheng's expression stiffened, and he did not answer again. They stood silently like this, until a thin layer of snow accumulated on their shoulders. Then Qin Zheng, as if having seen enough, gave a bitter laugh filled with self-reproach and turned around, walking slowly away. Shen Si watched his retreating figure, feeling as if he had aged many years. Alone before the small pavilion, Shen Si stared vacantly at the flames, thinking of collecting the remains of the brother and sister inside. But this moment of calm was soon broken. A man with exceptional lightness skills appeared suddenly before them, panting urgently, elder brother. Shen Si was startled to see Shen Jian emerge out of nowhere. You. How did you end up here? Compared to when he left, Shen Jian looked much more haggard. Bloodshot eyes revealed streaks of fatigue. His green robes were weather-worn from a long journey, and mud covered his boots entirely, making it unnecessary for Shen Si to ask how he got there. Shen Si already understood everything. The junior brothers and sisters responsible for guarding him were personally raised by Shen Jian and lacked the heartlessness of Yin Huaishu. Unable to endure seeing him suffer in agony, they ultimately released him. And he must have rushed straight to Jiuyuan Mountain without resting for even a moment. Shen Si glanced at him, frowning tightly but strangely unable to utter a word of reproach. Elder brother, can you tell me where Qin Yao is? Shen Jian asked. Shen Si hesitated involuntarily, and this brief pause told Shen Jian everything. He turned to look into the fire, his face illuminated by the flames. In an instant, he leapt into the fiery sea. Jian. Shen Si tried to stop him in vain and angrily stomped his foot in frustration. Shen Jian crossed over the fierce tongues of flame and landed within the pavilion, his heart freezing at what he saw. He saw Yin Huaishu propped up on the ground, half his body soaked in blood, his disheveled hair messily covering his pale face, while his crimson lips stood stark against the boundless inferno behind him, resembling a tortured spirit from hell. His sister held onto his arm, panicking, unsure of what to do. As Yin Huaishu caught sight of him with fading vision, he faintly smiled and weakly breathed, How, have you, come still? Shen Jian stepped forward and embraced him. I'll take you out. It's too late. I won't make it. Yin Huaishu trembled all over, using his last ounce of strength to transfer his sister's hand, which he had been clutching all along, into Shen Jian's hands. Now that you're here, take good care of her, she's pure, she's never done anything wrong. Yes, I'll promise you anything. Shen Jian urgently responded. Qin Yao, stop talking. There's still time. I'll get you out. There's something. I thought I wouldn't get the chance to tell you. Ignoring Shen Jian's words, Yin Huaishu managed a smile. You once said back in Suzhou City, if we had met then. Later, I always couldn't help thinking about it too. If I had met you instead, it would have been better. But it's too late, too late. He lived recklessly his entire life, and in the end, only uttered these words, it's too late. Yin Haishu's voice faded away in the scorching wind of the fire. Yin Huairou moved forward hurriedly, but still could not hear his faint breathing. She paused for a moment and called out, brother. In the silence, there was only the crackling sound of burning. Since her birth, it was the first time she hadn't heard her brother's response. Yin Huairou's shoulders trembled, as if she had just truly realized what had happened. She collapsed onto Yin Haishu and wept bitterly. Her grief was unbearable, breaking the hearts of all who listened. Shen Jian gently brushed away the disheveled hair on Yin Haishu's forehead, wiping off the blood and dirt from his face, only to touch warm droplets. His fingers recoiled slightly, as if burned, when he realized that he himself was also shedding tears. The intense fire penetrated the small pavilion, and the beams groaned under the intolerable strain, producing a grating sound. Outside, Shen Shensi anxiously paced back and forth but was completely powerless to act, hoping that Shen Jian wasn't planning to die with them but would come out as soon as possible. Yet as the structure showed signs of collapsing, still no one emerged. Shen Shensi suddenly stopped, lifted his robes, fastened them, and made up his mind to rush in and risk it once. At this moment, a vague figure finally appeared through the flames. Shen Shensi looked closely and saw Shen Jian carrying the blind young lady in one hand and holding Yin Haishu in the other. He leaped into the air, clearing the surging sea of fire, and landed far away in the white expanse of snow. Behind him, the small pavilion collapsed with a thunderous crash. Chapter 92. At the rear mountain of the Pankavidia sect, on the frozen lake, Jiangli and Ningyu exchanged more than 10 moves but remained locked in a deadlock. In reality, only a few moves after, Jiangli gradually mastered the knack of walking on ice. By now, he could move freely without revealing any signs of clumsiness. However, the longer they tangled, the more uneasy he felt, for Ningyu's grasp of the Jingshan sword technique had reached an astonishing level. Every move Ningyu made was in perfect synchronization with Jiangli's footwork, retreating and advancing as though two master brothers from the same sect practicing their sword techniques, showing no intention to kill. Yet, Jiangli understood clearly that since Ningyu had grown so familiar with the Jingshan sword technique, he would certainly have found its flaws. His present restraint was merely a delay while waiting for the perfect opportunity, forcing Jiangli to remain vigilant at all times. As this continued, not only did Jiangli suffer the backlash of the Chongqing decree, but he also faced immense mental exhaustion. It wasn't long before his wrist began to feel heavy as he held his sword. Clenching his teeth, feeling secretly frustrated, he realized that every move he executed was completely transparent to Ningyu. No matter how fierce his attacks were, Ningyu dodged them with ease, leaving Jiangli no choice but to continue depleting himself, without any other alternative. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Jiangli. Ningyu had completely absorbed his own fighting style, but what about someone else? Once again, a sword strike went awry. Watching Ningyu retreat far away, Jiangli suddenly calmed down. He tried imagining how Qi Chaoshi would solve such a predicament if put in the same position. Since the opponent was waiting for the right moment, why not offer up a feint when he still retained control? With this thought, Jiangli stopped forcing himself and lowered his sword, breathing heavily as he rested momentarily. Sure enough, Ningyu raised an eyebrow, his expression slightly changing but remaining cautious. Jiangli summoned his breath and bellowed, delivering a swift thrust forward with a momentum akin to a desperate last stand. The attack, however, was slower than usual as he stealthily reserved 3/10 of his strength. Ningyu blocked horizontally, no longer evading. Jiangli immediately changed tactics, raising the tip of his sword to directly aim for Ningyu's throat. Ningyu swayed his body to dodge. Seeing the exposed opening in front of Jiangli, seemingly reckless in his all-or-nothing strategy, Ningyu capitalized on it by slashing diagonally toward his abdomen. This was exactly what Jiangli had been waiting for. He instantly spun his wrist back, swiftly cutting toward Ningyu's sword-holding arm. In the blink of an eye, Jiangli heard a faint laugh from Ningyu. A sudden jolt shot through him as he realized he'd revealed another fatal flaw himself. In the very instant Ningyu tilted his body backward while spinning at the exact time Jiangli moved his wrist, he narrowly avoided the incoming blade. Ningyu's own strike swept past Jiangli's chest and cut into the crucial spot under his right armpit. Quickly withdrawing his longsword, Ningyu caused Jiangli to spin around backwards several steps. His figure faltered, and he kneeled weakly onto one knee. Large droplets of blood splashed down onto the icy surface, blooming into crimson patterns. Pressing desperately on his wound, Jiangli couldn't stem the bleeding. Practicing a technique like the Chongqing decree made blood loss particularly catastrophic. Jiangli's entire body grew weaker and lighter as if his life itself was slipping away. For just a fleeting second, despair enveloped Jiangli. This blow indicated that as long as he wielded the Jingshan sword technique, Ningyu would be able to always avoid harm, remaining entirely unscathed. Enough playing around, young Jiang, it's time we ended this. Ningyu seemed disinterested, slicing down towards Jiangli's neck, fully intent on ending his life this time. No, Jiangli said, suppressing the excruciating pain as he stood back up, thrusting his sword forward in defiance. The clash of metal rang out sharply, sparks flying. I won't die here. I promised him, I must live. Jiangli rose once more. This time, he discarded everything he'd learned in the past 23 years, clearing his mind of everything except the gleaming blade in front of him. He parried Ningyu's blade, flipping the sword and stabbing at his shoulder. But Ningyu skillfully used the momentum to redirect the point. Unexpectedly, Jiangli flicked his wrist, hurling the Qing Shuang sword through the air. Startled, Ningyu instinctively tracked the trajectory of the weapon. Capitalizing on this momentary distraction, Jiangli reached out and grabbed Ningyu's sword-bearing arm. When Ningyu retaliated with a palm strike, Jiangli didn't engage but instead darted behind Ningyu. The Qing Shuang sword circled back through the air with a howl, whereupon Jiangli caught it mid-spin and slashed backward in a fluid motion. The sharp edge of the blade grazed Ningyu's neck. Ningyu hastily turned to avoid the full force of the slash, yet a string of droplets sprayed from the cut in midair. Once grounded, he touched his neck and realized the blade had almost severed his vital tendons. Staring at Jiangli, Ning Yu's eyes darkened significantly. You had another trick up your sleeve? What is this move called? Jiangli wiped the blood from his sword with his fingers, his voice carrying a trace of weakness as he replied, I'll name it after I've killed you. It wasn't the Jingshan sword technique, nor the Guiyun sword technique, it was a move that was entirely his own. Hearing this, Ning Yu's expression finally changed. The ever-polite and gentle facade he always wore crumbled, and for the first time, Jiangli could read his emotions, a fierce jealousy that was vividly alive. Ning Yu advanced with relentless sword strikes, each one ruthless. But Jiangli didn't feel an ounce of fear, instead, he responded instinctively, as if no thought was required. With an injured right arm that hindered his movements, he simply switched hands seamlessly, juggling the Qing Shuang sword between both palms. It spun and shifted unpredictably, radiating sharp flashes of light like stars. Perhaps martial arts were truly this simple, his body moved freely as his mind willed it, unbound by any set form or technique. Freedom defined his every movement. Jiangli lost himself in the flow, almost forgetting the pain from his wounds. He had always been quick and agile, but now on the ice, he danced like snowflakes swirling in the breeze. Ning Yu struggled to keep up. In moments, Ning Yu already bore over 10 sword cuts, varying in depth. His whole body was soaked in blood, his eyes filled with malice. Faking a swift attack, Ning Yu let Jiangli stab his shoulder, then seizing the moment, grabbed hold of Jiangli's arm, pinning the Qing Shuang sword tightly against his own flesh while striking with his other hand towards Jiangli's vital points. Jiangli quickly dodged, unable to free his trapped right arm and draw the blade, so he kicked Ning Yu hard in the knee. Unprepared for this move, Ning Yu dropped to one knee. Taking advantage, Jiangli followed with a slap on Ning Yu's shoulder and pushed the long sword through, accurately piercing Ning Yu's lower leg behind his kneecap while the handle still remained outside. With his shoulder and leg pierced, Ning Yu's wide eyes couldn't suppress the cry of pain, bending backward into a bow-like shape, while the Qing Shuang sword that impaled him became the bloody string of that bow. In excruciating pain, trembling uncontrollably, Ning Yu loosened his grip, and Jiangli immediately pulled out the sword and retreated. As Ning Yu also tried to withdraw but staggered back, channeling all his internal strength into the long sword, he screamed, hurling it forward ferociously. Jiangli raised his sword to block, yet the blade traced a curved arc and landed on the ice before him, instead of clashing directly with him. Suspicion clouded Jiangli's thoughts just as a crack noise resounded beneath his feet. Glancing down, he saw cracks spreading outward from the sword's point, forming a web-like pattern across the frozen surface. Attempting to retreat at once, Jiangli exerted force underfoot, only for the ice to break completely with a loud crash, plunging him into the lake. Immediately, the freezing cold water engulfed him. Fortunately, Jiangli knew how to swim, remaining calm despite the situation. However, as he attempted to rise, a pulling force tugged at his limbs. Forcing his eyes open, he realized he was caught within a labyrinth of aquatic grasses and ropes woven together like chains, locking him into what felt like an underwater prison beneath the lake. This was Ning Yu's final contingency plan for this lake. Desperately trying to break free, Jiangli used the edge of his sword to cut through the restraints, yet the more he struggled, the tighter they became until, after several attempts, his movement was entirely immobilized. The foul lake water gushed into his throat and lungs. Jiangli's consciousness dimmed, but he managed to glimpse through blurred vision the distorted patch of light flickering on the water's surface above. Meanwhile, Jiang Lanes led the Guiyun sect members in combat against a cloaked figure wearing a pale mask. Initially cautious due to the eerie and mysterious attire of their opponent, the Guiyun members probed with tentative attacks meant to gauge his skills. Unexpectedly, the masked person merely defended and evaded without retaliating. Encouraged by this, they grew bolder, surrounding the figure and unleashing their most skilled techniques. Although unable to penetrate the impenetrable defense, they managed to overwhelm the masked figure, leaving him barely coping. The masked figure turned out to be Ji Xiuming of the Boloro sect, who now found himself surrounded and recognized the familiar faces. Regret and bitterness filled his heart as he realized he had fallen into Ning Yu's trap. Since Ning Yu's target was Jiangli, Ji Xiuming could predict that Guiyun manner would accompany Jiangli. And thus, Ning Yu had used this fact to threaten him. Other sects might overlook Ji Xiuming's tricks, but Guiyun manner's disciples could never fail to recognize his techniques. If he wished to conceal his true identity, Ji Xiuming must give his all, eliminating the members of Guiyun manner completely. Just as Ning Yu had mentioned in the tavern, not a single disciple of Guiyun manner could stand against him. Yet Ji Xiuming gripped his sword tightly, unable to bring himself to deliver the killing blow. Like a caged beast, watching the cage slowly tighten around him, he neither sought survival nor dared to choose death. 3 Guiyun disciples attacked from different directions, forcing Ji Xiuming to leap into the air and narrowly evade. Upon landing, another surprise assault came from the side, Jiang Huaishang, wielding the sword with both hands and pouring all his strength into the clash, veins bulging on his forehead as he strained against Ji Xiuming. Strike now. Rip off his mask, let's see what sorcery is playing here. Guiyun members responded with loud cheers, showering the area with flashing swords. Ji Xiuming was almost on the verge of collapse, his fingers gripping the hilt so tightly they turned white. Staring at the person before him who always led the jeering against him, all he needed to do was shift his sword a few inches and it would pierce the opponent's heart. His fingers loosened then tightened again. Hold on. Jiang Lane suddenly called out. Startled, the Guiyun members stopped momentarily and looked at their young manor lord with confusion. Something's not right, Jiang Lane hastily said, this strange figure is clearly skilled, but refuses to strike back, clearly delaying us. There must be something amiss in the poison chamber, we can't keep wasting time like this. Jiang Huayang stepped back, his heart full of dissatisfaction, we can't kill him either. Young manor lord, what are we supposed to do? Jiang Lanes held his sword forward, taking the frontmost position. Jiang Huayang, you take the others and follow the plan to destroy the poison chamber. I'll hold him off here. Though initially hesitant, upon being designated as the leader, Jiang Huayang immediately brushed aside his doubts and turned around to rally the group, follow me. As the other Guiyun disciples raced away, only leaving Jiang Lanes facing him alone, Ji Shuming felt increasingly lost and uncertain, then without further thought, turned and attempted to flee. Jiang Lanes immediately chased after for a few steps and called out, Big Brother Ji. Ji Shuming hesitated, instinctively wanting to wave and deny everything, then quickly realized how self-evident this action was, causing him to freeze there, motionless. Big Brother Ji, I know it's you. Jiang Lane stood 3 steps away, no longer approaching, even if I didn't recognize you at first, by now, there's no way I could mistake you. After that incident in Pingchuan town, I never heard from you again, Jiang Lane stated. Ji Shuming laughed once, you want to ask me why I've joined the devil sect? The loose robes were puffed up by the cold wind, and his expressionless mask concealed his features, betraying no emotion. Yet, Jiang Lanes watched him and somehow felt pity for him, thus asking, have you been doing well these past days? Ji Shuming seemingly didn't expect such a question, falling silent for a while, until a muffled voice finally sounded from beneath the mask, you, still care about me? Jiang Lanes didn't know how to respond to this, instead switching topics, I lost in the arena match some days ago. The Guiyun Manor isn't ranked first anymore. Ji Shuming replied, I know, and it's not your fault. Jiang Lane stared at him, after losing last time, I often heard Jiang Huayang saying that if you were still in the manor, it would have been good. You certainly could have beaten them, preserving Guiyun's reputation. Ji Shuming abruptly drew in a breath, lifting his head towards the grayish sky, his shoulders trembling slightly as though buffeted by the wind. After Jiang Lanes finished speaking, the two fell silent together, standing there amidst gently falling snow which softly covered their shoulders and hair. Finally, Ji Shuming spoke again, his voice low and rough, filled with a trace of melancholy, your words dispersing Jiang Huayang earlier were excellent, and you had authority, Lanes. You've grown up. Jiang Lanes smiled and asked, so learning how to lie means growing up. Hearing this, Ji Shuming also chuckled, perhaps. What will you do after this? Can't you tell me? Jiang Lane said. Ji Shuming came back to his senses and shook his head, no, I've never thought about it. Thus, silence enveloped both of them, with nothing more to say. Jiang Lanes thought, there must be something to bid farewell with, but before he could muster a word, a sudden cracking sound came from not far away. Jiang Lanes' heart jolted, and he hurriedly followed the sound, with Ji Shuming trailing behind. Swiftly passing through the forest, they arrived at the lakeside, seeing Jiang Li fall into the water while Ningyu, soaked in blood, crawled onto the opposite shore and limped into the snow-covered woods. The cracks on the ice spread outward, revealing deep, dark lake water as though a black abyss had opened. In the center, the water churned violently, yet Jiang Li didn't resurface. Trouble, there seems to be something underwater. Jiang Lane started running, I'll call people for help, Big Brother Ji, you watch the lake. Ji Shuming didn't take his eyes off the center of the lake, suddenly reaching up to remove his mask. His face was a bit weathered, but he remained the same handsome young man. Jiang Lanes glanced back briefly and was instantly dumbstruck, slowing down his steps. The wind carried Ji Shuming's voice faintly over, when we were kids, we often played by the river in Luoxia Valley. He was best at skipping stones across the water, but when it came to swimming, he wasn't as good as me. Before he finished speaking, Ji Shuming leapt into the air, stepping lightly on a floating piece of ice in the lake. Like a clever fish, he swiftly flipped over and dove under the surface. The icy lake water swallowed him, and in an instant it felt as if countless needles were pricking his body. He held his breath, opened his eyes, and swam with all his strength toward the shadow of the person at the center of the lake. As he neared the area filled with aquatic plants, Ji Shuming swung his sword to cut the ropes, but then realized how difficult it was underwater. He had to avoid Jiang Li's struggle and dive below, tightly gripping a slippery rope-like plant. With great effort, he cut it bit by bit with his sword. It might not have taken long, because he had just cut through a few bundles of waterweeds, or perhaps it took a long time, for his strength was almost depleted, and his consciousness began to wane. Ji Shuming tried to grab the tangled ropes again but felt a powerful pull on his arm. Looking around, he realized that somehow, he himself had been entangled. Struggling upward, he was pulled back, choking as water entered his throat. His vision blurred, seeing only vague shadows. With no other choice, Ji Shuming swung his sword one last time with all his remaining strength, letting the blade slip from his grip and drift slowly down to the bottom. He wasn't sure if he'd cut anything, as everything in his field of vision turned black. A silence like the beginning of all things. At one moment, he felt freezing cold, at another unbearably hot. Over and over again, until he finally became drowsy, recalling that his adoptive father had just rescued him from the snowstorm when he was burning with fever. Struggling to open his eyes slightly, all he could see was his adoptive father sitting beside the bed, leaving him inexplicably despondent. He couldn't help asking, "Where's Yunruo?" His adoptive father gently stroked his head with his remaining left hand, answering warmly, "Yunruo has gone to boil you some medicine. Sleep now, your illness will be gone when you wake up." Ji Xiuming trusted his adoptive father completely, so he closed his eyes and fell asleep peacefully. In that last fleeting second before his consciousness was enveloped by darkness, Jiang Li suddenly felt as if the weight on his body disappeared. His mind had yet to fully return, but his survival instinct propelled him into motion. The ropes and weeds that entangled him slipped away, and he surfaced above the water, gulping fresh air greedily. Gradually, he became more aware. Jiang Li shook his head hard, peering into the depths of the water, but saw nothing except floating, flickering shadows of the weeds. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the shore, where Ning Yu's figure had already shrunk to a small dot, yet the blood trail dragging along the snowy ground was vivid and conspicuous. Jiang Li gritted his teeth, which trembled uncontrollably, struggling to reach the shore and standing shakily. Touching Qin Shuang's sword fastened at his waist at the final moment, he staggered along the long streaks of blood. Ning Yu looked ghastly pale, walking increasingly arduously. Clearly suffering heavy blood loss, he couldn't endure much longer. Hearing footsteps coming closer behind him, he turned back in astonishment, unable to believe that Jiang Li had actually survived escaping from the lake. Attempting to hide again, he stumbled and fell heavily due to his injured leg hurrying. Hurriedly trying to get up, Ning Yu was met with a sword piercing through his chest. Staring blankly at his own reflection on the gleaming blade, Ning Yu collapsed onto the snow without uttering a single word. Behind Ning Yu's corpse, Jiang Li leaned against his knees, gasping laboriously. His dantian solidified with coldness spreading throughout his stiff body, a thin layer of frost forming on his brows and eyelashes. His drenched hair and robes froze stiff. He even couldn't feel the pain from his wounds anymore, seemingly losing all sensation. Jiang Li attempted to straighten his body but barely managed before collapsing onto the snowy ground. With every ounce of his energy, Jiang Li struggled to rise but found that his fingers wouldn't respond, unable to make even the slightest movement. His consciousness slipped into an endless abyss, and his eyelids became heavy, growing dimmer by the second. In his last remaining line of sight, all he could see were a pair of boots approaching. Chapter 93. The right guardian Yin Huaishu had already died, and the sole chamber master Ningyu had disappeared without a trace. The Pachuo sect was now leaderless, its resistance force collapsing into disarray as guards scattered to flee for their lives, crying out their innocence. Even though some of the more prestigious martial artists were still locked in combat with righteous forces, it was clear the battle was lost. Qi Chaoshi stood outside the front hall, gazing afar at an enraged crowd of martial heroes hacking away at the 3 layers of red gates. Closing his eyes, he could almost smell the fresh blood on the grand pillars. With screeches like dying animals, the arches collapsed with a thunderous roar, sending tremors that reached his feet. Qi Chaoshi opened his eyes again and saw only white everywhere under heaven, the sparse woods calm, snow dust swirling in the air. The once arrogant Pachuo sect had thus met its end, and no one mourned it. Qi Chaoshi turned around, refusing to dwell on it any longer. He had more pressing matters, a more important task, to accomplish. He needed to find Jiang Li. By the time they reached the poison room at the rear mountain, raging fires were devouring the stone chamber, casting a reddish glow all around. Disciples of Guiyun had gathered at a distance, covering their mouths and noses. Upon seeing Qi Chaoshi's arrival, Jiang Huaiyang called out loudly, "Master Qi, I don't see what's so terrible about this place. We smashed all those bottles and jars and set them ablaze. It was easier than you made it sound." However, Qi Chaoshi showed little interest in this, instead scanning the crowd and directly asking, "Where is Jiang Li? And where is even Jiang Lanes?" "Jiang Li is dealing with someone named Chamber Master Ning, and our young lord is engaging a masked figure." Jiang Huaiyang curiously followed up, "Didn't you see them along the way?" There hadn't been a soul in sight along his route, which prompted a frown from Qi Chaoshi. Turning back towards the way he came, disciples of Guiyun glanced nervously at each other before hastily following after him. A shattered icy lake silently bore witness to the fierce battle that had taken place here. Qi Chaoshi scanned the area, finally spotting traces of blood on the snowy ground by the far side of the lake. He hurriedly circled around to the opposite shore, following the blood trail deep into the forest until he eventually found Jiang Lanes' figure. Jiang Lanes was searching frantically in the woods when he caught sight of their group. Rushing forward, he immediately asked, "Did you guys find Jiang Li?" A sinking feeling gripped Qi Chaoshi's heart as he replied, "Do you not know where he is?" "I should have known." Jiang Lane scratched his jaw anxiously, pulling Qi Chaoshi aside and explaining quietly how he had recognized Ji Xiuming and also witnessed Jiang Li fall into the lake. "The last time I saw Jiang Li, he swam to shore, following the trail of blood deeper into the forest, but by the time I tracked him down, only this remained." He pointed to Ning Yu's frozen, stiffened corpse. Snow continued to fall, adding another layer of white, obscuring both footprints and sword marks slightly. Crouching down, Qi Chaoshi carefully examined the interwoven sword marks. Peering over his shoulder, Jiang Lanes asked, "Could there be some master hidden in the forest, having lured Jiang Li to fight elsewhere?" "The sword marks are simple, rigid, and lifeless, not indicative of a recent battle." Someone deliberately tampered with the evidence of footprints. A shadow passed over Qi Chaoxi's face as he stood up. According to your account, Jiang Li had already exhausted his strength, suffering from the backlash of the eternal life decree when he chased Ning Yuan to land. Even if he did encounter someone, he wouldn't have wandered too far. So was he abducted? Jiang Lanes was startled. But we don't have any enemies, do we? Qi Chaoxi gave him a sharp look, causing Jiang Lanes to realize his oversight immediately. He gasped in shock, is it because of the eternal life decree? But didn't you deceive the entire martial world long ago? Now, besides you, me, and old Master Shigu who has returned to his valley, who else would know that Jiang Li possesses the eternal life decree? No one shows direct suspicion, Qi Chaoxi said, so everyone becomes suspect. Startled and alarmed, Jiang Lanes pressed repeatedly, then what should we do? Remaining relatively calm, Qi Chaoxi replied, you lead the Guiyun members to continue searching throughout Mount Jiuyuan while I rush back to the city for further investigation. Got it. Immediately, Jiang Lanes hurried off to issue orders to the Guiyun disciples to spread out and search. Taking a deep breath, Qi Chaoxi channeled his internal energy and sped down the mountain. In the blink of an eye, he returned to the inn within the city. Returning first to the guest house, he pushed open the door and, finding no signs of anyone having come back, felt a flicker of despair cloud his gaze. Leaning against the doorframe to steady himself briefly, Qi Chaoxi then descended the stairs, stopping several inn servants and a few martial individuals to subtly inquire. Regrettably, none had information. As the sky grew darker, lanterns were lit inside the inn. Servants climbed out to hang bright red lanterns, while various sects and clans gradually returned to town, shaking off snow and crowding into the common room, yelling boisterously for celebration drinks. Qi Chaoxi scrutinized everyone's expressions, intending to go elsewhere for another look. As he stepped out of the inn, however, he ran into Xuelu, who smiled and called out to him, are you heading back so soon too? Not staying a few more days? Qi Chaoxi paused mid-step, heading back. What do you mean? The Tianmen sect says all participants in the siege have been injured and need rest. They'll gather again in 10 days to discuss the aftermath of the Borio sect, Xuelu said. Such deliberation is always controlled by those prestigious sections. People like me, loose wanderers, always leave after the chaos ends. Qi Chaoxi asked, did the Tianmen sect already leave? Yes. I heard Meng Sifan was gravely wounded while clearing the path up the mountain. By the time we breached the Borio sect, he was nearly spent, and as soon as the threat was eliminated, his juniors rushed him back to their sect for treatment. The reason they set the 10-day appointment is mainly because the conference must be hosted by the leader of the Shanhe alliance at that time. Upon hearing this, Qi Chaoxi turned and headed toward the stables. Sensing something amiss, Xuelu hurriedly caught up and asked, what's wrong? Did something happen? Qi Chaoxi replied, Jiang Li has disappeared. And where are you going? Tianmen Mountain. Startled, Xuelu quickly pulled him back and asked in alarm, you suspect the Tianmen sect abducted Jiang Li, but do you have evidence? Everyone is still here on the surface, there's no lack of places to recuperate from injuries. Yet, they insisted on this 10-day appointment and retreated to their sect. Isn't that suspicious enough? Qi Chaoxi remarked. Don't act rashly. Without proof, how can you just storm in demanding people? With the elder disciple Meng Sifan now holding the title of the Shanhe alliance leader, the Tianmen sect commands a reputation close to being the best in the world. You shouldn't further antagonize them. Xuelu tried to dissuade him. Qi Chaoxi chuckled lightly, removing Xueli's hand from his arm. 10 years ago, when I intruded upon Tianmen Mountain, they were hosting the trial by sword. Their fame was no less prominent than it is today. Xuelu paused, tightening his sword strap with a wry laugh. You're right. It seems I've become overly conventional. Wait a moment, I'll go with you. No, I have another task for you. Having led his horse out, Qi Chaoxi said, stay here. If there's any news about Jiang Li, inform me immediately. Agreed. Xuelu nodded seriously. Thanks, I'll treat you to drinks when I return. With that, Qi Chaoxi mounted his horse, and before his words faded in the cold wind, he galloped away into the snowy night. It was snowing at Qisha Gate, though not as heavily as at Jiuyuan Mountain where thick, goose-feather-sized flakes fell. Here, delicate flurries danced like willow catkins, creating no biting chill, only an ideal atmosphere for leisure. The master Xiaolingyu sat on a swing in the courtyard, idly playing a jade flute, its sound pure and melancholic. A disciple waiting nearby listened quietly until she finished the tune before bowing deeply and reporting, Master, your foresight is truly remarkable. Sister Hongnu managed to retrieve the Borio secret art amidst the chaos and is currently on her way back. Is that so? Is that place dealt with? Xiaolingyu played absently with the tassel of her jade flute as she nonchalantly asked, was Yin Huaishu buried in the fire? Not quite. Word came from Qingshan sect's second young master Shen Er who broke through and brought Yin Huaishu and his sister out. But Yin Huaishu had already bled to death. Xiaolingyu fell silent for a while before laughing softly to herself. Tell me, which is sadder, to have seen Shen Jian for one last time, or my never seeing him again? The disciple blinked in confusion for a moment before cautiously asking, Master, why didn't you bring Yin Huaishu back to the sect? Absurd. Xiao Lingyu wasn't irritated, just chiding gently, with so much sin weighing upon him, bringing him back would only invite disaster. The disciple responded quickly, afraid to say more. Xiao Lingyu sighed faintly before picking up her jade flute again. After tonight, the Boryo sect would vanish from existence. Once Qisha Gate mastered the Boryo secret art, what could possibly hinder their rise and resurgence? Thus, there was little sorrow in her flute melody. When Jiangli woke up, he was still cold but felt the warmth of thick blankets underneath him. The surroundings were eerily quiet. He slowly opened his eyes. His vision was dim except for a small flicker of light in the distance, which illuminated a shadow sitting near the table. "You've slept quite long. I thought you might not wake up," the figure said. The voice was familiar. Jiangli thought, "Master Meng Sifan. You don't seem at all surprised." Jiangli remained silent. Meng Sifan sat up straight and waved his hand, saying, "Pour him a cup of tea." The breathing sound of the third person in the room became noticeable. Then came the sound of pouring water and approaching footsteps. Jiang Li's eyes landed on the boots of the person who approached. It was the same pair he had seen before losing consciousness. As his gaze traveled upward, Wei Ku's face emerged from the darkness. After recalling for a moment, Jiang Li immediately understood. When planning the assault on Boryo sect, Meng Sifan mentioned that his younger brother lacked combat experience and should not confront the sect directly. He arranged for Wei Ku to accompany Guiyun Manor to dismantle the poison chambers, leaving no reason for refusal. During the battle, everyone focused on their enemies, and none would have noticed Jiang Li's movements. Wei Ku had quietly been tracking Jiang Li and seized him when he was severely injured and unconscious. Jiang Li's expression remained calm as he supported himself to sit up. Feeling the heaviness on his wrists, they clinked audibly. Realizing that his hands were shackled with iron chains, he furrowed his brows slightly, then took the teacup offered to him and drank slowly. Meng Sifan couldn't help but interject, "Jiang Li, don't you have anything you want to ask?" Jiang Li swallowed a few sips of warm water, finally suppressing the metallic blood taste in his throat, and simply replied, "You will tell me anyway." "You." Meng Sifan grew indignant, already at a disadvantage, and decided against pretending any longer. Squatting down in front of him, he asked directly, "Where is the Longevity Sutra?" Jiang Li's eyebrows flickered, but his voice stayed steady. "I've already explained, I don't have the Longevity Sutra." "I won't believe a single word from Qi Chaoyi," Meng Sifan shouted. "The people from Guiyun Manor including Jiang Zhongyue, they were all killed by you. And Jiang Lanja was there too. On that night after I dealt with the assassin, I saw everything. Jiang Lanja lied to the entire world yet still claimed you as his brother. You must be connected to Guiyun Manor." Wei Ku added, "Big brother, even Ningyu, the hall master of Boryo sect, mentioned seeing him for the Longevity Sutra, that night." Jiang Li chose to remain silent. Meng Sifan stared intently at him. "If you just tell me where it is, I'll keep the secret about your connection with Guiyun Manor and definitely let you go." Jiang Li continued drinking tea without any response. Suddenly filled with rage, Meng Sifan snatched the teacup and hurled it aside. Porcelain shattered and tea water spread out into a wet patch. Jiang Li paused, withdrawing his now empty hand, wiping the splashed droplets off his clothes. Breathing heavily, Meng Sifan stood up abruptly, standing still in the dark for a while, rummaging around before returning with a sword slammed onto Jiang Li's table. "Do you recognize this?" The blade shimmered like water, its cold glow instantly lighting up the room. Upon seeing the two characters etched on it, Jiang Li finally reacted, "Where did you get it?" Satisfied with his expression, Meng Sifan smirked triumphantly. "It wasn't stolen or taken, it was given to me by heaven." Confused, Jiang Li looked at him, utterly perplexed. "Near the outskirts of Pingchuan town, I fell off a cliff," Meng Sifan recounted, "but instead, I found Wu Jian at the bottom of the mountain. All your struggles ended up bringing this divine weapon to my hands. It's destined, so naturally I should possess the Longevity Sutra. Jiang Li retorted, "That's just coincidence. Hold your tongue, this is my reward for everything I've sacrificed." Meng Sifan roared furiously. "Do you know what it feels like to be mocked and ridiculed? Once I was Tianmen sect's prideful big disciple, now I'm laughed at on victorious arenas as a one-eyed blind man. My sworn junior brother Du, who followed me closely since we joined the sect, he died right before my eyes asking me to save him, but I couldn't kill Yan Han, so I only managed to drag him down with me. And right there on that very cliff, I discovered Wu Jian." His chest heaving rapidly, Meng Sifan's eyes turned crimson red. "Tell me, if it's not the price of obtaining the Longevity Sutra, then what are these sufferings meant for?" For a moment, Jiang Li was speechless. Wei Ku fought back tears welling up in his eyes, bowing his head. Meng Sifan collapsed onto Jiang Li, half kneeling, practically begging earnestly, "What exactly is the clue on Wu Jian? Where is the Longevity Sutra? Tell me, and I'll return Wu Jian to Guiyun Manor too." Waiting anxiously for an answer, the dim room remained eerily quiet except for the sound of breathing. Faintly, outside sounds of someone walking and talking could be heard. They were undoubtedly within the Tianmen sect compound. Jiang Li hadn't fully recovered from the backlash of earlier, feeling his weakest. Even if not bound by chains, it would have been impossible to escape. Jiang Li thought for a moment and said, "Luxia Valley." After galloping for 2 days and nights, Qi Chaoyi finally arrived at the foot of Tianmen Mountain. The Tianmen sect was hidden among the peaks. From the base of the mountain, all that could be seen were towering peaks and peculiar rocks, like an ancient landscape painting with extraordinary brushwork. A disciple guarding the mountain approached to inquire, "May I ask who you are and what brings you here?" Qi Chaoyi dismounted from his horse and said, "I am Qi Chaoyi, and I've come to look for someone." This name resounded like thunder within the Tianmen sect, causing the leading disciple's expression to immediately change. He quickly signaled someone nearby to go back and inform their superiors, then politely said, "We will go seek guidance from the elders." "Please wait a moment, Master Qi. There's no need for the trouble, I'm in a hurry and will find them myself." Qi Chaoyi walked straight forward as the leading disciple hurriedly drew his sword to block him. However, his figure seemed to vanish right before their eyes. Surprised, the disciple turned around only to see Qi Chaoyi had already passed several disciples, stepping onto the path leading up the mountain. "Stop him." The disciples finally reacted, drawing their weapons to block his way. Without even unsheathing his own sword, Qi Chaoyi skillfully swerved left and right using only the scabbard, deflecting the attacks fluidly like flowing water, never once slowing his pace. In the blink of an eye, he reached halfway up the mountain. Just then, Elder Qin of the Tianmen sect happened to be arriving with a group of disciples. Standing on the rocky peak, he glared upon seeing him and angrily said, "Qi Chaoyi, how dare you act so rashly?" With a flick of his scabbard, Qi Chaoyi knocked out a rushing disciple and asked, "Where is Jianghu? What nonsense is this? You show up demanding we produce someone, do you take us for your errand boys?" Elder Qin was infuriated. "Qi Chaoyi, do you still think this is 10 years ago when you could freely come and go as you pleased? Is that so? Then let's see if that's true." Qi Chaoyi drew his Wenshui sword, emitting a clear resonant ring. Upon Elder Qin's command, several disciples rushed down forming a sword formation, attacking toward him from all vital points. Leaping into the air, Qi Chaoyi used the force of the strongest attack to propel himself higher, landing lightly on an iron nail embedded in the mountain stone. Above on the cliff top, the small open space was filled with Tianmen sect disciples ready to engage in battle. Not allowing him to climb further, Elder Qin grasped the iron rope anchored on the stone railing for leverage and struck his sword swiftly at Qi Chaoyi's skull. Twisting away just in time, Qi Chaoyi missed the iron nail beneath his feet and found himself dangling precariously from the rock by only one arm. Instantly aiming for his left hand, Elder Qin slashed again, and the disciples below joined in from behind. Barely missing his balance, Qi Chaoyi kicked off forcefully against the stone wall and swung himself upward using his left arm's strength. His body ascended as light as a feather, almost as though he were flying upwards. Blocking him once more, Elder Qin tried to halt his advance, but Qi Chaoyi met him with a sword strike. When their blades touched, however, instead of clashing with brute force, he swiftly spun his wrist. Before Elder Qin could realize it, it was as if Qi Chaoyi had switched to a soft sword, entangling his arm at a bizarre angle, resembling a snake striking. Shocked, Elder Qin retreated while Qi Chaoyi didn't aim to sever his arm. Instead, he pushed him forward, again leveraging himself forward and finally landing safely on flat ground. The disciples panicked at the sight of Elder Qin about to fall from the peak. His body now hung mostly over the edge, saved only by his left arm gripping the iron chain fastened to the stone railing. Seeing this, other disciples quickly pulled him back. However, they heard a terrified scream from behind. Turning, they saw that upon landing, Qi Chaoyi had swiftly taken a female disciple as hostage at the cliff's edge, leaving a small circle of empty space around him where no one dared approach. Below the cliff was a sheer drop, the mist-covered chasm bottomless. Facing outward towards the abyss, the legs of the young female disciple gave out completely. She relied solely on Qi Chaoyi's firm grip on her collar to keep her standing, crying and shouting endlessly, "Father, save me! Please save me!" Regaining composure after being pulled back, Elder Qin yelled, "Qi Chaoyi, you shameless man, holding a helpless girl hostage, what kind of conduct is this? My apprentice is severely injured and very weak. Is taking him back against his will justified either?" Qi Chaoyi countered. "Damn you! Who kidnapped your precious apprentice? There are so many of us here, ask anyone if they've seen that person named Jianghu." Elder Qin shook violently with anger. Slightly turning his head, Qi Chaoyi gently said to the female disciple, "Young lady, please don't be afraid. My hand is steady, and as long as your father values your life enough to tell the truth, you will be perfectly safe." Hysterically, she cried, "Father, please tell him quickly." Elder Qin took a deep breath and said, "Master Qi, I really have no idea what you're talking about. Did Meng Sifan bring anyone back?" Qi Chaoyi asked. Startled, Elder Qin appeared to sense something. At this, Qi Chaoyi loosened his grip slightly on the female disciple and started counting, 10. The female disciple was in a cold sweat, tears streaming down her face. Elder Qin instinctively wanted to rush forward but restrained himself, "I'm not sure about this." Qi Chaoyi changed his tone, 3. "Wait, yes, there is." The elder couldn't wait for him to act further and hastily interrupted, "Yes, such a thing exists. Meng Sifan came back to the sect acting mysterious, as if he brought something, or someone, though I had no idea it was a person. It might be the one you're referring to, Jianghu, but they aren't in the sect anymore." "Where did they go?" I don't know, said Elder Qin, drained of energy, I truly have no clue. Meng Sifan left with his junior master apprentice driving east overnight yesterday. East? Qi Choui mused to himself, could it be towards Luoxia Valley? Elder Qin saw his reaction and tentatively asked, Sir Qi, everything I know, I've told you. Can you let my daughter go now? Qi Choui inquired, are there any other clues left behind? Elder Qin gritted his teeth and instructed a disciple to immediately return to the sect to investigate. How dare the disciple delay, so he rushed back swiftly. When he returned breathlessly, he held up a long sword and panted, this was left in the room. Qi Choui's eyes narrowed sharply upon recognizing it as the king's sword. He pulled the female disciple away and pushed her into Elder Qin's arms, snatching the king's sword decisively without hesitation, leaping down the peaks once more. The remaining disciples exchanged glances, asking if they should pursue. Elder Qin, looking at his daughter fainting in his arms, wearily shook his head. Glancing downhill again, all that remained were hoof prints on the snow, Qi Choui's figure had already vanished. Chapter 94. Luoxia Valley is near the East Sea, with a humid climate. It has not yet snowed, and the yellow leaves in the forest have not all fallen. Qi Chaoshi was not unfamiliar with the scenery at this valley entrance. In the past, when he sought the longevity decree for the old sect leader, he had stayed here twice studying the array method to enter the valley and dispatched many followers. They either returned without success or disappeared without a trace. However, personally entering this valley was indeed his first time. He suddenly shook his head and chuckled, sighing, I should have asked you how to break the formation earlier. Despite saying that, Qi Chaoshi still walked into the forest without hesitation. All was silent except for his footsteps and the sound of yellow leaves rustling. Qi Chaoshi walked very slowly, quietly calculating directions with his 5 fingers clasped in his palm. Each step was carefully considered, and indeed, the journey remained peaceful so far. After walking for about an hour, the surrounding scenery began to change. He did not see any trees marked by himself, and a faint uneasiness crept into his heart. Qi Chaoshi steadied his breath, looking up at the gradually darkening sky, and continued forward. Darkness quickly enveloped everything. The moon was obscured by clouds, making it impossible to estimate the time. Dense forests stood like shadowy ghosts peering at him in the dark. Suddenly, Qi Chaoshi stopped. He raised his hand as if to lean on the tree trunk for a rest, but after hesitating for a moment, he struck the tree trunk hard with his fist. His painstakingly maintained calm finally gave way, leaving him only to take deep breaths forcefully. The distance he had covered was already enough to cross the entire Luoxia Valley, yet he still found himself circling around in this forest. This grove seemed endless but also eerily quiet, without any abnormalities. This was truly the problematic place because it meant there were no clues or leads for him, and other than moving forward, he had no other choice. Qi Chaoshi slowly exhaled, closed his eyes briefly, and muttered, just wait a little longer. He lifted his hand and used his hair tie to blindfold his own eyes, trying to eliminate any distractions caused by illusions. Abandoning vision in the deep forest during the night was undoubtedly a risk, but he could no longer consider these consequences now. Guided purely by instinct, Qi Chaoshi cautiously took one step at a time, listening to the slight rustle of leaves in the wind. Time felt excruciatingly long and arduous. Suddenly, he smelled a familiar faint aroma amidst the cold air, and his heart skipped a beat. It was precisely the bitter fragrance of the insect-repelling sachet he prepared for Jiangli. Qi Chaoshi hastily focused himself, pressing acupuncture points to enhance his sense of smell, then followed the scent of the medicine quickly. Not long afterward, Qi Chaoshi suddenly felt a cold gust of wind hit him. He immediately tore off his blindfold and looked. The clouds were blown away, revealing the bright moonlight that illuminated the valley with silver brilliance. Everything became clear. Under a bamboo grove in Luoxia Valley, a stone wall rumbled upward, revealing a deep and expansive stone chamber. Are you sure that longevity decree is hidden inside? Meng Sifan peeked inside, finding the space dark and indistinguishable with several corridors leading elsewhere, showing extreme caution. This is Taihua Sect's underground vault, and Gu Si's coffin is also inside. Jiang Li said lightly. His voice was faint not only because his body damaged from the backlash had yet to recover, but also because he was exhausted. Meng Sifan needed to control him, claiming she wouldn't harm him as proof of sincerity. Thus, along the way, she had only given him water to drink and no food at all. Now, standing there, Jiang Li felt utterly weak, his wrists weighed down heavily by the iron chains. Upon hearing the name Gu Si, Meng Sifan didn't hesitate further, stepping in first. Holding up a fire starter, she scanned the area and turned to look at the advancing Jiang Li and Wei Ku, demanding, where exactly is it hidden? Jiang Li replied, give me the Bui sword. Meng Sifan unsheathed the sword from her back, only displaying it to him and not handing it over. What needs to be done, you can tell me instead. Without further comment, Jiang Li merely stepped back a few steps and leaned against the stone wall. Wei Ku followed suit and quickly moved away. Observing this, Meng Sifan took a deep breath, extended her long sword in front of her, both nervous and expectant. The ground trembled violently as the stone walls crashed down, plunging the room into darkness. Startled for a moment before fully reacting, Jiang Li had gathered all his remaining strength and surged forward, kicking directly at her wrist. The Bui sword slipped out of her grasp, flying into the air. Immediately, Jiangli caught the iron chains between his hands and met it head-on. The buyi sword cut through the chains smoothly and fell to the ground. With his hands freed, Jiangli attempted to draw the sword, but unexpectedly, his weak state left him unable to lift the buyi sword initially. Meng Sifan realized what had happened and immediately burst into angry curses, rushing forward to grab the sword. Jiangli kicked the buyi sword far away again, dodging her punch as he ran towards the weapon. The iron chains still dangling from his wrists clanked loudly as Meng Sifan pursued him by sound. Wei Ku, standing nearby, gradually adapted to the darkness and quickly moved in from the other side, grabbing the buyi sword first. As Jiangli rushed over, he seized Wei Ku's wrist, but then Meng Sifan arrived too soon for him to act. Already weak and unable to respond quickly, he failed to wrest the sword from Wei Ku, only managing to twist it slightly before throwing him off. Thrown forward involuntarily, Wei Ku gripped the buyi sword tighter and heard the iron chains clanging behind him. Not knowing whether Meng Sifan was getting the upper hand with her bare hands, in a panic, he suddenly swung the long sword backwards. A dull sound of the blade cutting flesh followed, and he felt its weight. Shocked, Wei Ku turned his head stiffly. In the dense darkness, Jiangli also couldn't believe it as he looked down at the gleam of silver light piercing through his chest, spreading warmth across his body. Shaking his hand, he touched warm, sticky blood. Wei Ku stepped back several paces in panic, pulling out the buyi sword. Jiangli lost his balance and collapsed feebly onto his back. Big brother. I've killed someone. Wei Ku muttered blankly. Good job, Meng Sifan sneered. We're already here, I don't believe that without him, we too can't find the longevity decree. Wei Ku shook uncontrollably, saying nothing. Don't be afraid, no one will ever know, Meng Sifan said. Check if he's really dead. Don't let him fool us again. Wei Ku swallowed, mustering up the courage to go closer and probe Jiang Li's nose. Yes, he's dead. That's settled then, let's go and look around slowly. Meng Sifan turned and walked toward the depths of the stone chamber. Wei Ku nodded, just about to step back, when he noticed something faintly glowing in the dimness. He stopped, squinting carefully, instantly stunned. Jiang Li's long hair was spreading out, rapidly turning snow white like frost gathering at the tips, covering the ground with a frost-like whiteness. Why aren't you going? Meng Sifan urged impatiently. Wei Ku stood speechless, wanting to answer, but clearly saw Jiang Li's chest dramatically rise and fall once. In the next instant, his eyes opened, and his hand pressed on Wei Ku's skull. Based on the rough descriptions mentioned by Jiang Li, Qi Chaoshi searched for a long time among the bamboo forest and finally found the narrow stone steps hidden in the dried yellow shrubs. Walking down to the bottom of the steps, he faced a thick stone wall. Qi Chaoshi listened closely but didn't hear any sounds of fighting from behind the stone wall. Tentatively, he tapped on the stone wall, but there was no response. An indescribable restlessness stirred in his heart, leaving him no patience to search further for mechanisms. He directly drew his Wen Shui sword. Vivid memories surfaced from the fiery battlefield of Juyi Manor, where he had broken walls alongside Jiang Li. Taking a deep breath, Qi Chaoshi gathered his internal strength into the sword, hearing the resonant hum. Swinging his sword, the stone wall shook thunderously, and he did not stop, changing tactics and mimicking Jiang Li's moves by spinning and fiercely slashing horizontally, creating a crack that spread through the wall with great struggle. Stepping back 2 steps, amidst the roar of collapsing rocks, the stone wall suddenly fell apart. Moonlight slanted inside, revealing 2 contorted corpses with broken necks on the floor. A young man sat hugging his knees and turned his head slowly at the sound. The moonlight entered his pupils, and he clearly recognized the person who had come. Jiang Li stood up abruptly, swaying slightly as his body wavered unsteadily. His long white hair dangled behind him and swung, gripping his sleeves in discomfort. Blood stains still marked his pale face vividly. For a moment, Qi Chaoshi remained motionless, feeling as if his heart had momentarily stopped. Jiang Li looked at him, then lowered his eyes, thousands of words rising to his throat yet spilling out simply as, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry." These were words he had told Qi Chaoshi too many times now. But beyond this, what more could he possibly say? Qi Chaoshi remained silent. Jiang Li grew even more unsettled. "I didn't expect it to turn out this way. I'm sorry, I promised you, but I didn't keep it." As he spoke, Qi Chaoshi suddenly stepped into the stone chamber, bent down, picked up the buyi sword from the ground, straightened up, grabbed Jiang Li's wrist, turned around, hoisted him onto his back, and carried him. "You." Jiang Li paused, attempting to struggle, but Qi Chaoshi's pressure on his knee bends was irresistible, not to mention his current lack of strength. Jiang Li could only lie low on his back and whisper, "Put me down. I know you can't bring yourself to kill me, so just leave me here." Qi Chaoshi carried him over the scattered rocks and slowly ascended the stone steps. "Are you angry?" Jiang Li asked. "I'm actually quite afraid of your anger. To see you one last time is already enough for me. Luoxia Valley is where I grew up since childhood. My mother and many of my clansmen also died here in the valley, so I will be with them, hence it doesn't matter." Qi Chaoshi still did not reply, and Jiang Li had no choice but to continue talking by himself. "You still have a long life ahead. You can live well. Just like how you once wanted to leave the martial world to seclude yourself. After leaving this valley, you can find a little courtyard by the mountain near water. Every day when you open the window, you'll be able to see the lake reflecting the sky filled with rosy clouds. He seemed to be saying more than he ever had before, perhaps fearing the silence of the moment, but as he spoke, he gradually fell silent. Flowers can also be planted in the courtyard. Qi Chaoshi suddenly added. Jiangli snapped back to reality but couldn't make out his expression. Qi Chaoshi appeared to smile faintly, asking, "My beloved, what kind of flowers do you like?" Jiangli froze momentarily, feeling an abrupt lump in his throat. Words failed him as he buried his face in Qi Chaoshi's neck. Tears began flowing uncontrollably, soaking the collar at Qi Chaoshi's back. His hands slowly wrapped around Qi Chaoshi's neck tighter and tighter. An overwhelming sense of grievance and sorrow surged through his chest until he could no longer hold it in, and cried bitterly. Qi Chaoshi felt the scorching tears land on his neck. He steadily carried Jiangli and walked step by step towards the outside of the valley, neither hurried nor slow. This was the darkest hour of a winter night, but it didn't matter. The sky would always brighten. Chapter 95. Apart from his completely white hair, Jiangli didn't show any other abnormal signs, he just wasn't in good spirits. After leaving the valley, Qi Chaoshi hired a carriage and drove day and night, not forgetting to look back from time to time and say a few words to Jiangli. Jiangli leaned in the carriage, half awake and half asleep, drowsily responding, unable to distinguish between day and night. He didn't know how long it had been until one day the bumpy carriage stopped. Qi Chaoshi woke him up, and Jiangli struggled to gather his energy and lifted the curtain to take a look. They had arrived at Shugu Valley once again. When Shugu Elder saw Jiangli's appearance, he was so shocked that he almost lost his voice. Pinching his white hair, he examined Jiangli for quite a while and exclaimed in amazement, "Someone who has been counteracted to this degree but still maintains clear consciousness like you, I've never seen." He then pulled over Jiangli's wrist to feel his pulse, his expression gradually becoming serious. After pondering for a long time, he said, "Strange, strange." Qi Chaoshi couldn't help but ask, "Predecessor, what is his condition?" Shugu Elder looked at him and asked in return, "I see that you also have some knowledge of medicine. Have you checked the pulse of Jiang Yunruo?" "Every day, but the pulse has always been like this, unchanged." Qi Chaoshi replied, "I only understand the rudimentary basics, please enlighten me, predecessor." "You don't need to be modest. This kind of pulse, I'm seeing it for the first time too." The Shugu Elder said, "His current condition isn't stable, perhaps getting better, perhaps even worse." Jiangli grew increasingly confused, "What do you mean?" "It's like being at a crucial point of seclusion practice, one thought leads to enlightenment, the other leads to entering the devil's way, it all depends on you." Jiangli silently nodded. The Shugu Elder became thoroughly interested and urged Jiangli to recount everything in detail. When he heard about Jiangli's resurrection, the hand stroking his beard suddenly paused as if he had suddenly realized something. His eyes quickly narrowed, his lips fluttered, and he could hardly utter a word. Jiangli halted and suspiciously asked, "Elder Zhong?" As if startled, the Shugu Elder suddenly stood up and paced back and forth twice in the room, suddenly asking, "The last time you came with Jiang Lanja, didn't you mention that Gu Si's body hadn't decayed at all?" "Yes, it seemed as if he were asleep," Jiangli said. Shugu Elder couldn't help but took 2 steps back, holding onto the table to steady himself, tremblingly saying, "That's right, this makes sense. Until today, Gu Si hasn't truly died." Qi Chaoshi suspected something and tentatively asked, "Your meaning is, can Gu Si also resurrect from the dead?" "Correct. If death and resurrection are precisely the key part to completing the eternal manual," said Shugu Elder, "then Gu Si inserted a dagger into his chest, yet his body remained intact until now. As long as he wishes, he could revive even after 40 years today. But Gu Si fell asleep and refused to wake up, there was no longer a Gu Shaoling in this world." Jiangli was extremely surprised and was lost in thoughts for a long time. "So it seems, mastering the eternal manual is indeed difficult, talent, insight, and opportunity are all indispensable," said Qi Chaoshi, adding more depth to her gaze. "Gu Si didn't wake up, does that mean the final step in completing the eternal manual, even he didn't accomplish?" "That's exactly what it means," sighed Shugu Elder, "the eternal manual is an incomplete version yet to be fully written. How to break through the critical moment, to reach perfection, is left for you to explore yourself." Jiangli seriously nodded. "Stay here for seclusion and practice. I will use needles to sort out your meridians and guide your true qi, which might provide some benefit," Shugu Elder said. "Thank you, Elder Zhong," Jiangli replied. "There's no need for gratitude. I failed to save your grandfather and father from the backlash, if I can help you, it would somewhat repay Guiyun Manor's revenge for our Tahua sect," smiled Shugu Elder faintly. Qi Chaoshi suddenly thought of something. If Gu Si continues to sleep forever, doesn't that really correspond to the name, the Eternal Manual? Shugu Elder pondered for a moment and shook his head, saying, "Resurrection relies on the true qi retained in the heart, that qi will eventually dissipate. Perhaps 100 years later, when you and I are deeply buried underground, Master Gu Si will suddenly turn into a pile of white bones." Thinking of this, he let out a melancholy sigh and did not speak further. He walked out of the door to prepare for Jiang Li's secluded training. Although fortune or misfortune was unpredictable, they had at least grasped the current situation. Qi Chaoshi felt reassured in her heart. Turning to Jiang Li, she couldn't help but laugh and say, "Do you dare to bring Master Meng and Brother Si Fan into Luoxia Valley?" Don't you fear they'll get hold of the Eternal Manual? Upon hearing this, Jiang Li also laughed and replied, the Eternal Manual isn't in Luoxia Valley, it's here. He reached out and tapped the long, thin scar on the blade of the Bai sword. When Jiang Jingming and his brother Jiang Xingzhou had rallied the Guiyun disciples to ambush their father Jiang Lume, the Bai sword had broken during the fierce battle. The Changxing treatise, being hard to destroy, was ultimately forged into the sword by Jiang Jingming. Qi Chaoshi first froze in surprise before bursting into uncontrollable laughter. The martial artists of the jianghu fiercely competed and painstakingly researched the clues on the Bai sword without realizing that the Changxing treatise had already been held in their very hands. Jiang Li glanced over at him and laughed along. After a while, their laughter subsided, and as they gazed into each other's eyes, Qi Chaoshi pulled Jiang Li into his arms, gently rubbing his chin against the top of Jiang Li's head. I will be with you all the time during your seclusion. Jiang Li closed his eyes and leaned on his shoulder, saying, I know. The 10-day agreement had come to an end, and the various sects had reassembled in the main hall of the Boer religion, waiting to discuss matters concerning the alliance leader Meng Sixfan who was yet to arrive. After some time of waiting, several people couldn't help but urge them to hurry. The disciples of Tiangmen sect became increasingly anxious, both sending people to contact and search for Meng, while apologizing profusely. Our elder brother left the sect a few days ago, he might have been delayed on the way. Please forgive us. There must be important business, but he should have sent a message ahead. We're so many people waiting here. Isn't this behavior of Meng too overbearing? Someone grumbled in dissatisfaction. Sorry, really sorry everyone. The disciple wiped the sweat off his forehead and quickly ordered more tea and snacks to be served. Thus, they had no choice but to continue waiting, only to find that this waiting stretched until evening. The atmosphere in the hall grew heavy, and no one had spoken for a long time, except for the occasional sound of cup collisions. The responsible figures of all the major sects' expressions gradually turned serious. Even Lin Shi, the master of Guanqin sect, who usually favored Meng Sixfan, started to show discontent. The Tiangmen sect disciples no longer dared to apologize, simply clinging close to the walls, pretending as if they didn't exist. With a loud clang, someone placed their teacup heavily back on the table. All heads turned to see Shen Shen, the senior disciple of Qin Shan sect. He swept his gaze across the room and suggested, I think there's no point in continuing to wait anymore. Let's call it a day for today. Everyone sighed deeply, nodding in agreement. Then another voice asked, so what about tomorrow? Are we going to continue waiting for our Grandmaster Meng, or are we waiting for a letter from him? Once again, all eyes turned towards the Tiangmen sect disciples standing quietly against the wall. The disciples looked at each other, none daring to take responsibility. At this critical moment, an unexpected voice rang out, why don't we just elect a temporary substitute? Does Mountain Alliance have any special rules forbidding that? It was a blind young woman questioning Shen Jian beside her. Her voice was light, but everyone present, sharp-eared as they were, could hear clearly. This woman wasn't unfamiliar to the crowd, she was the younger sister of the infamous villain Yin Huaishu. Despite being a member of a notorious family, she seemed powerless and had done no harm herself, appearing fragile and pitiful due to her blindness. Even if some resented hearing about how Shen Jian had saved her from the fire, most still praised the kindness and generosity of Second Master Shen. Yin Huaro's question reminded everyone that although there weren't precedents of temporary leaders for the Mountain Alliance, why not start? All eyes naturally landed on Shen Jian who stood next to her. It makes sense. If anyone is worthy to be elected, I think no one can match the second young master of Qin Shan sect. I agree. Young Master Shen has shown courage and selflessness multiple times before. When we were in peril outside Pingchuan town and tangled with the demonic cult, it was entirely thanks to young Master Shen's direction. His competence I trust completely. Indeed, when the arena matches took place, I thought this position belonged rightfully to Second Master Shen. If it wasn't for his modesty, how could it possibly go to Meng Sixfan? A wave of voices drowned out the scattered objections. Faced with the hopeful glances from the crowd, Shen Jian hesitated and said, I. Jian. Shen Shen gripped his arm firmly, interrupting, this is everyone's trust placed in you. Don't let them down. Shen Jian turned his head, catching the serene smile of Yin Huaro beside him. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. After a long pause, he turned back to the crowd, nodding and said, all right, I will accept the role. However, since I've taken up this sudden mission without preparation, please allow everyone to return and rest tonight. By tomorrow morning, I will prepare a solution, and then discuss it further with everyone. As soon as he spoke, the crowd felt reassured, and after sitting stiffly for a whole day with sore bodies, there was no more to say. They all bade farewell and departed. In the blink of an eye, everyone had dispersed from the front hall. Shen Jian strolled out slowly, standing by the white marble railing, gazing far into the heavy clouds at the tangerine-red sun sinking lower, lost in thought for a long while without uttering a word. Behind him came soft footsteps drawing near. Shen Jian did not turn around but let out a bitter smile, why must I be the one to become this alliance leader? Yin Huaro replied, perhaps brother feels that only this position matches you. Shen Jian lowered his head, suppressing the trembling in his breathing. After a long silence, he said quietly, it's just temporary. Yin Huaro gave a soft chuckle, I think Meng Sixfan will probably never return. Shen Jiyan froze, turning back to look at her. Do you know something? I don't. Yin Huaro shook her head. It's just my guess. Shen Jiyan looked silently at her peaceful smile, finally understanding what Yin Haishu had said. This young girl was indeed much stronger than all of them. The sun has set, he said finally, then slowly descended the long steps, walking into the night. Yin Huaro still remained where she stood, with the last ray of twilight falling on her face. She couldn't see it, but seemed to feel its presence somehow. Seeing this, a young disciple of Qing Shan's sect stepped up, wiping his hands nervously on his garment before blushing red and saying, Miss Yin, if you don't mind, can I escort you back? Yin Huaro tilted her head slightly, smiling gently, yes, thank you. During the few days Jiangli secluded himself in meditation, snow fell in Shugu Valley. Qi Chaoshi sat cross-legged on the porch, listening to the noises coming from inside the room. A thin layer of snow powdered the withered grass like poorly applied rouge. Gradually, the snow grew heavier, swirling and flying like floss, piling up until it covered the emerald bamboo leaves and spread into fields of crystalline whiteness. Suddenly, a fit of coughing erupted from the room, followed by a dull thud as someone collapsed. Qi Chaoshi leapt to his feet in alarm, bursting into the room to find a pool of blood on the ground first, then further up, Jiangli lying on the bed with furrowed brows. Qi Chaoshi almost lost his voice, managing after a long pause to speak hoarsely, Senior, is he? Shugu Elder sat by the bedside, checking Jiangli's pulse gently and said reassuringly, his pulse has returned to normal. Don't worry, he endured it. Let him rest and sleep well now. Qi Chaoshi took a deep breath before approaching, his gaze locking onto Jiangli's eased expression. Finally, his heart slowed down. This sleep lasted several days. Jiangli's white hair remained unchanged. The Shugu Elder speculated that perhaps successfully refining the Chongqing treatise might have left him this way, yet his pulse definitely became steadier. The plum blossoms bloomed in the Shugu Valley, and Qi Chaoshi broke a few branches, placing them in a porcelain vase. The flowers were delicate, their petals resembling yellow jade, filling the room with their gentle fragrance. When Jiangli woke up, the first thing he smelled was this fragrance. He felt as though emerging from a great dream, dazed and uncertain about the date or time, only feeling an unprecedented sense of vitality and renewal throughout his body. As he opened his eyes, he saw Qi Chaoshi slumped beside the bed, asleep, his tired face possessing an unusual handsomeness. Jiangli looked at him, slowly supporting himself upright. This movement instantly startled Qi Chaoshi awake. He looked up, momentarily stunned, unsure whether it was a dream or reality. The room was quiet, filled with the faint scent of plum blossoms. Before either could speak, Jiangli leaned closer and kissed him. Outside the window, it was the dead of night, with snow falling deeply. The end.